Is it really so easy? Jiang Nan, have you awoken? A furious shout accompanied by fragmented pieces of chalk flew directly toward the slumbering Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan. It's always Jiang Nan. How dare he sleep, even under the watch of the lethal exam invigilator? Truly a case of an old man consuming arsenic, living on borrowed time. This time, he is definitely doomed. In that instant, many classmates reveled in schadenfreude, convinced that Jiang Nan was destined to meet a disastrous fate. However, the next moment, astonishment enveloped the room. Jiang Nan abruptly extended his hand, effortlessly swatting away the chalk that was aimed at him. Yet his head remained firmly resting on the desk. He continued, "Oh, sleep soundly? Wow, truly worthy of the title God of the South." Without even opening his eyelids, he can effortlessly deflect the lethal barrage from the female tyrant, simply astonishing. He's leagues beyond Zhou Xingqi. I may not fear walls, but I do fear the God of the South. 66666. The surrounding classmates could not help but exclaim in awe. Well done. Upon hearing this, the beautiful homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, was infuriated beyond measure. She stormed over to Jiang Nan, slamming the desk with a resounding bang. "Jiang Nan, get up." The force was considerable. The sound was jarring. Finally roused, Jiang Nan lifted his head, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and gazed at the furious face of Hu Yifei, responding lazily, "Teacher, has the exam concluded?" Hu Yifei was momentarily speechless. Such a peculiar student existed in her class, unsure whether to laugh or cry. She struggled to rein in her anger and patiently advised, "Jiang Nan, can't you just take the exam seriously?" Jiang Nan remained perplexed. Witnessing this, Hu Yifei, frustrated, declared, "Don't think that just because you passed the previous exams, you can afford to be lax. Do you believe you can pass this surprise math test? Well, I suppose I could." Jiang Nan yawned, responding nonchalantly, "Ha." Hu Yifei appeared to find the situation utterly hilarious, saying, "Jiang Nan, it seems you are quite confident. How about a wager? If you pass this exam, I shall no longer concern myself with your sleep during class. But if you fail, you must study diligently and cannot sleep during non-break hours." Really? Jiang Nan's interest was piqued as he looked intently at Hu Yifei. "Teacher, are you certain that if I pass this exam, you will allow me to sleep during class?" "Absolutely," Hu Yifei affirmed with conviction. "All right, it's a deal." Jiang Nan smiled, feeling remarkably composed. Hu Yifei, surprised by his agreement, chose to ignore him and continued her invigilation. It was a jest. The likelihood of Jiang Nan passing this math exam was akin to the men's football team winning the World Cup. After all, she knew the difficulty of the exam questions posed a hellish challenge for these ordinary senior students. Even Qin Yimao, the class leader who consistently topped the charts, might struggle to pass, let alone Jiang Nan, who barely made the passing mark. On the other hand, as soon as Hu Yifei walked away, Jiang Nan flipped over and resumed his carefree slumber at the desk. Rouse him for answering questions? That was utterly inconceivable, because he had already completed the entire exam within the first 10 minutes, confidently ensuring a score of 90 without fail. After all, that he was a transmigrator. A year prior, he had perished while fervently typing at his keyboard, only to find himself in this parallel world, reminiscent of his original one, endowed with a unique system. However, this system bore a rather unfortunate name: Super Invincible Academic Control System. Ding. Hostname: Jiang Nan. Gender: male, Chinese. Level 9 Mathematics. Level 9 Foreign Language. Level 9 Physics. Level 9 Chemistry. Level 9 Biology. Level 9 Skills: exceptional memory and comprehension. Effects: reading 10 lines at a glance, photographic memory, and reasoning. Side effects: the user must expend mental energy, which must be replenished through sleep. Physique: 33 average person, 24 points, 0 current lottery chances, 0. This system was indeed troublesome, for prior to each exam, it would issue control tasks, compelling him to achieve the passing mark to earn academic points and enhance his attributes. While enhancing attributes was one matter, these academic points were exceptionally valuable. They could not only elevate his subject levels, but also be used to draw various rewards. From luxurious villas to sports cars, cruise ships to airplanes, the array of prizes was vast and varied. However, over the past year, Jiang Nan had never utilized his academic points for the lottery. Instead, He had devoted them entirely to elevating his subject levels. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting firewood. After all, the number of points awarded by the system was contingent upon the precision of his exam control. The highest score was 100, the lowest was 0. Yet, the process of controlling exam scores was far from simple. In the beginning, Jiang Nan struggled to manage it. He either failed to pass or exceeded the mark by too much that he garnered minimal points. It was only after undergoing hundreds of controlled exams that he could consistently keep all subject scores at the passing threshold. Subsequently, he used the corresponding points to elevate all his high school subjects to a perfect level 9. For someone like me, with a level 9 in mathematics, passing this exam will be a walk in the park? Oh, dear teacher, prepare to concede. You shall no longer interrupt my slumber. Moreover, from this moment forth, all points earned in exams can be accumulated for the lottery. Ha ha ha. Chapter 2. What nonsense are you talking about? National Mathematical Olympiad mock exam? Ding ding ding. The examination time is over. Students at the back, please collect the test papers. As the bell rang, our beautiful homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, commanded, and the papers were swiftly gathered. Has it been collected so soon? No, teacher, I haven't finished yet. I'm going crazy. Why is this exam so difficult? I can't solve those problems. Difficult? I find it rather simple. I scoff at you, Wang Pengzi. Of course. You find it easy, as you just guessed randomly. In an instant, the classroom was filled with wails. Aside from the likes of Jiang Nan, the sleepy god, and the carefree slacker Wang Kaixian, most students wore expressions of despair. Observing this, the stunning teacher Hu Yifei felt a twinge of guilt and quickly consoled them. All right. This surprise math exam is merely to gauge your grasp, so don't feel too pressured. It's lunchtime now. Hurry to the cafeteria. As for the results, Teacher Chow from the math department will announce them in the afternoon after grading. With that, Hu Yifei hurriedly left, clutching the test papers, worried about her conscience. After all, even she, who prided herself on her capabilities, was bewildered by the exam paper. How could these students fare any better? This truly is a travesty. Oh yes, the hungry souls must eat. Eating is a noble endeavor. Quickly, let us head to the cafeteria. If one does not show enthusiasm for dining, there must be something wrong with their mind. I heard today's cafeteria is serving an enormous portion of braised pork. Let us rush. If we're late, it'll all be gone. Is that for real? Just as Hu Yifei left the classroom, under the rallying cry of the slacker Wang Pengzi, dozens of food enthusiasts prepared to dash to the cafeteria. But someone was quicker than them. Upon hearing the words dinner, Jiang Nan, who had been sleeping soundly, jolted awake. His legs moved like the wind, and with a swift motion, he dashed toward the cafeteria, leaving everyone behind. Wow, the speed of South God is astonishing. The classroom nap king, cafeteria food king, truly a fusion of the sleeping deity and the food deity. South God, wait for us. Have mercy. Don't eat all the braised pork. When everyone arrived at the school cafeteria, it was already packed with people. Most were unable to grab any braised pork. Even Wang Kaixian, who was not particularly slow, managed only a small portion. Of course, Jiang Nan, the food king, was the exception. Not only did he grab some, but he also secured an extraordinarily large portion. In front of him lay a plate 3 times the size of others, overflowing with tender and succulent braised pork. The surrounding onlookers turned green with envy. It's heartbreaking. Why is it that every time the cafeteria serves extra food, Jiang Nan is the one who benefits? South God, you are simply remarkable. One person consumes what 3 of us would eat. I might as well relinquish my title as the big eater to you. After filling his plate, Wang Pengzi sat beside Jiang Nan, gazing at the colossal meal with astonishment. Others called him Wang Pengzi, Wang the slacker, or the big eater. He recognized the first 2, but the latter, he truly dared not claim. Compared to Jiang Nan, the newly crowned food king, he was merely a weakling. You can keep that title. Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel a bit disgruntled. He already bore the titles of Sleepy God, Food Deity, and South God. He didn't wish to add Big Eater to the list. After all, his appetite was not particularly large. Recently, however, due to precise control over his scores, the system rewarded him by enhancing his physical attributes to an impressive 33, far exceeding the norm, necessitating a significant energy supply. Naturally, he ended up eating more. Speaking of which, the system is truly mischievous. Just as Jiang Nan cursed inwardly, a beautiful girl in uniform, unable to conceal her stunning figure, suddenly sat across from him. Bai Ying, the belle of class 3 to 4, the school beauty, and an academic achiever. Though her exam scores may not surpass those of class monitor Qin Yuma, she consistently ranks within the top 5 and shares a good rapport with Jiang Nan. After all, Jiang Nan's performance was average, but he was a rare gem in the class, which is why he earned the title of South God. Typically, Bai Ying was a cheerful and sunny girl, but at this moment, her face was clouded with worry. Wow, the school beauty is actually sitting with us. This is blissful. What is wrong, school beauty? You seem rather downcast. Is it because you didn't manage to grab any braised pork? That seems unlikely. Don't you girls usually prefer not to eat meat? If it's that serious, I'll reluctantly give you my portion. After all, South God has plenty, and I can just mooch off him. Noticing Bai Ying's grim expression, Wang Pengzi immediately pushed his portion of braised pork toward her, attempting to please her. However, Bai Ying ignored Wang Pengzi and fixed her gaze squarely on Jiang Nan. Didn't you make a bet with the homeroom teacher, claiming you would definitely pass this exam? Is that true? Of course, Jiang Nan replied, munching away, nodding affirmatively. You know my level. While I may not achieve scores as high as yours, I guarantee I'll pass. But don't you think this exam was particularly difficult? Jiang Nan, still chewing, casually remarked, difficult? That's merely a humble brag from you academic elites. Every time an exam ends, you all complain about its difficulty. But what happens when the results are out? Slap, slap. You all get your faces smacked. Huh. A classic case of Versailles literature. I won't be fooled. Jiang Nan. I'm serious this time. Those questions were genuinely too difficult. It's normal for Wang Pengzi not to realize, but didn't you notice? Bai Ying looked at Jiang Nan in disbelief. Notice what? Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. He had finished the paper in 10 minutes, ensuring he could score above the passing line before resting his head on the desk and dozing off, completely oblivious to the difficulty of the questions. Moreover, for someone like Jiang Nan, who possessed a level 9 in mathematics, these problems hardly posed a challenge. No way. Are you truly unaware? This surprise math exam featured mock questions from the National Mathematical Olympiad. Bai Ying's face was filled with distress, nearly on the verge of tears. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan, who had been indifferent, was suddenly startled, spewing rice across Bai Ying's lovely face. What? What did you just say? These are mock questions from the National Mathematical Olympiad? Chapter 3, Shocked. 13 consecutive exams with the same score? What a disaster. It seems something is amiss. Bai Ying, the top student, has always performed well. Even in the event of a poor showing, she would not score below 30. However, if it were a mathematics Olympiad mock test, the situation would differ. After all, it is the Olympiad. Those well-versed in the subject discern the subtleties, while the uninitiated merely observe the spectacle. For those not deeply familiar, even with an excellent track record, it is challenging to achieve a respectable score. The dilemma lies in the fact that this time, the system assigned him a score control task, which, as usual, set the passing line at 90. Typically, scoring 90 poses no challenge for him, given that the total score for mathematics is 150. Bai Ying and her peers, even without achieving full marks, would at least secure around 130. His meager score would go unnoticed. Yet, when the scholarly Bai Ying only garnered 30 points, and he managed 90, the disparity could lead to significant trouble. One can only hope that the worst-case scenario does not unfold. In an instant, Jiang Nan became pensive, and even the meal lost its appeal. He hardly noticed the rice that splattered across his face or Bai Ying's mournful gaze, nor the astonished looks from Wang Fatty and others nearby. On the other side, in the mathematics group office, Teacher Chow, here is the exam paper you requested. Haha, thank you, Teacher Hu. A middle-aged man, around 45, wearing glasses and appearing somewhat austere, expressed his gratitude to Hu Yifei. He is Chow Tianyuan, the mathematics teacher for Class 4 of the senior year, also the deputy head of the school's mathematics group, and a seasoned expert. No need for thanks. But Teacher Chow, what were you thinking? Why did you suddenly conduct a surprise exam for our class while others were exempt? More importantly, this paper comprises National Mathematics Olympiad mock questions. Presenting Olympiad questions to average students is akin to pulling the rug out from under them, isn't it? With just over 100 days until the college entrance examination, it is time to inspire the students, not undermine their confidence. Hu Yifei, the homeroom teacher of Class 4, specializes in Chinese but is a versatile educator. Even before the exam commenced, she sensed something was amiss with the paper. Initially, she suspected a mix-up and even called Chao Tianyuan for clarification. However, he confirmed that the paper was indeed correct, consisting of Olympiad mock questions solely for Class 4. As for the rationale, he promised to explain after the exam. This left her with a tinge of dissatisfaction, as these were her students. Chao Tianyuan's sudden imposition of such pressure on Class 4 was overwhelming. Hey, don't worry, Teacher Hu. I will provide you with the answer shortly. Chao Tianyuan smiled slightly, and without waiting for Hu Yifei to respond, he began sifting through the papers. Found it, Jiang Nan. Shortly, Chao Tianyuan excitedly extracted Jiang Nan's paper from the 50 submissions. Jiang Nan. What's going on with him? Hu Yifei furrowed her brows in confusion. As the homeroom teacher, she was well acquainted with her students, particularly Jiang Nan, who was notably the first to sleep during her invigilation and even dared to wager with her. In truth, her impression of Jiang Nan was not entirely negative. He was decent-looking, had a gentle disposition, and managed to pass his exams without dragging down the class. Nonetheless, her positive impression was limited. More often than not, she felt a sense of disappointment. In her view, Jiang Nan possessed a certain academic aptitude, but was simply too lazy and lacked ambition. Imagine if he could pass exams while dozing off in class. With a bit more effort, he could at least improve his standing. For this reason, she had attempted to engage him in conversation several times, but ultimately to no avail. Jiang Nan remained unchanged, sleeping in class, reading novels, and consistently scraping by with passable scores. She wondered if losing this wager might spur some change in him. Otherwise, she would have to concede defeat. Teacher Hu, please hold on a moment. Chao Tianyuan did not immediately respond to Hu Yifei, but took out a red pen and began grading Jiang Nan's paper. A few minutes later, he exhaled, as I suspected. Truly a hidden gem in the mountains, a mythical creature in the fields. Young man, you can no longer conceal your talent. Upon completing the grading, Chao Tianyuan wore an expression of affirmation. Teacher Chao, what are you talking about? Hearing his words, Hu Yifei appeared bewildered, her mind struggling to comprehend. Teacher Hu, take a closer look. Chao Tianyuan placed Jiang Nan's paper before her. What? Hu Yifei examined it, but in the next moment, her astonishment peaked. How is this possible? Jiang Nan actually scored 90? In an instant, she was overwhelmed with disbelief, her face reflecting sheer incredulity. Previously, she had wagered that Jiang Nan would fail, yet he confidently asserted he would pass. And now, Jiang Nan truly had passed. In a normal mathematics exam, a passing score would be unremarkable. However, this particular exam was anything but ordinary. It consisted of National Olympiad mock questions. Even the top students in the class, such as class leader Qin Yuma, would struggle to pass. What on earth was happening? Hu Yifei was beset with questions. Losing the bet was inconsequential. The crux lay in her inability to fathom it. How could Jiang Nan, who finished the exam in 10 minutes and then slept soundly until class ended, manage to score 90? What was going on? Teacher Hu, you'll understand once you see this. Chao Tianyuan opened his laptop and displayed a statistical chart in front of Hu Yifei. This chart illustrated Jiang Nan's performance in all mathematics exams since last year up to the last weekly test. The data clearly showed that Jiang Nan's scores fluctuated around the passing line, initially lacking stability, with a high of 98 and a low of 81. However, since last semester, he had consistently scored 90 in 12 consecutive exams, and with this one, it marked the 13th. You wouldn't think this was just a fluke, would you? Chapter 4. Unbelievable. Are the top students actually crying over exams? Hu Yifei inhaled sharply, astonished. A surprise? A damn surprise. It is one thing to understand consecutive exams yielding the same score a couple of times, But how could it be possible to achieve identical results in 13 consecutive examinations? This is more improbable than winning the lottery, especially in this recent Olympiad mathematics mock exam. While others struggled to pass, you managed to score 90. The same as your previous results. What does this imply? Manipulating scores? Jiang Nan, that rascal, is most likely controlling his scores? An incredulous thought immediately surfaced in Hu Yifei's mind, terrifying in its implications. So, Teacher Chow, you had already realized that Jiang Nan excelled in mathematics, yet deliberately constrained his scores? Hu Yifei gazed at Chao Tianyuan with admiration. Experience speaks volumes. As a seasoned educator, Chao Tianyuan's observations were astute. In comparison, she, as the homeroom teacher, had been rather negligent. He chuckled. Actually, I was merely speculating before. I had quietly probed Jiang Nan's capabilities. But that boy is exceptionally adept at concealing his talents, so I wasn't entirely certain. But now, I can assert with confidence. This lad is undoubtedly a mathematical prodigy. After all, he is controlling his score to be 90, rather than merely achieving a score of 90. The difference between these two statements is vast. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Chao Tianyuan erupted into hearty laughter, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Controlling a score of 90, a mathematical genius? Hu Yifei pondered over Chao Tianyuan's words, her eyes glimmering with realization. Without delay, she dashed out of the mathematics group office and rushed into her own office, quickly booting up her computer. The next moment, gasp, 90, 90, 90, 12 consecutive scores of 90. My heavens! Staring at Jiang Nan's language scores, Hu Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief. Afternoon. In Class 4's classroom. Just minutes before class commenced. Hey, Suyu, why are you crying? Suddenly, the academically challenged Wang Pengzi, noticing Suyu in the front row with tears streaming down his face, exclaimed in surprise. I bombed the exam this morning. How am I supposed to face the mathematics teacher later? Suyu lamented, wiping his tears beneath the desk. Ugh, here we go again. Trying to play this game of false humility, pretending to be bad at math? We're not falling for it. Wang Pengzi scoffed disdainfully. Suyu, the mathematics class representative, was unlike the well-rounded Bai Yingying. He was a student who struggled significantly in other subjects, such as foreign languages, while his performance might be average in those areas. In mathematics, he ranked among the top in class, with few rivals in the school. Consequently, he would always claim to have performed poorly in mathematics, only for the results to emerge and blind everyone with his remarkable scores, masking his deficiencies in other subjects. Wang Pengzi was already accustomed to this routine and would not fall for Suyu's act. But, as soon as he finished speaking, another girl's sobbing broke through the air. What on earth? Li Qianqian, why are you crying too? Wang Pengzi asked, bewildered. I also did poorly on the exam this morning. I doubt I'll even pass, probably not even scoring 30 points, Li Qianqian lamented, burying her face in her arms as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Much like a weeping willow. 30 points? Are you serious? Is it really that low? Li Qianqian, you're the study committee member. While your math scores may not match Suyu's, you're usually scoring in the 120s or 130s without difficulty. How could you possibly score just 30 points? Upon hearing Li Qianqian's words, Wang Pengzi and several others were taken aback. What in the world is happening today? Are they all putting on a show of being top students? For the academically challenged in the class, one top student performing false humility is already irritating. But two doing so simultaneously is truly terrifying. However, before Li Qianqian could respond, another voice chimed in. Perhaps, they genuinely did poorly, as I did too. This exam was exceptionally difficult, and I estimate I might score 50 at most, or even lower, she whimpered. The moment her words fell, this girl too succumbed to tears. No way. Not her too. Even the class monitor is saying this. Everyone gasped in astonishment. For it was Qin Yunmen, the class monitor of Class 4, the undisputed top student. What on earth is going on? If one top student claims to have performed poorly, one might be skeptical. If two do, doubt can linger. But three? And in public tears? Surely this cannot be fabricated. Could it be? The exam questions were genuinely challenging, causing these top students to falter? Ha. Well, this is wonderful. If what you say holds true, then our class's mathematics exam has been a complete disaster, with no one passing. That means I could score 0 and return home without facing my father's wrath, huh? Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The academically challenged students, led by Wang Pengzi, erupted into laughter, even celebrating the misfortune. For them, mathematics was as incomprehensible as ancient scripts. They had no concept of difficulty. The only thing that mattered was the scores after the exam. The top student scores remained sky-high, not merely perfect, but often in the 130s or 140s, while they languished in the 20s or 30s, creating a stark disparity. As a result, not only did they face significant blows with each exam, but they also returned home to parental chastisement. The most frequently heard words were about how well other children performed in comparison to their own dismal results. Truly heart-wrenching. However, today, they could finally revel in triumph. On the other hand, amidst the top students' lamentations and the celebration of the academically challenged, Jiang Nan felt no inkling of joy. He was now furrowing his brows, his heart filled with trepidation. This is bad. It seems Bai Yingying's words were indeed true. What should I do? Remain silent and then astonish everyone? Yet, I truly wish to keep my low profile and enjoy these peaceful days. Having been given a second chance at life, particularly during my high school years, I yearn to maintain a low profile and savor the experience without drawing attention. Since noon, when he had inadvertently splattered Bai Yingying with food, Jiang Nan's heart had been rife with unease. And now, this unease was intensifying. The math representative Suyu claimed he had performed poorly. Bai Yingying asserted she would score below 30 points. The study committee member Li Qianqian echoed the sentiment, and class monitor Qin Yumeng predicted she would not exceed 50 points. Yet he could score 90? This stark contrast was undeniably impactful. He could already envision the incredulous gazes the others would cast upon him when the results were announced. For Jiang Nan, who had grown accustomed to a low profile and merely wished to enjoy his high school days in peace, this was akin to being thrust directly onto a pyre. Chapter 5. The Dark Horse's Comeback. Who truly holds the first place? Ding ding ding. The bell for class rang out. The previous clamor faded into silence. Mathematics teacher Chao Tianyuan, clutching a stack of graded papers, ambled into the classroom. Stand up. Hello, teacher. Hello, classmates. Please take your seats. The usual opening remarks commenced. Upon hearing the word sit, Jiang Nan instinctively prepared to return to his seat. But at that moment, Chao Tianyuan, stepping onto the podium, beamed at Jiang Nan and said, Jiang Nan, don't rush to sit down just yet. Swish, 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 being called out right at the start of class. Instantly, the bewildered gazes of the other 49 classmates were drawn to Jiang Nan. What on earth is happening? Is he about to reveal something right from the get-go? Are my scores about to be exposed? Old Chao, are you too eager? What should I do? Should I just sit here and wait for my fate? Or perhaps confess directly to everyone? All right, I'm done pretending. I'm indeed the fabled score manipulator. As for you so-called academic elites, in my eyes, you are merely a bunch of underachievers. Goodness, if I actually said that, would I be beaten to a pulp by the crowd? Under the scrutiny of dozens of eyes, Jiang Nan couldn't help but swallow hard. The situation was utterly perplexing. He never anticipated that a simple examination could lead to such an upheaval. He now harbored grave doubts about whether the so-called surprise test was a deliberate trap set by mathematics teacher Chao Tianyuan. Was it truly necessary? He had merely dozed off a few times in math class, read a couple of novels, and played some games. Did it warrant such retaliatory measures? Truly, this is a lack of sportsmanship. Now, regarding this morning's surprise test, I believe everyone is quite aware that the results were not particularly stellar. Just as Jiang Nan braced himself for exposure and ridicule, Chao Tianyuan abruptly shifted his tone. Upon hearing this, numerous classmates immediately redirected their gazes from Jiang Nan to the floor, biting their lips. Particularly, the top students like Qin Yuma, Li Qianqian, Suyu, and Bai Yingying wore expressions of shame. Jiang Nan. He felt utterly baffled. What is going on? Teacher Chao, what exactly are you up to? You called my name but chose not to expose me, leaving me hanging here? Or perhaps you intend to take a slow and steady approach. However, but everyone, do not be too disheartened. After all, a single failure does not signify the end. Moreover, The papers I set for you this time were mock questions from last year's National Olympiad in mathematics. Therefore, it is entirely normal for your results to be less than ideal. At the podium, Chao Tianyuan seemed to have completely forgotten Jiang Nan, instead comforting the disheartened students below. With the college entrance exams not far off, he certainly wouldn't crush everyone's spirits. However, his peripheral vision occasionally flickered toward Jiang Nan. Observing Jiang Nan's furrowed brow and bewildered expression, Chao Tianyuan felt a surge of secret delight. Letting you sleep, read novels, play games, and deliberately manipulate scores during my class. This is your punishment. Everyone retains a childlike heart. The usually stern Chao Tianyuan was no exception. Of course, Jiang Nan remained oblivious to Chao Tianyuan's childish thoughts, and his classmates could hardly fathom them either. Teacher Chao, you mentioned that we all didn't perform well. What was the highest score this time? Suddenly, Li Qianqian, the class monitor, with reddened eyes and a pitiful expression, posed the question. A common student sentiment, though they may not have performed well, curiosity about who achieved the highest score prevails. The highest score was 90, just barely passing. This time, Chao Tianyuan did not withhold information and replied with candor. Wow, wow, wow. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in astonishment. With the exception of Jiang Nan, everyone else widened their eyes in disbelief. Naturally, there and oppose, a stark contrast between the top students and those struggling academically. The latter were astonished that the highest score was only 90, confirming the previous claims by the top students, which was quite satisfying for them. However, the top students were bewildered that, despite their own scores hovering around 30 or 50, someone had managed to score 90. This was simply unfathomable. Teacher, who was this person who came in first? Someone curiously inquired. Oh, that is obvious. The first place must surely be our class leader, Qin Yuma. Not necessarily. Perhaps it's Suyu? He isn't inferior to Qin Yuma in mathematics. Didn't Qin Yuma and Suyu just say they didn't do well? In my view, this 90 might belong to Bai Yingying, since she hasn't spoken a word. Impossible. Bai Yingying's overall performance is decent, but in mathematics, she falls short of both Qin Yuma and Suyu. Or could it be the class monitor, Li Qianqian? Zhang Hao, the top student, is also a possibility. In an instant, the classmates engaged in a fervent debate, speculating wildly about who the first-place student could be. Well, this has turned out well. Jiang Nan, who had been at a loss just moments ago, was now overlooked, thus narrowly escaping disaster. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Chao Tianyuan's voice rang out again. All right, everyone, stop guessing. The top scorer this time is not any of the students you mentioned, but a dark horse who has emerged unexpectedly. At this, Chao Tianyuan's words directly refuted everyone's conjectures. What? An unexpected dark horse? How is that even possible? Who in the class is capable of outshining Qin Yuma, Suyu, Bai Yingying, Li Qianqian, and Zhang Hao to claim the top spot? Upon hearing this, the students were once again astounded. It was well known that those 5 students had consistently occupied the top 5 spots in every exam, dominating every subject without exception. Yet now, someone had managed to turn the tables? In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Chao Tianyuan at the podium, filled with curiosity about the identity of this extraordinary individual. Chapter 6. Jiang Nan has been exposed. Old Chao, you are lacking in martial ethics. At this moment, no one suspected Jiang Nan, although he had publicly declared his confidence in passing and even wagered with the homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei. Everyone merely dismissed it with a chuckle, believing he was simply boasting. After all, they had been classmates for 3 years, and all knew him well. Jiang Nan's academic performance had always been mediocre, blending in with the crowd, hardly deserving of attention. However, the next moment, astonishment engulfed them. On the podium, Chao Tianyuan smiled and directed his gaze at the only standing student below, Jiang Nan. Here it comes. It had finally arrived. As expected, old Chao was going to expose me. He even intended to let everyone mock me. Truly malicious and devoid of martial ethics. Feeling Chao Tianyuan's gaze, Jiang Nan mentally counted his misfortunes. Meanwhile, the remaining 49 classmates followed Chao Tianyuan's gaze, their eyes landing on Jiang Nan, who stood out like a crane among chickens. Then, silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the room. Upon recalling how Jiang Nan had been called to stand at the beginning of class, they could hardly miss Chao Tianyuan's intent. Yet, their understanding only deepened their shock, leaving them speechless. Each face was etched with disbelief, some students exaggeratedly gaping as if they could fit a duck egg in their mouths. "Hey, don't look at me like that. It makes me feel like a stunning beauty." Jiang Nan shivered under the weight of their astonished gazes. After all, he was not one to enjoy the limelight. In the early days of his transmigration, he had been somewhat distressed. Transmigration coupled with a golden finger, wasn't this the script of a typical male protagonist? For someone like Jiang Nan, who had always preferred a low profile, hiding behind the scenes as a mere writer, this was quite uncomfortable. However, upon discovering that his golden finger was an extraordinary score-controlling system, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Extraordinary was merely a gimmick, lacking true significance. But what about score control? It was akin to a low-key display of prowess. He could easily achieve perfect scores, yet chose to settle for passing, watching others compete fiercely for grades. That feeling was far more exhilarating than those overpowered protagonists. But now, he was thrust into the spotlight? No. Teacher Chao, are you saying that the top scorer of this exam, this dark horse of a comeback, is Jiang Nan? In the vast classroom, Su Yu, the math class representative, was the first to react. Yet he still found it hard to believe. Not only him, but Qin Yuma, Li Chanxian, Zhang Hao, and even Bai Yingying, who had confirmed earlier, also struggled to accept it. If any one of them had scored first, the other four could reluctantly accept it, for they were all top students with that capability. But Jiang Nan, he was not a poor student, yet he was certainly not on par with the academic elites. How could he possibly defeat them? This was even more unbelievable than the 5 legendary masters in the Legend of the Condor Heroes, overshadowed by the foolish boy Guijing. Of course, the other students present, whether top scholars or struggling learners, shared similar sentiments. They were all inclined to ask Chao Tianyuan, "Teacher, have you made a mistake?" Yet, before they could voice their doubts, Chao Tianyuan smiled knowingly and confidently pointed at Jiang Nan, affirming, "Indeed, the top scorer this time is Jiang Nan." Wow, wow, wow. At this declaration, the classroom erupted in uproar. Instantly, Jiang Nan became the center of attention. Good heavens, is it really Jiang Nan? How is this possible? Jiang Nan actually outperformed Qin Yuma, Su Yu, and the other top scholars to take first place? How could this happen? Jiang Nan's math scores have always been quite ordinary, haven't they? This is simply incredible. Did I mishear? Exclamations and gasps filled the room, transforming it into a boiling cauldron of astonishment. Faced with the collective disbelief, Jiang Nan, standing out like a crane among chickens, felt a flicker of irritation flash in his eyes. What? Is there such a lack of respect for others? I had an impulse to lay it all bare, to sweep aside all doubts and proclaim, "Who says I cannot take first place? Let me tell you, you so-called top students, in my eyes, you are merely a bunch of mediocre fighters. I can't even be bothered to bully you, but my 2 fists are no match for the multitude. For the sake of my own life, perhaps it is better to let it go. All right, everyone, do not be too astonished. Jiang Nan, you may take your seat now." Just then, as if sensing Jiang Nan's discomfort, Chao Tianyuan smiled and offered him a way out. Jiang Nan has been diligent, and everyone has seen that. Therefore, his excellent results are entirely justified, and there is no need for further doubt. I specifically had Jiang Nan stand up to commend him, hoping he will continue to strive for excellence. As he spoke, Chao Tianyuan emphasized the importance of diligence and perseverance. "Old Chao, you are truly ruthless." Jiang Nan gritted his teeth in frustration. This Chao Tianyuan is not trying to commend me. He is clearly setting me up to attract resentment. Diligent? Continue to strive? I spend my days either sleeping, reading novels, or playing games. What effort have I truly put forth? How could I possibly strive for more? In an instant, he found himself on the center stage, the object of envy, jealousy, and even suspicion among all present. Did they not see the contemplative and meaningful glances exchanged between the top students like Qin Yuma, Su Yu, Li Chanxian, and Zhang Hao, as well as many struggling learners? It seemed that his tranquil life was about to come to an end. The prospect of maintaining a low profile had become impossible. A tinge of sorrow washed over him. All right, Jiang Nan, you may take your seat. Class will commence now, and I will distribute the test papers to explain the exam questions. It seemed that Chao Tianyuan had achieved his objective, returning to an air of nonchalance as he began distributing the test papers and explaining the questions. Jiang Nan, at last, sat down, yet his heart remained unsettled. After all, he could feel the occasional furtive glances cast in his direction, making him feel rather awkward. Chapter 7. My modesty does not indicate my vulnerability. Ding, ding, ding. Soon, a class had come to an end. All right, we'll stop here for today. The questions we didn't cover will continue tomorrow. Feel free to discuss amongst yourselves after class. With the ringing of the bell, Chao Tianyuan briefly assigned some tasks, tidied up the papers, and prepared to leave. Phew, had he finally made it through? Upon seeing Chao Tianyuan reach the classroom door, Jiang Nan, who had been anxious all along, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could fully exhale, "Oh, by the way, Jiang Nan, I need you to come to my office after school." At the classroom door, Chao Tianyuan suddenly turned around and said meaningfully to Jiang Nan, "Damn it, is old Chao ever going to let this go? Does he really want to go head-to-head with me?" Hearing this, Jiang Nan's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but mentally complain, feeling utterly helpless. He truly just wanted to remain low-key and live a quiet life. Yet he had to contend with a teacher like Chao Tianyuan, who played by his own rules and pushed him into the limelight. Wow, Jiang Nan has truly excelled. Not only did he achieve the highest score in the class, defeating numerous top students, but he also gained special attention from teacher Chao. In the future, he would undoubtedly be the star of the math class. To be honest, the exam questions were not something an average person could tackle, even after seeing the answers. I wouldn't understand. It's no wonder the class monitor scored only 50 points, the school beauty 30 points, and the class representative and study committee member even lower. I truly don't know how Jiang Nan managed to stand out with such a heavenly score of 90. It's simply astounding. Moreover, he even slept during the exam. Incredible. As soon as Chao Tianyuan left, the classroom erupted with a cacophony of discussions. As if a pot had boiled over, Jiang Nan once again became the center of attention. Among them, his close friend Wang Pengzi was the first to deliver a playful punch on Jiang Nan's shoulder. Wow, South God, confess honestly, are you a hidden genius? At the same time, the school beauty, Bai Yingying, approached with her sparkling, dark eyes, filled with admiration. I never expected that your claim about passing this exam was true. I only scored 30, while you scored 90. In comparison, you are the real genius. Luck, it's all luck. I'm not a genius. I just happened to have done these questions before. Jiang Nan humbly waved his hand, sincerely stating he didn't particularly enjoy being in the spotlight, so he wanted to find an excuse to brush it off. To this, Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying exchanged doubtful glances, but tacitly chose not to press further. However, upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, someone nearby suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, so that is how it is. I said, how could someone who usually just passes suddenly come first in class? It turns out he had done it before. Isn't that akin to knowing the answers in advance? What is the difference from cheating? Swish, swish, swish. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Here it comes, the moment of revelation. Jiang Nan's top score was simply unbelievable, and many had harbored doubts. Yet, the word cheat had never been mentioned until now. But now, someone had broken this taboo? Suyu, stop talking nonsense. Who were you referring to? Southgod achieved first place through his own abilities. How could it be cheating? As Jiang Nan's good friend, Wang Pengzi was immediately enraged, sternly rebuking the person who had scoffed. What? Am I wrong? If Jiang Nan knew the answers in advance, isn't that cheating? Suyu retorted, arguing back while casting a sour glance at Jiang Nan. If you already knew, you should have scored full marks. But in the end, you barely passed. Therefore, those who can't do well will never succeed. It was that Suyu held a grudge against Jiang Nan. It was just that in mathematics, he was the king of the class. Apart from the class monitor, Chinyuma, he had never considered anyone else a rival. Yet here he was, with only 20-something points, while Jiang Nan had scored 90, putting him far ahead. Naturally, He felt indignant. In fact, not only he but many other top students, like physics representative Zhang Hao, also felt similarly. Even those with average grades shared this sentiment. Suyu was right. Jiang Nan indeed cheated, and this exam was unfair. Moreover, he only managed a score of 90 despite cheating. It seemed that a poor performer would always remain a poor performer. Makes sense. Many in the classroom echoed Suyu's sentiments, expressing hostility towards Jiang Nan. Suyu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, Huang Sihai, Hu Dajuan. You guys. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi was infuriated. But a single voice couldn't compete with the crowd. He stammered, unable to articulate a response. Meanwhile, Bai Yingying was also fuming, wanting to defend Jiang Nan. But her voice was drowned out by the multitude. However, just then bang. With a resounding thud, the protagonist, Jiang Nan, stood up abruptly. His piercing gaze sweeping across the room, landing particularly on Suyu and Zhang Hao. Aren't you all a bit too envious? Or perhaps you're narrow-minded, unable to tolerate others' excellence? I said I had done these questions before. That was my modesty, but my modesty does not mean I am easy to provoke. If you can't keep your mouth shut, I don't mind lending you a hand. Chapter 8. The Class Leader's Inquiry, by Yingying's delightful moment. Jiang Nan is not one to seek the limelight, preferring a life of discreet enjoyment away from the prying eyes of many. However, this does not imply that he lacks temperament. Devotion is poured into true friendships, and one spares no effort for those they cherish. Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying were both attempting to defend themselves, yet were silenced by the overwhelming crowd. If he remained indifferent, would he truly become a mere ninja turtle? Jiang Nan, tall and imposing, when provoked, exuded an aura of fearless ferocity that swept all around him. Few could withstand it. Not only Suyu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian, the top achievers in class, but even the rebellious Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. In an instant, their words faltered. Heads bowed or turned away, too timid to meet Jiang Nan's gaze. After all, they were merely a group of high school seniors. Their bravado had its limits. Witnessing this, Jiang Nan disdainfully curled his lip and resumed his seat, disregarding these clowns. Instead, he turned to pat Wang Pengzi on the shoulder, offering comfort to Bai Yingying, assuring them that they need not be angered. Just a bunch of lowly wretches, Wang Pengzi muttered under his breath, yet his gaze shifted back to Jiang Nan, whispering cautiously, Nanshan, you didn't cheat on this exam, did you? In truth, Wang Pengzi was also uncertain. After all, Jiang Nan's score was astonishing 90 points. That was a staggering 40 points more than the top scholar Qin Yuma, and several multiples of Su Yu and the others. His support for Jiang Nan stemmed from brotherly loyalty. Yet an undercurrent of anxiety lingered. Do I look like someone who would cheat? Jiang Nan shot a glare at Wang Kaixian, not truly angry, but rather understanding that his exceptional performance was bound to arouse suspicion among good friends. Alas, it was all Lao Chao's fault. He silently cursed Chao Tianyuan. Jiang Nan, I believe in you. Suddenly, Bai Yingying gazed earnestly at Jiang Nan, her beautiful eyes brimming with determination. Initially, she found it hard to believe Jiang Nan had performed so well. But she trusted his character, certain he could never resort to cheating. Thank you. Jiang Nan smiled warmly at her words. In a moment when others doubted him, it was heartening to find someone who believed in him without reason, especially when that someone was the stunning class beauty. What a delightful feeling. I believe you too. Wang Pengzi chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. After saying this, he returned to his seat. Bai Yingying too was about to sit back down, while Jiang Nan, stifling a yawn, prepared to rest his head on the desk. He typically spent break time napping, and having been interrupted earlier felt like a waste of time. However, at that moment, a graceful figure approached Jiang Nan. It was Qin Yuma, the undisputed top scholar of Class 4. In truth, she was quite attractive, her physique and looks rivaling Bai Yingying's, complemented by her neat shoulder-length bob, exuding a certain elegance. Yet, her dedication to her studies had taken a toll on her complexion, leaving her looking somewhat haggard. Jiang Nan, I cannot seem to solve the last complex problem. Could you explain it to me? Qin Yuma implored, her eyes fixed on Jiang Nan with anticipation. Jiang Nan felt a headache coming on and pouted. Class leader, You're so adept at mathematics. Surely, you need not consult me. Moreover, others suspect I cheated. No, you could not possibly have cheated. Qin Yuma interrupted before Jiang Nan could finish. The mock exam problems were intricate, requiring meticulous logical analysis. Especially the last question. If you lack that capability, even if I provide you the answer, you wouldn't retain it. Hence, cheating would be futile. Jiang Nan, utterly speechless. Those versed in the subject discern the nuances, while the uninitiated merely observe the spectacle. It was easy to bamboozle others, but fooling someone like Qin Yuma, who treated her studies as a lifeline, was a daunting task. Simultaneously, Bai Ying, who was about to leave, halted and encouraged Jiang Nan. It's rare for our class leader to encounter a question she can't answer. Why not generously share your knowledge with her? A triumphant smile graced her face, nearly bursting with laughter. On one hand, it was exhilarating to see her long-admired friend finally stepping up. On the other, she had always felt overshadowed by Qin Yuma. Despite her own scholarly prowess, no matter her efforts, she consistently found herself eclipsed by Qin Yuma's grades. When others spoke of her, they often referred to her as the class beauty. Yet, when they mentioned Qin Yuma, she was hailed as the epitome of excellence, a paragon for girls. Furthermore, Qin Yuma was undeniably attractive. Aside from her slightly flatter chest, she was no less impressive than Bai Ying in other respects. Naturally, witnessing her rival in a moment of vulnerability filled Bai Ying with unbridled joy. This was the proud class leader, consistently at the top of her class, frequently ranking among the school's top 10, occasionally even breaking into the top 5 or 3. Yet now, she sought help from her good friend? The feeling was indescribably delightful. Chapter 9. Easy problem solving. So he truly is a scholar. Solve the problem. Find all positive integers x and y such that both x3y and y3x are perfect squares. Is this problem difficult? At first glance, it seems rather simple. However, that is merely an illusion. Bai Ying, confident in her intelligence and diligent in her studies, believes she has no weaknesses across subjects. Yet even so, upon encountering this problem, a flurry of stars filled her vision, nearly causing her to faint. Qin Yuma was indeed correct. Without exceptionally meticulous logical reasoning, it is virtually impossible to arrive at a solution. Consequently, this 20-point question left Bai Ying with a score of 0. Yet Jiang Nan achieved full marks. Thus, while feeling an internal delight, Bai Ying's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Nan, curiosity flickering in her eyes, eager to discern how he solved it. What? Are you unwilling to teach me? Do you despise me? Or are you afraid that if you enlighten me, I will surpass you in the next examination? On the other hand, Qin Yuma noticed Jiang Nan sitting in a daze, motionless for an extended period, and could not help but express her annoyance. Well, it seems there is no escaping this. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Nan offered a resigned smile, realizing that since avoidance was futile, he might as well explain. In truth, this problem is quite easy. What do you mean? Both Qin Yuma and Bai Ying inquired simultaneously. It merely involves 3 scenarios. Jiang Nan began to jot down 3 hypotheses on his draft paper. First, if xy, then x3x is a perfect square. Since x times 3x times 4 times 4, x2, it follows that x3x, x1. Hence, xy1. Secondly, if xy, then x times 3y times 3x times 4 times 4, x2. Thus, x3y is a perfect square. Since x3y, x1, we derive 3y2 x1, indicating that y must be an odd integer. Letting y2 k1, we find x3 k1, where k is a positive integer. Furthermore, y3x4k 4k 19k 34k 13k 4 must also be a perfect square, and 2k2, 4k 8k 4 4k 13k 4 4k 16k 16, 2k4. Thus, y3x4k 13k 4, 2k3, yielding k5, and consequently, x16, y11. If xy, similar reasoning leads to x11, y16. In summary, the pairs x, y are 1, 1, 11, 16, and 16, 11. Jiang Nan's reasoning was remarkably clear and his explanation both lucid and well-structured. flowing seamlessly without interruption. In mere moments, he arrived at the final answer. This speed can hardly be described as anything but swift. In reality, not only were Qin Yuma and Bai Ying attentively listening, but several classmates nearby also strained to catch a glimpse of this scene, including Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, as well as Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan among a dozen others. Previously, they had been mocking Jiang Nan, yet his presence had quelled their jibes. Nonetheless, this did not imply their acceptance. Hence, when Qin Yuma approached Jiang Nan for assistance with the final difficult problem, their faces displayed a mix of derision. They believed that Jiang Nan's examination results were merely a product of cheating. Even if he secured first place, he remained, in essence, a poor student. Therefore, Qin Yuma's act of seeking help from him was expected to expose him, revealing his true self. Yet the outcome was that Jiang Nan effortlessly derived the answer. Silence. A deathly hush enveloped the room, as all around him were left dumbfounded. This was due to Jiang Nan's swift explanation. Not only Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, who were academically challenged, but even Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian, top students themselves, found themselves bewildered, struggling to grasp his reasoning. However, one thing became apparent. They were certain that Jiang Nan's solution was indeed correct. After all, although they may not have comprehended it, others had. As it happened, class leader Qin Yuma displayed a look of enlightenment, closely followed by Bai Ying. Clearly, both had grasped the concept. This was indeed the case. When Jiang Nan presented his three hypotheses, both Qin Yuma and Bai Ying had already discerned the method. Initially, Qin Yuma harbored some skepticism regarding Jiang Nan's capabilities, and her inquiry was partly a test. However, now she was entirely convinced of his prowess. Jiang Nan, thank you. Your mathematical skills are remarkable, particularly your logical reasoning abilities, which are exceptionally strong. Qin Yuma praised Jiang Nan, then eagerly returned to her seat to work through the calculations. Simultaneously, upon hearing Qin Yuma's words, a wave of commotion erupted throughout the classroom. How is this possible? Could it be that Jiang Nan is truly a scholar? Perhaps even superior to everyone in the class, including Qin Yuma, having concealed his abilities all along? Perhaps we have wronged him. Nan Shun truly lives up to his name. Thus, many who previously doubted Jiang Nan immediately altered their opinions, now filled with admiration. Of course, there were exceptions. Individuals like Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian, along with Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, remained unwilling to acknowledge Jiang Nan's excellence. Their jealousy intensified, and their expressions darkened, as if they had swallowed something vile. Chapter 10. The impossibility of submitting homework. Jiang Nan, you are incredible. On the other side, as Qin Yuma departed, Bai Ying generously praised Jiang Nan. Her gaze towards him transformed, infused with excitement and warmth, revealing a smoldering intensity. Previously, her affection for Jiang Nan stemmed from his handsome appearance and gentle temperament. Now, however, another factor had emerged: Jiang Nan's capabilities. Indeed, her choice was impeccable. It seemed she was on the verge of being captivated. Yet, Jiang Nan was oblivious to the commotion. He merely yawned, feeling fatigued, and prepared to lay his head down on the desk for a nap. However, the winds of fate were relentless. Just as he was about to rest, a soft voice interrupted him, delicate and composed. It was the class representative, Li Qianqian. Jiang Nan, the teacher explained this problem. But I still don't quite understand. Could you help me? Li Qianqian, with her sparkling eyes, held out her paper, blinking earnestly at Jiang Nan. Several other attractive girls had also gathered around his desk. Suddenly, Bai Ying sensed a looming threat. Until now, Jiang Nan had been somewhat invisible in class, though decent-looking. His average grades and penchant for napping, reading novels, and gaming painted a less than admirable picture. Consequently, apart from Bai Ying, few girls had ever approached him. But now, without a doubt, Jiang Nan had transformed into the most alluring figure in the classroom, naturally drawing the attention of many girls. This was not merely a quest for knowledge. When Qin Yuma had sought assistance earlier, Bai Ying had been unaware of the implications, but now it dawned on her the situation was perilous. Moreover, Li Qianqian posed a greater threat than Qin Yuma. After all, Qin Yuma was solely focused on academics, with little advantage in matters of the heart. In contrast, Li Qianqian was sweet and melodious, her voice akin to a songbird. Surely, every boy would find her enchanting. In an instant, Jiang Nan once again became the center of attention. How fortunate he was to be surrounded by so many girls. Observing this, the portly Wang, who had just returned to his seat intending to nap, widened his eyes in astonishment. Ah, no wonder you've suddenly become so impressive. You had a strategy all along. First, you caught the attention of the campus beauty by Ying, then the class leader Qin Yuma, and now Li Qianqian. You've charmed all the goddesses in class. Truly remarkable. But by doing so, you've left no room for me, your brother. I've been harboring a secret crush on several of them for ages. Oh, the heartache. Wang lamented, filled with bitterness. If he felt this way, the other boys in class were even more despondent. As for Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and others, they seethed with jealousy, as if they wished to devour Jiang Nan alive. Eventually, Zhang Hao could no longer bear it. He stood up and announced, "We have a physics class next." And the teacher assigned homework. "Everyone, please submit your work quickly." In an instant, Jiang Nan's vicinity cleared. Li Qianqian and the others returned to their seats to find their assignments. After all, the physics teacher was notoriously strict, and failing to submit homework could lead to significant trouble. Soon, everyone had turned in their work, except for one individual. "Jiang Nan, where's your homework?" Zhang Hao glared coldly at him. "I didn't do it," Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Zhang Hao. This person had previously made snide remarks towards him, so he saw no reason to be cordial. Gasps filled the room. To not only fail to complete the assignment, but also to respond so brazenly? The newly popular Jiang Nan seemed to be getting carried away. "Jiang Nan, we have physics class soon. If you don't submit your homework, the teacher won't let you off easily." Zhang Hao slammed his hand on the desk, admonishing Jiang Nan sharply. "Whatever," Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively. "The submission of homework is an impossibility. I shall never submit it in this lifetime." "Zhang Hao, don't be hasty. Jiang Nan might have simply forgotten to bring it." Bai Ying interjected, wishing to defend Jiang Nan, recognizing that he was indeed in the wrong. Zhang Hao was leveraging the teacher's authority, which made him formidable. However, Jiang Nan interrupted, "There's no need for you to defend me. Many in class Haven T submitted their homework. Even those who have are just copying. We all know this. Some people are just looking for trouble. Ignore him." "Jiang Nan, you." Zhang Hao was furious. Although Jiang Nan's words held some truth, the impending college entrance examination loomed. Many had given up on their studies. While homework was indeed important, it was often disregarded, with few reprimands for copying. Jiang Nan himself hadn't submitted assignments in quite some time, but the teacher had chosen to overlook it. This time, however, Zhang Hao was determined not to let it slide. "Fine. This is your own doing. To not submit homework and act so self-righteous? Don't blame me for informing the teacher." Zhang Hao shot Jiang Nan a fierce glare before turning to leave, resolved to report him to the physics teacher. "Go ahead and wait." Jiang Nan scoffed, turning over to sleep. With half a minute before class started, he deemed it foolish not to rest, disregarding Zhang Hao's threats. Ding ding ding. Soon, the class bell rang. "Teacher, among the 50 students in class, I have only collected 49 assignments." One person claimed they did not write theirs. As soon as the physics teacher, Mr. Xia Hongwei, entered the classroom, Zhang Hao stood up to report. "Who hasn't submitted?" Mr. Xia's expression hardened. He was inherently imposing, and at that moment, he exuded an aura of danger, reminiscent of a tiger awakening. "Jiang Nan." Zhang Hao pointed directly at him. Mr. Xia snorted lightly, his gaze falling upon Jiang Nan, who was still dozing at his desk. A spark of anger ignited in his eyes. "Jiang Nan, have you awakened? Stand up." "Teacher, what's the matter?" Jiang Nan yawned and slowly rose. "Why didn't you submit your homework?" "I didn't do it." "Why not?" "Because it was too simple. I already know it all." Chapter 11. Astonishing QA in physics class. What an astonishing response. It was truly magnificent and terrifying. Every single person present gazed at Jiang Nan in disbelief, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. Could this really be the Jiang Nan we know? The one who had been virtually invisible in class for the past 2 or 3 years. Such audacity, to boast without a hint of hesitation. Surely it couldn't be that simple, could it? Even the class monitor, Qin Yuma, and the physics representative, Zhang Hao, could not claim to understand everything, could they? Not only them, but even Qin Feng, the top student in the entire school, could not possibly solve every physics problem. It was utterly ridiculous for Jiang Nan to express such confidence. It was laughable in the extreme. He must simply be seeking attention, a buffoon of sorts. Many in the room gritted their teeth in frustration at Jiang Nan's words, which were infuriating beyond measure. Even the bystanders could hardly tolerate it. As for Zhang Hao, Su Yu, and Huang Sihai, they regarded Jiang Nan with expressions of disbelief, as if he were a fool. So he truly is a simpleton. It seems they had misjudged Jiang Nan previously. It was unwise to be angered by such a dimwit. Not only them, but even Wang Pengzi, Jiang Nan's close friend, quickly turned away, unable to bear the scene, silently wishing, God Jiang, you are amazing, good luck. White Yingying, another friend of Jiang Nan, gently rubbed her forehead, her cheeks flushing crimson. Though she believed Jiang Nan possessed some talent, it was in mathematics, not in physics. This time, it was bound to end in disaster. She found herself at a loss for how to defend Jiang Nan. The physics teacher was surely going to explode. What to do? Waiting online. Urgent. Meanwhile, upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, was fuming, nearly bursting with rage. However, due to his professional duty and composure, he refrained from erupting on the spot. Xia Hongwei suppressed his anger, slamming the lesson plan onto the lectern, and fixed his gaze upon Jiang Nan. You think it's too simple, do you? How about I pose a few questions to test you? If you can solve them, not only will I overlook your homework, but I won't even mind if you sleep in class. But if you cannot, you shall face the consequences. Jiang Nan replied decisively, unfazed. Very well. Xia Hongwei was thoroughly exasperated with Jiang Nan. He said no more, quickly scribbling problems on the blackboard with remarkable speed. In just a few breaths, he finished, then turned to reveal the questions written on the board, addressing Jiang Nan. Come now, you claim you can solve any problem, don't you? Let us see how you handle this one. Immediately, a wave of commotion swept through the classroom. Everyone, including Qin Yuma, Su Yu, and Zhang Hao, was utterly dumbfounded. Their brows furrowed in confusion. The problem on the board read, a bear accidentally falls into a hole that is 916 meters deep, taking 1 second. What color is the bear? What an absurd question. This was utterly nonsensical. The depth of the hole and the time taken had no relation to the bear's color. It was clear that the teacher was deliberately trying to make things difficult for Jiang Nan. No, he was specifically targeting Jiang Nan. As his close friends, White Yingying and Wang Pengzi could only offer silent condolences for Jiang Nan. Good luck. You'll truly be impressive if you can solve this. Feeling stuck? How about this? I'll lower the difficulty. Choose from the colors black, white, gray, or brown. Xia Hongwei seemed to realize he was being overly harsh and generously transformed the problem into a multiple-choice question. Yet, the others still appeared bewildered. However, Jiang Nan merely smiled and replied to the physics teacher, I choose none of the above. The bear is colorless. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Ha ha ha. Is Jiang Nan a fool brought in by a monkey? The teacher specified to choose from black, white, gray, or brown, and he claims the bear is colorless? This is absolutely hilarious. Many in the classroom erupted in laughter, clutching their bellies in amusement. Zhang Hao, the physics representative, could not resist mocking Jiang Nan. Stop trying to show off, Jiang Nan. If you can't solve it, just admit it. There's no answer of colorless, and there are no colorless bears in existence. Indeed, Jiang Nan, you are quite the comedian. Do you think making everyone laugh will spare you from punishment? Don't forget that Teacher Xia has his limits. You'd best admit your fault and not waste everyone's time. We still have class to attend. Such a fool. Su Yu, Tang Tian, Huang Sihai, and Hu Dajun all chimed in, urging Jiang Nan to admit his mistake and accept the punishment. The classroom was abuzz with excitement. However, they failed to notice that upon hearing these comments, the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, wore a grim expression. He slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, Enough! Stop talking. Jiang Nan's answer is correct. Chapter 12. Who truly is the jester, the buffoon, and the fool? With a sudden exclamation, the entire room fell into astonishment. What? Jiang Nan answered correctly? How could that be possible? Among the 4 options, there was no such answer. To answer correctly in such a manner was utterly inconceivable. Or could it be that the teacher was intentionally lenient? In an instant, doubts erupted throughout the classroom. After all, even a fool would realize that Jiang Nan's answer was incorrect. Among the most indignant was undoubtedly Zhang Hao. He had painstakingly seized upon a flaw in Jiang Nan to report to Xia Hongwei, hoping to make Jiang Nan appear foolish. Yet, to his disbelief, Xia Hongwei seemed to shield Jiang Nan in public. This was intolerable. He was adamant that Jiang Nan should not be spared. Teacher, how can there be colorless bears in this world? You must not show mercy and let Jiang Nan off the hook. Zhang Hao could not contain himself and stood up, exclaiming loudly. Indeed, he must not be spared. The chorus of agreement echoed from Su Yu, Huang Sihai, and others. It was evident that their jealousy towards Jiang Nan was not to be underestimated, as they united in their disdain. After all, Su Yu and his peers were academic elites. While Huang Sihai and his gang were notorious troublemakers, they were hardly of the same ilk. How naive they were. Jiang Nan merely chuckled and shook his head at their ignorance. Who do you consider ignorant? Zhang Hao seethed, glaring at Jiang Nan. I refer to all of you. How can you not even know about colorless bears? Is that not ignorance? Jiang Nan retorted. It is truly laughable. In this world, there are only black, white, gray, and brown bears. Where do colorless bears come from? Zhang Hao, in a fit of rage, pointed at the desk before him, declaring, if there truly were, I would eat this desk raw. Since you wish to eat, I cannot stop you. After all, isn't the polar bear colorless? Jiang Nan smirked, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. The truth was, he did not wish to bully Zhang Hao and his companions. They were simply on different levels altogether, akin to a dimensional descent in combat. Yet, they insisted on provoking him, forcing him, a person who preferred to remain low-key, to step into the limelight and flaunt himself. Like a pretty boy in a fantasy tale. It was lamentable indeed. Impossible. The polar bear is clearly white, Zhang Hao was about to rebut, but Jiang Nan swiftly interrupted. To call you ignorant is indeed to speak the truth. The white of the polar bear is merely a visual effect caused by sunlight refraction. In reality, its fur is hollow and transparent, devoid of color. You do not even know this, yet claim to be an academic elite? Gasps filled the room. Many were incredulous, as this contradicted their prior beliefs. However, when some students who had secretly brought phones into the classroom discreetly searched for the answer and corroborated Jiang Nan's statement, the collective disbelief began to wane. Indeed, Jiang Nan is correct. The polar bear's fur is truly colorless. The voice of the student trailed off as he realized he had potentially sealed his fate. Yet, he had said enough. Everyone present now understood that the polar bear was indeed colorless, and Jiang Nan had spoken the truth. The humiliation was palpable, especially for Su Yu and his cohorts, who felt a burning shame wash over them, falling silent in their dismay. Zhang Hao, caught between anger and embarrassment, still refused to concede, stammering, Jiang Nan. Even if the polar bear is colorless, how does that prove this to be the answer? Truly, he was relentless, refusing to back down. Isn't this straightforward? The question posed by the teacher examines the relationship between gravitational acceleration and latitude. According to the formula h12gt2, where h is 4.916 and t is 1 second, substituting these values reveals that g equals 9.832. This corresponds to the gravitational acceleration at the North or South Pole. And since there are no bears in the South Pole, it must be the polar bear. Therefore, the answer is that bears are colorless. Jiang Nan articulated his thought process with ease. As his words settled, the classroom fell into an almost palpable silence. With all eyes fixed on Jiang Nan, their earlier skepticism transformed into belief. After all, he had explained it so clearly that even the dimmest among them could comprehend. Even those who still harbored doubts could read the expression of the physics teacher, which indicated that Jiang Nan's reasoning was indeed correct. Previously, they had labeled Jiang Nan as a jester, a foolish buffoon, and even a simpleton. Yet now, it appeared that he was not the fool, but they were. A sense of shame crept into many hearts, realizing their error. As for Zhang Hao, he stood frozen at his desk, resembling a startled dog, utterly lost. Meanwhile, on the podium, the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, regarded Jiang Nan with eyes no longer filled with anger, but rather with astonishment. The intention behind the question had been to challenge Jiang Nan, even laying a trap with 4 false answers. After all, Jiang Nan had not submitted his homework and had been quite vocal. Moreover, Xia had a less than favorable impression of him, given his tendency to sleep in class or play on his phone. To not challenge Jiang Nan would be to underestimate his own acuity. Yet, Jiang Nan had skillfully avoided the trap and articulated both the answer and the reasoning behind it. This student possessed some talent. Perhaps he had misjudged him all along. It seemed that today, he would need to reassess his perspective. With this thought, Xia Hongwei nodded at Jiang Nan from the podium and remarked with a smile, "Well done. Your reasoning is quite sound. However, this question is not particularly difficult. It merely requires a shift in perspective to solve. If you truly possess skill, let us see if you can solve this second problem as well." Chapter 13. These questions are exceedingly simple, devoid of any difficulty. Multiple choice question. 3 cars, A, B, and C, pass a certain signpost at the same speed. Subsequently, car A continues with uniform linear motion, car B accelerates before decelerating, and car C decelerates before accelerating. Yet, when they reach the next signpost, their speeds are identical. Therefore, A, car A passes the next signpost first. B, car B passes the next signpost first. C, car C passes the next signpost first. D, all 3 cars arrive at the next signpost simultaneously. Da-da-da-da. Xia Hongwei swiftly inscribes the problem on the blackboard. At first glance, it appears rather straightforward. However, many students below furrow their brows. Damn it, I'm utterly baffled. It's akin to a demon unleashed from hell. With acceleration and deceleration involved, I detest these sorts of problems. My head aches, and my mind is blank. Isn't Jiang Nan brilliant? Hurry up and solve it. I refuse to believe you can tackle this question too. Many eyes turn towards Jiang Nan. Of course, these are the students lacking inspiration. In contrast, diligent students like class monitor Qin Yuma and the school beauty by Ying immediately pull out their scratch paper, ready to calculate. Clearly, they possess some insight. However, before they could even put pen to paper, Jiang Nan suddenly speaks up, declaring the answer is B. A chorus of gasps fills the room. Such swiftness? Though it seemed an eternity had passed, in reality, only a moment had elapsed since the physics teacher finished writing the problem. Yet Jiang Nan had already provided the answer? This is utterly astonishing. Is it true? Or is it a fabrication? Swift glances of curiosity dart towards the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei. In response, Xia Hongwei nods affirmatively, confirming the answer is indeed correct. Another wave of astonishment sweeps through the crowd. Jiang Nan got it right again? How is that possible? How could he be so formidable? I recall his physics grades were quite average before, barely ranking in our class, yet now. Surrounding students are left in utter shock. Their expressions a mixture of disbelief, including those who are familiar with Jiang Nan. Simultaneously, Xia Hongwei is also taken aback, not because he is surprised that Jiang Nan solved the problem, as he perceives it to be quite elementary, testing basic physics knowledge that many in the class should be able to answer. Rather, he is astonished that while top students like Qin Yuma hadn't even begun to write, Jiang Nan had already provided an answer. This speed, either Jiang Nan is merely guessing, or he has encountered this problem before. If neither is the case, then it signifies Jiang Nan's profound grasp of physics far exceeds that of the top students like Qin Yuma. Is that even possible? What is your thought process for solving this problem? Xia Hongwei inquires, his gaze intense and focused on Jiang Nan. It's quite simple. All 3 cars have the same displacement, and car B has the highest average speed, thus it takes the least time, Jiang Nan responds. Many students lean in to listen intently, but Jiang Nan abruptly halts. Please continue. They urge. I'm done, Jiang Nan replies. What? That's it. So simple, and nothing more? The crowd is left in a daze, their foreheads adorned with large question marks, struggling to comprehend. While it is true that the displacements are identical, how can car B have the highest average speed? Please clarify. Nevertheless, Jiang Nan simply waves his hand, insisting it is indeed that simple. The crowd is left speechless, akin to being on the verge of completing a task, yet unable to finish. Reluctantly, they turn to Xie Hongwei. Teacher, is Jiang Nan's reasoning correct? Absolutely. Xie Hongwei replies curtly. Without further ado, he turns to Jiang Nan. Let us move on to the next question. Multiple choice question. A glass of concentrated orange juice, when ice cubes are added, does not overflow. If the ice cubes completely melt, the orange juice in the cup will A. Overflow. B. The liquid level will drop. C. Still not overflow. As soon as Xie Hongwei finishes writing the question, Jiang Nan immediately states, A will overflow. This question conceals a pitfall. Many consider only the density, concluding that since ice has a lower density and larger volume compared to water, the answer is B. However, in reality, the ice floats atop the concentrated orange juice, with a portion exposed above the water level. Thus, when it melts, it will indeed overflow. To articulate it in physics terms, this relies on a profound understanding of Archimedes' principle. Many students are utterly perplexed, yet for Jiang Nan, it is child's play. Correct, let's continue. Xie Hongwei, astonished once more, acknowledges Jiang Nan's prompt response. However, he is not one to lack knowledge himself. He continues with another question. Multiple choice question. In the atmosphere, a closed-in cylinder with a volume of 0.50 m3 is vertically inserted into a pool of water, with its bottom facing upwards. Upon release, when balanced, the volume of air inside the cylinder is 0.40 m3, assuming the atmospheric pressure equals that generated by a 10 m high water column. What is the height difference between the water levels inside and outside the cylinder? Before Xie Hongwei can write out the options, Jiang Nan interjects, 2.5 m. It is an instantaneous response, devoid of any contemplation. This is impressively straightforward. It is noteworthy that even top student Qin Yuma has yet to fully comprehend the question, let alone solve it. The entire room falls silent, a deathly quiet pervading as no one dares to utter a word, their eyes wide like saucers, fixated on the physics teacher. They wish to ascertain whether Jiang Nan's answer is correct or not. At that moment, with a snap, the chalk in Xie Hongwei's hand breaks in two, startled by Jiang Nan's audacity. Were it not for his decorum as a teacher, he might have howled in disbelief. How is this possible? This is a preliminary question from a physics competition. It is even more challenging than the final exam questions. From the previous two questions, he has already confirmed that Jiang Nan possesses a solid foundation in physics. Perhaps ordinary problems do not pose a challenge for him. Hence, he deliberately selected a competition-level question. Yet, Jiang Nan responded with a mental calculation, without hesitation. This is simply extraordinary. How can one be so impressive? Even Xie Hongwei, a seasoned physics teacher and question setter, finds himself compelled to express admiration. Jiang Nan, I never anticipated that after 30 years of teaching, I would misjudge a student. Your physics knowledge is indeed commendable. Xie Hongwei refrains from declaring whether Jiang Nan's answer is correct. Instead, he gazes at him with a mixture of complexity and praise. However, this is more than enough. Jiang Nan's answer must undoubtedly be right. In response, the surrounding students are left in utter astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads, internally exclaiming, "What the hell?" Yet, lacking the sophistication to articulate their thoughts, they resonate with a singular phrase that encapsulates their disbelief. Having encountered 4 questions in succession, they find themselves incapable of solving even one, akin to deciphering a foreign text, while Jiang Nan effortlessly navigates through them. The disparity in aptitude is glaring. Great one. Do you need a pendant for your leg? Please accept this humble supplicant's respect. The looks directed at Jiang Nan are akin to reverence reserved for a deity. Qin Yuma's eyes sparkle like stars. Bai Yingying's heart flutters in admiration, and Wang Pengzi has even pinched his thigh purple in disbelief. However, Jiang Nan, the person involved, displayed an air of calmness, merely gesturing towards the podium where Xie Hongwei stood, and remarked, "Teacher, these questions are exceedingly simple. They pose no challenge whatsoever. Why not present a more difficult one for us to tackle?" Chapter 14. No need to submit assignments. Feel free to sleep in class. Is the problem too simple? Is there absolutely no difficulty? Perhaps I should create a more challenging question? What nonsense is this? While the impact may be minimal, the insult is profoundly strong. Every student nearby felt a burning shame, their faces flushed, for the truth was, none of them could solve the problems. They were all students. Yet the disparity was undeniable. Scholars like Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian wished they could dig a hole and hide. They had previously harbored doubts and jealousy towards Jiang Nan, but now they understood he had never regarded them as worthy of consideration. In contrast, they were no longer scholars, but merely average students. Even top performers like Qin Yuma bowed to Jiang Nan, fully accepting their inferiority. Meanwhile, Wang Pengzi cast a resentful glance at Jiang Nan, silently lamenting, "We agreed to stick together, yet I truly did while you soared ahead." On the other side, the physics teacher, Xie Hongwei, was equally affected by Jiang Nan's words. Without hesitation, he wiped the blackboard clean and began writing rapidly once more. After a considerable pause, a new problem emerged. A satellite of mass M orbits at an altitude of 800 kilometers, colliding head-on with a space debris of mass M9. The collision is brief, after which both merge into a single entity and enter an elliptical orbit with a semi-major axis of 7,500 kilometers, lying in the same plane as the satellite's orbit. Given that the total energy of the mass M in elliptical motion is the sum of kinetic and gravitational potential energy, with G as the gravitational constant and M as the mass of the celestial body, and as the semi-major axis of the elliptical orbit. 1. Quantitatively demonstrate whether the merged object will fall to the celestial body after the collision. 2. If the event occurs directly above the North Pole, what is the latitude where the merged object collides with the celestial body? Unlike the previous multiple-choice questions, this time, Xie Hongwei presented a remarkably complex problem. No. Complex does not suffice. It should be described as exceptionally torturous. Upon its unveiling, the students gasped, realizing the teacher had truly outdone himself. The blackboard was densely filled, overwhelming their senses. A satellite? Space debris? How could these possibly collide? The mere mention of kinetic and potential energy left them dizzy. They were strangers to those concepts, and they doubted they were familiar with them as well. I would wager that no one in the class could solve it. Even Qin Feng, the school's perennial top student, would falter before such a challenge. Difficult, difficult, difficult. How can one even begin to encapsulate its difficulty? Instantly, the classroom erupted in exclamations. Very few could comprehend, let alone formulate a response, including Qin Yuma, Bai Yingying, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and others. In the face of this, Xie Hongwei merely smiled slightly. Some individuals dare to claim that his questions lack difficulty? Are they too complacent, or am I unable to wield my authority? What a farce. If he did not showcase his skills today, some might genuinely believe he lacked the insight of a sage. Regarding this problem, he himself would struggle to solve it without consulting the lesson plan for a while. He could not believe Jiang Nan could possibly handle it. With a glimmer of pride in his eyes, he addressed Jiang Nan. "Here is the chalk. Come up and give it a try. If you can solve it before class ends, I will concede your prowess." Solve it before class ends. Dream on. Whether he even dares to approach the board remains uncertain. This was the inner thought of the physics teacher at that moment. However, as his words settled, Jiang Nan shook his head, asserting that such a simple problem required no more than half a minute to resolve. With that, he ascended to the podium, seized the chalk, and swiftly began to write. Method 1. For the first question, according to gravitational and Newtonian laws, the total energy MV, MW, MN, V. Since our min 3,347 kilometers VR, 10, the merged object will ultimately collide with the celestial body. For the second question, cos B minus 0, 7807, 18, 0141, 32 degrees, 19. This occurs at a latitude of 51, 32 degrees north. Method 2. Half a minute? No, more like 20 seconds. Jiang Nan not only wrote down the answers, but employed two distinct methods in the process. His fluid motions were seamless, akin to flowing water, leaving the onlookers in awe. Finally, in front of all his classmates, Xie Hongwei could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in astonishment. He was utterly stunned, unable to find the words to express his thoughts, only repeating his disbelief. If he felt this way, the students below were even more astonished. their expressions a colorful blend of confusion. They could not even comprehend the answers. It resembled a cryptic script, an ancient tome. A prodigy, please conceal your talents. On the other hand, Jiang Nan paid no heed to the astonished crowd. After writing the final character, he casually tossed the chalk into the box with precision. His actions were undeniably elegant. He then dusted off his hands and returned to his seat. For a while, the class remained silent, including the physics teacher, who stood frozen at the podium. Jiang Nan had to call out, "Teacher, I've completed the problem. Could you check if my process and answer are correct?" "Oh. Okay, let me check." Upon hearing this, Xia Hongwei finally snapped back to reality, immediately retrieving the lesson plan to compare with the blackboard. The moment he began comparing, his body tingled, and he felt as though he might faint. Not only was the answer 100% correct, but Jiang Nan's reasoning was even more refined and concise than that in the lesson plan, especially in the second method, which was not even present in the plan. Could it be that Jiang Nan had devised a new approach? Simply extraordinary. Impressive. 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 Xia Hongwei exclaimed, pounding his thigh in excitement. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration, resembling an overjoyed fool. He could no longer underestimate Jiang Nan. Rather, when he glanced at Jiang Nan again, his eyes burned with fervor, as if gazing upon a rare treasure. Were it not for the ongoing class, he would have wanted to drag Jiang Nan to meet the homeroom teacher and head of the physics department. In response, Jiang Nan remained unfazed, casually inquiring, "Teacher, do you wish to pose another problem?" "Another problem? What nonsense!" This was already Xia Hongwei's trump card, which had utterly failed to challenge Jiang Nan. What good would another question do? Thus, with a decisive wave of his hand, Xia Hongwei declared, "No more questions." "Then is it all right if I don't submit my assignments?" "No problem. You need not submit them in the future." "And what if I sleep in class?" "Feel free to do so." Chapter 15. The first lottery, but the result is this? No homework? Sleep during class? How could these words come from the lips of the usually stern and meticulous physics teacher, Xia Hongwei? It was simply unbelievable. The entire class was left dumbfounded, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. However, reflecting on Jiang Nan's extraordinary performance earlier, they soon came to terms with it. In the realm of physics, Jiang Nan could no longer be described merely as an academic overachiever. He had ascended to the status of a genius. For someone of his caliber, physics assignments were trivial, and attending class seemed pointless. Sleeping was a perfectly normal option, alleviating the psychological pressure on everyone else. After all, attending class with such a prodigy was no small burden. A genius, indeed. When silent, he was unassuming, but when he spoke, it was earth-shattering. Truly worthy of the title God of the South. An exemplary figure for us all. Of course, there were those who rejoiced and those who despaired. Among Jiang Nan's friends, like the rotund Wang, laughter blossomed like flowers. Bai Yingying's eyes narrowed into slits, unable to contain her delight. If it weren't for the ongoing class, she would have rushed to embrace Jiang Nan, showering his face with kisses. Yet, for others such as Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Huang Xihai, a bitter pang of jealousy and helplessness filled their hearts. On the other hand, as the class monitor who relied on her studies, Qin Yumei's feelings towards Jiang Nan were distinctly different. She felt a mix of admiration and resentment, two emotions intertwining into a fervent flame within her. This was neither jealousy nor anger. It was a desire to compete with the heavens. "Jiang Nan, you are remarkable, but I too shall not fall behind. Before long, I will catch up to you," she silently vowed, clenching her delicate fists. All right, let us continue with the class. Jiang Nan may rest freely, but the rest of you must focus and learn from him." With Xia Hongwei's gentle cough, the class reluctantly returned to its routine. However, the lesson was destined to be rather dreary. The students' spirits were difficult to settle. Yet, this did not hinder Jiang Nan from sleeping. As the instigator of this distraction, he promptly rested his head on his desk, drifting off without a care. Xia Hongwei pretended not to notice, while the students wore expressions of complexity. How could they learn from Jiang Nan? They had never seen him pay attention in class. He was either asleep or secretly playing games. Yet, despite this, he possessed extraordinary skills in physics while they remained novices. Alas, it was disheartening. The commotion eventually subsided, although Jiang Nan lay on his desk. He did not fall asleep immediately. Instead, he began to check his system in his mind. Earlier in the morning, he had completed a surprise mathematics test, managing to hit the passing mark of 90 points with precision, thus fulfilling the system's task and surely earning a reward. However, due to the anxiety caused by Chao Tianyuan and subsequent distractions, he had forgotten to claim it until now. Open System. Ding. Super Invincible Learning Control System. Host, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Chinese, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Physics, level 9. Chemistry, level 9. Biology, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and comprehension. Effects, reading 10 lines at a glance, photographic memory, drawing inferences. Side effects, the user must consume mental energy, which can only be replenished through sleep. Physical condition, 33, normal person, 24. Points, 0. Current lottery chances, 0. Ding. Congratulations, host, for accurately completing the passing score on the mathematics surprise test. This time, your control score reward is Physical Condition 1, Mathematics Foundation 1, Mathematics Potential 1, points 100. The rewards were plentiful. However, Jiang Nan remained composed, as this outcome was entirely expected. For any subject where he achieved precise control, similar rewards awaited, and there were many. Yet, for Jiang Nan at this moment, these rewards held little significance. In the domain of mathematics, he had already reached the pinnacle of level 9, making further improvement impossible during his high school years. Thus, enhancements to his mathematical foundation or potential were merely embellishments, lacking substantial value. The increment in physical condition was welcome, as his body was, after all, the foundation of his efforts. Nonetheless, there were side effects. Jiang Nan's rapid enhancement of physical condition had led to insufficient energy supply, necessitating a substantial increase in food intake. Consequently, he anticipated that he might become quite the glutton, a deity of food. In truth, what truly concerned Jiang Nan was that 100 points. Finally, he had surplus points. It seemed he could now indulge in a lottery. Update data. Ding. System panel updating. Ding. Update complete. Data as follows. Super Invincible Learning Control System. Host name, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Chinese, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and comprehension. Physical condition, 34, normal person, 24. Points, 100. Current lottery chances, 1 ding. The system has detected surplus points and allows for 1 lottery draw. Would the host like to draw now? Ding. Again, would you like to draw now? Ding. Are you going to draw or not? Jiang Nan. What the heck? Why is the system so impatient? Just because I've never drawn before and took a moment to process it? Truly, the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch. Fine. After all this time, I want to hold it against you. Just let me draw. Ding. Lucky spin, lottery commencing. With a hint of frustration in the system's tone, a vibrant 10-colored wheel began to spin rapidly in Jiang Nan's mind. In that moment, excitement surged within him. After all, he had long wished to participate in a lottery, but had held back for so long. TSK. The system was so impatient. Naturally, he was filled with anticipation, wondering what delightful prize awaited him in his first lottery. Perhaps a luxurious villa, a sports car, a cruise ship, an airplane, or a fortune in cash. However, he found himself less interested in these material possessions. It would be splendid if something more extraordinary came his way. With this thought, Jiang Nan, feigning sleep at his desk, unconsciously wore a charming smile. Yet, the next moment, his expression darkened considerably. System prompt. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Jiang Nan? Chapter 16. Is not drawing a prize a disgrace? What does this mean? Did I not win anything? Damn it. This is simply a massive pitfall. Jiang Nan had endured for so long. After finally elevating all subjects to a perfect level 9, he had surplus points to participate in the lottery. But the result was this? Damn. Jiang Nan couldn't help but curse. Truly, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This was even more frustrating and infuriating than the first time he watched a film and the power went out. In that moment, Jiang Nan wished he could drag the system out and give it a thorough beating, preferably with a millionfold damage and without any chance of recovery. If he wasn't mistaken, this was undoubtedly the system deliberately retaliating against him. Hadn't he just reacted a beat too slowly earlier, occasionally forgotten about the system's existence, and endured nearly a year without using his points to activate the lottery function? How dare it seek revenge on him? How could it allow him to win nothing? Does it believe he won't participate in the lottery ever again? System. Ding. As this thought raced through Jiang Nan's mind, the system's notification sound surprisingly chimed again. Jiang Nan? What? A bonus lottery opportunity for the first draw? Ding. It inquired once more if he wished to participate in the draw. Yes, of course he wanted to draw. Not participating would be foolish. Jiang Nan yelled in his mind at the system. It's free. Why not take advantage of it? Ding. The lucky wheel is spinning. The lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations. You have won a YNL in Go, which has been added to your system inventory. Please check. Host name, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Language, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and comprehension. Physique, 34. Average person, 24. Points, 0. Current lottery chances, 0. Inventory, YNL in Go 1. Effect, consuming it enhances one's appearance, increasing attractiveness tenfold, achieving a flawless and charming visage. Jiang Nan immediately checked the system panel. He noticed that it was different from before. There was now an inventory section displaying 1 YNL in Go. Then, Jiang Nan. He felt a bit bewildered. Yes, he had previously stated that he was not particularly interested in luxurious villas, sports cars, or wealth at the moment. After all, he would inevitably acquire those things. Therefore, he hoped to draw something special. But what on earth is this YNL in Go? A tenfold increase in attractiveness? Examining its effect, it was indeed powerful and unique. However, he seemed to have no need for it. After all, he was quite satisfied with his appearance. While not exceptionally handsome, he was still above average, being the class heartthrob. Otherwise, others wouldn't call him Nanshan. But if his attractiveness were to increase tenfold, he would likely cause quite the stir. At that point, could he still maintain a low profile? Or perhaps, this damned system was intentionally causing chaos in his otherwise peaceful life? No, wait. It seemed he could no longer remain calm. His tendency for modesty would likely be discovered, and coupled with his previous performance, he estimated he would become quite popular. So, enhancing his attractiveness a bit might not be a bad idea. That should be fine, right? Haha. A sly smile crept across Jiang Nan's lips. However, he refrained from consuming the YNL in Go on the spot. After all, they were still in class. Moreover, he didn't want to shock others all at once. He would wait until he returned home in the evening. Ding ding ding. All right, that concludes today's lesson. With the ringing of the bell and the command from the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, this physics class officially ended. Phew. Finally, class is over. It was so stifling. Physics is truly challenging. Not only is it mentally taxing, but much of it was incomprehensible, leaving them uncertain about the upcoming exams. Sigh, what a downer. Jiang Nan's learning methods remain a mystery. Forget it. No need to overthink. It's time to leave. After enduring 45 minutes of pressure, most students finally exhaled deeply as the bell rang and scattered in all directions. However, Teacher Xie Hongwei did not immediately pack up to leave, but instead cast a lingering glance at Jiang Nan. It seemed he wanted to have a word with him, but, seeing Jiang Nan still sound asleep, he chose not to disturb him and simply relayed a few instructions to Zhang Hao, the class representative, before striding out. As for Zhang Hao, upon hearing Xie Hongwei's instructions, his expression changed abruptly, inwardly lamenting. Watching Jiang Nan sleep peacefully, he clenched his fists, feeling quite conflicted. Minutes passed, as the third lesson was about to commence. He hesitated before approaching Jiang Nan, lightly tapping the table twice. Jiang Nan, have you awakened? Chapter 17. What was thought to be bronze turns out to be mere scrap iron. Jiang Nan lifted his head, awakening from his slumber. In truth, he had stirred the moment Zhang Hao approached. Despite appearing to be in deep sleep, his heightened sensitivity, a result of his enhanced physique, made him acutely aware of his surroundings. However, he remained silent. Beside him, Wang Pengzi shouted at Zhang Hao, "Zhang Hao, what is it? Are you looking to provoke Ninshin again?" "No, it's not that." "What do you mean, not that?" Wang Pengzi leaned closer, scrutinizing Zhang Hao with intensity. "I've long seen through your true nature. You failed to trouble Nanshan with your homework antics before, and now you seek another excuse?" "I? What about I?" Wang Pengzi persisted with unwavering bravado. "Remember in class when you boasted that if there truly were colorless bears, you'd eat your desk? Well, one has appeared. So hurry up and make good on your claim." As he spoke, Wang Pengzi pointed at his desk, offering Zhang Hao no opportunity for rebuttal. In response, Zhang Hao's face flushed crimson, akin to a bloodstain. "Wang Pengzi, this is simply not accurate. I never claimed I would eat my desk." Indeed, he had never uttered such words. Moreover, Zhang Hao's focus was on Jiang Nan. It was none of Wang Pengzi's concern what transpired. Truly, he was meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Suddenly, others stepped in to defend Zhang Hao. The instigators, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan, who had previously supported Zhang Hao against Suyu, moved forward. Although the former two were academically accomplished, the latter were merely troublemakers with little regard for their studies. Nevertheless, they had banded together out of jealousy towards Jiang Nan, forming an alliance of sorts. Witnessing Zhang Hao's humiliation, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan naturally rushed to his side. Not only them, even Suyu sneaked over to conceal himself behind. It became a 4-on-1 scenario, and Wang Pengzi found himself at a disadvantage. After all, who could deny the strength in numbers among high school students? "Hey, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan, are you really planning to bully someone?" Bai Yingying, seated at the adjacent table, shouted angrily, preparing to intervene. However, she was halted by Jiang Nan. "Ridiculous. As a man, it's one thing to let my brother defend himself, but I shall not allow a woman to step in for me. Zhang Hao, Huang Xihai, Hu Dajuan, and Suyu, do you truly wish to confront me?" Jiang Nan continued, his voice steady. "Everyone in class heard your claims about eating desks. You cannot deny it. I was willing to let this go, considering we are classmates, yet you insist on provoking me. Do you truly believe I lack temper? Either step aside quickly, or—" He paused, his gaze sharpening. "I would not mind playing with you." As he spoke, Jiang Nan cast a piercing glance at the group. The boys, still in their adolescent years, had not expected such a response. Although he had no desire to escalate matters, their continuous provocations left him no choice. Without needing to resort to countless tactics, even a single glare could suffice to send them retreating. In that instant, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan felt as though they were being pricked by needles, their scalps tingling and their hearts racing. As for Suyu, he wilted entirely. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the earlier incident in physics class. What they had assumed to be bronze turned out to be mere scrap iron, a fade of strength masking their true weakness. However, astonishingly, Zhang Hao managed to maintain his composure, albeit without daring to meet Jiang Nan's eyes. Instead, he waved his hands frantically, stammering, "Jiang Nan, you've misunderstood. We all have. I did not come to cause trouble. Rather, I wanted to inform you that the physics teacher asked you to visit his office after school. Also, I apologize for my previous actions." As he spoke, Zhang Hao performed a full bow, a 90-degree gesture of contrition. In that moment, the surrounding onlookers were left in stunned silence. The rapid reversal of events was simply too bewildering to comprehend. Hadn't Zhang Hao previously harbored jealousy and animosity towards Jiang Nan, even going so far as to make him the subject of his homework-related torment? Why, then, was he suddenly apologizing? Not only the bystanders, but even Jiang Nan, the very subject of this unexpected display, struggled to decipher Zhang Hao's actions. Just as he prepared to unleash his frustration, it felt as though he had struck air. "Jiang Nan, I acknowledge your prowess in physics, but I shall not lag behind. I will surely catch up to you." Before anyone could fully process the situation, Zhang Hao, having just bowed in apology, hurled a parting shot at Jiang Nan and swiftly retreated to his desk. Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan stood there, dazed and flushed. Like two foolish clots, they had assumed Zhang Hao was seeking to confront Jiang Nan, prompting their rush support. Yet, the outcome was a public humiliation for them, as Zhang Hao had bowed in submission to Jiang Nan. It was akin to receiving a stinging slap in the face. Painful indeed. Chapter 18. What? A score of 100? Has the system undergone a transformation? The mindset of the academically gifted is often incomprehensible to those less inclined. Conversely, the same applies. In that fleeting moment, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan appeared as nothing more than two jesters, the subjects of ridicule from the entire class. Frustration, anger, resentment, a myriad of emotions surged within them. Yet, aside from muttering curses against their formidable adversary and lamenting their inept teammates, they found themselves powerless. Surely, they could not resort to physically assaulting Zhang Hao or engage in a brawl with Jiang Nan. While confronting Zhang Hao was a possibility, it would serve little purpose. As for sparring with Jiang Nan, despite their disdain for his ostentation, they felt a twinge of trepidation. Jiang Nan's imposing stature and piercing gaze rendered them acutely aware of their inferiority. Ding-ling-ling. Fortunately, the class bell rang at that moment. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan simultaneously exhaled in relief, hastily returning to their seats. However, before departing, they shot Jiang Nan a fierce glare, as if to convey their unyielding resolve. You better watch out. This matter is far from over. We will not let it slide. We will get you eventually. Their veiled threats were palpable. In response, Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying seethed with indignation. Conversely, Jiang Nan remained unfazed, merely offering a few words of consolation to his close friends before resuming his slumber. To him, they were nothing but blustering bullies, lacking substance, unworthy of his concern. For him, sleep was of paramount importance. After all, he possessed an extraordinary memory and comprehension ability, able to read and retain information with unparalleled efficiency. Akin to a heartless automaton, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary individual. However, this came at a cost, as it drained his mental energy, which could only be replenished through sleep. Although he had reached the peak of his abilities and rarely expended mental energy, the habit of sleeping during class had ingrained itself within him, proving difficult to alter. Alas, the burden of the sleeping god was hard to shake off. Meanwhile, the third class of the afternoon commenced foreign language class. For students nearing their college entrance examinations, this subject was undoubtedly the most arduous of all. Those who understood found it easy, while those who did not felt as if they were deciphering an ancient manuscript. Thus, the classroom atmosphere was starkly divided. Students like Qin Yuma listened intently, while many others appeared lethargic, with a few audacious individuals sneaking in points and exchanging outputs. The foreign language teacher was well aware of this, but felt powerless to intervene. She had already conveyed her expectations numerous times, her words falling on deaf ears, and thus resigned herself to the situation. Consequently, Jiang Nan slumbered soundly until class concluded, with the teacher barely sparing him a glance. Soon, the foreign language class came to an end, and as the teacher departed, the students sprang to life, for the next class was their favorite, physical education. After gym class, they would be free to return home. Nanshan, wake up. It's time for gym class. Jiang Nan had initially hoped to sleep until he naturally awoke, but was abruptly roused by Wang Pengzi's thunderous voice. With no choice left, he stifled a yawn and reluctantly made his way downstairs. In Jiacheng, March brought gentle spring breezes. Today was a rare sunny day, warm yet not oppressive. An ideal setting for physical education. A group of spirited high school students donned their blue and white uniforms under the watchful eye of their physical education teacher, Wang Darren, jogging a few laps around the basketball court as a warm-up. Toot toot. Wang Darren blew his whistle, calling the students to assemble. Students, the college entrance examinations draw near. Although we still have physical education classes ahead, opportunities to come to the playground will be limited, so today we will conduct a physical fitness test. A collective sigh echoed in response, not due to the test itself, but the realization that future gym classes would lack the joy of play. How unfortunate. Yet, some chose to find humor in the situation. Wang Pengzi raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, can we play freely after the test?" "Why? Are you already thinking about playing ball at the start of class? Have you been deprived for too long?" Wang Darren teased. "Indeed, it has been ages since we touched a ball. With the increasing academic demands, by the time we arrive at the courts after class, the space is already claimed by others, leaving us no chance to play." The students exchanged lively banter, clearly eager to unleash their pent-up energy. All right then. Wang Darren smiled and nodded. You may play, but only if you pass the fitness test. The first task was for the boys to perform pull-ups. With a passing score of 9, while girls were required to complete 25 sit-ups. The second task involved the boys running 1,000 meters in under 4 minutes and 35 seconds, and girls completing 800 meters in under 4 minutes and 36 seconds. The tests would be conducted separately, and he would keep track of the results. From there, the activities proceeded without further ado. Pull-ups for those who could, sit-ups for those who could. Most students, after exerting themselves, passed without much difficulty, save for a few exceptions. Of course, achieving outstanding scores was out of the question. Most hovered between passing and good. Huang Sihai and Wang Dajuan, however, managed to perform 17 pull-ups, earning a commendable score of 95, much to the astonishment of their peers. Despite their academic shortcomings, their physical prowess was undeniable. Then came Wang Kaixian, affectionately dubbed Fatty. Though labeled as such, he was not truly overweight, but rather robust, demonstrating commendable physical ability with 16 pull-ups, securing a score of 90. However, when it was Jiang Nan's turn, he was suddenly jolted by a system notification in his mind. For this fitness test, please achieve a score of 100. Jiang Nan. What? Is the score also being controlled? This is the first time since acquiring the system. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that the system demanded he achieve a perfect score of 100. In previous examinations, the focus had always been on merely passing, allowing him to maintain a low profile. But now, it seemed he was being urged to stand out. Had the system undergone a transformation? Or had he received the wrong script? Chapter 19. A bet on the 1-kilometer run. The loser must kneel. It is not that Jiang Nan cannot achieve a perfect score. After all, it is merely 18 pull-ups. Is that a significant number? For an average person, it certainly is. Previously, when Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan strained to complete 17, it elicited gasps of admiration from their peers. However, for Jiang Nan, 18 is hardly a challenge. Even doubling that amount would not pose much difficulty. The only concern is that he does not wish to draw too much attention to himself. Yet, this system, alas, the more one speaks, the more tears one sheds. Oh, how the system has changed. Jiang Nan silently lamented to himself. Ding. Please refrain from insulting this system, or appropriate countermeasures will be taken. The system retorted. Jiang Nan. Goodness, this system is formidable. Best not to provoke it. He quickly suppressed his inner dissatisfaction. That said, since the system has issued a task, there will undoubtedly be rewards afterward, at the very least, some points. Jiang Nan is not particularly greedy for these points. Rather, he seeks a pretext to justify securing a perfect score. With a determined mindset, he began, counting 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17. His pace was swift, unrelenting, embodying a fluidity of motion. Initially, as Jiang Nan commenced his physical assessment, few paid attention. After all, he was not a sports prodigy like Huang Sihai or Hu Dajuan. Despite his tall and robust physique, without consistent training, one cannot perform well in pull-ups. Nevertheless, when Jiang Nan effortlessly completed 17, the crowd began to take notice. Then, 18, he released the bar and landed gracefully, his complexion unflushed, his breath steady, exuding an air of nonchalance. Wow, Jiang Nan is incredible. He managed to complete 18 pull-ups, surpassing both Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, the two athletic students. Is he the only one in the class to achieve a perfect score? This is simply astonishing. It seems he is not only an academic genius, but also possesses extraordinary physical capabilities. How foolish I was to underestimate him. The atmosphere was electric, with onlookers astonished. What on earth is happening today? The ordinarily unremarkable Jiang Nan has showcased extraordinary prowess in mathematics and physics, and now he is outshining his classmates in athletics? This is truly unbelievable. Not only the boys, but even the girls, including Bai Yingying and Qin Yuma, paused their sit-ups to cast admiring glances at Jiang Nan. As for the boys, they all felt a mix of emotions, a sense of grievance. How can one live under such circumstances? Jiang Nan's good looks were one thing, but now he is an academic prodigy and possesses such athleticism. It feels as though he is transformed from a god into a paragon of male beauty. Such envy. Even Wang Pengzi, Jiang Nan's close friend, felt a pang of jealousy at this scene, his heart aching. Of course, the most wounded were Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan. They had just completed 17 pull-ups, proudly displaying their prowess, but were swiftly overshadowed by Jiang Nan's remarkable performance. This was an outright slap in the face. It was intolerable. Today, they must retaliate. As Wang Pengzi draped an arm around Jiang Nan's shoulder to congratulate him, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan approached with an air of mockery. "Jiang Nan, you're quite impressive now. Is that so?" Jiang Nan replied coolly, casting a glance at them. "What do you want? Speak quickly." He had no patience for these two. They were not even on his radar normally, but today they insisted on provoking him. Huang Sihai, with a sudden twitch of his face, declared, "Jiang Nan, your physical abilities seem remarkable, surpassing both me and Dajuan in pull-ups. I assume you are also good at long-distance running. There's a 1,000-meter run coming up. Do you dare to race against us? Are you two like sticky plaster, always seeking trouble?" Wang Pengzi interjected angrily. "This doesn't concern you. Step aside." Huang Sihai shot back. Hu Dajuan added insult to injury. "Why do you need to defend him? You're not Jiang Nan's dog." Wang Pengzi was furious. Jiang Nan, too, furrowed his brow in anger. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan were utterly detestable. Not only had they sought trouble with him, but they also dared to insult his friend. This was simply unacceptable. He resolved to teach them a lesson, to ensure they would think twice before bothering him again. "Since you wish to compete, then let us proceed. What are the rules?" Jiang Nan asked. "It's simple. Whoever runs faster wins," Hu Dajuan replied eagerly, seeing Jiang Nan acquiesce. Huang Sihai, fearing Jiang Nan might back down, quickly added, "We won't bully you. As long as you can beat either of us, you win." "Agreed," Jiang Nan nodded. "It's just a matter of running. Who is afraid of whom?" With his physical prowess, defeating Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan would be as effortless as dispatching two fledglings. However, upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi grew alarmed. "Jiang Nan, you must not race them. Don't forget, they are both athletes and members of the school track team, experts in running. They have consistently placed in both short and long-distance events at the school sports meet over the past 2 years." Wang Pengzi's concern was palpable. While Jiang Nan had displayed remarkable strength in pull-ups, it bore little relation to running, and Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan were well-versed in this area. He was determined to prevent Jiang Nan from competing. Yet, Jiang Nan shook his head. "Don't worry, I can definitely win against these two. Are you out of your mind?" Wang Pengzi exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. "I'm not crazy," Jiang Nan replied calmly. "These two are like sticky tape. I intend to teach them a lesson." Huang Sihai's eyes narrowed. "Since you are so confident, let us raise the stakes. If you lose, you must kneel before the entire class and admit defeat." Wang Pengzi could no longer contain himself, shouting, "Huang Sihai, we are all classmates. Don't go too far. Calm down." Jiang Nan reassured Wang Pengzi, urging him to maintain composure. He then turned to Huang Sihai. "I accept your wager, but what if you lose?" "Huh, as if we would lose," Hu Dajuan declared confidently. "Nevertheless, what if you do?" Jiang Nan's gaze bore a significant weight. "If we lose, we shall kneel and admit our inferiority in front of you," Huang Sihai retorted with a sneer. "Very well. Then it is settled," Jiang Nan affirmed. Chapter 20. How is this possible? He actually managed to keep up? Everyone heard that. Jiang Nan voluntarily agreed to the bet. No one forced him. When he loses later, you all must bear witness. Huang Sihai had just reached an agreement with Jiang Nan and immediately called upon the classmates around him to announce the wager. The reason for this was to firmly establish the matter, preventing Jiang Nan from denying it later. After all, he had suffered considerable losses in front of Jiang Nan today, and he was determined to defeat him and humiliate him thoroughly. Indeed, everyone, come and witness. Ha ha. Hu Dajuan immediately echoed Huang Sihai's words. Both of them wore expressions of extraordinary confidence and smug satisfaction, practically bursting with joy. For 3 years of high school, although their academic performance was lacking, they were undeniably the kings of physical prowess, ranking among the top in the entire school, especially in running. They had won championships at the annual sports meet, which is why they had earned the title of athletic students. As for Jiang Nan, despite his tall and imposing figure, he had never participated in a sports meet, and there were no reports of his running prowess. Thus, they were clearly not on the same level. What is wrong with Nan Shun? Is he out of his mind to challenge Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan to a race? It should be noted that both Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan had run the 1,000 meters in under 3 minutes at the previous sports meet, moving like cheetahs, far surpassing anyone else. This felt like an unfair dimensional strike. This competition is hardly equitable. Nan Shun is likely to suffer humiliation. How pitiful. Around them, onlookers were buzzing with chatter, generally pessimistic about Jiang Nan's chances, even pointing fingers at him. After all, the facts were laid bare. On the other side, Bai Yingying, who was measuring sit-ups, heard about the bet and immediately sprang up, rushing to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, you can't. You must not bet with them. If it were something else, like academics, that would be fine, but in running, you are no match for them. After saying this, she turned to Wang Pengzi, reproaching him. Pengzi, weren't you just with Jiang Nan? Why didn't you dissuade him? I tried, but I couldn't convince him. Wang Pengzi sighed, looking helplessly at Jiang Nan. Nan Shun, you were too impulsive just now. How about I go and apologize to Huang Sihai and the others for you? It's better than being publicly humiliated later. Hurry up and go. Bai Yingying quickly supported Wang Pengzi, turning to Jiang Nan. While it hasn't started yet, let's not compete. Wang Pengzi had thick skin. He could take on the challenge. However, Bai Yingying did not want to see her good friend humiliated in public, while for Wang Pengzi, it was of little consequence. Ouch. Hearing this, Wang Pengzi felt 1,000 wounds inflicted upon him. Yet, for the sake of his brother, he was prepared to face the challenge. However, just as he was about to move, Jiang Nan grabbed him firmly. Hey, Pengzi, Yingying, why are you two in such a hurry? Don't worry. Since I dared to bet with them, I am confident I can win. It's all fine. But Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying remained anxious. Jiang Nan's words did little to alleviate their concerns. There's no but. The wager has been made. Just watch how I teach them a lesson. Jiang Nan smiled nonchalantly, exuding confidence. The tiger does not show its power, and you think he is a sickly cat? Moreover, he agreed to the bet not only to teach Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan a lesson, but also because of a task issued by the system. Previously, the system required him to score 100 in physical tests. He had already achieved 100 in the first item, pull-ups, but had not received a reward from the system. Clearly, he needed to score 100 in the second item, the 1,000-meter run, to complete the scoring task. Although he did not wish to draw attention to himself, since the system had pushed him to this point, he could only go with the flow and teach Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan a lesson. However, he was contemplating how many seconds he should run to avoid appearing too astonishing. This is quite the dilemma. He must not run too fast, otherwise, he would become notorious. Meanwhile, the news of Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan betting against Jiang Nan had spread thoroughly due to the promotion from the two. The onlookers, relishing the misfortune, urged the physical education teacher to hasten the second physical test. In response, Wang Darren also became interested. He did not intervene in the wager. After all, sports are competitive. Betting is not a significant issue and could even foster a greater love for sports among everyone, presenting both risks and benefits. As for the insulting wager, he, as the teacher, could mediate later. All right, everyone gather around. We will now proceed with the second physical test. The boys will run 1,000 meters. The passing time is 4 minutes and 35 seconds, while the girls will run 800 meters with a passing time of 4 minutes and 36 seconds. Boys go first. Remember, safety first, friendship first. Each runner must focus on their own race without hindering others. Ready, go. With Wang Darren's command, all 35 boys in the class surged forward onto the track like a stampede. It is worth mentioning that running 1,000 meters involves strategy. The first lap is a standard 400 meters, making the 1,000 meters 2.5 laps. However, the second lap measures 407 for meters, and the third lap is 414 for meters, increasing with each lap. Since everyone starts from the same line, it is crucial to seize the inside lane during the first lap, both to save time and energy and to impede opponents, forcing them to run a greater distance. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan did precisely that. As they positioned themselves, The two firmly claimed the inner lane. Thus, as soon as the race commenced, they swiftly pulled ahead, securing first and second places, leaving the others far behind. Ha! Jiang Nan, you are such a fool. How dare you challenge us to a race, completely overestimating yourself. We'll crush you this time. If we don't beat you by at least 20 seconds, we want to call ourselves the Speedy Duo. Just wait for your defeat. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan were brimming with self-satisfaction. They were certain of victory in this wager, not to mention their superior strength. The advantage of their head start left Jiang Nan with no hope. However, at that moment, a faint sound of breathing reached Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan's ears from behind. Who is that? How can they keep up with me and Dajuan? There is some skill there. Although it was still the first lap and they had only exerted about 80% of their energy, it was still far superior to those weaklings. Huang Sihai felt puzzled. Hu Dajuan furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, they did not turn to look back. After all, that would waste precious time. It wasn't until they rounded the 200-meter curve that they stole a glance over their shoulders. However, they would have been better off not looking. The sight startled them. What the heck? That tall figure, that handsome face, who else could it be but Jiang Nan, known as Nanshan? How could this be possible? He actually caught up. Chapter 21. What? He just knelt before me? Incredible. It is truly astonishing. All the other boys in the class were left far behind by Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan. Yet Jiang Nan surprisingly managed to keep up. This startled both Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, nearly disrupting their rhythm as they ran. However, they were seasoned athletes. After a brief moment of shock, both quickly regulated their breathing, shot Jiang Nan a fierce glare, gritted their teeth, and accelerated once more. Initially, they intended to conserve energy during the first lap and only sprint in the second. But now, there was no holding back. They were determined to crush Jiang Nan into the ground. In an instant, Jiang Nan was once again left behind. Trash is just trash. He must have exerted every ounce of strength to keep up, and now that we are giving it our all, he can go to hell. Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan shared a silent mockery in their hearts. Yet, this amusement was short-lived. What? How is this possible? Is he really keeping up again? As they rounded the 300-meter bend, Jiang Nan's figure suddenly reappeared in their peripheral vision. This time, both were taken aback once more. What the hell? How can this be? They were giving it everything they had. Yet Jiang Nan was visibly closing the gap. Even on the verge of overtaking them? No, he must not surpass us. We must push harder. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, in perfect sync, poured every ounce of strength into their legs. The scene resembled two fire wheels racing ahead. In that moment, they felt they were about to transcend their limits. Breaking past their previous records, blood racing, excitement surging. At that moment, they were truly invincible. There was no way Jiang Nan could catch up now. However, before they could revel in their triumph, a voice suddenly taunted them. Hey, I must say, your speed is rather average, akin to that of a snail. Is this the audacity to flaunt before me? Perhaps. You could try a bit harder? I can still keep up. Suddenly, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan were taken aback, their eyes wide in disbelief. What did they just hear? Jiang Nan was speaking? What the hell? This is a 1,000-meter sprint. They were in the midst of a full-on sprint. How could Jiang Nan still have the energy to talk, sounding as if he wasn't even out of breath? How can this be? Heaven and earth. Are you toying with us? Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan were incredulous and pushed themselves even harder, using every last ounce of strength, feeling as though they might take flight. Yet, Jiang Nan clung to them like a piece of chewing gum, refusing to be shaken off. When they accelerated, so did he. When they slowed, he matched their pace. Even more infuriating was that as they rounded another bend, Jiang Nan managed to match their speed, running alongside them. Dajuan blocked him. Suddenly, Huang Sihai's eyes narrowed, and he strained to issue the command to Hu Dajuan. Got it. Hu Dajuan nodded, a shadow crossing his face. It was apparent they could not outrun him. Instead, they were preparing to employ underhanded tactics, flanking him to trip him up. You needn't block me. I can easily pull ahead on my own, Jiang Nan replied with a calm smirk. As Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan closed in, he preemptively veered to the outer lane. Upon seeing this, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan breathed a sigh of relief. The outer lane was significantly longer than the inner lane, especially since Jiang Nan was running in the 7th or 8th lap, meaning he had to cover an additional 50 meters. If this continued, his energy expenditure would undoubtedly be much greater than theirs. However, they didn't have time to celebrate before they realized that although Jiang Nan was running on the outer lane, his speed was by no means diminished. In fact, he was even faster, whether on a straightaway or a bend. Jiang Nan maintained his distance from the inner lane, yet still managed to keep pace with them. They were drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, feeling as if they might explode, while Jiang Nan remained unfazed. Clearly, he was still holding back. This was maddening. Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan were infuriated. Jiang Nan was deliberately toying with them. He could easily lead the race, but instead chose to run alongside them, occasionally throwing out taunts. TSK, TSK. While the harm was minimal, the insult was immense. They were already operating beyond their limits, sustained only by their unwillingness to yield. Yet Jiang Nan's mockery pushed them over the edge. Hu Dajuan immediately felt breathless, dizzy, and as darkness enveloped him, he collapsed forward. He fainted. His fall coincidentally tripped Huang Xihai, who lost control and fell, landing in a rather undignified manner right in front of Jiang Nan. At that moment, the entire track and field arena was stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. Even Jiang Nan was taken aback. He had merely stopped in response to Hu Dajuan's fall, only to be met with Huang Xihai kneeling before him. Isn't this rather excessive? Wasn't it said that one should kneel publicly only after the race? What does this count as? An early surrender? Chapter 22. Following Lao Wang ensures your admission to University. Wow. Nan Shun is truly remarkable. Not only can he outshine Su Yu in mathematics and surpass Zhang Hao in physics, but he can also outperform Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan in running. This is simply astonishing. Just moments ago, we all thought Jiang Nan was destined to lose and would suffer humiliation, yet the outcome was entirely the opposite. It would be hard to convince anyone that he isn't the protagonist of this tale. On the athletic field, numerous classmates from the senior class expressed their astonishment at Jiang Nan and Appo's performance, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. They were utterly impressed. Even Su Yu and Zhang Hao, who were squeezed into the crowd, surrendered completely in awe of Jiang Nan's athletic prowess. As for Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan, they were absent from the scene, having fallen during their high-speed run, one of them even fainting on the spot. This incident was quite significant. While it didn't involve life-threatening injuries, it did result in considerable bloodshed and numerous abrasions. As the physical education teacher, Wang Darren promptly took Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan to the school infirmary. Nan Shun, you're incredible, Wang Fatty exclaimed, delivering a playful punch to Jiang Nan, using the term incredible to express his admiration. Initially, he believed that Jiang Nan's bid against Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan was akin to an egg challenging a rock, with inevitable defeat. Thus, he had vehemently opposed the wager and had been anxious about the outcome. However, he never anticipated such a turn of events. His brother was truly on the verge of a remarkable rise. Meanwhile, Bai Yingying gazed at Jiang Nan with admiration, her eyes sparkling. Jiang Nan, you are simply amazing. I never knew you were such a talented runner. She had always thought she understood Jiang Nan well. She recognized that he was usually low-key and modest, yet possessed significant potential as a friend. However, she now realized that her understanding was superficial. Jiang Nan was not only talented but also exceptionally capable. Today had repeatedly astonished her, making her see him in a new light. This good friend could only be described with one word: awesome. She was smitten. In the midst of this conversation, Wang Darren returned from the infirmary, his demeanor somewhat grave. Noticing this, Jiang Nan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly inquired, Teacher, how are Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan? Are their injuries serious? I can't be entirely to blame here. After all, I had no idea they would falter while running in front of me. I didn't even touch them. From Wang Darren's expression, it appeared that the situation might be serious. Naturally, Jiang Nan felt a surge of anxiety. While he had intended to teach Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan a lesson by playfully teasing them during the race, he never wished for them to sustain severe injuries. After all, they were classmates. One shouldn't take things too far, right? Yet, the thought of any serious consequences for Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan sent a chill down his spine. However, Upon hearing Jiang Nan's concerns, Wang Darren chuckled reassuringly. Don't worry. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan only sustained minor scrapes. It's nothing serious. But you, my young friend, are quite impressive. Do realize that both Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan are exceptional athletes, having repeatedly run under 3 minutes in the 1,000 meters. With a bit more training, they could easily qualify for national-level competitions. Yet you utterly dominated them. Truly remarkable. I wonder how you train. I've been teaching you for nearly 3 years and never noticed your remarkable talent. Relieved by the news of Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan's minor injuries, Jiang Nan exhaled deeply. As long as they're okay, that's a relief. I was worried they might seek revenge on me. As for my running, I just run aimlessly without much practice. I would say I'm only mediocre. Mediocre? No, that is far from the truth. Wang Darren immediately shook his head. I observed you running effortlessly, clearly with plenty of energy to spare. If you were to give it your all, completing the run in 2 minutes and 40 seconds would pose no challenge. If this is your performance with minimal training, imagine the heights you could reach with dedicated practice. You are undoubtedly the best prospect I have encountered among my students. Becoming a national-level athlete should be a mere formality for you. In my opinion, you should abandon your academic studies and focus solely on sports. I assure you, I will guarantee your admission to university. As he spoke, Wang Darren affectionately draped his arm around Jiang Nan's shoulders, as if to ensure this precious gem did not slip away. Jiang Nan appeared momentarily taken aback. Was he truly that impressive? Perhaps. After all, he had only exerted about 70% of his ability. However, he had no intentions of becoming an athlete. Teacher, Don't call me teacher. From now on, refer to me as Lao Wang. Wang Darren waved his hand grandly, casually throwing an arm around Jiang Nan's shoulders, as if they were old buddies. But Lao Wang, enough with the buts. Rest assured, with my specialized training coupled with your innate talent, whether it be Hu Ti or Yin Ti, achieving the level of Chung Ti or Et is inevitable. Time is of the essence. I will take you to meet your homeroom teacher and handle the necessary paperwork right away. Without waiting for Jiang Nan's agreement, Wang Darren firmly pulled him away, exhibiting a sense of urgency or perhaps excitement. After all, he had rarely encountered such a promising talent, and this could very well be his opportunity to rise to a position of prominence. Meanwhile, the other students remained rooted in place, exchanging bewildered glances. The physical education teacher had whisked Jiang Nan away. What were they to do now? Continue with the physical assessments? Or could they engage in free activities? Chapter 23. The Passionate Physics Teacher, Xia Hongwei Teacher Who. I must share something with you, but please try not to get too excited. It concerns Jiang Nan from your class, who is truly remarkable. After years of teaching physics, I have never encountered a student with such innate talent and capability. He is undoubtedly a prodigious genius in physics, a super scholar. I will take him under my wing. Even if his grades in other subjects are lacking, it matters not. With his current prowess in physics, he is entirely capable of representing our school in the national physics competition. The preliminary and semi-final rounds pose no challenge for him. If he performs well in the finals, securing a national first prize is entirely within reach, which would grant him considerable advantages for admission, potentially even to elite institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. In the office of Class 4's homeroom teacher, 3 individuals are present: the homeroom teacher Hui Fei, mathematics teacher Chao Tianyuan, and physics teacher Xia Hongwei. At this moment, Xia Hongwei is animatedly gesticulating, his fervor palpable, unable to contain his excitement any longer. During the second physics class of the afternoon, upon realizing Jiang Nan's extraordinary talent, a fire ignited within him, and he could no longer suppress his eagerness to discuss this with Hui Fei. He is aware of Jiang Nan's struggles in other subjects. However, that is of no consequence. With a singular focus, he believes Jiang Nan should forsake all other subjects and devote himself entirely to physics, as his exceptional aptitude warrants such a path, one that bypasses the college entrance examination in favor of direct entry through competition accolades. Just envisioning that moment fills him with exhilaration. How long has it been since a student from Jiancheng No. 3 High School gained admission to Tsinghua or Peking University? 5 years. 8. Or perhaps even 10. Quite a while indeed. Once, Jiangqing number 3 was held in high regard, standing shoulder to shoulder with number 1 and No. 2 high schools, forming a triumvirate. In those days, they nurtured numerous outstanding talents, with many gaining admission to esteemed universities. However, in recent years, for reasons unknown, the school has been in decline. Not only has it fallen behind its former rivals, number 1 and number 2, but it has also been surpassed by private institutions such as Tutoring and Lanpu, now vying for a place among the top 5. It is indeed a lamentable state of affairs. Yet now, Xia Hongwei is determined to break the curse that has prevented Jiangqing No. 3 from producing any students admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University to reignite the school's former glory. How could he not feel elated and invigorated? He has resolved that Jiang Nan must participate in the physics competition regardless of his performance in other subjects, which can be disregarded entirely. However, to his surprise, upon expressing his fervent sentiments, Hui Fei, Jiang Nan's homeroom teacher, did not exhibit the astonishment or excitement he anticipated. Not only Hui Fei, but even Chao Tianyuan remained composed, seemingly unfazed. Xia Hongwei furrowed his brow and retorted, "What is this? Teacher Hu, do you doubt my words? Do you not believe Jiang Nan truly possesses such skill? Thinking I am merely exaggerating? No. Teacher Xie, you misunderstand." Hu Fei replied with a smile, gesturing dismissively. "I certainly believe in your assessment, but your suggestion that Jiang Nan abandon his other subjects to focus solely on the physics competition is not advisable. I think it is possible for him to participate in the physics competition, but he should not neglect his other studies." "Teacher Hu, are you out of your mind?" Without allowing Hu Yifei to finish, Xia Hongwei sprang to his feet, interrupting her vehemently. "Jiang Nan is a rare physics genius, one that comes around once in a century. His performance in other subjects is merely average. Therefore, he must concentrate all his efforts on physics. To do otherwise would be to squander his talent. My sentiments are clear. And yet you still wish for him to divide his focus on other subjects? Is this how you conduct your teaching? Is this how you fulfill your role as a homeroom teacher? It is no wonder the school's reputation has waned in recent years, with fewer and fewer exceptional students emerging. It appears that it is not a dearth of capable students, but rather our failure to identify them. Even when we do, they are hindered by your teaching philosophy. If we do not allow Jiang Nan to specialize in physics, we shall both be guilty of robbing the school of a prodigy, deserving of eternal disgrace." Xia Hongwei was genuinely incensed. Known for his stern demeanor, he rarely lost his temper, but when he did, his fury was akin to a thunderous storm. The sheer force of his words left Hu Yifei wide-eyed and speechless. She had always been diligent and responsible in her teaching, yet now found herself branded a transgressor, an impediment to the development of a physics genius, destined for ignominy. "Allow me to finish, if you would," Hu Yifei attempted to interject, but her words were drowned out. Unfortunately, she could not find the opportunity to counter his claims. Despite her own formidable presence, often referred to by students as Sister Hongxing 13, Saint Warrior, or even dreaded executioner, she felt somewhat overshadowed by Xia Hongwei's seasoned authority. In that moment, it was Chao Tianyuan, a fellow senior teacher, who intervened, chuckling as he attempted to diffuse the tension. "Old Xia, teacher who hasn't even finished her thoughts, so why the ire? Moreover, if anyone should be your target for frustration, it should be me. Before your arrival, I had already discussed with teacher who that Jiang Nan would represent the school in next month's mathematics competition. Therefore, I am the first to oppose your notion of having him abandon his other subjects in favor of solely physics. Old Chao, how could you be so misguided? Jiang Nan is a physics prodigy, and he must focus on," Xia Hongwei began, but upon hearing Chao Tianyuan's words, he felt a surge of indignation rising within him. Instinctively, he was ready to unleash his frustrations, but then a thought struck him, and he abruptly paused. "Old Chao, what did you just say? You intend for Jiang Nan to participate in the mathematics competition?" Chapter 24. Teacher Hu, I have something to tell you, but please do not be too agitated. Indeed. Chao Tianyuan nodded affirmatively. This is something that teacher Hu has already agreed to. How could you do this? Xia Hongwei exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Old Chao, Jiang Nan is a genius in physics, not mathematics. You can't possibly expect him to participate in the Olympiad. Have you lost your mind? The Olympiad is far more challenging than a physics competition, and it carries greater prestige and value. It's been years since anyone from our school has even attempted the Olympiad. And now you want Jiang Nan to go? I truly wonder if my old friend has become senile. Should I recommend a doctor? You're the one who's lost it. Chao Tianyuan shot Xie Hongwei an exasperated glance. Who told you Jiang Nan is merely proficient in physics? To tell you the truth, he is not only a physics prodigy, but also a mathematical genius, and his capabilities in other subjects are equally impressive. Moreover, I was the first to recognize his potential. With Teacher Who being the second, you can only rank third. How can this be possible? Xie Hongwei protested. Although I am not Jiang Nan's homeroom teacher and don't know him well, I am aware that his grades in other subjects have always been mediocre, at best, average. How could he possibly excel in both physics and mathematics, and in other subjects as well? Wait a moment, he can't be. Suddenly, a terrifying and unbelievable thought struck Xie Hongwei. It seemed that Jiang Nan's physics grades had been unremarkable in the past. Only today in class had he exhibited an extraordinary talent that took everyone by surprise. He hadn't considered this before, but now it dawned on him. Physics requires a gradual buildup of knowledge. One cannot simply become omniscient overnight. Thus, the only explanation is that Jiang Nan had been pretending to be less capable than he truly is. In reality, he must have been exceptionally skilled in physics for quite some time. If this is the case for physics, why not for other subjects? You guessed it right. Jiang Nan had intentionally concealed his abilities, performing modestly in every exam, keeping his scores just above passing, as if he were controlling his grades. But in truth, he is an academic prodigy, not only in mathematics and physics, but in all subjects, though his mathematical talent stands above the rest. Before Xie Hongwei could fully comprehend this revelation, Chao Tianyuan confidently confirmed his suspicions, relishing the moment. Wow! Xie Hongwei couldn't help but curse, nearly popping his eyes out. So it is true. This explains everything. The truth is finally revealed. No wonder Jiang Nan's physics grades were average until today, when he suddenly soared to prominence. He had deliberately hidden his capabilities, even controlling his scores during exams. This reasoning is astonishing. Controlling scores. I've heard of such things in some elite schools, where exceptionally talented students wish to remain unnoticed, intentionally underperforming in exams. Such individuals, when they choose to reveal their true abilities, astonish everyone. After the fact, they are undoubtedly the C-Army de la C-Army of elite institutions. However, he had never encountered such a situation until now, right in his own classroom. He felt torn between laughter and tears, lamenting how thoroughly he had been deceived by Jiang Nan over the past 3 years. How pitiful, he mused. Ah, Teacher Xie, who would have thought you could be left speechless? Earlier, he had scolded Jiang Nan quite harshly, yet now he appeared utterly flabbergasted, veins popping from his neck. Meanwhile, Hu Yifei observed Xie Hongwei's complete loss of composure, and a sense of satisfaction washed over her. However, just as Xie Hongwei seemed to recall something, his expression shifted, and he turned to Chao Tianyuan, speaking ominously. Old Chao, what did you just say? You claimed Jiang Nan's mathematical talent ranks first? Indeed, Chao Tianyuan replied with a smile. As Jiang Nan's ardent supporter, he firmly believed Jiang Nan excelled in mathematics above all else. Besides, the results from the morning's exam served as proof. Jiang Nan managed to score 90 on the Olympiad simulation test while controlling his score. Just imagine what he could achieve if he gave it his all. However, upon hearing this, Xie Hongwei's anger flared, and he reprimanded Chao Tianyuan. You're talking nonsense. Jiang Nan's physics talent is clearly superior, and I've already validated this in class. All the students from class 4 can attest to it. You're mistaken. Jiang Nan is not only brilliant in mathematics, but also in physics. In that instant, the atmosphere shifted towards an unpredictable confrontation. The two friends, Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei, found themselves embroiled in a heated argument over which subject Jiang Nan excelled in the most, their faces flushed with indignation and their demeanor suggesting they might come to blows. Hu Yifei, witnessing the absurdity of the situation, was left speechless. Was it really necessary for them to argue so vehemently? As Jiang Nan's homeroom and language teacher, she knew full well that Jiang Nan's literary talent was unparalleled. Yet, She refrained from interjecting, pondering why two subject teachers were squabbling over trivial matters. Just as she was about to intervene, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room. Before Hu Yifei could respond, the door to the office swung open with a crash, revealing the physical education teacher, Wang Darren, alongside Jiang Nan, who had his arm slung around Wang's shoulder. In the next moment, upon spotting Hu Yifei in the office, Wang Darren's eyes lit up, and disregarding the presence of Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei. He pointed at Jiang Nan and exclaimed, "Teacher Hu, I have something to tell you, but please, do not be too agitated." Chapter 25. Who is so short-sighted as to mislead the young? Don't be too agitated, Hu Yifei said, looking at Wang Darren with confusion. If I recall correctly, you are supposed to be teaching our class physical education. What brings you here with Jiang Nan? Has he done something wrong? No. Jiang Nan has not committed any wrongdoing. Wang Darren shook his head repeatedly, pulling Jiang Nan closer. On the contrary, he is an exceptional talent I have discovered. I brought him to you to assist in the process of transferring him to a sports student. Starting today, he will be under my guidance and will no longer attend academic classes. Hu Yifei was taken aback, her head filled with question marks. Wang Laosher, you must be joking. With Jiang Nan's lethargic physique, how can he possibly be a sports student? Hu Laosher, I am not jesting, Wang Darren said with a serious expression. During today's physical assessment, Jiang Nan effortlessly outperformed Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, both of whom are sports students, in the 1,000-meter run. If he were to give his all, achieving a time of 2 minutes and 40 seconds would be no challenge. With further training, he has at least a 90% chance of qualifying for national standards. Do you grasp the significance of this? He could easily gain entry into prestigious sports institutions, and if he wins some awards, he could even attend top-tier schools. Wait, just a moment, Hu Yifei exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Laosher, is Jiang Nan truly that remarkable in sports? To clarify, he is not just remarkable, he is extraordinarily exceptional. His natural talent is unparalleled among all the students I have mentored. As Wang Darren spoke, the veins on his neck bulged with intensity. Despite her disbelief, Hu Yifei found herself compelled to accept this revelation and turned her gaze toward Jiang Nan. You, Wang Laosher, let's dispense with the small talk and expedite the paperwork for Jiang Nan. Wang Darren insisted. Once he is under my tutelage, I guarantee his admission to university. You need not worry about him anymore. Huh. Wang Laosher certainly has grand aspirations. Do you truly believe it is wise to allow Jiang Nan to follow you? That would be a grave waste of talent, leading him astray. Before Hu Yifei could respond, the physics teacher, Xie Hongwei, interjected. He had initially intended to debate with the math teacher, Chao Tianyuan, regarding Jiang Nan's extraordinary gifts, but now found himself interrupted by Wang Darren. You may dismiss my arguments, but now you wish to convert my most valued student into a sports student? This is utterly intolerable. Simultaneously, math teacher Chao Tianyuan scoffed at Wang Darren. What do you intend for Jiang Nan? To starve him for 3 days and occasionally beat him with a steel rod? As a physical education teacher, you should focus on your duties and refrain from this nonsense. Wang Darren was taken aback. Had he truly said something so offensive? He had merely sought to highlight Jiang Nan's potential. In that moment, Wang Darren's frustration boiled within him. However, it quickly subsided. Xie Hongwei was significantly older than him and served as the deputy head of the physics department, a seasoned veteran. Chao Tianyuan was similarly well established, being the deputy head of the math department, with even greater seniority. As a mere physical education teacher, he realized he was in no position to challenge them. Thus, he directed his attention back to Hu Yifei. Hu Laosher, I am not jesting. Please expedite the paperwork for Jiang Nan. Expedite the paperwork? Huh, what nonsense. Hu Yifei replied, shaking her head. Had Jiang Nan suddenly exhibited a talent for sports in the past, she would have eagerly supported his transition. Yet, at this moment, Hu Laosher, you must recognize the responsibility you hold for your students and not jeopardize Jiang Nan's future. He is an exceptional sports talent. If he transitions to a sports student, he could gain entry into prominent institutions. Is that not desirable? Do you hold a grudge against him, wishing to sabotage his future? Before Hu Yifei could finish, Wang Darren interrupted her sharply. What is this? I arrived with high spirits only to receive such an answer. How can I accept this? In an instant, He fixed Hu Fei with a fierce glare, radiating an aura of intimidation as if he were ready to devour her whole. I may not dare to confront Xia Hongwei and Chao Tianyuan, but surely I can handle a newly appointed homeroom teacher like you. Hu Fei was speechless. Moments ago, she had been reprimanded by Xia Hongwei for her attitude, and now she found herself at the receiving end of Wang Daren's ire. Did they truly think her a soft target? However, before she could unleash her fury, others stepped in. The previously opposing figures of Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei now united against Wang Daren. You dare to bring up a mere sports student as a point of contention? It is nothing more than an ordinary second-tier student. Even if he were to attend a first-tier sports institution, it is merely a slightly superior option. Jiang Nan is poised to participate in the Olympiad and physics competitions, with an excellent chance of securing national qualifications, potentially paving his way to top universities. This could break our school's decade-long drought of students gaining admission to elite institutions, restoring our former glory. Yet you propose he become a sports student? Such short-sightedness is truly a disservice to his potential. Chapter 26 Indeed, the matter of manipulating scores has been uncovered? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In that fleeting moment, these existential questions echoed incessantly in the mind of Wang Daren, the physical education teacher. He was utterly bewildered, overwhelmed by the formidable onslaught from Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei. Was he angry? Undoubtedly. After all, these were the prestigious Chengti and Hudi institutions. For an ordinary athlete, merely gaining admission to these two schools is already a commendable achievement. Not to mention the mention of Hu Ti and Yin Ti, which represent the pinnacle of sports education in the country. Yet, the outcome was disheartening. He was harshly criticized by Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei, who dismissed Hu Ti and Yin Ti as merely slightly superior universities. Goodness! Wang Daren felt as though his lungs were about to explode with rage. Having served as a physical education teacher for so long, he had always dreamed of nurturing a student capable of entering Hu Ti or Yin Ti. But that dream had remained elusive. Finally, he encountered a promising talent in Jiang Nan, who seemed likely to fulfill his long-held aspiration. But now, not only were they stubbornly holding Jiang Nan back, but they were also belittling Hu Ti and Yin Ti. Truly, it was an unbearable affront. He was on the verge of an explosion. However, in the next instant, a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. What? Jiang Nan intended to participate in the Olympiad and physics competitions, and there was an 80% chance he would secure a national first prize, directly qualifying him for admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, potentially reviving the glory of the third middle school. Wang Daren. He was once again left in a state of shock. Was Jiang Nan truly so proficient in his academic pursuits? It was well known that securing a national first prize in both the Olympiad and physics was far more prestigious than any athletic accolades. In sports, one could only aspire to Hu Ti and Yin Ti. How could that possibly compare to the likes of Tsinghua and Peking University? He wished he could disbelieve it. Yet, seeing the earnest expressions on the faces of Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei, along with Hu Yifei persistently obstructing him, he was compelled to accept the likelihood that this was indeed true. Consequently, a chill enveloped his heart. Heaven, earth, why is fate so unjust? Why bestow such a remarkable physique upon Jiang Nan, only to grant him academic prowess as well? Was it so easy for him to encounter such a promising student? It was genuinely a rare occurrence. It is worth mentioning that in the past, although there were Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, who were relatively competent, they were not his own students. They had been snatched away by other physical education teachers early on. For this, he had endured much ridicule. Wang Daren had become the subject of mockery, labeled as excessively kind-hearted and honest, as his own students sought mentorship from others. For quite some time, he had struggled to maintain his dignity within the school. He had hoped to turn his fortunes around with Jiang Nan, but alas, such despair was overwhelming. Ultimately, he chose not to contest further, casting a lingering glance at Jiang Nan that seemed to convey, "Young man, why didn't you mention your academic achievements sooner? Truly, you have given me hope, only to plunge me into despair. Jiang Nan, you have misled me." Then, without looking back, he departed. He arrived with high hopes, but left in disappointment. His silhouette bore a trace of melancholy, solitude, and sorrow. In response, Jiang Nan felt a pang of guilt. Yet, he could not entirely blame Wang Darren. After all, on numerous occasions along the way, he had intended to express his lack of interest in pursuing sports. But Wang Darren never afforded him the opportunity to speak. Instead, he incessantly referred to Jiang Nan as Jiang Nan, Nanshan, and little brother, fostering a brotherly bond that was almost overwhelming. TSK. Initially, Jiang Nan intended to follow Wang Darren to offer some words of comfort. However, as soon as he made a move, he was immediately intercepted by 3 teachers who were as predatory as wolves. Rather broad-shouldered. Jiang Nan. This does not bode well. He sensed an ominous aura. Previously, both the mathematics and physics teachers had summoned him to the office after school. But now they had all converged. Furthermore, they had added a particularly formidable homeroom teacher into the mix. This trouble was sure to be substantial. As anticipated, just as he feared, Chao Tianyuan, Xia Hongwei, and Hu Yifei all fixed their piercing and inquisitive gazes upon Jiang Nan. In that instant, Jiang Nan couldn't help but shiver. Goodness, what do those expressions from the 3 teachers signify? Do they perceive me as some rare specimen? Silence. At that moment, the office was enveloped in an awkward silence. No one dared to speak, as if they were deliberating how to broach the subject. Finally, it was the homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, who, hands on her hips, scrutinized Jiang Nan with a knowing look and was the first to break the silence. Jiang Nan, please be honest with us. What exactly is going on? Your mathematics is commendable, your physics is exceptional, and now your athletics is impressive as well. Is there anything you are not proficient in? Proficient? Not proficient. The phrasing was somewhat ambiguous. As a man, how could one admit to being incapable? Not only must one be capable, but one ought to excel in all areas. Naturally, this was Jiang Nan's inner monologue. Yet in reality, teacher, what are you talking about? What do you mean by capable or not? I fail to comprehend. Jiang Nan feigned innocence. This was merely a ruse, as he still wished to make one last desperate attempt. What? Are you not going to lay your cards on the table? Now that Mr. Chow and Mr. Xia are present, you might as well be forthright. It is evident that I excel in all subjects and am a versatile scholar. So why do I need to manipulate my scores during exams? Hu Yifei took a deep breath, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Nan. She was genuinely eager to understand what Jiang Nan was truly thinking. A person of such excellence, yet they chose to remain so low-key? Had it not been for Chao Tianyuan's keen insight, deliberately probing Jiang Nan, she might have remained oblivious, feeling like a fool. The thought of this filled her with a mix of surprise, delight, and frustration, an amalgamation that left her gritting her teeth in vexation. Chapter 27. Am I being pushed to my death by insisting I take first place? Indeed. Has my manipulation of scores been uncovered? Upon hearing Hu Yifei's words, Jiang Nan's heart sank momentarily. From the moment Chao Tianyuan began to dig pitfalls for him during math class, he had harbored suspicions, and now it has been thoroughly validated. Not only does Chao Tianyuan know, but Hu Yifei is also in the know, and add Xia Hongwei to the mix? Nevertheless, even so, it is impossible for him to admit it publicly. After all, the subjects he has manipulated are not limited to Chinese, mathematics, and physics, but also include foreign language, biology, and chemistry. From Hu Yifei's tone, it is evident that she harbors considerable resentment, and Chao Tianyuan feels the same way. If he were to admit it and be exposed, who knows what would happen next? Perhaps every teacher would summon him to their office. Those days would undoubtedly be unbearable. Therefore, teacher, what are you talking about? I truly do not understand. What does score manipulation mean? That term seems rather peculiar, huh? As long as he refuses to acknowledge it, no one can do anything to him. Feigning ignorance? You still pretend? Jiang Nan, you truly are one who does not shed tears until faced with a coffin, one who does not relent until reaching the Yellow River, and one who does not turn back until hitting the southern wall. I have already compared your scores from every subject and every exam over the past year. They are essentially identical, all passing grades. Don't tell me this is mere coincidence. A couple of times could be deemed coincidental. But how can it be that more than 10 times are coincidental, and not just in one subject, but across all subjects? Hu Yifei was fuming. At this point, Jiang Nan still refuses to admit it? Does he truly think she is a fool? She was angry. She was truly about to lose her temper. The consequences could be quite severe. She might need to make Jiang Nan understand why she is referred to as the ruthless teacher, the deadly female demon. A sharp crack sounded as her pen snapped in two. Oh no! Witnessing Hu Yifei's furious demeanor, Jiang Nan was startled, nearly taking a step back. Goodness! The ruthless teacher is angry. This matter truly cannot be taken lightly. This Jiang Nan scratched his head, his mind racing, frantically contemplating a way to respond. Oh dear. All right. Teacher Hu, please do not be angry. Jiang Nan's refusal to admit the truth surely has its own reasons. You should not hold it against him. Suddenly, the math teacher, Chao Tianyuan, who had been spectating, stepped forward to mediate. Jiang Nan, you too. There are no outsiders here. Everyone knows about your manipulation of scores. So why conceal it? Jiang Nan, silence. Until he could devise a suitable response, he would refrain from engaging in this conversation. Does he truly think he is a fool? One plays the role of the kind cop, while the other plays the bad cop, if they claim they haven't conspired beforehand. Who would believe it? Especially Chao Tianyuan, who at first glance appears stern and rigid, but harbors many devious thoughts. This has already been experienced in math class. All right, what are you all doing? Do not frighten Jiang Nan. At that moment, the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, could no longer contain himself and interjected while attempting to ease the tension, smiling as he said, Jiang Nan, you are undoubtedly a genius. There is no doubt about that. Of course, geniuses often possess unconventional temperaments. Your desire to avoid attention is understandable, hence your score manipulation. However, I would prefer you to showcase yourself more, to be a little proud, even arrogant, for you are still young. After all, youth is meant for audacity, is it not? For instance, today your performance in my physics class was incredibly impressive, truly exhilarating to witness. This matter should be pursued more in the future. There were underlying meanings in his words. This old fellow does not play by the rules. Attempting to engage in a battle of wits? I shall remain silent, letting the storm rise and fall, and respond to change with steadfastness. What can you do to me? In response, Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, and Xia Hongwei exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual helplessness. This Jiang Nan, is he truly impervious to reason? It seems only a decisive move will suffice. Jiang Nan, I shall not say much more. Whether you admit to the score manipulation or not is inconsequential, for I know your mathematical prowess is exceptional. I believe you must have heard what I told the physical education teacher. You should easily secure first place in next month's Olympiad competition, right? Chao Tianyuan boldly stated his expectations. TSK. Such lofty demands. To have Jiang Nan casually take home a national first? Is it really that simple? Compared to Guan Yu's crossing of 5 passes and slaying 6 generals, it would be 1,000 times more challenging, unless one comprehends the lightning-fast 5 consecutive whips simultaneously. Xia Hongwei was not to be outdone. Addressing Jiang Nan with a smile, there is also the physics competition. You must participate. Given your performance in class today, securing a national first should pose no problem. On another note, Hu Yifei lightly cleared her throat, gazing intently at Jiang Nan. I do not ask for much, after all. There is no competition for Chinese. However, as your homeroom teacher, I expect you to achieve first place in the upcoming first monthly exam for the senior class next week. Bringing honor to our class. This should not be too much to ask, right? Jiang Nan, his head felt ready to explode. To expect him to secure a national first in the Olympiad, a national first in the physics competition, and the top rank in the entire school, are they trying to drive him to his demise? Is there no room for him to live a low-key life anymore? Moreover, whether or not he can achieve first place is not solely up to him. It depends on the whims of the benefactor and the tasks assigned by the system. Chapter 28. Those who do not adhere to the code of conduct are truly unapproachable. Teacher, this doesn't seem quite right. What if I perform poorly on the exam? Please do not place too much hope in me. At this moment, Jiang Nan did not refuse the examination proposed by the 3 teachers, for he secretly longed for more tests and competitions to accumulate reward points. However, a precaution was in order. Given the nature of the Go system, it would never allow him to achieve a perfect score. At best, he would barely pass, and surely would not secure first place. Yet, before he could finish his thought, he was sharply interrupted. What if? No, there is no what if. With your capabilities, securing the top spot in the entire school is absolutely within your reach. Unless you intend to manipulate your scores or deliberately underperform. If that is the case, do not blame me for making your life difficult afterward. If you think you can toy with me, I assure you, I will not let you off easily. You enjoy sleeping in class, do you? Just wait and see. I will call your name in every language class, ensuring your slumber is anything but peaceful. Hu Yifei, the youngest head teacher at Jiangxing No. 3 Middle School, who bore numerous titles such as Saint Fighter, Relentless Master, and Deadly Sorceress, was certainly no pushover. At that moment, her commanding presence was palpable. She was determined to keep Jiang Nan, a mere child, in check. Teacher, it is rather unjust to use sleep as a threat against me. After all, you wagered with me this morning that as long as I passed the mathematics exam, you would no longer concern yourself with my sleeping habits. A gentleman's word is his bond. As a distinguished and exemplary educator, you must not go back on your word. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan sprang to his feet, for he had indeed been struck at his most vulnerable point. He despised being disturbed while sleeping and loathed being threatened. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Hu Yifei let out a derisive laugh. Indeed, I am a distinguished educator. But, as you pointed out, a gentleman's word is his bond. However, do you think I am a gentleman? In any case, I will be observing your performance in the upcoming exam. If you do not meet my expectations, I have my ways of dealing with you. Calling your name in class is just the beginning. I will also ensure that Teacher Chow and Teacher Xie call on you during math and physics classes. Furthermore, I will periodically check in on your progress in other subjects to ensure your sleep is utterly disrupted. If that does not suffice, I will be left with no choice but to visit your home. I do not wish to resort to this last measure, as it would inconvenience your parents. But do not push me. Jiang Nan was utterly speechless. The situation was beyond frustrating. The adage that women and petty individuals are difficult to manage rang true. As the homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei was not only willing to gamble, but also refused to admit defeat, breaking her promises and even threatening to intrude upon his home life. If being unable to sleep was his Achilles heel, then the prospect of a home visit was his ultimate taboo, one that could provoke a furious reaction. It was evident that she was disregarding all sense of fair play. Indeed, it seemed that all teachers were cut from the same cloth. Chao Tianyuan was one such example, and it appeared that Hu Yifei was no different. Teacher Xie likely shared the same sentiment. Casting a glance at Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei, he noted the knowing smiles on their faces and shook his head repeatedly. They were formidable figures, and he was clearly outmatched. In an instant, a look of despair washed over his face. Indeed, his days were becoming increasingly difficult. Alas, how pitiful! Meanwhile, witnessing Jiang Nan's predicament brought Hu Yifei immense joy, filling her with a profound sense of relief. A genius has emerged from my class, and yet I remained oblivious, completely outmaneuvered by Jiang Nan. How could I possibly tolerate this? If I do not assert myself, they might think I am a docile cat. And now, I have finally turned the tables on Jiang Nan. Naturally, my heart swells with pride. Boy, you are still too young to challenge me. Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei shared similar sentiments, their faces reflecting unrestrained exhilaration. They had begun to envision Jiang Nan excelling in competitions, shining brightly. Just the thought of it was electrifying. After all, this was a student they had nurtured. Well, one could say they had a hand in his upbringing, at least. Jiang Nan was oblivious to how he exited Hu Yifei's office, his mind swirling with confusion. It seemed he had heard a barrage of motivational speeches. Yet his expression was one of deep concern. How could he alleviate his worries? Only through a lottery. Previously, he had achieved a perfect score in the physical assessment, fulfilling the system's scoring task and earning reward points. Now, this was his only solace. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the physical assessment with a perfect score. This scoring reward grants you 1 to physique, 1 to pull-up skills, 1 to running skills, 1 to physical potential, and 100 points. The system panel data has been updated as follows. Host, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Language, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and comprehension. Physique, 35. Points, 100. Current lottery chances, 1 ding. The system has detected surplus points. You may draw a lottery once. Would you like to proceed with the lottery now? Draw this time. Jiang Nan did not hesitate, fearing that the ghost system would become irate and create difficulties for him. Ding. The lucky spin has commenced. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a piece of mighty chocolate, which has been added to your system inventory. Please check it. Chapter 29, Brother. I hope you won't hold it against me. What is this power chocolate? Jiang Nan was utterly perplexed, increasingly bewildered by the system, especially regarding the lottery. Previously, it was Yinling fruit, and now it was power chocolate, both seemingly edible items. Did the system think he was a glutton? He accessed his inventory. Curiosity piqued. He wished to discover the purpose of this power chocolate. Ding. The inventory opened. Yinling fruit 1. Effect. Consuming it enhances one's appearance, increasing attractiveness tenfold, achieving a flawless and captivating visage. Power chocolate 1. Effect. Consumption boosts physical constitution, permanently increasing it by 10%. Note, there may be minor side effects, such as hunger, and Jiang Nan was left speechless. What was all this? Power chocolate could enhance his physique? This reminded him of a rather catchy advertisement. Hungry? Grab a bar now. At first glance, it appeared to be a beneficial item. However, the note in minuscule font mentioning potential side effects left him bewildered. Isn't the system supposed to guarantee quality? How could there possibly be side effects? Hunger? Was it suggesting he would need to consume copious amounts of food? Was this to cement his title as a glutton? Of course, being a glutton wasn't a major concern, but what did the tiny font's additional remark imply? Such uncertainty made him hesitant to consume it. Furthermore, with his current physique at 35, far exceeding that of an average individual, and considering that the system might directly enhance his physique after each score control, it meant that this power chocolate was merely a luxury, superfluous and unnecessary. Hence, he would never consider consuming it. Initially, he had dismissed the Yinling fruit, believing it to be of little use, but now it seemed truly invaluable. Not only did it promise a tenfold enhancement of attractiveness, but it also bore no side effects whatsoever. Once he returned home later, he was determined to consume it. Returning to the sports field, Wang Fatty, keen-eyed, spotted Jiang Nan immediately and hurriedly tossed aside his ball to inquire, Nan Shun, didn't Wang Darren take you to see the head teacher to discuss your transition to an athlete? What happened? Did it go through? Wang Darren had returned before you, but he only said free activity before leaving in a dejected manner. There's no way something went wrong in the interim, right? His concern for Jiang Nan was genuine. After all, he believed that transitioning to an athlete would be an excellent opportunity for Jiang Nan. However, Wang Darren returned looking rather unhappy, and Jiang Nan's expression was similarly grim. Thus, he felt a wave of apprehension. Jiang Nan understood his best friend's intentions and briefly recounted the events that transpired in the office, omitting the part where Wang Darren's proposal was forcefully rejected by Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, and Xia Hongwei. Instead, he stated that he had no interest in sports and had, therefore, declined Wang Darren's good intentions, preserving Wang Darren's dignity. After all, Wang Darren was genuinely kind-hearted and sincere, in stark contrast to the unprincipled teachers like Hu Yifei and Chao Tianyuan. Such a wonderful teacher should not be ridiculed. What? Nan Shun, did you say what I think you said? Wang Darren wanted to take you as a disciple and transition you to an athlete, and you actually turned it down? Wang Fatty exclaimed, utterly astonished. I believe I can get into college without relying on sports, so I naturally declined. Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. Nan Shun, you truly are. Wang Fatty was at a loss for words, ultimately letting out a long sigh. What a marvelous opportunity. It's like a pie falling from the sky, and you just let it go to waste? Of course, it was understandable. Given Jiang Nan's performance in mathematics and physics today, he was no longer the same person, and it was indeed possible he could get into a good university. But Wang Fatty felt he himself had no hope, if only he could transition to an athlete. Do you really wish to become an athlete? Jiang Nan asked, his gaze shifting thoughtfully towards Wang Fatty. He hadn't considered this angle before. After all, with the system at his disposal, he had never worried about university admission, regardless of score control. However, his only brother, Wang Fatty, had dismal academic performance. Ordinarily, he would be lucky to secure a place in a vocational college, let alone university. Yet if Wang Fatty could transition to an athlete, gaining admission to a reputable university would be effortless. Moreover, although Wang Fatty was referred to as fatty, he was not truly overweight. Rather, he was robust and well-suited for athletics. Indeed, Nan Shun, you've sparked a revelation in me. You're at the top of the class in mathematics and physics, but I'm still in the dark. If I take the college entrance examination normally, I certainly 1T pass. But if I can transition to an athlete, all I need is to score at least second level in national testing. And if I work hard to score over 300 points, I could easily get into a second-tier university. If I manage to score first level, I might even aim for Shanghai Sport University or Yinbian Sport University, which would be on par with Tsinghua and Peking University. Since you have this determination, you should give it a try. Perhaps Wang Darren will accept you as well. But I can't. Wang Fatty shook his head helplessly. I ran over 1,000 meters in the physical test in just over 3 minutes. Although that's excellent, unless I can complete it in under 3 minutes, Wang Darren will never accept me. There's no hope. No, that's not the case at all. Anything is possible. There's nothing you can't achieve. It all depends on your willingness to try. If you believe in me, just eat this chocolate to replenish your energy, and then go find Wang Darren for the test. I guarantee you can complete it in under 3 minutes. As he spoke, Jiang Nan flipped his right hand, revealing a piece of black and white chocolate. He then extended it toward Wang Fatty. Wang Fatty was momentarily taken aback, then stared at Jiang Nan in astonishment. Nan Shun, are you serious? Of course. I am, Jiang Nan affirmed with a vigorous nod. All right, I'll follow your advice and give it a shot. What if I, too, suddenly unleash my hidden talent? Wang Fatty seemed genuinely ignited by newfound determination. Gritting his teeth, he accepted Jiang Nan's chocolate, abandoning his ball and sprinting toward the direction where Wang Darren had departed. The wind whispered through the trees, and the warriors set forth, determined to return. Jiang Nan smiled faintly, silently hoping, brother, I truly hope you 1T hold this against me. Chapter 30. Oh no, Bai Yingying is going to exploit me too? I handed the chocolate to Wang Pengzi. The powerful chocolate I had won in a lottery. Jiang Nan would never consume such a substance with unknown side effects without first understanding its implications. Thus, it was perfectly suited for Wang Pengzi. After all, what are brothers for if not to play tricks on one another? A free test subject is indeed a valuable resource. Moreover, Wang Pengzi genuinely needed it. Aspiring to excel in sports, yet struggling with a 1,000-meter physical fitness test that clocked in at just over 3 minutes. He faced an uphill battle to improve his performance in such a short span. However, consuming the powerful chocolate would alter the situation dramatically. It could instantly enhance his physicality by 10%, enabling him to sprint under 3 minutes. This would not only fulfill Wang Pengzi's ambition to transition into a sports student, but also present Wang Haoren with a proud disciple. A win-win situation, indeed. As for the potential side effects, they were hardly a concern. Why worry? A sly smile danced across Jiang Nan's lips as he dismissed thoughts of Wang Pengzi and leisurely made his way towards the school gate. Tomorrow was Sunday, a day of rest. Although the physical education class had yet to conclude, the freedom of activity meant he could return home early without hindrance. Jiang Nan, hurry up, the bus is coming. Before Jiang Nan could reach the bus stop, a hurried voice called out to him. He looked up to see a girl in school uniform, her remarkable figure barely concealed. With long hair styled in twin ponytails and a round, youthful face glowing with vivacity. It was none other than the school beauty, Bai Yingying. She waved at him as their bus approached the stop. Why haven't you gone home yet? She chided. I've been waiting for you. Several buses have already passed. If you don't hurry, I'll be boarding this one. Next time, just head off without me. He replied, amused. I wasn't just waiting for you. I was also curious to see if Wang Haoren succeeded in helping you become a sports student. After all, I'm a girl with a penchant for gossip. Hee. You enjoy gossip too? Jiang Nan remarked, surprised. I had thought you were solely focused on your studies. Studying is important to me. I don't want to be seen as merely pretty, overshadowed by someone like Qin Yuma, the academic genius. Despite my efforts, I remained firmly beneath her shadow as they exchanged light-hearted banter. it was evident that they shared a close camaraderie. Although their interactions at school were minimal, maintaining a semblance of normal friendship to avoid unnecessary speculation, their bond was indeed profound. Jiang Nan had two steadfast friends, Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying. In fact, his acquaintance with Bai Yingying predated that with Wang Pengzi by a significant margin, simply because they grew up in the same neighborhood and attended the same school from childhood. However, they were not particularly close until a year ago when Jiang Nan had his epiphany. Even as he languished in mediocrity, their relationship flourished. Jiang Nan discovered for the first time that Bai Yingying shared his interest in gossip, so he casually recounted his rejection of Wang Darren. While she was taken aback, she was not overly surprised. After all, today's Jiang Nan seemed to have undergone a second awakening. Whether in mathematics or physics, he excelled beyond measure. Despite other subjects remaining average, it was not difficult to comprehend why he wouldn't transition to a sports student. As their conversation continued, they boarded the bus among the first wave of passengers. However, the bus was already full, even though there was still time before school officially let out. The peak hour was bustling with people, and as more commuters surged in, the atmosphere became increasingly cramped. Jiang Nan instinctively shielded Bai Yingying as the bus jolted through its stops. With every sudden brake and acceleration, passengers lurched forward and backward, creating a chaotic scene that prompted many to curse under their breath. Yet, Bai Yingying felt her cheeks flush. Despite her height, nearing 1.7 meters, Jiang Nan towered over her. Thus, when inertia pulled them forward, it was Jiang Nan's broad chest that absorbed the impact, and when it pushed them back, it was his strong arms that steadied her, accompanied by the rhythmic beat of his heart. The subtlety of the atmosphere was beyond description, and both felt an unusual sensation. Fortunate that they could not see each other's expressions, which spared them from awkwardness. After approximately 20 minutes, they disembarked and walked into an older neighborhood before parting ways to return home. However, just as they were about to separate, Bai Yingying suddenly turned and said, "Jiang Nan, I'll come find you tomorrow morning. Why would you seek me out on the weekend? I need your help with tutoring." "Tutoring? But you're an academic prodigy. Why would you need my assistance?" "Prodigy or not, you've transcended to the level of a genius. I want to learn from you." But I was hoping to catch up on some sleep." "I don't care. You're my best friend. After being overshadowed by Qin Yuma for 3 years, I'm at my wit's end. Now that you excel in math and physics, you must help me surpass her. Can I refuse?" "No." With her resolute words echoing in the air, Bai Yingying danced away, humming a cheerful tune. Jiang Nan could only let out a long sigh. Constrained by teachers at school, and now, after finally escaping to the comfort of home, he found himself yet again at the mercy of Bai Yingying's demands. Life had become quite unbearable. Chapter 31. How can I stay low-key when I am this handsome? "Mom and Dad, I'm home." Within a few minutes, Jiang Nan returned home. His residence, situated on the 3rd floor, was a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. The DCOR was neither particularly exquisite nor shabby, but it exuded a warm ambience. Although the neighborhood was part of an aging complex, the property prices in Jiang City were undeniably steep. Naturally, this abode was not purchased by Jiang Nan's family. It was a collective housing unit allocated to them due to his parents' long-term employment as skilled workers at the same establishment. "Oh, my son, you're back," exclaimed his mother, Zhou Xiuqin, emerging from the kitchen with dishes in hand. "I've made your favorite braised pork and sweet and sour ribs, just waiting for you to dig in." At the same moment, Jiang Nan's father, Jiang Gaoyuan, a slightly overweight man, hurried out of his room and beckoned Jiang Nan. "It's rare for you to have a break from your senior year. Come, let us share a drink." "Drink, drink, drink. All you think about is drinking. Nan is still in school. Do you dare to let him drink?" "I'll break your legs," Zhou Xiuqin retorted. "Isn't it just a little celebration for Nan's return?" Jiang Gaoyuan protested. "A celebration, my foot. You're just looking for an excuse. I warn you, if you dare to drink in front of Nan, I'll confiscate every drop of your alcohol, and you'll have to rely on the north wind for your drinks in the future." Hearing this, Jiang Gaoyuan sulked and quickly concealed the bottle in his embrace. In the Jiang household, decisions were made by the father for significant matters and by the mother for trivial ones, with the final say resting with her. Thus, Jiang Gaoyuan did not dare to confront Zhou Xiuqin directly. Witnessing this exchange, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile. Although his parents occasionally bickered, he cherished the atmosphere at home, plain yet genuine, compensating for the slight void in his memories. This was one of the reasons he felt no urgency to instigate change. Living a laid-back life seemed quite agreeable. However, it appeared that his days of idleness were about to change. After dinner, Jiang Nan retreated to his room. Ordinarily, this would be his time to lounge in bed, binge-watch shows, play games, read novels, and sleep. Yet this time, he did not immediately sink into his comforter. Instead, he flipped his right hand and retrieved a Yuling fruit from his system's inventory. It was a glossy black fruit, and Jiang Nan smacked his lips before consuming it. This was his first time tasting something obtained from the system's lottery, and he had intended to savor it. However, to his surprise, it melted in his mouth without a trace of flavor. This seems rather useless. Jiang Nan furrowed his brow, wondering if he had been deceived by the system. Just then, he felt a tingling sensation on his face. Was he about to suffer a disfigurement? He hurriedly grabbed a mirror to inspect himself. He was already exceptionally handsome and did not need to become more attractive. If he were to truly become disfigured, he would weep in despair. Yet, in the next moment, he gasped in disbelief. Holy cow! Incredible! What the? Staring into the mirror, Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned, unable to contain his excitement as he jumped 3 feet into the air. The reflection before him was undeniably him. His face was like a polished jade, eyes twinkling like bright stars, nose perfectly sculpted, lips resembling delicate petals, all complemented by an aura of ease and charm. The adjectives he had in mind could barely encapsulate a fraction of his newfound handsomeness. Apart from exclaiming in astonishment, he found himself at a loss for words. He was so striking that he could easily overshadow the most prominent male stars in the entertainment industry, capturing the hearts of women worldwide. Even he felt a flutter of attraction towards himself. Unable to resist, he touched his face, marveling, wow, so fair, so smooth, so, Realizing he had perhaps overindulged in self-admiration, he reminded himself that he was not that vain. In truth, his appearance had only undergone subtle enhancements. Yet the results were nothing short of astonishing. His looks had improved tenfold. He was now flawless and radiated an irresistible charm. He was enamored with his visage. With such a captivating face, he could simply recline and still captivate the world. Of course, he was not one to rely solely on his looks. He intended to depend on his abilities, while keeping a low profile as a slacker. Yet, he pondered, how could he remain inconspicuous now that he was so handsome? This was a serious dilemma he sought to resolve, urgently. The following morning, as a ray of sunlight streamed into his room, Bai Yingying had already arrived at Jiang Nan's home. Today, she had chosen not to wear her school uniform, but instead donned a light blue long dress, resembling a celestial being. The term school beauty was an understatement when it came to describing Bai Yingying. Jiang Nan's parents beamed with delight. Although their son struggled academically and lacked other notable talents, he certainly had an admirable charm with the opposite sex. They were acquainted with Bai Yingying, having seen her around the neighborhood several times. They knew she had been beautiful since childhood, and as she matured, she blossomed like a water lily. Moreover, she was not only stunning but also an academic achiever. Excelling in her studies, essentially, she had no discernible flaws. Truly, the epitome of other people's children. Privately, they often discussed how fortunate someone would be to marry a daughter-in-law like Bai Yingying. Yet, to their astonishment, she had come to their home today, seeking their seemingly inept son. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Beaming with joy, Jiang Nan's parents hurried to prepare a feast, killing chickens and fish as they prepared to cook. Bai Yingying, overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, noticed that Jiang Nan was still asleep. Seeking a reason to enter his room, she boldly announced, Jiang Nan, you lazybones, get up. In all honesty, she genuinely intended to rouse him. However, little did she realize that Jiang Nan typically slept without much clothing. Thus, the scene that unfolded was nothing short of tragic. Ah! Bai Yingying screamed. You pervert! Jiang Nan, you sleep without clothes. What should I wear to sleep? Jiang Nan retorted. Is it wrong not to wear clothes while sleeping? Jiang Nan, you are too. Wait, huh? Ah, you're not Jiang Nan. Who are you? Jiang Nan. Chapter 32. So he is the true campus heartthrob. And he is with the campus beauty? Bai Ying, widen your 48K titanium alloy eyes and see clearly. Who else could I be but Jiang Nan? You. You are Jiang Nan. Absolutely, without a doubt. How is that possible? Jiang Nan can't possibly be this handsome. Was I really that unattractive before? Well, that is not exactly it. It's just. There is no just about it. Look at my eyes, nose, and mouth. Aren't they the same as before? It does seem quite similar. Bai Ying rubbed her eyes and carefully scrutinized Jiang Nan, realizing that the person before her was indeed Jiang Nan. However, this only heightened her astonishment. Heavens! Jiang Nan, what did you eat last night? Milk? Or papaya? We've only been apart for one night. And you've transformed into someone this handsome. It's simply unbearable. Bai Ying couldn't help but reach out to touch Jiang Nan's face. His skin was as smooth as silk. Moreover, it was remarkably fair, invoking an almost irresistible urge to caress. Bai Ying felt a twinge of envy. In the past, as the campus beauty, she prided herself on her figure, looks, and complexion, which were all top tier. This was her sole point of confidence. The only area where she surpassed Qin Yumo. But now, compared to Jiang Nan, she seemed to have no advantages whatsoever. Can milk and papaya really enhance beauty? I honestly don't know. I thought those things were only for growth. Jiang Nan cast a glance at a certain area of Bai Ying's anatomy, and he found it somewhat overwhelming this early in the morning. Come clean. How did you achieve such a transformation overnight? Teach me. What transformation? I'm just naturally handsome, all right? I merely got a haircut. Jiang Nan pointed to his head, a premeditated excuse to prevent alarming others with his extraordinary looks and to maintain a low profile. Thus, he had deliberately gone out for a haircut last night. Yes, this current buzz cut was meant to make him appear less attractive. Yet, he had underestimated the outcome. After the haircut, he not only failed to look less appealing, but instead appeared even more vibrant and polished, leaving the hairdresser quite mesmerized. Alas, what a miscalculation. Being excessively handsome is indeed a dilemma. Bai Ying, we must maintain some decorum. I need to get dressed. Could you refrain from looking and touching? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, truly. It was only then that Bai Ying realized what she had done, hastily covering her eyes while her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. How mortifying. She had barged into Jiang Nan's room and seen everything, even going so far as to reach out and cough. Bai Ying, why are you still standing there? What does it mean to cover your eyes, yet leave a gap? Still looking? Leave. I need to get dressed. Whoosh. Bai Ying fled. Moments later, Jiang Nan emerged from his room, dressed, and found Bai Ying smiling at him in a rather peculiar manner. TSK. She looked like she could drool at any moment. Jiang Nan. By the way, what brings you here this early? Did you forget? Yesterday, I mentioned that you would help me with math and physics. Jiang Nan. Oh no. It seems there is no escaping. After finally having a weekend, I have to endure this? What a troublesome life. As they conversed, Jiang Nan's parents had already prepared breakfast and brought it out from the kitchen. Ah, son, how did you, is this still our silly boy? It's no wonder Bai Ying was so astonished. Jiang Nan's parents shared her surprise. If it weren't for Jiang Nan's familiar features, they would hardly believe this was their son. Ultimately, they could only attribute it to an old adage: boys grow up and change. Soon, Jiang Nan, his parents, and Bai Ying enjoyed a warm family meal together. Afterward, Bai Ying requested Jiang Nan to help her with her studies. Naturally, Jiang Nan was 100% reluctant. He wanted to play some games and rank up, having not played for several days. Plus, he was following a serialized novel by the author Song Cheong-yin, which seemed to have accumulated quite a few chapters. At the very least, wouldn't it be delightful to take a nap? However, this silly girl still hadn't realized. A girl came to your home to study and wanted to help you, yet you're still unwilling. How could you ever deserve her? Jiang Nan's parents were aware of Bai Ying's excellent academic performance. She was a top student, and they instinctively thought she was there to tutor Jiang Nan, which made them beam with joy. If Jiang Nan dared to refuse, they would undoubtedly take action against this unruly boy. In the end, under the weight of parental pressure. Jiang Nan had no choice but to comply, foregoing games, novels, and naps, dedicating the entire day to tutoring by Ying. And so, the weekend swiftly passed. Monday arrived, marking the return to school. Bai Ying once again came to Jiang Nan's house early in the morning, insisting on accompanying him to school. Jiang Nan didn't think much of it, and his parents were quite pleased. However, as soon as they stepped off the bus and entered the campus, they immediately drew a crowd. Every student turned their gaze toward Bai Ying, then shifted to Jiang Nan's face. Look, isn't that the campus beauty Bai Ying? She is actually arriving at school with a boy. Could it be that he is her boyfriend? This is quite bold. The school prohibits dating. Doesn't she fear the teachers? Wait, who is this boy? Oh my, he is so handsome. How could someone this attractive exist in our school? Which class is he from? I don't recall ever seeing him before. He is simply too stunning. A heartthrob among girls. Could he be Yi Jiqiu, the basketball god from class 5 of senior 3, renowned as the campus heartthrob? Nonsense, he is not Yi Jiqiu. Yes, I've seen Yi Jiqiu. While he is handsome, he cannot compare to this young man. Does that mean this person is the true campus heartthrob, and he is with the campus beauty? Chapter 33. Has the southern god grown handsome, yet Fat Wang has become bald? What the hell? Have I been deceived? As Jiang Nan observed the whispers and furtive glances exchanged among those around him, a wave of frustration washed over him. He was already strikingly handsome, and with the presence of the captivating Bai Ying beside him, it was inevitable that he would soon become the center of attention in the school. For others, this was a coveted situation, but for someone like Jiang Nan, who preferred to remain low-key, it felt akin to being thrust onto a blazing pyre. Meanwhile, Bai Ying wore a triumphant smile. Other girls would gaze at Jiang Nan as if struck by Cupid's arrow, their hearts fluttering with infatuation. Many even contemplated approaching him for a conversation. However, once Bai Ying asserted her claim beside Jiang Nan, those girls hesitated, feeling inadequate in her presence. The school heartthrob is indeed a heartthrob. The male deity is a male deity. Unfortunately for them, he was forever out of reach, having already been claimed by Bai Ying. The school's bell. Sobbing quietly in a corner, they lamented their misfortune. Jiang Nan felt a headache coming on and quickened his pace, leading Bai Ying directly to the classroom of Class 4. However, as he stepped through the door, a hush fell over the previously raucous classroom. Every student, without exception, ceased their activities and turned their gaze toward Jiang Nan, lost in admiration. How handsome! This thought echoed in the minds of the girls. He is truly breathtaking. Even the boys had to concede. Who was this striking figure beside Bai Ying? So extraordinarily handsome that he seemed to break the limits of beauty, soaring to celestial heights. Could he possibly be Bai Ying's boyfriend? Oh no, that was the only goddess in their hearts, snatched away. Yet, despite his stunning appearance, they found it impossible to harbor resentment towards him. Their envy was eclipsed by admiration. The flames of gossip ignited fervently. Many speculated that Jiang Nan was Bai Ying's boyfriend, but they could only envy him, devoid of jealousy or hatred. Indeed, it was true. Being handsome opened all doors. Do you not recognize me? Is there something on my face? I am Jiang Nan, merely sporting a different hairstyle. It is truly me. You may all disperse. Jiang Nan had heard enough chatter and was thoroughly annoyed. Wishing to avoid further gossip from his classmates, he quickly introduced himself, making his way to his seat. However, upon introducing himself, it was as if a spark had ignited in hot oil, causing an explosion of excitement throughout the classroom. What? He is Jiang Nan. Impossible. Jiang Nan could not possibly be this handsome. Wait, Jiang Nan is indeed quite attractive. Otherwise, he would not be the class heartthrob. But this person is even more striking. I would wager that even the school heartthrob, Yi Jiqiu, would pale in comparison to him. If he is truly Jiang Nan, it is nothing short of miraculous. Can a mere haircut truly transform someone so drastically? Perhaps we too should cut our bangs and adopt Jiang Nan's hairstyle. Could we then become male deities? You must be kidding. Cutting your bangs and opting for a buzz cut will only reveal your flaws and make you look hideous. Jiang Nan has an excellent foundation. There is no comparison. From this day forth, I shall no longer refer to him as Jiang Nan, but as the Southern God, the true male deity. Cheers erupted from the crowd, with numerous classmates showering Jiang Nan with praise. Li Qianqian, Tang Tian, and other girls were utterly enchanted by Jiang Nan, while boys like Suyu and Zhang Hao bowed before him in reverence. Even the studious class monitor, Qin Yuma, who usually remained oblivious to the world outside of her studies, could not help but glance at Jiang Nan several times, lost in a daydream for an extended period. In contrast, Bai Yingying was delighted. She had long aspired to surpass Qin Yuma, but had always been overshadowed by her. Now, however, she felt she had finally gained the upper hand. After all, Jiang Nan's glory was tantamount to her own, given their relationship. On the other hand, Jiang Nan returned to his seat, choosing to ignore the commotion around him, instead focusing on the plump Wang Fatty, who wore a distressed expression beneath a wide-brimmed hat. "What's the matter? Have you forgotten who I am?" he wondered. "Or was it that you failed to impress Wang Haoren during your test a few days ago and could not transition into a sports student?" That seemed unlikely. Jiang Nan was perplexed. Given Wang Fatty's foundation, combined with the effects of the strong chocolate, he should have easily clocked in under 3 minutes. As long as he achieved that time, Wang Haoren would undoubtedly accept him. Knowing Wang Fatty's carefree nature, he would have immediately shared the good news with Jiang Nan. But now, why did Wang Fatty appear so despondent? Could it be that the strong chocolate had malfunctioned, or that he had not consumed it? No, Wang Haoren accepted me. Wang Fatty looked up and said to Jiang Nan, "That day I approached Wang Haoren for the test. He reluctantly agreed, but even at my utmost effort, I only managed to run 3 minutes and 10 seconds, which was below the standard." Wang Haoren was quite disappointed. "I nearly gave up. But remembering your words, Southern God, that nothing is impossible if one is willing to try, I shamelessly begged Wang Haoren for a second test. Guess how long I ran the 1,000 meters? How long?" Jiang Nan inquired with curiosity. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Wang Haoren was so shocked he thought there was an error with the timer. He had me run a third time, and I clocked in at 2 minutes and 45 seconds, at which point he immediately accepted me. Wang Fatty grinned, clearly proud of his achievement. "That's wonderful," Jiang Nan responded with a smile. "Indeed, I must thank you, Southern God. If I am not mistaken, my improved performance stems from the piece of chocolate you gave me before the race, which must have sparked my potential. We are brothers, no need for thanks," Jiang Nan assured him, feeling relieved. He had initially feared something had gone awry, but it appeared all was well, and the strong chocolate had proven effective. From 3 minutes and 15 seconds to 2 minutes and 45 seconds, a remarkable enhancement. It was indeed a product of the system. However, he failed to notice Wang Fatty's expression suddenly darkening. "Southern God, while we are brothers, gratitude is still in order. Without the chocolate you provided, I could not have transitioned into a sports student. Without that, I would not gain admission to university, and without university, I would be left with no choice but to toil on a construction site after graduation. But," Wang Fatty continued, "when you gave me the chocolate, you didn't mention it had side effects. Do you know I nearly fainted from hunger on the track? I barely made it to the cafeteria and devoured 10 bowls of rice before feeling somewhat full, solidifying my title as the glutton." Wang Fatty's face was filled with exasperation. After all, the scene of his gluttonous feast had astonished everyone in the cafeteria and terrified the surrounding girls. With such an appetite, how could he ever hope to find a partner? This has its pros and cons, as long as the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Eating more when hungry is not such a big deal. Jiang Nan scratched his head, somewhat sheepishly. "Is it not a big deal?" "Yes. Eating a bit more when hungry is not a significant issue. I have long been known as a glutton. But what is this hair loss all about?" Suddenly, Wang the Fat removed his wide-brimmed hat, lamenting with tears unshed. "After finally satiating my hunger, I scarcely had the chance to breathe a sigh of relief, only to discover that I have lost all my hair. What is this? Is it akin to Saitama? Has becoming bald rendered me stronger?" Chapter 34. The night before the monthly exam, the weight of despair hung heavily on Wang Pengzi's heart. Can you fathom the tribulation he endured over the past few days? The conclusion of the physical examination nearly brought him to the brink of starvation, yet that was merely a trivial matter compared to the horror that ensued when, in the span of a single meal, he lost all his hair. The very thought sends shivers down one's spine. In that moment of sheer terror, he nearly lost control, convinced he was afflicted with a dire illness, trembling uncontrollably. At just 18, his life was just beginning, filled with promise and joy, particularly after reveling in the excitement of becoming a sports student. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he plunged into despair, a blow of unparalleled magnitude. He scarcely remembered how he returned home, and once there, he dared not speak of his plight to anyone, instead lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the inevitable end. Ultimately, his father discovered the truth. Upon seeing his son's bald head, he panicked and hurriedly took him to the hospital for urgent care, undergoing a battery of tests and examinations. Then came the agonizing wait for the results. Although the duration was not extensive, less than 2 days, those hours constituted the most excruciating period of Wang Pengzi's life, each second stretching into an eternity. He had braced himself for the worst, even composing a will. In what he believed to be his final moments, he resolved to live recklessly, to indulge, and to savor every fleeting moment. Attending class today was an impossibility. He would rather face death than return to school. His parents, understanding his plight, consented, promising their unwavering support for whatever he wished to pursue, as long as he found happiness. However, this morning, when the hospital report was unveiled, the narrative took a dramatic turn. The report revealed that Wang Pengzi was in remarkable health, indeed, so robust that he resembled a young bull. There was no trace of illness, not even the slightest ailment. Shocked, Wang Pengzi, along with his parents, sought the doctor's confirmation repeatedly, only to receive the same astonishing news. He was entirely healthy. The doctor even advised them against worrying unnecessarily and wasting hospital resources, a subtle hint of discontent lacing his words. Faced with this reality, Wang Pengzi was engulfed in confusion. How could he have lost all his hair and yet be perfectly fine? Before he could ponder this further, he was met with a barrage of reprimands from his parents. They unleashed a fierce scolding, wielding a feather duster that broke in several places, and even produced a rolling pin as thick as a wrist. They were convinced he was playing a prank, that he had intentionally shaved his head to evade school. Given his lamentable academic performance and previous complaints about preferring manual labor over studies, with their knowledge of his character, they deemed it entirely plausible that he would resort to such folly. Thus, they showed no restraint in their chastisement, forcibly driving him from the house to school. What a tragic spectacle it was. It could easily headline tomorrow's news in Jiangnan. Yet, this harsh lesson bore its silver lining. It jolted Wang Pengzi into acceptance of his health. He finally believed he was not afflicted by cancer, and the loss of his hair must have stemmed from another cause. He speculated that it was likely linked to the chocolate Jiang Nan had given him, which also explained his ravenous hunger. After all, Jiang Nan had assured him that consuming that chocolate would enable him to run under 3 minutes. At the time, he had dismissed it, but in hindsight, the chocolate's effects were astonishing. Not only did it replenish his energy, but it also enhanced his physical prowess and awakened latent talents. However, the consequences were equally significant. While he grew stronger, he also lost his hair. Per Wang Pengzi, with his already large head and face, he had previously masked his appearance with hair, but now, bereft of it, he resembled a bobblehead. He dared not face anyone without a hat, especially upon seeing Jiang Nan enter the classroom looking dashing, while he stood there, bald and cold atop his head. The stark contrast was heart-wrenching, enough to bring him to tears. Upon learning of Wang Pengzi's plight, Jiang Nan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Fortunately, he had wisely refrained from consuming the potent chocolate himself. This system was truly a trap. After finally winning a prize, he discovered it came with adverse effects, hunger and baldness. Thankfully, Wang Pengzi bore the brunt of it. Whether his hair would ever regrow remained a mystery. Brother, we need not dwell on such trivialities. The crux of the matter is that you have transitioned into a sports student, is it not? As for your hair, if it is gone, so be it. Summer is approaching, and it will be refreshing. Jiang Nan consoled Wang Pengzi for a while, and the matter was soon set aside. Given their bond, Wang Pengzi felt disheartened, but would never harbor ill will towards Jiang Nan. He was not one to repay kindness with malice. Ding-ling-ling. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. The first class is Chinese, and the homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, swiftly enters the classroom, while holding the textbook. "Students," she announces, "tomorrow we will have our first monthly exam of the semester. Although it is merely a monthly assessment, it holds significant importance. The results will be based on the standards of the college entrance examination, providing you with an accurate reflection of your current capabilities, indicating which knowledge you have mastered and which remains elusive. I hope everyone will strive to review diligently and achieve commendable results. Not only will this validate your efforts, but it will also bring honor to our class." As soon as the class begins, Hu Yifei straightforwardly addresses the upcoming exam. It is worth noting that her ability to become the youngest female homeroom teacher at the 3rd middle school is a testament to her competence. With a few succinct words, she underscores the significance of the monthly examination and inspires those present with fervent motivation. In an instant, every student, without exception, straightens their posture, attentively listening with rapt attention. Even the underperforming students in the back, like Wang Pengzi, suppress their distractions and attempt to focus on their studies. After all, the eve of the monthly exam can be quite nerve-wracking. However, there is one exception, Jiang Nan. As soon as Hu Yifei finishes speaking, he unapologetically rests his head on the desk and falls into a deep slumber. This leaves Hu Yifei internally trembling. Given her temperament, had any other student dared to sleep during her lesson, she would have unleashed her formidable repertoire of disciplinary measures, ensuring they understood the origin of her notorious nicknames like the Ruthless Master or the Deadly Sorceress. Yet, when it comes to Jiang Nan, she astonishingly holds back, turning a blind eye as if she has not seen him. "Sleep on, young man," she thinks, "as long as you can secure the top spot in the school tomorrow. I shall overlook your slumber. However, should you fail to achieve that, you will soon learn the extent of my authority." Chapter 35. A group of eccentric youths and the infectious nature of absurdity dingling. Soon, the Chinese class came to an end. During the break, one would typically expect a raucous atmosphere filled with playful banter among classmates. However, today, an unusual harmony prevailed, as everyone remained glued to their seats, diligently poring over their textbooks and completing exercises, engrossed in their studies without a hint of laughter or frolic. Even when nature called, they hurried to the restroom and swiftly returned, anxious not to squander a moment of precious time. Even Wang, the notoriously lethargic student who would normally feel dizzy at the mere sight of a book, stared wide-eyed at the pages, determined to grasp as much as he could to prepare for the upcoming examination. This was indeed a commendable phenomenon. Perhaps his recent success in transitioning to the sports track had ignited a newfound vigor within him, which was truly admirable. However, Jiang Nan, the self-proclaimed king of napping during class and the cafeteria's reigning champion of gluttony, succumbed to slumber from the start of the lesson until its conclusion. Sleep. And more sleep. He exhibited a resolute demeanor, unwilling to awaken until the final bell rang. The reason for this was, he was utterly exhausted. After all, yesterday, a long-awaited weekend, had been monopolized by the relentless demands of the spirited girl, Bai Ying. He felt an undeniable sense of resentment. Yet, his parents were ever watchful just outside the door, keeping a vigilant eye on him. TSK. Even a bull would be worn out under such circumstances. Thus, he resolved to reclaim the time he had lost today, to the extent that he found himself devoid of the desire to play video games, or even read novels. And so it was. The second class has commenced, this time a mathematics lesson. Much like the previous Chinese class, the other students are diligently focused, while Jiang Nan is lost in a reverie akin to Zhuang Zhou dreaming of butterflies. Following this is the third physics class, then the fourth biology session, and in the afternoon, foreign languages and chemistry. Throughout nearly all these classes, Jiang Nan drifts off into slumber. Alas, the title of sleep god is truly well earned. Aside from having lunch and occasionally visiting the restroom, Jiang Nan has done little else all day. The classmates gaze at him with envy. What is this? We toil and study while you merely sleep? This is not the crux of the matter. The heart of the issue lies in the fact that despite being such a lazybones, Jiang Nan still excels in mathematics and physics, garnering special attention from Mr. Chao Tianyuan and Mr. Xia Hongwei. Should any other student dare to nap during math or physics, they would have been weeping under the reprimands of these two teachers long ago. Yet Jiang Nan finds various ways to doze off, and neither teacher utters a word. It is indeed profoundly unfair. Why does heaven not strike him down with thunder? And what of our formidable homeroom teacher, the iron-fisted Hu Yifei, the foreign language instructor Shirley Yang, the chemistry master Huang, and the biology teacher who presides over the class? Have they not always been devoid of compassion? It is understandable that Mr. Chow and Mr. Xie turn a blind eye, given Jiang Nan's prowess in their subjects. Yet what are the other classes? In terms of Chinese, foreign languages, chemistry, and biology, Jiang Nan seems rather average, does he not? So why do they remain indifferent? Have they given up on him entirely? Or is it a fade of favoritism? Is it solely because Jiang Nan's handsomeness has reached celestial heights that they are reluctant to disturb him while he slumbers? Does good looks grant one such liberties? Especially Shirley Yang. Why does she teach yet steal glances at Jiang Nan, as if he were some ethereal being? She doesn't even notice when her chalk slips from her grasp. This is truly heart-wrenching. The rest of the students feel their spirits drained. Aside from Bai Yingying and Wang Pengzi, the remaining classmates are engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Dingling. Finally, the day's classes draw to a close, and mealtime approaches. Jiang Nan stirs from his slumber with a yawn, noticing Bai Yingying on his left still entrenched in her studies, and Wang Pengzi on his right gnawing on a pencil. With a sigh, he prepares to call them for lunch. Just then, Zhang Hao from the front row strides over. Jiang Nan, I admit, I lack your innate talent in physics. Even while you sleep, you excel. But I have not wasted a moment these past few days. And I am certain I will surpass you in tomorrow's exam. At least in physics, I will outshine you. I will make it clear to the entire class that I am the physics representative, the strongest in this subject. With a flushed face, Zhang Hao boldly declares this before hastily retreating. Jiang Nan, you are indeed the physics representative. I have no intention of usurping your position. Why the animosity? It seems that in every physics exam, he has outperformed me. Truly absurd. Jiang Nan feels utterly perplexed. Before he can gather his thoughts, another individual approaches, fist clenched. Jiang Nan, I too concede that I lack your talent in mathematics. After all, I have never seen you study, yet you consistently rank first. However, like Zhang Hao, I have not squandered a moment these past few days. Tomorrow's exam will see me surpass you. I will prove to everyone that I am the mathematics representative, the strongest in this subject. The speaker is Su Yu, the mathematics representative, who previously questioned Jiang Nan's integrity. As the saying goes, foolishness can indeed be contagious. It is one thing for Zhang Hao to behave like a delusional teenager, but Su Yu too? The situation does not end here. Barely has Su Yu departed when Tang Tiantian waves her delicate fist at Jiang Nan, saying, I will surpass you in tomorrow's exam, as I am the foreign language representative, and I am not inferior to anyone. Following her are the representatives for Chinese, chemistry, and biology, each echoing similar sentiments. Jiang Nan, what? This is utterly speechless. He struggles to comprehend. Zhang Hao and Su Yu's declarations can be somewhat understood, given that he has overshadowed them in physics and mathematics, leaving them discontented. Yet, what is Tang Tiantian's claim? Has she ever demonstrated talent in foreign languages? It seems not, let alone in Chinese, chemistry, or biology, where he has performed quite ordinarily. Or has he simply slept too deeply and forgotten something? Perhaps he truly has forgotten something, because after the representatives depart, even the class monitor, Qin Yuma, rises from her seat and approaches Jiang Nan. Class monitor, could it be that you too? Jiang Nan, I hope you do not hold back in tomorrow's exam, but rather give it your all and demonstrate your true capabilities. Qin Yuma gazes at Jiang Nan with utmost seriousness. Jiang Nan, I am not holding back. No, you are certainly concealing your abilities. A person who excels in mathematics and physics cannot possibly perform poorly in other subjects. Jiang Nan, you must promise me this, for I wish to triumph over you openly, without your allowance. Jiang Nan. Chapter 36. First scene of language arts. Is this a mistake? Let your sister. When did I ever concede to you? I truly cannot comprehend the thoughts of these individuals. Each one seems as if they have consumed gunpowder, eager to outshine me. It's utterly absurd. Have they nothing better to do? With that time, wouldn't it be more delightful to head to the cafeteria for a meal? Jiang Nan, with an awkward smile, fell silent, pulling by Ying and Wang Pongzi toward the cafeteria. The world is vast, yet nothing surpasses the importance of a good meal. Whatever you think is of no concern to me. However, this indifference only fueled the flames of animosity among his classmates. TSK. Jiang Nan could never have anticipated the depths of their hostility. The reason why various class representatives, including class leader Qin Yuma, sought to surpass him was solely due to his habitual napping during class, which was quite infuriating. Furthermore, the teachers turned a blind eye, showing him undue favoritism, leaving the others feeling quite unbalanced. This encapsulates the mindset of the top students. Clearly, we are the most outstanding in our respective subjects, the ones most valued by the teachers. Why should you steal our thunder? We are the ones who work the hardest, not daring to waste a single minute. Why should an inveterate napper surpass us? Unwilling to concede, determined to settle the score and prove superiority. Only the carefree Wang Pongzi remained unaffected, as he could not grasp the mindset of the top students. As for Bai Ying, she turned to Jiang Nan, her cheeks puffed with indignation. These individuals are simply outrageous, daring to issue a challenge to you, even Qin Yuma. Jiang Nan, you must exert yourself. Tomorrow's exam cannot be taken lightly. It is imperative to dampen their spirits and crush their arrogance. Jiang Nan, ignoring Bai Ying, dampen their spirits, crush their arrogance? Easier said than done, but in practice, it's actually quite simple, yet it is beyond Jiang Nan's control. If the system's score control still adheres to the passing line, he certainly cannot aim for a perfect score just to save face. He has no intention of engaging in such thankless endeavors that draw attention but yield no benefits from the system. The following day, Tuesday, as the morning self-study session commenced, Homeroom Teacher Hu Yifei arrived to distribute the examination permits. Although it was merely a monthly test, Hu Yifei had previously stated that the format would mimic that of the college entrance examination. Thus, all 20 classes in the senior year would be mixed and student seating would be randomly assigned by computer. This clearly indicated the school placed great importance on this examination. After a flurry of meticulous arrangements, the students set off to locate their respective examination rooms. Notably, prior to the exam, Hu Yifei specifically summoned Jiang Nan to the corridor, repeatedly urging him to give his utmost effort. She warned him that should he dare to manipulate his scores again, he would face dire consequences in the future. To this, Jiang Nan responded with a perfunctory acknowledgement. It was still the same sentiment. He had no intention of engaging in thankless tasks. Even if you threaten me, cough cough, that poses a bit of a dilemma. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. What a headache. Never mind. One step at a time, he would wait for the system's score control task to appear. However, this scene did not escape the eyes of his classmates. Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tian bore particularly grim expressions. The math and physics teachers may have valued him, but now even the homeroom teacher treated him with special consideration? Truly, patience has its limits. In this examination, if we do not surpass you, we are not human. The examination commenced. Like the college entrance examination, the first subject was language arts, lasting 2.5 hours with a total score of 150 points. Coincidentally, Jiang Nan's assigned seat was in his own class, and the invigilating teacher was none other than Hu Yifei herself. Instantly, Jiang Nan's expression fell. Damn, this is disastrous. With Hu Yifei supervising, she would undoubtedly keep a close watch on him. How could he manipulate his scores, let alone slack off? Was he truly expected to engage in thankless endeavors? However, in the next moment, he was astonished. At last, the system task had arrived. But unlike the usual directive to keep his scores at the passing line, this time it was, ding. For this language arts examination, please attain a score of 150. Jiang Nan. What? 150 points? Could it be that the system has undergone a transformation? Since last week's physical assessment, he no longer needed to keep his scores at the passing line, but was now required to achieve a perfect score? This was indeed an unexpected delight. Although he was not one to seek the limelight, preferring a more understated existence since the system had made such a demand, he had no choice but to rise to the occasion. He would have to strive for that 150 points. After all, it could spare him from Hu Yifei's scrutiny. While there were downsides, there were also advantages. Soon, the examination papers were distributed. While other students were still writing their names and student numbers, Jiang Nan had already begun to answer questions at a rapid pace. From basic multiple-choice questions to the appreciation of ancient poetry, to the analysis of classical texts and comprehension reading, his speed was remarkable. He merely needed to glance at a question to discern the answer, requiring no further contemplation. One could say, his eyes were swift, his mind was agile, and his hands even quicker. The pen in his hand danced across the paper like a super-efficient drilling machine, producing a constant rhythm. TSK, TSK. The surrounding classmates were oblivious, as they were seated at a distance. However, Hu Yifei paid special attention to Jiang Nan, frequently casting her gaze in his direction, and she was utterly astounded. How fast? This was Hu Yifei's initial thought. Does he not need to glance at the questions or contemplate them? Or is this examination simply too easy? This was her second thought. Out of curiosity, Hu Yifei picked up a blank paper, simultaneously supervising while secretly observing. She wished to see just how simple these questions were that Jiang Nan could answer without a moment's thought. Indeed, they were not challenging. The earlier multiple-choice questions and poetry memorization were akin to giving points away to students with a solid foundation. However, upon reaching the poetry appreciation section, this posed a bit of difficulty. Feng He Shi Mei, Dong Min Jianji, Xi Yun, Lu Guimeng. Although I lost my drunken spring city, my curtains are yet to be tailored for poetry. Because I chanted on the banks of Ing, I wish to pick the 3 elegant grasses of Shangya. The wild cranes are wide in their cages, while the mountain monks cook rice separately. But the Dr. Shinyu, with his heavy pupils, fears not the river flowers not filling the branches. Questions: what illness afflicts the author's friend? Summarize the thoughts and emotions expressed in this poem. Upon seeing this question, Hu Yifei could not help but twitch her eyelids. Lu Guimeng? Generally, for poetry appreciation and language arts, poems by well-known authors such as Li Bai, Du Fu, Lu Yu, and Bai Juyi are frequently selected. After all, these are the most familiar names. Yet this time, the choice was Lu Guimeng. Most students probably haven't even heard of him. But that was not the crux. The crux was that this poem was also somewhat obscure. The difficulty of this language arts examination had instantly escalated, and it was likely that many students would struggle, even if they did understand. Achieving a perfect score would not be easy. Setting that aside, Hu Yifei continued to peruse the paper. Next came the analysis of classical texts. In the next moment, her expression froze, and she was left dumbfounded. What? Who crafted this question? Are you certain this is meant for students? The beginning of the paper was quite simple. Increasing the difficulty in poetry appreciation was understandable. But what on earth is this classical text? The original text reads, Yu wishes to fish, encountering me at the residence. He speaks to me. Do you wish to fish in the muddy waters, or shall we fish in the river? I wish to sell jade, while you wishes for jade. I long to encounter you at Yu's residence. Together, you and I meet you at Yu's abode, surpassing the corner of Yu, intending to sell jade to you. Upon encountering rain, the rain surpasses Yu's domain. I address you. I wish to fish in the muddy waters of Yu, encountering rain at Yu's residence. Shall we fish or sell jade? You and I take shelter from the rain at Yu's abode, while I sell jade to you. As the rain intensifies, you and I tread carefully across Yu's domain, fishing in the muddy waters of Yu. Questions: what does mean? What does mean? What does mean? What does mean? Please share your understanding of this text. Finally, please translate the entire text. Having finished reading the text, Hu Yifei could no longer contain her frustration, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Goodness, is there something wrong with the question setters? Or could it be that this is an erroneous question? Chapter 37. The Collapse of Mentality, Abandoning the Exam. Hu Yifei, a Chinese teacher who holds herself in high regard, is bewildered by a classical Chinese text authored by Yu. Despite recognizing each character, the text's complexity leaves her feeling disoriented. Without a profound understanding of classical literature or a translation dictionary, comprehending such material is an insurmountable challenge. The examination committee must have intentionally devised such a difficult paper to intimidate the students. Is there truly a need for this? With the college entrance examination looming, Should her students' confidence be shattered, she vows to hold the committee accountable. As Hu Yifei grapples with the challenging questions, numerous students in the classroom are seen tugging at their hair in despair. This frustration is not confined to her classroom. The entire school is engulfed in this turmoil. Initially, as the Chinese examination commenced, many students felt a sense of relief, thinking the questions were deceptively simple. They swiftly completed the foundational multiple-choice questions with ease, securing 12 points. However, the subsequent poetry recitation posed some difficulty, yet most students managed reasonably well. The true challenge arose with the poetry appreciation section, where many were left utterly confounded by verses they had never encountered and authors they had never heard of. It is understandable, given the vast number of ancient poets and their works. Questions regarding the ailments of the author's friends left them perplexed. After struggling to decipher the poem's meaning, they decided to skip it, acknowledging the potential loss of a mere 7 or 8 points, which, although detrimental, was still within an acceptable range. Yet, this fleeting sense of relief dissipated upon encountering the classical Chinese text. In an instant, countless students were rendered speechless. Is this truly the classical text assigned to us? The arrangement of homophonous characters left them utterly baffled. How could one possibly articulate an understanding of a text that defies comprehension? The thought of translating it seemed utterly futile. Indeed, the vast majority, 99.9, found themselves ensnared by the complexities of this classical text. The classroom echoed with the sounds of anxiety, hair-pulling, teeth-grinding, and exasperated sighs. Heavens! Earth! May the heavens strike down the one who set this paper, they lamented. The poetry appreciation challenge was one thing, but the classical text, worth a staggering 18 points, posed a significant threat to their overall scores. The foundational questions accounted for merely 12 points, and the loss of 25 or 6 points was an undeniable blow. As they navigated through the examination, the difficulty only escalated, particularly from the second section onward. Many students found themselves immobilized by the poetry appreciation and classical text sections. While time continued to tick away, the 2.5 hours passed in what felt like an instant. Consequently, numerous students began to lose their composure. To hell with this exam. I refused to continue. A student, unable to bear the pressure, crumpled his paper and hurled it to the ground, stomping on it before storming out. This student is still in the examination. Please return to your seat. You cannot submit your paper or leave the examination room until the last 15 minutes, or you will receive a 0. Hu Yifei urgently reminded. However, the defiant student retorted, 0 points are still 0 points. I've discarded my paper, so what's the point? His audacity was striking, not only abandoning the exam, but also destroying his paper in a dramatic display of frustration. His actions incited a wave of similar sentiments among his peers. Suddenly, the examination room was rife with unrest. Hu Yifei furrowed her brow, acutely aware that these were third-year students, mere days away from the college entrance examination. The prospect of their mental collapse was alarming. Initially, she had intended to confront the examination committee after supervising the exam, but now her patience was waning. She felt an overwhelming urge to confront the question setter directly. Just then, the head of the Chinese teaching research group appeared in the corridor, beckoning Hu Yifei through the window. Without hesitation, she hastened to join him. Chapter 38. What kind of essay is this? Team leader. This exam paper is exceedingly difficult. Even I feel the pressure, let alone those students. As they walked down the corridor, before the head of the Chinese department could speak, Hu Yifei voiced her frustrations first, her tone laden with resentment. It truly is challenging. Many teachers have echoed my concerns, which is why I came to inform you. Please advise the students to set aside the questions they cannot answer and focus on the remaining ones. Furthermore, emphasize that if they struggle with a question, so do others. Hence, they should remain calm and composed. Remain composed? That is quite a challenge. After all, if it were just one difficult question, it would be bearable, but the difficulty spans from poetry appreciation to classical Chinese. It's all too hard. Tell me, who designed these questions? If it's not a mistake, then it seems deliberately aimed at undermining the student's confidence. This individual deserves condemnation. Hu Yifei was thoroughly dissatisfied with the question designer. Mistakes are unlikely. After all, this paper was not created by our school, but by the Municipal Education Department. Although it appears to be merely a monthly exam, in reality, it is a citywide joint examination. It is not just us. Schools like number 1 and number 2 high schools, Tutoring, and Lanpu are also taking this set of papers simultaneously. I have urgently contacted the question-setting team in the city, but they have yet to respond. As for now, please reassure the students to proceed with the exam. Having said that, the head of the Chinese department departed, needing to notify each examination room and unable to linger here for too long. Upon hearing this, Hu Yifei's irritation remained unabated. Yet, there was little she could do. All she could manage was to calm the students. Classmates, please don't panic. Remain steady. After all, the examination tests one's state of mind, does it not? Remember, if you cannot solve a question, it's likely that your peers cannot either. Just skip those and complete the remaining ones. Do not allow poetry appreciation and classical Chinese to consume your time. Furthermore, do not follow the example of that student who gave up the exam after encountering just a couple of difficult questions. That is irresponsibility toward the examination. It is also a disservice to yourselves. Upon re-entering the classroom, Hu Yifei endeavored to soothe everyone as gently as possible. However, ugh, teacher, you truly speak nonsense with your eyes wide open. What do you mean others cannot do what I cannot? This fellow beside me hasn't paused his pen since the exam commenced. Moreover, I can clearly see with my pirated Sharingan that he has completed both the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese. His writing is abundant. If he is not merely scribbling, then he is genuinely impressive. These questions are so easy for him. It's truly disheartening. Comparing ourselves to others feels unbearable. Especially when I cannot resolve the questions while others find them trivial, it pierces the heart. Coupled with Hu Yifei's attempt to placate the students, bang, with a resounding thud, the chubby boy slammed his palm on the desk. Forget it. I won't take the exam anymore. 0 points are 0 points. I'll follow that previous ruthless student. He crumpled his paper and tossed it to the floor, disregarding Hu Yifei's dark expression as he stood up to leave. Hu Yifei, what is this? I just finished speaking, and you slap my face? Am I to have no dignity? This is intolerable. Her temper flared, threatening to erupt. Yet, in the next moment, she suppressed her anger. She suddenly recalled the student who mentioned that someone next to him had not paused their pen, completing both the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese. And that person was none other than Jiang Nan from her class. Is Jiang Nan truly that capable? It's one thing to manage poetry appreciation, but to tackle classical Chinese, which even she struggles to comprehend. Though she had high hopes for Jiang Nan before the exam began, that was more a form of motivation than unwavering belief. To claim absolute confidence that Jiang Nan could rank first in the school was unfathomable. After all, Jiang Nan's score management is commendable, but she has never witnessed his true capabilities. And now, all right, the other students should continue with their exams. Do not be influenced by the two who just left. They may have given up, but you must persist until the end. Only through perseverance can victory be attained. Hu Yifei reassured the students once more. However, regardless of her reassurances, when one's mindset collapses, it collapses, especially with others leading the way out. Several more students soon submitted their papers in anger and left. Clearly, they all chose to accept a score of 0. I'd rather have a 0 than endure this nonsense. Hu Yifei picked up the papers of those who left and noticed they were mostly blank. Even the questions that should have been easy were answered incorrectly. Needless to say, they were the lowest achievers among the students. If they wished to leave, let them. After all, she had done her best to persuade them. One cannot force someone to stay. What concerned her more was whether Jiang Nan had truly completed the classical Chinese section. Though Jiang Nan was skilled at managing scores, he must have some ability. But surely classical Chinese would be exceptionally challenging? With a tinge of curiosity, Hu Yifei, under the pretense of inspecting the exam room, made a circuitous route to stand behind Jiang Nan and glanced at his paper. Her original intention was to see how Jiang Nan had fared in classical Chinese. Yet, upon a quick glance, she was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Is this not classical Chinese? Why? Is he writing an essay? And it's densely packed, seemingly nearing completion? The exam time has only passed halfway, and he is nearly finished with the essay? Could it be that he did not attempt the previous classical Chinese? Wait, this doesn't add up. The chubby boy who left earlier mentioned seeing him complete both the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese. How is this possible? Even if he were hastily writing. It's improbable to finish an essay after supposedly completing poetry appreciation and classical Chinese. After all, writing 1,000 characters takes time, does it not? Hu Yifei's mind was clouded with confusion. Other classmates had merely skimmed classical Chinese, and the subsequent modern literature appreciation had yet to commence. Yet Jiang Nan was on the verge of completing his essay. This speed is nothing short of miraculous. She genuinely wished to see Jiang Nan's exam paper to ascertain how he handled classical Chinese. But since the essay and classical Chinese were on different pages, she couldn't view it immediately. Wait, what is he writing about? Suddenly, Hu Yifei seemed to realize something, her eyes widening in disbelief. What kind of essay is this? Classical Chinese? Jiang Nan is actually writing in classical Chinese? How could this be possible? Chapter 39. A scheme in mind. It is worth mentioning that this recent Chinese language examination was indeed challenging. The initial multiple-choice questions and the recitation of poetry were relatively standard, manageable for most. However, the difficulty escalated exponentially from the section on poetry appreciation. The classical Chinese text was almost insurmountable, with few capable of tackling it. As for the subsequent modern text analysis, Hu Yifei skimmed through it and found it somewhat easier. Though still not without its challenges, the difficulty level comparable to that of the poetry appreciation section. And then there was the essay. This essay prompt carries some weight. No, wait. It presents quite a challenge. The essay topic was as follows. A young man traverses the long road of life and arrives at a ferry crossing. At this juncture, he possesses 7 burdens: health, beauty, integrity, wit, talent, wealth, and honor. As the boat departs in calm waters, time elapses unmeasured until the winds rise and waves crash, causing the small vessel to toss perilously. The ferryman states, "The boat is small and heavily laden. One must discard a burden to navigate these treacherous waters." The young man, reluctant to part with any, hears the ferryman add, "There is loss in gain, and gain in loss." After a moment of reflection, the young man relinquishes his integrity into the water. With integrity cast aside, what thoughts does this fable evoke in you? Please compose an essay on the theme of integrity, sharing your experiences, reflections, beliefs, or even crafting a story or a fable. At first glance, this prompt does not seem daunting. However, that impression is misleading. In truth, it is imbued with profound significance. Far from simple, this essay is indeed a formidable task. While one may settle for a low score if the response lacks originality and is merely formulaic, the score shall not soar either. Such were Hu Yifei's subconscious thoughts. At this moment, she empathized deeply. Earlier, she had instructed her students to tackle the later questions first. In hindsight, it felt like an unintentional slap to the face. Had she previewed the essay topic, she would never have uttered such contradictory advice. Good grief. What is this? Is this truly an essay prompt for high school students? If even Hu Yifei finds it challenging, it must be an unyielding blow to these students. Indeed, this was the case. The few who had exited moments ago were utterly bewildered upon seeing the essay prompt. Their instinctive thoughts echoing. Who can clarify what this is? How does one even approach it? Poetry appreciation is difficult, classical Chinese is daunting, and now the essay, which accounts for a substantial portion of the exam, is equally challenging. With a thud, they capitulated. This examination is undeniably overwhelming. Rather than squander time here, I might as well indulge in leisure. A score of 0 is just as well. I shall not serve. Many shared this sentiment, leading to a notable exodus of frustrated students. However, Jiang Nan wrote with remarkable fluidity. In less than half an hour, he vanquished all preceding questions, including poetry and classical text analysis. And then he confronted the essay. Upon reading the prompt, a smirk graced Jiang Nan's lips. He found it amusingly simple. This essay was non-prescriptive, allowing for vast associations. As long as he remained relevant to the theme, the potential directions were numerous. Scoring 30 or 40 points would be effortless, but to achieve 50 would depend on one's writing prowess. Yet, this time, The system's scoring mandate was perfection. This indicated that Jiang Nan's essay must secure a full score of 60. This, however, posed a challenge. After all, everyone knows that achieving full marks in mathematics or science is straightforward, provided the formulas, processes, and answers are correct. However, attaining a perfect score in language arts is an arduous endeavor. Particularly in essay writing, perfect compositions are as rare as phoenix feathers. This is due to the lack of precise grading standards. To excel, one must strike a balance between originality and thematic relevance, crafting a piece that captivates the reader and elicits admiration, compelling the evaluator to refrain from deducting even half a point. Nevertheless, for Jiang Nan, while challenging, it was manageable. It merely required a bit more contemplation. After pondering for a few seconds, a smile spread across Jiang Nan's face, for an idea had struck him. Was there not a classical Chinese text at the beginning of the exam? That topic seemed intriguing. If I were to compose an essay in classical Chinese, the result would surely command a perfect score, right? He chuckled to himself. Thus, he set forth to create a piece that would astonish and move the heavens and earth, leaving Hu Yifei momentarily dumbfounded. The essay unfolded as follows. In the 26th year of the Jiangnan era, in the year 221 AD, Guan Yu traversed Maicheng, suffering defeat and capture, resolutely refusing to yield, ultimately falling victim to Sun Quan's machinations. His steed, the famed red hare, was bestowed upon Ma Zhong by Sun Quan. One day, Ma Zhong submitted a petition. The red hare had refused sustenance for several days and would soon perish. Sun Quan was alarmed and urgently sought the counsel of Bo Shi, a renowned horse expert from Jiangdong, reputed to understand the language of horses. Ma Zhong led Bo Shi to the stables, where the red hare lay on the ground, lamenting and whinnying in sorrow. The onlookers were perplexed, but Bo Shi understood. He dismissed the crowd and gently stroked the horse's back, sighing. In days of yore, Chow Chow composed though the tortoise lives long, stating, the old steed, though resting in the stable, still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. A noble spirit, even in twilight years, retains its ambition. I am acutely aware of your gratitude towards General Guan. You wish to accompany him in death. Yet, on that fateful day, when Elbu met his demise at the White Gate Tower, I did not witness such loyalty from you. Why then, in this moment, do you choose to forsake life so lightly? Would this not betray the noble aspirations you held for 1,000 miles? Chapter 40. You cannot submit your paper for another half hour. This is the essay written by Jiang Nan, which left Hu Yifei utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, it is an examination, a spontaneous display of talent. Yet, you somehow found the time to compose in classical Chinese? Hu Yifei stood there in disbelief, as if she had encountered a ghost. Oh heavens, is this truly human? I am a language teacher, after all, a graduate from a prestigious university with a master's degree. My standards are not trivial. In my time, I too have penned commendable essays. But in comparison to Jiang Nan, the disparity seems insurmountable. This blow, I must admit, is quite significant. Speechless. Such an extraordinary talent. Could this be what they call a scoring deity, a super scholar, the true prowess of Jiang Nan? I truly do not know whether to weep or to laugh. Perhaps the latter? After all, he is from my class. Though I have been deceived by him for 2 or 3 years, if Jiang Nan indeed possesses such remarkable skills, then being misled is of little consequence. Heh. Hu Yifei wore a silly grin. Some might argue Jiang Nan merely used classical Chinese. The content might not necessarily be good, and his level may not be high. If such a person existed, Hu Yifei would not hesitate to douse them with a mouthful of soda. Nonsense. Outsiders watch the spectacle, while insiders discern the subtleties. In this era, how many can compose in classical Chinese? Let us not even discuss the content. Just the fact that Jiang Nan could effortlessly write hundreds of words in classical Chinese is enough to prove his formidable abilities. Moreover, from her perspective, the content of Jiang Nan's essay was far from vacuous. It was rich in meaning and thought-provoking. If one were to describe it in words, it would be a fierce spirit, terrifyingly profound. On the other side, Jiang Nan was wholly absorbed in his writing and had not noticed Hu Yifei standing behind him. Until he completed the final paragraph, the steed cried, saying, I have long admired the unyielding integrity of Bo Yi and Shu Qi. Jade may shatter, yet its purity remains untarnished. Bamboo may break, yet its joints are unyielding. A scholar dies for a true friend, and a person thrives on trustworthiness. How could I ever consume the grains of Wu and live a life bereft of honor? With those words, he fell prostrate and perished. She wept loudly, saying, "If even objects are so, how can humans endure?" He reported this to Sun Quan. Upon hearing, Quan wept as well. "I had no idea that Yin Chong was so trustworthy. Now, this loyal man has met his end at my hands. How shall I face the world?" Subsequently, Sun Quan issued an edict to grant a grand burial for Guan Yu and his son, alongside the steed. As the final paragraph concluded, Jiang Nan exhaled deeply, finally having completed it. "This had cost me at least 30% of my effort. I am certain I shall receive full marks." He smiled, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. The pains of life. Some yearn for fame, yet cannot attain it, while he cannot even remain low-key. With Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, and Xia Hongwei pressing from the outside, and the system within compelling him to achieve full marks, he had no choice but to go with the flow. Surely, this would not astonish too many people. After all, this paper was exceedingly easy. There must be many who will score full marks. Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Qin Yuma are all top scholars, each claiming they will surpass me. Not to mention, there are at least one or two among them who will achieve full marks, right? The entire school is filled with talents, with no less than 10 who could rival Qin Yuma. Among them is a certain Qin Feng, truly a scholar among scholars. Absolutely capable of attaining full marks. Jiang Nan reassured himself internally and then put down his pen, preparing to submit his paper. Seeing this, Hu Yifei was taken aback. "Jiang Nan, what are you doing? Are you submitting your paper?" "What? You finished?" "Yes, I have completed it." "You did both the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections?" "Both are done." "Even so, you should check your work. What if you made mistakes? Remember, details determine success or failure." "No need. How could I possibly err on such simple questions?" "Rest assured, teacher, I did not take it lightly this time." Jiang Nan wore an innocent smile, fearful that Hu Yifei might doubt him, thinking he would once again take it easy on the scoring. However, his explanation only served to inflict 1,000,000 points of damage on Hu Yifei. Goodness, how could such simple questions be wrong? Just look, is this even human language? Did you not notice how many students in the classroom are pulling their hair, grinding their teeth, or even collapsing in despair? Did you not see that even I wore a serious expression, feeling cough, the pressure? Yet you claim it is very simple? Does your conscience not ache? Not only Hu Yifei, but also the other students in the examination room, especially those sitting next to Jiang Nan. Upon hearing his words, each nearly choked on their own blood, caught in a state of disbelief. How heart-wrenching. Truly, without comparison. There is no harm. Who is this person? Which class is he from? Quickly, relinquish your supernatural abilities. Our fragile hearts cannot withstand this. To know I have yet to complete my poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections, and I have not even started on the essay, yet this person has finished everything? Your speed must surpass that of a lifelong single man. How did you cultivate such swiftness? Speechless, Jiang Nan disregarded Hu Yifei and paid no mind to the thoughts of those around him, taking his paper to submit it on the podium. However, wait, Jiang Nan. There are rules in the examination room. You may only submit your paper and leave during the last 15 minutes. The time is not yet up, so you cannot submit your paper or leave. Otherwise, you will receive a score of 0 at that moment. Hu Yifei called out to Jiang Nan once more. The reason was simple. The examination time has not yet elapsed. She had not paid attention earlier. Seeing Jiang Nan about to submit his paper, she glanced at the clock on the blackboard and realized it was still not yet 11 o'clock. The language examination lasts 2.5 hours, from 9 in the morning until 11:30. This means Jiang Nan completed the exam half an hour early, and such a challenging paper? Furthermore, Jiang Nan wrote an essay in classical Chinese that even she found astonishing. This is truly inconceivable. Chapter 41. Oddities abound. Today particularly, so what? The time isn't up, so we can't submit our papers? Upon hearing Hu Yifei's words, Jiang Nan was utterly perplexed. He was momentarily at a loss, primarily because, during typical exams, he would complete his papers in a mere 10 minutes, and then fall into a deep slumber until the session concluded. Yet today, the system unexpectedly granted him full marks, particularly in Chinese. To achieve this, he had painstakingly composed a classical Chinese essay, investing considerable time, believing the exam was nearing its end. But was it not over yet? Time seemed to drag on interminably. Jiang Nan glanced at the clock above the blackboard, only to discover that nearly half an hour remained until the final 15 minutes. This seemed rather prolonged. What to do? Leaving was out of the question. He had finally finished the exam and was eagerly anticipating his full score to earn points for a future lottery. Thus, there was no choice but to return to slumber. Jiang Nan pursed his lips and returned to his seat with the paper, stifling a yawn before resting his head on the desk. Sleep. Witnessing this scene, Hu Yifei felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of her mouth. This person was truly insufferable. Here she was, proctoring the exam, and he had the audacity to sleep again? Even if he had completed his work, with so much time remaining, could he not at least review his answers? Or was he genuinely that confident, believing he had answered every question correctly and could secure full marks? Truly, it was reminiscent of a stubborn mule. Were it anyone else, she would have long since flicked their ear. However, considering it was Jiang Nan, perhaps it was best to let it slide. As long as he did not disturb the other students, what harm was there in his slumber? It seemed rather inconsequential. Nevertheless, did Jiang Nan's napping truly not disturb those around him? Perhaps not the students in front of him, but those beside and behind him surely felt a mix of emotions. Look, this was the privilege of a super scholar, completing such a challenging exam ahead of time, and still able to rest his head on the desk while the proctor took no notice. It was utterly disheartening. By the way, who exactly was this individual? Could he possibly be Qin Feng, renowned as the strongest and most illustrious scholar in the school? Yet, Qin Feng could not possibly be this handsome. Jiang Nan's appearance was stunning, capable of rendering all the other boys as mere shadows in comparison. While Qin Feng was indeed famous, it was due to his academic prowess rather than his looks. Otherwise, he would not only be a scholar, but also a heartthrob. Therefore, this lad could not be Qin Feng. If not Qin Feng, could he be the school's basketball deity, known as the first heartthrob, Yi Zhiqiu? That too seemed implausible. Yi Zhiqiu was handsome, no doubt, but reportedly his academic performance was average, making it unlikely for him to have completed the Chinese exam so swiftly. Thus, this young man was neither Qin Feng nor Yi Zhiqiu. Moreover, Yi Zhiqiu could not possibly be more handsome than Jiang Nan. It was truly a conundrum. This individual possessed a remarkable command of the Chinese language, undoubtedly comparable to Qin Feng, and was strikingly handsome, even surpassing Yi Zhiqiu. Earlier, she had heard the proctor call his name twice. It seemed to be Jiang something. Jiang Nan. If she had not misheard, it indeed was Jiang Nan. But which class was he from? Did our school harbor such a figure? How had she never heard of him? With such talent and looks, it was illogical for him to be unknown. Could it be that she had become so engrossed in her studies that she had overlooked a genius among them? It appeared she must inquire further. It was astonishing that there were still individuals in the third middle school unknown to their circle of gossipers. It was indeed a slap in the face. TSK. Numerous students in the examination room were engrossed in pondering Jiang Nan's identity, to the extent that they lost focus on their own work. However, Jiang Nan remained oblivious to this. Hu Yifei was equally unaware. Had she known, she might have made an exception and allowed him to submit his paper early to avoid disrupting the examination. Of course, she could never have anticipated this, for her thoughts were predominantly occupied with the desire to see Jiang Nan's paper. She wished to know how his essay had unfolded. Earlier, in her astonishment, she had not managed to read through it completely, nor had she seen if he had answered the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese correctly. However, his paper was obscured by Jiang Nan's head. She could not see it, no matter how she tried. Truly, she had dug her own grave. While Jiang Nan slept soundly, Hu Yifei was in a state of torment, watching the clock on the blackboard tick slowly. This was her first experience of resenting time for moving so sluggishly. It was excruciatingly slow. Uncertain how long she had waited, she finally saw the clock's hands settle at 11:15. Then, "Hey, wake up!" Hu Yifei hurriedly shook Jiang Nan. "Teacher, Is the exam over? Not quite yet. But with only 15 minutes remaining, you may submit your paper and go eat. Oh, all right, Jiang Nan replied, rubbing his sleepy eyes, nodding at Hu Yifei before rising to leave the classroom. As for placing his paper on the podium, that was unnecessary. For the moment Jiang Nan stood, Hu Yifei had already taken the paper from him. Jiang Nan assumed Hu Yifei was merely collecting papers, but in reality, she was eager to see his work. The surrounding students, witnessing this scene, felt as though they had been wounded yet again, their hearts pierced anew. What the? Such a thing occurred in the examination hall. A student sleeping while the proctor turned a blind eye was one thing, but now, with 15 minutes still left until the exam concluded, merely at the time when submissions were permitted, the proctor had taken the initiative to wake him, prompting him to submit his paper and go eat, even assisting in collecting his work. Incredible. Many students were left speechless, astonished beyond belief. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have never believed it. Truly, oddities abound year after year, but this year particularly so. While other candidates wished to submit their papers early, proctors typically urged them to double-check their answers. Yet in Jiang Nan's case, the opposite occurred. It was evident that this Jiang Nan would soon gain notoriety. Chapter 42. As long as it doesn't deviate too much, full marks are guaranteed. As the instigator, Hu Yifei remained oblivious to the subtle thoughts of her classmates and the complex expressions on their faces. This was solely because she was engrossed in Jiang Nan's examination paper. To her astonishment, every answer was correct. Incredible. So this was how the problem was approached. Furthermore, the poetry appreciation section was answered remarkably well. By referring to the illusion of Shun Yu's dual pupils, one could deduce that the author's friend suffered from an eye ailment. Truly to the point. The interpretation of thoughts and feelings was even more exquisite. Firstly, it expressed the regret of not being able to gather with friends to compose poetry and enjoy wine amidst the spring scenery. Secondly, it reassured the friend, conveying confidence in their ability to overcome illness and a hopeful outlook on a brighter future. Brilliant, simply brilliant. The layers were distinct, and the expression was concise and clear. Even a model answer could hardly be this precise. This response undoubtedly deserved full marks. Upon glancing at Jiang Nan's paper, Hu Yifei was utterly astonished. She soon became immersed in it, unable to extricate herself, as she read from beginning to end. Every question she could confidently answer had been answered correctly by Jiang Nan, without exception. Even the poetry appreciation section, which she found challenging, was not only fluently articulated by Jiang Nan, but also presented with impeccable clarity, devoid of any superfluous language. How could one describe this? It was an answer that surpassed even the standard model answers. One word too many, one word too few. Astounding. A true prodigy. This individual was extraordinary, terrifyingly so. Various words flashed through Hu Yifei's mind, yet none seemed worthy of encapsulating Jiang Nan's extraordinary talent, especially when she turned to the classical Chinese analysis. Her eyes widened in sheer amazement. Goodness, what a brilliant response. The meanings of and were elucidated so well. This translation was truly exceptional, enlightening her and clearing her confusion. That classical Chinese had baffled countless students. Previously, Hu Yifei herself had been left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the text without dedicating ample time. Yet, Jiang Nan's translation flowed effortlessly. It was as though the new waves of the Yangtze River were pushing forward the old, leaving her, the former wave, toppled on the shore. Dingling. The bell rang, signaling the end of the examination. However, as the invigilator, Hu Yifei stood beside Jiang Nan's desk, clutching the paper in silence. Clearly, she was too engrossed to hear the bell. Teacher Hu, the exam is over. Please collect the papers. Oh, right. It was only when another invigilator reminded her that Hu Yifei snapped back to reality, hurriedly calling an end to the examination. All right, the exam is over. No more writing. Quickly submit your papers. Those in red shirts, please put down your pens. If you continue writing, I will have to record it. Such a serious matter could result in a score of 0. Most of the class promptly submitted their papers. Yet, there were a few reluctant students who clung to the last moments of submission, scrambling to finish their writing. This was already a violation of examination rules. Hu Yifei quickly approached to halt them. "Ah, is it really over? I've just begun writing my essay." Wailing filled the air. The students who had been stopped by Hu Yifei, gazing at the vast white spaces on their papers, burst into tears. It was truly heartbreaking. To describe it as a river of tears would not be an exaggeration. Witnessing this scene, many nearby students felt a pang of sympathy, clearly sharing in the sentiment. Despite feeling compassion, Hu Yifei understood that an exam was an exam. Once the time was up, the papers must be collected, and she could not afford to grant extra time simply due to a student's tears. Speaking of which, she recognized this particular student. If she recalled correctly, they were the exemplary language representative from Class 3, quite impressive. In other subjects, opinions may vary, but in terms of language, this student was undoubtedly the top in Class 3 and among the top 5 in the grade. Yet, upon glancing at their paper, she couldn't help but shake her head in dismay. The poetry appreciation section was blank, the classical analysis was empty, and the essay was only partially completed. Just these 3 sections alone would result in a loss of at least 60 points. Achieving a passing score seemed unlikely. If such a proficient language student could not pass, how dismal would the others fare? Realizing this, Hu Yifei felt a sudden tightening in her chest. It appeared that the entire class would struggle in this language examination. She worried about whether Qin Yuma would pass. If even she failed, the entire class would be doomed. No, wait. Jiang Nan was an exception. Having just reviewed Jiang Nan's paper, which was essentially all correct, he would likely pass even without considering the essay. As for that essay, it required careful examination. As long as it didn't stray too far from the topic, I would undoubtedly award full marks. Could it be? He might very well score 150 points? Hu Yifei was taken aback by her own thoughts. 150 points? Is that even possible? In the entire 3rd middle school, no student had achieved a perfect score in a language exam in nearly a decade, right? After all, language is not like other subjects. In mathematics, foreign languages, or the sciences, there are always some top students who can score full marks. But in language, that is virtually impossible, because with the essay question, 9 times out of 10, points would be deducted. Yet this time, although she had not yet grasped Jiang Nan's essay, just the fact that it was written in classical Chinese format was already astonishing. If she were to grade it, she truly wished not to deduct a single point. Unbeknownst to Hu Yifei, Jiang Nan was completely unaware of her thoughts. At this moment, he was enjoying a meal in the cafeteria. The school recognized that this examination was challenging, and the students had worked hard, so they had specially instructed the cafeteria to provide extra meals, featuring braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and large chicken legs. Ah, how delightful. Jiang Nan was undoubtedly the one who benefited the most. Ah, truly delicious. Chapter 43. Jiang Nan? I have never heard of such a person before. The Chinese exam has concluded, and with no other tests scheduled for the morning, despite it being merely 11:30. Many students are already making their way to the cafeteria. Most of them are lively and exuberant, yet nearly a third bear expressions of profound despair, as if their souls have departed. It is evident that those with such expressions are all seniors. Hey, how did you do on the exam? What else could it be? A complete disaster. This Chinese paper was insurmountably difficult. From the poetry appreciation section onward, I could barely comprehend anything. Same here. I couldn't make heads or tails of the classical Chinese, and I didn't even finish the essay. Combined, that must be at least a 60-point deduction. I'm definitely failing. Really? But you've always been excellent in Chinese. Among the top 3 in class, and you might fail? You can't be serious. This ISNT AFA. Even if I were the top student, passing ISNT guaranteed. Did you not see the expression on Kai Kuan, the class representative for Chinese from class 3? His eyes were red. He must have cried his heart out. Alas, we're all in the same boat. In our exam room, several students gave up halfway through and left with a score of 0. We had some abandon the exam too. It seems everyone is struggling with Chinese. Not necessarily. In our room, there's this genius who completed both the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections. What? That's impossible. Indeed, it seems unlikely. You might believe he completed the poetry appreciation, but classical Chinese? With my 18 years of experience in Chinese, I can't understand it. How could someone possibly do that? It's true. He finished it astonishingly quickly and submitted his essay with 40 to 50 minutes left to spare, leaving everyone in shock. Ultimately, due to exam regulations, he was unable to submit it and ended up sleeping on his desk for half an hour. That's not even the most astonishing part. What is more surprising is that the invigilator didn't intervene while he slept, and with just 15 minutes remaining. The invigilator even reminded him that he could submit his paper and go eat, offering to collect it for him. Later on, the invigilator stood there, dumbfounded, staring at that paper until the exam concluded. From my keen observational skills, I can ascertain that not only did he complete the poetry and classical Chinese sections, but he also did so correctly, leaving the invigilator utterly astonished. Impossible. It cannot be. How could there be such a remarkable person who not only comprehends classical Chinese, but also finishes the exam so early, and to receive special treatment from the invigilator, leaving them in shock? I refuse to believe it. I am not lying. I was sitting right behind him, and not just I, but everyone in class 4 can attest to it. Then what is this person's name? Is it Qin Feng? If he is the top student of the school for 3 consecutive years, renowned as a super scholar, perhaps it's plausible. No, that person is not named Qin Feng. Then who else could it be? I believe his name is Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan. Is there even a student by that name at our school? And one with such exceptional Chinese skills to astonish the invigilator? If it were Qin Feng, I might believe it, but you mention this unfamiliar name, and I am even less inclined to trust it. After all, if he were truly that impressive, he would have been well known throughout the school long before now, and certainly by the end of senior year, everyone would have heard of him. That makes sense. What you're saying seems too fantastical to be credible, but his name is indeed Jiang Nan. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone who sat for the exam in class 4. Forget it. Stop the charade. You've been exposed. Just confess. On the way, many students are discussing the exam. Initially, they all thought that every senior had flopped, and thus they lamented their misfortune. However, soon, different voices began to emerge. One student, who sat behind Jiang Nan, recounted the events that transpired in class 4 and praised Jiang Nan's brilliance. Yet, to no avail. No one around believed him. Even though he spoke fervently, his efforts were futile. The informant was left speechless. I swear to the heavens, everything I said is true. Why does no one believe me? That person is really named Jiang Nan. He is incredibly handsome, the kind who outshines all male celebrities. Unfortunately, the more he explained, the less credible he appeared. If there truly exists someone who excels in Chinese and is astonishingly handsome, how could they possibly be unknown? After all, we are in senior year, not freshman year. Regardless of achievements, looks, or any other attribute, anyone who stands out in any field would have long been recognized and well-known throughout the school. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded across the campus. Groups discussing the Chinese exam, bemoaning the difficulty of the paper, were plentiful, but there were always 1 or 2 students from class for whom mentioned Jiang Nan, extolling his prowess. Yet, no one believed their words. Instead, they were berated, accused of being dazed and confused. No matter how passionately these students argued, gesticulated, or turned red in the face, it was to no avail. After all, Jiang Nan? Such a person has never been heard of. Some individuals are merely braggarts, seeking to attract attention. But the crowd is not naive and cannot be easily deceived. Chapter 44. The sorrow of many, the joy of one. Aside from class 4, the other classes in the senior year hardly recognized Jiang Nan. After all, he had always maintained a low profile. It was only within class 4 that he earned the titles of God of Sleep, God of Food, and South God. Outside of that circle, who knew who Jiang Nan was? Naturally, some whispered that Jiang Nan was quite impressive and handsome. It was hard to believe, and they merely laughed it off. However, among the students from class 4 who were on their way, upon hearing the news, they exchanged glances, particularly Zhang Hao, Su Yu, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi, the representatives of various subjects in class 4, whose expressions instantly soured. How could this be? Had Jiang Nan performed exceptionally well on the exam? Before the exam commenced, they had publicly declared war on Jiang Nan, vowing to triumph over him this time. Yet, the first exam had ended in failure. Even Kai Kuan, the top student in Chinese from the neighboring class 3, had been brought to tears, they certainly had not fared much better. Nonetheless, just a moment prior, as they saw others struggling, they held a glimmer of hope, believing Jiang Nan must have performed poorly as well. Thus, the outcome remained uncertain. But in the next instant, when they heard Jiang Nan's name being called, alongside the mention of Class 4's examination room, their faces changed drastically. Was there another person named Jiang Nan in the school? There shouldn't be. He was undeniably unique in his handsome appearance. Moreover, if they recalled correctly, Jiang Nan was indeed assigned to take the exam in Class 4, which aligned perfectly. Did this imply that Jiang Nan had perhaps performed exceptionally well on this test? Previously, they would have dismissed such hearsay, even scoffing at it. However, after Jiang Nan had demonstrated astonishing prowess in mathematics and physics, leaving everyone astonished, they dared not doubt the rumors any longer. Oh no, this was not looking good. Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian were somewhat reassured, as their declarations of war against Jiang Nan concerned mathematics, physics, and foreign languages, which were not directly related to Chinese. But for Xiang Yi, she was on the verge of tears. This was because she was the representative for Chinese in Class 4. Frustrated by Jiang Nan's habit of sleeping in class and spurred on by the other representatives, she had formed an alliance with them. Following the collective declaration of war against Jiang Nan the day before, she had foolishly waved her fists in a challenge. But alas, she was the first to suffer a crushing defeat. As soon as the exam concluded, she calculated her score and realized that passing was out of the question. She hadn't attempted the poetry appreciation or classical Chinese sections and had only completed half of the essay. Surely her score would linger around the 60 or 70 mark at best. Yet, she had just overheard several classmates discussing that Jiang Nan had not only completed the classical Chinese questions, but had also submitted his paper early, astonishing the invigilator. This was a terrifying prospect. Surely, he must have scored at least 100. Perhaps he even surpassed 120, or even higher. She dared not think of a perfect score, but one thing was certain. If what others said was true, Jiang Nan had undoubtedly performed excellently, likely obliterating her own score. How could this happen to me? I am the representative for Chinese in Class 4. In every Chinese exam, I may not have been first, but I was always second only to Qin Yuma. And yet, the results. Women are made of water. Lost in her thoughts, Xiang Yi couldn't hold back her tears. How pitiful she appeared, leaving the onlookers astonished. Was it really necessary to react this way? It was merely a disappointing Chinese exam. Everyone else had struggled too, and many had even forfeited the exam. There was no need to cry in public. Girls truly are fragile, unable to bear the pressure. I too had forfeited and received a 0. Yet here I was, still striding confidently through life. The passers-by were unaware of the rivalry between Xiang Yi and Jiang Nan. Thus they regarded her tears with bemusement. Yet, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian were all too aware of the situation, their expressions grim. Although it was merely a setback in Chinese, unrelated to other subjects, they were, after all, allies, sharing both honor and disgrace, feeling a profound sense of empathy. They could only hope that in the upcoming exams, they would successfully overcome Jiang Nan. However, for some reason, the confidence they had felt during their declaration of war the previous day had diminished significantly, and a lingering sense of foreboding filled their hearts. Could it be that Jiang Nan would single-handedly defeat them all? No, that was absolutely impossible. I am the strongest in mathematics and physics. Now, let my performance speak for itself. Meanwhile, Bai Yingying, who had been discreetly gathering intelligence on Jiang Nan, happened to overhear the conversation among the onlookers and witness Xiang Yi's tears. In this moment, she was the only one who felt both sorrow and joy. The sorrow stemmed from her own poor performance in Chinese, a significant blow to someone often labeled a top student who aspired to surpass Qin Yuma. The shock came from realizing that Jiang Nan had performed remarkably well, surpassing her expectations. After all, she only knew of his prowess in mathematics and physics, unaware of his talents in Chinese. As for the joy, it was derived from witnessing Xiang Yi's public display of distress, clearly indicating her dismal performance, likely falling short of Jiang Nan's. This meant that the person she favored might indeed achieve victory. Naturally, Bai Yingying was ecstatic. However, hearing is one thing, and seeing is believing. She needed to confirm the details with Jiang Nan himself. Lost in her thoughts, Bai Yingying quickened her pace, quietly passing by Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and the others, and hastened towards the cafeteria. Upon arriving, she didn't even bother to grab any food. Instead, she scanned the room and quickly located Jiang Nan, who was eating. Jiang Nan, I knew you'd be here. Tell me, how did you do on the Chinese exam? I heard someone say you completed both the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections. Is that true? Jiang Nan nodded. Yes. Then let us compare answers. For the first question in poetry appreciation, which asks about the author's friend's illness. How did you answer? I disease. I disease? How did you know? Bai Yingying exclaimed in surprise, clearly having answered differently. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Haven't you heard the tale of Shin Yu and his double vision? It clearly indicated an eye disease. Ah, I got it wrong. Such a simple question. And you couldn't answer it? Bai Yingying. This is painful, my friend. I'm on your side. Chapter 45, The Cafeteria Surprises. A super academic genius? What about classical Chinese? It feels as if it's merely a play on homophones, leaving me utterly bewildered. I cannot comprehend its meaning. What about you? How did you translate it? It's quite simple. It is indeed a homophonic composition, narrating a little story about whether to fish first or sell jade. One glance is all it takes to understand. Bai Yingying. Once again, it pierces the heart. Listen, is this even human language? If it weren't for your incessant provocation, I would be spitting blood in frustration. By this time, the exam had concluded quite a while ago. The cafeteria was gradually filling with people, many of whom gathered near Jiang Nan. Due to Jiang Nan's extraordinary handsomeness and Bai Yingying's striking beauty, they were indeed a match made in heaven, naturally drawing the attention of everyone around. However, initially, they were merely captivated by the appearances of Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying, casting frequent glances their way. But soon after, upon overhearing Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying's conversation about the recently concluded Chinese exam, especially when Jiang Nan casually recited the answers for the poetry appreciation section and began to translate the classical Chinese, the crowd was astounded. Wow, wow, wow. In an instant, everyone around was stunned. What did they just hear? Someone aced both the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese, even providing a complete translation? How could this be? They, too, had just taken the exam and were well aware of the challenges posed by poetry appreciation and classical Chinese, still haunted by the experience. Few could even put pen to paper. In their view, throughout their senior year, no one would be capable of such a feat, but now, someone had done it, and claimed it was effortless. Merely a glance was needed to understand. Is this for real? Almost instinctively, they all approached with their trays, eager to listen closely to Jiang Nan's translation. Regardless of accuracy, they were curious beyond measure. Yu wanted to go fishing and came to my house to say, I want to fish on the banks of the Yushui River. Will you accompany me? I replied, I plan to sell jade. Yu wishes to purchase my jade, and I must go to his house. Thus, I accompanied Yu to his home, intending to sell him the jade. Just then, it began to rain. A torrential downpour engulfed Yu's house. I said to Yu, I originally intended to fish on the banks of the Yushui River, but now, having encountered such a heavy rain at your home, should I fish or sell jade? Yu and I took shelter from the rain at Yu's house, and I sold the jade to him. Once the rain ceased, Yu and I slowly exited his home to go fishing on the banks of the Yushui River. As for understanding the piece, it merely requires you to articulate its meaning. That is quite simple. It conveys that one should approach tasks with orderliness, completing them in a methodical manner for greater efficiency. Otherwise, chaos may ensue. Jiang Nan not only translated the classical Chinese, but also elucidated its meaning directly. Finally, he turned to Bai Yingying and added, This is what it means. See, isn't it quite simple? In fact, there are numerous similar homophonic compositions, such as the history of the lion's dinner, the tale of Ji and the chicken, and the black marten rebukes the official, all of which are rather amusing. Of course, the most intriguing should be the love story of E and the young woman, which narrates a romantic tale between a young couple. Wow, wow, wow. Upon hearing this, the entire room was astounded. Each and every person present was left speechless. Although they could not comprehend classical Chinese and were oblivious to its meaning, Jiang Nan's words, at first glance, resonated with profound logic. It seemed he truly managed to decode classical Chinese. This is simply unbelievable. How could something that confounded countless students be as easy as slicing through vegetables in Jiang Nan's hands? Who is this person? Is he the school's top scholar, Qin Feng? But Qin Feng isn't this handsome. Or perhaps he is the school's heartthrob, Yi Zhiqiu? But Yi Zhiqiu's grades are merely average. Even after racking their brains, the crowd could not ascertain Jiang Nan's identity or which class he belonged to. The only consensus was that Jiang Nan's prowess rivaled that of the academic prodigy Qin Feng, coupled with a charm surpassing that of heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu. He was indeed a super genius combining both beauty and talent. Truly perfection. Instantaneously, one could only imagine how many girls were captivated by him. As for the boys, amidst their admiration and astonishment, envy and jealousy swelled within them, their hearts aching with bitterness. How could such an exceptional individual exist in this world? Truly, life is so unfair. Concurrently, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian, and Xiang Yi arrived at the cafeteria, only to overhear Jiang Nan's translation. Immediately, their hearts were overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down like rivers. Especially Xiang Yi, who had only just managed to hold back her tears on the way here. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's answer, the tears flowed once more, and she turned to flee. The blow was simply too much to bear. Without comparison, there is no pain. Just yesterday, she had boldly declared in public her intention to outperform Jiang Nan in the Chinese exam, asserting her superiority to maintain her position as class representative for Chinese. But now she realized, compared to Jiang Nan, she was but a novice, utterly lacking. There was simply no comparison. In this regard, Jiang Nan remained indifferent, for he had never held Xiang Yi in any regard. Yet Bai Ying was momentarily elated, laughing heartily. Indeed, Jiang Nan managed to accomplish it all. And that little girl Xiang Yi, judging by her tears, undoubtedly flunked the exam. She's hardly better off than I am. Humph. Look down on my man. Jiang Nan. Now, she's the one making a fool of herself. Chapter 46, Has our school truly suffered total defeat? On the other side. In the office of the Senior Chinese Language Department, an urgent meeting is convened. The atmosphere is thick with tension, as the expressions of those present are far from favorable. It is hardly surprising that their faces are clouded, for the Chinese examination held in the morning proved extraordinarily challenging, inciting unrest among the examinees, with numerous students opting to abandon the test altogether. Such an incident is indeed significant. If not addressed promptly, it could lead to dire consequences. Dear colleagues, the head of the Chinese department, Wu Jiahao, surveyed the assembly with a furrowed brow and a countenance rife with complexity. What are your thoughts on this exam? What thoughts could there be? As a language teacher, I was bewildered by the paper. While I could understand the difficulty of poetry appreciation, the classical Chinese was excessively perplexing. It was only after consulting references that I realized it was a homophonic text. What are the average students? In my examination hall, it was a complete disaster. None could answer a single question. My examination hall fared no better, another teacher lamented. Not only did they leave the classical Chinese blank, but they also squandered too much time, resulting in unfinished essays. It was tragic. Many students could not complete their compositions. With poetry appreciation and classical Chinese totaling 26 points lost, and if essays remain unfinished, an additional 40 points are deducted. Combined, that approaches 70 points lost. This implies that a significant number of students may fail to meet the passing criteria. Many teachers present expressed their grievances, clearly harboring a sense of frustration during the invigilation. Hu Yifei, who intended to mention a matter concerning Jiang Nan, found herself unable to interject amidst the cacophony of complaints. I can say with certainty that barring a handful of exceptional students, the rest will find it exceedingly difficult to pass. If we calculate the average score, it may hover around 60 or 70, likely setting a new low record for the school. I wonder who crafted this exam. It is truly ruthless, clearly aimed at undermining student morale. These are seniors, with merely 100 days until the college entrance examination. They deserve encouragement, not discouragement. To wound their spirits would be a grave misstep. Indeed, the classical Chinese was excessively difficult, But even the essay prompts were daunting. How can we expect our students to cope? Setting aside the unfinished essays, I suspect that even completed ones will likely stray off topic, rendering high scores improbable. Once the floodgates of discontent opened, a torrent of grievances flowed forth. After all, these are the students whom they have diligently nurtured. Should they suffer a significant setback, it would weigh heavily on the teachers as well. Wu Jiao nodded in acknowledgement of the sentiments expressed, yet countered, however. The true challenge lies in the analysis of classical Chinese. With nearly 1,000 students in our senior year, is it conceivable that not a single one could tackle the classical Chinese section? I fear the answer is indeed no. The top student, Qin Feng, was in my examination hall, and I specifically observed him. Even he managed only to complete the poetry appreciation, leaving the classical Chinese untouched. If even a scholar of his caliber faltered, it is certain that the others fared no better. None would have succeeded. Without doubt, the classical Chinese section was a complete failure. This is indisputable, for we teachers ourselves could not manage it. I cannot fathom how the question setters devised this section. They must have erred or lost their senses. I would wager that, barring other institutions, it is impossible for any student here to have succeeded. If such a student exists, I would gladly relinquish my teaching position and seek them as my mentor, for to master this classical Chinese would indicate a level far surpassing mine accumulated over 2 decades. Such a prodigy is exceedingly rare. One irate teacher, unable to contain their indignation, vehemently criticized the question setters, proclaiming their disdain publicly. Enough. Let us maintain composure and refrain from further complaints. I have inquired, though the exam was sourced from the city, the teachers responsible hail from the first and second high schools. Moreover, it is said that students from these schools managed to tackle the classical Chinese questions. Thus, it is improbable that there was an error in the questions or that the setters were lacking in intellect. We must acknowledge that our school's standards are insufficient. We must strive to cultivate more exceptional students to avoid being looked down upon by the first and second high schools. Wu Jiao's voice sought to soothe the agitated teachers. Yet, the tone of his words resonated with a sense of helplessness and complexity. Upon realizing the exam's excessive difficulty led to numerous students abandoning it, he had reached out to the city's question-setting team, initially met with silence. He later leveraged various connections to discover that the teachers responsible were from the rival first and second high schools, where students had indeed succeeded in answering the questions. This stark reality was disheartening. Without comparison, there is no pain. He had inquired multiple times whether any students from their school had managed to complete the classical Chinese section, clinging to a shred of hope. Now, that hope lay shattered. They could not measure up to their rivals. It appears that the third high school has truly fallen behind. One can only hope for a resurgence in the future. Hearing his words, the other teachers lowered their heads, evidently disheartened, including the previously irate teacher who had voiced strong sentiments. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. If we are weak, we have no right to criticize the strength of iron. It is indeed a shame. Truly, it is a source of embarrassment. The fortunes of students and teachers are intertwined. Weak students imply that their teachers are not far behind in strength. It is profoundly disheartening. However, at this moment, Hu Yifei, who had been standing at the back, unable to contribute, could no longer restrain herself. She raised her voice and declared, "Group leader Wu, esteemed colleagues, in truth, we have not suffered total defeat. For there are students in my examination hall who managed to answer the classical Chinese questions." Chapter 47. The incredible. The language arts teachers were all astonished. Swish, swish, swish. As those words were spoken, the entire audience was taken aback. Every single person present turned their heads, casting incredulous gazes towards Hu Yifei. What had they just heard? Their school had not suffered a complete defeat? A student had actually managed to solve the classical Chinese text? How could this be possible? Just moments ago, an instructor had asserted that even the top student from Class 1, Qin Feng, who always ranked first in exams, had left the classical Chinese section blank. Yet now, someone had actually accomplished it. Teacher Hu, is what you said true? Did a student in your examination room really solve the classical Chinese text? Moreover, are you certain it was correct? Could it be that they merely filled in words at random, leading you to a misunderstanding? Many teachers found it hard to believe. After all, They had all accepted the notion of a complete failure, yet now an unexpected variable had emerged. While they hoped for such a variable, hope and reality were two different matters. The level of their school was evident, and it was indeed quite lacking. Especially the teacher who had previously expressed his indignation and made a bold statement. He shook his head and remarked, "Teacher who, please do not jest with us. It is impossible for any student from our school to have accomplished this. If it were true, I would seek him out as my disciple immediately." "Oh, are you implying that I am about to accept a disciple today?" Huifei instinctively glanced at that teacher. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present changed. Huifei's remark was audacious. It bordered on insult. After all, the teacher who had spoken so vehemently was surnamed Yu, known as Yu Wangue, or Yu III. With 20 years of teaching experience and considerable expertise, he ranked third within the language arts department of the school. In contrast, Huifei had only taught for 3 or 4 years, considered a novice, yet she suggested taking a senior as her disciple, coughing lightly to ease the tension. The department head, Wu Jiahao, addressed Huifei, "Teacher Hu, Teacher Yu was merely too eager," and his words were a momentary lapse. "Please do not take it to heart. My apologies, everyone. I misspoke earlier," Huifei acknowledged before shifting her tone. "What I meant to convey is that a student in our class has indeed solved the classical Chinese text, and I have verified the answers with a perfect accuracy rate of 100%. Moreover, in terms of translation, I believe that students' rendition is even more precise than our standard answer." Though Huifei's voice was not loud, it possessed a remarkable clarity that permeated every corner of the office. Each individual present widened their eyes and dropped their jaws in disbelief. What? Did Huifei just say that a candidate not only solved the classical Chinese text, but also provided a translation that surpassed the standard answer in precision? Was this some sort of jest? Yet, given the circumstances, Huifei seemed unlikely to be joking. Could it be that such a prodigy existed within their school? Wu Jiahao, equally astonished, felt a rush of disbelief wash over him as he stared intently at Huifei. "Teacher Hu, please speak louder and repeat that. Did someone truly accomplish this?" Other teachers turned to look at Huifei, holding their breath in anticipation, their eyes reflecting skepticism but also hope. "Indeed, as the proctor, I can assure you it is entirely accurate." Huifei took a deep breath, her words resonating with conviction. His translation of the classical Chinese text was remarkably precise. To the extent that not a single word was superfluous or lacking, it was flawless. Furthermore, he also completed the poetry appreciation section. And he got them all correct, finishing more than half an hour ahead of time. In an effort to ensure clarity, Huifei deliberately emphasized her words. However, the disbelief only grew among the crowd. "What? Teacher Hu, what did you just say? Not only did he solve the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese texts, but he also finished more than half an hour early? How could this be possible? Are you certain you aren't mistaken? Or perhaps you misread the papers. How could this be?" Others struggled to complete the exam, wasting so much time that they couldn't even finish their essays. Yet, according to Huifei, that student not only completed everything but did so with time to spare, which sounded utterly preposterous. How could it be impossible? He is a student in my class. I personally witnessed him finish the exam, and I was the one who collected his paper. He was originally set to submit it 40 minutes early, but I didn't allow him to do so. As there are protocols in the examination room, papers cannot be submitted until the last 15 minutes, or else it results in a 0 score. Thus, he simply lay down on the desk and slept for half an hour. In the final 15 minutes, I specifically woke him up, took his paper, and let him go eat. This can be corroborated by Teacher Li from the chemistry department, though he is not present here. Afterward, I reviewed that paper from top to bottom, and I can affirm that all the questions prior to the essay were answered correctly. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in astonishment. Every single person stood up abruptly, some even spilling their teacups. Given that Huifei had gone this far, it was clear she was not fabricating. The shocking nature of her honesty left them all in awe. To submit the paper 40 minutes early? To have slept for half an hour during the exam? And to have answered all the questions correctly before the essay? Did this imply that, even without the essay, he could still pass with a score of 90? Had such a remarkable student ever existed in their school? It seemed unlikely. This was simply too extraordinary, certainly enough to redefine their perceptions and break records at their school. Who is it? Many teachers stared wide-eyed at Hu Yifei, imploring her, "Teacher Hu, please tell us who that student is. You mentioned he is from your class? Is it Qin Yuma or Xiang Yi? I recall that the two most proficient in Chinese from your class are those two. One is the class monitor, and the other is the representative. However, regardless of who it is, if he truly achieved what you claim, scoring full marks on the prior questions, he would undoubtedly be a genius in the realm of language arts. No, one might even say a prodigy." Chapter 48, A Rare Gem. Encountered once in a millennium, it seems unlikely that Qin Yuma is the student in question. I am acquainted with her and recall her presence in the examination room I supervised. Although she is commendable, I noticed that, much like Qin Feng, she struggled with the classical Chinese section. As for Xiang Yi, she too is not a contender. That girl was in my exam room. And she couldn't even manage the poetry appreciation section, let alone the classical Chinese. Could it be the other top students in your class, Teacher Hu? Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Bai Yingying, Tang Tian Tian. Before Hu Yifei could respond, another teacher quickly countered the previous speculation. Some suggested Su Yu or Zhang Hao. But upon uttering their names, other teachers opposed the idea. After all, while there are many students in the senior year, only a handful truly excel. The teachers present, having monitored the exams, would naturally pay close attention to the standout students. Yet, without exception, all 4 students mentioned from Class 4 failed to complete the classical Chinese section. In fact, only Qin Yuma managed to tackle the poetry appreciation portion. Ultimately, the gaze of the crowd turned toward Hu Yifei once more. In response, Hu Yifei smiled serenely, stating that indeed, none of those mentioned were the student in question. Instead, it was a previously average student who merely hovered around the passing mark, named Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan. I seem to have not heard of him. He had average grades, didn't he? If he merely skirted the passing line, it would be implausible for him to have answered the classical Chinese correctly, unless he had encountered this question before and knew the answer. The same goes for the poetry appreciation. If that were the case, it wouldn't indicate skill, merely fortuitous luck. Disappointment rippled through the crowd as they shook their heads. A student who had been unremarkable for 3 years, could he truly have a sudden breakthrough that surpassed Qin Feng? While a sudden rise to prominence might occur, it often hinges on chance. However, in terms of true capability, he could not compare with a scholar like Qin Feng. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Yet, just as these thoughts settled, Hu Yifei chuckled softly and remarked, "Esteemed colleagues, I believe you are mistaken. Although Jiang Nan has not made a name for himself, it does not imply that his abilities are lacking. He is merely modest. In truth, he is exceptionally talented, arguably the finest student in our class. He has answered both the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese correctly. You may question his luck, but if I were to tell you that he composed his essay in classical Chinese, you would have no grounds to dispute that." A collective gasp filled the room. "What did you say, Teacher Hu? He wrote his essay in classical Chinese? Are you jesting? It is inconceivable for a student to write in classical Chinese. Even if he wished to, he could not possess the ability. Classical Chinese. This is not the past. Today, as students struggle even to comprehend it, let alone craft an 800-word essay. Unless he is a genius, a super genius, an extraordinary scholar." The immediate reaction from the crowd was disbelief, as this notion defied all logic. To write in classical Chinese? Even those seasoned teachers who have immersed themselves in literature for decades would not be capable. However, Hu Yifei confidently added, "What I speak is the absolute truth." The crowd inhaled sharply, astounded by the unfolding events. Given the gravity of the situation, it seemed implausible for Hu Yifei to fabricate such a claim. There must be a significant truth behind it. What manner of prodigy is this? With only 2.5 hours for the exam, and the preceding sections being so challenging, how could this student not only have answered everything correctly, but also composed an essay in classical Chinese, all while submitting his paper early? Unable to contain their curiosity, the teachers insisted on locating his paper to verify the claims. "Yes, let us find it and see. If this is true, as Teacher Hu has asserted, I shall honor my word and seek him as a mentor." The teachers, animated by excitement, sought to examine Jiang Nan's remarkable exam paper. After teaching for a decade, they had never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. Originally, they had gathered for a simple lunch meeting, but now it had transformed into an urgent need to witness this essay written in classical Chinese. If it is indeed well written, perhaps they would truly seek to learn from him. As for lunch, meals can be eaten at any time. Missing one will not lead to starvation. Let us bring it out for all to see, declared Wu Jiahao, the group leader, not wishing to dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. Although it had been stated that this month's exam would follow the standards of the college entrance examination, this was not a true examination. Thus, an exception was made to facilitate an early review of the papers. The teachers quickly retrieved the answer sheets from the examination room of Class 4. Almost instantaneously, Jiang Nan's paper was located. It is important to note that the answer sheets were sealed to obscure the students' identities, rendering their names invisible. However, Jiang Nan's paper was easy to identify. First, the handwriting stood out. Although Jiang Nan had not poured his heart and soul into crafting an awe-inspiring script, his writing was fluid and elegant, captivating to behold. Next, the classical Chinese section was examined. Most papers remained blank in that section, pristine, without a single character written. Yet, Jiang Nan's paper contained answers and a complete translation of the classical text, making it easily recognizable. But what drew the most attention was the essay written in classical Chinese. Even a fool could discern its uniqueness at a glance. However, as the teachers gathered around Jiang Nan's paper, their excitement palpable, time seemed to freeze. And silence enveloped the room as they stared in astonishment for several minutes. Finally, someone broke the silence, exclaiming, "Is this truly an essay in classical Chinese? The Death of the Red Hair? What an intriguing title. The composition itself is equally fascinating. The theme is fitting, the language fluid. To produce such an essay within the limited time is nothing short of miraculous. Quotations and idioms flow effortlessly, devoid of any sense of embellishment. The writing is clear and coherent, and the historical references are handled with remarkable mastery, leaving me in awe. It is needless to say that this student, Jiang Nan, is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses, a scholar among scholars. No, the terms genius and scholar fail to encapsulate his capabilities. He should be described as a prodigy, a rare talent, an extraordinary individual, a gem encountered once in a millennium." Chapter 49. The curiosity of the scholar Qin Feng and the fury of the campus heartthrob Yijiqiu. Have you heard? The Chinese exam for the senior high students this morning was reportedly the most challenging in history. It is estimated that only a handful will pass. Many students experienced a breakdown mid-exam and simply abandoned it, resulting in a score of 0. Is that true? Was it really that difficult? Indeed, it is true. It is said that no one could comprehend the classical Chinese text. Even the top student, Qin Feng, was unable to tackle it. One can only imagine the level of difficulty, akin to scaling the heavens. With nearly 1,000 students in the senior year, it was a complete disaster. No way. However, I overheard a student casually translating that classical text while dining in the cafeteria, claiming it was quite simple. Just a homophonic tale about whether to fish first or sell jade. Wow, that's incredible. Does that mean he has surpassed Qin Feng? Quickly, tell me who this person is, male or female. Is he the second or third top student? He is a male, remarkably handsome, capable of overshadowing even the campus heartthrob Yijiqiu. Yet, he is neither the second nor third in rank, nor even among the well-known top 10. So, he is an underdog? Whether he is an underdog remains uncertain, but he is undeniably impressive. Many in the cafeteria were left astonished by his knowledge. If what you say is true, then this individual indeed possesses extraordinary skills, potentially qualifying as a super scholar, at least in the realm of classical Chinese. It seems none can rival him. It is noteworthy that throughout the senior year, Qin Feng has consistently topped all subjects. However, this time, it appears he has encountered a rival, and his position as the top in Chinese is in jeopardy. Not only has scholar Qin Feng met his match, but so has heartthrob Yijiqiu. You cannot imagine how handsome that individual is. I witnessed the campus beauty by Ying sitting right beside him. I am so curious about who this person is. Gossip is an inherent trait of humanity, transcending gender. While the teachers in the Chinese department were in shock, Students across the campus were engrossed in discussions regarding the formidable nature of this year's Chinese exam. Many lamented the difficulty of the test. Yet, there were whispers about the scene in the cafeteria at noon. Consequently, Jiang Nan became a figure of speculation, perceived as a super scholar capable of challenging the long-standing champion. Qin Feng. Even Yi Zhiqiu found himself entangled in this narrative. Those who had encountered Jiang Nan believed it was time for a change in the title of campus heartthrob, which had been held by Yi Zhiqiu for 3 years. The speakers may have been casual, but the listeners were intent. As Qin Feng, who had dominated the school's rankings from freshman to senior year, bore an unrivaled confidence and pride. He had previously believed that no one in the entire school was his equal, embodying a sense of invincibility, as if surveying all mountains from a lofty peak. Even those ranked 2nd through 6th were mere trifles in his eyes, as they paled in comparison to his scores, whether in individual subjects or overall performance. Even with minimal effort, he could not be surpassed in any examination. This invincible state, perhaps it would persist until the college entrance examinations concluded. But now, it seems a twist of fate has emerged. Suddenly, he found himself intrigued. How fascinating. Someone managed to solve the classical text that had stumped even him. This person appears to be an underdog. Initially skeptical, as discussions around him grew, Qin Feng found it increasingly difficult to dismiss the claims. Finally, a ripple of excitement stirred in his otherwise monotonous high school life. Could this truly be a positive development? Who is this individual capable of outshining him in classical Chinese? In his heart, a flicker of curiosity for Jiang Nan ignited. Yet, that was where it ended. Even if Jiang Nan succeeded in the classical text, he remained confident that the title of top scorer in Chinese would remain his. After all, he had performed well on the other sections, particularly excelling in the essay, which, while not guaranteed full marks, would undoubtedly earn high scores. In truth, he secretly hoped for the emergence of a few variables like Jiang Nan, capable of surpassing him in certain aspects. Otherwise, this invincibility felt overly isolating. Being exceptional without rivals is indeed a tragic plight. On the other hand, the campus heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu, also mentioned in the gossip, held a perspective entirely different from Qin Feng's. Until now, he shared a similar sense of invincibility, confident and proud. However, unlike Qin Feng's supremacy in academics, Yi Zhiqiu's strength lay in his unparalleled looks. He was certain that no one at the school could surpass him in terms of physical appeal. Yet now, it seemed a variable had emerged. Rumors circulated that a scholar had appeared in the cafeteria, whose looks were so striking that he could eclipse even Yi Zhiqiu. He cared little for the academic prowess of this rival, but being outshone in appearance, that was intolerable, especially upon hearing that Bai Yingying was seen beside Jiang Nan. His frustration ignited. Damn it, Bai Yingying, the only campus beauty who could rival him in charm. She was stunning, a true beauty. Since freshman year, many had speculated that he and Bai Yingying were a perfect match, given that one was the campus heartthrob and the other the campus beauty. He had long harbored feelings for Bai Yingying and had sought opportunities to engage with her, though progress had been minimal over the past 3 years. But today, a boy even more handsome than himself had appeared beside Bai Yingying. He could hardly contain his anger. How dare he vie for the affections of the girl he had set his sights on? You're finished. Once I discover who you are, I will seek you out. Chapter 50. The second mathematics examination. Is this the result? Though I am absent from the world, my legend lingers on. From teachers to students, whispers of Jiang Nan and the events that transpired in the cafeteria circulate throughout the campus. Yet, as the focal point of this gossip, Jiang Nan remains blissfully unaware. And even if he were informed, he would remain indifferent, for he is determined to eat and sleep as he pleases. After finishing their meal, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Bai Yingying returned to the examination room to study. Having performed poorly in the morning's Chinese exam, they were resolute in not repeating that misfortune in the afternoon's mathematics test. Thus, they scrambled to make the most of their time, clinging to last-minute efforts. However, whether these efforts would bear fruit was a mystery that only fate could reveal. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, had no intention of reviewing. He believed that sleeping adequately was paramount. After a satisfying meal, he returned to his dormitory, indulging in slumber until 20 minutes before the exam. when he leisurely made his way back to the examination hall. It is worth noting that had he not been required to enter the exam room 15 minutes in advance, he would have slept right up until the start. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the second mathematics examination commenced, lasting 2 hours. In Class 4's examination room, the proctor was no longer Hu Yifei, but 2 other teachers. This rotation ensured fairness in accordance with the standards of the college entrance examination. To Jiang Nan's surprise, one of the proctors was none other than his acquaintance, mathematics teacher Chao Tianyuan. Upon seeing him, Jiang Nan couldn't help but grimace. Was it mere coincidence that Hu Yifei was the proctor for the morning's Chinese exam, and now Chao Tianyuan for mathematics? Hardly. Jiang Nan suspected that certain individuals were apprehensive, fearing he might score just above the passing line, thereby conspiring against him. What happened to trust? Had he not assured them of his intentions? Such lack of integrity. However, a prompt resounded in his mind. For this mathematics examination, aim for 150 points. There it was again, just before the papers were distributed. The system's notification echoed in his mind, prompting a smile from Jiang Nan. Indeed, the system had undergone a transformation, intent on making him shine. Since resistance was futile, he might as well embrace it. After all, he had already secured a perfect score in Chinese. Achieving another in mathematics would be a fitting response to Chao Tianyuan's scrutiny, preventing him from causing further trouble. With this thought, Jiang Nan relaxed, cracking his knuckles and preparing to excel in the mathematics examination. Do you wish to witness my prowess? Then I shall reveal a glimpse. He mused, hoping the mathematics paper would pose a challenge rather than be as effortless as the Chinese paper had been. Yet, upon receiving the test paper, his brow furrowed slightly, and he felt a wave of disdain. After all his anticipation for a chance to showcase his ability, what was this? Not because the paper was too difficult, but rather, it was astonishingly simple. The first question, concerning functions and derivatives, was so easy it defied description. Jiang Nan answered it in a heartbeat. The second, about sequences, was similarly straightforward, as was the third on trigonometric functions, and the fourth, which combined geometric functions. The fifth question regarding dynamic point trajectory equations was also a breeze, as was the sixth, which determined the positional relationship between lines and conic sections. Goodness, these are all mere giveaways, he thought. Even a fool could answer them without a moment's hesitation. Jiang Nan felt as if his intellect was being ruthlessly belittled. Could they not devise something a tad more stimulating, something that would require actual thought? He lamented. Oh well, I might as well finish quickly and take a nap. With a face full of disappointment, he swiftly put pen to paper, scribbling feverishly. In half a minute, he completed the 10 multiple-choice questions. In 1 minute, he finished 5 fill-in-the-blank questions. In 3 minutes, he tackled the last 3 substantial problems, answering one of them in just a minute. From the moment the exam commenced, he had wrapped up the last 3 questions within 5 minutes. This was nothing short of astonishing. Meanwhile, as the proctor, Chao Tianyuan frowned upon reviewing the test paper. Unlike Jiang Nan's reaction of finding it too simple, his frown stemmed from the realization that this paper seemed significantly more challenging than previous ones. The selection questions alone suggested this. Traditionally, determining the relationship between lines and conic sections would have been the final question, yet it was now the 6th. This implied that the subsequent 4 questions were of greater difficulty. Was it possible that the overall difficulty of this mathematics examination exceeded previous tests by 2 or 3 times? What was going on? The examination committee had lost its mind. Earlier, many students had collapsed under the strain of the overly difficult Chinese exam, prompting Chao Tianyuan to reflect on the increasing fragility of students' mental fortitude. However, now he found himself understanding their plight. Although this paper paled in comparison to the Olympiad mock test he had previously assigned to Class 4, it was certainly not to be taken lightly. He anticipated a tumultuous examination room, praying it would not erupt into chaos as it had in the morning. But soon, his expression shifted again as he caught sight of the one student he valued most, Jiang Nan, flipping the paper and beginning to tackle the challenging problems on the back. Was he truly that fast? Or had the questions proven so difficult that even a genius like Jiang Nan had opted to skip ahead? That seemed implausible. No matter how challenging the paper, Jiang Nan had previously managed to score 90 on an Olympiad mock test, He should not be stumped by these problems. With a heart full of confusion, Chao Tianyuan stealthily approached Jiang Nan's desk. But in the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 51. The True Master. How could this be possible? Am I seeing things, or is this a dream? As a seasoned mathematics teacher, Chao Tianyuan was renowned for his composure, yet he now stood astonished. The reason? Jiang Nan had astonishingly completed 2/3 of the exam, with only the last 3 challenging questions remaining. This was inconceivable. He understood Jiang Nan was exceptionally talented, and while he believed the exam was difficult, it shouldn't have been insurmountable for Jiang Nan. However, no matter how skilled one might be, completing it so swiftly was beyond comprehension. After all, the examination had not yet reached the 10-minute mark. Chao Tianyuan adjusted his black-framed glasses, his mind racing to ascertain whether Jiang Nan's rapid pace equated to accuracy. Then, the first question, correct. The second question, correct. The third question, correct. As for the subsequent multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, he found himself at a loss, unable to solve them without paper and pencil for reference. Thus, he set them aside and focused on the later problem-solving questions. 1. Given the quadratic function f, x, ax bx c, the solution set for the inequality f, x, dash 2x is 1, 3. 1. If the equation f, x, 6a0 has 2 equal real roots, determine the analytical expression for f, x. 2. If the maximum value of f, x is positive, find the range of values for the real number a. Jiang Nan's answer was, because the solution set for the inequality f, x, dash 2x is 1, 3. It follows that x1 and x3 are the 2 roots of the equation x, b2, xc0 with a 0. Additionally, b2, a minus 4 and ca3, leading to b minus 4 a minus 2 and c3a. Since the equation f, x, 6a0 has 2 equal real roots, it follows that f, x, minus 1 5x, 6 5x, 3 5, 2 from 1. It is evident that f, x, ax, 2, 2a1, x3a, a, 4a1, a. Given that is 0, the maximum value of f, x is a, 4a1, a. Thus, the required range for the real number a is dash, minus 2 to 3, minus 2, 3, 0. How does one even describe this? The reasoning is meticulously sound, devoid of any superfluous details. Upon reviewing the solution process, Chao Tianyuan was utterly dumbfounded. He was certain that Jiang Nan had answered the question flawlessly. It is worth noting that this question was no trivial matter. It rivaled the most challenging problems found in college entrance examinations. Yet for Jiang Nan, it seemed as effortless as slicing through butter, as if no mental effort was required at all. This was simply astonishing. Chao Tianyuan could only think of these 2 words. He had believed he understood Jiang Nan well, yet he now realized he had been utterly mistaken. Though he had previously suggested that Jiang Nan might excel in national competitions, he now genuinely believed that Jiang Nan could attain the highest honors. This young man was nothing short of a prodigy. Chao Tianyuan found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe Jiang Nan's mathematical prowess, settling on the term prodigy. Meanwhile, another invigilator, noticing Chao Tianyuan standing immobile behind Jiang Nan, approached out of curiosity. Teacher Chao, what seems to be the matter? Why are you fixated on this student? Do you suspect him of cheating? Cheating? How could he possibly cheat? I am merely admiring and learning from his problem-solving approach and speed, which are truly remarkable. Oh, is that so? He is that impressive? To receive such praise from you, Teacher Chao? Upon hearing Chao Tianyuan's words, the invigilator remained skeptical and leaned over to glance at Jiang Nan's exam paper. But, the next moment, how could this be? The exam had only just begun, and while others had barely finished the multiple-choice section, he had completed the last 2 questions. The invigilator was equally astounded, mirroring Chao Tianyuan's earlier state of disbelief. Had he truly answered correctly? Surely, he couldn't have simply written random answers. While the invigilator was taken aback by Jiang Nan's speed, he remained doubtful regarding his accuracy. Of course, he was not a mathematics teacher and could not instantly comprehend the answers as Chao Tianyuan had. However, Chao Tianyuan nodded vigorously. confirming that it was not random scribbles, but rather 100 correct answers. Upon hearing this, the invigilator's eyes widened in shock, and he gasped in disbelief. Had it not been for the need to maintain discipline in the examination room, he would have jumped up and shouted in astonishment. He could question Jiang Nan, but he could never doubt Chao Tianyuan. After all, Chao Tianyuan was the deputy head of the mathematics department, a highly experienced professional. If he claimed Jiang Nan had answered correctly, then without a doubt, Jiang Nan had indeed done so. Yet it was precisely this that left the invigilator in utter amazement. In less than 10 minutes since the exam began, Jiang Nan had nearly completed the entire mathematics paper, and with absolute precision. What did that even mean? A top student? A superlative scholar? No. Such terms were wholly inadequate to encapsulate Jiang Nan's capabilities. At the very least, he was a mathematical genius, a super genius. Moreover, he noticed something remarkable. Jiang Nan was writing directly on the answer sheet, leaving both the exam paper and scratch paper untouched. Even after completing the penultimate problem, he took only a few seconds to glance at the final question before swiftly pinning his solution directly onto the answer sheet. The invigilator was left utterly speechless, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. "Student, what on earth is this? Are you certain you were taking a mathematics exam? Wasn't it said that the final questions in mathematics are notoriously difficult, yet you seem to grasp them with a mere glance? You don't even need scratch paper or to perform calculations in advance. You are simply extraordinary. You clearly do not regard mathematics with the seriousness it deserves, nor the diligence of the examiners." Chapter 52. Terrifying indeed. This child is no ordinary being. The invigilator found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with astonishment. What is a prodigy? This is a prodigy. Having taught for nearly 2 decades, he had encountered a myriad of mathematical geniuses. Yet, those so-called geniuses pale in comparison to Jiang Nan, who stands in a league of his own. This distinction became evident within the first 10 minutes of the examination when Jiang Nan effortlessly tackled the final question. Moreover, according to Chao Tianyuan, Jiang Nan's accuracy in solving problems was an astounding 100%. Remarkably, the scratch paper provided for the mathematics exam remained pristine, devoid of any marks. In stark contrast, some students seated nearby had barely completed the multiple-choice section, yet had already consumed an entire sheet of scratch paper. What kind of logical and spatial reasoning must one possess to reach the level of Jiang Nan? Meanwhile, Jiang Nan himself was oblivious to the astonished expressions of the 2 invigilators flanking him. He was simply scribbling away with remarkable speed. To him, these questions lacked challenge. His only desire was to finish swiftly and indulge in sleep. However, upon reaching the final question, his gaze sharpened. At last, he encountered a problem of some intrigue. It seemed this paper was not entirely devoid of merit. Prior to this, Jiang Nan had skimmed through each question in mere seconds, arriving at the answers almost instantaneously. Yet, this final, climactic question required several moments of contemplation, indicating its complexity far exceeded that of its predecessors. The question posed was as follows. Given the function f, x, 1, 1x, 1, 1a, x, x8, where x belongs to 0, 1, 1a8. Determine the intervals of monotonicity for f, x. 2. For any positive number a, prove that f, x, is greater than 1 but less than 2. Similar to the first question, this final query also revolved around functions. However, it diverged in that it involved monotonicity and inequalities, presenting a challenge that was indeed more substantial than the preceding problems. Nevertheless, for Jiang Nan, it was merely a slight diversion. The concept of difficulty could never find a place in his mind. To solve 1a8, f, x, 1x, 1x, 1, 3. Differentiating yields f, x, 1x, 2, x, 1x. Hence, when x belongs to 0, 1, f, x is greater than or equal to 0, and when x belongs to 1, f, x is less than or equal to 0. Thus, f, x is monotonically increasing on 0, 1, and monotonically decreasing on 1. What does it mean for the pen to dance like a dragon? This is what it means. Once Jiang Nan penned the word solution, he did not pause, swiftly completing the first part of the question. Remarkable. One word encapsulates it. Absolute. One of the invigilators behind him could no longer contain himself. As someone not versed in mathematics, the speed at which Jiang Nan solved the problems left him utterly bewildered. Yet, this very confusion allowed him to maintain a semblance of composure. Conversely, when Xiao Tianyuan witnessed Jiang Nan's instantaneous resolution of the first part of the final question, his pupils constricted in shock, and his emotions stirred. Internally, he was in tumult. Goodness! Incredible! Jiang Nan was truly defying the odds. The nearby invigilators were aware that the final mathematics question was notoriously challenging, yet they had little comprehension of its true difficulty. However, Xiao Tianyuan was well aware. After all, he was a seasoned mathematics instructor. Though the problem might appear straightforward at first glance, appearances can be deceiving. It was, in fact, exceedingly difficult. Even he would require a significant expenditure of effort to arrive at a solution. To claim it was the most challenging final exam question he had ever encountered would not be an exaggeration. It could easily surpass the most demanding questions on college entrance exams and even rival those found in Olympiad competitions. Yet, Jiang Nan completed it with effortless grace. This was nothing short of astounding. He was not of this world. Truly, he was no ordinary student. He could no longer regard Jiang Nan as merely a pupil. The young man seemed more akin to a seasoned mathematics professor, a level beyond his own. Yet, the unfolding events were far from concluded. As Xiao Tianyuan marveled at the situation, Jiang Nan had already commenced work on the second question, maintaining his rapid pace. 1. First, prove that f(x) is greater than 1. Since 1x, 1x, it follows that f(x), 1abx, of x bx, abx, 1x, 1a, 1b. 2. Next, demonstrate that f(x) is less than 2. That is, ob 8 must exceed 1a, 1b, implying that ab is less than 7. In summary, for any positive number a and x, it holds that f(x) is greater than 1 yet less than 2. Jiang Nan answered fluidly, as if gliding through the air, effortlessly completing the second part of the question. In other words, had Jiang Nan already finished the exam? At this realization, one of the invigilators instinctively glanced at the clock on the blackboard, discovering that only 9 minutes had elapsed since the examination commenced. What on earth? Had he truly completed the entire paper in less than 10 minutes? Terrifying indeed. This child is no ordinary being. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, he could scarcely believe it, even if one were to beat him senseless and reduce him to ashes. Chapter 53. The most challenging exam in history. Are many students on the brink of collapse again? Li Ming hails from Class 301. The pinnacle of the senior year at this prestigious institution, renowned as a star class. The reason for this acclaim is none other than the presence of an extraordinary academic prodigy, Qin Feng. This exceptional student has dominated the school's rankings for 3 consecutive years, consistently securing the top position in every subject, with total scores that leave the second and third place far behind. Qin Feng is undeniably impressive. However, the other students in Class 301 are no slouches either. Many of them are also academically gifted and could easily clinch first place if placed in other classes. Unfortunately, their brilliance is often overshadowed by Qin Feng's radiance. Among them is Li Ming, who is quite adept himself, particularly in mathematics. Although he may not rival Qin Feng, he considers himself on par with his peers. Thus, prior to the mathematics examination, Li Ming was brimming with confidence. Despite an unsatisfactory performance in the morning's language test, he was determined to secure the second spot in the mathematics exam in the afternoon. However, upon receiving the test paper and scanning through the questions, his brow furrowed in concern. Was this paper unusually difficult? A seasoned expert can discern the challenge at a glance. Although he had yet to write a single answer, it was evident that this exam presented a considerable challenge, with numerous questions he couldn't immediately solve. As he began to write, the true difficulty of the exam became apparent. The first 3 multiple-choice questions were manageable, but from the 4th question onward, which involved a combination of geometric functions, the complexity surged dramatically. By the 5th question, which required determining the motion trajectory of a point, he found himself utterly perplexed. Was the exam truly this tough? Typically, the first 8 multiple-choice questions were designed to be straightforward, with only the last 2 being challenging. Yet today, the 5th question was already exceedingly difficult. Li Ming's anxiety deepened as he spent 2 full minutes on the 5th question, only to come up empty-handed. Perhaps it was best to skip it for now and return after attempting the subsequent questions. As a veteran of countless examinations, Li Ming was no fool, despite his reluctance. He recognized the necessity of prioritizing. He promptly moved on to the 6th question, which involved determining the positional relationship of conic sections. This question appeared even more daunting. He found himself momentarily at a loss for ideas. Wasn't this type of question typically reserved for the final, climactic moments of an exam? Yet, here it was as the 6th question. The level of difficulty was nothing short of astonishing. A sense of foreboding washed over him. This mathematics exam might very well rival the morning's language test in terms of difficulty, potentially earning the title of the most challenging exam in history, leaving even the academic genius Jiang Nan grappling for solutions. Turning to the 7th question confirmed his fears. It was still challenging. The 8th question, even more so. It wasn't that he couldn't solve them, but rather that they demanded extensive time and intricate calculations, which could jeopardize his ability to tackle the larger problems later. Much like the morning language exam, where he ran out of time to write his essay. If that were the case, it would spell disaster. Resolutely, Li Ming decided to skip ahead, tackling the easier questions first. Gritting his teeth, he leapt to the 9th and 10th questions, ultimately bypassing to the fill-in-the-blank section. The weight of despair threatened to overwhelm him. He felt an internal turmoil that was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Having skipped a significant portion of the multiple-choice questions, he pondered how many points he could possibly earn even if he got all the remaining questions correct. Was the paper genuinely this difficult? Or was it merely a reflection of his inadequacies? He felt tears of frustration welling up, his hand gripping the black, pen trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Li Ming's predicament was not unique in the classroom. Given that even he, a top-tier mathematics student, was struggling, it stood to reason that his classmates were faring even worse. All around him, students were gnawing on their pens, pulling at their hair, and racking their brains, desperately trying to decipher the solutions. Some had already consumed 2 sheets of scratch paper just attempting the first 3 questions, with no clarity on whether their answers were correct. Who on earth composed this exam paper? They lamented inwardly. The morning's language test had been challenging enough, and now mathematics was equally formidable. Was the difficulty truly insurmountable? Their mental states were teetering on the brink of collapse. If the college entrance examination were to follow this level of difficulty, their hopes for even passing would be dashed. Who could explain this predicament to them? I don't want to take this exam anymore. I want to go home. Studying is exhausting. I might as well work in construction. Once again, many students were on the verge of losing their composure. Faces were drawn and expressions fierce, each silently cursing the author of the exam. Li Ming, initially disheartened, found solace in observing the furrowed brows and solemn expressions of his peers. He recalled the proctor's words from the morning. If he couldn't solve a problem, neither could others. As a mathematics prodigy, if he was struggling, it was likely that his classmates were even more challenged. He reminded himself to remain calm and composed, focusing on the questions he could answer and capturing every point available. Even if he couldn't surpass Jiang Nan, the position of second in mathematics at the school was still within his grasp. Reassuring himself, Li Ming took a deep breath, attempting to quell the rising tide of anxiety as he prepared to tackle the fill-in-the-blank section. Yet, just then, he was startled by the sound of pages turning. Instantly, a wave of tension surged within him. How was it possible? The exam had barely begun, and someone was already working on the later, more complex problems? Who could this be? Was it human or supernatural? Even Jiang Nan would find it challenging to accomplish such a feat. Chapter 54. The final question. Is there really a method 3? Li Ming instinctively turned his gaze in the direction of the voice, only to find that it was Jiang Nan, the student sitting next to him, who was flipping through the exam paper. A look of bewilderment crossed his face, as he had previously been unfamiliar with Jiang Nan. However, during the morning's Chinese exam, Jiang Nan's speed in answering questions was astonishing. He had completed the paper nearly 40 minutes early and even fell asleep in front of the invigilator, who seemed utterly unconcerned. Rumor had it that he had even translated the classical Chinese passages. Thus, Li Ming had formed a vague impression of him, but it was merely that, a fleeting notion. After all, Chinese was not his strongest subject, and regardless of Jiang Nan's prowess, it did not directly concern him. Yet now, within 10 minutes of the mathematics examination, Jiang Nan had already completed all the multiple-choice and fill-in-the-blank questions and was flipping the pages to tackle the problem-solving section? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. This had to be a farce. He must either be scribbling nonsense or skipping questions altogether. Li Ming incessantly chanted these thoughts in his mind, concocting various excuses to numb himself. It was understandable that Jiang Nan excelled in Chinese, but to be equally gifted in mathematics was beyond his comprehension. In the realm of mathematics, aside from Qin Feng, there was no one else in the school who could surpass him. However, the scene that unfolded next left him utterly astonished and incapable of remaining composed. He watched as Jiang Nan's pen moved swiftly across the answer sheet, not pausing for a moment. This was not the crux of the matter. The salient point was that, at some unknown moment, the invigilator, Chao Tianyuan, had approached Jiang Nan from behind, intently scrutinizing his answer sheet with a mix of seriousness, astonishment, and excitement. What did this signify? Was it possible that this young man had answered everything correctly? How could that be? He hadn't even taken the time to read the questions or contemplate them. He hadn't even used scratch paper, just answering straight away. If he could manage to get this right, it would be as if the sun rose from the west or the men's national football team won the World Cup. In an instant, Li Ming's mind went blank. He wanted to disbelieve, but then, when another invigilator came to stand behind Jiang Nan, wearing a look of astonishment, he could no longer deny it. If Jiang Nan were merely scribbling aimlessly, the two invigilators would have intervened long before this point, especially since they were now quietly discussing in a corner. Though their voices were hushed, he strained to catch snippets of their conversation, which revealed that Jiang Nan had answered everything correctly. Moreover, he had even solved the final problem. At that moment, Li Ming's eyes reddened, and he felt his mentality teetering on the brink of collapse. Oh God, who could tell him where this person had come from? He had never heard of such a figure before. Now, not only was he proficient in Chinese, but his mathematical prowess was equally formidable. Even Qin Feng could scarcely compare. This had to be a fabrication. He fervently hoped it was all a dream. Yes, indeed, it must be a dream, and once he awoke, everything would be fine. The monthly exam surely hadn't even started yet. Meanwhile, on the other side, an unidentified invigilator was whispering with Chao Tianyuan in a corner. Old Chao, you're a mathematics expert. Could you complete this paper in such a short time? I certainly couldn't, Chao Tianyuan replied, shaking his head decisively. Are you sure he has answered everything correctly? Absolutely. His problem-solving methods, processes, and answers are impeccable. And the final question? Perfectly correct, without a single flaw. It could be deemed flawless. In fact, I couldn't solve the second part at all. It was only after seeing his answer that I realized how it should be approached. What a revelation. The invigilator gasped in astonishment. So, he is even more remarkable than you. Old Chao? Though I hesitate to admit it, that appears to be the case. Chao Tianyuan nodded, his expression complex. That is truly terrifying. He is almost superhuman. The invigilator marveled, pondering which class this student belonged to and who his mathematics teacher was. Chao Tianyuan hesitated momentarily, caught off guard. He instinctively wanted to say, actually, he is a student from my class. However, it seemed that during his lessons, Jiang Nan had scarcely paid attention, often dozing off. Therefore, could Jiang Nan truly be his pupil? It seemed implausible. More accurately, he was a prodigy, a self-taught genius. He found it difficult to answer the invigilator's question and chose to evade the matter, returning his focus to Jiang Nan. Why did he return to Jiang Nan, you ask? Because Jiang Nan had evidently completed the final question, yet he suddenly noticed that Jiang Nan appeared to be writing something again. Could it be that he had made an error in one of the questions? No, that couldn't be right. Just moments ago, he had scrutinized Jiang Nan's work. For the final question, although he had initially been bewildered, he had ultimately realized that Jiang Nan's thought process was clear, logical, and the result should have been 100% accurate. Yet Jiang Nan was still making revisions? Had he misjudged Jiang Nan's abilities? Chao Tianyuan instinctively focused his gaze. In the next moment, what was happening? Chao Tianyuan gasped in disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, his mind buzzing in shock. What he witnessed was astonishing. After completing the final question, Jiang Nan had written down Method 3 in the blank space behind. Chapter 55. Jiang Nan. Oh Jiang Nan, please be human. Method 3? Chao Tianyuan rubbed his eyes vigorously, only to discover he was not mistaken. Jiang Nan was indeed employing a third method to solve the second question of the pressure release problem. As for why he did not use Method 2? Because Method 2 had already been completed. While he was whispering to another invigilator, Jiang Nan had already produced a second solution. He stared intently at that second solution, realizing the thought process and steps were entirely different from the first solution, yet both arrived at the same conclusion. This was utterly astonishing. Damn, damn, damn. Chao Tianyuan was so shocked that he could utter no other words, save for exclamations of disbelief. How could this be? Other students likely hadn't even conceived of a single method, and even he, as a teacher, was left bewildered until he observed Jiang Nan's problem-solving process, which illuminated his understanding. Yet, the result. Jiang Nan had not merely one, but two methods of solution. No, that's incorrect. It was not two, but three. Jiang Nan was already writing Method 3. Chao Tianyuan clenched his fists and focused intently on Jiang Nan's third solution. He watched as Jiang Nan's pen flew across the paper. Whoosh. In mere moments, Method 3 was also completed. Swift. Incredibly swift. Moreover, its thought process and steps were distinct from both Method 1 and Method 2. Yet the conclusion remained the same. Truly remarkable. More astonishing than a Red Bull. Chao Tianyuan felt his blood surging, threatening to explode from sheer exhilaration. He was more thrilled than on his wedding night, more shaken than witnessing a national soccer team win the World Cup. Jiang Nan's first and second methods, though entirely different, were a certain connection. The first was a conventional approach, a straightforward method, while the second was unconventional, a reverse method. One forward, one backward. This, Chao Tianyuan could accept. But what was this third method? Jiang Nan had audaciously shifted concepts, employing a geometric proof to tackle a function-proof problem. Yet, the process was equally clear and coherent. Ultimately, he proved that for any positive numbers a and x, f, x is greater than 1 but less than 2. An eye-opening experience. Truly an enlightening revelation. Chao Tianyuan felt as though a door to a new world within him had been flung open. Although he was skilled in mathematics and a seasoned expert, he had long been ensnared in a bottleneck, unable to advance further. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained in high school for decades. But now, he suddenly realized that his bottleneck had been shattered, and he could journey further in mathematics. Of course, it was challenging to articulate this sensation. It was purely an intuition or perhaps inspiration. In any case, from Jiang Nan's three methods of solving the problem, especially the third, he had gained immensely. Suddenly, an odd exclamation escaped, pulling Chao Tianyuan back from the brink of a cerebral hemorrhage. Cough. Enlightenment. It was Jiang Nan. He let out a breath and murmured to himself that this problem was indeed intriguing, consuming quite some time. However, the answer sheet was too small, and he could only write down three methods, which was truly unfortunate. Jiang Nan's words detonated like an underwater torpedo, sending shockwaves through Chao Tianyuan and the other invigilator who had just approached. Jiang Nan, oh Jiang Nan, please, do be human. What do you mean by consuming quite some time? You've barely been at it for 10 minutes since the exam began. And that's under the premise that you utilized two methods for the last question. Otherwise, you wouldn't need 10 minutes at all. What do you mean the answer sheet is too small for three methods? Could it be you have more than three methods? The other invigilator could no longer bear to listen. He feared that if he continued, he might suffer a heart attack and quietly moved away to observe other students. As for Chao Tianyuan, just as his blood pressure had returned to normal, it threatened to spike again, nearly causing a cerebral hemorrhage. Damn, he had just felt a breakthrough, his heart elated, and was contemplating thanking Jiang Nan later. But now, perhaps it was best to reconsider. This kid was simply inhuman. To think that at the start, he couldn't conceive of a single method, even with his newfound breakthrough. He had only learned these three methods from Jiang Nan. Yet Jiang Nan had even more methods? How ruthless, how terrifying. No matter how much I progress, I cannot compare to you. You are lightning. You are brilliance. You are the one and only myth. I'm getting old, truly old, to serve as your mathematics teacher. I know not whether to feel joy or sorrow. It is disheartening. Teacher, I'm done. Can I sleep now? Jiang Nan had set down his pen and, sensing Chao Tianyuan behind him, turned to inquire. As he spoke, a wave of disdain washed over him. Indeed, old Chao's invigilation was no coincidence. It was intentional, deliberately keeping an eye on him. However, he had not held back, and having answered correctly, he was undoubtedly set for full marks. Let him watch then. What? Aren't you going to check? Chao Tianyuan instinctively spoke up to remind him. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, he wished to slap himself. Check. Check what? With Jiang Nan's prowess, and given his own insight, he must have gotten everything correct without a doubt. Check. There was no need for that. How could one possibly err on such a simple problem? If you have no objections, I'm going to sleep now. Jiang Nan flashed a smile at Chao Tianyuan, disregarding whether the latter agreed, and simply laid his head down on the desk to sleep. Huh. Old Chao, you think I would give you the satisfaction of complying with your scrutiny? Chao Tianyuan. This person truly is inhuman. Chapter 56 Heavens. Why must we share the same examination room with him? How infuriating. It was one thing for you to doze off during class, but now you're napping during the exam? What is this? A blatant display of arrogance? I'm aware you have completed your work and done so correctly, yet other students are struggling with furrowed brows. The crux of the matter is, I had not even consented, and you have already laid your head down, showing such blatant disregard for my feelings. Why bother to ask me anything? Truly, you have lost all sense of propriety. Forget it. You're so exceptional. I can't control you. Sleep if you wish. As Jiang Nan lay sprawled across his desk, Chao Tianyuan's heart simmered with discontent. Nonetheless, he merely turned and walked away, pretending not to see, or perhaps tacitly accepting the situation. You may sleep your sleep, as long as it does not disturb the others. I shall not concern myself with you. However, Chao Tianyuan departed with a sense of helplessness. Yet, nearby, Li Ming was utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Jiang Nan was once again sleeping in public, just as he had during the morning's Chinese exam, and yet the invigilators seemed unperturbed. That was not even the main issue. The focal point was, he was close enough to have caught Jiang Nan's earlier words. I'm done. How could such simple questions be wrong? What the hell? Am I hearing things? The exam had only just begun, and that guy had already completed the entire paper? What kind of speed is this? Even a solitary bachelor for a millennium could not compete. He even dares to claim the questions are simple? Pray tell, where exactly lies the simplicity? As a mathematical prodigy who routinely scores above 140, I can assure you that I struggled with the last 5 multiple-choice questions. Is this paper truly simple? How could it be? Li Ming felt as though his worldview was collapsing. He desperately wanted to convince himself that this was all a dream, that everything was an illusion. Yet it appeared so vividly real. He pinched his thigh hard enough to bring tears to his eyes. It hurt, so it was not a dream. He wished to claim that Jiang Nan was merely filling in answers at random, that no one could possibly finish such a challenging paper in mere minutes without even a scrap of draft paper. However, the demeanor of the two invigilators seemed to acquiesce to Jiang Nan's assertions, particularly Chao Tianyuan, an experienced mathematics teacher, had scrutinized Jiang Nan's paper for so long without uttering a single word of contradiction, his expression one of astonishment. It was obvious. Jiang Nan had indeed answered correctly. The more Li Ming contemplated, the angrier he became, unable to maintain his composure. Oh heavens! Why must there exist both Zhuge Liang and his rival? Here I am, Li Ming, in this examination room, and yet that fellow appears, flaunting his prowess right before me. It is simply unbearable. Li Ming's heart cried out in despair. I shall remember you. You are formidable, but I shall not be weak. I will study diligently and surpass you, transforming my indignation into motivation. Li Ming clenched his fists tightly, rallying himself and striving to focus on the exam. Yet, what seemed simple in thought proved exceedingly difficult in practice. Every time he attempted to answer, images of Jiang Nan declaring the questions easy flooded his mind, an incessant distraction. Looking up once more, he saw Jiang Nan fast asleep, his gentle snores filling the air, soft yet distinctly audible. It was infuriating. To think that I could not even complete the 5th multiple-choice question while you slumber so soundly. By the way, do your parents know about your flaunting? And what about the heavens? Will they not intervene and strike down this cheat with a bolt of lightning? And the invigilators, is this how you oversee the examination? Allowing someone to show such blatant disrespect without consequence? You must be complicit in this. Li Ming's inner turmoil was beyond ordinary. He surmised that this examination was doomed to failure, as he could not concentrate at all, consumed by irritation towards the snoozing Jiang Nan. Of course, Li Ming was not alone in his frustration. In fact, many students seated near Jiang Nan shared similar sentiments, their faces etched with despair, their hearts crying out in anguish. Why is there such disparity among us? Why must we share an examination room with Jiang Nan? The paper was already difficult enough to fracture their spirits, and now, with the absolute champion seated beside them, it was truly a heart-wrenching contrast. However, the situation grew even more disheartening. A student by the window, unable to bear it any longer, sought to open the window for some fresh air. Yet, as he reached for the handle, an invigilator approached, promptly shutting the window and admonishing the student in hushed tones. Do not open the window. There is a slight chill outside. And if it were to affect the other students in the classroom, it would be unfortunate. Upon hearing this, many around him, including Li Ming, felt a pang of gratitude. Although he too wished to open the window for a breath of fresh air to calm himself, the teacher's words resonated, and he decided against it. After all, this was for our benefit, was it not? Yet, in the next moment, all were left in shock. The invigilator, after closing the window, did not immediately depart. Instead, he removed his own jacket and quietly draped it over the sleeping Jiang Nan. Chapter 57. Accidentally ascending to the 5th floor while using the restroom on the 1st floor? Li Ming. A multitude of students. Each individual present was rendered speechless. How heart-wrenching. The actions of the proctor were nothing short of a cruel twist of fate. Just a moment ago, they had been expressing gratitude towards one another, feeling a warmth in their hearts. But in the next instant, TSK, was this truly for their benefit? Clearly, this was solely for Jiang Nan's sake. What does it mean to feel a gentle breeze outside? A tad chilly? It was already March. Winter had long since passed, and this wasn't the north. March in Jiangxing is characterized by radiant spring, a revival of nature, and blooming flowers. What relevance does cold have? As for the breeze, they would welcome it eagerly to invigorate their minds. Of course, except for those who were sound asleep, heads resting on their desks. Is this what they call having connections? That fellow must be related to the proctor, right? Constantly closing windows, draping coats over him, and even allowing him to sleep, claiming there is no relation? Not a soul would believe that. Having backing is indeed impressive. The connections run deep. One should not provoke them. In an instant, Jiang Nan was mentally assigned various labels by those present, deemed as someone not to be trifled with. Li Ming clenched his teeth, striving to focus on the exam and answer the questions at hand. However, at that moment, several figures suddenly appeared outside the window, capturing the attention of many within the classroom. Li Ming instinctively glanced over. He observed several Chinese language teachers standing outside, craning their necks to peer into exam room 304. How did he know they were Chinese teachers? Because he was an exemplary student. The majority of the school faculty recognized him, and he, too, was familiar with a number of those teachers. Notably, one of them was quite well acquainted with him, Teacher Yu, affectionately known as Yu Lao-san. This was because he was one of the instructors for Class 301, Li Ming's Chinese teacher. As these teachers gathered, especially when he saw Yu Lao-san straining to look into the classroom, Li Ming's eyes sparkled with hope. This was indeed fortuitous. So many teachers had come together. It was obvious they were there to monitor exam conduct. Through the window, the first sight that greeted them was Jiang Nan, sprawled over his desk, soundly asleep. This time, Jiang Nan was surely doomed. After all, sleeping during an exam is unequivocally a violation of exam protocol, caught red-handed by so many teachers. Even if he had a connection with the proctor, it would be of no avail. How could a single teacher stand against so many? Especially Yu Lao-san. who had taught at the school for 20 years, possessing profound experience and expertise, and whose discerning eyes could not be easily fooled. If he sought to penalize Jiang Nan, no one could intervene. Not only Li Ming, but many students in the examination room eagerly anticipated that these teachers would impose strict punishment upon Jiang Nan and escort him away. Otherwise, it would be an unbearable burden on their hearts, a lingering resentment. However, soon they were filled with confusion. They saw Yu Laosan and the other teachers standing outside the window, gazing inside, yet they neither entered nor departed. What was going on? Could they really not see that the lad was sleeping right under their noses? Or perhaps the window glass was one way. That was implausible. If the glass were indeed one way, they wouldn't frequently be caught by the supervising teacher while playing on their phones during class. Many in the examination room, including Li Ming, were perplexed by the teachers outside the window. Why did they not enter or leave, and what was the reason for their prolonged scrutiny? The pressure was mounting. Furthermore, if they claimed not to have noticed the young man sleeping, it appeared they were discussing him right in front of them. Their expressions seemed off, less like stern disapproval, more akin to astonishment. All the students were baffled. Those nearest the window felt as if they were juggling 15 buckets of water. Anxious and restless. Just imagine, while taking an exam, 5 or 6 teachers were watching you from outside the window. What would your thoughts be? The pressure would be overwhelming. Many students didn't even dare to lift their heads, pretending to focus on their answers, all the while thinking, if you don't deal with the sleeping fellow, then please, just leave. Yet, disappointment was inevitable. After quite a while, Yu Laosan and his colleagues still did not enter the classroom, nor did they leave. Instead, the number of teachers increased. Now there were 8 or 9, and it seemed more were arriving, simply terrifying. Meanwhile, outside the window, a comical scene was unfolding. Hey, Teacher Liu, weren't you proctoring on the 3rd floor? How did you end up on the 5th floor? Teacher Yu, I recall you were on the 1st floor. How did you find yourself on the 5th? I encountered an unexpected situation. I intended to use the restroom, but accidentally went to the wrong place. You went from the 1st floor to the 5th by mistake. That is quite a distance. If you keep making mistakes like this, will you end up in the heavens? Instantaneously, Yu Laosan's face flushed. The excuse he had instinctively conjured seemed rather feeble, hardly holding up to scrutiny. A slap in the face. A blatant slap in the face. Chapter 58. I confess, I cheated. Please give me a 0, all right? My dear elder brother is not laughing. And the second brother is not mocking. Let us speak candidly. Surely, you have all gathered here to witness the unparalleled talent who composes in classical Chinese. Suddenly, a teacher stepped forward to mediate the situation. Indeed, it was he. However, I remain curious as to which one among them is Jiang Nan. I am exceedingly intrigued by him. Not only can he write in classical Chinese, but I also find myself unable to comprehend his work. Upon hearing this, others began to echo the sentiment. After all, they were colleagues. What was merely a jest moments ago could not genuinely embarrass Yu Laosan. Before coming here, I had inquired with Teacher who informed me that Jiang Nan was seated in the 3rd row, 4th from the back, standing at a height of 6 feet, and the most handsome among them. Surely, he must be the one dozing at his desk. Someone pointed to the sleeping Jiang Nan. This was indeed the scene previously witnessed by Li Ming and others. Outside the window, a group of teachers clearly observed Jiang Nan asleep, yet expressed not anger but astonishment. Oh, Jiang Nan is sleeping? This cannot be. The examination has only just begun for a mere 10 minutes, and he has already succumbed to slumber. Could it be that his mathematical skills are lacking? Some began to question Jiang Nan's abilities. However, in the next moment, they concluded that it mattered not if he struggled with mathematics, as long as he excelled in language arts. The mere fact that he could compose an essay in classical Chinese, one that eludes our understanding, is sufficient to demonstrate his prowess. Even if he scores a 0 in mathematics, his talent in language arts would undoubtedly secure him a recommendation. In my view, it is preferable that he falters in other subjects, allowing him to focus solely on language arts. Yu Laosan expressed his opinion. A breadth of knowledge is no match for specialization. For a group of teachers devoted to language arts, it is inconsequential if Jiang Nan fails in other subjects, provided he reaches the pinnacle in language arts. The attendees unanimously agreed. Yu Laosan speaks wisely. A person's energy is finite. If he possesses such a strong aptitude for language arts, it is entirely normal for him to falter in other areas. What a pity, however, that we are unable to approach and observe this extraordinary talent up close. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Hey, look! The boy sitting to Jiang Nan's left. Is he using a cheat sheet? Is he cheating?" In an instant, the discovery of a cheating student was made. "Hey you, what are you doing? I see you. Quickly put down what you have in your hands." It was unclear who first shouted, but soon after, a flurry of activity ensued. All the language arts teachers rushed into examination room 304. What an opportunity it was to observe this unparalleled talent up close. How could they let it slip away? "Oh no, I was wrong. I will never do it again. Please don't catch me." In virtually an instant, the oblivious student trembled and collapsed beneath his desk. Good heavens! Was it merely a small act of cheating that summoned a dozen fierce teachers to storm in? It is hardly surprising he was terrified. Not just him. Many others were equally alarmed. The sight of a dozen teachers confronting a single cheater was nothing short of extraordinary. Initially, due to the difficulty of the exam, many had contemplated the idea of cheating. However, that notion was swiftly extinguished. Yet, the subsequent actions of the language arts teachers left them baffled, as if they were grappling with a perplexing riddle. The teachers charged in but did not immediately confront the cheater. Instead, they fixated on Jiang Nan, expressing astonishment. What is going on? Are they not here to apprehend the cheater, but to reprimand him for breaching examination decorum by sleeping? Many entertained this thought, including Li Ming. Even the cheating student appeared bewildered. Were they not here to catch him, but to reprimand Jiang Nan? This is absurd. You just shouted about cheating, not sleeping. Moreover, if you truly intended to wake him for sleeping, shouldn't you have done so immediately? Yet now, they were all tiptoeing about, which was utterly perplexing. Led by Yu Lao-san, the group of language arts teachers encircled Jiang Nan, their gazes fixed upon him as though his face bore flowers, yet they uttered not a word. It was uncertain whether they feared disrupting the examination atmosphere or wished not to disturb Jiang Nan's slumber. Logically, it seemed the former. Yet many students believed the latter to be more likely. The atmosphere in the examination room became exceedingly strange, both eerie and unsettling. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, emanating from a hefty student seated beside Jiang Nan. With a resounding slap on the desk, he declared, "I confess. I cheated. Please mark me with a 0. Having spoken, he bolted from the room, overwhelmed by the pressure. What a bold individual! He previously abandoned the language arts exam in despair, and now he confesses to cheating in mathematics. Accepting a 0? The cheater was left speechless. Li Ming was equally astonished, as were the surrounding classmates and the two invigilators, while the dozen language arts teachers stood in utter disbelief. Chapter 59. The exam concludes. Students fleeing in frenzy? Cheating exposed? Truly a sight to behold. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished. Particularly the student who had just been called out for cheating, who found it difficult to discern whether this was reality or merely a dream. Clearly, these teachers had stormed in with the intention of apprehending him. Yet, instead, they were incessantly fixated on Jiang Nan. Ultimately, they drove a nearby overweight student to madness. So, did he manage to escape a calamity? Perhaps not. The situation was far from over, as the group of over a dozen teachers remained vigilant. Thus his ordeal was not yet concluded. He felt utterly desolate. He longed to depart with the same nonchalance as that plump student, yet he lacked even a modicum of courage. All he could do was collapse to the ground, his body and spirit enduring immense torment. It was no less than a form of torture. At last, Chao Tianyuan could no longer bear to observe. Turning to the head of the Chinese department, Wu Jiahao, and exclaimed, "Old Wu, what are you language teachers doing here? Is there no need for invigilation? You are the head. Swiftly take your people away. Do not disturb the students in the examination." Wu Jiahao. His expression was one of helplessness. He had arrived last, witnessing Yu Lao-san and the others enter classroom 304, surrounding Jiang Nan, and he had intended to step in as well. Yet, as soon as he had barely crossed the threshold, he was called out by Chao Tianyuan. How unfortunate, truly unfortunate. He hadn't even had a proper glance at Jiang Nan's appearance. However, given the circumstances, it was unwise to intrude further. After all, While he was the head of the Chinese department, Chao Tianyuan was the deputy head of the mathematics department. It would be inappropriate to disregard his authority. So he quickly withdrew and called away Yu Laosan and the other teachers. With their departure, the examination room fell silent, the atmosphere easing. Yet, Li Ming. Many students? Countless question marks hovered above their heads. Wait a moment. Are you teachers truly leaving just like that? Have you forgotten something? Jiang Nan is sleeping so soundly right under your noses, and you're just going to ignore it? After all, you entered with shouts of catching cheats. And that very cheater is still sitting on the ground. Are you not going to address this? Or is it that the whole cheating charade was merely a pretext? Is your true intention merely to observe Jiang Nan? How disheartening. Truly disheartening. Could it be that Jiang Nan's background is so formidable that you all dare not act? Or perhaps his capabilities are so impressive that you cannot bring yourselves to intervene? Or is it simply that he is too handsome? In any case, a tumult of emotions stirred within the crowd. This mathematics examination was undoubtedly the most exasperating experience of their lives, even surpassing the morning Chinese exam. The only one feeling relieved was the recently caught cheater, who hastily scrambled to his feet, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped disaster. Indeed, surviving such calamity surely brings fortune. It seemed those teachers were blind to his actions. All along, he had been frightening himself. Now, he could cheat with peace of mind, boldly engaging in deceit. After all, no one could possibly catch him. However, this sense of relief lasted only 3 seconds. Chao Tianyuan approached with a stern expression, collected his exam paper, and recorded a conspicuous 0. Dazed. From the heights of heaven to the depths of hell. Terrified. The surrounding students quickly averted their gazes, hunching over their desks to answer questions diligently, no longer daring to entertain thoughts of cheating. In truth, even if they did cheat, it would be futile. For heaven's sake. This was mathematics, not Chinese. The most they could do was copy a formula, which held little significance. Dingling. It was unclear how much time had elapsed, but the bell finally rang, signaling the end of the examination. Like the earlier Chinese exam, many students' answer sheets bore vast expanses of blank space, clearly unfinished. However, the difference this time was that when the teacher instructed them to submit their papers, not a single person wailed or lamented. Rather, they all breathed a sigh of relief and rushed to turn in their papers. Their speed rivaled that of frantically fleeing rabbits, seemingly terrified that they would be pursued by some dreadful beast from within the classroom. Of course, there were no beasts to fear. The primary concern was the oppressive nature of this examination. The students simply could not endure it. Even though no further teachers entered to catch cheats, the sight of Jiang Nan sleeping was a dagger to their hearts. They were struggling for their lives, yet Jiang Nan slumbered blissfully. Truly, it was enough to break one's spirit. Even Li Ming, a mathematics expert, cast a resentful glare at Jiang Nan before hastily departing. He vowed never to subject himself to such an oppressive examination again, nor did he wish to be in Jiang Nan's presence for even a second longer. As he fled, Jiang Nan leisurely awakened. Oh dear, did I oversleep? Jiang Nan wore a face full of questions. This nap had been exceptionally comfortable. He hadn't even realized the exam had concluded and that everyone had left. Had he not sensed malice directed towards him, he might have continued sleeping through the night. Alas, his biological clock was off. It seemed he needed to take some time to adjust it. Jiang Nan rubbed his sleepy eyes, preparing to rise and head to the cafeteria for a meal. Why is there an extra piece of clothing on me? Just then, an unknown invigilator approached with a cheerful demeanor. My dear student, you've awoken. Please hand over that clothing. I was worried you might catch a chill while sleeping, so I draped it over you. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Nan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Inwardly, he mused, this teacher is truly kind, far superior to that certain ungracious Mr. Chao. Chapter 60. Li Ming wept bitterly, leaving Su Yu and Zhang Hao utterly astonished. Jiang Nan cast a sidelong glance at Chao Tianyuan, who was gathering the examination papers, and noted that the old fellow's expression was less than favorable. It was hardly surprising that Chao Tianyuan's demeanor was grim. He was renowned for his stern and serious nature. However, today he seemed indifferent to Jiang Nan's slumber during the exam, even amidst the chaos that ensued. Numerous language teachers had stormed into the examination room, ostensibly to catch cheaters, but in reality, they were there to observe Jiang Nan. It was only because Jiang Nan had performed commendably and had not been penalized that Chao Tianyuan refrained from losing his temper. Humph. You, young man, continue your audacity. I secretly hope for even more of it. This is the essence of youth. One must be spirited in their youth, and regardless. Your bravado is a reflection of my teaching. Heh. Well, I suppose I can take some credit for that. Once Chao Tianyuan completed collecting the papers, he hummed a tune and departed. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan rubbed his nose, sensing the ill intentions of certain individuals. Do not inquire how he was aware. This was a skill honed from his habit of dozing off in class. As long as it was not detrimental to him, he could sleep through thunder and lightning without a care. During the previous examination, while many students were startled by the teacher's sudden entrance, he had slept soundly, not even batting an eyelid. However, when Li Ming shot him a resentful glare, he immediately awoke. Remarkably, even in slumber, his instincts allowed him to respond to Hu Yifei's rapid-fire questioning. Such a talent is not something the average person possesses. Never mind. I shan't dwell on it. Old Chao has always been a man of unorthodox methods. I have grown accustomed to it. What can he do, even with his ulterior motives? Jiang Nan dismissed Chao Tianyuan from his mind and promptly left the classroom, making his way to the cafeteria. It was mealtime, and he was already late. If he delayed any longer, there would be nothing left to eat. Just as he descended the stairs, Bai Yingying chased after him, exclaiming, Jiang Nan, why are you only just coming out? This is not like you at all. Not like me. How should I have acted? He retorted, you should have submitted your paper early. Bai Yingying replied matter-of-factly, you handed in your language exam early this morning, with your prowess in mathematics. I assumed you would do the same for this test. I rushed to the cafeteria right after the exam, but to my dismay, you were nowhere to be found. So I had to return. Jiang Nan thought to himself, Bai Yingying knows me well. He certainly would not confess to oversleeping. Otherwise, he would have arrived at the cafeteria much earlier. What do you need me for? Of course, to compare answers. Quickly, tell me how you answered the multiple-choice questions. BCCB Jiang Nan recited the answers fluidly. For every question he had attempted, none were forgotten. Oh no, I got the last 4 questions wrong. Bai Yingying had initially been exhilarated, but upon hearing Jiang Nan's responses, her expression fell, and she lamented as she clutched her head in despair. What a disaster. Even with all my effort, I will likely fall short of Qin Yuma again. What about the fill-in-the-blank questions? 1, 3, 2, -1 4 ugh. I got 2 of those wrong as well. And the short answer questions? Wah. I also erred on 2, but I got the last one right, thanks to you. You had explained a similar problem to me a few days ago, haha. Hearing this, Bai Yingying's mood shifted from sorrow to joy, as she triumphed over the final challenging question. As for why she did not question Jiang Nan's answers, it was simple. With Jiang Nan's exceptional mathematical skills, how could his answers possibly be incorrect? Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded across the campus, with many students congregating to compare answers. Among them was the gathering in the cafeteria. Hey, Li Ming, Yu Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian, it was uncertain whether it was by design or mere coincidence, but Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tian from class 304 found themselves in the company of Li Ming from class 301. Do not inquire how they came to know one another. Despite not being in the same class, the representatives of the classes often crossed paths, especially Su Yu, who was the mathematics representative, while Li Ming was the second-best student in mathematics, only trailing behind Qin Feng, earning him the title of the school's second-best. Li Ming, how did you fare in the math exam? Terribly. I estimate I scored only 50 or 60 points. What? 50 or 60? That's impossible. Upon hearing this, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tian were taken aback, their faces reflecting disbelief. They had specifically gathered to see how each fared in mathematics and to see if they could outscore Jiang Nan. Thus, they sought Li Ming to compare answers. After all, Li Ming excelled in mathematics, and consulting him would provide a clearer picture of their potential scores. But now, Li Ming's prediction of 50 or 60 points rendered their efforts futile. So you quickly pressed on, Li Ming, while I am not one to concede easily, I must admit your mathematical skills surpass mine. Even if this exam was difficult, it could not possibly result in only 50 or 60 points. Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and the other representatives gazed at Li Ming with curiosity and confusion. Under normal circumstances, I would be confident of scoring much higher than 50 or 60 points. But this exam was exceptionally bizarre. Just 10 minutes into the test, my composure shattered. Li Ming lamented, his face filled with helplessness. What do you mean by bizarre? At this, Su Yu and the others were even more perplexed. You don't understand. There was a fierce competitor seated next to me who completed the entire exam in just 10 minutes and apparently got every question right. Then he fell sound asleep, while the invigilator not only ignored him but even closed the window and draped a jacket over him, as if fearing he might catch a chill. Later, a dozen language teachers stormed in under the pretext of catching cheaters, but they were there to see that fierce competitor. Don't blame me for losing my composure. Very few in the examination room managed to maintain their calm. It was impossible to focus. Every time I attempted to answer a question, the image of that competitor sleeping invaded my thoughts. How could I possibly take the exam? To score 50 or 60 points would be remarkable. I might even score lower. As he spoke, Li Ming broke down in tears. A man may shed tears, yet it is seldom done, for they are not shed lightly unless truly heartbroken. Since the exam commenced, he had restrained himself for over 2 hours, and although he might have continued to hold back, the moment Su Yu and the others inquired, he could no longer contain himself. In response, Su Yu and the others exchanged glances, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 61, Jiang Nan. Why is it Jiang Nan again? Hey, have you heard? During the mathematics exam, a fierce competitor finished in just 10 minutes and then laid down on the desk to sleep. Surprisingly, the invigilator not only ignored him, but even went so far as to close the window and drape a coat over him, fearing he might catch a chill. What? Is that for real? It must be a joke. Of course, it's true. It happened in examination room 304, witnessed by dozens of people. If you doubt it, you can ask the top student from class 301, Li Ming, who sat right next to him. Li, what do you say? In the cafeteria, many were discussing the Jiang Nan incident, and coincidentally, Li Ming was present. Numerous eyes turned towards him for confirmation. However, Li was inconsolably crying, unable to utter a word, merely nodding instinctively. Does a nod imply agreement? Upon witnessing this, everyone present was astounded. Goodness, was he really that formidable? Completing the math paper in 10 minutes? I can hardly believe it, especially since this exam was notoriously challenging. In my opinion, he must be a poor student who simply scribbled randomly and then fell asleep, perhaps receiving preferential treatment from the invigilator. No, that individual did not merely scribble. It is said he genuinely completed the entire exam and claimed the questions were quite simple, a statement heard by everyone. Even the invigilator seemed to tacitly agree. It is likely he scored at least 140 out of 150, if not a perfect score. Truly impressive. Upon hearing this, the crowd in the cafeteria collectively gasped. 150? 140? Completed in 10 minutes? If that is the case, he is practically celestial. After all, they had just emerged from a battlefield, acutely aware of the exam's difficulty. Goodness, even if it couldn't compare to the morning's Chinese exam, it was hardly less demanding, undoubtedly one of the most difficult in history. Many were stuck on the multiple-choice questions, nearly all only completing half, resorting to guessing, and almost abandoning the exam altogether. The subsequent problem-solving section, especially the final question, remained untouched, devoid of any thought. Yet now, someone claims there is a fierce competitor who can finish in 10 minutes and achieve full marks? How exaggerated! Does he not need to think? Can he simply glance and know the answers? Many expressed disbelief, for this was simply too outrageous, even for a novel. Yet it was true. He didn't need to think at all. Every question was instantly recognizable, and he filled in the answer sheet without even using half a sheet of scratch paper. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This person must be extraordinarily talented. Quickly, they demanded to know his identity. Was he male or female, and from which class? He is a male. Exceptionally handsome, though I'm unsure of his class. I've heard he goes by the name Jiang Nan. At this revelation, the room erupted in surprise. Jiang Nan. Why is it Jiang Nan again? Though unfamiliar with him personally, The name rang a bell. Right? Wasn't there talk about Jiang Nan excelling in the morning Chinese exam? It was said he translated that classical text and submitted his paper 40 to 50 minutes early. Indeed, that's him. And let me tell you, he didn't just perform well. He excelled, capable of achieving full marks. Consequently, during the afternoon mathematics exam, numerous Chinese teachers opted not to invigilate, using the pretext of catching cheaters to flock to examination room 304 to observe Jiang Nan. The spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. It is said that many who intended to cheat were left paralyzed with fear. One overweight student, unable to endure the pressure, even confessed to cheating and left, receiving a score of 0. Incredible. This Jiang Nan is undoubtedly impressive. Without a doubt, he is on the verge of becoming well known. No, he is already famous. Full marks in Chinese, another perfect score in mathematics, finishing in 10 minutes, sleeping in the exam hall, the invigilator closing windows and draping coats, and a dozen Chinese teachers abandoning their posts to watch him, truly a formidable individual. I genuinely wish to see what he looks like. This paragon of excellence seems even more impressive than Li Ming from class 301, or perhaps even surpasses Qin Feng. If I could have the fortune to know him, I might absorb some of his scholarly aura and surely improve my own grades. Unlike the morning, upon hearing Jiang Nan's name, though some remained skeptical, many began to believe. After all, there's no smoke without fire. With so many people sharing the same story, there must be some truth to it, especially since Li Ming, a well-known top student, sat nearby. He heard everything, yet didn't he utter a single rebuttal, clearly indicating his tacit approval, enough to validate the claims. In no time, admiration for Jiang Nan surged among the crowd. However, those surrounding Li Ming, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi, wore expressions of dismay. How could this be? Jiang Nan again? It was one thing for him to excel in Chinese, but now he was performing exceptionally well in mathematics too, achieving full marks in just 10 minutes? Was his mathematical prowess truly that extraordinary? We are clearly not on the same level. Even if he made a mistake and scored only 140, that would still far exceed our results. Oh no, we're doomed. Once more, tears flowed. This time, it wasn't Xiang Yi crying louder than Li Ming, but Su Yu, the math class representative. The morning's subpar performance in Chinese was inconsequential. After all, Xiang Yi had declared war on Jiang Nan in that subject. Although he felt a twinge of sympathy, it was more about solidarity, shared triumphs and failures. Yet before the mathematics exam, Su Yu boasted confidence and an eager fighting spirit. After the exam, while his performance may not have been ideal, he had given it his all, confident of scoring above 100. As for the specifics, he would have to wait until the answers were matched up. Therefore, he sought out Li Ming, the second best in mathematics. Yet before they could compare answers, Li Ming broke down in tears. As Jiang Nan's incredible achievements echoed around him, Su Yu too crumbled. Oh no, I am the math representative of class 4. Each time we have a math exam, I may not always come in first, but I am always close behind the class leader, Qin Yumiao. Yet now, I find myself reduced to a mere fool. Jiang Nan, if you are truly this formidable, why not reveal it sooner? Are you deliberately toying with me? How tragic. Chapter 62. So he is the werewolf Jiang Nan, the legendary academic prodigy? Li Ming wept uncontrollably, his sobs echoing through the air. Su Yu, too, was in tears, their emotional breakdown in such a public setting raising eyebrows. What could possibly drive two grown men to such depths of despair? Goodness, not again. It seemed that after the Chinese exam earlier that day, there had been another public display of tears, but this time it was not the girls. Instead, it was two boys, an astonishing sight indeed. One was Li, the second-best mathematics student in the school, while the other was presumably Su Yu, renowned for his mathematical prowess, ranking within the top 5. What a sensational event this was. The ability of these academic elites to cope with pressure appeared woefully inadequate. Was it truly necessary to react this way over a single poor performance? Look at us, with barely a passing grade among us, yet we continue to eat, laugh, and chat without a care. Complaining is one thing, but crying? Absolutely not. No way would we ever shed tears. The anguish they felt remained a private torment, one that those around them could not fathom. Only Xiang Yi could grasp the depth of their emotions. having experienced her own despair earlier that day after losing to Jiang Nan in the Chinese exam. Zhang Hao and Tang Tiantian, while sharing a sense of sympathy, felt more fortunate than anything else. Thankfully, they were not the representatives for mathematics. Their true challenge lay ahead in physics, foreign language, chemistry, and other subjects. There was still hope for redemption. I am the strongest in physics, chemistry, and foreign language in our class. Tomorrow, I will surely surpass Jiang Nan. Just wait and see. I shall avenge you all. Zhang Hao and his companions silently motivated themselves, their resolve nearly convincing. However, in the next moment, their collective belief shattered. A man and a woman entered the cafeteria, engaged in laughter and conversation. The man was so extraordinarily handsome that mere words could not encapsulate his perfection, radiating a charm that would overshadow even the brightest stars of the entertainment industry. The woman, tall and striking, could not be concealed by her school uniform. Her exquisite features and fair complexion made her the kind of beauty that inspired instant infatuation. It was evident. The man was Jiang Nan, and the woman was Bai Yingying. Bai Yingying had been discussing answers with Jiang Nan as they made their way to the cafeteria, which explained their delayed arrival. Yet, the moment they stepped inside, a commotion erupted. Look, the campus beauty Bai Yingying has arrived. Wait, she is here with a boy, laughing and being all chummy? Are they holding hands? No way. Could they be a couple? Oh my gosh. The campus beauty has a boyfriend now? This is monumental news. The school strictly prohibited romantic relationships. How could they be so brazen? Wait a moment, who is that guy? He is unbelievably handsome. Even the campus heartthrob, Yi Zhiqiu, pales in comparison. It's astonishing that someone this striking exists in our school. How come we never knew before? You all are behind the times. I've seen him. He was having lunch with the campus beauty earlier and even publicly translated a passage from the classical Chinese exam. Could he be the dark horse we heard about at lunchtime? The one whose literary prowess rivals Qin Feng and whose looks could overshadow Yu Zhiqiu? Indeed. It must be him. It appears he is indeed with the campus beauty. Wait, ISN Tihi Jiang Nan. What? Jiang Nan. You know him? I don't know him personally, but I know of him. Wasn't he the one who completed the math exam in just 10 minutes and then fell asleep at his desk, with the invigilator even adjusting the window for him, while a dozen language teachers gathered to watch? Wait, he is Jiang Nan, the formidable Jiang Nan, the legendary academic prodigy? If he is indeed Jiang Nan, then it aligns perfectly. He did translate that despair-inducing classical text earlier in the cafeteria, demonstrating his exceptional abilities. Perhaps he not only translated the classical text, but also scored full marks on the Chinese exam, breaking records for our school and even the entire city and province, where no one had ever achieved a perfect score. Only then could so many language teachers be so astonished as to abandon their duties to witness. That makes perfect sense. The school cafeteria had become a hub of gossip. Regardless of grade or class, students gathered here during meal times. Thus, every morsel of information about Jiang Nan spread rapidly, culminating in the revelation of his true identity. Soon after, the news rippled through the crowd, igniting excitement among the students. The formidable Jiang Nan, the super scholar, strikingly handsome, and now romantically linked with the campus beauty. What a remarkable individual. How could someone so exceptional exist in this world? If someone else had stolen the campus beauty from me, I would have certainly fought them for her. Yet, when it comes to Jiang Nan, I find it impossible to harbor any resentment. Instead, I can only wish them well. Perhaps he is indeed the only one worthy of her. Am I the only one who thinks it should be the other way around? That only the campus beauty deserves Jiang Nan? And I must add, Jiang Nan is not only extraordinarily handsome, overshadowing the heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu, but his academic prowess in both Chinese and mathematics surpasses even the top student, Qin Feng. He truly is the apex of scholars and the epitome of male allure. Thus, in my opinion, it should be said that the campus beauty belongs with Jiang Nan, rather than the other way around. That's a valid point. No, it's Jiang Nan who belongs with the campus beauty. Be quiet. It is the campus beauty who belongs with Jiang Nan. Enough. Let us not debate who belongs with whom. After all, one is my one and only goddess, while the other is my newly crowned idol. Together, they are a perfect match. What we ought to do now is pay homage to them, not argue over trivial matters. Here I come, male idol and female goddess, I will be the first. No one else can compete with me. Get lost, don't pull me. Curse it. Chapter 63. The thoughts of Bai Ying at the entrance of the cafeteria. Bai Ying, having just completed a mathematics problem, suddenly directed a perplexing question at Jiang Nan. You possess such remarkable abilities. Why have you chosen to conceal your strengths in the past? I haven't concealed anything. Jiang Nan replied with an air of calmness, attempting to weave a tale. Bai Ying, however, scoffed at his response. You excel in mathematics, physics, and language arts. I can only imagine your prowess in other subjects as well, all capable of overshadowing Qin Yuma. Yet, you have lingered around the passing mark in every exam, which must have been intentional. This is a challenging question to answer, Jiang Nan thought to himself. What could he say? That he preferred to remain low-key and avoid attracting too much attention? Or that he wished to quietly savor his high school days? Perhaps he simply did not care for the spotlight and preferred to enjoy his own company? He could also mention that the system required him to manage his scores, leaving him quite helpless. Regardless of the explanation, any response would surely lead to trouble. Bai Ying, her curiosity piqued, awaited Jiang Nan's clarification, but when silence ensued, she pouted. Jiang Nan, are you trying to spare my feelings? Are you afraid of hurting me? Jiang Nan was taken aback, a myriad of question marks forming above his head. He was baffled by Bai Ying's sudden turn of phrase. Meanwhile, Bai Ying continued her lament. Your silence speaks volumes. You indeed wish to protect me. Although I am often referred to as the school beauty, I have no desire to be merely a pretty face, which is why I strive so diligently in my studies. As my close friend, you must know this. Yet, despite my efforts, my grades remain far from exceptional. My classmates may jest that I am a top student, but I am well aware that this label holds little weight. It is merely a consolation from others. Jiang Nan chose not to respond, pondering Bai Ying's unusual demeanor. She was not the lively, cheerful girl he was accustomed to. It is often said that one's talent determines their potential. The disparity between his abilities and those of Qin Yuma was vast. No matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass her, not even Li Qianqian, who held the position of study committee member while he did not. But you, Jiang Nan, you seem to sail through your classes, often found napping. Yet your grades are stellar. You achieve perfect scores in language arts and mathematics, and physics is a realm where none can rival you. Your academic prowess is formidable. It appears you intentionally downplay your abilities to spare me from feeling inferior. You allow me to feel at ease by performing worse than you during exams, offering me solace. Jiang Nan was momentarily speechless. What is all of this? The subjective reason for his score management was his inclination for humility, while the objective reason stemmed from the system's demands. Yet in Bai Ying's narrative, everything had transformed. His choice to manage his scores was interpreted as affection for her, as a means to avoid overshadowing her. To what extent had her imagination run wild to concoct such thoughts? Despite his fondness for her playful yet sincere nature, he was resolute. I am not controlling my scores for you. Would it be too much to suggest that you are overthinking this? I am not doing it for you. Jiang Nan attempted to clarify, but Bai Ying interrupted him once again. But if it is not for me, then could it be for someone else? In these 3 years of high school, there are only 2 people with whom you share a close relationship. One is me, and the other is Wang Pengzi. If you are not hiding your abilities for my sake, could it be for Wang Pengzi? Do you have a preference for men? Even if you did, it surely could not be Wang Pengzi. That would be quite a peculiar taste. Jiang Nan was at a loss for words. What on earth was going through this girl's mind? Had she indulged too much in idle dramas or cliché romance novels? Or was she simply lost in her own world? Jiang Nan, I am aware of everything, she declared, her tone one of understanding. After all, I am not oblivious to my surroundings. Therefore, there is no need for you to concoct various excuses to explain yourself. Besides, I have never stated that you cannot like me. To be frank with you, I, too, harbor feelings for you. However, I sincerely wish that you would no longer conceal your true capabilities for my sake, but rather strive to showcase your full potential. Achieve perfect scores in your examinations. Excel in the college entrance examination and become the celebrated champion admired by all. In essence, don the golden armor of glory, and tread upon the rainbow clouds of success. Chapter 64. The math teacher was also stunned. The phrase great hero lingered on by Ying's lips, but she ultimately refrained from uttering it. As she spoke, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. In a soft voice, she pondered, what does this mean? A confession? Jiang Nan stood there, utterly bewildered, caught off guard, and unable to respond. Indeed, he was the protagonist. Not only was he handsome, but the school belle was confessing her feelings for him in public. What was he supposed to say? Should he accept? Or perhaps agree? The truth was, he had no experience in such matters. Moreover, Bai Ying's words hardly constituted a confession. Was she merely wishing to don golden armor, ride a rainbow, and become the center of everyone's attention? This was a terrifying prospect. Even if he could accept, he felt compelled to refuse. What kind of king was this? Wasn't he a peaceful life more delightful? Jiang Nan's mind raced, contemplating how to redirect Bai Ying's whimsical thoughts. However, in the next instant, he found he needn't worry about that at all. Nanshun, I'm Long Xiaodian from class 309. Which class are you in? Nanshun, I heard you scored full marks in both Chinese and math today. Is that true? Nanshun, are you now with the school belle? Did she pursue you, or did you pursue her? Nanshun, from this day forth, you are the sole idol in my heart. I am your most devoted fan. Nanshun, do you need any charms for your legs? Nanshun, please accept my kneeling. Nanshun, please bestow upon me a glimmer of your scholarly brilliance. At that moment, dozens of classmates surged toward Jiang Nan and Bai Ying, repeatedly calling out Nanshun. Bai Ying was taken aback. Initially, she assumed these students were seeking her out, for she was the school belle, the unassailable queen of 3 consecutive years. Wherever she went, admirers flocked to her. Yet, it appeared these individuals were more interested in Jiang Nan. How had they come to know of his prowess? No, that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that they were claiming she was with Jiang Nan. In an instant, Bai Ying's face blushed even deeper. How embarrassing. She had only just unveiled her feelings, yet the entire cafeteria knew already? How mortifying. Bai Ying felt dizzy, her cheeks flushed as if they might bleed. She was overwhelmed with shyness, unsure how to cope with so many inquisitive eyes. But she needn't worry about that, for someone else was reacting far more dramatically, Jiang Nan. What on earth was happening? Why were they all calling me Nanshun, as if they knew me, claiming I was a scholar? Had I truly become so renowned? This couldn't be right. Over the past year, I had remained inconspicuous. Few outside my class should recognize me. It seemed they were aware I had scored full marks in both Chinese and math today. Could it be that the results were already out? No, that couldn't be. The exams weren't even complete, and grading didn't happen that quickly. Or perhaps it was due to Bai Ying. Had our close proximity led to misunderstandings? Regardless, the wind was howling, and it was best to flee. Seeing the crowd calling his name, Jiang Nan froze, as if struck by lightning. Yet, in the next moment, he snapped back to reality and swiftly pulled Bai Ying, sprinting out of the cafeteria. This was terrifying. He had never experienced such fervent adoration. He needed to escape this chaos. Naturally, the throng pursued him relentlessly, shouting, Nanshun, wait. We want to know you better. We seek your attention. That afternoon, a striking scene unfolded at the school. A boy and girl sprinted ahead, with dozens of classmates in hot pursuit, all calling out the name Nanshun. Countless onlookers turned their heads in curiosity. From that moment on, the name Nanshun spread throughout the school, igniting inquiries among all grades, freshmen, sophomores, and juniors alike, about the identity of this so-called Nanshun. Meanwhile, as the crowd followed Jiang Nan and Bai Ying out, the cafeteria rapidly emptied. Only Suyu Zhonghao, Tang Tiantian, and Li Ming remained, exchanging glances before bursting into tears. How could it be that their rival was being adored like a star, while they wallowed in sorrow? The disparity was stark. Poor souls indeed. On the other side, in the mathematics department office, an urgent meeting was underway. The cause was similar to the earlier gathering of the Chinese department. The recent math exam had proven to be exceptionally difficult, perhaps the most challenging in history. While not many students had abandoned the exam, few had performed well. Thus, the teachers had convened to strategize. However, unlike the earlier meeting, The initial complaints of many math teachers soon transformed into astonishment. This shift was prompted by Chao Tianyuan's announcement. As the newly appointed head of the class, Hu Yifei had little sway in the Chinese department, so it took longer for anyone to believe her. But Chao Tianyuan was different. Although he was merely the deputy head of the math department, his abilities surpassed those of the head by a margin. He was a true authority. As the other teachers lamented the exam's difficulty and the dismal performance in the testing room, Chao Tianyuan boldly declared that someone had achieved a perfect score. The room fell silent in astonishment, only to be followed by eager curiosity. "Old Chao, quickly tell us who this remarkable student is, Qin Feng or Li Ming?" Li Ming was impressive, yet he typically scored well. This time, with such a challenging paper, he likely fell short. As for Qin Feng, he was in my testing room, and I observed him struggle with several questions. So, who could possibly have scored full marks? Was there truly such an outstanding student at our school? Oh, no need to guess. You won't figure it out. His name is Jiang Nan, a student in my class. He may not have performed well in exams before, but it's not due to a lack of ability. He simply prefers to conceal his talents. However, this time, he truly showcased his skills. He completed the paper in just over 10 minutes, without even using scratch paper, and achieved a perfect score. Upon finishing, Chao Tianyuan did not allow anyone the chance to counter or question, instead presenting Jiang Nan's paper. What? He completed the exam and received a perfect score in just 10 minutes? Is he really that extraordinary? The astonishment was palpable. I must be the first to see his paper. As soon as Chao Tianyuan revealed the paper, it was instantly snatched away by one eager teacher, while others leaned in closely to get a glimpse. Soon, the office erupted in exclamations of shock. He got the first question right, the second question too, the third question as well. He answered all the multiple-choice questions correctly. Impressive. He also nailed all the fill-in-the-blank questions. Absolutely remarkable. The solutions to the problems are all correct. It seems he's truly on track for a perfect score. The final problem is upon us. Goodness. He actually employed 3 distinct methods to solve it. Is he defying the very laws of nature? I must confess, during the examination, I pondered for hours and still could not arrive at the solution to the second part of the final question. Yet he managed to find 3 correct approaches? A perfect score? Is it truly a perfect score? He has undoubtedly shattered records and brought honor to our institution. A prodigy, indeed, a mathematical genius. Mr. Chao is formidable, having quietly nurtured such exceptional talent. Impressive. Chapter 65. Oh dear, I truly do not wish to be famous. At 7 o'clock, in class 304, the overwhelming majority of students had returned to the classroom immediately after dinner, engrossed in their studies. With the college entrance examination looming just around the corner, less than 100 days away, the atmosphere in the classroom was thick with diligence. Furthermore, with the monthly exams approaching and comprehensive science and foreign language tests scheduled for the following day, no one dared to slacken their efforts. Even Wang, the notoriously mediocre student, was fervently cramming his last-minute studies. However, Jiang Nan arrived at the classroom just before the evening study session commenced, accompanied by the brilliant and beautiful Bai Yingying. Was it a coincidence or a deliberate meeting? Almost instinctively, many classmates lifted their heads, casting meaningful glances towards the pair. Their joint arrival was not a first. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was Bai Yingying's complexion, which radiated a delicate blush as she lowered her head, her eyes darting shyly. Aha! It was evident something was amiss. The gazes of the onlookers flitted between Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying, their minds ablaze with curiosity. Could it be that these two were secretly in a romantic entanglement? Or perhaps they had indulged in some mischief? It was certainly plausible, considering their striking looks and the well-known camaraderie they shared within the class. However, this was high school. Regardless of the timing, were they not being a tad too brazen? Could they not conceal their affair a little better? Oh, the heartbreak. Not only had they seemingly stolen our beloved idol, but they were also flaunting their relationship publicly, leaving the singletons green with envy. In an instant, many found it difficult to concentrate on their studies, their minds swirling with gossip, although they were already struggling to focus. On the other side, as Jiang Nan settled into his seat, Wang leaned over, his shiny bald head gleaming, and queried, "Nan, Are you and by school flower an item? Jiang Nan replied, What do you mean? Come on, stop pretending. Wang insisted in a hushed tone. By school flower is in the same exam room as me. After our math test this afternoon, she was inquiring about you and your dormitory life. Her intentions were quite clear. Plus, you both arrived at the classroom together. And just look at Bai's expression, you two must. Jiang Nan was baffled. What? What are you talking about? Bai Yingying's demeanor was merely a touch rosy, not indicative of anything scandalous. If he were pursued relentlessly by scores of admirers, wouldn't he also have a flushed face? As for the rest of Wang's gossip, Jiang Nan couldn't make heads or tails of it. Nan, brother, you are my dear sibling. Just let me in on a little secret. Rest assured, although Bai School Flower is the only goddess in my heart, if you two truly are together, I would swallow my pride and offer my full support. After all, it's best when the plump water stays within the fields of its own kind. Moreover, I promise to keep it under wraps and can even provide cover for you. We are brothers, after all. I will shoulder any storms that come your way. So, just tell me. Wang's round eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager for the gossip and filled with anticipation. Yet, Jiang Nan retorted curtly, scram, before resting his head on the desk. But he wasn't sleeping. Instead, he fished out his phone and quickly opened a web page, engrossing himself in a vividly intriguing novel. It was a tale about a supremely talented scholar who discreetly controlled his brilliance. As for Wang, Jiang Nan couldn't be bothered to engage. Though he appreciated Wang's loyalty, the boy's loose lips were notorious. If he shared even a hint of information, by morning, the entire school would know. Even if nothing was brewing between him and Bai Yingying, he would find it impossible to clarify the situation later. After all, whenever Bai Yingying was involved in any gossip, those with a penchant for drama often exaggerated and misinterpreted the details. Trouble springs from the tongue. He truly did not wish to be famous. The scene from earlier, with dozens of admirers pursuing him, was far too frightening. He never wished to endure such chaos again. Soon, the bell rang, signaling the start of the evening study session. Noticing Jiang Nan's silence, Wang, albeit reluctantly, retreated his massive head. Phew! A moment of tranquility. Jiang Nan silently exhaled, but before he could relish the calm, a large group of math teachers, led by Chao Tianyuan, unexpectedly appeared outside the classroom window. While others remained oblivious, Jiang Nan's acute senses detected their presence at once. Initially, he assumed they were merely conducting their routine checks on study discipline, so he paid them little heed, expecting them to leave after a cursory glance. However, the teachers lingered, gathering closer to Jiang Nan's window, their eyes fixed upon him with a fervor akin to discovering a rare treasure, their chatter incessant. Is he Jiang Nan? Truly, a prodigy in mathematics. His appearance is simply striking, so pleasing to the eye. Indeed, he is a fine specimen. The future of our mathematics department rests on his shoulders. We must pay special attention to him, nurture his talents. Similar to the earlier group of language teachers, these math instructors, having graded Jiang Nan's paper, were utterly astonished, viewing him as a coveted gem, eager to witness the brilliance of his true potential. Thus, this spectacle unfolded. Although Chao Tianyuan feigned a serious demeanor, internally he was overflowing with joy, hardly able to contain himself. This is a student of mine. Let them envy. Chapter 66, the third comprehensive science examination. Was it not exceedingly simple? Have you ever witnessed an ordinary evening study session with a multitude of teachers stationed outside the window, vigilantly patrolling? Their gazes were piercing, exuding an air of aggression. Prior to this, the students of Class 304 had never encountered such scrutiny. Yet today they felt its weight palpably. For the academically gifted, it was of little consequence, as they remained engrossed in the sea of questions. However, for those less fortunate in their studies, like the plump Wang, who feigned diligence while merely passing time, the pressure was overwhelming. Many students sat upright, fearful of even the slightest movement, lest they attract the teacher's attention. Internally, they chanted, "Enough already, teachers. It's time to leave and patrol another class." Yet, contrary to their hopes, time dragged on. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 10 minutes passed, and the numerous math teachers remained outside. pointing and murmuring about a particular student, showing no intention of departing. The struggling students were despondent, their spirits crushed. They had heard tales of previous afternoon math exams, where many language teachers had abandoned their posts to observe a certain academic star, causing several students to buckle under the pressure and resort to confessing their cheating rather than endure the examination. Previously, they had dismissed such stories as mere jokes, but now they empathized with those who had publicly admitted to their transgressions. With a dozen teachers lingering outside, the pressure was palpable. For those with a guilty conscience, the weight was unbearable. Many students nearly succumbed to the urge to retrieve their phones from their pockets, offering them up in surrender. Teachers, I violated school rules by bringing my phone to class. Please confiscate it and leave. The tension was suffocating, and they were on the brink of collapse. Pleading for mercy. For some students in Class 304, this evening study session was destined to be a nightmare, akin to being subjected to a slow, painful torture. Unable to escape, yet unwilling to succumb. However, Jiang Nan, the subject of scrutiny, merely cursed silently upon realizing the teacher's intentions and chose to ignore them. He tucked his phone away, dismissed his novel, and laid his head down on the desk, drifting into a deep slumber. Watch all you like. I shall simply sleep. I refuse to believe you can extract a piece of flesh from me. As the saying goes, let them be strong. I shall not be embarrassed. Let them be arrogant. The bright moon shines over the river. As long as I remain unashamed, the embarrassment belongs to them. The following day, Wednesday, at 9 in the morning, the third comprehensive science exam commenced, lasting 2.5 hours. This examination encompassed physics, chemistry, and biology, all contained within a single paper. Physics accounted for 110 points, chemistry for 100 points, and biology for 90 points, totaling 300 points. Ding! The announcement for the comprehensive science exam was made. Please attain a perfect score of 300. Unsurprisingly, just before the exam papers were distributed, Jiang Nan once again heard the system's notification echoing in his mind, instructing him to achieve full marks. Just as in the first Chinese exam and the second math exam. Full marks? If that is the case, so be it. Reputation was already at stake. Accumulating points was of utmost importance. As soon as the paper was in hand, he swiftly began answering the questions. First, physics? Simple. Next, chemistry? Still simple. Finally, biology? Was it not exceedingly simple? Even elementary students could tackle it without difficulty. The first section consisted of 21 multiple-choice questions, which Jiang Nan completed in mere seconds, finishing the entire section in under a minute. The second section comprised 10 questions, 4 in physics, 4 in chemistry, and 2 in biology. The biology questions were a gift, as were the chemistry questions. As for physics, only the final question posed any challenge, deserving of a mere 2 minutes of thought. The problem was of some interest, but only slightly so. Jiang Nan spent 10 seconds scanning the questions and then began to answer without hesitation. As for the scratch paper? That was a mere joke. Just like in the previous Chinese and math exams, he had no need for scratch paper this time either. Even the legendary physics final question required no additional time spent practicing on scratch paper. Solution: 1. At point X, based on force analysis, KQQ armcos 37. Given the problem's conditions, substituting the data yields Q6, 40 by 10 C. 2. From the diagram, the potential energy of the small ball at point X equals E. Thus, E Mercos 01. 92 J. 3. Considering the process of the small ball moving from M to N, the work done against the electric field is W. And the equation from M to N is M Gielson 0, W, E, 0 to 1, 2 MV. Solving reveals, through symmetry, that substituting the data results in E2. 976J. In one continuous motion, without a moment and oppose. S pause. Jiang Nan completed the physics final question. How exceedingly simple. It required no effort whatsoever. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be unmatched, standing alone at the pinnacle, where the cold wind blows incessantly. Chapter 67. Did he finish and go to sleep in just 40 minutes? Meanwhile, in examination room 304, the other candidates, upon receiving the comprehensive science paper, immediately immersed themselves in scrutinizing the questions. However, it did not take long for them to feel the formidable difficulty of the paper. A collective intake of breath echoed through the room. This month's examination was truly torturous. Chinese was the most challenging in history, mathematics was equally daunting, and the difficulty of this comprehensive science paper was no less severe. If this were the college entrance examination, I fear we would all collapse. A top-tier university would be out of reach, and even a second tier would be a distant hope. Every single person present furrowed their brows, gritted their teeth, and beads of cold sweat cascaded down their foreheads. Even Zhang Chong, the Chinese class representative from class 303, and Li Ming, the so-called second-best mathematics student in the entire school from class 301, looked distressed as they gazed at the comprehensive science paper. Phew, this is truly difficult. Li Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, struggling to maintain his composure. It is well known that those proficient in mathematics usually excel in physics, and vice versa. Previously, Li Ming had claimed to be the second best in mathematics in the school, which naturally implied he was also quite adept at physics. Even if he did not rank in the top 5, he would certainly be in the top 10, and the same applied to chemistry and biology. However, as he began to tackle the comprehensive science paper, he found himself stymied, not quite as stuck as he had been with the mathematics section, where he barely made it halfway through the multiple-choice questions before hitting a wall, but still struggling significantly. Upon reaching the non-multiple-choice physics questions, he was utterly perplexed, having read the problems numerous times without a clue as to how to proceed. Almost instinctively, he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Nan sitting next to him. At that moment, Jiang Nan had already set down his paper and pencil, leisurely resting his head on the desk. Witnessing this, Li Ming was momentarily taken aback. How could this be? Had he really finished and gone to sleep? How much time had passed? Li Ming abruptly directed his gaze toward the clock on the blackboard, realizing it was only 9:40. 9:40. Only 40 minutes had elapsed since the exam began. You've got to be kidding me. This is simply outrageous. Typically, the multiple-choice section of the comprehensive science exam takes between 45 to 60 minutes, and it is advisable not to spend too long on it. Yet here we are, only 40 minutes in, and most of the candidates are still grappling with the multiple-choice questions. Li Ming had managed to tackle the non-multiple-choice questions by cleverly skipping the more challenging multiple-choice questions at the beginning. It's a matter of sacrifice. One must give up something to gain something. Although he had forfeited 6 points, he ensured he could work at a faster pace and have ample time for the subsequent questions. However, compared to Jiang Nan, the impact of this decision was undeniably significant. No way. This is absolutely impossible. He cannot be that extraordinary. It was one thing for him to perform well in Chinese, and another for him to excel in mathematics. How could he possibly finish the comprehensive science paper in just 40 minutes? This must be a fabrication. Oh heavens, tell me this is not true. He must be faking it. At this moment, Li Ming was unwilling to accept the shocking reality that Jiang Nan had indeed completed the comprehensive science paper. It was simply, beyond belief, distorting his perception of what was conceivable. Yet, in the next instant, he widened his eyes in utter disbelief. Grappling with the truth he found hard to accept, Jiang Nan had truly finished. The reason? Jiang Nan had turned over in his sleep, inadvertently revealing a corner of his answer sheet. Li Ming, with keen eyesight and the right angle, could clearly see the content on Jiang Nan's answer sheet. To his astonishment, it was the solution process for the physics problem that had been the most challenging in their examination. Li Ming stared in disbelief, meticulously scanning every word, and could confirm without a doubt that it was indeed the solution process. He quickly flipped back to his own paper, glancing at the physics problem, and was immediately left dumbfounded. This problem was just too difficult. He would have given up if he had to tackle it himself. However, upon looking back at Jiang Nan's answer sheet, clarity began to dawn upon him. He was also a top student. Although he could not solve the problem, he could certainly comprehend the answer. He transcribed it once and then double-checked the data, and he was 100% certain that there were no errors. This. In an instant, Li Ming felt his whole body tremble. Jiang Nan had effortlessly solved the most challenging physics problem in the comprehensive science examination. Consequently, the preceding questions must have been child's play for him. Although Jiang Nan's sleeping position obstructed his view, it was easy to predict. Jiang Nan had indeed completed the comprehensive science exam. Moreover, if nothing went awry, there was a strong possibility he would answer all questions correctly. My goodness, what kind of monster is this? For the past 3 years, he had been inconspicuous, yet in these 2 days, he suddenly emerged, astonishing everyone with his brilliance. The most challenging Chinese exam in history was completed in 40 to 50 minutes, and he was rumored to achieve a perfect score. The most difficult mathematics exam was similarly finished in mere minutes, also rumored to be a perfect score. Now, for the comprehensive science exam encompassing physics, chemistry, and biology, he had completed it in just 40 minutes. It appeared that, even if it were not a perfect score, it would undoubtedly be a high score. Damn, this was nothing short of miraculous. He was not merely a top student. He was a being of a higher caliber, a genius tailored for examinations, a prodigy. Li Ming felt a shiver run down his spine, his eyes nearly popping out as he struggled to process this revelation. At that moment, the invigilator passed by. Ahem. Certain students should focus on the examination and refrain from looking around. Otherwise, they will be treated as cheating. This admonition jolted Li Ming back to reality. He instinctively looked up, only to meet the stern and disapproving gaze of the invigilator. Oh, his heart sank. It seemed the invigilator had caught him peeking at Jiang Nan's answers. In an instant, his face flushed crimson, and a wave of deep shame washed over him. What had he done? He had been stealing glances at Jiang Nan's answers? Had he even copied them down? Did that not imply he was cheating? At that moment, he wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. He felt utterly humiliated. If the invigilator called him out, he, Li Ming, the academic star, would instantly become the laughingstock of the entire school. Oh no, I feel like crying. Chapter 68. Do you not recognize him? He is a super scholar once again. I must emphasize to my fellow students, do not entertain thoughts of cheating. Moreover, maintaining a proper mindset is paramount. It is said that yesterday's Chinese and mathematics examinations posed considerable challenges, resulting in many students opting out. Today's comprehensive science exam might also present some difficulties. Yet I fervently hope there will not be further instances of students abandoning the test. As long as everyone gives their utmost effort and demonstrates their true capabilities, that will suffice. I shall not indulge in the fallacy of believing that if you do not understand something, neither will others. Such self-deception serves no purpose. However, do not compare yourselves to those who can complete the entire paper in mere minutes. Focus on your own performance. Remain calm and composed. Ultimately, the proctor did not call out Li Ming's name, merely offering a subtle warning. He intentionally alluded to Jiang Nan, advising those present against comparing themselves to him to prevent any potential mental collapse. As he spoke, he gently folded Jiang Nan's answer sheet, ensuring that Li Ming was not afforded another chance to cheat. As for Jiang Nan dozing at his desk, the proctor paid it no heed. In fact, he was unfazed when Jiang Nan completed the exam early, including the final complex problem. This proctor was none other than Xia Hongwei, the physics teacher of class 304. It was entirely reasonable for Hu Yifei to supervise Jiang Nan's Chinese exam and for Chao Tianyuan to oversee his mathematics. Therefore, Xia Hongwei proctoring Jiang Nan's comprehensive science exam was perfectly fitting. He was well aware of Jiang Nan's capabilities. Not only could Jiang Nan easily conquer an ordinary monthly test paper, but he could also excel at competition papers. At this realization, Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief, while other students wore expressions of bewilderment, and the atmosphere in the examination hall grew increasingly peculiar. Here it comes again. Look, that person is asleep once more. The proctor remained indifferent, mentioning a certain individual who could finish the exam in mere minutes. Surely this referred to Jiang Nan. It seemed that Jiang Nan's performance in the comprehensive science exam was equally impressive. Otherwise, he would not receive such preferential treatment. Oh, how it stings. Why is there such a vast disparity among individuals? Why must we share the examination hall with that prodigy? Mother, I want to cry. I want to go home. There exists a being who consistently delivers overwhelming superiority. Many students, whether intentionally or not, cast glances towards the peacefully slumbering Jiang Nan, their expressions a mixture of emotions. Although they had laid the groundwork for acceptance through Jiang Nan's astonishing performances in yesterday's Chinese and mathematics exams, they still felt a pang of envy upon witnessing him once more. Damn it, I haven't even completed the multiple-choice questions, yet he is already done and asleep? Does he not have a single subject he struggles with? An all-round genius? Unbelievable. How infuriating. It would have sufficed if Xia Hongwei had not singled him out. But this particular mention only heightened their discomfort. For the students in room 304, this was destined to be yet another tormenting examination, doubly so. Time flew by. 2.5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At 11:15, Jiang Nan opened his eyes and awoke. He had overslept during the mathematics exam yesterday, but today he had set an internal timer, arriving precisely on the dot. While other students were still fidgeting, sweating profusely, and grinding their teeth over their answers, Jiang Nan stretched lazily, then rose, submitted his answer sheet to Xia Hongwei, and turned to leave. His movements were devoid of hesitation, executed with an effortless grace. Remarkable. He is indeed a model for our generation, an exemplar. Incredible. It is him, yet again. No one else could achieve such a feat, completing the exam in 40 minutes, then sleeping for half an hour, and awakening just in time to submit the paper. There is no one else in the entire school who could manage this. Jiang Nan. I shall remember your name. The audacity is simply unparalleled. At that moment, the atmosphere in the examination hall grew once more peculiar. Numerous students wrestled with a whirlwind of emotions. Heartache, anger, and resentment mingled with admiration and envy. For instance, Li Ming belonged to the latter group. He had long abandoned thoughts of comparing himself to Jiang Nan. Having realized from the moment he glimpsed Jiang Nan's answer to the final physics problem that they were not in the same league. Jiang Nan was someone who could be compared to the school's top scholar, Qin Feng, or rather, he surpassed even Qin Feng. He had no desire to humiliate himself further. Simultaneously, Xia Hongwei received Jiang Nan's answer sheet. He did not examine the chemistry and biology sections, but, upon reviewing the physics portion, his normally stern expression broke into a smile. Excellent. All the answers are correct. He must have achieved a perfect score in physics. As for chemistry and biology, given that he aced physics, obtaining full marks in chemistry should pose no challenge. As expected of someone I have high regard for. There is indeed a successor to my legacy in physics at our school. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan paid no heed to Xia Hongwei's thoughts, nor did he concern himself with the sentiments of his classmates. After submitting his paper, he made his way directly out of the classroom. However, he did not head straight to the cafeteria, but rather turned towards the restroom, having held it in for quite some time. Yet, upon entering, he encountered a proctor. Student, this is exam time. There are 15 minutes remaining until the end. Why are you out here? Jiang Nan replied, I submitted my paper early. Submitted early? How can you do that? It is quite irresponsible, the proctor said, his expression serious yet devoid of malice, merely fulfilling his duty as an educator. In response, Jiang Nan smiled slightly. I completed it long ago and am confident all my answers are correct. Surely that warrants an early submission? What? Completed it long ago? And you guarantee all answers are correct? How is that possible? Even Qin Feng, who is proctored in this room, would not dare to make such bold claims. You are quite audacious. The proctor, taken aback by Jiang Nan's words, quickly shifted his tone, his demeanor growing stern. Jiang Nan's arrogance was simply too much to bear. Almost instinctively, the proctor felt compelled to assert his authority, draw comparisons, and perhaps even provide a lesson to Jiang Nan. However, Jiang Nan had already finished and quickly made his way out, heading straight to the cafeteria. During the monthly exam period, it was rumored that the cafeteria offered additional meals. He had no time to engage with this proctor. Nevertheless, this proctor was equally stubborn, determined to teach a lesson until he achieved his goal, and immediately set off to pursue Jiang Nan. However, as he moved, a colleague seized him, saying, Old Wang, you still have to proctor the exam. Why are you chasing after him? Of course, I intend to educate him. The proctor replied adamantly. Did you not hear what he just said? He claims to have completed the comprehensive science exam and asserts that all his answers are correct. A student who lacks ability but boasts so brazenly must be taught a lesson. Indeed, what he says may hold a grain of truth. What? Do you truly believe his words? Absolutely. How is that even possible? Old Jiang, are you feeling a bit dazed? The difficulty of this comprehensive science exam is beyond dispute. Even Qin Feng from class 301 could not submit his paper early while achieving a perfect score. Do you genuinely think that fellow is capable of such a feat? He indeed possesses that capability. Are you not acquainted with him? His name is Jiang Nan, a legendary academic prodigy. What? That individual, a super scholar? It seems you truly do not know him, which is understandable, considering you are neither a language teacher nor a mathematics instructor. What do you mean? Don't rush off. Clarify for me how that obscure fellow qualifies as a scholar. Be patient. Once the results of this month's language and mathematics exams are released, you shall be astonished. I assure you. What? I presume the results in comprehensive science will be equally surprising. Chapter 69. The scholar and the handsome boy keep provoking? In the school cafeteria, apart from a couple of ladies serving food, there were hardly any diners present. After all, it was still early. The first, second, and third-year students had yet to complete their examinations. Thus, Jiang Nan was the first to arrive at the cafeteria, eager to indulge in the additional serving of braised chicken legs and crispy duck. Without hesitation, he ordered 3 portions, swiped his card in one smooth motion, and settled into his usual window-side seat, delighting in his meal. The tranquility of being unheralded was a welcome change. The chaos of yesterday, when he was hailed as South God by dozens, was utterly overwhelming. It rendered even dining a tumultuous affair. However, just as he began to savor his food, a figure appeared before him. Was it Bai Ying? Or perhaps Wang Fatty? Jiang Nan's mind briefly flickered with images of these two individuals, and he raised his gaze slightly. Yet, in the next moment, his brow furrowed in perplexity. The newcomer was neither Bai Ying nor Wang Fatty, nor anyone he recognized at all. Could it be another fervent admirer? But the demeanor of this individual suggested otherwise. There was no trace of the adoration typically found among his fans. Instead, a hint of hostility lingered. Are you Jiang Nan from class 304? The person spoke first, their tone tinged with a chill. I am. Jiang Nan nodded instinctively, compelled to respond when addressed. It is said that you are a dark horse, an exceptional student, having performed remarkably well in yesterday's Chinese and mathematics exams. Is it true? Jiang Nan found himself at a loss for words. A dark horse? He was merely human, not a horse. As for being an academic prodigy, he preferred to think of himself as a master of score manipulation. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent. The individual continued, undeterred. I heard that you completed the Chinese exam 40 to 50 minutes early, and you finished the mathematics exam even quicker, in just over 10 minutes. I find that hard to believe. Although rumors often have a basis, exaggeration surely exists. The recent comprehensive science exam was of moderate difficulty, yet others were still engaged in solving questions. I myself submitted my paper 13 minutes early, hoping to best you. Yet here you are, arriving at the cafeteria before me. Honestly, did you really finish? Jiang Nan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Was this person unhinged? Speak. Did you complete it or not? What does it matter to you if I did or didn't? It matters, of course, the person replied, raising an eyebrow, their expression becoming more serious. Many have claimed you are a dark horse capable of surpassing me. I initially paid it no mind, but since we crossed paths today, and with the comprehensive exam just concluded, if you truly finished, why not compare answers? I'm curious to see whether you're indeed a genuine dark horse or merely an illusion. I hope you won't disappoint me. Comparing answers is unnecessary, Jiang Nan replied, shaking his head dismissively. While he was willing to discuss answers with Bai Ying due to their relationship, this stranger was of no consequence to him. Upon hearing this, the stranger's lips curled into a cold smile. What? Are you afraid you didn't finish, merely putting on a fade, seeking attention, and worried that comparing answers would expose you? If that's the case, you've truly disappointed me. I thought I might finally encounter a worthy opponent to break the monotony of my high school life. But it appears, classmate, you are mistaken. I didn't fail to finish. I completed it all correctly, and there is no need to compare answers, Jiang Nan interjected, rolling his eyes, cutting him off. Furthermore, I am currently eating. If you have no important business, kindly refrain from disturbing me and leave. TSK. Even a clay Buddha has its temper. Jiang Nan had no intention of indulging this sudden interloper. Jiang Nan, you. The stranger's forehead twitched with annoyance, clearly on the verge of losing his temper. Who did he think he was? He was Qin Feng, the most sought-after figure at the school. In every exam, whether by subject or overall score, he consistently topped the charts. He was hailed as the ultimate academic prodigy. Several teachers had even remarked that if anyone could shatter the school's long-standing inability to gain admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida, it would undoubtedly be him. Typically, he held himself aloof, disinclined to engage with others. After exams, it was always others who approached him for answers, and whether they were correct depended on his mood. Yet today, for the first time, he had initiated a conversation with Jiang Nan regarding answers, only to be outright rejected. Furthermore, Jiang Nan had the audacity to claim he answered everything correctly? That would imply a perfect score. Absurd. It was a tremendous farce. Even Qin Feng could not expect to achieve a perfect score on this comprehensive exam, let alone Jiang Nan. How preposterous. Such grandiose claims were laughable. Even the most patient of individuals would find it hard to contain their disbelief. However, in the very next moment, he took a deep breath, suppressing his inner fury. Regaining his composure as if nothing had occurred. Jiang Nan, I will remember you. Though your tone is audacious, I do not believe you possess the abilities to back it up. Not comparing answers is of no consequence. Within a day, the results will be released. At that time, certain individuals will inevitably reveal their true colors. Honestly, before this, I genuinely hoped you would qualify as my rival, but it appears you do not. With that, Qin Feng delivered his parting words coldly, lifting his chin and dismissively waving his hand before turning to leave, resembling an arrogant swan, looking down upon Jiang Nan with disdain. Jiang Nan was left speechless. This individual was certainly deranged. He stormed over to confront him about answers and, upon being rejected, resorted to threats. But who was he anyway? Jiang Nan didn't even know him. Once again, Jiang Nan cursed under his breath and chose to disregard the encounter. Whether he was a passerby or not, none could compare to the delightful experience of dining. He hadn't even finished his chicken leg. Jiang Nan buried his head in his meal, eager to conclude his lunch before others arrived, hoping to avoid any further unnecessary complications. However, Murphy's Law dictates that what you wish to avoid often comes to pass. Just as he took a few bites of his chicken leg, another shadow loomed over his table. It was clear, this figure was neither by Ying nor Wang Fatty. Jiang Nan, incensed, lifted his gaze again. In the next moment, his brow furrowed once more. This individual was indeed not by Ying or Wang Fatty, nor even a classmate from his own class. Yet he recognized this person, albeit they had never interacted before. If his memory served him correctly, this individual hails from class 305, surnamed Yi, named Yi. Jiqiu? He was among the few at school who was even more handsome than Jiang Nan and was referred to as the school prince. Chapter 70. Depart, or I shall strike you. Are you Jiang Nan? You are Yi Jiqiu? Oh, it seems you recognize me. We're neighbors. And you often stroll past our corridor in class 4. It would be difficult not to know you. Jiang Nan was quite reclusive at school, tending only to his own affairs. He had little interest in matters or individuals that did not concern him. Consequently, he was not well acquainted with those from other classes. Even the academically gifted Qin Feng, who had just left, was merely a name to him, not a face. However, Yi Jiqiu was an exception. After all, Jiang Nan prided himself on his good looks. Few could rival his charm, yet in the adjacent class, there was indeed one who could. This fact contributed to Jiang Nan's invisibility in the past, rendering him a mere shadow among his peers. Imagine the scenario: poor academic performance, a penchant for dozing off in class while engrossed in novels and video games, and an utter lack of talent, all coupled with decent looks overshadowed by a more handsome school heartthrob next door. Naturally, Jiang Nan attracted little attention. Nonetheless, he was aware of Yi Jiqiu, not out of envy or jealousy, but simply as a matter of knowledge. Since you know me, allow me to offer a piece of advice. Have some self-awareness. Do not harbor delusions about pursuing what does not belong to you. Yi Jiqiu spoke with a fierce tone. Jiang Nan, I'm not quite following. What do you mean? The previous person spoke in riddles, and now you do as well? When did our school become populated with such oddities? I haven't wronged you. Yet here you are, each of you confronting me with menacing words. Is this not madness? Do you still harbor resentment, hoping to attain what is unattainable? Do not think that your current looks elevate you. Mine are innate, while yours are acquired. If I am not mistaken, you have had some work done, haven't you? Alas, a faade is merely a faade. A toad will always remain a toad. Forever unable to catch up with the swan. Yijicho smirked, emphasizing his disdain. Just yesterday, rumors spread of someone in the cafeteria more handsome than him. He initially dismissed them as absurd. Yet, upon encountering Jiang Nan, he could not help but concede the truth. Not only was Jiang Nan handsome, he was extraordinarily so. Standing before him, Yijicho felt an overwhelming wave of inferiority wash over him. However, he resolutely convinced himself that he was the naturally superior beauty. As for Jiang Nan, he must have undergone surgery. Otherwise, how could such a striking figure suddenly emerge after 2 to 3 years of being utterly unremarkable? Unwilling to concede, Yijicho continued. A toad? A swan? I care not for your swan. I do not even comprehend your words. Depart at once. Do not disturb my meal. Jiang Nan could no longer contain his frustration. Do you take me for a fool, easily bullied? I am low-key, but that does not mean I am an easy target. I fear not confrontation, nor am I a coward. Anyone daring to repeatedly provoke me should beware of the consequences. Jiang Nan, Yijicho's rage was palpable, but Jiang Nan offered no opportunity for retort. What do you want from me? I am merely trying to enjoy my meal. And you come here spouting threats. Who do you think you are? If you have nothing better to do, then leave. Return to your affairs, or I shall strike you. I do not wrong others. I expect the same in return. If one wrongs me, I shall retaliate. Given the context of self-defense, Jiang Nan was entirely capable of acting on his words. Jiang Nan, Yijicho's fury was on the brink of eruption. At that moment, a laugh erupted from behind, belonging to Bai Yingying. Immediately after her examination, she rushed to the cafeteria to find Jiang Nan, only to overhear his outburst. It was her first time witnessing Jiang Nan curse, and she found it impressively masculine, causing her to chuckle involuntarily. However, her laughter ignited Yijicho's fury. Who dares to laugh at me? In an instant, he felt the urge to explode. Yet upon turning to see Bai Yingying, he bit back his words and swiftly transformed his expression. In the blink of an eye, his previous anger vanished, replaced by an ingratiating smile. Yingying, what a surprise. Why are you here? Is the exam not yet concluded? Did you perhaps submit your paper early? That is quite impressive. With your capabilities, I assume you finished quickly, right? Splendid. I too submitted early. How about we share a meal together? I can take you to the new Western restaurant across the street from the school. This rapid transformation was remarkable. Moments ago, he had been threatening Jiang Nan. Now, he was groveling before Bai Yingying, resembling nothing less than a sycophant. However, Bai Yingying remained unamused. Yijicho, what are you doing here? I'll say this once. I have no relation to you, nor will I dine with you. Please leave. After saying this, she ignored Yijicho and turned to Jiang Nan. I knew you would submit early. How did you fare in the comprehensive science exam? Jiang Nan replied casually, it was fine, I suppose. What do you mean by fine? You should have scored full marks. Jiang Nan responded nonchalantly. A perfect score should not be an issue. Bai Yingying's eyes widened in shock. She was aware of Jiang Nan's prowess. Yet she never anticipated him to be this formidable. To speak so confidently of achieving full marks in the comprehensive science exam? Truly impressive indeed. Quickly, let us compare answers. Although I performed exceptionally and managed to submit early, there were many questions I was unsure about. Let us see how I did this time. But I am still eating? Answer while you eat. Is that not acceptable? Bai Yingying playfully stuck out her tongue, exuding both cuteness and determination. Despite being the school beauty, she was keen on excelling academically, placing great emphasis on her grades. Very well. Unable to resist Bai Yingying's charm, Jiang Nan reluctantly agreed. The physics multiple-choice answers are ACCC. The chemistry answers are BBBCC. The biology answers are CCCCC. Chapter 71, The True Goddess. To be admired from afar and not to be desecrated. If Qin Feng were still present, he would undoubtedly be infuriated beyond measure. What does it mean? Just a moment ago, I humbled myself to engage in a dialogue with you, yet you seemed discontented on both sides. But now, you are merely conversing with Bai Yingying? Is this not a case of preferential treatment? How utterly dismissive of me. Of course, Qin Feng has long departed, and thus, he remains oblivious to this scene and cannot be enraged. However, Yu Zhiqiu is instantly ablaze with fury, his eyes blazing as if they could rival a jet engine. How outrageous. He shamelessly attempts to ingratiate himself with Bai Yingying, yet she pays him no heed, engaging instead in laughter with Jiang Nan. The slap to his face could not be more resounding. Yingying, Yi Zhiqiu musters the audacity to interrupt the two, for he finds it intolerable to witness the goddess he adores conversing so intimately with another man. But, Yu Zhiqiu, why are you still here? Did I not tell you to leave? Your grades are subpar. Hurry and vacate this space so you don't disrupt our discussion. Furthermore, don't call me Yingying. I'm not familiar with you. Please address me by my full name, Bai Yingying. Bai Yingying was engrossed in her conversation with Jiang Nan. Although she performed decently in physics, her chemistry scores were dismal, and her mood was already sour. Now, being interrupted by Yi Zhiqiu only exacerbated her frustration, and she showed him no kindness whatsoever. Yi Zhiqiu was left utterly speechless. How could he endure such humiliation? True, his academic performance was lacking. However, with his handsome visage, he had been the center of attention since his first year, adored by many. Not to mention, he excelled in basketball, earning him the title of the basketball god of the school, the object of countless girls' affections. He received no fewer than 80 love letters. Yet, he had always regarded those girls with disdain, believing only Bai Yingying, the campus belle, was worthy of him, and he was confident he could win her heart. But now, this was the outcome. Bai Yingying was chatting animatedly with Jiang Nan right before his eyes, even reprimanding him in front of Jiang Nan. Truly, a gentleman can endure, but this is beyond what one can bear. Nevertheless, in front of Bai Yingying, he gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger. After all, she was his goddess. Typically, she would ignore him, but today she had at least exchanged a few words with him. In comparison, it was progress. If he could manage to speak with her a few more times, even if he faced reprimands, it would be worth it. With this thought in mind, he steeled himself to interject once more. However, at that moment, Jiang Nan stood up, carrying a tray, and said to Bai Yingying, "Let us move. There are undesirable people here." "All right." Bai Yingying nodded and followed Jiang Nan away, leaving Yi Zhiqiu standing alone, bewildered in the wind. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered with a hint of amusement. He was no fool. By now, he understood the implications of Yi Zhiqiu's earlier harsh words. It was merely a case of a lovesick fool trying to cause trouble upon seeing Bai Yingying getting closer to him. But was he someone to be easily bullied? He was not only formidable, but also held a grudge. Merely delivering a silent slap to Yi Zhiqiu was an act of mercy. He couldn't be bothered to engage further. "Yi Zhiqiu? Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do?" Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying had already walked far away, yet Yi Zhiqiu stood frozen in place, his expression darkening as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Had he been ignored again? To others, being overlooked might seem trivial, but for Yi Zhiqiu, the school's heartthrob and basketball god, it felt like a slap in the face, a blatant affront. "Look, isn't that Yi Zhiqiu? Why is he standing there, motionless? What is he up to?" What he was up to was of little interest to them, but what they did know was that he was no longer the center of attention. That title had shifted to another. Oh, who was this new contender? Yi Zhiqiu was already handsome enough. Could there be someone more attractive in the school? In the past, there had not been, but now there was, rumored to be a certain Jiang Nan, whose looks could transcend the heavens. It was said that Jiang Nan's appearance could overshadow Yi Zhiqiu's, truly deserving of the title of school heartthrob. And he was also being touted as a super scholar in recent days. So, Jiang Nan possesses both beauty and talent? Indeed, with looks that captivate and talents that impress. If this is the case, then Jiang Nan surpasses Yi Zhiqiu. The title of school heartthrob is rightfully his. As the clock approached 11:30, students began to trickle into the cafeteria. Yi Zhiqiu had always been the focal point of attention, and naturally, he drew the gaze of the crowd immediately. Instantly, murmurs filled the air. However, unlike in the past when people sang his praises, now many were comparing him to Jiang Nan. Yi Zhiqiu absorbed every word, and his rage intensified. Jiang Nan. What an audacious Jiang Nan. A mere toad, yet armed with an attractive face. He not only stole my affections, but also sought to usurp my reputation. I will remember you. This grievance shall not go unpunished. Yi Zhiqiu ground his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fervor, his nails digging into his flesh without him realizing it. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying settled down in a new location. Shortly after, a pitiful wail broke the air. Whoa, you wicked Jiang Nan. I shouldn't have collaborated with you on the answers. Though you helped me excel in physics, I still made 3 mistakes. Chemistry was even worse. I got 5 wrong, and even the simplest biology questions tripped me up with 2 wrong. I'm doomed. I flunked the comprehensive science exam, and I'll probably only score between 230 and 240. I surely can't surpass that woman, Qin Yuma. Listen to that. Is she speaking human language? Scoring 230 or 240 in comprehensive science is something most students can only dream of. Historically, the cutoff for a first-tier university has been around 210 points. If this were the college entrance examination, achieving a score like Bai Yingying's, provided her language, math, and English weren't dismal, would at least guarantee a first-tier university admission. However, for Bai Yingying, 230 or 240 is far too low. The world of the academic elite is incomprehensible to the underachievers. At this moment, several high school seniors, having just completed their exams, began to sit close to Bai Yingying. After all, she is the campus belle, and they wanted to be nearer to her. But, upon hearing Bai Yingying's lament, they instinctively began to distance themselves. They had previously doubted that Bai Yingying was not only the campus belle, but also an academic powerhouse. Now they finally believed it. This is the true goddess, one to be admired from afar and never to be desecrated. They felt, deep down, that they were unworthy. Chapter 72. Does this system hold a grudge against me? Yingying, do not weep. There are so many people here. Scoring 230 or 4 is already quite commendable. Is 230 or 4 truly commendable? Qin Yuma undoubtedly scored higher than I did. I have lost to her once more. You need not compare yourself to her. Among the multitude of students, at least 90% do not match your caliber. What use is it if they do not surpass me? I've only ever heard of comparing oneself upward, never of comparing downward. One must value contentment. I am content, so long as I can triumph over Qin Yuma. Proving that I am not merely a pretty face, but possess substance, I shall be satisfied. I never even considered surpassing you. Jiang Nan was at a loss for words. How could Bai Yingying hope to defeat him? After all, he was a genius endowed with the survival system, capable of reading 10 lines at once, possessing an impeccable memory and comprehension, and occasionally enhancing his hidden attributes in various subjects, nearly reaching their peak. In terms of learning efficiency, he could achieve 1,000-fold what Bai Yingying could, even with his eyes closed. How could Bai Yingying ever hope to best him? Of course, excluding the score control aspect. Bai Yingying, hearing Jiang Nan's silence, began to cry even more sorrowfully, resembling a rain-laden pear blossom, evoking great sympathy. Yet Jiang Nan, despite having lived 2 lives, had no experience in comforting others. His face bore only embarrassment and helplessness. Yingying, how can I help you stop crying? If I can conquer Qin Yuma, I will stop crying. But did you not just fail to surpass her this time? Then I must certainly win next time. Then you shall win her next time. But my talent does not match hers, nor does my foundation. No matter how hard I strive, I cannot best her. Shall you then give up? Absolutely not. I will never concede defeat. And if you do not relent, what then? I wish for your guidance. Did I not already tutor you before? The previous time was far too brief. I could not absorb everything you taught me, so I wish to seek your assistance during our free periods. Not just in mathematics and physics, but in other subjects as well. How could I refuse? Oh, that would exhaust me. All right, cease your tears. I shall oblige. Is that not enough? Oh yes, Jiang Nan, you are the best. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's consent, Bai Yingying's mood brightened instantly, as she gleefully clung to his arm. As for her tears, they had vanished from her lovely visage like a phantom. Blast it! I've been duped. Jiang Nan's expression hardened. Bai Yingying, confess. Were you not just pretending to cry? Wah! Jiang Nan felt a surge of irritation. Wah! Bai Yingying wiped her tears. All right. I was wrong to doubt you. Jiang Nan was certain that Bai Yingying had feigned her tears to manipulate him into doing her bidding. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a countermeasure. Ultimately, he could only relent, for failure to do so would lead to dire consequences. As the crowd in the dining hall swelled, people nearby could see and hear the commotion. If he did not soothe Bai Yingying soon, it would not be long before he gained notoriety throughout the school. Rumors would surely spread. Shock. A super bully in the cafeteria has reduced the campus belle, Bai Yingying, to tears. The thought of such a scene was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, as Jiang Nan lowered his head in admission, Bai Yingying's tears vanished in an instant. Her lively, dark eyes sparkled with mischief. Jiang Nan, I knew you were the best. How about we study in the classroom after lunch? What? Study? No nap at noon? Were you not just promising to tutor me? Yes, I agreed. But does it have to start now? Time waits for no one, and we must seize every moment. While others revered Bai Yingying as a goddess, declaring she should only be admired from afar, to Jiang Nan, she was nothing more than a tormentor. Why must you rely on your academic prowess when you could easily live off your looks? Is it not sufficient to be the campus belle? Why strive to be an academic achiever as well? This existence has become utterly unbearable. The carefree days of eating, sleeping, and playing were at an end, and Jiang Nan was destined to bear the burdens of a diligent student. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the fourth foreign language examination commenced. In the exam room 304, Jiang Nan sat wearily at his desk, feeling as though he had been drained of all vitality. What caused him to feel this way? 3 hours. A full 3 hours. Can you fathom how he endured these hours? Bai Yingying was insatiable in her demands, and the bitterness he experienced was beyond expression. Ding. This foreign language examination, please achieve a score of 0. Just before the test papers were distributed, the familiar notification sound of the system echoed in Jiang Nan's mind once more. At first, he paid little heed. Upon receiving the paper, he immediately set to work. The listening section had not yet begun, yet he swiftly completed all the multiple-choice questions at the back. His speed was akin to that of a bachelor after a millennium of solitude. He simply yearned to finish the foreign language exam swiftly so he could rest his head on the desk and replenish his lost energy. But wait, did I hear that correctly? 0 points? Not 150? Although Jiang Nan's mind was a tad sluggish, he quickly realized that the system's task for score control had changed. It appeared that the survival system demanded he attain a score of 0. In contrast to the previous 3 examinations where he had scored perfectly. This system was up to its tricks again. Jiang Nan hastily calmed himself and checked the task panel in his mind, discovering. Indeed, he had not misheard. It was absolutely 0 points, not 150. Damn it. Jiang Nan nearly lost his composure and felt a surge of blood rising. He had come so close, just a hair's breadth away. His score control for this exam had failed. Considering the multiple-choice questions he had already completed, he had easily secured 15 points, far exceeding the score control task. Consequently, he would undoubtedly miss out on points and rewards. No, that and oppose, that's not right. In this moment, it seemed more prudent to worry about the consequences of scoring 0 than the loss of points and rewards. Damn it, this truly spells disaster. Suddenly, Jiang Nan's expression changed as he realized something, and a torrent of inner complaints surged forth. Scoring 0 in a foreign language? Damn it. This survival system must harbor a grudge against me, deliberately pushing me towards ruin. Yes, you are a score control system, but how can you issue such a task? In the preceding 3 examinations, Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, I scored a perfect 150, 150, and 300. Yet, for foreign language, it is 0 points? When the results are revealed, what will the foreign language teacher think? What will the other students think? The animosity will surely reach a boiling point. This is the end. Chapter 73. Foreign Language Teacher. I can only apologize to you, Ding. The system has detected that the host is insulting it and has issued a warning. The host is urged to amend their behavior immediately, or the system will take appropriate retaliatory measures. Jiang Nan. Speaking of which, witnessing such an absurd task to control scores, he found himself mentally criticizing the system. As a result, he was warned by the system again. TSK, TSK. Such a master, not someone to provoke lightly. Jiang Nan promptly suppressed all his inner dissatisfaction. Since that is the case, foreign language teacher, I can only express my apologies to you. If the system forces me to score 0, for the sake of that trivial reward and points, I have no choice but to aim for a score of 0. Alas, what a painful existence. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Nan had to erase the multiple choice answers he had previously prepared and start anew. However, he did not directly write on the answer sheet. Instead, for the first time, he took out a piece of scratch paper. It should be noted that for others, scoring 0 is the simplest task. They merely leave the sheet blank. But for Jiang Nan, it required a bit more effort. The reason being, he could not leave it blank. Every time he took a score control exam, there was a prerequisite that he must complete all the questions on the paper. For instance, if he was required to control his score at the passing line, he had to ensure that the questions worth 90 points were answered correctly, while the remaining 60 points must be attempted but answered incorrectly. This was also why he had participated in countless score control exams without anyone noticing. Otherwise, if he consistently answered the 90-point questions correctly, even if the remaining questions were left unanswered, his accuracy would still be 100%. Once or twice might be overlooked, but repeated occurrences would raise suspicions. Now, the task was to score 0, which meant Jiang Nan had to complete the entire foreign language paper but answer everything incorrectly, leaving not a single point to be gained. This, indeed, required some effort. It was akin to aiming for a perfect score. First, he needed to know all the correct answers. Yet, while answering, he had to completely avoid those correct answers. The fill-in-the-blank questions were manageable. He simply needed to deliberately select the wrong answers. However, the sections on comprehension and essay writing were trickier. After all, whatever he wrote, no matter how poor, the teacher would grant some pity points. Therefore, achieving a score of 0 was no simple feat. The difficulty level was even beyond that of attaining a perfect score. Of course, for Jiang Nan, it merely entailed expending a bit more effort. He first wrote down all the correct answers on the scratch paper, while avoiding them entirely on the answer sheet. As for the comprehension and essay sections, that was a bit troublesome. Writing in a foreign language would likely earn him 1 or 2 points. Thus, he must not write a single foreign word. But he could not leave it blank either. Well then, let us use a different language. An epiphany struck Jiang Nan, a smile flickering at the corners of his mouth as he swiftly completed the comprehension and essay sections. However, whether the foreign language teacher could comprehend it was beyond his concern. If it were incomprehensible, it would surely lead to a score of 0. Even if understood, it would still be irrelevant, resulting in 0 points. Oh yes, perfect. In under 10 minutes, he had completed the remaining questions. Next, he simply waited for the listening portion to commence. Since both the first and second year students were also taking the foreign language exam, a considerable amount of time was consumed. While others were still answering, Jiang Nan dozed off for a while until the listening for the third year students began. Subsequently, Hi Lucy, this is Pete. Hi, what's up? Listen, I'm afraid I'll be a little late tonight. Remember I said earlier that I would pick you up at 6 o'clock? Now I'm going. As Jiang Nan listened, he translated everything and noted it on the scratch paper, including the correct answers. The reason for this was that it was the system's first instruction to aim for a score of 0. He could not afford to be careless. Of course, the time was brief. Once the listening section concluded, he had finished all his work. Then, he set down his pen, collected his answer sheet, and, like in previous exams, laid down on the desk and fell asleep. Surrounding classmates, invigilating teacher, the entire examination hall. Here we go again. Look. That guy has finished early and is already asleep. Truly disheartening. They have all completed the exam. This time, the invigilators were not the familiar teachers like Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, or Xia Hongwei. However, they also ignored Jiang Nan's slumber. After all, they were school teachers. Although they did not know Jiang Nan personally, after 2 consecutive days of exams, They had heard murmurs about such an unusual student in room 304, who could complete exams rapidly. Whether he was genuinely a top student or a slacker, the previous invigilators had turned a blind eye, even going so far as to close windows and drape coats for him. They could only pretend not to see. As for the other students in the examination hall, their hearts were filled with sorrow, akin to rivers of tears. Does being handsome grant one the privilege to do as they please? Does exceptional academic performance allow one to act with impunity? Does having a powerful background justify such behavior? It seems. Indeed it does. Not only is Jiang Nan exceptionally handsome, but he is also a super scholar with a background shrouded in mystery. Not someone to be trifled with. Surrounding students gazed at him with envious, reddened eyes, their jealousy almost palpable, yet devoid of any true hatred. Simultaneously, seated beside Jiang Nan, Li Ming repeatedly bit the tip of his pen, striving to suppress his urge to glance at Jiang Nan. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he found himself irresistibly drawn to Jiang Nan's direction. What was he looking for? Just to see Jiang Nan asleep? It seemed not. What he truly desired to see was Jiang Nan's answer sheet. In mathematics, he was a top student, reputed to be second in the school. His performance in physics, chemistry, and biology was also commendable. However, in foreign language, his grades could only be described as mediocre, indicative of his uneven academic prowess. This month's exam was notoriously difficult, and given his lack of proficiency in foreign languages, he found himself overwhelmed by a paper even more challenging than those he had faced before. Truly, there were so many questions he could not answer. The listening section, in particular, was a nightmare. He understood barely 20% and left vast portions unanswered. Although he felt a sense of shame at the thought of cheating, he had already peeked at Jiang Nan's answers during the morning's comprehensive exam. Now, deep within him, an impulse gnawed at his conscience, as if a devil was continually tempting him. Look, child, you've already done it once. What harm is there in a second time? However, it was unfortunate that after a prolonged attempt to steal a glance, he found no glimpse of Jiang Nan's answer sheet. Just as he was about to suppress his desire and give up, a piece of scratch paper fell from Jiang Nan's desk, landing right at his feet. What is this? Li Ming instinctively looked down. To his astonishment, the paper was densely filled with answers, multiple choice responses, fill in the blanks, reading comprehension, listening answers, even the transcript from the listening section. In that fleeting moment, Li Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. To copy or not to copy? I am seeking guidance urgently. Chapter 74. A fortuitous quintuple kill? Once a gap is opened, it becomes exceedingly difficult to close it. Thus, while Jiang Nan remained oblivious to the fallen scrap of paper, and neither the invigilating teacher nor his nearby classmates noticed, Li Ming ultimately made the choice to plagiarize. Just this once, and it would be the last time. He sought to prove to everyone that he was not merely adept at mathematics. Finding a rationale for his actions, Li Ming summoned his courage and transcribed the answers from Jiang Nan's scrap paper onto his own answer sheet. He even replaced all of his previously prepared answers with those from Jiang Nan, provided they differed. Swiftly, he completed the task, and when the opportunity arose, he discreetly kicked Jiang Nan's scrap paper back under his desk. Indeed, he was worthy of his reputation as an academic prodigy, intelligent, bold, and meticulous. As he gazed at his filled answer sheet, a sense of inexplicable satisfaction surged within him. This was, after all, the first time he had completed the foreign language exam. Alas, he still had to compose his essay himself. Dingling. After an indeterminate period, the bell rang, signaling the conclusion of the foreign language examination and, consequently, the end of the monthly test. The crowd erupted in cheers. This time, Jiang Nan did not submit his paper early. Exhausted from the noon session, his biological clock had been thrown into disarray, causing him to oversleep. Upon awakening, the first thing he noticed was the scrap paper lying beneath his desk. He had slept so soundly that he was unaware of its fall. He could only blame Bai Yingying for being so inconsiderate. Cursing under his breath, Jiang Nan picked up the scrap paper, crumpled it into a ball, and tucked it into his pocket as he stood up to submit his paper and exit the room. As for Li Ming, he had scarcely paid any attention to the situation from beginning to end. Whether to copy or not was of no concern to him. In fact, he breathed a sigh of relief. After Jiang Nan left, He hastily submitted his paper and departed, taking a route that was distinctly away from Jiang Nan, as if to avoid something. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan glanced around, and upon not spotting a certain terrifying figure, quickened his pace towards the cafeteria. He truly feared Bai Yingying and felt the need to evade her. However, halfway there, Bai Yingying caught up with him, calling out his name with excitement, her large eyes sparkling as they blinked adorably. The sight was undeniably delightful. Yet, upon seeing her, Jiang Nan's body stiffened. Bai Yingying, why are you following me again? He stammered. What, you don't like me? Bai Yingying placed her hands on her hips, unexpectedly declaring, no. Jiang Nan shook his head instinctively, but then suddenly realized something and quickly nodded. And no. I do. Like. What a perplexing question to answer. To claim he did not like her? That was impossible. To admit he liked her? He had never contemplated such a matter. Seeing Jiang Nan flounder, Bai Yingying broke into a grin, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Since the monthly exam is over. To thank you for tutoring me at noon, I'll treat you to dinner. Dinner? Really? Of course. Choose any dish from the 18 offerings in the cafeteria. It's on me. Then I shan't hold back. Thus, the journey of the cafeteria king began. The mere mention of food dissipated Jiang Nan's earlier anxiety, leaving him relaxed and jovial. Bai Yingying, just wait. I'm ready to feast. He was determined to make her pay back tenfold for the earlier pressure she had put on him. That meal was destined to be a thrilling adventure. By 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Nan returned to the classroom, squinting and grinning, satisfied after his feast, patting his belly. Bai Yingying, however, followed behind with a pained expression, her face resembling a distressed melon. Do not inquire about her plight. If you were to lose your entire week's food budget to Jiang Nan in one sitting, would you be able to muster any joy? Upon their timely return to the classroom, their classmates lifted their heads, casting meaningful glances at the duo. It was evident these two were undoubtedly in a romantic liaison and had likely engaged in some mischief. Otherwise, Bai Yingying would not have appeared so flustered and flushed the day before, nor would she now exhibit such peculiar behavior as if Jiang Nan had bullied her. In an instant, gossip began to swirl. Many male classmates envied Jiang Nan for winning over the school beauty, while the girls envied Bai Yingying for having captured the attention of the male idol. Even Wang Fatty immediately gave Jiang Nan a thumbs up, the unspoken approval clear. However, Jiang Nan paid no heed to Wang Fatty. Once seated, he pulled out his phone, ready to indulge in a quintuple kill to pass the time. At that moment, class monitor Qin Yuma approached. Class monitor, what brings you here? Jiang Nan, how many points do you anticipate scoring on this monthly exam? Probably not more than you. Jiang Nan replied hesitantly. He had come to realize that it was best not to provoke women, as Bai Yingying had already become an inseparable presence. He could not afford to attract Qin Yuma's ire. However, Qin Yuma shook her head sadly at Jiang Nan's answer. Please don't deceive me. You must have scored higher than I did. After all, the entire school has been buzzing about how you submitted your Chinese and math papers early, likely scoring full marks. Meanwhile, I struggled. The exam was too challenging. In both subjects worth 150 points, I doubt I scored above 90. Nearly 100 points less than you. Although the comprehensive and foreign language sections were easier, I performed at best averagely, so I cannot possibly surpass you this time. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Were the Chinese and math exams truly that difficult? He could not perceive it at all. Although he had heard some murmurs from Bai Yingying, he thought that for someone as academically gifted as Qin Yuma, scoring in the range of 120 or 130 should be quite feasible. But the outcome was both subjects in the 90s. Did this imply that, aside from himself, everyone else had faltered? No wonder before the monthly exam, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi had boldly declared war against him, vowing to surpass him. Yet now, having completed their exams, they appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, none daring to approach him. So, it was thus? Jiang Nan instinctively turned his gaze towards Su Yu and Zhang Hao in the front row. But they averted their eyes as if they were mice fleeing from a cat, unwilling to meet his gaze. How lonely it was to be invincible. He had not intended to engage in a contest of superiority or dominance, but inadvertently he had obliterated them all. No, it was not an annihilation. It was more accurately a quintuple kill, as he had faltered slightly in foreign language. Ah, the trials of life. His opponents were simply too weak. Chapter 75. Am I the only one who believes that Jiang Nan can score more than 600 points? Jiang Nan, tell me honestly, what is your total score? I need to understand the gap between us. Qin Yuman gazed intensely at Jiang Nan. Clearly, despite knowing that she would not surpass him this time, she was not one to concede defeat. She sought to comprehend her position and strive for improvement. Simultaneously, as Qin Yuman posed her question, her classmates in the front row, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian, and Xiang Yi, unconsciously perked up their ears to listen. They were all acutely aware that this challenge against Jiang Nan was destined for failure, and a disheartening one at that. Among them, Xiang Yi and Su Yu had openly wept just yesterday, in the hallway and in the cafeteria. Yet, as top students, they retained a modicum of pride. A single failure was trivial, the road ahead was long, and opportunities would arise again. Of course, this hinged on understanding Jiang Nan's current level of proficiency, so they could gauge their chances of surpassing him. If the rumors were true, and Jiang Nan was indeed comparable to the super scholar Qin Feng, they would undoubtedly concede defeat without hesitation. However, if Jiang Nan was merely a notch above them, perhaps they could consider another confrontation. Until the final moment of the college entrance examination, the outcome remained uncertain. The gap should not be insurmountable. My total score is 600. Even if I score higher than you, it cannot be by much. In response to Qin Yuman's inquiry, Jiang Nan was candid, revealing that he had scored 0 in foreign language, thus confirming his total score of 600. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuman's pupils constricted, seemingly shocked by Jiang Nan's score, though she quickly regained her composure. 600 points? In such a difficult examination, you managed to score 600? Truly, you have been concealing your talents, and this is your true capability? Indeed, you are stronger than I am, but I will not concede defeat. From this day forth, I shall double my efforts, and in the next examination, I will surely catch up to you. Qin Yuman waved her small fist at Jiang Nan, continually motivating herself, before turning and walking away. Her steps, her silhouette, exuded an undeniable sense of determination and resolve. Yes, Jiang Nan is formidable, yet not to the extent of obliterating her confidence. Although she performed averagely this time, particularly in Chinese and mathematics, where she undoubtedly fell short of Jiang Nan, she had not strayed too far from him. She had previously estimated her scores, over 90 in Chinese, over 90 in mathematics, around 245 in science, and about 120 in foreign language. Altogether, her total was approximately 570. This meant that the gap between her and Jiang Nan was merely 30 points. 30 points. Given some time, she would undoubtedly catch up. This confidence, pride, and spirit stemmed from her position as the class monitor of Class 4, consistently ranking first in her class and among the top 10 in the school. On the other hand, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian, and Xiang Yi lacked the same confidence as Qin Yuman. When Jiang Nan announced his total score of 600, their eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions shifting dramatically, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was as if they had faced a catastrophic blow. 600 points? Goodness, that is 600 points. This examination was as challenging as climbing to the heavens, and they could barely reach 500, yet Jiang Nan achieved 600. The disparity was indeed staggering. Even the prodigious Qin Feng from Class 301 would likely not exceed this level. Despair engulfed them. They were utterly hopeless. Although they had once been regarded as top students, they had merely contended for the second, third, fourth, and fifth positions within Class 4, never daring to imagine surpassing Qin Yuman for the top spot, let alone defeating Qin Feng. Now that Jiang Nan could stand shoulder to shoulder with Qin Feng, he was akin to a deity, far beyond their reach. Reflecting on their pre-examination declarations of war against Jiang Nan now felt ludicrous. They were filled with shame, unable to face anyone. Defeating Jiang Nan. Perhaps in another lifetime. No, even in several lifetimes, it would be impossible. All they could do now was swiftly abandon their unrealistic aspirations. If not for the presence of others and their own pride, they would genuinely consider kneeling before Jiang Nan, proclaiming, "South God, you are the true South God. We were wrong, please forgive us. To conquer an enemy without a fight, perhaps, is what this truly is. Jiang Nan did not exert any effort at all. Those who had once opposed him, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and the others, had completely changed their minds and yielded in total submission. However, unbeknownst to them, Jiang Nan had never truly cared about them. Once Qin Yumeng departed, he resumed his relentless pursuit of excellence, entirely unconcerned with Su Yu and the others. Yet, while he dismissed them, Bai Yingying remained acutely aware of Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi's declaration of war against Jiang Nan. Previously, she had always stood up for Jiang Nan. But now, witnessing the vanishing of Su Yu and Zhang Hao's former bravado, her heart swelled with an indescribable satisfaction, especially as she observed her rival Qin Yumeng. Feeling inferior to Jiang Nan, she reached a peak of exhilaration. The only disappointment was that Qin Yumeng did not appear despondent. She still sought to challenge Jiang Nan again, aspiring to catch up in the next examination. How could this be possible? Am I the only one who believes that Jiang Nan must have scored more than 600 points in this examination? In Chinese, mathematics, and science, I have compared answers with Jiang Nan and can ascertain that he likely scored full marks in those subjects. Combined, that already accounts for 600 points. Although I did not verify the foreign language score, even if he performed poorly, it could not possibly be zero. Bai Yingying's mind was filled with questions, enveloped in confusion. Based on Jiang Nan's previous performance in foreign language examinations, he would undoubtedly surpass the passing mark of 90. If Jiang Nan were not concealing his talents and exerted himself fully, I believe he could achieve scores of 100, 110, or even 120, if he scored full marks. When all is added together, his total would surely exceed 700. This far surpasses Qin Yumeng by an unthinkable margin. Even if she possessed exceptional talent and worked tirelessly day and night, it would be impossible for her to catch up with Jiang Nan. Bai Yingying mourned for Qin Yumeng for 3 seconds. This woman must be lacking in judgment. Jiang Nan's claim of 600 points is clearly a fabrication, a ruse, and she foolishly believes it. It seems her intelligence is rather limited. In the next examination, it will not be you catching up to Jiang Nan, but rather me catching up to you. He. At this moment, Bai Yingying was filled with an inexplicable confidence in her ability to surpass Qin Yumeng. With Jiang Nan's support, coupled with Qin Yumeng's lack of acuity, if she could not win, it would be an utter travesty. Chapter 76. Why do similar situations yield such different outcomes? What the heck? Fatty, where is your ultimate move? Why aren't you unleashing it at F4 or on the high ground? Have you lost your mind? What a colossal blunder. Evening self-study session. Class 304. While the majority of students were engrossed in their studies, Jiang Nan was fiercely battling on his phone. No. It would be more accurate to say he was infuriated to the point of agony. The reason? Wang Fatty was simply too incompetent. It was so close, just a hair's breadth away. He could have secured a pentakill. Yet, at the most critical moment, his teammate Wang Fatty faltered. Jiang Nan was nearly beside himself with rage. However, as soon as he voiced his frustration, Wang Fatty mournfully replied, "Brother Nan, I wish I could unleash my ultimate. But first, I need to have my phone." "Your phone? Isn't it right in your hand? How could it possibly be taken from you?" Jiang Nan turned to Wang Fatty, barely suppressing a curse, but then his words caught in his throat and his expression froze. Jiang Nan was stunned. The reason was clear. Wang Fatty's phone had indeed been snatched away. Unbeknownst to them, the notorious and fearsome class teacher, Hu Yifei, had appeared behind them. Wang Fatty had just transitioned to being a sports major, and the new phone his father had bought him had fallen into Hu Yifei's grasp. To make matters worse, one of Wang Fatty's ears was being painfully pinched by Hu Yifei, leaving him half squatting in midair, utterly immobilized. Like a fat cat caught by its soft flesh, nothing short of a tragic spectacle. At this sight, Jiang Nan's heart sank. Damn it. This is going to end poorly. He hadn't played games in a long time, and in his intense focus, he had failed to notice Hu Yifei's arrival. Now caught red-handed, he was indifferent to his own situation. After all, he had previously made a deal with Hu Yifei. If he scored first in the upcoming exam, he could play as he pleased. But Wang Fatty's predicament was dire, and without him, Jiang Nan would be left without a jungler. Moreover, It seemed Jiang Nan might end up with a score of 0 in English. Thus, he likely wouldn't achieve first place in the school. With Hu Yifei's notoriously volatile temper, he might even face repercussions later on. Despairing at this thought, Jiang Nan cast a reproachful glance at Bai Yingying beside him. Yingying, didn't I ask you to keep watch? Why didn't you warn me when the teacher arrived? A wise person always prepares for contingencies. His keen instincts usually allowed him to sense any approaching threats. Yet, he had not forgotten to enlist Bai Yingying's help as a precaution. But now, it seemed his plan had fallen through. Bai Yingying had been utterly useless. What a wooden figure she was. Bai Yingying, under Jiang Nan's scrutinizing gaze, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, burying her head in her chest. To be fair, it was hardly her fault. After all, she was entirely focused on defeating Qin Yuma and had been so engrossed in her studies that she had noticed Hu Yifei's arrival. And who was Hu Yifei? She was the embodiment of a golden warrior, a fearsome force, a true harbinger of doom, with skills like the dragon's 9 appearances and lightning barrage. Bai Yingying stood no chance against her. Enough, Jiang Nan. Stop staring at Bai Yingying. Don't think I'm unaware of your little schemes. You not only played games yourself, but also dragged Wang Kaixian into it, even relying on Bai Yingying to keep watch for you. Do you think this is your home? Let me remind you, this is school, and we are in self-study. Phones are not allowed here, let alone playing games during class. Shouldn't you put your phone away? If this disrupts the class atmosphere, I will hold you accountable. Hu Yifei's face was livid as she released Wang Fatty and turned her ire toward Jiang Nan, delivering a stern reprimand. And then, nothing happened. No ear twisting, no confiscation of Jiang Nan's phone. Wang Fatty. Nearby classmates. The entire class was left in a state of confusion, questioning the fairness of the situation. Was that it? Was it really over? Given the commotion, all eyes in the classroom had turned towards them. Many onlookers anticipated a spectacle, eagerly waiting to see Jiang Nan face the music. Surely, he would face severe consequences. Confiscation of his phone, a harsh reprimand, perhaps even a call to his parents, and a lengthy written reflection. Jiang Nan was bound to be in serious trouble. Yet, the reality was starkly different. No lengthy reflections, no calls to parents, not even a confiscation of the phone. Hu Yifei merely instructed Jiang Nan to put it away and issued a few verbal criticisms. What the heck? Even a favored child wouldn't receive such leniency. The students were disheartened, particularly Wang Fatty, who felt as if he had sustained 1,000 wounds. Though Jiang Nan was his brother, why was it that he faced ear-twisting and phone confiscation while Jiang Nan emerged unscathed? Especially since it was his brand-new phone, the very one he had pestered his father to buy after switching to sports. Teacher, I realize my mistake. I shouldn't have been encouraged by Brother Nan to play games. Could you please return my phone? Desperate for his new phone, Wang Fatty was determined to plead his case. He approached Hu Yifei, nervously confessing his wrongdoing and even throwing Jiang Nan under the bus. But the outcome was, Hu Yifei immediately scolded him. What is this, Wang Kaixian? You were caught playing games in class, and you still dare to ask for your phone back? Don't you know the school rules and classroom discipline? Or do you think that because you've become a sports major with a high chance of getting into a good university, you can disregard the rules? You want your phone back? Have your parents come to fetch it. I also want to talk to them. Although you are a sports major, your academic foundation is alarmingly weak. If you want to attend a decent university, you must put in more effort. You'll be staying after school on weekends for extra lessons. As a teacher, I have a responsibility for your education, don't I? Surrounding students. Teacher who? This is blatant double standards. Why are the consequences so different for playing games? As for Wang Fatty, his face turned an ashen green, nearly reduced to tears, overwhelmed by despair. Brother Nan, you've doomed me. Not only is my phone confiscated, but now they want to call my parents? You know how they are, they come down hard on me. And now I have to stay for extra classes on weekends? I might as well just perish. Bai Yingying and the surrounding classmates cast sympathetic glances at Wang Fatty, feeling sorry for him. However, Jiang Nan merely smiled. Serves you right, fat boy. You dared to betray me. Chapter 77. How could such an exemplary student end up in Hu Yifei's class? Very well. From now on, anyone caught using their phone in class will face the same consequences as Wang Kaixian. Firstly, their device will be confiscated. Secondly, parents will be summoned to the school. As for Jiang Nan, he is an exception. Do not think of it as unfair. If you can achieve the same grades as he does, then perhaps you could argue otherwise. It seemed that the teacher recognized her potential bias, which left many students feeling discontented. Hu Yifei offered a brief explanation. Then, let us continue with the evening self-study session. Class monitor, maintain discipline. Jiang Nan, accompany me to the office. To the office? What for? Jiang Nan felt a surge of confusion, his heart racing slightly. His phone had not been confiscated, so it was clearly not due to his gaming habits. He was uncertain of Hu Yifei's intentions. However, since the homeroom teacher had called for him, he had no choice but to tuck his phone into his pocket and obediently follow. As he walked past the podium towards the door, he could feel the gazes of countless peers upon him. Among them were looks of envy, jealousy, and bitterness. Yet, Jiang Nan remained utterly indifferent. Their envy and jealousy were futile. If they had the ability, they could play too. Jiang Nan, your performance in this month's Chinese exam was commendable. Although the papers have yet to be fully graded, you are likely in first place. Just average, I did it casually. If you can achieve first place with such casual effort, then why did you only manage to scrape by in previous exams? Jiang Nan remained silent, pondering the awkwardness of the question. Enough about the past. I won't hold it against you anymore. Just focus on performing well in future exams. I promise. If you continue to excel, I won't concern myself with you sleeping in class or even playing games on your phone, just as you did tonight. However, there is a prerequisite. You must not go too far. It is acceptable for you to play alone, but you must not tarnish the class's spirit or lead others astray. After all, you possess great talent, and with minimal effort, you can succeed. Others, however, do not have that luxury. With the college entrance examinations approaching, they must exert tenfold effort to secure a place in a good university, like Wang Kaixian. On their way to the office, Hu Yifei continued to impart her wisdom to Jiang Nan. It must be said, despite her unflattering nickname, which seemed rather harsh and aggressive, she truly was a reasonable and understanding teacher. Nevertheless, Jiang Nan could not help but roll his eyes in silent exasperation. Reasonable? At first glance, it certainly seemed so. Not only did she allow him to sleep, but she also permitted him to play games during class. Yet, what did her conditions imply? After a lecture that painted him as a criminal, he realized the effectiveness of her words. The admonition not to influence other students, particularly targeting Wang Pengzi, extinguished any thoughts he had of continuing to play games in class. After all, without Wang Pengzi as his gaming partner, what fun would it be to play single player? Perhaps he should assist Wang Pengzi in leveling up. His current level was too low. Even if he transitioned to a sports major, he still fell short of the mark. After all, with Bai Yingying's sticky situation already entangled, it was inevitable that he would have to tutor her. It would be more efficient to tutor both of them simultaneously. Elevating Wang Pengzi's level sooner would silence the female tyrant and allow them to play games together. Jiang Nan mused quietly to himself. Herding one sheep is the same as herding two. He had already formulated a plan to raise Wang Pengzi's level in the shortest time possible. Alas, how did he end up with such a clumsy teammate? It truly was a source of constant concern for him. Shortly after, they arrived at the office. However, this was not Hu Yifei's small private office, but rather the larger office of the Chinese department. Upon entering, Jiang Nan noted a gathering of several teachers. As he stepped inside, every teacher present turned their gaze toward him with fervent intensity, as if they were beholding a rare national treasure, such as a giant panda. Instinctively, Jiang Nan tightened his legs and bristled with anxiety. The penetrating stares of the 10 or so older male teachers were overwhelmingly aggressive, no matter how composed he was. He could not withstand it. Jiang Nan, do not feel constrained. This is Mr. Wu Jiahao, the head of the Chinese department. And the others are all esteemed Chinese teachers at our school. Hu Yifei introduced him briefly. Hello, teachers. Jiang Nan greeted them in a formal manner. No sooner had he finished his greeting than the chorus of voices erupted. Jiang Nan, what a remarkable student. Not only handsome, but also talented and of excellent character. Indeed, Hu Yifei has nurtured an exceptional student. With you here, our Chinese department at Sanzhong will surely rise to new heights and achieve glory. To be honest, Jiang Nan had merely exchanged pleasantries. Yet he was met with an avalanche of enthusiastic praises and thumbs up from the teachers. Wu Jiahao, not to be outdone, waved him over and even personally fetched a chair for him. "Come, Jiang Nan, let us sit and talk." Jiang Nan thought to himself, "Teacher, this enthusiasm is overwhelming. I cannot bear it." Ultimately, he refrained from sitting down. After all, none of the teachers were seated, and neither was Hu Yifei. How could he presume to take a seat? Instead, Jiang Nan approached Wu Jiahao's desk, where he spotted the answer sheets from the recent Chinese exam. The most conspicuous paper was unmistakably his own. In the next moment, Wu Jiahao picked up his answer sheet, a smile illuminating his face. "Jiang Nan, you performed exceptionally in your Chinese exam. The entire Chinese department has unanimously decided to award you a perfect score of 150 points. This is a first in the history of Sanzhong. In other words, you have shattered the record of never having received a perfect score in Chinese at Sanzhong. Congratulations." Applause erupted in the office, a synchronized display of excitement and enthusiasm from the teachers. It was evident that they were all thrilled. Even though Jiang Nan was not one of their students, they were witnesses to his achievement, were they not? Simultaneously, Hu Yifei beamed with pride, her joy and satisfaction impossible to conceal. However, Jiang Nan maintained an expression of calm. After all, achieving a perfect score in Chinese was well within his expectations. It was nothing to be astonished about. In response, Wu Jiahao and the others regarded Jiang Nan with newfound admiration. Remarkable. At such a young age, to achieve glory without becoming arrogant, this character is indeed rare. Once again, they raised their thumbs in approval, their gazes more fervent than ever. As if they wished to lay claim to Jiang Nan for themselves, their hearts echoing. How could such a splendid student have been placed in class 4? Thereby benefiting Hu Yifei? Chapter 78. Teachers, I implore you to patrol other classes. At this moment, if one were to encapsulate the scene in a single phrase, it would be akin to a pack of ravenous, red-eyed wolves, fixated on a sumptuous piece of meat held in the jaws of a lioness. Jiang Nan represents that delectable morsel, while Hu Yifei is the formidable lioness. Though she is strong, even she cannot withstand the onslaught of so many famished wolves. Among them, the one notorious for being one of the 4 wicked wolves, Yu Lao San, drools uncontrollably, brimming with eagerness. Hu Yifei, this feels ominous. These usually genteel gentlemen, who often speak in lofty terms, seem intent on snatching food right from her mouth. Jiang Nan, I'm utterly bewildered. What do they perceive in me? Have I inadvertently stumbled into a den of wolves? The atmosphere in the office grows increasingly peculiar. Ultimately, Wu Jiahao, unable to endure the tension, clears his throat twice to dissipate the strangeness and addresses the group. All right, everyone, stop dawdling. Those tasked with grading should continue their work. Let's strive to complete the marking and tally the scores for this month's Chinese exam by tonight. After finishing, he holds Jiang Nan's answer sheet and adds, Jiang Nan, the reason I asked Teacher Hu to bring you to the office is that I have a request. I hope you won't hesitate to lend your expertise. Goodness. He has stated his request so openly. At this, Hu Yifei gasps in astonishment. Wu. Team leader, just be straightforward with him. He's still a student. You need not be so courteous. No. Teacher Hu, you are mistaken, Wu Jiahao replied, casting a glance at Hu Yifei and shaking his head. Despite Jiang Nan's youth, his proficiency in the Chinese language is on par with ours, particularly in his profound understanding of classical texts, which surpasses even ours. He is indeed a master. Therefore, we should not regard him as an ordinary student. Moreover, we wish to learn from him today, since we seek his assistance. It is only fitting that we extend our courtesy. Hu Yifei, what on earth is happening? After years of diligent teaching, she had never experienced such courtesy from Wu Jiahao. Yet here she was, witnessing her student being treated as a guest of honor by him? A master, no less? Does Jiang Nan embody the qualities of a master? At this moment, Jiang Nan, the focal point of this bewildering situation, is thoroughly flabbergasted by Wu Jiahao's politeness. Indeed, he finds himself somewhat overwhelmed by this soft-spoken approach. Although Wu Jiahao means well, he prefers Hu Yifei's forthrightness. Wu, teacher, please refrain from overpraising me. Teacher Hu is right. There's no need for such formality. Just state your request plainly. Very well, then I shall be direct, Wu Jiahao said, handing Jiang Nan his answer sheet. This is your Chinese answer sheet from the monthly exam, and we have unanimously agreed to award you full marks. However, your essay written in classical Chinese is so exquisite and engaging that, despite the efforts of all the teachers present, we were unable to translate it completely. Therefore, we must call upon you, the author, to provide annotations and translations for us. If you would not mind, what is the purpose of a monthly exam? It is to test students with questions devised by teachers. Yet here we are, with Jiang Nan having composed an essay in classical Chinese that has left the entire Chinese faculty confounded. This is truly astonishing. Such a scenario would be deemed implausible even in a web novel. Yet, it has occurred in reality. As Wu Jiahao spoke, the surrounding teachers, who were meticulously grading papers, could not help but draw near, eagerly awaiting Jiang Nan's translation. Their expressions resembled that of eager children thirsting for knowledge. Even Hu Yifei was caught up in the excitement, while Yu Laosan, positioned closest, leaned in, fearful of missing anything. Fortunately, this is the Chinese department's office, filled solely with language teachers, and no outsiders are present. Otherwise, they would surely be left speechless. Jiang Nan, all right. So, that is the situation? You could have mentioned it earlier. His initial shock had led him to believe Wu Jiahao harbored some unreasonable demands. He had mentally prepared himself to refuse. However, if it is merely a translation, that is a trivial matter. Meanwhile, in classroom 304, Bai Yingying occasionally glances toward the doorway. For Jiang Nan has been summoned by Hu Yifei for quite some time and has yet to return. Jiang Nan's gaming incident did not warrant punishment from teacher Hu on the spot, so he should not face further consequences. Yet, why is he still absent? His absence leaves her feeling strangely empty, her mind muddled, making it difficult to concentrate on her studies. This poses a dilemma, and she finds herself anxiously awaiting an answer. However, her urgency is futile, for an hour passes. Then two, and as the third evening study session approaches its end, there is still no sign of Jiang Nan. Meanwhile, teachers pass by the corridor outside, not the same ones nor from the same subject. They peer through the window in search of Jiang Nan, and upon failing to spot him, they leave dejectedly. Yet, shortly after, they return to seek him again. Thus, in the course of 3 evening study sessions, countless teachers traverse past classroom 304. Most are unrecognizable, but among those she recognizes are the teachers of physics, chemistry, and biology. This scene bears a striking resemblance to the previous night's study session. Just then, many teachers lingered outside, peering into classroom 304, captivated by Jiang Nan's presence, and refused to leave. The difference lies in the fact that last night, it was solely the math teachers, while today, it is a combination of physics, chemistry, and biology educators. The reason for this influx is simple. They have just finished grading Jiang Nan's comprehensive science exam and found not a single error. In other words, Jiang Nan achieved a perfect score of 300. A perfect score? Indeed, a perfect score. Though this is merely a monthly exam rather than the college entrance examination. No student in the history of Sanzhong has ever attained full marks in comprehensive science. This feat shatters the school's record, naturally leaving the multitude of physics, chemistry, and biology teachers in awe, eager to witness him in person. Regrettably, Jiang Nan remains absent from his seat, leaving them disappointed with each visit. However, this predicament weighs heavily upon the students of class 304. Similar to last night, many classmates feel overwhelmed, but this time even more so. After all, the combined presence of 3 subject teachers is far more daunting than just one. Teachers, I am truly at my wit's end. I beseech you to patrol other classes. Please, do not return. Otherwise, we shall crumble under the pressure. Woe is me. Chapter 79. The results are out. Jiang Nan scores 150 in Chinese, and the class 4 students are on the brink of collapse. Jiang Nan is uncertain, yet he is acutely aware that he himself is nearing a breaking point. Initially, he mused that if it were merely a matter of translating his essay, it would be a trivial task, achievable within 3 minutes, after which he could return to the classroom. However, the outcome was a resounding slap in the face, for his assumptions were far too simplistic. Not only did 3 minutes elude him, but even 30 or 130 minutes proved insufficient. The insatiable thirst for knowledge exhibited by the Chinese teachers rivaled that of Bai Yingying, becoming a veritable torment. As Jiang Nan endeavored to translate his essay, the teachers perched on their small stools, notebooks in hand, bombarded him with inquiries in a manner reminiscent of archaeological excavation, meticulously dissecting every word and phrase. For instance, I have long admired the noble integrity of Bo Yi and Shu Qi, who abstained from the grains of zhou. Jade may shatter, yet its purity remains untarnished. Bamboo may break, yet its joints endure. A scholar dies for a true friend, and a person survives through integrity. How could I possibly consume the grains of Wu and live a life devoid of honor? This discourse encompassed a multitude of allusions, with questioning exceeding 50 instances. In short, 3 minutes elapsed, then another 3, and yet another, until the evening study session concluded. At last, he managed to complete the elucidation of his essay. Even then, Yu Laosan attempted to pose further questions, but ultimately, the class leader Wu Jiahao interjected, suppressing the myriad inquiries that had accumulated within the teachers, allowing Jiang Nan to return home to rest. At that moment, Jiang Nan felt a profound sense of relief and dashed away. Goodness, this was an enormous pitfall, one that could ensnare and consume. These Chinese teachers were akin to ravenous demons, more formidable than the notorious Hu Yifei. Indeed, one must remain humble. Had it been earlier, such a predicament would have been avoided. Yet now tranquility eludes him. It is utterly vexing. All of this is the fault of that infernal system. The following day, an air of tension enveloped the school, particularly among the senior classes. Most students traversed the day in a state of trepidation, for the monthly examination had concluded, and they awaited the release of their results. Although they anticipated unsatisfactory performances, they yearned to ascertain their scores. Their rankings within the class and school, the highest scores in both, and the identities of the top achievers. This anticipation is a shared sentiment among students, regardless of their academic prowess. Yet, one class period passed, then another, and the entire morning slipped away without the results being disclosed. Disappointment began to seep into the collective psyche. However, during the last period of the afternoon, the results finally emerged. Class 304 was originally scheduled for physical education. Yet the homeroom teacher commandeered the class for an urgent announcement. Ding ding ding. Just as the bell rang, Hu Yifei stormed into the classroom with a thunderous cadence, exuding an imposing aura. It is worth noting that she was not clad in high heels, yet the weight of her footsteps surpassed that of heels by an immeasurable degree, nearly drowning out the sound of the bell. Instantly, every student in the room wore a solemn expression, their bodies tense, scarcely daring to breathe. It was evident that the monthly examination results had been released, and the implication was that they had performed poorly, prompting the wrath of the formidable female instructor. In silent anticipation, they knew not to provoke her. Yet, Hu Yifei entered without sparing a glance for the students, her gaze locked intently on Jiang Nan at the back. 10 seconds passed, then 30, then a full minute. Hu Yifei remained silent, and her reticence rendered the rest of the class equally mute. The atmosphere in the classroom grew palpably eerie, the silence thick enough to hear the rapid beating of hearts. Jiang Nan, too, felt a tightening in his chest, and instinctively lowered his head, invoking the mantra of invisibility. You cannot see me thus. They remained in this tense standoff for what felt like an eternity until Hu Yifei finally shifted her gaze, producing the report card and addressing the students. The results of the monthly examination are now available, but you need not await my commentary to understand how you fared. In an instant, a multitude of heads bowed, clearly indicating their collective failure. A sense of shame enveloped the room, as they could not bear to face one another. Truthfully, I feel a profound sense of embarrassment for you all. Although this examination featured notably challenging questions, surely your results cannot be this dismal? Take the Chinese exam, for instance. Even if the poetry appreciation and classical literature sections were exceptionally difficult, the total score is 150. How is it that none of you managed to secure even 100 points, with barely a handful achieving passing marks? The atmosphere was suffocating, and many were on the verge of tears. To score below 100 was undoubtedly a reflection of their performance. They could only hope to pass. Otherwise, the sorrow would be overwhelming. Nonetheless, There was a glimmer of joy amidst the dismay. Throughout the history of the school, no student had ever achieved a perfect score in the Chinese exam. Yet this time, one had achieved a full 150 points, and remarkably, it was within our class. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in astonishment. What? A perfect score? 150 points? Is it truly possible for anyone to attain such a feat in Chinese? Who could this prodigy be? Almost instinctively, all eyes turned towards Jiang Nan's seat, including those of Qin Yuma, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian. If anyone could achieve a perfect score, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Nan, the subject of rampant speculation over the past few days. Indeed, you are correct. The sole student in our class to surpass the 100-point threshold, breaking the school record with a perfect score of 150 in Chinese, is none other than Jiang Nan. Hu Yifei's declaration was definitive. Gasp in that moment, numerous students drew in sharp breaths, their eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at Jiang Nan. Yes, they had prepared themselves for this outcome, particularly Qin Yuma, Su Yu, and Zhang Hao, who had speculated yesterday that Jiang Nan would indeed score full marks in Chinese. However, the confirmation from their instructor left them equally astonished. Only Bai Yingying remained unfazed. In terms of Chinese, I cannot compete with Jiang Nan. Yet with an overall score of only 600, I still harbor hope of catching up. Qin Yuma, while astonished, clenched her fists in quiet determination, bolstering her resolve. This was her sole remaining hope. As for Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and others, they had already resigned themselves to despair, lacking the courage to compete with Jiang Nan any longer. Their only remaining sentiment was one of admiration for him, marveling at his prowess. Indeed, Jiang Nan is worthy of his title as the God of the South. It is astonishing that he achieved a perfect score in Chinese. Simply remarkable. A perfect 150 in Chinese. I would not have dared to dream of such an accomplishment. The poetry appreciation and classical literature sections left me baffled. I cannot fathom how Jiang Nan managed to excel. Moreover, the essay was also quite challenging. Yet Jiang Nan achieved full marks in that as well. It is utterly inconceivable. From this moment forward, he shall be my sole idol. 66666 Chapter 80. Achieving full marks in mathematics and science, yet not ranking first in the school? Silence. Please allow me to finish my statement. Jiang Nan not only attained full marks in Chinese, but also scored 150 in mathematics and 300 in science, achieving perfection in all subjects. Just as astonishment enveloped the classroom, Hu Yifei tapped her desk, unleashing a bombshell. What? Full marks in both mathematics and science? Except for Bai Yingying, everyone present began to question their own hearing. They were aware that Jiang Nan was a concealed academic prodigy, recognized that he had performed exceptionally well in this examination, and acknowledged the possibility of him achieving full marks. Yet, they had never anticipated that Jiang Nan would secure perfect scores in Chinese, mathematics, and science. After all, he had mentioned last night that his total score was around 600. Though 600 is indeed a commendable score, high enough to earn their admiration. The total possible score for the monthly examination was 750. If Jiang Nan's total score was 600, it seemed impossible for him to achieve so many full marks. However, Hu Yifei's proclamation left them bewildered. Jiang Nan's total score was 600, and with full marks in Chinese, mathematics, and science already totaling 600, what of his foreign language score? Could it be that Jiang Nan scored a mere 0? That seemed implausible. Given his prowess in Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, it was inconceivable that he could score 0 in a foreign language. Moreover, if their memories served them right, Jiang Nan's past performance had always been mediocre, with each subject barely passing. This implied that Jiang Nan's foreign language score must be at least 90. A premonition surged within the crowd. For Hu Yifei could not possibly lie, and Jiang Nan could not have scored 0 in foreign language. Hence, the only remaining possibility was that Jiang Nan had fabricated his total score. Perhaps it was not 600, but rather 700, or even higher. But why would Jiang Nan resort to such deception? Aside from Bai Yingying, the gathered students directed bewildered gazes towards Jiang Nan. As for class monitor Qin Yuma, she trembled slightly, her complexion turning pale, her eyes filled with a complex array of emotions: shock, fear, despair, and a hint of relief. For while others were oblivious to Jiang Nan's motives for lying, she harbored a glimmer of understanding. Perhaps Jiang Nan had done so for her sake? If he had claimed a total score of 700 last night, she likely would have crumbled under the pressure. Yet, Jiang Nan did not wish to overwhelm her. Hence his deceit granted her a moment of respite. Now, upon learning Jiang Nan's true score, she was left with a sliver of gratitude. In truth, she was overthinking. Everyone present was overthinking. Jiang Nan had not lied last night. However, he had not been afforded the opportunity to explain. Teacher, what was Jiang Nan's foreign language score? Teacher, since Jiang Nan achieved full marks in Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, his foreign language score must also be commendable, right? Certainly commendable, while not necessarily perfect. It must have passed. He likely scored over 100. Thus, his total would amount to 700. 700? What an extraordinary score. Our school has never witnessed such excellence. With Jiang Nan's results, he must stand out prominently. Even Qin Feng, who has dominated the rankings for 3 years, cannot compare. Qin Feng cannot rival Jiang Nan. His best score previously was merely around 640 or 650, and given the difficulty of this exam, he is likely to score lower. So, Jiang Nan has decisively surpassed Qin Feng this time. Splendid. Our class finally boasts a true academic prodigy capable of claiming the school's top rank. Truly deserving of the title, South God. A chorus of self-congratulation resonated through the room, followed by jubilant cheers and elation. However, unbeknownst to them, while they believed they had deduced the truth, Jiang Nan felt a chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, Hu Yifei's expression darkened ominously. Silence. Everyone, quiet down. Once more. Hu Yifei rapped her desk, and after persistent tapping, the class finally quieted. Stop your wild conjectures. Jiang Nan did not score full marks in foreign language. Nor did he score 100 or even 90. He received a grand total of 0. Therefore, his total is precisely 600, not a single point more, nor a point less, placing him second in the school. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. This revelation was met with sheer disbelief. How could this be? Jiang Nan had achieved full marks in Chinese, mathematics, and science, totaling 600, yet his overall score remained 600? Because his foreign language score was 0? How could that be possible? Throughout 3 years of high school, no student in the class had ever scored 0 in foreign language. The lowest score had always been in the teens or 20s. Did it mean Jiang Nan submitted a blank paper? Intentionally? Why are you all standing there in a daze? Although Jiang Nan ranked second in the school, it is still our class's best score, is it not? Shouldn't you be applauding and congratulating him for bringing glory to our class? Seeing the crowd frozen in shock, Hu Yifei could no longer suppress her frustration and struck the desk forcefully. Yet, the phrase bringing glory to our class emerged from her throat with palpable reluctance, tinged with immense dissatisfaction, even anger. Jiang Nan. The crowd. This statement was challenging to respond to. It was simply too surreal. Bai Yingying, Wang Pengzi, Qin Yuma, Su Yu, and Zhang Hao exchanged glances with Jiang Nan, all in unison feeling that this individual was truly extraordinary. Teacher, does this mean the top student remains Qin Feng? Indeed. And what was Qin Feng's total score? 602, just 2 points more? Indeed, just 2 points more. Uncertain laughter rippled through the room as one brave soul posed 3 questions, to which Hu Yifei promptly responded. However, after her answers, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom. Jiang Nan? As the instigator of this confusion, his expression darkened instantly. He swore he had not intended for this to happen. If only someone would believe him. Yet the crowd remained incredulous. Not intentional. Even a fool wouldn't believe that. With a 0 in foreign language. How could you possibly have a total of 600, just 2 points shy of Qin Feng, based solely on your scores in Chinese, mathematics, and science? Only 2 points? With a foreign language exam worth 150 points, even if you left the essay blank and skipped the fill-in-the-blank questions. Randomly selecting answers for the multiple-choice section would yield more than 2 points, wouldn't it? Is this not a deliberate mockery? Or do you have a vendetta against him? Yet, the irony of the situation was rather satisfying. Chapter 81. Why won't this poor child listen to advice? Meanwhile, in classroom 301, Located at the opposite end of the corridor from Class 304, the homeroom teacher, Showdown, was presenting the monthly exam results with a complex expression. This time, our class performed below expectations. However, given the difficulty of the exam, it was somewhat understandable. The top score in the entire school still belonged to our class, namely Qin Feng, who achieved a remarkable score of 602, comprising 105 in Chinese, 108 in mathematics, 259 in comprehensive science, and 130 in foreign language. His performance warranted commendation. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause, a customary reaction following every examination. From freshman to senior year, Qin Feng had consistently topped the school charts. Thus, whenever the teacher announced the results, everyone applauded him, expressing both congratulations and a sense of pride. Although he was not the one at the pinnacle, having a classmate who was, brought a sense of honor to them all. Seated in the front row, Qin Feng remained composed, as this outcome was entirely expected. Over the past 3 years, he had always been the top student, maintaining a significant lead over the second place, which could only be described as unparalleled. Even with this exam's increased difficulty and unexpected challenges, including rumors of a competitor named Jiang Nan potentially surpassing him, Qin Feng paid little heed to Jiang, particularly after their interaction in the cafeteria yesterday, when he had sought to compare answers only to be arrogantly rebuffed by Jiang. He dismissed him as a rival. To Qin Feng, Jiang's abilities seemed exaggerated, lacking substance. His only true competitor was himself, and Jiang did not merit consideration. However, the next moment, Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. This was due to Showdown, after announcing his total score, moving on without mentioning his name again. The second highest score in the class belonged to Luo Min, who scored 557, ranking 5th in the entire school, a significant improvement deserving recognition. Following this, the 9th place was taken by Li Ming, who scored 510. What to make of these results? Li Ming, your performance this time was rather surprising. Your Chinese and comprehensive science scores were acceptable, yet your mathematics score, which is your forte, was unexpectedly low at 55. This is quite unusual, and you should reflect upon it. However, your foreign language score, traditionally your weak point, has remarkably surged to 140, with full marks on all but the essay, earning you the highest score in the school. This rapid improvement is astonishing and deserves special commendation. Please share your insights with the class later. Qin Feng? He sensed something amiss. Initially, he could not pinpoint what was wrong. It wasn't until the teacher announced Li Ming's score that he realized Showdown had, rather unusually, simplified the announcement of his own scores. In the past, besides his total and individual scores, he would have also noted that each of his subject scores was the highest in the school, just like Li Ming's foreign language score of 140, which was the highest. But this time, Showdown had omitted such details. This implied that while he held the top overall score, he had lost the individual subject titles. Li Ming had claimed the highest score in foreign language, surpassing him by a full 10 points. What about Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science? For 3 years, he had dominated these individual scores, facing no competition. Yet now, aside from his overall score, he found that he had lost his individual titles? How could this be? He could hardly accept it. The reality weighed heavily upon him, yet he had no choice but to confront it. Teacher, please tell me, did I truly only secure the top overall score without any individual subject titles? The realization dawned upon Qin Feng, and he could not wait for Showdown to finish announcing the scores of the entire class, urgently posing his question. Showdown. His expression was complex, unsure of how to respond. Please, just tell me what the highest scores in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science are. Showdown. His demeanor remained conflicted and hesitant. However, Qin Feng, displaying his stubbornness, stood up and fixed his gaze intently on Showdown. Teacher, I implore you, tell me who achieved the highest scores in each subject. Cough. Qin Feng, your overall score is already the highest. The individual titles are inconsequential, aren't they? Showdown coughed lightly, attempting to evade the inquiry. No, from freshman year until now, I have always been first, both overall and in individual subjects. This time, however, I have lost all my individual titles, so I must know. Qin Feng was resolute, his eyes reddening with determination. All right, Qin Feng, perhaps it is best that you refrain from further inquiries and focus on your studies. This exam was particularly challenging, especially in Chinese and mathematics. Even more difficult than the college entrance examination. Yet, you achieved a score of 602 if you continue to work hard. Your chances of being admitted to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida are substantial. Keep it up. Xiao Wang gestured encouragingly to Qin Feng, yet he skillfully avoided addressing the latter's concerns. The more evasive the teacher became, the more anxious Qin Feng felt, his eyes growing ever redder. An ominous premonition began to swell within him. No, teacher, are you concealing something from me? I beg you, just tell me. Regardless, once the school-wide scores are released, I will find out the truth, will I not? Xiao Wang. Alas, this unfortunate child, why one heed advice? The reason I withhold this information is for your own good. Having been your homeroom teacher for 3 years, I know you well. Although you achieve excellent results and consistently place first, your lack of real competition has fostered a certain arrogance within you, leading to a sense of superiority. Of course, this arrogance has its pros and cons. The advantage is that if you can maintain this solitary pursuit of excellence until the college entrance examination, this relentless spirit might indeed allow you to shatter the constraints that have held back our school for nearly a decade, potentially gaining admission to Tsinghua or Beida. However, there are drawbacks as well. Just as now, if a few dark horses emerge and seize the individual titles, it could easily deal a blow to your confidence. If you falter, you risk losing everything you've built. Chapter 82. The first in overall scores, Qin Feng, is desperate. The top in foreign languages, Li Ming, has fainted? Very well. Since you are so keen to know, I shall reveal it to you. Indeed. This time's monthly examination saw no one else claim the title of top scorer in a single subject. Li Ming secured the highest in foreign languages, while the first places in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science were all seized by Jiang Nan from class 304. Ultimately, Xiao Wang, unable to withstand Qin Feng's pressure, had no choice but to confess. Gasp, gasp, gasp. Upon hearing this, the entire room was taken aback. Every student in class 301 widened their eyes, collectively inhaling sharply. This was indeed monumental news. Jiang Nan, though they had not been acquainted with him before, they had heard whispers about him in recent days. It was said that he was a dark horse, performing admirably in both Chinese and mathematics, even causing quite a stir, perhaps comparable to Qin Feng's own acclaim. However, in their minds, he could only be seen as someone who might match Qin Feng, but certainly not surpass him. After all, in their eyes, Qin Feng was invincible, a myth that no one could shatter. Yet now, that myth had been broken. The first places in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science had all been claimed by Jiang Nan alone. This was utterly inconceivable. As the party most affected, Qin Feng staggered, nearly gasping for breath. Jiang Nan. How could it be Jiang Nan? The first in 3 subjects had been taken by him? How could this happen? If each first place had been taken by different individuals, he might have accepted it. Just like when Li Ming secured the top in foreign languages, he had said nothing. But why? Was it all taken by a single person? And by none other than Jiang Nan, with whom he had a grudge. Qin Feng, try not to be too agitated. Although Jiang Nan is quite formidable, his overall score is still lower than yours. Xiao Wang, fearing that the blow to Qin Feng would be too great, hurriedly attempted to console him. However, his words were abruptly interrupted by Qin Feng. Teacher, what were Jiang Nan's scores in the 3 subjects? Is that something I can disclose? It's not that I can't say, it's just. Xiao Wang's expression was complicated, hesitating to continue. If you're able to say it, please do. Rest assured, it's merely a setback. I can handle it. Qin Feng clenched his fist, rallying himself. Well, sigh, he scored full marks in all 3 subjects. Full marks? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nearly bulged his eyes out in disbelief. Teacher, are you saying Jiang Nan scored 150 in Chinese, 150 in mathematics, and 300 in comprehensive science? Indeed. Then what is his total score? His total score is 600, placing him second in the entire school, just 2 points behind you. So, you truly are remarkable. Qin Feng, stunned in his seat. His mind was flooded with questions. He suddenly felt as if he had forgotten how to do arithmetic. 150 in Chinese, 150 in mathematics, 300 in comprehensive science, adding up to precisely 600 points, which was indeed 2 points less than his own score. Yet, why did he have an inkling that something was amiss? It seemed, this monthly examination had 4 subjects, right? Besides Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science. There was also foreign language. Teacher? Qin Feng fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Dawang at the podium. What about foreign language? How did Jiang Nan perform in that? He scored 0 in foreign language. 0. 0 points? Qin Feng was utterly bewildered. How could Jiang Nan, who scored full marks in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, possibly score 0 in foreign language? Indeed, it was 0 points. Did he miss the exam or leave it blank? He neither missed it nor left it blank. He completed the entire paper, but unfortunately, every answer was incorrect, resulting in a score of 0. Impossible, that simply cannot be, as long as he attempted it. Even if he guessed randomly, he should not score 0. He would at least get some points from multiple choice questions or earn a few marks on the essay. Not only did Qin Feng find it hard to believe Xiao Dawang's words, but every student present shared his disbelief. With a 150-point foreign language paper, one could at least guess all the multiple choice answers as B or C, and even if one couldn't write the essay, they could use every word they knew. Surely, they could score at least 20 or 30 points, right? But the issue was, Jiang Nan truly had a score of 0. He had chosen all the wrong answers in the multiple choice section. Not one word was correct in the fill-in-the-blank section. And as for the essay, he had written it in ancient Greek, which the foreign language teacher could not comprehend. Qin Feng, the students present, one and all were left in a state of confusion. Qin Feng's face turned pale. He could no longer stand and collapsed back into his seat. He had come so close, just a fraction away, from succumbing to a fit of rage that could have led to his demise. He was not foolish, and he certainly could not believe that Jiang Nan's foreign language skills were genuinely that poor, even if he had completed the paper, achieving a score of 0. On the contrary, he could assert without a doubt that Jiang Nan had deliberately avoided all the correct answers. For Jiang Nan, this so-called monthly examination was merely child's play. Exceedingly simple. If he had wished, he could have easily scored full marks in foreign language, achieving a grand total of 750 points. Realizing this, Qin Feng felt tears welling up. How foolish he had been to look down upon Jiang Nan before, only to discover now that it was Jiang Nan who had been looking down on him. Yesterday, when he sought Jiang Nan in the cafeteria for answers to the comprehensive science exam, Jiang Nan had claimed it was unnecessary, saying he had answered them all correctly. At that moment, Qin Feng had laughed at Jiang Nan for his arrogance. Now, he recognized that it was, in fact, his own ignorance. Perhaps, Jiang Nan had intentionally scored 0 in foreign language to humiliate him. A total score of 600, precisely 2 points shy of his own, was meant to convey the message that he was somewhat foolish. In that moment, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming desire to end it all. Moreover, he was not alone in this sentiment. Li Ming shared his despair. Among those present, no one understood Jiang Nan's true capabilities in foreign language better than Li Ming. After all, he had copied Jiang Nan's rough drafts and managed to score 140, claiming the title of the highest in the school. He had merely lost points due to not copying the essay since Jiang Nan had not written one. Originally, this should have been a cause for celebration. Finally, he had demonstrated to everyone that he was not solely adept in mathematics, but also excelled in foreign language. However, at this moment, he found no joy in his achievement. The reason being, his score was too high. Had he only scored in the range of 110 to 120, he would have felt elated. But having scored 140 and becoming the top in the school, how could he find joy in that? It was worth noting that even Qin Feng had only scored 130. What right did he have to claim a score of 140? Such an anomaly would surely raise suspicions, and once noticed, he would be doomed. There was no need to wait for that moment to arrive because trouble was already brewing. Seeing that everyone in the class, including Qin Feng, was demoralized, Xiao Dawang hastily attempted to change the topic. All right, everyone. Do not be overly astonished by the fact that students from another class have claimed 3 first places in individual subjects. In truth, our class is not lacking at all. I want to mention Qin Feng, but let us talk about Li Ming. Although he did not perform well in mathematics, he made remarkable strides in foreign language, bravely seizing the first place. Next, let us invite him to the stage to share his experiences in learning foreign language. Please give a round of applause. In all fairness, Showdown had no suspicion that Li Ming had cheated. He simply wished to spare everyone from excessive despondency. He did not want anyone, including Qin Feng, to remain ensnared in the shadows of failure, struggling to regain their composure. Thus, he summoned Li Ming to the stage to share his thoughts. The intention was to establish a role model and uplift the spirits of the audience. However, upon hearing his words, Li Ming was so startled that his entire body trembled. His eyes rolled back, and before he could even rise, he fainted. Qin Feng, Showdown, numerous classmates. In an instant, the entire venue was thrown into a state of astonishment. Chapter 83. The points reward arrives in full. Let's have another 10 consecutive draws soon enough. Jiang Nan became an undeniable sensation, a phenomenon that swept through the entire school, with every student and teacher, including the cleaning staff and security personnel, recognizing his name. Prior to this, he was merely a subject of whispers and hearsay, a dark horse in the academic realm, the unparalleled genius of the cafeteria. However, with the release of the monthly examination scores, the entire school was abuzz. "Goodness, this is extraordinary," they exclaimed. Despite scoring 0 in the foreign language exam, he achieved perfect scores in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, securing the 2nd rank in the school. Everyone knew that the foreign language exam was the easiest. While Chinese and mathematics were notoriously challenging, and comprehensive science was no walk in the park either. Yet, this lad managed to score 0 in the easy subject while acing the difficult ones. It was evident that this was intentional. With just 3 subjects, he trailed the top student, Qin Feng, by a mere 2 points. What could Qin Feng possibly think? The blow was not lethal, but the humiliation was profound. If he were in Qin Feng's shoes, witnessing such scores would likely drive him to despair, as it was exceedingly embarrassing. There could be some underlying rivalry between them. I even saw them confronting each other in the cafeteria yesterday, an outright slap in the face, a spectacle both laughable and tragic. After class, the campus erupted with discussions, marveling at Jiang Nan's brilliance while lamenting Qin Feng's misfortune. Some mischievous souls even concocted a dramatic narrative of rivalry, filled with tension and unresolved grievances. I must admit, it sounded rather exhilarating and captivating. One was a reigning champion, dominating the school's rankings for 3 consecutive years, akin to a mighty dragon. Yet today, he was vanquished by an unexpected contender, reminiscent of a plot twist in a novel. Among all, Qin Feng bore the brunt of this humiliation, hiding in the classroom, too ashamed to face anyone. His mental state crumbled. Little did he know, however, that Jiang Nan, the one who had dealt him this blow, had never regarded him with any seriousness. With all sincerity, Jiang Nan had no intention of belittling him. It was merely a coincidence. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be the certain system responsible for the score manipulation. After all, the scoring task was assigned by that system. Jiang Nan, in pursuit of those meager points and rewards, had no choice but to comply and complete it effortlessly. At this moment, while the world outside was abuzz with discussions, even on the internet, Jiang Nan was engrossed in checking the system. Ding. Super Invincible Academic Control System. Host, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Chinese, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Physics, level 9. Chemistry, level 9. Biology, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and comprehension. Effect, reads 10 lines at a glance, never forgets, extrapolates. Side effect, user must expend mental energy, which must be replenished through sleep. Physical fitness, 35, ordinary person, 24. Points, 0, current lottery draws available, 0. Ding. Congratulations to the host for precisely completing the full score task in the monthly Chinese exam. Reward, physical fitness 1, Chinese foundation 1, Chinese potential 1, points 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for precisely completing the full score task in the monthly mathematics exam. Reward: Physical Fitness 1, Mathematics Foundation 1, Mathematics Potential 1. Points 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for precisely completing the full score task in the monthly comprehensive science exam. Reward: Physical Fitness 3, Physics Foundation 1. Physics Potential 1, Chemistry Foundation 1, Chemistry Potential 1, Biology Foundation 1, Biology Potential 1, points 300. Ding. Congratulations to the host for precisely completing the zero-score task in the foreign language exam. Reward: Physical Fitness 1, Foreign Language Foundation 1, Foreign Language Potential 1, points 100. Ding. In light of the host's excellent performance in the score manipulation task, the system grants an additional reward of 400 points and upgrades the host's skills, doubling the effects of exceptional memory and comprehension. Jiang Nan. As the notifications echoed in his mind, he was momentarily taken aback. This system had truly undergone a transformation. The earlier rewards were understandable. Enhancements in physical fitness and the foundational and potential boosts in various subjects were expected. However, the last notification, offering an additional 400 points, was astonishing. This equated to the completion of 4 score manipulation tasks, not to mention the skill upgrade. A single word encapsulated his feelings: exhilarating. Jiang Nan had previously harbored slight grievances toward the system, but in that instant, they vanished entirely. This remarkable system, this delightful system, was simply adorable. Daddy loves you. Ding. System panel updated. Data as follows. Host name: Jiang Nan. Gender: male. Chinese, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Physics, level 9. Chemistry, level 9. Biology, level 9. Remark: profound foundational knowledge in all subjects, limitless potential. Skills: exceptional memory and comprehension. Effect: reads 100 lines at a glance, never forgets. Extrapolates in multiples. Side effect: requires the host to expend mental energy, which must be replenished through sleep. Physical fitness, 41. Points, 1,000. Current lottery draws available, 10. Reminder: the host can perform a 10 draw, significantly increasing the chances of winning. Inventory, empty. Haha. Upon seeing the system data panel, where the skill had transformed from exceptional to extraordinary, Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The distinction between exceptional and extraordinary was monumental. Exceptional implies a level of proficiency beyond imagination, yet still within reason, whereas extraordinary signifies an achievement that reaches an unimaginable pinnacle beyond description. This was evident in the transition from reading 10 lines to 100, from extrapolating to extrapolating in multiples. Marvelous. Even the so-called typing machines or quantum reading memory paled in comparison. Yet it was the phrase 10 consecutive draws that caused Jiang Nan's lips to twitch. How clever of the system to wait for him to gather 1,000 points for those 10 draws. Truly, it was a bit mischievous. He could only hope it would enhance his chances of winning something extraordinary. Ding. The system detects that the host has surplus points and can now proceed with the 10 consecutive draws. Would you like to draw now? Let us draw. Ding. Lucky wheel. 10 consecutive draws commencing. Ding. Discarded umbrella, 0 points. Discarded ear. Chapter 84. Mathematical commentary. Joy for some and sorrow for others. Ding. Congratulations on winning. Each subject's foundation 1. Ding. Congratulations on winning. Each subject's potential 1. Ding. Congratulations on winning. A Yinling fruit has been obtained and stored in the system's item inventory. Please check it. Host. Ding. Congratulations on winning. A bar of strength chocolate has been obtained and stored in the system's item inventory. Please check it. Host. Ding. Congratulations on winning. You have acquired the skill Ancient Literature Comprehension. Ding. Congratulations on winning. You have acquired the skill Vocabulary Comprehension. Ding. Congratulations on winning. You have acquired the skill Mathematical Olympiad Comprehension. Ding. Congratulations on winning. You have acquired the skill Physical Competition Comprehension. Ding. Congratulations on winning. You have acquired the skill Chemical Competition Comprehension. Ding. Congratulations on winning. You have acquired the skill biological competition comprehension. Jiang Nan. 10 notifications of winning echoed in his mind. However, his expression had darkened. He had anticipated that a tenfold draw would yield great rewards. Yet the outcome was merely this. Indeed, the system was not mistaken. A tenfold draw could enhance the probability of winning. Yet, despite the multitude of wins, none came with a word of thanks. But what were all these rewards? To others, these skills were treasures. Yet for Jiang Nan, they were akin to a chicken rib. His foundational knowledge in various subjects was already profound, his potential boundless. What use was a mere one reward? The Yinling fruit was similarly redundant. His visage already radiated an ethereal charm, flawless and captivating, a sight that enchanted all who beheld him. Could he possibly become even more handsome? Even if he could, it would be of no benefit. After all, the experience of being besieged by a throng of fervent admirers was far from pleasant. It was better to remain low-key. A prudent choice for self-preservation. As for the strength chocolate, it was best left untouched. Such a substance could lead to baldness, aside from gifting it to Wang Pengzi. He would rather avoid it entirely. The skills ancient literature comprehension, vocabulary comprehension, mathematical Olympiad comprehension, and others, while possessing a hint of novelty, were ultimately inconsequential. His proficiency in language, mathematics, and the sciences had already reached the pinnacle of high school, level 9. Even without these skills, he could compose essays in classical Chinese and solve complex mathematical problems with ease. Thus, the presence of these skills was negligible, merely decorative at best. Alas, this tenfold draw was nothing short of a colossal pitfall. He cursed the system bitterly. The following day, dingling, the bell for the first class rang, signaling the commencement of mathematics. Chao Tianyuan entered the classroom with a beaming smile. Previously, he was known as a serious academic, often bearing an austere expression during lessons, earning the reputation of being an old-fashioned scholar. However, now his countenance was adorned with a radiant smile, leading one to believe he had been reincarnated as the laughing Buddha. The reason for this transformation lay in Jiang Nan. As a passionate mathematics educator, there were two aspirations he relentlessly pursued. Firstly, he yearned to transcend his own limits, aspiring to reach greater heights and venture further in the realm of mathematics. Secondly, he desired to cultivate a student who would surpass him, achieving accomplishments he himself could not attain. At present, he perceived glimmers of hope for both aspirations. During the recent monthly examination, he witnessed Jiang Nan solve the final problem using 3 distinct methods, which profoundly inspired him, as if he had unlocked a door within his soul, breaking free from the constraints of his limitations. Furthermore, he was convinced that Jiang Nan was far more exceptional than himself, although Jiang Nan had not yet achieved notable success in mathematics. Chao firmly believed that one day, Jiang Nan would astonish the world with his prowess. Naturally, the previously stern Chao Tianyuan had vanished, replaced by the current version of himself, a middle-aged man whose face was perpetually adorned with a smile. Initially, he found this change rather disconcerting. However, over the past few days, the other mathematics teachers had become acquainted with Jiang Nan and recognized him as the prodigy nurtured by Chao. Their abundant praise had led him to become accustomed to smiling. It was widely recognized that Jiang Nan had secured the highest score of 150 in the mathematics exam, thus earning the top position in the entire school, and everyone was encouraged to learn from him. In terms of ranking, Qin Yuma followed with a score of 98, tying for third place in the school alongside Luo Min from class 301, while only trailing behind Qin Feng, who scored 108. This performance, while not outstanding, was certainly commendable given the difficulty of the examination. Maintaining this level would be prudent. The 5th place was claimed by Su Yu, who managed a score of 90, just barely passing. This score was somewhat disappointing for Su Yu, as mathematics was his forte. Upon reviewing his answer sheet, it was evident that he performed reasonably well on the earlier questions, displaying a solid foundation. However, he faltered on the latter questions, only writing the beginnings without completing them, resulting in minimal partial credit. Despite the challenges presented by the latter questions, given his capabilities, he should not have left any question unfinished. Therefore, he must strive for improvement. While I do not expect you to reach Jiang Nan's lofty heights, I firmly believe you can achieve even better results. Fourth place was held by Ying with a score of 85, which unfortunately did not meet the passing mark. To be candid, although 85 is below passing, I perceive substantial potential for Ying's growth. This is primarily because she was, apart from Jiang Nan, the only student in the class to successfully solve the final problem. Her foundational knowledge, however, is somewhat shaky, resulting in several errors on the simpler questions, which affected her overall score. Nevertheless, I am confident that with continued effort and a focus on strengthening her fundamentals, Ying will undoubtedly perform better in the next examination. Following the monthly exam, the focus of the lessons shifted to scores and problem-solving discussions, and Xiao Tianyuan was no exception. After distributing the answer sheets, he provided feedback on each student's performance, noting progress or setbacks, and offering encouragement or critique accordingly. Consequently, there were mixed emotions among the class. Some rejoiced while others lamented. The majority, including Qin Yuma, Su Yu, and Zhang Hao, felt disheartened as their scores paled in comparison to Jiang Nan's, highlighting a stark disparity. Even though they had learned of their scores the previous day, being reminded of them was still a painful experience. Only Ying was elated. Despite not surpassing Qin Yuma, or even Su Yu, she received praise from Xiao Tianyuan, marking a first in her academic journey. Instantly, she felt invigorated. Her resolve to outshine Qin Yuma strengthened. Were it not for the fact that they were in class, she would have eagerly sought out Jiang Nan to extract every ounce of knowledge from him. After just one tutoring session with Jiang Nan, her mathematics skills had improved significantly. She mused that with a few more sessions, her abilities could soar to new heights. Qin Yuma, just you wait. With Jiang Nan's assistance, I will surely surpass you in the next examination. Chapter 85. What? I have an affection for the foreign language teacher, Yang? A similar scene unfolded during the second period of physics, the third period of chemistry, and the fourth period of biology. Each instructor provided detailed commentary, eliciting a collective sense of despair among the students below. Qin Yuma, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Xiang Yi wore expressions that were nothing short of dramatic, teetering on the brink of existential crisis. Only Jiang Nan, cough. His slumber was profoundly peaceful. The mathematics teacher, Xiao Tianyuan, paid him no mind. The physics teacher, Xie Hongwei, disregarded him entirely. The chemistry teacher, Du Ming Wang, was equally unconcerned. The biology teacher, Ye Kutang, was even more so, particularly the latter two. Although they had previously neglected Jiang Nan due to his disinterest in academic pursuits, their perspective shifted now. This student is remarkable, achieving full marks in chemistry, biology. Truly a testament to the excellence of my teaching, remarked Old Huang, Old Tang. This lad possesses the potential to be a top scorer in the college entrance examination. As the two instructors continued their lessons, they could not help but express their admiration, their gazes occasionally drifting towards the desk where Jiang Nan was sound asleep. The multitude of classmates in the room, utterly faint. Jiang Nan's blissful existence was indeed enviable. Until, in the fifth foreign language class, a significant change finally occurred. Unlike the cheerful atmosphere shared with Xiao Tianyuan, Xie Hongwei, Du Ming Huang, and the others, the foreign language teacher, Shirley Yang, entered the classroom with a melancholic expression. She immediately addressed the exam papers without providing any commentary on the scores. Even the dimmest among us could sense the tension in the air. It was as if a storm was brewing on the horizon. As anticipated, once the foreign language class concluded, Shirley Yang, with her high heels clicking on the floor, approached Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, come with me, she instructed. Why do we need to go outside? He queried. To the office. Our group leader wishes to speak with you. The group leader wants to see me? What could it possibly be about? You'll find out when you get there. I didn't make any mistakes in class, did I? You didn't err during the lesson, but what about the exam? Jiang Nan felt a sense of foreboding. Ultimately, the inevitable confrontation had arrived. He made no resistance and obediently followed Shirley Yang out of the classroom, realizing that he had wronged someone first. Upon reaching the foreign language department's office, as soon as they entered, a dozen foreign language teachers turned to look at them, their gazes laden with meaning. Jiang Nan maintained a facade of nonchalance, but Shirley kept her head lowered, her lips pressed tightly together, the reason for which remained unclear. In front of the group leader, a middle-aged man resembling the past Chao Tianyuan, complete with glasses and a hint of sternness, addressed Jiang Nan. So, you are the exceptional scholar, Jiang Nan? Exceptional scholar? Teacher, to describe me in such a manner is too much. I am not a scholar. Do not be modest. To achieve perfect scores in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science simultaneously is a feat unparalleled in the history of our school. If that does not qualify you as a scholar, then others hardly deserve to be called even mediocre, would they? Jiang Nan felt an unease, sensing hidden implications in the group leader's words. By the way, Jiang Nan, what do you think of your foreign language teacher, Shirley Yang? Ah, Ms. Yang? She is wonderful. She is kind, attractive, and we all appreciate her. So, it is precisely because you admire her that, despite your ability to score full marks in foreign language, you deliberately chose to score 0, intending to capture Ms. Yang and Appos' attention, correct? Jiang Nan was bewildered. What does that even mean? To suggest he liked Shirley Yang, thus intentionally scoring 0? Such reasoning was utterly perplexing. Though Shirley Yang, youthful and beautiful, was often compared to Hu Yifei as one of the two shining jewels among the teachers, Jiang Nan remained innocent. He had never entertained such notions. Teacher, you misunderstand. My admiration is simply that of a student for a teacher. As for the 0 on the foreign language exam, it was purely a result of my poor performance. Oh, so you truly did not perform well? It must be genuine. But I will strive to improve for next time. Enough, Jiang Nan. There is no need for you to defend yourself. Li Ming has already confessed. He copied your rough draft, which allowed him to score 140 and achieve the highest mark in foreign language across the school. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Li Ming? Where did he come from? He copied my rough draft and scored the highest? How was I unaware of this? Are you unfamiliar with Li Ming? No, I do not know him. Jiang Nan shook his head, genuinely oblivious to anyone named Li Ming. He is from class 301, also a student of mine. He sat next to you during the monthly exam. Typically, his foreign language scores are average, yet this time, he scored 140. With full marks on all questions except for a 10-point deduction on the essay. When his homeroom teacher asked him to share his experience on improving in foreign language, he became so nervous that he fainted. Upon questioning afterward, he admitted that he had copied your rough draft when it fell to the ground, leaving out only the essay. This revelation implied that Jiang Nan and Appos' foreign language skills were indeed commendable. He had evidently solved all the questions correctly on his rough draft, and aside from the essay, he could have scored at least 140, or potentially even full marks, just like in his other subjects. However, he had purposely omitted all the correct answers on the answer sheet and written the essay in ancient Greek. If his actions were not aimed at attracting Ms. Yang's attention, the group leader could not fathom any other rationale. At that moment, the foreign language department head transformed into a detective, wearing a knowing smile as he elaborated. Jiang Nan was left in a state of confusion. What kind of deduction is this, teacher? I feel as if I am being unjustly accused. And Li Ming, what a foolish accomplice. To copy my rough draft, and then act as if he suddenly had an epiphany? He not only harmed himself, but sought to drag me down as well. Very well, Jiang Nan, you may return. Rest assured, we will keep your attempt to gain Ms. Yang's attention a secret. After all, this is not your fault. It is entirely normal for such thoughts to arise during adolescence. Besides, Ms. Yang is not only beautiful, but also dresses stylishly while teaching in her high heels. I will ensure she adjusts her attire appropriately. As a teacher, she should not dress too fashionably. As for you, focus on your studies for now. Remember, in your next exam, you should aim to reflect your true capabilities. Do not score 0 again. Once your college entrance examinations are complete, matters of love will no longer concern me. Should fate allow, a relationship with Ms. Yang may not be impossible. After all, instances of teacher-student romances are not unheard of in the present day. Chapter 86. Once again, a great fire broke out at the school Jiang Nan. Shirley Yang. Both of their faces were emblazoned with embarrassment, especially for the foreign language teacher, Shirley Yang, whose cheeks blushed to an extreme hue as she averted her gaze from Jiang Nan. Had she known that the team leader would speak such words to Jiang Nan, she would have refrained from bringing him along. Although Jiang Nan was undeniably handsome and academically exceptional, his decision to deliberately score 0 in order to capture her attention was rather juvenile. Nonetheless, it was somewhat amusing and indeed touched her heart. However, she was a teacher, significantly older than Jiang Nan. How could she possibly entertain the notion of romance with her student? Oh dear, how mortifying. She felt as though she could never show her face again. In an instant, Shirley Yang was enveloped in shyness. Yet, the surrounding foreign language teachers, unfazed by the awkwardness, could not help but double over with laughter. How romantic, they exclaimed. Our teacher Yang possesses such charm that she unwittingly captured the heart of this newly crowned academic prodigy. Despite Jiang Nan achieving full marks in all subjects during the recent monthly examination, his 0 in foreign language had subjected their department to ridicule from other subjects. But, thanks to teacher Yang's allure, they could still boast to the other departments. It was truly remarkable. Jiang Nan's astounding prowess in this examination. He achieved full marks in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, breaking the historical records of the third high school and even the entire Jiang city. Although he scored 0 in foreign language, he still demonstrated the potential for perfection. Even if this was merely a monthly test, its difficulty rivaled that of the college entrance examination. This indicated that Jiang Nan possessed the potential to become a top scorer in the entrance exams, with a high likelihood of being admitted to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida. Thus, the foreign language department head treated Jiang Nan with kindness, and many foreign language teachers teased him about his connection with Shirley Yang. Had it been any other student who dared to develop a crush on a teacher and resorted to such a frivolous act of scoring 0 to garner attention, they would have faced severe reprimands from the school. Jiang Nan, he had no idea how he left the foreign language department. In any case, he was utterly bewildered. What had the foreign language department had said? What were those teachers laughing about? He was at a loss. The only thing he knew was that the foreign language teachers seemed to be indulging in wild imaginations, their gazes towards him filled with peculiarity. Yet, he had no opportunity to clarify. Moreover, this madness seemed to be contagious. Upon returning to the classroom, he noticed that all his classmates looked at him strangely, their eyes brimming with admiration. Several boys, including Su Yu and Zhang Hao, who typically did not see eye to eye with him, gave him thumbs up. As for Wang Fatty, his jovial face was all smiles as he enveloped Jiang Nan in an encouraging bear hug. Only Bai Yingying pouted her lips, appearing quite irate, casting him a frosty glance. As Jiang Nan took his seat, he felt a shiver run down his spine, even though he had not even brushed against Bai Yingying. What was going on with her? Had everyone lost their minds? I don't know. You should ask someone else. Ask Wang Fatty. I need to focus on my studies, so please don't disturb me. Jiang Nan. Something was amiss. This was unequivocally unusual. Everyone was acting strangely, and Bai Yingying was no exception. Yingying, what transpired in class while I was away? Is there some misunderstanding between you and everyone else? It feels as if I've returned to a different group of people. Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding at all. I certainly don't misunderstand. Do you dare to claim you don't have feelings for teacher Shirley Yang? Feelings, No. I don't have feelings. Oh, you don't have feelings? Then why did you deliberately score 0 when you clearly had the capability to achieve full marks in foreign language? Jiang Nan. This was yet another pivotal question. He had no answer. After all, the reason he scored 0 in foreign language was due to a score control task issued by the system. He couldn't very well disclose that. Yingying, you've all misunderstood. I swear on my conscience, I didn't score 0 because I like the foreign language teacher. I simply thought it would be amusing. I didn't want to achieve full marks. Really, is that true? Of course it's true. I wouldn't lie to you. However, the news circulating from the foreign language department indicated that you had the potential to score full marks in the foreign language exam, just like in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science. In fact, you had even written the correct answers on your draft paper, allowing Li Ming, who sat next to you, to achieve the highest score in the school. Yet, you chose to deliberately write all the answers incorrectly to attract teacher Yang's attention, resulting in a score of 0. Now, it seems the entire school is aware of your feelings for teacher Yang. Jiang Nan. Speechless. Utterly speechless. No wonder his classmates looked at him with such peculiar expressions. So that was the reason. But what had the head of the foreign language department said? Hadn't he promised to keep it a secret? Yet, within moments of leaving the office, the entire school knew. This was an absolute disaster. He was aware of the students' penchant for gossip, yet he had not anticipated that the foreign language teachers would be even more eager to gossip than the students. They could have just claimed it was a misunderstanding, but they had intentionally stirred up a storm, leading everyone to misinterpret the situation. Goodness. They truly ought to pursue careers as screenwriters or entertainment reporters for gossip magazines. The sixth lesson is Chinese language. However, Hu Yifei's mood is rather dismal, solely due to the encounters she has had along the way. She has not only met one foreign language teacher boasting about how he is on par with the renowned Shirley Yang. Students, let me reiterate. The school strictly prohibits romantic relationships, especially harboring secret affections for teachers. Attempting to attract a teacher's attention by deliberately underperforming in an exam is nothing short of childish behavior. You must take heed of this and concentrate all your efforts on your studies to achieve commendable results in the college entrance examination. Only in this way can you honor your parents, honor yourselves, and ensure that your future is free from regret. Jiang Nan interjects, who has he offended? This is akin to being caught in crossfire without provocation. Teacher, can we not engage in a little fun? The lesson feels like a heavy burden, to the point where he cannot even find solace in sleep. An unsettling sensation lingers, as if unfriendly gazes are hovering over him, sending chills down his spine. Finally, as the class concludes, Hu Yifei slaps her hand on Jiang Nan's desk. Jiang Nan, stop dozing off. Come with me. The group leaders of mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology are looking for you. Chapter 87. Is this truly an Olympiad question? It seems rather simplistic, does it not? What? Jiang Nan has been summoned again? Is it truly the case that top students are so sought after? Last class, it was the head of the foreign language department who called for him. Now it's the heads of mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. Observing as Jiang Nan was whisked away by Hu Yifei right after class, his classmates were left in astonishment. Goodness. Those are all heads of their respective subjects. When not teaching in their own classes, encountering them is a rare occurrence. Yet today, Jiang Nan has met them all in succession. What a remarkable feat. On another note, Jiang Nan followed Hu Yifei out of the classroom, arriving at the, not the office, but the academic affairs office. Upon entering, Jiang Nan noticed a number of teachers were seated inside. Among them, for were quite familiar to him, the mathematics teacher, Chao Tianyuan, the physics instructor, Xia Hongwei, the chemistry teacher, Du Ming Huang, and the biology teacher, Ye Ku Tang. However, there were also 4 individuals he did not recognize. It was evident that they must be the heads of the mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology departments. Esteemed heads, I present to you a remarkable student, Hu Yifei announced. Oh, Jiang Nan has arrived? Almost instantaneously, all 8 teachers in the room stood up in unison, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. Thankfully, there were no other students present. Otherwise, the sight would have been utterly astonishing. Goodness, it is typically students who show utmost respect to teachers. When has there been a moment where a group of teachers extends such courtesy to a student? Furthermore, these are not ordinary teachers. They are the heads of their respective departments, holding significant status within the school, just beneath the principal and the academic director. However, as the focal point of attention, Jiang Nan remained composed, offering a respectful bow to the teachers, indicating his acknowledgement. Subsequently, he took a seat alongside Hu Yifei. Shortly after, Zhou Lingfeng, the head of the mathematics department, cut straight to the chase. Jiang Nan, we shall not beat around the bush. We called you here today to assess your capabilities. To assess my capabilities? Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into a chuckle. Hadn't he the monthly exam just concluded? Why the need for another assessment? It's different. Zhou Lingfeng shook his head. Your teachers have recommended you to represent the school in the upcoming Olympiad mathematics competition, as well as other contests in physics and more. Although you scored full marks in both mathematics and science in this month's exam, demonstrating your prowess. The monthly exam is merely a standard evaluation, and the questions posed in Olympiads and physics competitions are entirely distinct. Therefore, The school has a dedicated competition team that regularly trains for such events, and you are being considered as a temporary addition. While both Teacher Chow and Teacher Xie have vouched for you, the school finds it necessary to further assess your abilities. Understood, Jiang Nan nodded. Previously, Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei had suggested he participate in competitions, casually hinting that he could easily secure a national first place. At that time, he felt compelled to agree. Little did he expect that right after the monthly exam, the competition would ensue. Zhou Lingfeng presented a test paper before Jiang Nan, stating, "Let us set other subjects aside for now. This is a specially prepared Olympiad mathematics question for you to attempt right here." As he spoke, a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. This was no ordinary test paper. It was a painstakingly curated examination of genuine Olympiad questions, each one exponentially more challenging than the most difficult problems typically encountered in the college entrance examination. In fact, the difficulty level was entirely incomparable. Even in a real Olympiad, this paper would be regarded as exceptionally challenging. For an average student, even grasping the approach to solve these problems would be a formidable task. Let alone achieving the correct answers, it would be akin to deciphering an ancient script. To solve even one or two would be a miracle. Completing the entire paper was an unattainable dream. Even those who consistently excelled in mathematics, scoring full marks in every exam, would inevitably falter when faced with such Olympiad-level questions. Indeed, upon glancing at the paper, Jiang Nan's brow furrowed slightly. Observing this, Zhou Lingfeng discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Chao Tianyuan seated beside him, an involuntary smile appearing on his face. "Ah, old Chao, you've been boasting about your exceptional student, claiming there's no high school mathematics problem he cannot solve, and that you've learned so much from him. Now, perhaps it's time I teach you a lesson in humility." However, was he perhaps being too harsh? Jiang Nan had just achieved the top score in the school, with full marks in language, mathematics, and science, basking in the limelight. If my challenging paper were to stump him, causing him to feel disheartened and leave a shadow in his heart, that would be unfortunate. Zhou Lingfeng initially felt a sense of secret delight, but soon wore a worried expression, a twinge of regret and guilt surfacing. Yet, Chao Tianyuan remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to Zhou Lingfeng's gaze. It appeared he was filled with confidence in Jiang Nan, much like Xie Hongwei and Hu Yifei. As for the others, their understanding of Jiang Nan was still limited, leaving them feeling as uncertain as Zhou Lingfeng. "Very well, perhaps we should step outside. Solving problems requires a tranquil environment. Let us not disturb Jiang Nan's concentration," Zhou Lingfeng suggested. He had already made the paper quite challenging and wished not to add further psychological pressure by having a crowd around him. The teachers present readily concurred. "Indeed, let us exit and allow him the peace to work on the problems. We shall return in 2 hours." As the group rose to leave, just as Jiang Nan had finished scanning the paper, he suddenly spoke up. "Is this truly an Olympiad question? It seems rather simple, does it not?" A wave of astonishment swept through the room, akin to a thunderclap striking the hearts of all present. Zhou Lingfeng was the first to react. What did Jiang Nan just say? He claims these Olympiad questions are too simple. Goodness, such audacious words. He knew that every question on that paper was meticulously selected, intentionally designed to challenge. Had he not seen the answers, he doubted he could have solved them on the spot. Simple? Jiang Nan had yet to begin working on the paper, leaving it blank. Surely, one should not speak so boldly without having attempted it, Zhou Lingfeng instinctively admonished. However, Jiang Nan replied earnestly, "It's indeed quite simple. A glance is sufficient to discern the answers. Is there truly any need to solve them?" Chapter 88. Without paper and pen, calculating instantly? In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with astonishment, particularly for Zhou Lingfeng, the head of the mathematics department, who clutched his chest in disbelief, nearly collapsing from shock. How could Jiang Nan, with such audacity, claim that the competition problems he had painstakingly crafted were simple, declaring that merely glancing at them sufficed to discern the answers without any need for computation? Such bravado was unparalleled. Setting aside Jiang Nan's actual capabilities, in terms of boasting alone, he was undoubtedly the most formidable student Zhou had encountered in his decades of teaching. Initially, Zhou held Jiang Nan in high regard, particularly after Jiang Nan achieved a perfect score in the recent monthly exam, defeating the longtime academic champion Qin Feng. Moreover, he had the strong endorsement of Deputy Head Chao Tianyuan. However, upon hearing Jiang Nan's remarks, Zhou's fondness began to wane. If you claim these problems are easy, then tell me the answer to this question, Zhou challenged, pointing to the first multiple-choice question. What is the minimum distance from a point with integer coordinates on a plane to the line y5 3x45? A. 34,170. B. 3485. C. 120. D. 130. At first glance, this problem did not appear overly complex. However, to arrive at the correct answer without consuming at least half a sheet of scratch paper was utterly implausible. Yet Jiang Nan, without paper or pencil, merely glanced at the question and confidently declared, "The answer is B." Zhou gasped in amazement. "Correct?" He stammered, astonished. "Have you solved this problem before?" "Not at all," Jiang Nan replied, shaking his head. "Then how did you arrive at the answer so swiftly?" "I already mentioned, it's simple. Just a glance reveals the answer. There's no need for further calculations." Zhou nearly choked on his disbelief. "You can't be serious. Explain your reasoning." Jiang Nan proceeded to elucidate. "Let the integer coordinates be m, n. The distance from this point to the line 25x, 15y12 0 is given by d, 25m, 15 and 12, 25 minus 15, 5, 5m, 3n, 12, 534. Since m and n are integers, 5, 5m, 3n is a multiple of 5. The absolute minimum occurs when mn minus 1, yielding a value of 2. Thus, the sought minimum is 3485, confirming the answer is B. Zhou was momentarily rendered speechless. He had crafted the question and was well aware of the answer and the solution's intricacies. Jiang Nan's process was not only correct, but remarkably concise. The other department heads, physics, chemistry, and biology, were similarly taken aback, while Chao Tianyuan, Xia Hongwei, and Hu Yifei maintained a semblance of composure, having some awareness of Jiang Nan's prowess. Xia Hongwei, the physics teacher, found humor in the situation, recalling how Jiang Nan had previously answered difficult questions in class without any calculations, a scene now replayed with Zhou as the one caught off guard. Zhou Lingfeng, however, was in disbelief. "This is impossible. These are Olympiad problems. How could you answer them without even thinking?" He turned to Jiang Nan again. "What about this one? C. 3-3. And the third? C. 3,999. The fourth? A. The price of 2 roses is higher. And the final, most challenging question? D. Sinks." The room fell silent, the teachers stunned by Jiang Nan's instantaneous calculations without any written aid. The significance of Zhou's reaction was telling. Jiang Nan had answered every question correctly. Zhou felt as though he might lose his mind. Was this a dream? He pinched himself. Indeed, it hurt. This was no dream. But could such a genius truly exist? Or was Jiang Nan cheating? He turned to Chao Tianyuan, demanding, "Tell me honestly, did you give Jiang Nan a preview of this exam and the answers?" Chao Tianyuan retorted, "Have you lost your mind? This exam was hastily prepared by you. I haven't seen it, let alone given it to Jiang Nan." Zhou nodded, recognizing the truth in Chao's words. "Then, have you been training him in secret? Have you had him work through nearly 20 years' worth of competition problems?" Chao Tianyuan fell silent, exasperated. If only he had trained Jiang Nan. But the reality was that Jiang Nan barely paid attention in class, let alone participated in any special training. "Jiang Nan, please elucidate your reasoning for our head." To quell his doubts, Chao suggested, passing the baton to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan nodded and pointed to the second question. From the diagram, let B dt, thus OD 3t1. Consequently, B 3t 1t satisfies the equation x, y1, leading to 3. Therefore, the area of the equilateral triangle ABC is 3-3. Having completed one question, he proceeded to the next. This question requires the sum of coefficients of every 2 terms in the expansion. By considering the unit root of 1 and applying special values, we find A0, A3, A1998, 3999, hence the answer is C. The final question was even simpler, solved through the process of elimination. Y sinks is not a periodic function, which is evident through graphing, ruling out option A. The minimum positive period of y cos is 2, and it is a decreasing function on 0, 2, eliminating option B. In 0, 2, y cos is also a decreasing function, excluding option C. Thus, we are left with D, log sinks. The teachers stood in awestruck silence, their minds racing to comprehend the extraordinary scene before them. Chapter 89. The Depths of Jiang Nan's Mathematical Proficiency. Is direct admission possible? The 5 multiple-choice questions had been thoroughly discussed. Zhou Lingfeng, the head of the mathematics group, was utterly astounded. The leaders of the physics, chemistry, and biology groups were equally taken aback, including the notorious Huang and the diligent Tang. They were well aware of Jiang Nan's exceptional skills, evidenced by his perfect scores in the monthly mathematics and comprehensive examinations. However, they never anticipated that Jiang Nan's abilities would be so remarkably profound. Zhou Lingfeng had meticulously crafted the Olympiad questions, yet Jiang Nan managed to solve them through mental calculation in mere moments, answering every single one correctly while even articulating his thought process. His reasoning was impressively lucid, and his logic impeccably tight. Were it anyone else, even the top student Qin Feng, who consistently ranked first, he would not have achieved such results in less than half an hour, let alone get them all correct. Even Zhou Lingfeng himself, before consulting the answer key, would have struggled. But Jiang Nan, in just a minute or 2, or perhaps 3, he completed the problems with astonishing speed and remarkable accuracy. The last question utilized the process of elimination, which seemed somewhat opportunistic. Yet, it was unclear who had posed the question in such an untimely manner. Without needing Jiang Nan to clarify, Zhou Lingfeng interjected, explaining that this was the essence of competition. Some problems necessitate a step-by-step approach, requiring one to reach the final step to unveil the answer. Attempting to take shortcuts could lead to self-destruction. Conversely, certain questions, if tackled incrementally, would consume excessive time and yield little benefit. Instead, seizing key pieces of information and employing clever strategies could lead to astonishing efficiency. The crux lay in the solidity of one's grasp on the knowledge points, the agility of one's mind, and the ability to apply them flexibly. Competitions differ from routine examinations. One cannot attain high scores through mere rote effort. It is only by transcending conventional frameworks and liberating oneself from standard thinking that one can excel and achieve distinction. Mastering this balance is paramount. As the group leader, Zhou Lingfeng's expertise was evident. His explanations deftly countered the earlier remarks. In competitions, the color of the cat, whether black or white, matters not. What counts is whether it catches mice. The notion of taking shortcuts was non-existent. The others nodded in agreement. Jiang Nan, however, lifted his eyelids and pointed at the paper, inquiring, "Teacher, do you still need me to elaborate on the subsequent questions? If possible, please write down the answers." Zhou Lingfeng handed Jiang Nan a pen. The remaining questions consisted of fill-in-the-blank and problem-solving types. He felt somewhat assured regarding the answers, but if Jiang Nan were to articulate them directly, it might sound like an incomprehensible scripture to those nearby, particularly for the problem-solving questions, which had complex processes. Even Zhou Lingfeng would struggle to comprehend them solely through auditory input without visual reference. Jiang Nan nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly began to write. His pen moved with remarkable speed, akin to flowing water. In an instant, the onlookers were left in awe. Zhou Lingfeng's eyes widened as his mind struggled to keep pace, necessitating a comparison with the answer key. The first question was correct. The second, correct. The third, correct. All fill-in-the-blank questions were correct. The first problem-solving question was accurate. The second, also correct. And the final question? Correct as well. This entire set of competition papers, comprising 15 questions across choices, fill-ins, and problem-solving, had been answered flawlessly by him. He had written with such rapidity, without even utilizing scratch paper, seemingly without the need for contemplation. Had he taken even 10 minutes from start to finish? It appeared, not at all. My heavens! What level of mathematical prowess does Jiang Nan possess? Unfathomable, immeasurable, 1,000 times stronger than the rest. Zhou Lingfeng was completely astonished, nearly transforming into a frenzied gorilla, howling towards the heavens. As soon as Jiang Nan paused his writing, Zhou Lingfeng excitedly grasped Jiang Nan's hand. Jiang Nan, I formally invite you to join our Olympiad competition team. With your mathematical aptitude, I can assure you that you will undoubtedly secure a provincial first and gain entry into the summer camp. Thereafter, achieving a national first will lead you to the national team, allowing you to bypass the college entrance examination altogether, as long as there are slots available in the province. You can be directly admitted to elite institutions like Tsinghua and Beida. Each province has a quota for direct admissions. Yet, over the past decade, no student from our school had ever received one. This was solely because our school had failed to cultivate any exceptional students who excelled in the Olympiad competitions. At best, we had provincial firsts or seconds. Naturally, the provincial and municipal authorities would not squander their quotas on our school. However, this year, with a talent like Jiang Nan emerging, if he were to achieve a national first, the direct admission slot would be guaranteed. Zhou Lingfeng was electrified by this prospect. Although Jiang Nan was not his student, witnessing such a miraculous talent emerge from their mathematics group would mean he had no regrets in his lifetime. However, the physics group leader could no longer bear to watch and quickly intervened, separating Zhou Lingfeng from Jiang Nan. Old Zhou, what are you doing? We had agreed that Jiang Nan should attempt the competition papers across all subjects. Now that he hasn't even tackled the physics, how can you rush to let him join your Olympiad team? What's the matter, Old Li? Are you feeling envious? Zhou Lingfeng clutched Jiang Nan's hand possessively, brimming with pride. With Jiang Nan's mathematical foundation, he was already set for awards and direct admission. Why bother with other subjects? That's not fair, Old Zhou. What if Jiang Nan excels in physics even more than mathematics? The physics group leader argued. And chemistry, too. He must give it a try. We biology group members feel the same way. The chemistry and biology group leaders chimed in, unwilling to be left out. In that moment, the four group leaders appeared ready to engage in a fierce battle over Jiang Nan. Meanwhile, Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei merely observed the spectacle, smiling silently. Only Hu Yifei stepped forward to mediate, stating, Group Leader Zhou, I believe the three leaders have a point. Since preparations have been made, let Jiang Nan attempt all the papers to thoroughly assess his abilities. For Hu Yifei, it brought her immense joy and pride to see Jiang Nan excel across subjects, especially as his homeroom teacher. Naturally, she was eager for Jiang Nan to complete all the papers, dazzling the four esteemed group leaders with his brilliance. Since teacher Hu has spoken, so be it. Let him do them all. Zhou Lingfeng conceded, albeit without any sense of panic. After all, Jiang Nan's mathematical capabilities had been validated, appearing as a boundless abyss, with no discernible ceiling or floor. His speed and accuracy were unprecedented, earning him the title of the best in the world. He couldn't fathom how his prowess in physics could surpass his mathematical abilities. As for chemistry and biology, that seemed even less likely. Chapter 90. Even if the questions are incorrect, Jiang Nan will not be in the blink of an eye. The leaders of the physics, chemistry, and biology groups placed the prepared competition papers before Jiang Nan. However, as the individual in question, Jiang Nan found himself rather bewildered by the three papers. Were these questions truly so simplistic that they warranted his attention? Wasn't this a mere waste of time? Esteemed teachers, the third class of the afternoon is about to commence. Shouldn't I attend? Jiang Nan attempted to excuse himself. Yet, as soon as he made a move, several group leaders restrained him. Attend class? With your level, what need is there for that? It is unnecessary. You simply need to focus on solving these problems. Moreover, do not think we are unaware. You even sleep during exams, let alone in class. Jiang Nan was at a loss. His intention was not to attend class, but merely to find an excuse to escape and return to slumber. However, he thought it inappropriate to skip class, considering he was still a student and ought to adhere to discipline. Not needed. What discipline are you speaking of? Such constraints may apply to others, but not to you. In my capacity as the leader of the mathematics group and the director of the Olympiad competition, I assure you that as long as you engage in mathematical studies, you need not attend other classes in the future. Of course, if you feel fatigued and wish to rest, or listen to lectures, that is permissible. Zhou Lingfeng waved his hand with utmost certainty. Hu Yifei, Xia Hongwei, Du Minghuang, Yaku Tang. The four exchanged glances, utterly speechless. What on earth was happening? It was true that Jiang Nan was exceptional in mathematics, yet he was equally competent in other subjects. How could they deny him participation in their classes? This was intolerable. Leader Zhou, your words are a bit excessive, don't you think? Jiang Nan excels in mathematics, but his prowess in language arts is even more remarkable. While I do recommend he participate in more competitions, that was merely to garner accolades and bring honor to the school. In fact, our language arts group has long agreed that Jiang Nan would fare better focusing solely on language arts. Hu Yifei was the first to voice her objection. The essay Jiang Nan had previously written in classical Chinese sufficed to demonstrate that his capabilities in language were on par with his mathematical skills. However, there were no Olympiad competitions for language arts, hence the inability to secure awards for direct admission. Thus, she had consented to support the recommendations of Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei for Jiang Nan's participation in the mathematics and physics competitions. Yet, participating in a competition was one thing. Zhou Lingfeng was now vying for Jiang Nan. This was utterly intolerable. Even though Zhou Lingfeng was the leader of the mathematics group, with a higher position and more experience, she was prepared to fight back. Simultaneously, the leaders of the physics, chemistry, and biology groups were equally unwilling to yield. They insisted that Jiang Nan attempt the physics, chemistry, biology papers, should his performance in these subjects match that of mathematics. They too could guarantee that he would only need to join the physics, chemistry, biology, competition group, exempting him from further classes. Zhou Lingfeng. His eyes widened in disbelief. Did they not understand that mathematics was the foundation of all disciplines? Though all were group leaders, he was the elder brother here. Were they daring to compete with him for talent? Were they courting death? Though Jiang Nan had yet to begin solving the questions. A fierce internal conflict was about to unfold. Ultimately, it was Chao Tianyuan, merely an observer, who intervened, suggesting that they cease the bickering and allow Jiang Nan to start working on the problems. Yes, let him work on the problems first. As for later affiliations, we shall discuss that afterward. At that time, we can compare who possesses the stronger influence. Jiang Nan, hurry up and tackle this physics competition paper. You must give it your utmost effort. And do not forget this chemistry paper. If you can achieve full marks, I will ensure your position in the school. The three group leaders fixated intently on Jiang Nan, their expressions filled with anticipation. However, Jiang Nan glanced at the papers and, much like before, did not immediately take up his pen. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Jiang Nan, how do you feel? Surely physics, chemistry, and biology cannot be as captivating as mathematics. If you do not wish to engage, you need not, Zhou Lingfeng began to say, but before he could finish, the other group leaders interrupted him. Old Zhou, that is quite unreasonable. What do you mean physics, chemistry, and biology are less interesting than mathematics? Clearly, mathematics is the most tedious. You ought to be quiet. Jiang Nan is currently deep in thought. If you have nothing to contribute, step outside and do not disturb him. Zhou Lingfeng. Very well. One cannot contend against three. I shall endure for the time being. In any case, you all shall soon discover that Jiang Nan's greatest strength undoubtedly lies in mathematics. Even if deities descend, none shall compete with me. The others. 3 minutes passed, 3 full minutes, during which Jiang Nan remained still, pen unmoving. However, once the 3 minutes elapsed, Jiang Nan picked up the physics paper and began to speak. For the multiple choice questions, CBCBA, for the fill-in-the-blanks, light source, prism, 0, 10 milligrams, 1, 8424. Upon hearing this, the leader of the physics group momentarily froze. It was not until Xia Hongwei gestured to him that he quickly retrieved the prepared answers for comparison. Simultaneously, Zhou Lingfeng could not resist leaning in to take a look. CBCBD, light source, prism, 0, 10 milligrams, 1, 8424. Every fill-in-the-blank that Jiang Nan uttered was correct, matching the standard answers precisely. However, as for the multiple-choice questions, Oldly, take a look. The last answer for the multiple-choice question is D, yet Jiang Nan selected A, which means he got it wrong. Zhou Lingfeng immediately burst into laughter, delighted at the prospect of Jiang Nan being more suitable for the realm of mathematics, thus eliminating the competition. Typically, when a student errs, a teacher would naturally feel displeased. Yet at that moment, Jiang Nan's mistake brought Zhou Lingfeng immense joy, stirring excitement within him. How peculiar. Yet, Jiang Nan's brow furrowed slightly. How could this be? The final physics multiple-choice question was so straightforward, merely a synthesis of mechanics, magnetic fields, and energy conservation, employing 7 or 8 commonly used formulas. How could he possibly have made an error? Meanwhile, the other teachers quickly leaned in to observe. In the next moment, Xia Hongwei elbowed the leader of the physics group, Oldly, and pointed at the last multiple-choice question on the paper. Oldly, did you perhaps make an error? The A and D options are the same? The 4 options were as follows. A. 32 mm, gu r B, 16 mm, UG r C, 16 mm, gu r D, 32 mm, UG are while the order of gu and UG varied between options A and D. The answers were indeed identical. Therefore, Jiang Nan's selection was not incorrect. Rather, the question itself was flawed. I knew it, Jiang Nan mused, rubbing his nose and shaking his head. Such a simple question. How could he possibly have chosen incorrectly? The only explanation was that upon seeing the first answer was correct, he neglected to examine the subsequent options and simply selected one. Yet who would have thought there would be 2 identical answers? But therein lay the problem. This was a single-choice question. Xia Hongwei expressed his dissatisfaction. Oldly, how could you use a test paper with errors to assess Jiang Nan's abilities? Fortunately, I noticed this. Otherwise, someone might genuinely believe that Jiang Nan's physics performance is inferior to his mathematics. Apologies, old Xia. This is indeed my oversight. I made an error in the questions. Upon hearing this, the head of the physics department regretfully slapped his forehead. Yet a smile lingered on his face as he turned to Zhou Lingfeng and said, Old Zhou, did you see that? Jiang Nan's proficiency in physics is equally commendable. In just 3 short minutes, he completed the entire paper, and even if the questions were erroneous, he would not falter. Chapter 91, The Prodigy. I implore you to concede your powers. I can no longer endure it. Zhou Lingfeng. What the hell? He actually gained no advantage? Humph. This is merely a fill-in-the-blank question. The subsequent problem-solving questions remain unattempted. Zhou Lingfeng scoffed coldly, gritting his teeth in frustration. He now fervently hoped that Jiang Nan would falter, making even a minor mistake on the following questions. It sufficed that he did not achieve a perfect score. Otherwise, with the temperament of the physics group leader, coupled with Xia Hongwei, they would undoubtedly vie for Jiang Nan's talents. However, Jiang Nan truly is a mathematical genius. If he were to focus solely on mathematics, his future achievements would be boundless. How could he waste time on other subjects? Yet, things did not unfold as hoped. Jiang Nan was not idly wasting time. In the brief interlude of their conversation, he had already begun to diligently work on the exam paper. 1. At a certain point on level ground, 2 small balls A and B are projected with the same initial velocity v0, but at different angles, achieving the same range. Given that the time of flight for ball A is t, determine the time of flight tb for ball B, with gravitational acceleration g and ignoring air resistance. 2. When observing the sun from blue star, with the sun's diameter subtending an angle of 53, and taking the length I 110 kilometers at a latitude of 1 on the surface of blue star, where the gravitational acceleration g10 ms, and the orbital period of blue star is 365 days, calculate the density ratio of blue star to the sun using only the provided data, assuming both celestial bodies are uniformly distributed spheres. In total, there were 5 problem-solving questions, encompassing nearly all high school knowledge. As for the difficulty, it far exceeded that of the previous monthly examination. This was largely due to Chao Tianyuan frequently boasting about Jiang Nan's mathematical prowess before Zhou Lingfeng, while Xia Hongwei did the same in front of his colleague, Lao Li, praising Jiang Nan's remarkable skills in physics. This test was designed to gauge Jiang Nan's capabilities, and naturally, they would employ every means at their disposal. After all, if Jiang Nan scored perfectly on the exam, it would signify a comprehensive failure of their assessment. As Jiang Nan commenced answering the questions, the physics group leader was filled with anxiety, simultaneously wishing Jiang Nan would answer everything correctly, thus proving himself to be an extraordinary talent, yet also understanding the improbability of such an outcome. However, this thought had scarcely formed when, shush, 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 the sound of pen on paper was heard. Jiang Nan seemingly glanced at the questions and proceeded to fluidly complete the first problem. Then came the second, the third. He even tackled the final question. From start to finish, he had not even taken 3 minutes. As the subject of the examination, Jiang Nan completed the physics paper in record time, but did not pause. Instead, he moved on to the chemistry paper. Shush, shush, shush. 3 minutes later, the chemistry paper was also completed. Following that, he tackled the biology paper. This time, even more swiftly, finishing in just a minute or two. The physics group leader, the chemistry group leader, the biology group leader. The three of them stood there, utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? In a mere 10 minutes, Jiang Nan had completed the competition papers for physics, chemistry, and biology? How could this be possible? His speed was astonishing. It was as if he were a deity. Even if one were to simply copy the answers, it could not be achieved so rapidly, let alone accurately. The three group leaders, Jiang Nan has finished. Let us begin grading. Seeing the three of them frozen in place, it was Huifei who could not help but remind them. In an instant, the three leaders snapped back to reality and hurriedly began comparing Jiang Nan's answers with the correct ones. First, they reviewed the physics answers. For the first problem, Jiang Nan wrote TB 4v0, tag G. For the final problem, Jiang Nan's answer was PEPS 392, and the correct answer? Astonishingly identical. The physics group leader was stunned. He incredulously re-examined Jiang Nan's solution process, which could only be described in 8 words: concise, flawless, and impeccable. Perfect score? Laoli gasped at the thought. He had previously deemed the possibility of Jiang Nan answering everything correctly to be exceedingly low, yet he had just been proven wrong. This prowess was simply astounding. Even he felt compelled to kneel in admiration. After nearly 40 years in the field, he had never encountered such a prodigious talent in physics. To say Jiang Nan was a cold, emotionless answering machine was an insult to the speed and accuracy of his responses. Jiang Nan, have you perhaps encountered these questions before, knowing both the processes and the answers? Laoli instinctively asked. But, the next moment, he regretted it. After all, even if Jiang Nan had previously worked through these questions, knowing the processes and answers, it was impossible to accomplish them with such speed and precision. Moreover, he was the sole author of these questions. How could Jiang Nan have possibly completed them in advance? I have not encountered these questions before. They are too simple, not even comparable to my usual homework, and I had no desire to attempt them. Jiang Nan replied with dispassion. The physics group leader. Did you hear that? Is this even human? He had painstakingly selected questions that could challenge even himself, yet to Jiang Nan, they were trivial, less demanding than his usual assignments, inciting no urge to solve them. His emerald green eyes glanced at Xia Hongwei beside him, nearly unable to contain his urge to vent his frustration. Old Xia, are your daily assignments that terrifying? More difficult than my competition questions? Xia Hongwei. Casting a glance at Jiang Nan, he was utterly speechless. To be fair, he had only posed a few challenging competition questions to Jiang Nan during class. However, he had never assigned such daunting homework. Moreover, even if he had, when had Jiang Nan ever submitted an assignment? Just then, 2 exclamations rang out from the chemistry and biology group leaders in disbelief. They were both holding papers, staring incredulously at Jiang Nan. You achieved full marks in chemistry, biology, as well? Full marks in chemistry, full marks in biology, adding to his previous perfect scores in mathematics and physics. That amounted to 4 subjects with full marks. Goodness, these were competition papers, not mere monthly exam papers. Jiang Nan had achieved perfect scores across the board, and he completed them all in under half an hour? This was simply beyond belief. In an instant, the group leaders were left dumbfounded, and the very atmosphere of the academic affairs office grew stagnant. Only Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, and Xia Hongwei remained relatively composed, while the others appeared as if they had seen a ghost. A scholar. A super scholar. Do you not possess even a hint of weakness in any subject? Your prowess is so profound and unfathomable across all disciplines that it leaves us utterly confounded. How can we compete with you in Olympiad mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology? Prodigy. I beseech you to temper your powers. I can no longer bear it. Chapter 92. The intersection of disciplines. Jiang Nan. I reiterate, your mathematical prowess is unparalleled. You should join our Olympiad mathematics team. Securing a national first prize would ensure an effortless recommendation for further studies, promising a boundless future. Regaining his composure, Zhou Lingfeng promptly grasped Jiang Nan's arm, vowing that no one could claim this genius for themselves, not even the likes of Jesus. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the head of the physics team, Old Li, interjected. Old Zhou, who claims Jiang Nan is the strongest in mathematics. Did you not notice he also achieved full marks in physics? In my opinion, his aptitude in physics surpasses that of mathematics. He should join the physics competition team, where he could equally attain a national first prize. Moreover, chimed in the chemistry head, I observed Jiang Nan spent nearly 10 minutes on mathematics and 5 or 6 on physics, yet he completed my chemistry paper in merely 2 to 3 minutes. This speed speaks volumes. Jiang Nan is evidently more adept in chemistry and should thus join the chemistry competition team. Not so fast. If we're discussing speed, Jiang Nan took only a minute or two on my biology exam. Clearly, his strength lies in biology. I strongly propose he join the biology competition team. Enough with your nonsense. Mathematics is the foundation of all disciplines. In terms of prestige, the Olympiad mathematics competition far surpasses all others. What other competitions should Jiang Nan partake in if not mathematics? Old Zhou, while it is true that mathematics serves as the foundation, it is merely that, foundational. Physics elevates that foundation, allowing one to explore the stars in the ocean of the universe. Thus, Jiang Nan should indeed join the physics competition team. Old Li, your comments are equally absurd. While physics may explore the cosmos, it remains intangible. In contrast, chemistry is deeply intertwined with our daily lives. If Jiang Nan pursues chemistry, he is destined to become an expert, a master, making significant contributions to improving humanity's living conditions and quality of life. Therefore, I suggest he join the chemistry competition team. You are all mistaken. What foundation? What universe? What life? We all face the inevitabilities of life and death, and what concerns us most is the question of existence. Jiang Nan should join the biology competition team to become a biologist. Get lost. Biology is but a trivial subject, unworthy of comparison to mathematics. It is nothing short of self-deprecation. Physics has a brighter future. Chemistry is paramount. The chaos escalated as the leaders of the 4 teams became increasingly frenzied, resorting to expletives, nearly coming to blows. The concept of saving face? Nonsense. At this moment, who cared about appearances? If Jiang Nan were merely an ordinary academic achiever, it would be one thing. Mathematics has always been the most crucial subject, with Olympiad mathematics holding the highest weight among the competitions, followed closely by physics. However, chemistry and biology are simply incomparable to the former two. But now, Jiang Nan was not an ordinary prodigy. He was a genius among geniuses, an exceptional talent. Regardless of which subject he chose, he was bound to excel and achieve greatness. For the glory of their respective fields, the heads of the chemistry and biology teams were determined to fight for him. Their respective teachers, Huang Dumeng for chemistry and Tang Yashing for biology, naturally offered their full support. Meanwhile, Zhou Lingfeng and Old Li, the heads of the mathematics and physics teams, had their allies, Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei, backing them. In an instant, the 8 teachers were at an impasse, nearly tearing the ceiling of the academic affairs office apart. Jiang Nan, as the focal point, found himself speechless. Ultimately, no one emerged victorious in the argument. It was then that Hu Yifei stepped forward to mediate. Gentlemen, I believe the decision regarding which competition Jiang Nan should participate in must be left to him. Indeed, that is quite reasonable. Let us await Jiang Nan's opinion. Regardless of his choice, none shall oppose or impede him. In unison, everyone turned their gaze towards Jiang Nan. Since the four subjects and their respective papers were at a stalemate, they could only allow him to decide. Jiang Nan thought, have you finally remembered me? To be honest, I find myself in a bit of a dilemma. As the master of the score control system, he naturally desired to participate in as many exams as possible. After all, only through these examinations could he fulfill his score control tasks, ultimately earning points and rewards. Yet, he was troubled. The teachers present all believed he could effortlessly secure a national first prize. Was this expectation not overly ambitious? It must be noted that whether or not he achieved a national first prize was not solely up to him. It depended on the system's tasks. Although the system had recently changed its nature, often granting him full marks, who could predict whether it might act erratically like during the previous foreign language exam, leading him to score 0? If the system malfunctioned, it would be a miracle if he even avoided an early elimination. Explaining such a situation to everyone would be quite the challenge. This conundrum weighed heavily on his mind. Just then, a prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Task initiated. Please participate in the mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology competitions simultaneously. Wow. Jiang Nan could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Something is amiss. The system has suddenly issued a task. Moreover, this task is entirely unlike the previous score control tasks. It is clearly compelling me to make a choice. This damned system has become sentient. He had initially contemplated whether to choose between the mathematics and physics competitions, but now the system insisted he partake in all. Given this unexpected turn, he could only reluctantly acquiesce. At that moment, upon hearing Jiang Nan's exclamation, the surrounding teachers' expressions shifted, and they were taken aback. They feared he might withdraw from consideration. After all, they had just engaged in a heated debate without soliciting his opinion. Immediately, the teachers began to reassure him. Jiang Nan, is something troubling you? Please feel free to share with me, Zhou Lingfeng urged. Jiang Nan, maintaining a calm mindset is crucial. You must stabilize your emotions. Oldly from the physics team advised. We wish for you to participate in the competition for your own benefit, so you can avoid unnecessary detours, the chemistry head added. As long as you can win a prize, it will undoubtedly enhance your college entrance examination score, perhaps even secure a direct recommendation. The biology head chimed in. Jiang Nan replied, what is wrong with me? I have no issues. You're all overreacting. However, since you've all expressed your sentiments, I shall oblige. Esteemed teachers, I have no difficulties. There is no need for further disputes. I have decided. I will participate in all four competitions: mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. Chapter 93. The School Bell or the Weeds. Which will you choose? What? You are participating in the mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology competitions? Goodness. This is simply. At this moment, it was once again the teachers present who were left in utter disbelief. Jiang Nan's declaration was astonishing. Good grief. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. That amounts to a staggering 4 competitions. Throughout the history of the third high school, there has only ever been one individual who managed to partake in 3 competitions simultaneously, yet ultimately faltered due to a lack of energy, resulting in mediocre performances across the board. Therefore, conventionally speaking, it is most advisable for one to participate in only a single competition. The old adage, wide but not deep, is worse than not competing at all, holds true. Even the most exceptional academic prodigies typically engage in merely 2 competitions. To find someone participating in 3 at once is exceedingly rare. As for competing in 4, such a notion has scarcely ever been heard of. Yet now, Jiang Nan boldly proclaimed his intent to enter 4 competitions. Is he aiming to shatter the record set by the third high school? Jiang Nan, you must consider this carefully. Competing in 4 competitions simultaneously will undoubtedly divide your attention and may yield counterproductive results. Chao Tianyuan remarked to Jiang Nan. Furthermore, the preliminary rounds for the physics and chemistry competitions are scheduled for the same day. I personally advise that while you participate in the mathematics competition, you should choose either physics or chemistry to focus on. Old Chao's advice is sound. Xia Hongwei quickly nodded in agreement and said to Jiang Nan, my suggestion is that you compete in mathematics and physics, and if you truly have the stamina, perhaps add biology as a third. After all, Biology is the simplest subject. Given your talent and capabilities, tackling 3 subjects should not pose much difficulty, but 4. Old Xia, on what grounds do you suggest Jiang Nan take part in mathematics, physics, and biology, while excluding my chemistry? It seems to me that Jiang Nan would be better off competing in mathematics, chemistry, and biology, while foregoing physics altogether. The biology group leader was left speechless. His subject was reduced to mere seasoning. The biology competition was labeled as the easiest. While this may have some basis in truth, to voice it so bluntly is rather insulting, is it not? However, considering that you all are willing to allow Jiang Nan to include biology in his competitions, I shall remain silent. As the teachers appeared ready to debate once more, Jiang Nan quickly interjected. All right, esteemed teachers, I have made up my mind. I will participate in all 4 competitions, and I hope for your approval. For him, winning awards in competitions was a secondary concern. The primary focus was that the system had unprecedentedly issued a task. He must participate in order to receive the task rewards. Jiang Nan, you. Sigh. Since you have stated it so, then, if you wish to participate in all, so be it. We will submit your registration immediately. Prepare yourself. The mathematics competition is next Monday, followed by physics and chemistry on Wednesday, and biology on Friday. In light of Jiang Nan's resolute attitude and his demonstrated prowess across all subjects, none of the teachers present wished for him to lag behind in any of them. Yet none could out-argue the others. Ultimately, they had no choice but to acquiesce. They collectively permitted Jiang Nan to compete in all 4 competitions. This could be considered a precedent for the 3rd high school, if not for the entire city of Jiangcheng. With everything settled, Jiang Nan was finally free to leave. Just as he departed, several group leaders surrounded Hu Yifei, exclaiming, "Little Hu, you have done remarkably well, despite your few years of teaching experience. You have nurtured such a brilliant dark horse in your class. Undoubtedly, your class will be the star class of this year's senior year, and the title of outstanding teacher will rightfully belong to you. We shall petition the school on your behalf, hoping that you will continue to strive and cultivate even more exceptional students. As the saying goes, a teacher's worth is determined by their students. Similarly, teachers will rise in prominence alongside their pupils. In the past, Hu Yifei, being the youngest female teacher at the school and the only female homeroom teacher for the senior class, held little weight due to her limited experience. However, now, none of the group leaders dared to underestimate Hu Yifei any longer. In fact, they might even seek to curry favor with her. After all, who wouldn't want to be associated with a teacher whose class produced an outstanding talent like Jiang Nan, while they themselves did not? Hearing this, Hu Yifei felt a swell of pride within, though she remained modest in her response, chuckling, "It's all just luck." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards are being issued. Jiang Nan. As he made his way to the classroom, he heard the system notification sounding in his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. What task have I completed? Ding. The host has completed the task of simultaneously participating in 4 competitions, granting the host an increase of 1 in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology fundamentals, 1 in comprehensive potential. And 100 points. Jiang Nan? A flurry of question marks filled his mind. He was certain that the system had undergone a transformation recently. No. To be more precise, it had leveled up. If the previous grading system could be likened to version 1.0, then this was now version 2.0. Leaving aside other aspects, the current system is far more humane than before. Yet, it remains uncertain whether this change is for better or worse. One would hope it is for the better. After all, who would prefer to deal with a cold, unfeeling machine? It would be preferable to receive more such tasks that extend beyond mere examination grading. Although improvements in subject fundamentals and potential may not be particularly useful, 100 points certainly hold value, especially considering how simple it is to complete the task. The points feel almost like a gift. In a word, delightful. Jiang Nan strolled back to the classroom with a light step. By this time, the 3rd period of the afternoon had concluded, and it was just the right moment for a break. Having been busy for quite some time, Jiang Nan was preparing to rest his head on the desk. But as soon as he sat down, he discovered envelopes, chocolates, milk tea, love candies, an abundance of items laid out on his desk. Not only on the desk, but even in the drawer, it was nearly overflowing. Goodness, who sent this box of tissues? Simultaneously, the classmates cast peculiar glances toward Jiang Nan. The boys were envious, and the girls were equally so, especially Bai Ying, who shot Jiang Nan an angry glare before turning her head away in disdain. Jiang Nan, what have I done? How did I provoke Bai Ying, the jealous one? Filled with confusion, Jiang Nan turned to the other side and asked Wang Pengzi, "Fatty, can you explain what is happening here?" "What else could it be? South God, you have become a sensation throughout the school. Not only are you the newly minted academic prodigy, capable of irritating the old guard like Qin Feng, but you are also the unrivaled heartthrob, possessing looks that overshadow even the esteemed Yi Zhiqiu from the adjacent class. Ever since you left the last class, an endless stream of girls from other classes has been coming to stuff your drawer with love letters and gifts. The drawer is now stuffed to the brim, which is why it has spilled onto your desk. You should have seen it. I couldn't even intervene. As your brother, all I could do was gift you a box of tissues, hoping you will tread carefully. You must remember, you are taken. One side is my goddess, the school belle Bai, and the other is the alluring, extravagant weeds. Which will you choose?" Wang Pengzi spoke with utmost seriousness. Jiang Nan. Chapter 94. The Challenge from Yi Zhiqiu. What? Lavish indulgence amidst the vibrant nightlife? What relevance does this hold for me? And when did I become someone of significance? Bai Ying, I have yet to come to terms with it. You, fatso, I've garnered enough attention. Do not spread any more baseless rumors about me, or I shall not spare you. Moreover, take back your tissues. I have no use for them, and please dispose of those chocolates and other treats. Jiang Nan shot a glare at Wang Fatty. So, you have chosen our fair Bai as your partner? At least you possess some sense. Bai, the campus belle, is the only goddess in my heart. Since you are now together, you must not let her down. Otherwise, I will not forgive you either. As for these wild grasses, let me take a loss to obliterate you. Ha ha. Wang Fatty laughed uproariously, revealing his 8 prominent teeth. Jiang Nan. Well, it appears that the matter between him and Bai Ying is indeed too complicated to clarify. Forget it. If it cannot be explained, then let it be. Whatever will be, will be. Jiang Nan stretched lazily while allowing Wang Fatty to help tidy up the table, preparing to retire for the night. However, just then, a large group of individuals stormed into the classroom, heading straight for Jiang Nan. Leading the charge was none other than Yi Zhiqiu from class 305, whom Jiang Nan had encountered earlier in the cafeteria. The students of class 304 were taken aback. It is said that the arrival of such a crowd is rarely benign. Even a fool could discern that Yi Zhiqiu had come to seek trouble with Jiang Nan. Yet, had there been any prior interactions between these two? At most. One was a newly crowned campus heartthrob, while the other was an established one. Could it truly be for this reason? What do you want from me? Jiang Nan rolled his eyes, filled with curiosity. But Yi Zhiqiu merely cast a glance at Bai Ying, who sat beside him, then observed the mountain of envelopes, chocolates, and milk tea piled upon Jiang Nan's desk, before finally focusing his attention on Jiang Nan himself. Jiang Nan, I have come today to challenge you. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. What? Did they hear correctly? Yi Zhiqiu publicly declared his challenge to Jiang Nan? For what reason? Could it be that Jiang Nan's recent rise to fame had eclipsed Yi Zhiqiu's status as the campus heartthrob, and the latter was unwilling to accept it? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. After all, apart from this, they truly could not fathom any other connection between Yi Zhiqiu and Jiang Nan. And indeed, jealousy, resentment, and frustration were the driving forces behind Yi Zhiqiu's actions. Previously, he had been the undisputed heartthrob of the entire school, the most sought-after figure among the students. Particularly adored by the girls, always the center of attention wherever he went. But now, everything had changed. His looks, while commendable, paled in comparison to Jiang Nan's extraordinary appeal. To put it succinctly, the two were not even in the same league. To say Jiang Nan outclassed him would be an understatement. Consequently, all the glory that had once surrounded him had swiftly transferred to Jiang Nan within a matter of days. For instance, the heap of love letters, chocolates, milk tea, and candies on Jiang Nan's desk had once belonged to him. In the past, he would receive such gifts daily. Yet, in recent days, it had dwindled to nothing. There were times when he had looked down upon them, carelessly discarding them upon receipt. But now, in their absence, he felt an insatiable discontent. Jiang Nan. It was all Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan had taken everything that was rightfully his. Even the goddess of his dreams, Bai Yingying, had been usurped by Jiang Nan. This indignation he could not swallow. Thus, he had brought his entourage today, publicly declaring his intent to challenge Jiang Nan, to trample him underfoot and prove to the entire school that he was the strongest, to demonstrate to Bai Yingying that only he was worthy of her. However, after the initial surprise, the students in class 304 erupted into a chorus of ridicule and laughter. Haha, this is too amusing. Yi Zhiqiu dares to challenge Jiang Nan? This is undoubtedly the funniest joke I've ever heard. In terms of looks, Jiang Nan's flawless visage is leagues ahead of Yi Zhiqiu. When it comes to academics, even if Jiang Nan intentionally scored 0 in foreign language, he still ranks second in the entire school. What is Yi Zhiqiu even worth? Each jeer resonated in support of Jiang Nan while disparaging Yi Zhiqiu, leaving the latter unable to hold his head high. If one were to inquire who was speaking, it would be difficult to pinpoint. In any case, the voices from class 304 chimed in, with many, including Su Yu and Zhang Hao, joining in. Though Su Yu and Zhang Hao had previously argued with Jiang Nan and even declared war on him, ever since Jiang Nan's recent exam results surfaced, any lingering resentment had vanished. Instead, Jiang Nan had become a god in their eyes. They had yet to vocalize it, but internally, they had already become half-hearted admirers, willingly conceding defeat and accepting him. In the world of scholars, it is quite simple. If you are merely a little better than me, I will naturally feel discontent, but if you surpass me by leaps and bounds, I will seek to learn from you. Moreover, Jiang Nan was their classmate, while Yi Zhiqiu was from the neighboring class, thus fostering a sense of class unity that compelled them to rally behind Jiang Nan against an outsider. Otherwise, how would they differ from traitors? As a result, Yi Zhiqiu's entourage was left blushing and speechless amidst the waves of laughter and mockery. They wished to defend Yi Zhiqiu, but when it came time to speak, the words caught in their throats. After all, the mockery was not without merit. High school students, when one speaks of challenges, should it not pertain to academics? If it comes to fighting, that is out of the question. A scuffle would only result in expulsion from school. One cannot engage in self-destructive endeavors. That leaves only academic competition. Yet, even if 10 Yizikias combined their efforts, they would still not be a match for the super scholar Jiang Nan. What a blunder. They seem to have approached this matter too carelessly, without any prior strategy in mind. After a solid half-minute, Yi Zhiqiu, with eyes blazing, fixated on Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, I want to challenge you to a basketball match. With that declaration, the classroom erupted once more. Yi Zhiqiu, as students, shouldn't we first consider academic challenges? Indeed, how could you do this? Who in the entire school does not know that you are the star of the basketball team, excelling in basketball and having won numerous competitions? This is utterly unfair. Yi Zhiqiu, if you have the capability, challenge Jiang Nan in academics. Choose any subject from language, mathematics, or science. The students of class 304 rallied in support of Jiang Nan, with many girls who had developed a fondness for him standing up to chastise Yi Zhiqiu. As for Wang Fadi and Bai Yingying, the two closest to the action, they were practically spitting words at Yi Zhiqiu. Chapter 95. The combat power of Jiang Nan's little fans. Yi Zhiqiu found himself besieged by a throng, burdened with a heavy heart filled with desolation and disbelief. Who was he? He was none other than the campus heartthrob, Yi Zhiqiu. Not only was he exceptionally handsome, but he also excelled at basketball, earning the title of the god of basketball at the school. Despite his less than stellar academic performance, no one dared to show him disrespect until now, especially the girls, who would flock to him in droves, seldom daring to speak loudly in his presence. Yet now, he was being attacked by a group, including girls whose voices were louder than those of the boys, as if their fervent admiration had turned into deep-seated animosity, spitting vitriol in his face. Among them was Bai Yingying, the very girl he had long admired. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu felt on the brink of collapse, grappling with the staggering contrast to his previous experiences. However, he ultimately refrained from breaking down. channeling all the humiliation into a simmering rage directed at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, why are you silent? Are you afraid to compete with me in basketball? Basketball. It was a challenge to play basketball, after all. In academics, he knew he could not match Jiang Nan, but basketball was his forte. Yet, he had never heard of Jiang Nan's prowess in the sport. A challenge? Naturally, he would exploit his strengths to attack his opponent's weaknesses, regardless of the protest from those around, especially by Ying and the other girls defending Jiang Nan. He remained resolute. As the saying goes, shamelessness is a virtue. In response, Jiang Nan merely shrugged, saying, "Of course I dare, but why should I accept your challenge?" In Jiang Nan's lexicon, the word fear had never existed, yet he dreaded complications. Moreover, just because one proposed a challenge, did it mean he was obliged to accept it? Almost instinctively, he prepared to decline. However, ding, a cowardly host is not a good host. A new task has been issued. Please accept the challenge. Jiang Nan. Well, that was quite the slap in the face. Just as he was about to refuse, the system had issued a task, adding a note that a cowardly host is not a good host. Was it because he had been too low-key before? Did they insist on forcing him to be ostentatious? This insidious system had undoubtedly leveled up, becoming far more interesting than before. Although Jiang Nan was reluctant to accept Yi Zhiqiu's challenge, the presence of a system task left him with no choice. After all, free points were not to be dismissed lightly. He shrugged helplessly and said, "I initially had no intention of agreeing, but since you've put it out there so insistently, I suppose I shall oblige." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu nodded eagerly. "Great. Let us meet at the basketball court at 6 this afternoon. No excuses." After saying this, he hurriedly departed, as if fearful that Jiang Nan might reconsider. Jiang Nan, however, remained indifferent. Meanwhile, the students of Class 304 were collectively astonished. Jiang Nan had actually accepted Yi Zhiqiu's challenge? And in basketball? Although Jiang Nan excelled academically, none had ever witnessed him play basketball. How could he possibly compete against Yi Zhiqiu, the god of basketball? Expressions of concern spread among the classmates. Wang Pengzi approached Jiang Nan directly, saying, "Nanshan, do you have confidence? Are you being too careless? While I have long found Yi Zhiqiu insufferable, always parading around with that pretty face before Bai Ying, when it comes to basketball, you might not stand a chance against him." Simultaneously, Bai Ying approached, her pretty face filled with worry. "Jiang Nan, why don't you skip this afternoon? I can talk to Yi Zhiqiu and ask him to withdraw the challenge." Wang Pengzi and Bai Ying were the two who understood Jiang Nan best. Yet precisely because they knew him well, they felt no confidence in him. After all, basketball required skill, mastery only attained through rigorous practice. But Jiang Nan, they had never seen him even touch a basketball. How could he possibly compete against Yi Zhiqiu? It was impossible not to feel anxious. However, as the central figure in this drama, Jiang Nan remained remarkably composed. "Pengzi, Ying, don't worry. It's just a trivial game of basketball. It's quite easy," he reassured them before yawning and laying his head down to rest, exhausted from the day. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You are awarded 1 basketball skill, 1 basketball potential, and 100 points. Jiang Nan." The last class of the afternoon was a study period, which Jiang Nan naturally spent dreaming, utterly unconcerned with the worries and anxieties of his classmates regarding his acceptance of Yi Zhiqiu's challenge, which had caused quite the uproar throughout the school. Before long, the clock struck 6, with only 10 minutes remaining until the end of the last class. The basketball court was already packed, filled with spectators. They had all come to witness the match between Jiang Nan and Yi Zhiqiu. More accurately, many were there to cheer for Jiang Nan, predominantly his female admirers. They held banners proclaiming phrases such as "Go Jiang Nan," and "Jiang Nan is the coolest." Seeing this spectacle, Yi Zhiqiu felt a pang of bitterness. After all, this should have all been his. The cheers and adulation were rightfully his. Yet, with Jiang Nan's sudden emergence, everything had shifted. He had foolishly spread the news of the challenge throughout the school, only to attract a crowd of supporters for Jiang Nan, with not a single girl among them supporting him. Truly, the fickle nature of society. Rest assured, Captain, I've done my homework. Throughout high school, Jiang Nan has barely touched a basketball, let alone played a game. I can guarantee he is no match for you. Just go out there and show him who's boss. Even if he is handsome and academically gifted. What does that matter if he can't play basketball? Once you defeat him and bring him to tears, you'll undoubtedly become the most popular person in school. I can hardly wait to see Jiang Nan's miserable expression. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. As Jiang Nan strolled leisurely onto the basketball court, accompanied by Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of cheers from Class 304 and Jiang Nan's devoted little fans, along with a few studious admirers. Nanshan, go. You're the best. Nanshan, I love you. You're just too handsome. Nanshan, I want to have your children. Nanshan, how dare that ugly guy challenge you? Make sure to teach him a lesson. Nanshan, let that underachiever know that as a top student, you excel in everything, even basketball. Chapter 96, a contest of shooting and confrontation Yijiqiu. Alright, the fighting spirit of Jiang Nan's little fans is indeed formidable. In terms of encouragement and support, his followers are simply unmatched. Yet, he would not concede defeat. On the other side, Jiang Nan was taken aback by the sheer number of his little fans, both female and male. TSK. He could only blame himself for being too exceptional. No matter how low-key he tried to be, his brilliance could not be concealed. Alas, it was rather disheartening. Upon seeing Jiang Nan and his companions enter the court, Yijiqiu, basketball in hand, took the initiative to challenge. Jiang Nan, I never expected you to actually show up. Since I promised, why would I not come? Jiang Nan replied, looking at Yijiqiu as if he were an imbecile. Bravo. You have guts, but in basketball, mere courage is insufficient. One must rely on genuine skill. If I were you, I would hastily surrender. That way, I might spare you. Otherwise, you might find yourself in tears after the match. Yijiqiu retorted fiercely, ostensibly urging Jiang Nan to back down, yet it was evidently a provocation. Save those words for yourself. Jiang Nan scoffed. As for how we compete, I have to eat soon. Hearing this, Yijiqiu was infuriated. How dare Jiang Nan disregard him so blatantly? This was intolerable. Since you were so eager for a confrontation, do not blame me. Initially, Yijiqiu intended to engage in a war of words with Jiang Nan to establish dominance before the match, but Jiang Nan seemed intent on bypassing that entirely. The rules were straightforward. First was shooting, followed by confrontation. They would commence with shooting. Each would take 10 shots from beyond the arc, and the one who scored the most three-pointers would be declared the victor. Yijiqiu had meticulously crafted the rules in advance, so he spoke without hesitation. The first round was shooting, but not from 2-point range, as that would be too simple and lack tension. Even if he were to win, it would not be impressive enough. This was not his objective. In this challenge, he aimed not only to defeat Jiang Nan, but also to showcase his prowess before the entire school, reclaiming his former glory. Naturally, he opted for the more challenging three-point shots. Three-pointers were his forte, and he was confident that Jiang Nan would suffer a resounding defeat. He could already envision the scene where he made 6 or 7 out of 10, while Jiang Nan missed all. At that moment, every girl around would undoubtedly fall for him anew, forgetting Jiang Nan's name and instead chanting Yijiqiu. As for the second part, the confrontation would be his personal showcase. He had always been the best player in school. If he triumphed in this first match and then in the second confrontation, he would completely dethrone Jiang Nan, ensuring he could never recover from the humiliation before their peers. Additionally, he harbored other intentions. Shooting alone lacked physical contact. Only in confrontation could he unveil Jiang Nan's true nature, revealing to everyone that no matter how sharp his looks might be, they paled in comparison to Yijiqiu's natural charm. Compete in shooting? Very well. Jiang Nan, unfazed by the competition, merely looked at Yijiqiu and replied, You go first. Otherwise, if I take my shot, you might lose your nerve. Yijiqiu was livid at this remark. Arrogance. It was utterly intolerable, even more than his past self. Truly, this was beyond what one could endure. However, he ultimately suppressed his anger and did not reject Jiang Nan's proposal. After all, it was to his advantage. The first shooter always had an easier time, and he had practiced before Jiang Nan's arrival, still maintaining his rhythm. Since Jiang Nan seemed intent on losing, he would show no mercy. With a quick dribble, He positioned himself beyond the three-point line, found his rhythm, and prepared to shoot. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan stepped back to join Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying, not sparing Yi Zhiqiu a glance. Regardless of how many shots Yi Zhiqiu made, he was confident he would not lose. However, Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying were not as composed. Even though Jiang Nan had assured them of his victory, they were concerned. Nanshan, you must not underestimate Yi Zhiqiu. I know that guy. His three-point shooting percentage is exceedingly high. He can make at least 5 or 6 out of 10, even 7. Wang Pengzi's warning was valid. Jiang Nan, you cannot take this lightly. I've heard that Yi Zhiqiu is indeed quite skilled at shooting. Both Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying cautioned Jiang Nan. Although they recognized his abilities, they understood that his talents lay in academics rather than basketball. The two were worlds apart, and they hoped not to witness Jiang Nan being humiliated. Nonetheless, Jiang Nan remained unruffled. When have you seen me undertake a task without confidence? Rest assured, Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying nodded, but their concern remained unabated. They refrained from expressing their worries to avoid adding pressure to Jiang Nan. At that moment, a wave of murmurs erupted around them. Yi Zhiqiu had just made his first three-pointer, flawlessly swishing through the net. No wonder he was the captain of the basketball team, hailed as the basketball god of their school. His shooting percentage was indeed impressive. Instinctively, applause erupted from the crowd, predominantly from the boys. The girls, however, continued to support Jiang Nan. Nonetheless, this display was enough to bolster Yi Zhiqiu's confidence. He had felt a bit anxious initially, given the match's significance, but after sinking the first shot, he relaxed and confidently made 3 consecutive shots. Only on his 5th attempt did he slightly underperform. The ball struck the rim and ricocheted away. Yet, no one mocked him. After all, making 4 out of 5 three-pointers was an astounding feat throughout the school. Apart from Yi Zhiqiu, no one else had achieved such a record, leaving no room for criticism. Who would have thought? He truly possesses remarkable skills. No wonder he dares to challenge me. Jiang Nan could not help but express his astonishment. After all, not everyone had the same advantages he did. Yi Zhiqiu's performance was indeed commendable. Upon hearing this, Bai Yingying's anxiety intensified. Jiang Nan, Yi Zhiqiu made 4 out of 5. Can you still defeat him? What? Do you not believe in me? Jiang Nan lightly tapped Bai Yingying on the forehead. He felt hurt by the repeated doubts cast upon him, especially from those close to him. Yet, in truth, it was merely an instinctive gesture, devoid of any ulterior motive. However, to those around them, it was as if a 1,000-ton bomb had detonated, causing an explosive reaction. Chapter 97. Breaking Records. Can Jiang Nan create miracles again? What a surprise. Look at Jiang Nan. He actually tapped Bai Yingying's forehead. Could it be that he is genuinely in a relationship with the campus belle? Oh, how could this be? This is the first time I've ever liked a boy so much. Yet, the result is that the campus beauty has beaten me to it? How infuriating. Wait a moment. ISNT at the boys who should be upset? Bai, the esteemed school beauty, is the object of our collective admiration, and yet Jiang Nan has claimed her. Nonsense. What do you mean Jiang Nan is claimed by Yingying? Clearly, she has captured Jiang Nan's heart. That sounds ambiguous. Something feels off. Regardless of who has won whom, I will still admire Jiang Nan. He is simply charming. Jiang Nan is handsome, but Bai Yingying is no less beautiful. Even if the school beauty has stolen Jiang Nan, she remains our one and only goddess, the most exquisite of them all. Onlookers, the atmosphere seems rather peculiar. Aren't we in the midst of a basketball competition? Shouldn't the focus be on Yi Zhiqiu's shooting performance? Yet, all attention has shifted to Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying due to a mere gesture from Jiang Nan. The chatter is deafening. No matter how well Yi Zhiqiu plays, how high his shooting accuracy, the cheers for him are drowned out. Yi Zhiqiu, he feels a surge of frustration. Just a moment ago, he had made 4 out of 5 shots and was secretly pleased. But now, he feels an urge to confront Jiang Nan. Nevertheless, he suppresses his feelings, attempting to ignore the commotion surrounding Jiang Nan and treating the comments as mere noise, taking a deep breath to focus on his final 5 shots. Meanwhile, upon hearing the chatter around them, Bai Yingying's cheeks flushed crimson. She never expected Jiang Nan to display such intimacy in public. Could it be that Jiang Nan truly has feelings for her? Although he hasn't verbally expressed it, his actions seem to proclaim their relationship publicly. How shy. Wang Pengzi. He glanced at Jiang Nan and by Ying, feeling conflicted. One is his brother, and the other is his goddess. Should he be happy? Or perhaps envious? Previously, the trio consisted of him, Jiang Nan, and Bai Ying. Now it feels as though he has become the third wheel. Oh well, if being a third wheel is the price for Jiang Nan being his friend, so be it. What skill? Another successful shot? Once again, he has made 4 out of 5. That totals 10 out of 8. This must break the historical record of the school's basketball team. Impressive. Just then, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their attention returning to the basketball court. Yi Zhiqiu had completed his final shot. Previously, he had made 4 out of 5, and his 6th, 7th, and 8th shots also went in, though few noticed. In a moment of poor form, he missed the 9th shot. As for the last shot, Yi Zhiqiu had already resigned himself to failure. After all, making 7 out of 10 three-pointers was his best performance to date, sufficient to win this contest. Yet, unexpectedly, the shot he had given up on spun around the rim and miraculously went in. This was sheer serendipity. Instantly, his teammates and several basketball enthusiasts cheered for Yi Zhiqiu. After all, making 8 out of 10 three-pointers is no small feat, even for a professional player. Yet Yi Zhiqiu had achieved it. Truly, he is the basketball deity of the school, living up to his title. Filled with pride, Yi Zhiqiu thought to himself, 8. He hadn't even dared to dream of such a score. During practice, he usually made 6 out of 10, sometimes 7 if luck favored him. But today he had shattered records with 8. It was clear he had secured victory. Not only did he think so, but also his teammates and everyone in attendance who played basketball shared the same sentiment. Even the devoted fans cheering for Jiang Nan felt a pang of anxiety. For Jiang Nan to win, he would need to make 9 three-pointers, a daunting task indeed. As Yi Zhiqiu approached Jiang Nan, beaming with self-satisfaction, he declared, I have completed my shots, performing decently with 8 out of 10. Now it's your turn. I've heard you excel academically, achieving perfect scores in multiple subjects during the last monthly exam. Can you achieve perfection in shooting as well? 10 out of 10? As he spoke, Yi Zhiqiu hurled the basketball towards Jiang Nan with force, seemingly attempting to intimidate him. Bai Ying instinctively stepped back in surprise. However, Jiang Nan immediately positioned himself in front of her, effortlessly catching the ball with one hand and gripping it firmly. Huh. Your performance was indeed average. Just 8 out of 10, huh? Just wait and see. In response to Yi Zhiqiu's attempt to assert his superiority, Jiang Nan merely smiled. He then strolled to the three-point line, not rushing to shoot, but instead dribbling the ball lightly to find his rhythm. He feigned a shooting motion, and at that moment, every onlooker held their breath, eyes fixated on Jiang Nan. They were all eager to see if Jiang Nan could make his first shot. Success would suggest he possessed considerable skill, while failure would mean he would lose half the battle. Even Yi Zhiqiu clenched his fists, eyes wide, focused entirely on Jiang and without a hint of distraction. However, to their disappointment, although Jiang Nan pretended to shoot, he did not release the ball. Instead, he seemed to recall something and took 2 steps back. Yi Zhiqiu. Onlookers? Chapter 98. The Astonishing Shooting Technique Astonishment. Everyone was taken aback, unable to comprehend Jiang Nan's intentions. After all, when it comes to three-point shots, most players cling closely to the three-point line, as exemplified by Yi Zhiqiu just moments ago, who nearly stepped on the line to make his shot. Yet Jiang Nan, he took 2 steps back, distancing himself from the three-point line. Was he belittling someone? Was he deliberately slapping Yi Zhiqiu in the face? However, to execute such a face slap, one must first make the basket. The probability of scoring seemed negligible from that distance. And now, having stepped back further, it appeared even less likely. Initially astonished, Yi Zhiqiu soon sneered. Oh, trying to show off, are we? One must possess the skill to do so, otherwise, one risks shooting oneself in the foot. He had already concluded that Jiang Nan was merely seeking attention. From that distance, he couldn't possibly believe that Jiang Nan could score. On the other side, Jiang Nan, the subject of scrutiny, felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing the gasps of the crowd. He preferred to remain low-key and certainly did not wish for such ostentation. Yet, what could he do? Just moments ago, the system had issued a bizarre task. Ding. For this shooting challenge, please score 40 points. P.S. If the host can perform trick shots and completely defeat Yi Zhiqiu, shocking the entire audience, the reward points will be doubled. Jiang Nan was left speechless. Ever since the system had upgraded, its absurd demands had multiplied. He had anticipated that the system might issue a scoring task, given that this challenge was imposed upon him. However, he never expected it to require him to score 40 points. Furthermore, the additional note insisted on trick shots. Scoring 10 shots, even if all were three-pointers, would only yield 30 points. How could he possibly reach 40? The only solution was to step back 2 additional steps and shoot 10 4-point shots. Alas, it seemed impossible to maintain a low profile. He had initially planned to simply score 10 out of 10, defeating Yi Zhiqiu with ease. Yet, the system insisted on showcasing his prowess. Reluctantly, he complied and retreated to the 4-point line. Then, without even jumping, he casually tossed the ball. The sphere arced through the air, landing perfectly in the net. Wow, it went in. From such a distance? This could hardly be considered a mere three-pointer. It was a 4-pointer, a flawless shot. Jiang Nan, the South God, was indeed a paragon of both beauty and talent, a true academic superstar. Jiang Nan, you are magnificent. Jiang Nan, you are extraordinarily handsome. Jiang Nan, keep it up. You are undoubtedly the best. Just 5 more 4-pointers and you will defeat that clown, Yi Zhiqiu. In an instant, the surroundings erupted with shrieks and cheers, all emanating from Jiang Nan's adoring fans. Initially lacking confidence in Jiang Nan's ability to triumph over Yi Zhiqiu, they had been anxious and apprehensive. Now, however, their confidence soared, ignited like a blazing fire. Bai Yingying excitedly leapt into the air, while Wang Pengzi, astonished, grinned widely, rushing to retrieve the ball for Jiang Nan. The members of the school team stared in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. Yi Zhiqiu, witnessing this spectacle, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How was this possible? In nearly 3 years of high school, he had never heard of Jiang Nan's prowess in shooting. He was convinced Jiang Nan was merely putting on a show, seeking attention, likely to trip over his own feet. Yet, the outcome was an astonishingly perfect 4-pointer. Was it skill or luck? It couldn't be skill. It had to be luck. Yes, luck, sheer luck. Otherwise, how could he have thrown such a flawless 4-pointer so casually? Yi Zhiqiu consoled himself internally. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Nan muttered with slight dissatisfaction, "Ah, it was off by 0.01 centimeters, not a clean swish." Yi Zhiqiu, was that even human speech? He believed that the 4-pointer was utterly perfect. Yet Jiang Nan seemed to find fault with it. Jiang Nan, don't get too cocky. That was just luck. I refuse to believe you can make a second shot. Yi Zhiqiu couldn't resist hurling harsh words at Jiang Nan. Luck? Just wait and see. That was merely a warm-up, an appetizer. Next, I guarantee a series of swishes. Jiang Nan smiled slightly at Yi Zhiqiu, took the ball from Wang Pengzi, and retreated 2 steps. Before anyone could react, he flung the basketball and swish. It went in again, this time even more perfectly. What? Is this even human? He retreated 2 more steps, almost to the center line, and still made the basket. He didn't even aim or jump. It was a completely casual toss. Incredible. The South God was truly unmatched, captivating everyone. In an instant, everyone around became fervent admirers of Jiang Nan. If one successful shot could be attributed to luck, 2 could not possibly be mere chance. Bai Yingying and Wang Pengzi were now fully confident in Jiang Nan, their faces aglow with joy. Yet Yi Zhiqiu's expression darkened considerably. However, it was merely 2 shots. He would not concede defeat. Even if Jiang Nan made 6 4-pointers, he wouldn't acknowledge it unless Jiang Nan scored 9. Yet, Jiang Nan's next move left him utterly speechless. After receiving the ball, Jiang Nan once again retreated 2 steps, all the way to the center line. What the heck? The South God has retreated to the center line? He can't be serious. Is he going to step back 2 steps after every shot? That isn't shooting. That's flaunting his skills. This is too much confidence. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe he can score from that distance. The crowd was abuzz with astonishment. Yet, due to their immense shock, many seasoned basketball players felt a sense of defiance, believing Jiang Nan was far too ostentatious and self-assured. Nevertheless, regardless of their opinions, Jiang Nan, as before, did not aim or jump, tossing the ball from the center line. Swish. Once again, the ball found its mark, and it was yet another flawless swish. Chapter 99. Are you still going to challenge me for the second round? The crowd was left utterly speechless, their eyes sparkling with admiration, staring in awe at Jiang Nan, who had become a deity in their hearts. This was merely the beginning of his personal showcase. They could only watch in amazement as the incredibly handsome man distanced himself further from the hoop, yet his shooting accuracy remained flawless. With each basketball in hand, Jiang Nan would take 2 steps back, neither aiming nor jumping, simply tossing the ball. By the 9th shot, the distance was so great that he had to throw it with one hand, yet the ball still swished through the net. The onlookers were in a state of shock. Completely numb, Jiang Nan had become an emotionless shooting machine, achieving 9 out of 9 shots, all 4-pointers. The outcome of this contest was undeniably clear. Jiang Nan had claimed an absolute victory. As for the 10th shot, there was no longer any need for him to shoot. Yet he still accepted the basketball from Wang Pengzi and retreated to the baseline on the opposite side. The crowd held their breath, their eyes glued to the scene, eager to witness a miracle. Could he really score from one backboard to the other? It seemed impossible, given the distance of 28 meters, not including the height of the hoop. However, without hesitation, Jiang Nan gripped the ball and launched it with a powerful flick. A crisp sound echoed as the ball swished through the net. Had he scored again? This was beyond mere luck or skill. It was a miracle, a true marvel that shattered records. The only fitting description was simply astonishing. Jiang Nan was indeed the true god of basketball. The crowd erupted in excitement, collectively cheering for Jiang Nan. Not just the girls, but the boys too. Not just the students, but many teachers as well. Even those who had previously opposed him were now fervent admirers. At this moment, they all became Jiang Nan's fans. Bai Yingying had already rushed to Jiang Nan's side. Her beautiful eyes filled with admiration as they sparkled with excitement. Wang Pengzi could hardly contain himself, giving Jiang Nan a bear hug that he was reluctant to release. As a seasoned basketball enthusiast, he had played for years, but only today did he realize that the true basketball prodigy had been right beside him all along. His smile was wide enough to rival a gaping chasm, pure joy radiating from him. However, amidst the jubilation, there were also those who felt dismay. Among them was the challenger, Yi Zhiqiu, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, nearly losing his breath in frustration. He had intended to leverage his strengths against Jiang Nan's weaknesses, gathering a crowd to publicly humiliate him, but he had never anticipated the sheer brilliance of Jiang Nan's shooting skills. From the 4-point line, with each shot, Jiang Nan had retreated further back, all the way to the opposite baseline. Was this even humanly possible? Even a machine could not achieve such feats. In that moment, Yi Zhiqiu found himself questioning everything. How on earth had Jiang Nan accomplished this? He stared blankly at Jiang Nan, who simply replied, "If you wish to learn, I can teach you. It's quite simple, really. Just have a good grasp of mathematics and physics. You can combine factors like force, angle, wind, and air resistance into a formula. Once you apply it to the basketball, it becomes achievable." Such was the world of a scholar, so deceptively simple. Jiang Nan had not even relied on any advanced systems. He had merely employed fundamental knowledge of math and physics to achieve a shooting accuracy of 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task with precision. Bonus rewards. Basketball skills 3, potential 3, points 300. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile. The system had truly become more endearing. While the enhanced skills and potential were welcome, the 300 points were particularly delightful. He had initially thought the bonus would be a mere doubling, yet it had multiplied by threefold, a remarkable first for him. Realizing this, Yi Zhiqiu suddenly understood. He recalled similar videos he had seen online, where a janitor, initially mocked for his poor shooting, meticulously measured the court and then transformed into a 3-point sharpshooter. He had thought such tales were mere fiction, yet here it was, happening in reality through Jiang Nan. It was nothing short of miraculous. "Now, you should concede," Jiang Nan said, relishing the moment. Yi Zhiqiu's expression dimmed slightly, but then he quickly shifted his stance, asserting, "However, Jiang Nan, do not rejoice too soon. I will definitely win this second round of confrontation." "What? You still wish to compete?" Jiang Nan was taken aback. After witnessing his overwhelming victory in shooting, he expected Yi Zhiqiu to concede. Yet here he was, insisting on a rematch. This resilience was impressive. Despite such a crushing defeat, he hadn't completely crumbled. Of course, we must compete. We had agreed to a shooting contest and a confrontation, and we have only completed half of it, Yi Zhiqiu declared with determination. Shooting is merely one aspect of basketball. This was merely a warm-up. When it comes to confrontation, I will not lose. Bai Yingying, Wang Pengzi, and the surrounding spectators could only respond with silence, their astonishment palpable. Clearly, they were taken aback by Yi Zhiqiu's insistence. In the face of Jiang Nan's extraordinary shooting prowess, anyone else would have surrendered immediately. Yet, Yi Zhiqiu was resolute in his decision to continue competing. Was this sheer stubbornness or a hidden strategy to reclaim his dignity? Chapter 100, Ascending to Level 9. Becoming the god of basketball, is Yi Zhiqiu foolish? Certainly not. On the contrary, he is quite astute. However, it is precisely because of his intelligence that he insists on engaging in a confrontation against Jiang Nan, fully aware of his unparalleled shooting prowess. After all, being unbeatable in shooting is one thing, but a confrontation requires not only scoring through shooting, but also a demonstration of individual ball handling skills. Jiang Nan himself has stated that his ability to achieve a perfect shooting percentage stems from transforming shooting into mathematical and physical formulas. Yet, ball handling cannot be reduced to mere formulas. It is entirely based on basketball prowess. Yi Zhiqiu believes he is the second-best player in the entire third middle school, and no one dares to claim the title of first. Not even Jiang Nan intimidates him in the slightest. Moreover, with so many spectators present, conceding defeat without a chance to redeem himself would render him unable to hold his head high again. Thus, he must fight with all his might. Since you are so eager to compete, I shall oblige you. How shall we proceed with this second match? Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively, indifferent to the challenge. If someone wishes to endure a beating, he would not refuse. He might even receive a task from the system that grants him points. This time, we shall not compete individually, but as a team, for basketball is fundamentally a team sport. You and I will each select 2 teammates for a 3-on-3 match. The first team to reach 30 points wins. What do you think? Indeed, Yi Zhiqiu is far from foolish. Although he suspects Jiang Nan may not handle the ball effectively, he opts for a 3-on-3 format to mitigate Jiang Nan's individual impact. He fears that Jiang Nan might decline the challenge, so he emphasizes the team aspect, which appears somewhat shameless. Very well, Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. Whether 1-on-1 or 3-on-3, he harbors no fear. Great. Now hurry and find your teammates. The match will commence in 3 minutes. With that, Yi Zhiqiu said about rallying his allies. In the entire third middle school, many boys can play basketball. Yet only a select few possess true skill, most of whom are on the school team. Naturally, he immediately chooses his strongest ally from the team, and he takes precautions to ensure that those he does not select do not assist Jiang Nan. After all, he is still the captain of the basketball team. With himself and his chosen companion, they would form a trio of formidable players. Regardless of Jiang Nan's abilities, if his teammates falter, defeat would be inevitable. It must be said that Yi Zhiqiu's plan is commendable, yet entirely unnecessary, as Jiang Nan has no intention of selecting teammates or engaging in a 3-on-3 match. He is prepared to take on all 3 opponents alone. Ding. In this match, please achieve a score of 30-0. P.S. If the host can execute 15 different dunk styles to astonish the crowd, the reward points will be doubled. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Jiang Nan's face broke into a smile. He had long anticipated that the system would issue a task, and indeed it had come, offering him points. However, the requirement to perform 15 different dunk styles presented a challenge, for dunking is not the same as shooting. He can derive formulas for shooting using his knowledge of mathematics and physics, but he lacks proficiency in elaborate dunks. It seems he may have to resort to some extraordinary measures. Alas, his points are dwindling. Ding. Super Invincible Learning Control Point System. Host, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Language, Level 9. Basketball, Level 4, can be upgraded. Each upgrade costs 100 points, with a maximum level of 9. Skills, Exceptional Memory. Physical condition, 41. Points, 500. Current lottery attempts, 5. Jiang Nan. Alright, I must say, this system is truly remarkable. It allows for upgrades across all subjects, whether it be language, mathematics, science, or sports like basketball, football, and table tennis, as long as one possesses points. However, he had rarely checked his basketball skill, let alone considered upgrading it. After all, his points were primarily spent on enhancing mainstream subjects, and he had scarcely enough points to elevate his primary subjects to the highest levels. Now, upon finally checking his basketball level, he discovered it had already reached level 4. This should be a cause for celebration, as he had achieved a level of basketball skill that is difficult for most to attain, relying solely on his physical attributes, the shooting formulas he had learned, and a modicum of ball handling ability. However, to elevate it to the maximum level 9, he requires an additional 500 points, which he just so happens to possess. Is this mere coincidence, or has the system calculated this intentionally to render him a points pauper? Given his understanding of the system, it is more likely the latter. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, upgrading is necessary, as he must earn points to complete tasks. Directly elevate my basketball skill to level 9. Jiang Nan commanded in his mind. Ding. Basketball skill upgrade complete, consuming 500 points. System panel data updated as follows. Super Invincible Learning Control Point System. Host name, Jiang Nan. Gender male. Basketball, level 9, current maximum level. Points, 0, current lottery attempts, 0. Jiang Nan did not bother to examine the other data. He focused solely on the changes in his basketball skill and points for the lottery. Simultaneously, a surge of knowledge regarding basketball techniques flooded his mind, as if enlightenment had struck him. Techniques such as 999 shooting technique, 999 dunking technique, 999 ball handling technique, 999 dribbling technique. An abundance of knowledge, all perfectly synchronized with his body. In an instant, Jiang Nan felt as though he had transformed into the god of basketball, truly omnipotent. Not only could he perform 15 different dunk styles, but he could effortlessly execute hundreds or thousands. If given the opportunity to engage in the shooting contest once more, he would not merely resort to aimless shooting from a standstill. Haha, Yi Zhiqiu, in my quest to earn points from you, I have invested heavily. Don't blame me later. After all, this is a predicament of your own making. Chapter 101. Against the three of you, one is enough for me. 3 minutes later. The same basketball court. Yi Zhiqiu had already found 2 teammates. However, upon seeing them, Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. This was because the 2 teammates standing beside Yi Zhiqiu were actually Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, his classmates. Jiang Nan hadn't seen them for several days. Last week, during physical education class, the 2 insisted on betting him in a 1,000-meter run, but they ended up falling spectacularly and kneeling in public, utterly humiliated. Subsequently, they were taken to the school infirmary and hadn't returned since. They hadn't even attended the monthly exam. But today, they reappeared and formed a basketball team with Yi Zhiqiu. What did this mean? Were they seeking revenge on him? That would depend on whether they had the capability. Confronted by the aggressively approaching Yi Zhiqiu, Jiang Nan remained entirely unfazed. However, Wang Ponzi immediately interjected, Huang Sihai, Hu Dajuan, what do you mean by this? Today is Yi Zhiqiu's challenge to Jiang Nan. Are you really going to meddle in this? Remember, Yi Zhiqiu is from class 5. Even if you're not supporting your own classmate, you shouldn't assist someone from another class. Wang Ponzi's words were misguided. Although they were from class 4, they were also part of the basketball team, and Yi Zhiqiu was their captain. Now that the captain was challenging someone, how could they not lend a hand? Moreover, the person being challenged was Jiang Nan. Huang Sihai squinted, fixating his gaze on Jiang Nan. It was a classic case of enemies meeting with animosity. Hu Dajuan felt the same. Initially, they had been recuperating outside, not planning to return to school, as they were too ashamed from their previous humiliating defeat. But upon hearing that their captain Yi Zhiqiu was challenging Jiang Nan to a basketball match, they rushed back with the intent of witnessing Jiang Nan's disgrace. However, they missed the earlier shooting competition and only arrived just now, coincidentally catching Yi Zhiqiu looking for teammates to take on Jiang Nan. Thus, they eagerly volunteered. Yi Zhiqiu was indeed seeking the strongest allies and was more than willing to accept Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan. After all, they were athletes with robust physical abilities and commendable basketball skills, making them second only to him in the school team. Furthermore, they had a personal vendetta against Jiang Nan. "You shameless lot." Wang Pengzi could not contain his outrage. Bai Yingying pouted, her face filled with righteous indignation. Many from Class 4 shared their dissatisfaction with Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan's actions, accusing them of betraying their class for personal gain. Nevertheless, Jiang Nan reached out to hold Wang Pengzi back and reassured Bai Yingying and the others from Class 4. "It's fine, let them join forces. It's just an opportunity to deal with them all at once." When it came to adversaries, he would not show mercy. After all, whether he was toying with Yi Zhiqiu alone or with Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan added in, it would be equally enjoyable. Such audacity. Yi Zhiqiu glared at Jiang Nan. "Ready to begin. My teammates are already chosen. What about yours?" "Mine are right here." Jiang Nan gestured to Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying. Yi Zhiqiu was incredulous. "You can't be serious. Are you saying those two are your teammates?" At that moment, only the 6 of them were present on the court. Although there were many spectators outside, none dared to step in. Naturally, Yi Zhiqiu could only think of Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying. Wang Pengzi was somewhat understandable. He was sturdy and comparable to the 3 of them. But Bai Yingying? She was a delicate girl. Was Jiang Nan out of options and resorting to teaming up with her? Or perhaps, this was Jiang Nan's scheme. Presuming that he liked Bai Yingying and wouldn't he dare to harm her, intending to restrict his movements? As it turned out, Yi Zhiqiu was overthinking. Jiang Nan merely pointed at himself and declared, "No, against the 3 of you, I am enough." Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Xihai, Hu Dajuan. What? They couldn't believe their ears. Jiang Nan intended to take them all on alone? Such arrogance was beyond comprehension. Had he lost his mind? Even if Jiang Nan was exceptionally skilled at basketball, facing their trio would surely reduce him to a mere lamb. Not only them, but even Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying were stunned. Particularly Wang Pengzi, who believed his basketball skills, while not the greatest, were certainly adequate. He had positioned himself on the court, ready to assist Jiang Nan against Yi Zhiqiu. Yet, surprisingly, Jiang Nan didn't need him. "Jiang Nan, are you underestimating them?" Bai Yingying couldn't help but caution that you have won one match, facing 3 opponents is rather reckless, isn't it? Confidence is commendable, but blind overconfidence is arrogance. As the saying goes, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Although she didn't understand basketball, she knew that matches were typically 1-on-1, 3-on-3, or 5-on-5, never 1 against 3. Rest assured, I do not underestimate them. It's simply that dealing with these 3 misfits does not require assistance. Pengzi, take Yingying outside to wait. I'll finish them off in 3 minutes, and then we can go eat. Jiang Nan smiled, instructing Wang Pengzi to escort Bai Yingying out. With Jiang Nan's words, both Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying had no choice but to comply and walk towards the sidelines. Meanwhile, Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Xihai, and Hu Dajuan's expressions shifted between anger and disbelief. They were genuinely infuriated. Damn, we've seen arrogance, but never such outrageous arrogance. Yi Zhiqiu was incensed. Although he had suffered a crushing defeat in the previous shooting contest, his basketball skills were recognized as the best in the school. Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan were close behind, and together, they formed a formidable trio of a forward, a center, and a guard, an excellent combination. Yet Jiang Nan claimed he could topple them all alone? How was that even conceivable? Did he truly believe he was a basketball deity? Yes, your shooting is impressive. You might even be called a shooting god. But in a 3-on-1 scenario, you won't even get a chance to shoot. What good is your accuracy then? This was the unified thought in the minds of Yi Zhiqiu and his companions. Jiang Nan, you've brought this upon yourself. If we shave your head later, don't come crying. Yi Zhiqiu threatened fiercely. Jiang Nan, do you remember the humiliation I suffered last week? Today, I will exact my revenge and reclaim all that I lost. Huang Xihai followed up with menacing words. Jiang Nan, prepare to meet your doom. Hu Dajuan added defiantly, glaring at Jiang Nan. Enough with the chatter, let us get started. I'll finish this in 3 minutes, because I'm hungry and ready to eat. Jiang Nan stated succinctly. Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Xihai, Hu Dajuan. Chapter 102, The Front Pivot. The one-handed windmill dunk. Dark clouds loom over the city, threatening to crush it. The golden scales glimmer in the sunlight. At this moment, the basketball court at Sanzhong resembles a battlefield, on the verge of an epic clash between two formidable forces. One side is Jiang Nan, and the other comprises Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Xihai, and Hu Dajuan. Surrounding them is a throng of spectators, their anticipation palpable. Though numerous, none dare to utter a word. Whether they are fervent supporters of Jiang Nan or sycophants of Yi Zhiqiu, all hold their breath, refraining from any movement. This is because the second confrontation is about to commence. To ensure fairness, Yi Zhiqiu has even enlisted a familiar member of the basketball team to officiate the match. Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying express their discontent, but Jiang Nan remains unfazed. After all, they are merely jesters. No matter how they scheme, they cannot stir a tempest. With a sharp whistle, the referee launches the basketball high into the air. According to the rules, both teams must vie for possession. Yet, even a blind man could discern that the ball, while thrown high, veers away from Jiang Nan's side, soaring directly over Yi Zhiqiu's head. This blatant favoritism elicits laughter from Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Xihai, and Hu Dajuan. They had anticipated this, knowing well that the referee is one of their own. As Yi Zhiqiu leaps to snatch the ball, preparing to score and vanquish Jiang Nan, he is resolute in teaching him that mere shooting prowess does not equate to true basketball skill. This time, he is determined to redeem himself. However, in the next instant, he is left dumbfounded. His hands are but an inch away from the ball, yet that inch transforms into eternity. A sudden gust seems to pass by. Yi Zhiqiu instinctively blinks, and when he opens his eyes again, the ball has inexplicably vanished. Where did it go? It was right above me. How can it just disappear? Yi Zhiqiu struggles to comprehend the situation. Then, crack! The sound of a successful basket reverberates as the crowd erupts in cheers, their voices deafening. Did it go in? Oh yes, Jiang Nan has scored. The referee may have shown bias, yet Jiang Nan seized the ball and executed a three-step layup, dunking it with finesse. Incredible. His movements are so stylish, and he leaps so high. Did you see that? He just dunked. No one from our school has ever dunked before. Yi Zhiqiu cannot. Yet Jiang Nan has done it effortlessly, transforming the moment into a visual feast. If not for Yi Zhiqiu and his companions still standing there in bewilderment, one might think they were witnessing an A&B live event. Jiang Nan is undoubtedly on par with A&B stars. The crowd is utterly exhilarated, with nearly everyone celebrating Jiang Nan's achievement. Even members of the basketball team, who usually support their captain Yi Zhiqiu, find themselves unable to criticize Jiang Nan. They are in the presence of a master. How can they possibly cast aspersions? After all, every basketball enthusiast harbors dreams of dunking, envisioning themselves soaring effortlessly like NBA stars. But reality often falls short. Lacking the height and vertical leap, they settle for shooting, often with meager accuracy. Yet Jiang Nan has accomplished it. He has done so in high school, proving himself to be extraordinarily impressive. Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Xihai, Hu Dajuan. While the crowd rejoices for Jiang Nan, the three stand frozen, unable to process what has transpired. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? They have seen nothing but heard the unmistakable sound of a dunk. This scene mirrors the moment in Shaolin soccer, where the Tofu King team faces the Shaolin soccer team, utterly bewildered as their opponent scores multiple times, until Jiang Nan approaches Yi Zhiqiu and his companions, suggesting they call in two more players to form a complete team. Otherwise, the three of them will be outmatched, and should he score a total of 0 points, it would be quite embarrassing. Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Xihai, Hu Dajuan. Jiang Nan's words cut deeply. They are the kings of the basketball court, with the two others being elite members of the team. Together, they represent the pinnacle of Sanzhong's strength. Yet Jiang Nan reduces them to mere weaklings? This is intolerable. Yi Zhiqiu grits his teeth, determined to retaliate. Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan quickly agree, vowing to give their all to prevent Jiang Nan from scoring again. But why bother? Jiang Nan shakes his head, tossing the ball to the referee for a new possession. Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Xihai, and Hu Dajuan exchange glances, a flicker of malice in their eyes. Forming a barrier to block Jiang Nan's advance, as if creating an impenetrable fortress. They swear they will not allow Jiang Nan to pass, even planning to intercept and deny him any chance to touch the ball. Yet, ideals often clash with harsh realities. The referee hands the ball to Jiang Nan, who refrains from showing off this time, mindful of the audience. Upon receiving the ball, he glances at Yi Zhiqiu and his companions, a smirk playing on his lips before executing a front pivot to the left, believing Jiang Nan will break through on the left. Yi Zhiqiu and his companions instinctively shift their weight that way. However, Jiang Nan suddenly transfers the ball to his right hand, swiftly darting past them on the right. In quick succession, he takes 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, and reaches the basket. With a sudden leap, he performs a breathtaking one-handed windmill dunk, executing a flawless 360-degree spin. Crack! The ball goes in again. Good heavens! That dunking posture is spectacular. Did you see that? A 360-degree rotation. If I'm not mistaken, this is one of the most challenging dunks, the one-handed windmill dunk. Outside of the ABN, few stars can achieve such a feat. Jiang Nan is simply extraordinary. Truly a basketball deity. What exhilaration, what brilliance. The spectators are in a frenzy, all elated. Jiang Nan's female fans are ecstatic, shouting and cheering. But those who understand basketball recognize the sheer difficulty of Jiang Nan's one-handed windmill dunk. Unless one is a professional, few can replicate it. Yet Jiang Nan has done it. And so effortlessly, too. It is important to note that Jiang Nan is merely a high school student. Furthermore, his height, while measuring at 1.8 meters, is rather modest. In comparison to professional basketball players who often exceed 1.9 meters and even reach 2 meters, Jiang Nan's stature seems insufficient. Yet, astonishingly, he has accomplished a perfect slam dunk, a feat that eludes many seasoned athletes. Remarkable, indeed. Meanwhile, Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Xihai, and Hu Dajuan find themselves utterly bewildered. The three of them were unable to thwart Jiang Nan's singular prowess. Jiang Nan's ball handling skills are exceptionally high. His dribbling maneuvers are flawlessly executed. And he even performs a dunk? It feels as though he exists in an entirely different realm compared to them. Chapter 103. A dazzling dunk showcase. Will the rim shatter? As much as I may wish to deny it, the truth remains undeniable. To the untrained eye, it is merely a spectacle. However, for those in the know, the intricacies are apparent. Just the fluidity of Jiang Nan's crossovers serves as a testament to his exceptional basketball prowess. As for the one-handed windmill dunk, it is a feat that many only dream of achieving, yet it appears effortless for Jiang Nan. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though they could all see Michael Jordan standing before them, dribbling the basketball while gesturing, saying, "Kid, you are not up to par." Jiang Nan, when did you become this skilled at basketball? Huang Xihai inquired, bewildered. Having missed the earlier shots in the game, he had not witnessed Jiang Nan's shooting ability. In his mind, Jiang Nan was not a player. After all, in 3 years of high school together, he had rarely seen him engage in the sport. Yet now, Jiang Nan displayed such remarkable talent. As Jiang Nan strolled towards the serving area, ball in hand, he nonchalantly replied, "I was born with it. Do you believe me?" Huang Xihai shook his head vehemently. "Impossible. Basketball is a technical sport. One must train regularly to excel. It's inconceivable that someone could be naturally gifted. Nothing is impossible. Your limitations do not define mine. Let's go." Those 2 shots were merely a warm-up. Now, the real game begins. Approaching the center serving area, Jiang Nan tossed the ball to the referee to initiate the serve. The rules of 3-on-3 basketball dictate that the winning team serves the ball. Thus, if Jiang Nan continued to win, Yi Zhiqiu and his companions would hardly get a chance to serve. Naturally, they could not tolerate that. Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan resolved to give their all. Though Jiang Nan was formidable, he was but one man, while they were 3. Surely they could overpower him. As their captain wisely noted, 3 heads are better than 1. No matter how strong he is, we can triumph. Yes, our comeback starts with this play. If we can intercept him, it will be our turn to shine. Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Xihai, and Hu Dajuan rallied each other's spirits and devised a strategy for their counterattack. However, the reality was far from their idealistic notions. What transpired next was not the beginning of their resurgence, but rather the onset of their nightmare. Jiang Nan's warm-up had concluded, and now it was time for his dazzling dunk showcase. Upon receiving the ball for the third time, Jiang Nan swiftly approached Yi Zhiqiu and his companions, facing their impenetrable defense. He merely smiled, executing a series of graceful steps that left them bewildered, before leaping effortlessly for a powerful dunk. Crack! The ball went through the hoop once more. This marked Jiang Nan's third dunk of the game, each one distinct in execution, yet uniformly perfect. The onlookers were left speechless, struggling to find words to encapsulate Jiang Nan's prowess, resorting to silently uttering incredible in their minds. As the fourth serve commenced, Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Sihai, and Hu Dajuan exerted themselves to block Jiang Nan, hoping for an interception. Yet, with a dazzling footwork maneuver, Jiang Nan glided past all three, culminating in another emphatic dunk. The fifth serve began, and Jiang Nan executed a magnificent alley-oop dunk. The sixth serve saw him employing a Euro step, followed by a double under-the-legs dunk, a feat more challenging than a standard single-handed windmill. The seventh serve commenced, with Jiang Nan showcasing a behind-the-back dribble leading to a stunning 720-degree spin dunk. The eighth serve saw him execute a soaring dunk from behind. The ninth featured a 360-degree dunk with a double under-the-legs finish. The spectacle was exhilarating and electrifying, yet such descriptors barely scratched the surface of Jiang Nan's dunking exhibition. The crowd transitioned from shock to fervent excitement, eventually succumbing to a state of numbness. Was this truly a human endeavor? A 1-on-3 scenario that would be insurmountable for most was a trivial challenge for Jiang Nan. With each serve, he displayed a myriad of unique dribbling and dunking techniques, each more demanding than the last. As Jiang Nan completed his 14th dunk, the audience was left in a daze. Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Sihai, and Hu Dajuan stood frozen, utterly astounded. What had happened to their vows of vengeance? Their plans to restore their pride? They had fantasized about humiliating Jiang Nan, yet it was they who faced utter embarrassment. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan had hurriedly come from outside the school to see Jiang Nan falter, but the only humiliation was their own. This humiliation transcended their previous missteps in physical education class. It had escalated to a school-wide spectacle, especially for Yi Zhiqiu, who had concocted numerous strategies to defeat Jiang Nan, including shooting and physical confrontation. Yet, it became clear that he had inadvertently set himself up for failure. He had even thought of employing underhanded tactics, such as leveraging the referee to favor him and create obstacles for Jiang Nan. But instead, the referee had become Jiang Nan's staunch supporter, promptly resuming play after each of Jiang Nan's dunks without hesitation. Moreover, Yi Zhiqiu had considered a more malicious scheme, believing he could exploit Jiang Nan's supposed vulnerabilities through physical contact. However, this plan faltered as Jiang Nan effortlessly glided past him 14 times without even grazing his jersey. Jiang Nan's ball handling, dribbling, and dunking techniques had reached a level of perfection, leaving Yi Zhiqiu in despair. He stood motionless, allowing Jiang Nan to execute his 15th and final dunk, because the game would conclude once someone reached 30 points. As Jiang Nan received the ball, he quickly advanced towards Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Sihai, and Hu Dajuan. Yet, all three remained still, unresponsive. Unperturbed, Jiang Nan executed his 15th dunk, opting for the simplest of maneuvers, a death-defying slam dunk. In terms of difficulty and technique, it pales in comparison to the breathtaking 720-degree dunk or the 360-degree slam. However, it stands out for its practicality. The essence lies in the sheer power of the act. When one leaps high enough, far enough, and with sufficient strength, executing a death-defying dunk can leave an audience awestruck, shattering the very confidence of one's opponents and instilling a fear that renders them hesitant to even touch the ball. For instance, at this moment, observe Yi Zhiqiu and his two companions, motionless. Jiang Nan seizes the opportunity not to dribble past them, but instead retreats a few steps, preparing for a charge. In that instant, Jiang Nan, with the ball in hand, seems to soar into the air, gliding over Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Sihai, and Hu Dajuan, ascending towards the hoop, which stands 3 meters high. The next moment, Jiang Nan clasps the ball with both hands, summoning every ounce of strength to unleash a thunderous dunk. Bang! A deafening sound reverberates as the basketball, crafted from ZK's ultrafine fibers, spectacularly shatters within the hoop. Simultaneously, the tempered glass backboard explodes into shards, cascading down like pearls spilling from a jade plate. Jiang Nan remains grasping the rim, but the fragments of glass are strewn across the ground, reminiscent of a dazzling scatter of jewels. SP. After countless days of relentless practice, my hands are now worn. Such a pity. Chapter 104. Astounding everyone. The girls went wild silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the vast basketball court, where thousands of individuals stood, ranging from first-year to third-year students, as well as teachers. They gazed in disbelief at Jiang Nan, who hung from the rim, while the basketball shattered and the backboard exploded into fragments. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, utterly speechless. The hush lasted for nearly 30 seconds, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Then, the silence was shattered. Oh my goodness! What did I just witness? Surely, this cannot be a mere dream, can it? Even if it were a fantasy, how could it feel so real? That was a death-defying dunk, a feat seldom achieved in the annals of ABN history. It was as if the great shark had taken possession of him. No, even the shark could not accomplish what Jiang Nan just did. He not only shattered the backboard, but also obliterated the basketball itself. What tremendous force must he possess? It is art, and no other words can encapsulate it. Only the phrase violent artistry suffices, utterly perfect in its execution. I am utterly captivated. I feel faint. Incredible, astounding. I would declare Jiang Nan the god of basketball. With his prowess, even in ABN, he would undoubtedly reign as the unrivaled king, the strongest deity. An idol, a paragon, a miracle from the third high, a child of destiny, capable of anything. After the brief silence, a cacophony of screams, cheers, and applause erupted, a frenzy of enthusiasm that threatened to render their voices hoarse and their palms raw. How can one describe such a scene? Words fail to capture it. The basketball realm has never witnessed anything like it, akin to the electrifying concerts of Michael Jackson. The crowd went wild, some so overwhelmed with excitement that they fainted. After a considerable time, the uproar began to subside slightly. Jiang Nan released the rim, landed gracefully, dusted himself off, and made his way towards Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying. As he passed by Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Sihai, and Hu Dajuan, he did not spare them a glance. He had already dealt with them. He believed that his final, thunderous dunk would ensure they could never touch a basketball again. Outside the court, Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying stood in stunned silence, equally shaken. It was not until Jiang Nan approached that they barely regained their composure and rushed to greet him excitedly. However, the surrounding crowd reacted much quicker. Wow, Senior Jiang Nan. You are so handsome. Senior Jiang Nan, your dunk was breathtaking. It melted my heart. Senior, you exerted such force that you broke both the ball and the backboard. I hope your hands are unscathed. Let me see. Senior, although I am a girl, I adore basketball. Would you teach me how to play? Senior, I want to be your apprentice. Senior, how are you so incredible? Not only a scholar, but also a basketball deity. Truly perfection. Senior, what type of girl do you like? Senior, may I pursue you? Senior, I want to bear your children. Before Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying could respond, Jiang Nan was already encircled by a throng of admirers, showering him with warmth and affection. Their flushed expressions and fiery gazes seemed ready to ignite him. Girls are inherently emotional beings. If you perceive them as aloof, reserved, or distant, it is merely a reflection of your lack of allure. But Jiang Nan, with his flawless visage and captivating presence, excels academically, surpassing the brightest of scholars, embodying a genius. Now, he has also acquired the title of God of Basketball. In an instant, he became the ideal male figure in the hearts of all the girls present, naturally the recipient of fervent admiration and declarations of love. Some bolder souls could not resist leaning against him, even planting kisses. Outside the throng of girls, a substantial group of boys, basketball enthusiasts, including team members, surrounded him. Jiang Nan had thoroughly won them over, becoming their sole idol. Naturally, they too wished to draw near him. Unfortunately, the fervor of the girls proved insurmountable. They sought proximity, but found it impossible to penetrate the swarm. Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying were relegated to the outermost circle, their frustration evident in their stomping feet. As for Jiang Nan, the object of all this adoration, He could only smirk, filled with exasperation. He truly had not intended to showcase such prowess. The reason behind his 15 dazzling dunks was merely to fulfill a system task and earn reward points. In truth, he yearned for a more understated existence. But why was it so challenging to maintain a low profile? Scoring full marks in an exam instantly elevates one to super scholar status, while a casual basketball display places one on a pedestal. Truly, such is fate. Fortunately, the system's reward points provided some solace. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the dazzling dunk task with a score of 30-0. You receive a double reward of basketball skill 5, potential 5, and 500 points. What an astonishing development! Jiang Nan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This was an unexpected delight. Previously, after completing a shooting task, he received a double reward of merely 300 points. However, for the dunking task, he acquired quadruple rewards, totaling 500 points. This meant he had recouped all the points he had just expended. The system, indeed, proved to be remarkably accommodating. In a moment, Jiang Nan silently praised the system. Then, with great effort, he managed to extricate himself from the circle of enthusiastic admirers. He promptly grabbed Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying and made a beeline for the cafeteria. Here I come. Chapter 105. Unbelievable. The entire basketball world was shaken. Jiang Nan slipped away unnoticed. Naturally, the crowd gathered at the basketball court had no choice but to disperse reluctantly. In the end, only Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Sihai, and Hu Dajuan remained, standing frozen in place. Staring blankly at the shattered backboard and the pile of glass shards surrounding the broken basketball, they were unable to come to terms with what had just transpired, and doubts about life began to creep in. What was happening? There was no reason for it. It must have been an illusion. What are you doing? Don't be afraid. It's all just an illusion. What do you want to do? Please, don't act like this. I genuinely want to play basketball. It's all an illusion. You can't scare me. 30-0? How could this be? Can they truly play basketball? Do they even dare to play again? Can they still be compared to Jiang Nan? These were all questions that lingered in their minds. A jester, overestimating their own abilities, appeared akin to three foolish dogs. Such descriptors were fitting indeed. Meanwhile, the basketball game had concluded. However, the legend of Jiang Nan was just beginning. Hey, did you hear? In the afternoon, Yi Zhiqiu from Class 305 challenged Jiang Nan from Class 304. Yi Zhiqiu, the former school heartthrob, and Jiang Nan is presumably the current heartthrob and an academic prodigy. Indeed, what were they challenging each other to? Basketball. What? Basketball. Then Yi Zhiqiu must have won. After all, he is a member of the school team and holds the title of basketball king, while Jiang Nan excels in academics. This is utterly unfair. No, you are mistaken. Jiang Nan emerged victorious. And it was a complete rout, an extraordinarily thrilling spectacle. Though a multitude had gathered at the basketball court, it was but a fraction of the thousands of teachers and students in the school. However, a spark can ignite a fire. Almost instantaneously, this small group disseminated the legend of Jiang Nan to every corner of the campus. From freshmen to seniors, from students to teachers, nearly everyone became aware of this event. At first, many found it hard to believe, as they had not witnessed it firsthand. But when Good Samaritans uploaded videos of Jiang Nan shooting and dunking to the campus forum, QW Group, and Douyin, the crowd had no choice but to accept the truth. Soon after, the entire school erupted in excitement. What on earth is this? He is shooting 4-point shots from beyond the 4-point line, and with every shot, he steps back 2 paces until he reaches the baseline. Yet every shot goes in. So far, so precise. This is something even the greatest sharpshooter in the ANB, Curry, could not achieve. This undoubtedly breaks records. I shall dub him the supreme shooting king of the universe. The most spectacular moments were his acrobatic dunks. I counted at least 15 incredibly difficult dunks. Even the ANB's dunk king, Carter, would have to concede defeat. It was simply astonishing, beyond belief. The grace of his movements was heavenly. Just a glance was enough to ignite one's passion. Is he even human? How can he jump so high, so far, with such strength? His one-handed slam dunk shattered the backboard. He is nothing short of extraordinary. Had you not all been spreading the word? I would never have believed these videos were real. A teacher asked me why I was kneeling in class, and I showed him the video. After watching, he exclaimed in disbelief, and then he confiscated my phone. Unbelievable. I shall refer to Jiang Nan as the god of students. Not only is he handsome and academically gifted, but he is also a basketball prodigy. From that day forward, I had but one idol, Nanshan. He is now my one and only boyfriend. That evening during self-study, all the teachers and students were in a frenzy. Jiang Nan. Instantly, he became the god of students in the eyes of all students and the star of the third middle school in the eyes of all teachers. However, there was one exception, a PE teacher from class 304, Wang Darren. Upon seeing the videos of Jiang Nan's shooting and dunks, he was equally astonished and nearly screamed. Yet, unlike the others, after his shock wore off, his expression turned to one of regret, bitterness, sorrow, and even tears flowed freely. It was only after he dug out a treasured bottle of Erguo II, consuming 7 or 8 bottles in one go, that he managed to somewhat compose himself. Do not ask why he was so frenzied. The answer lies in the fact that Jiang Nan was simply too exceptional. His excellence was almost excessive. It would have been acceptable if he only excelled in basketball. With his shooting prowess and dunking skill, if he were to become a sports student, he could easily gain admission to prestigious sports academies or directly enter provincial or professional teams. He would undoubtedly become a national-level athlete, sweeping through ABC competitions and even competing in ABN, bringing glory to the nation. Yet, the issue remains. Jiang Nan is not merely skilled in basketball. His academic achievements are equally impressive. In subjects such as language, mathematics, foreign languages, physics, chemistry, and biology, he possesses the potential for full marks, making him a guaranteed top scorer in the college entrance examination. With prospects for direct admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, destined to become a luminary in the scientific community. Compared to this, the weight of being a basketball genius pales significantly. If Jiang Nan were inclined to switch to being a sports student, it would be worth fighting for. However, he had previously indicated no desire to pursue a sports career. Alas, this is akin to a peerless beauty standing before you, yet you can only admire her from afar, unable to entertain any other thoughts. How infuriating is that? Wang Darren was truly heartbroken and wished to drown his sorrows. What a pity. Nevertheless, Wang Darren understood the underlying reasons. Despite Jiang Nan's extraordinary basketball skills, he would find it challenging to pursue a professional basketball career. However, the outside world was unaware of this. On this very day, the entire basketball community in the East was shaken. First, Coach Wang from the provincial basketball team in Binhai Province, where Jiang Nan resided, was taking a sip of water when he stumbled upon the video of Jiang Nan's shots and dunks on Douyin, causing him to spit out his drink. What? Is this video real? Could it be edited or enhanced with special effects? But it doesn't appear to be. He squinted his 28K titanium alloy eyes, watching the video repeatedly, yet he could find no trace of editing or special effects. Unconvinced, he even consulted technicians for verification. The answer was, the video was authentic, with no editing or special effects. It was filmed on-site with a phone. Is this real? Could it truly be that someone has honed their shooting, dunking, and dribbling skills to such an extraordinary level? Goodness, this skill and prowess could easily overshadow every athlete on the provincial team, including myself. No, to compare myself to the individual in the video would be an insult to them. In an instant, Coach Wang could no longer remain seated. He immediately gathered the entire provincial team and leveraged all his connections to investigate Jiang Nan's identity, background, and the location of the video. He vowed to be the first to locate the individual in the video and sign him into the provincial team at a premium. Similarly, all provincial teams and professional clubs in the surrounding regions reacted in kind. Even the national team was stirred. A certain giant, who retired from the ABN several years ago and now serves as the head of the Basketball Association, watched a video of Jiang Nan's remarkable shooting and dunking. He was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could barely articulate his thoughts. After a significant pause, he finally turned to those around him and spoke slowly. Incredible. This is simply astonishing. This individual possesses basketball skills that can only be described as unparalleled in the world. even during my peak years. I could not measure up to even a fraction of his talent. He is the future of our basketball community. Regardless of the cost, we must find him. Only he can lead us onto the global stage. Chapter 106. The start of the mathematical Olympiad as the day unfolded. Jiang Nan's astonishing performance sent ripples of excitement throughout the entire third middle school, even igniting a fervor within the broader basketball community. Provincial teams, professional clubs, national squads, and even the officials of the Basketball Association seemed to lose their composure, mobilizing all available resources in a frenzied quest to locate Jiang Nan. Yet, the young man himself remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. Indeed, even if he had known, it would have mattered little to him. As his physical education teacher, Wang Darren, had accurately surmised, Jiang Nan had no intention of pursuing a career in sports or basketball. For him, it was merely a sporadic pastime. And the idea of becoming a star or celebrity, constantly surrounded by throngs of admirers, was utterly unappealing. The mere thought of such a life was enough to send shivers down his spine. He preferred a more modest existence, focusing on taking exams, completing tasks to earn points, and accumulating rewards instead. In the days that followed, Jiang Nan chose to bide his time. He played games during class, indulged in novels, and napped at his desk, even avoiding the restroom for fear of encountering fervent female fans from other classes who might trap him. When Sunday arrived, he wasted no time escaping back home, leaving Bai Yingying in a state of frustration as she stomped her feet in vain. However, one could escape the monk, but not the temple. He ultimately could not evade Bai Yingying, who made her way to his house. Under the stern gaze of his parents, Jiang Nan had no choice but to comply, sacrificing his leisure time to tutor Bai Yingying. Soon enough, Monday arrived, the day of the Olympic mathematics competition, signifying Jiang Nan's opportunity to escape the clutches of third middle school and the relentless pressures exerted by Bai Yingying. The venue for this year's competition was First Middle School, as it had been annually. After all, among the 10 high schools in Jiang City, First Middle School was unparalleled in both faculty and student capabilities, standing as the pinnacle of educational institutions. Each year, the number of students gaining admission to prestigious universities from First Middle School far surpassed that of Third Middle School. Over the past decade, several students from First Middle School had even secured spots at Tsinghua and Peking universities, sometimes more than one in a single year. Thus, it was beyond doubt that such a significant competition would be convened there. On that morning, the participants from Third Middle School gathered at the school gate, boarding a bus headed for First Middle School. Leading the group was mathematics teacher Chao Tianyuan, accompanied by 10 students including Jiang Nan, Qin Feng, Luo Min, Yi Han, and Xin Lang from various classes, each a top-performing student in mathematics, consistently ranking among the top 10 in school-wide assessments. Originally, there was also a student named Li Ming, who had held the second position in mathematics until Jiang Nan's arrival. Despite Jiang Nan's presence, Li Ming had been expected to secure third place, outshining Luo Min and Qin Yumuo. However, after a disastrous performance in the last monthly exam, Li Ming's confidence plummeted, compounded by allegations of plagiarism in his foreign language exam. Although the school chose not to expel him, he faced significant repercussions and was currently in a state of self-reflection. Thus, he could not participate in the Olympiad, leaving Jiang Nan to fill his spot. As they traveled, an unusual tension filled the bus. Qin Feng sat alone in a corner, casting icy glances toward Jiang Nan without uttering a word. It was evident that he was brimming with resentment. Though he had achieved first place in the last monthly exam, Jiang Nan had managed to score just 2 points shy of him, even while intentionally scoring 0 in foreign language, a humiliation that weighed heavily on Qin Feng. No longer the formidable figure he once was, he felt reduced to a mere stepping stone for Jiang Nan's ascent, a joke in the grander scheme of things. However, today's Olympiad presented an opportunity for Qin Feng to reclaim his standing. He vowed to perform exceedingly well and surpass Jiang Nan, proving to everyone that he was indeed the most exceptional student of Third Middle School. Jiang Nan caught a glimpse of Qin Feng from the corner of his eye, remaining silent but surmising his rival's thoughts. If Qin Feng's hostility was so apparent, it would be foolish not to recognize it. Yet, Jiang Nan dismissed the notion of allowing such sentiments to trouble him. Instead, he chose to close his eyes and drift into a peaceful slumber, dreaming sweetly. Among the other competitors, Qin Yumuo was diligently working through problems, not wasting a moment, exuding an air of aloofness. Meanwhile, Luo Min, Yi Han, and Shun Lang engaged in conversation, though their expressions and topics reflected a somber mood. Rumors circulated about the impressive talents emerging from first middle school this year. The previous week's exam had been particularly challenging, yet several students had achieved scores exceeding 600, with one named Lu Fan attaining a staggering 678 points, a feat almost unfathomable. Other schools were not to be outdone, with a student named Du Jiang from second middle school scoring 672, leaving others trailing by over 100 points. Although the previous month's exam at third middle school had been a minor assessment, it was administered by the city and simultaneously tested across all 10 high schools. This was not merely a coincidence. Rather, it was an assessment that underscored the comparative standings of the schools. While rankings were not officially published, it was clear from the whispers circulating that the highest scores from the other institutions far eclipsed those of third middle school. Qin Feng's score of 602 was the highest among his peers, yet it paled in comparison to the first-place scores from other schools, all exceeding 660, some even reaching into the 670s. The stark reality of their standings weighed heavily on the students. The gap in overall capabilities between third middle school and their competitors was stark and undeniable. As the impending Olympiad loomed, the consensus among the students was grim. They feared they would merely be participating for the sake of numbers, with little hope of securing any awards. It was clear that they were destined for elimination. With the exception of Qin Feng, who was expected to perform well in the preliminary round, though his fate in the finals remained uncertain. And then there was Jiang Nan, whose impeccable score in the last monthly exam had garnered attention. Even the likes of Lu Fan, Du Jiang, and others from first and second middle schools could not compare. Chapter 107. Scoring 88, I want to be eliminated in the first round. Will I? The mathematics competition consists of 3 rounds. The first round is the preliminary contest, also known as the city competition. The second round is the semifinals, referred to as the provincial competition. The final round is the championship, also called the summer camp. For the attendees, the provincial competition and the summer camp are, for the most part, mere fantasies, entirely unattainable. After all, in the past decade, most participants organized by the third high school have perished in the preliminary round, with only a handful managing to advance to the semifinals. Yet, even at their best, they might only scrape through as the bottom ranks in the provincial second or first tier, rendering them incapable of joining the provincial team and attending the summer camp. Thus, Luo Min, Yi Han, and Shun Lang wore expressions of despair, as this was indeed a matter of great embarrassment. However, their gazes toward Qin Feng held a hint of reverence. If all goes well, Qin Feng should be able to represent the school and advance to the semifinals. Should he perform excellently, there is a possibility of earning provincial first-tier status, which could grant him an additional 20 points in the college entrance examination. Nevertheless, even so, it would be exceedingly difficult for Qin Feng to surpass the formidable competitors from the first, second, fourth high schools, Chuing and Lanpu. The disparity in strength is evident, as demonstrated by last week's monthly exam results. The only exception is Jiang Nan. At this moment, Jiang Nan was blissfully asleep. Yet, aside from Qin Feng and Qin Yumo, the others gazed at Jiang Nan with fervor. Whether this mathematics competition would bring glory to the third high school, or whether they could triumph against all odds, hinged upon Jiang Nan. In their hearts, they felt utterly uncertain about Jiang Nan's capabilities. It was that they worried he wouldn't make it to the semifinals. Rather, they were anxious about the kind of results he might achieve. One could only hope for at least provincial first tier, or perhaps even a chance to join the provincial team and attend the summer camp. Competing against the top talents from across the nation, could he secure national first-tier status? They were unsure, filled with trepidation. All right, we have arrived at the first high school. During the upcoming exam, everyone must relax and not feel anxious. Just strive to do your best. As long as you achieve your personal best, It will not be a disgrace even if you do not pass the preliminary round. Of course, some individuals must not slack off. It would be regrettable to have the capability to score 99 yet settle for a mere pass, thus being eliminated in the preliminary round due to carelessness. As the bus rolled into the parking lot of the first high school, Chao Tianyuan provided the final psychological encouragement to everyone. In all honesty, he was merely comforting Luo Min, Yi Han, and Shun Lang upon noticing their grave expressions. However, Luo Min, Yi Han, Shun Lang, the group exchanged glances, rendered speechless. TSK. They felt disheartened. Although they were aware they were merely there to make up numbers and would likely not achieve commendable scores in the preliminary round, it was still disheartening to hear their teacher state it so bluntly. Furthermore, they recognized Jiang Nan's prowess. But did the teacher really need to explicitly state that Jiang Nan could score 99? Such comments were not only insulting, but also immensely damaging, especially to Qin Feng. He had just resolved to defeat Jiang Nan in this competition, to turn the tables, and yet the teacher's words seemed to suggest he held little faith in him. What is 99? In this exam, I will achieve a perfect score. Qin Feng clenched his fist tightly, speaking in a low voice. At the same time, he cast a hostile glance at Jiang Nan, the implication unmistakable. He would compete fiercely against him. In response, the just awakened Jiang Nan merely rubbed his drowsy eyes, seemingly oblivious, and was the first to exit the bus. Qin Feng. Ignoring me, are you? Very well. I shall see how long you can remain so arrogant. Filled with a fervent fighting spirit, Qin Feng, despite having lost to Jiang Nan once, vowed that he would not falter this time. After all, a competition is not the same as a monthly exam. While the monthly exam questions may be challenging, they do not resemble the intricate problems posed in mathematical competitions, which require entirely different problem-solving approaches. Jiang Nan may have secured a perfect score in the monthly mathematics exam, yet in the competition, even achieving a score in the 20s or 30s would not be surprising. Conversely, Qin Feng was exceptionally well prepared. From the moment he entered high school, he had devised a plan to secure provincial first tier, even national first tier, in mathematics competitions to bolster his college entrance exam scores. He had dedicated 3 years of effort to this singular battle. He refused to believe that Jiang Nan, this suddenly rising contender, could prevail over him. Meanwhile, Chao Tianyuan cast a glance at Jiang Nan's retreating figure, his heart brimming with concern. While he had provided encouragement to others, he had also subtly reminded Jiang Nan to give it his all. Yet, he was uncertain if the lad had taken his words to heart. He knew Jiang Nan's capabilities all too well. After all, he had specifically tested him before. For Jiang Nan, the preliminary round was child's play, and there was a strong likelihood he could achieve full marks. However, he couldn't shake off an ominous premonition. Would this lad attempt to control his score? He hoped not. The competition comprises 3 rounds, and today is merely the preliminary round. If he scores too low, he might not even advance to the semifinals. In contrast, Qin Feng, despite his arrogance, a trait that did not endear him to Chao Tianyuan, exhibited the very mindset expected of a high school student. If one possesses talent, it should be showcased. When the time comes to compete fiercely, one must do so. Otherwise, what does it mean to be young? After disembarking, the group, under the guidance of their peers, entered a spacious conference hall. Alongside the teachers and students from the 3rd high school, there were representatives from 9 other high schools, as well as participants from the county. Here, a brief opening ceremony would take place, followed by the arrangement of examination rooms. This process was swift, taking only about half an hour, ensuring that the participating students did not expend too much energy. This competition featured 20 examination rooms, each accommodating approximately 30 participants. Thus, over 600 students from Jiang City were competing in this mathematics contest. The numbers were substantial, yet the vast majority, like Luo Min, Yi Han, and Shun Lang from the 3rd high school, were merely there to fill in the ranks. Although these individuals excelled in mathematics at their respective schools, typically ranking among the top 10 in their grades, they were far from sufficient in the presence of such a gathering of prodigies. After all, only 30 slots were available for advancement from the preliminary round, and historically, at least 2/3 of those slots were claimed by the first, second, and fourth high schools, as well as Chu Ing and Lanpu. The third and fourth high schools might manage to secure 1 or 2 spots, with the remaining 5 or 6 slots distributed among the middle schools and 4 county schools. The competition pressure was undeniably immense. At 9:30, the mathematics competition officially commenced. The examination duration was 2.5 hours, with a total score of 100 points. Jiang Nan was assigned to room 4. Just before the papers were distributed, the system's score control task reminder echoed in his mind. Ding! For this mathematics examination, please attain a score of 88. 88 points? Not a perfect score. A hint of bitterness flickered in Jiang Nan's eyes. Scoring 88 was not a challenge for him. In fact, it could be deemed effortless. However, the issue was that the teachers from the third high school hoped for him to achieve a perfect score. Just before disembarking, Chao Tianyuan had specifically reminded him not to hold back. But now, old Chao, you can't blame me. It's not that I don't want to score full marks. It's the system's requirement. For the sake of rewards and points, I am left with no choice. Let us hope. I want to be eliminated in the first round. I'm sorry, but it seems there is no content provided for me to edit and translate. Please provide the text you would like me to work on. Chapter 108. Such simple questions. Surely no one would struggle with them, right? The papers were soon distributed. There were 10 questions in total. 8 fill-in-the-blank questions worth 8 points each, totaling 64 points, and 2 problem-solving questions. The 9th question contained 2 parts, totaling 16 points, while the 10th question had only 1 part, worth 20 points. Jiang Nan aimed to secure a score of 88, given that he needed to complete all questions without leaving any blank. The simplest approach was to deliberately answer one fill-in-the-blank question incorrectly, losing 8 points, and then miswrite the first part of the 9th question, losing another 4 points. Perfect. With his mind made up, Jiang Nan prepared to commence. He started with the first question. Given the real numbers x and y satisfying x, xy, 2y1, what is the minimum value of 2xy? Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle upon reading the question. Goodness, was this Olympiad question truly so simple? Solution 1. Since x, xy, 2y1, we can express it as xy, x, 2y1, letting xym and x, 2yn, thus mn1. We find x, 2mn, 3, and y, m, n3. Therefore, 2xy19, 9m3 n6 million, 19, 9m3m6, which is greater than or equal to 223, 3, achieved only when m. n. This solution required little contemplation. Solution 2. From the given information, one could sketch an ellipse and a hyperbola, proving their tangency to derive the answer. 223, 3. Both solutions emerged in Jiang Nan's mind almost instantaneously. The first was a conventional method, merely transforming the equation and setting up another to find the minimum value, while the second involved a shift in perspective, transforming a function problem into one concerning the tangency of a hyperbola and a circle. Remarkable. Jiang Nan filled in the answer and proceeded to the second question, taking only a few seconds. Next came the third question, followed by the fourth. The 8th question was presented. Given that n is an arithmetic sequence satisfying a13, a412, and bn satisfies b14, b420, and that bn n forms a geometric sequence, determine the general formulas for sequences n and bn, and find the sum of the first n terms of bn. Jiang Nan. All right, I can only express my disbelief. In less than a minute, he had completed the 8th fill-in-the-blank question. Upon seeing this question, he instinctively prepared to write down the answer. Incredible. It was exceedingly simple. Surely no one would struggle with such a question? Anyone who had merely glanced at their textbooks would likely manage it. Yet alas, he had to fulfill his scoring constraints. He could not answer everything correctly. What a pity. Ultimately, Jiang Nan gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to write the correct answer, and instead filled in an incorrect one. Then, he flipped the paper over and tackled the last 2 questions, namely the 9th and 10th. The 9th question was still quite straightforward, involving a trigonometric function. The first part required determining the range of values for an angle A, while the second part asked for the maximum and minimum values of the function. In 1 minute, Jiang Nan completed the question. The reason for the time taken was purely that he needed to ensure he answered the first part incorrectly, so much so that he would earn no points, and he wished to avoid being perceived by the examiner as having deliberately answered incorrectly. Hence, he took a minute. Otherwise, half a minute would have sufficed. The same applied to the final question, which he completed in merely half a minute. At that moment, the loudspeaker in the corner of the classroom crackled a few times before announcing the rules for the Olympiad competition. First, the examination duration is 2.5 hours. Second, sixth, during the examination, candidates cannot leave their seats or use the restroom unless they submit their papers early. Jiang Nan. What? Submitting early is allowed? Really? This was an unexpected delight. Originally, he had thought this competition was akin to a monthly exam where one couldn't submit early unless the last 15 minutes had arrived. He was almost ready to tidy up his desk and take a nap. But now, the announcement clarified that while leaving to use the restroom was prohibited, submitting early was permissible, allowing him to leave afterward. Thus, Jiang Nan tucked his pen into his pocket and stood up promptly. This candidate, did you not clearly hear the announcement? During the exam, you cannot leave your seat to use the restroom. Moreover, the exam has only just begun. What is the matter? Did you not resolve this beforehand? A stern invigilator called out to Jiang Nan. Teacher, no need to be anxious. Jiang Nan waved his hand and replied nonchalantly, I heard the announcement perfectly. I have no intention of using the restroom. Then what do you intend to do? I've completed my work and wish to submit my paper. The invigilator? His mind was filled with question marks, utterly bewildered. What? Did Jiang Nan really say that? Did I mishear? He noticed the other students in the examination room, their pens seemingly heavy and unable to write further. Did he not observe the 30 or so students, the majority of whom were gnashing their teeth and pulling their hair in frustration? Even I, the invigilator, had barely managed to finish reading the first question and had yet to find a solution. Yet here you are, claiming to have completed everything? Do you possess skills that far exceed mine? No. Even if you were to surpass me by 1,000-fold, it would be impossible to finish the paper so swiftly. This candidate, I hope you can take each examination seriously and be accountable for your own scores. If you are unprepared or unwilling to take the exam, then do not waste a spot or time. But since you are here, you should give it your all, even if the questions are exceedingly difficult. To the point of being unable to solve any, you should not give up right at the start. At the very least, you ought to write down some steps, lest you end up with a score of 0. The invigilator's tone was rather harsh. This was because he had already concluded that Jiang Nan had not completed the paper but rather lacked the requisite skill, and given the difficulty of the paper, had simply abandoned the examination. However, were these questions truly difficult? No, they were as simple as could be. A glance was all it took to understand. Though I could not achieve a perfect score, surely I could secure at least an 87 or 88. Jiang Nan responded earnestly. 87 or 88. The invigilator scoffed, his expression one of derision. This student, you truly have a lofty opinion of yourself, expecting to score 87 or 88. Remember, this is not an ordinary exam, but an Olympiad competition. Though it is merely a preliminary round, the difficulty is not to be underestimated. Last year's top scorer managed only 87 or 88 points. Moreover, I observed the paper, and this year's overall difficulty is considerably higher than in previous years. I estimate that the top scorer will barely reach 85 or 86 points. If you could attain 87 or 88, would that not imply you are the top scorer in this year's preliminary round? Chapter 109. The Invigilators shocked Jiang Nan. What? This question is deemed difficult? Even more challenging than in previous years? Surely, he must be mistaken. Scoring 88 in the exam, he had thought he would most likely be eliminated in the first round. Yet, according to the invigilator, not only would he not be eliminated, but he might even be first? If that is the case, then this math competition is rather trivial, and the hundreds of participants seem rather inept. Sigh. I truly do not wish to be first. Jiang Nan sighed, his heart in turmoil. Oh, you truly do not wish it? I believe even if you did, it would be of no consequence. Submitting your paper in under 3 minutes If it weren't for the 0 score, I would write my name backward. The invigilator scoffed at Jiang Nan, dismissing him as someone devoid of talent, yet full of bravado. Which school do you attend? Jiangcheng number 3 high school. Oh, so you are from number 3 high. That explains everything. The invigilator understood completely. Initially, he had considered reprimanding Jiang Nan, but upon learning he was from no. 3 high, he lost all inclination. After all, number 3 high had long since declined. Most participants in competitions were merely there to fill numbers. It was normal for them to submit their papers without attempting a single question. They could not be compared to number 1 high. Very well, you may leave. The invigilator waved his hand, dismissing Jiang Nan. He casually took Jiang Nan's paper and tossed it onto the podium like scrap paper. Under normal circumstances, the invigilator would glance at the papers of students who submitted early. However, with Jiang Nan, he possessed no desire to look. After all, he was quite certain that the paper would be blank, perhaps just a cursory glance before being disregarded. But he did glance, and in an instant, he was taken aback. This is not a blank sheet. He actually completed it? Impossible. That cannot be true. The exam had only just begun. The announcement had barely finished, and it had only been 3 minutes. How could he have finished? The only explanation is that he was scribbling nonsense. Indeed, he must have been writing aimlessly, attempting to bamboozle others. Yet, his handwriting was quite neat, clean, and well organized, which did not resemble random scribbling at all. With a mix of skepticism and confusion, the invigilator picked up Jiang Nan's paper and examined it closely. Although he was the invigilator, he had not even found a method to solve the first problem, so he could not verify whether Jiang Nan's answers were correct. After all, the fill-in-the-blank questions only contained answers without any process. However, the last 2 problem-solving questions did require a process. While the invigilator was not a professional math teacher, his level was not too low either. Not being able to solve a problem was one thing, but understanding the thought process, procedures, and answers was another. Thus, in the next moment, the reasoning was clear, the process explicit, and there was not a hint of flaw. Surely, he must have answered correctly? But this was the final question, the most challenging one on the paper, which had stumped 99% of students in previous years. And this year seemed even more difficult. How could he have solved it? This was inconceivable. He had even completed the final question. That must mean he had most likely answered the preceding questions correctly as well. Could it be that he truly could score in the high 80s? Damn, but the exam had only just started. What kind of answering speed is this? Even a merciless answering machine could not be this quick. The invigilator stared at Jiang Nan's paper in astonishment. Although he was still unaware of Jiang Nan's final score, he could be certain it would not be low. After all, someone who could answer even the final question correctly must find the earlier questions quite simple. At that moment, he finally realized that Jiang Nan had not been boasting. Perhaps he was indeed stating a fact. He understood that Jiang Nan was not the underachiever he had imagined, but rather an extraordinary prodigy. No, not merely a prodigy, but a genius. After all, even if Jiang Nan had answered all the previous questions incorrectly, being able to solve the final question in such a short time, that was beyond the capability of an ordinary prodigy. It seemed, this math competition was unlike any other. For the past decade, the top scorer in the preliminary rounds had always come from Jiangcheng number 1 high. But perhaps this year would see a change, and number 3 high would finally rise? The invigilator thought with a complex mix of emotions. Were it not for his duty to continue supervising, he would have immediately taken Jiang Nan's paper to the office to check the answers and see just how many points he could score. Even though Jiang Nan was not his student, he wasn't even a student from number 1 high. Yet he felt a deep curiosity and admiration for Jiang Nan. This student is remarkable. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, he realized it had been quite balanced and impressive. Moreover, he seemed to have a pleasant appearance. Yes, truly a commendable student. Meanwhile, in examination room 1, Qin Feng was staring at the math competition paper, deep in thought. Beads of cold sweat had begun to form on his forehead. The reason was simple. The paper was exceedingly difficult, even more so than any competition questions he had encountered before. He found himself stuck on the very first fill-in-the-blank question. Given real numbers x, and y that satisfy the equation x2, xy, 2y2, 1. What is the minimum value of 2x2, y2? At first glance, this question does not seem difficult. It is a common function problem seeking the minimum value. He had solved nearly 1,000 similar problems in the past. However, this was merely a first impression. Once he began working on it, he found it exceptionally challenging, almost insurmountable. Ultimately, after expending a good 10 minutes, he managed to write down the answer, 2233. The answer. He was confident it was correct. Yet, he felt no joy whatsoever. The reason being, he had spent 10 minutes on just one question. 10 questions would take over 100 minutes, which he could barely manage to complete. The issue was, this was merely the first question, the simplest one on the paper, and it would only become more difficult from here. At this pace, how could he possibly finish the paper? How could he achieve a perfect score? In an instant, he felt a sense of despair. No, I must persist. I must endure. I will achieve a perfect score. I will surpass Jiang Nan. I will prove that I am the most outstanding student of number 3 high. I must accelerate my pace and give it my all. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, silently encouraging himself, and continued to work on the second fill-in-the-blank question. But reality proved harsh. He found himself stuck once more. He attempted to apply all the knowledge he had acquired to decipher the math question, but undoubtedly, it was exceedingly arduous. It was so difficult that his mindset was on the verge of collapse. Forget about speeding up. His pace only grew slower than a snail. By the time he finally managed to solve the second question, half an hour had quietly slipped away. Chapter 110, The Ultimate Contest of Versailles. Even Qin Feng finds himself in a difficult position. The other competitors from the 3rd high school are faring even worse. Luomin, Yi Han, and Shun Lang stare at their papers, on the verge of tears, struggling to solve even the first problem. They simply cannot compete. This advanced mathematics is not meant for the average person. Despite being among the top 10 in their grade at the 3rd high school, it is utterly insufficient here. Although they had prepared themselves mentally before arriving, the blow they are experiencing now is undeniably substantial. Similarly, Qin Yuma, the class monitor of Class 304, shares their plight. This young girl seldom engages in idle chatter, dedicating nearly all her thoughts to her studies. Aside from academics, her focus remains solely on learning, often playfully referred to by Yingying as someone who treats study as sustenance. This statement holds true. After all, she was still solving problems on the bus to the competition. Her intentions align closely with those of Qin Feng. While she may not be as extreme in her beliefs of being the best in the world, harboring jealousy and hostility towards anyone who surpasses her, she too aspires to achieve excellent results and prove her worth. However, reality has shown that innate talent plays a crucial role. Despite her relentless efforts, she cannot measure up to Jiang Nan. A flicker of despair lingers within her. Meanwhile, in an office at Jiangxing No. 1 High School, the lead teachers from Jiangxing's top 10 high schools and those from the county-level schools, all participating in the mathematics competition, have gathered to await the exam's conclusion. Naturally, the waiting is tedious. They do not remain idle. Conversing, bantering, and boasting is common practice among them. Even though they are all educators, they are not exempt from this behavior. Last week, the city issued a unified monthly exam, and our school achieved a total score of only 678. Only about 17 or 18 students scored over 600, with the highest in mathematics being merely 142. Not a single perfect score. What a disgrace. Our school fared similarly, with the highest score being only 672. Only 15 or 16 students made it over 600, and the highest in mathematics was just 141. It seems each year is worse than the last. Indeed, our Chuing couldn't even compete with your number 1 and number 2 high schools. Our highest score was 668, and our top math score was 140, with no one achieving a perfect score either. Oh dear. Old Zhang, you needn't sigh. Our Lanpu's highest score is only 666, with the top math score at 139. Our school performed the worst in the last monthly exam. Thus, it appears that the strength of all schools this year is rather mediocre. One can only wonder how many will gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Perhaps not many, at most 1 or 2. Lu Fan from our number 1 high school will undoubtedly succeed. Du Jiang from number 2 high school should have no problem. Xia Ji from Chu Ying is likely to make it as well. Meng Chuan from Lanpu stands a good chance. I hear there's a Su Yun from No. For high school. And what about the 3rd high school? It seems no one stands out there. Let's not discuss them for now. Wherever there are people, there exists a competitive spirit. And where there is competition, there will inevitably be rivalry. This statement rings true. Number 1, number 2, Chu Ying, and Lanpu, as Jiangxing's 4 strongest high schools, wield substantial influence. However, upon overhearing their conversation, the teachers from other schools around them turned pale with dismay. What is this? Is this self-deprecation or mere lamentation? It is clearly a display of the most potent form of competitive bragging. The teachers from Jiangxing's number 5, 6, 7, and 8 high schools trembled, hardly daring to speak. There is no denying the gap in abilities. With the same examination paper, their highest total scores barely reach 560 or 570, while the champions boast scores exceeding 660, with numerous students surpassing 600. Even in mathematics, while the leading schools may lack perfect scores, they still achieve over 140, while their own students cannot even reach 100. The disparity is staggering clearly. They do not belong to the same tier. Thus, they found little opportunity to speak, and even if they did, they lacked the confidence to voice their thoughts. The teachers from the county-level schools were even more reticent, opting to sip water nervously. The teachers from number 4 high school fared slightly better, as they stand just behind the top 4 schools, vying for 5th place with the 3rd high school. Moreover, this year number 4 produced a super scholar named Su Yun. Although he cannot compete with Lu Fan from number 1 high school, Du Jiang from number 2, Xia Ji from Chu Ying, or Meng Chuan from Lanpu, he still scored 638 in the last monthly exam, with 120 in mathematics, capable of outshining Qin Feng from the 3rd high school. Thus, while he cannot engage in the conversation, it feels somewhat natural for him, especially as he occasionally casts a glance at Chao Tianyuan from the 3rd high school, a hint of pride on his face. The saying goes, a thin, dying camel is larger than a horse. In recent years, number 4 and No. 3 have been competing fiercely for the 5th position in Jiangxing. Although the 3rd high school has traditionally maintained an edge, despite its recent decline, it has always lingered just above number 4. However, this year, with Su Yun emerging, perhaps the title of 5th place is about to change hands. Naturally, the teachers from number 4 high school feel a sense of pride. Yet, no matter how intently he gazes at Chao Tianyuan, the latter remains unfazed, calm, and composed. Would he feel anxious? Would he fear losing face? Perhaps he might have in the past, especially considering that the top student from his own school, Qin Feng, pales in comparison to Su Yun from number 4 and the likes of Lu Fan from number 1. However, now, apart from Qin Feng, the 3rd high school has another ace up its sleeve, Jiang Nan. In the last monthly exam, Jiang Nan scored merely 600, perhaps not even catching the attention of teachers from number 1 and number 2. But let us not forget that Jiang Nan deliberately scored 0 in foreign language, yet still managed to attain a total score of 600. Had he scored just a passing mark of 90 in foreign language, his total score would have approached 700. Moreover, Jiang Nan possesses the capability to achieve a perfect score in foreign language. How could Su Yun from number 4 compare? What about Lu Fan from number 1? Du Jiang from number 2, Xia Ji from Chu Ying, or Meng Chuan from Lanpu? Go ahead and boast. What good will it do? Even if you shout to the heavens, the highest score in mathematics is merely 142, and you dare to flaunt it in front of me? This mathematics competition, although challenging, presents Jiang Nan with the opportunity to achieve a perfect score effortlessly, and undoubtedly, he will secure the top spot in the city. In due time, everyone will know who the true champion is. Haraha. Chapter 111. How could you be so inept? Ding ding ding. 2.5 hours later, the bell rang, signaling the end of the examination. In the next moment, a collective wail erupted from the 20 examination rooms. It was evident that these lamentations came from those who had performed poorly. Luo Min, Yi Han, and Shun Lang from the 3rd school, their faces marked by defeat, hastily submitted their papers and fled the examination hall. Qin Yuma was not far behind. Despite her usual resilience, She was once again profoundly affected, nearly on the verge of tears. She was not alone. Countless others on campus shared her sentiment. Why was this exam so difficult? I had encountered competition questions before. While they were challenging, I never faced a situation where I couldn't solve a single problem. After all, I ranked among the top 10 in my school and often scored full marks in mathematics. Yet today, I might be lucky to achieve a score in the single digits, leaving me too embarrassed to return home. Oh, teacher, I am so sorry. Instead of bringing glory to the school, I have brought shame. I shall never participate in such competitions again. Several boys emerged from the examination hall and took refuge beneath a large tree, wiping away their tears with fervor. The contagion of their sorrow was palpable, and soon, a multitude of sobbing individuals surrounded them. Jiang Nan, who had been basking in the sun on the grass beneath the tree, was roused from his slumber by the commotion. What on earth? Is it the apocalypse? Why is everyone mourning? Jiang Nan blinked awake and was taken aback by the astonishing scene, particularly when he recognized one of the weeping figures. Qin Feng, why are you crying too? Jiang Nan, what are you doing here? Qin Feng, influenced by the sorrow of those around him, unconsciously shed a few tears, only to be confronted by Jiang Nan. His shock was palpable. He felt utterly humiliated. After all, Jiang Nan was his rival, the person he loathed the most. I have always been here. Jiang Nan rose from the grass, stretching lazily. I have been waiting for you to finish the exam so I could return with you. What? You have been sleeping here for a long time? How is that possible? Did you not take the exam? Qin Feng wiped his tears, incredulous. I did take it. I simply submitted my paper early. What? You managed to hand in your paper early on such a difficult exam? Don't tell me you scored full marks. No full marks, but I think I got around 87 or 88. It seems you have triumphed this time, so you needn't cry. Honest to goodness. Jiang Nan only intended to offer a word of consolation to Qin Feng. Despite their rivalry, he could not stand idly by while someone wept in distress. However, wah, sob. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Qin Feng could no longer contain himself and burst into tears like those around him. What? Jiang Nan was momentarily speechless. Why are you crying even though you won? Is it tears of joy? But that seems excessive. Jiang Nan found it difficult to comprehend. Yet, it was beyond his understanding. Qin Feng was not shedding tears of joy, but rather was overwhelmed by the weight of his disappointment, far exceeding his capacity to cope. Prior to the exam, he had arrived with a fierce determination, confident he would outperform Jiang Nan. He had vowed that if Jiang Nan scored 99, he would achieve full marks, proving to everyone that he was indeed the strongest. But the reality was stark. He was uncertain if he would even pass. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was likely to score 87 or 88 and had submitted his paper long before the allotted time. Without comparison, there is no pain. How could he not feel heartbroken? Coupled with Jiang Nan's earlier remark, he felt like a mere jester. A man seldom sheds tears unless truly heartbroken. At that moment, his sorrow was profound, to the extent that he contemplated despair. Even when Luo Min, Yi Han, Shen Lang, and Qin Yuma gathered around, he did not manage to regain his composure. What a disgrace. An utter humiliation. From that moment forward, the pride he had painstakingly built over nearly 3 years of dominance at school crumbled entirely, as everyone bore witness to his tears. Yet, not a single person mocked him. In fact, there were no expressions of schadenfreude, only empathy reflected in their faces. They all understood Qin Feng's plight, for they too had just shed tears. Only Jiang Nan remained perplexed. Qin Feng was crying, and it seemed that tears glistened in the eyes of Luo Min, Yi Han, and Shen Lang. Even Qin Yuma's eyes were red. What on earth is happening? Class monitor, I merely submitted my paper early and took a nap. Why is everyone crying? That is quite normal. After all, we are not you. Qin Yuma wiped her tears, gazing at Jiang Nan with a complex expression. You possess great strength. And even if you did not achieve full marks this time, your score will certainly be respectable, especially since you submitted your paper early. But we are not in the same situation. Even if we persevered until the end, we would not score highly. For instance, I only managed to complete 4 fill-in-the-blank questions. I left the rest blank as I simply could not solve them. They were excessively difficult. Jiang Nan, what is going on? Qin Yuma could only answer for fill-in-the-blank questions. Does that mean she only scored 32 points? This is an astonishingly poor performance. Such simple questions. I had assumed anyone could solve them and score full marks. But it turns out, Qin Yuma could not solve them. After struggling for 2.5 hours, she had only completed 4 questions, and the same could be said for Luo Min, Yi Han, and Shun Lang. Observing their nodding heads in response to Qin Yuma's words, it was clear that none of them fared much better. At that moment, Jiang Nan felt an urge to curse. MMP, class monitor, you are all supposed to be academic elites. How is it that you performed so poorly? Even if you were given some leeway, it should not have been to such an extent. And Qin Feng, you have always topped the school. Why did you falter in the math competition? I had deliberately restrained my score, not wanting to answer everything correctly, hoping to let you win just this once. But the outcome, you were so disappointing? It seems that the invigilator's earlier remark was entirely accurate. Even though I scored only 88, it is considerably high compared to Qin Feng and Qin Yuma. If all goes well, I might once again be first in class. Wait, why do I say again? It seems this would be my first time achieving first place if we exclude the previous monthly exam scores. Let us hope it won't cause too much of a stir. Otherwise, I would truly be overwhelmed, as being in the spotlight can be quite burdensome. Chapter 112. He is merely an ordinary student in my class on that day at noon, following the conclusion of the examination. The participating students predominantly boarded buses to return to their respective schools. Jiang Nan and his peers were no exception. However, Chao Tianyuan chose to remain behind. This was to ensure fairness. All supervising teachers from schools in close proximity to number 1 high school were required to participate in the grading of the papers. At that moment, the spacious office was bustling with activity. A group of teachers, including Chao Tianyuan, diligently graded the recently completed math competition papers. Although there were over 600 papers to evaluate, the number of teachers present ensured a swift process. This year's cohort is rather underwhelming. I've graded so many papers, yet not a single student has scored above 80. In fact, very few have even passed, one teacher lamented. I also struggled. There was only one student who managed to score 80, and merely 3 or 4 others passed. The majority scored in the 20s or 30s, with some barely scraping by with single digits. This is quite disheartening. This was to be expected, as the math competition was fundamentally designed to distinguish true geniuses from the ordinary. While it may be challenging to discern talent in everyday circumstances, the competition served as a mirror, revealing the true capabilities of the students. Those with genuine ability could achieve high scores regardless of the paper's difficulty, whereas those with lesser aptitude were likely to fare poorly, with merely 3 or 4 correct answers being commendable. Indeed, you are correct. Based on past results, a score of 70 would suffice for advancement to the provincial competition, while 80 would enhance one's chances of winning accolades at the provincial level. This year's preliminary examination, however, is significantly more challenging, so the required scores may be adjusted downwards. If there aren't enough candidates, passing may even be enough to qualify for the semifinals. Qualifying by merely passing is of little value. The heightened difficulty this year aims to identify truly exceptional students who can represent our city in the provincial arena and claim honors. Those who only manage to pass would merely be filling numbers, lacking substantial merit. As they continued grading, the teachers engaged in conversation, and after nearly half an hour, the papers were finally assessed. The next step involved tallying scores and rankings. Just then, one of the grading teachers held up a paper, his expression one of astonishment. "Something seems amiss with this paper," he declared. "Amiss? In what manner? Did the student perform exceptionally well, perhaps achieving a perfect score? Not quite perfect, but they did score an impressive 88. 88. That's quite commendable. The highest score I have is 84, and it is the only score above 80 in my batch. My highest is also 84. I only managed to get 82 as the top score. Mine too, 82. Then it appears that this student with an 88 is the top scorer of this year's math competition preliminary round? Indeed, that seems unusual. I recall last year's top scorer achieved only 87, and given the increased difficulty of this year's paper, this student's 88 is nothing short of miraculous. It is true, Those with genuine talent can attain high scores even on the most challenging papers. Quickly, let us find out who this top student is and from which school they hail. Well, it must either be Lu Fan from number 1 high school, Du Jiang from number 2 high school, or perhaps Xia Ji from Chuing or Ming Chuan from Lanpu. Excluding these 4, it is unlikely anyone else could achieve such a feat. But what if a dark horse emerges? That is unlikely. Indeed, it is highly improbable. The math competition is not like an ordinary exam. Without inherent talent and years of dedicated study, it is impossible for someone to suddenly excel. The teachers exchanged curious glances, eager to discover the identity of this extraordinary student. Yet, the teachers from number 1 high school, number 2 high school, Chuing, and Lanpu stood apart, exchanging knowing looks imbued with confidence. Clearly, they believed that the top score belonged to one of their own. After all, only the superlative prodigies from their schools would possess the capability to score an 88. However, in the next moment, a revelation struck. This student is not from number 1 high school. What? Isn't it Lu Fan from number 1? Could it be Du Jiang from number 2? Not him. Is it Xia Ji from Chuing Min? Neither. Then it must be Ming Chuan from Lanpu. None of them. This student is named Jiang Nan, and he is from Jiangxing number 3 high school. From Jiangxing number 3 high school? How is that possible? No. 3 high has never been strong enough to claim the top spot in the math competition preliminary rounds. The teachers from number 1, number 2, Chuing, and Lanpu widened their eyes in disbelief. They were not alone in their astonishment. The teachers from number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, and no. 8 shared similar reactions. It was widely recognized that number 3 high had declined in recent years. Historically, they participated merely to make up numbers, with hardly anyone advancing to the semifinals, let alone securing first place. Yet this year, to claim the top spot was utterly inconceivable. Could it be that no? 3 high was on the verge of a resurgence? There had been no prior indications of such a possibility. The last monthly exam had been meticulously orchestrated by the teachers of number 1 and number 2, with a formidable level of difficulty designed to gauge the capabilities of various schools. Following the exam, it was reported that number 1 and no. 2 had produced remarkable scores exceeding 670, with Chuing and Lanpu trailing closely behind. Number 4 followed, while number 3 was positioned behind number 4, with its highest score barely reaching 602, far from comparable to the top 5 schools. Yet now, had they staged a comeback in this math competition? Or was it possible that number 3 had deliberately concealed its strength during the previous monthly exam? Instantly, every teacher's gaze converged on Chao Tianyuan from number 3 high. What? You believe only number 1, number 2, Chuing, and Lanpu can secure first place in the preliminary round, while number 3 cannot? At this moment, Chao Tianyuan's expression darkened, visibly upset by the earlier remarks. What did they mean by suggesting number 3 lacked the capability to claim the top spot? In the years before number 3's decline, it was customary for them to secure first place. Number 2, Chuing, and Lanpu could not even compare to number 3. And even number 1 had once been overshadowed by them. The surrounding teachers fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Old Chao, you know we didn't mean it that way. We were merely surprised by Jiang Nan's achievement. Scoring 88 to claim first place clearly indicates his remarkable talent. Yet we had never heard of him before. Could he be a hidden genius cultivated by your school? To suggest that he is a specially trained genius would be an overstatement. Jiang Nan is simply an ordinary student in my class. His previous performance was average, not particularly good, nor bad. Just last week, during the monthly exam, he scored 600, placing second in the school. That's all there is to it. He cannot be compared to your Lu Fan from number 1, Du Jiang from number 2, Xia Ji from Chuing, or Ming Chuan from Lanpu. Chapter 113. Something is amiss with this paper. The teachers from the first and second schools, along with Chuing and Lanpu, exchanged glances of disbelief. Can you believe it? One exclaimed. Is what Chao Tianyuan said even coherent? Who claims to be the best in mathematics? It's undoubtedly old Chao from Jiangxing number 3. What does it mean to be ordinary or unremarkable? Those who secured first place in the preliminary rounds of the mathematical Olympiad are, more often than not, capable of reaching the provincial finals. With a stellar performance, they might even qualify for the provincial team and participate in the finals. Can such achievements truly be described as mundane or commonplace? Moreover, to say he cannot compare to Lu Fan from the first school, Du Jiang from the second school, Chu Ying from Xiaji, and Lan Pu from Mengchuan is simply ludicrous. The absurdity is palpable. It's as if they were speaking nonsense with their eyes wide open. The Olympiad differs from standard exams, where a few points may not accurately reflect one's capabilities. In such competitions, a single point can signify a substantial difference in skill. Not to mention, Jiang Nan scored 88 points, surpassing the second and third place, who scored 84 by 4 points, and the fourth and fifth place, who scored 82 by 6 points. How infuriating! The four of them had boasted confidently, only to be outdone by Chao Tianyuan. Their faces must be flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, one teacher interrupted the awkward silence, pointing at Jiang Nan's paper. This paper has issues. What do you mean? You all saw the last problem, right? Of course, it was a complex sequence problem, and its difficulty level is quite high. Did he make a mistake? No, he did not err. In fact, he answered it correctly, with a clear thought process and no discernible flaws. What? He got it right. Indeed, he scored full marks, a perfect 20. How is this possible? Although it's just a sequence problem, its difficulty is exceptionally high. And no one has ever achieved full marks on the final question in past competitions. The teachers were astonished, for they had all reviewed the paper and knew the questions. Even they struggled with it. After all, what is a final question but a challenge designed to test students' limits? The final problem in Jiangqing's Olympiad preliminaries has always been notoriously difficult, with few managing to attain full marks. Points awarded are typically based on the steps taken, directly correlating with the student's ability. It is clear as day who possesses true genius. Yet, Jiang Nan has managed to conquer this final challenge. Just how formidable is his mathematical prowess? The truth remains elusive. The teacher holding Jiang Nan's paper continued. Since he could tackle the final sequence problem, his strength is indisputable, particularly his profound understanding of sequences. He might even surpass us as mathematics teachers. But have you all examined the fill-in-the-blank question, number 8? Of course we have. It was also a sequence problem, requiring the general term formula and the sum of the first n terms. Precisely. Yet Jiang Nan got it wrong and lost 8 points. What? He made a mistake? How could that be? While that was the last fill-in-the-blank question and quite challenging, it pales in comparison to the final sequence problem. Although the focus of the questions differs, if he could answer the final question correctly, he should have been able to tackle the 8th question as well. This defies logic. The room was filled with puzzled expressions, as if questions hung heavy in the air. How can a person who can run stumble while walking? How can one excel at difficult problems yet falter at simpler ones? Unless it was an oversight. But is that even plausible? It seems utterly illogical. Moreover, the inconsistencies did not end there. The teacher holding Jiang Nan's paper spoke again. You must also be aware of the first problem, which has 2 questions. Although they are not causally linked, it is evident that the first question, while challenging, is far easier than the second, given its mere 4 points. Yet, Jiang Nan managed to answer the second question correctly, earning 12 points, while he faltered on the first, losing 4 points. The teachers were at a loss for words. All right, this is completely beyond our comprehension. Is this yet another oversight? With such similar errors appearing twice on one paper, the odds seem exceedingly slim. Everyone present was astute. They were all educators, many of whom were mathematics teachers. Just based on Jiang Nan's ability to answer the final question correctly and his success with the second part of the first question, it was clear Jiang Nan's mathematical prowess is astonishing. Without a doubt, he should have scored higher than 88 points. Yet, Jiang Nan only received 88 points? This is truly perplexing. Teachers from the first and second schools, along with Chu Ying and Lan Pu, furrowed their brows in confusion, unable to fathom the situation, except for Chao Tianyuan. That rascal Jiang Nan is indeed manipulating his scores. Chao Tianyuan shook his head, smiling silently. Given his understanding of Jiang Nan's formidable abilities, he was certain that such a preliminary paper should have yielded a perfect score. Yet the outcome was merely 88 points. With the difficult questions answered correctly and the simpler ones wrong, Even if Jiang Nan concealed his true capabilities well, Chao Tianyuan could discern the truth the moment he learned of Jiang Nan's score. He understood that it was an intentional score manipulation. However, he chose not to expose Jiang Nan's strategy. For after all, the audience consisted solely of teachers from Jiangxing. This top scorer in the Olympiad was merely the top scorer of the preliminary round. There is no need to rush. When Jiang Nan secures first place in the finals and astonishes mathematics teachers across the province, he can then explain that Jiang Nan was merely testing the waters, that his failure to achieve full marks was a deliberate act of score control. How much more intriguing would that be? Perhaps some present had already guessed the truth. They are all clever individuals, not easily fooled. Yet, they are unwilling to believe or admit it. But that lack of belief is inconsequential. When Jiang Nan helps Jiangxing No. 3 clinch the provincial championship, they will have no choice but to accept the reality. At that moment, they will understand that Jiangxing No. 3 has risen once more. What of the first school? The second school, Chuing and Lanpu? What of Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xiaji, and Meng Chuan? Before Jiang Nan from Jiangxing No. 3, they are all mere novices. Chao Tianyuan reveled in his secret delight. Who would have thought these individuals would look down upon Jiangxing No. 3, not even giving it a second glance? Now, the tables have turned. Chapter 114. Jiang Nan takes the first place in Jiangnan. Is this surprising? The preliminary results of the Olympiad mathematics competition have been released, with the highest score being 88, achieving the first place in the city, claimed by Jiang Nan from the third high school. Following closely are Lu Fan from the first high school and Du Jiang from the second high school, both scoring 84, along with Chuing Xia and Lanpu Mengchuan, who scored 82. These 5 individuals are the top competitors in the contest. This year's competition aimed to select truly exceptional talents to represent Jiangxing in the provincial competition, resulting in an exceptionally difficult exam. Only these 5 managed to surpass the score of 80. 10 others scored in the 70s, and 14 in the 60s. Out of over 600 participants, a mere 29 achieved a passing score. Most of the remaining candidates, like Qin Yuma, lingered in the 20s, with some scoring in the teens. Such a dismal outcome indeed paints a grim picture. The Olympiad truly is a battleground. Only the Armée de la Armée can navigate such a formidable challenge. Among the 29 who passed, the first high school secured 8 spots. The second high school 7, Chuing 6, and Lanpu 5. Together, these 4 schools accounted for an astounding 26 of the successful candidates, exceeding 5/6 of the passing scores. It is no wonder that they are considered the Armée de la Armée among the numerous high schools in Jiangxing, showcasing their formidable prowess, overshadowing other institutions, including the 4th high school. However, this year, the 3rd high school was indeed an exception. Although the number of students passing was scant, only one, Jiang Nan, the fact that he achieved the top score in the city speaks volumes. When the results were announced, all the teachers and students of the first high school were left in astonishment. What? The first place in the preliminary round, which has traditionally been claimed by them, was unexpectedly taken by the 3rd high school? How could this be? When did the 3rd high school become so formidable? Who is this Jiang Nan? Where did he come from? Why had they never heard of him? How could he possibly outscore the extraordinary Lu Fan? Simultaneously, schools like the 2nd high school, Chuing, and Lanpu experienced a similar disbelief, especially Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xiaji, and Meng Chuan, who had all considered themselves the frontrunners for the top position. Upon hearing that the first place was snatched by Jiang and from the 3rd high school, their feelings were, to say the least, less than favorable. Lu Fan, the 3rd high school, Jiang Nan. Never heard of him, yet he managed to score 4 points more than me. This is quite interesting. I must get to know him during the finals. Du Jiang. I thought my only competition would be Lu Fan, Xiaji, and Meng Chuan, but suddenly, an unexpected contender has emerged. However, I will not concede defeat. Xiaji. The preliminary round was merely a warm-up. The real competition has yet to commence. We shall settle this in the finals. Meng Chuan. See you in the finals next week. At this moment, Jiang Nan had indeed become a household name across the city. Almost everyone in Jiangxing was aware of his name. However, when this news reached the 3rd high school, it did not create much of a stir. What? Jiang Nan secured the first place in the preliminary round? Is that surprising? He is South God, a true academic prodigy and a basketball virtuoso. It is not astonishing that he scored 88. Even if he had achieved a perfect score, it would have been entirely normal. This initial victory is merely the beginning. Just wait and see. It won't be long before he also claims the first position in the finals. It has been said that he is not only participating in the Olympiad, but also in the physics and chemistry competitions on Wednesday, as well as the biology competition on Friday. It is highly likely that he will secure the top spot in all. He is the god of students, capable of anything. One must acknowledge that as a person experiences frequent shock, their capacity to endure and accept it significantly enhances. The mindset of the entire third high school community has improved remarkably. They no longer find it strange or surprising that Jiang Nan claimed the first position in the Olympiad. If there is any astonishment, it is directed towards Qin Feng of Class 301. Prior to Jiang Nan's emergence, Qin Feng was hailed as the academic genius. However, upon the release of the Olympiad results, Qin Feng shockingly scored only 59, just 1 point shy of passing. The crowd was left speechless. It was indeed unexpected. It turned out Qin Feng was not as formidable as previously believed, merely a big fish in a small pond. The disparity between him and true experts was glaringly apparent. Qin Feng felt utterly despondent. In a secluded corner, he wept once more. He knew he had not performed well in this competition and might not even pass, and indeed, he did not. This setback was monumental and difficult to accept. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was expected to score around 87 or 88, and he indeed scored 88. If he was not mistaken, Jiang Nan likely did not exert his full potential, as he submitted his paper early. If he had only submitted a few minutes early, it would have been one thing. Others may not have known, but he was well aware, having specifically inquired afterward that Jiang Nan submitted his paper shortly after the exam began. How astonishing! To submit the paper shortly after the exam commenced and effortlessly achieve a score of 88, surpassing all competitors to claim the title of city champion? Truly, without comparison, there can be no pain. At that moment, he truly felt despair. Jiang Nan had become an insurmountable mountain before him, one he could never hope to scale. Moreover, he had no desire to attempt the climb. Some individuals are destined to be revered. One may strive to surpass them, but if that is unattainable, one must simply accept reality and comply. Previously, he had entertained thoughts of competing against Jiang Nan in the Olympiad, but now that desire had completely vanished. In fact, he no longer wished to participate in the Olympiad at all, even if he qualified for the finals with only 29 passing scores. The city would select the top 30 to compete in the province, and with his score of 59, he barely made it as the 30th. However, that held no significance whatsoever. On the other hand, as the person involved, Jiang Nan remained indifferent to his newfound title as city champion. He continued to eat, drink, and sleep as usual. The only aspect that piqued his interest was perhaps the system rewards he would receive upon completing the score control task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the score control task. Rewards: Physical Fitness 1, Olympiad Foundation 1, Olympiad Potential 1, points 100. Chapter 115. The physics competition begins 2 days later. On Wednesday, the aftermath of the mathematics competition had yet to dissipate, as a new contest commenced. Today, not one but two competitions took place, the physics and chemistry competitions. The venue remained Jiangxing No. 1 High School, renowned for its comprehensive excellence. Almost all competitions were dominated by this prestigious institution, rendering second-tier schools like No. 2 High School, Chuying, and Lanpu unable to secure notable achievements. Thus, akin to the previous mathematics competition, the participants from No. 3 High School assembled early at the school gate to board the bus. Moreover, the number of contestants was similarly 10, with most participants mirroring those from 3 days prior: Jiang Nan, Qin Feng, Luo Min, Yi Han, Shen Lang, and Qin Yuma, with only 4 new faces among them. As the adage goes, mathematics and physics are intertwined. Those proficient in mathematics often excel in physics as well. Except for Jiang Nan, Qin Feng, Luo Min, Yi Han, Shen Lang, and Qin Yuma consistently ranked among the top 10 in school examinations. Despite minor discrepancies in their strengths, they were not deficient in physics. Therefore, their simultaneous participation in both competitions was warranted. Of course, their competence in physics was merely one reason for their participation. Another reason lay in the scarcity of contestants from number 3 high school. The previous mathematics competition revealed that while Luo Min, Yi Han, Shen Lang, and Qin Yuma performed commendably at number 3 high school, consistently placing in the top 10, they still fell short when compared to the true elites of No. 1 high school, number 2 high school, Chuing, and Lanpu. Even Qin Feng could not secure a top 10 position among them. This was evident from the results of previous monthly exams, where number 1 high school boasted 17 or 18 students scoring above 600, and No. 2 high school had 15 or 16, with Chuing and Lanpu following closely behind. Qin Feng's score of 602 was hardly considered exceptional in that context. As for Qin Yuma and Luo Min, they could barely be classified as above average, hardly qualifying as academic prodigies. Their participation stemmed not only from personal desire, but also from the school's intentions to maintain appearances and bolster numbers. After all, number 3 high school had once been illustrious, rivaling number 1 high school and nearly eclipsing it. Although it had fallen from grace, it was determined not to concede defeat. The mathematics competition saw dozens of participants from number 1 and number 2 high schools, and the same applied to the physics competition. No. 3 high school could not afford to send too few participants. Single digits were unacceptable. Even if they were few in number, they had to muster 10 competitors. Otherwise, No. 3 high school would truly be left behind. However, even with 10 participants, most would merely be there to fill the ranks, with little chance of securing notable placements or even advancing to the next round. This was a reality everyone acknowledged. Only Qin Feng had previously appeared to have a glimmer of hope, but after witnessing the true prowess of number 1 and number 2 high schools, his chances of advancement seemed slim. Much like the mathematics competition, even if he did advance, it would be by a narrow margin, rendering it somewhat meaningless. Fortunately, a rising star named Jiang Nan emerged this year, capable of uplifting the spirits of his peers and bringing honor to number 3 high school. The physics competition mirrored the previous mathematics competition, with a full score of 100 in a duration of 2.5 hours. You should be able to secure first place without issue. Jiang Nan's confidence was bolstered by the boastful claims of old Chow in the office just yesterday. The teacher in charge of this expedition, Xia Hongwei, addressed Jiang Nan with utmost seriousness as they boarded the bus. "I shall do my best," Jiang Nan responded with a modest smile, refraining from making overly definitive statements. Ultimately, the outcome depended on the system's whims, beyond his control. Nonetheless, advancement seemed assured, though securing first place remained uncertain. Before long, the group arrived at number 1 high school, following a familiar routine akin to the previous mathematics competition, a brief opening ceremony and the allocation of examination rooms. However, unlike their previous discreet visit, today the atmosphere buzzed with speculation surrounding Jiang Nan's potential prowess. Whispers filled the air, questioning the legitimacy of his recent accolades, suggesting they were merely the result of a fortunate mathematics competition performance. "How impressive can he be?" Some scoffed. "I heard he only scored 600 on the last monthly exam. While that's not poor, it hardly denotes exceptional skill. Perhaps he merely excels in mathematics." Today, however, was a physics competition, and many believed they could surpass Jiang Nan. In the conference hall, students congregated, their conversations no longer revolving around Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xia Ji, or Meng Chuan. Instead, they focused on Jiang Nan from No. 3 high school, as news of his achievements spread like wildfire. Concurrently, students from number 1, number 2, Chuing, and Lanpu felt a swell of indignation, particularly those from No. 1 high school. In previous years, the top scorer in the preliminary mathematics competition had always hailed from their ranks. Yet this year, their star scholar, Lu Fan, had been eclipsed by someone from number 3 high school. This revelation was intolerable for the students of number 1, who believed their institution was unmatched in terms of faculty, resources, and student capability. Determined to reclaim their prestige, they resolved that the physics competition must yield a victory for number 1 high school, with Jiang Nan firmly beneath their feet. Only then could they redeem their honor. Similarly, students from number 2, Chuying, Lanpu, and even number 4 high school harbored similar sentiments. They had already accepted past defeats to number 1 high school, but conceding to number 3 high school was an affront too far. Jiang Nan, however, remained unperturbed, as he had little regard for those he perceived as competitors. His motivations for participating in the competition were solely to fulfill his tasks and accumulate points. As the competition commenced, the system once again presented a task. Ding! In this physics competition, please achieve a score of 88. Chapter 116. Understanding the answer through instinct alone. Why is it again an 88? Or could it be that all 4 competitions have led me to maintain a score of 88? If that is indeed the case, there are some advantages. At least I won't draw too much attention, for it is impossible to be first in every instance. Jiang Nan pondered quietly to himself. He then picked up the physics exam paper and glanced over it. There were 5 multiple-choice questions, each worth 6 points, totaling 30 points, 5 fill-in-the-blank questions, similarly worth 30 points, and 2 problem-solving questions, each valued at 20 points, adding up to 40 points. To keep his score at 88, the simplest method was to intentionally get 1 multiple-choice question and 1 fill-in-the-blank question wrong. Perfect. With his decision made, Jiang Nan set to work. The first question presented, as illustrated, a light rope with a stiffness coefficient of h is fixed at the top to the ceiling, with its lower end connected to a small ball of mass m, taking the equilibrium position of the ball, 0, as the origin of the coordinates and the positive x direction downward. If we consider the origin as the 0 point of the system's potential energy, what is the total potential energy of the system when the ball is at position x0? The options were presented, but Jiang Nan felt somewhat speechless. He sensed that the questioner was insulting his intelligence with such a simplistic question. Was it truly necessary to test such trivialities in a competition? Without a moment's hesitation, he chose option B. As for the multiple choice aspect, it was evidently a single choice. Did he even need a solution process? Surely there couldn't be anyone who couldn't tackle such a question. If such a person existed, perhaps a visit to the hospital would be in order to check their intelligence. One question after another, Jiang Nan completed all 5 multiple-choice questions in the blink of an eye. It seemed he had done one too many. To maintain that coveted 88, he had to erase the last choice and deliberately fill in a wrong answer. Then came the 4 fill-in-the-blank questions. Similarly, driven by instinct, he swiftly answered all correctly. Once again, he had to erase one to ensure he included an incorrect answer. Alas, this wretched instinct. It was simply due to his exceptional grasp of physics that he found himself in this predicament, which was mildly disheartening. Nonetheless, he had managed to deduct the necessary 12 points. The remaining 2 problem-solving questions would pose little challenge. The first problem, 20 points, described a rectangular plate of mass m rests on a smooth horizontal surface. The left end of the plate is connected to a horizontal spring with a stiffness coefficient of h, the other end fixed to a wall. Atop the plate rests a small block of mass m. At time t0, the plate is stationary while the block begins to slide to the right at a certain velocity. Given that the coefficient of friction between the block and the plate is and the acceleration due to gravity is g. 1. Prove that during the block's rightward sliding relative to the plate, the motion of the plate is simple harmonic, and determine the amplitude and frequency, period, of this motion. 2. If the plate begins to move at t0 and reaches a quarter period, find 1. The initial velocity of the block. 2. The heat generated during the plate's quarter period movement. Jiang Nan scrutinized the problem for 3 seconds, then commenced the solution without even needing scratch paper. Although the problem appeared lengthy, it was straightforward to the extreme, merely assessing friction, simple harmonic motion, and energy conservation, concepts that felt almost cliché. He proceeded with the solution. 1. During the block's rightward sliding relative to the plate, the frictional force acting on the plate is F mg, directed rightward. According to Newton's second law, Fkx ma, where x is the extension of the spring and is the acceleration of the plate, positive to the right. Let xx k. From the equations, we can derive 2. Without a moment's pause, he managed to complete both inquiries of the question in one breath. Next came the final question. I must say, this last problem bore a hint of substance. Unlike the previous ones where the answers were glaringly obvious, akin to giving away points, easily attainable by even a fool. For this 12th question, Jiang Nan contemplated for just a moment, and then a thought struck him. Half a minute later, he finished and submitted his paper. Jiang Nan. The invigilator glanced at the name on the submission and furrowed his brow instantly. You are the one who achieved first place in the recent mathematics competition, right? How is it that you finished so quickly without attempting the questions? The invigilator, familiar with Jiang Nan's reputation, could not help but feel skeptical. After all, being skilled in mathematics did not necessarily imply proficiency in physics. The notion of a prodigy was often met with disbelief, particularly in the realm of physics competitions. It was evident that Jiang Nan intended to submit his paper without having attempted the majority of the questions, which led the invigilator to conclude that Jiang Nan would likely score 0 on a paper with 12 questions. Jiang Nan frowned slightly and replied, "Teacher, I have not abandoned the exam. I merely finished early." With that, he walked away, as he had a chemistry competition in the afternoon. The weather was delightful, with the sun shining brightly, and he wished to relax on the lawn and soak up some sun, recharging his energy. Arrogant and oblivious, the invigilator thought. I would like to see what score you achieve. His impression of Jiang Nan was already unfavorable, and this encounter only reinforced his disdain. However, when he picked up Jiang Nan's paper to review it, he was taken aback, just as another invigilator had been earlier. This was not a blank sheet. He had truly completed it. How was that possible? The exam had only commenced for a few minutes. Even if he had hastily scribbled, it was implausible to be so quick. Moreover, didn't he appear to be random writing? Indeed, it was not random. He had answered the first question correctly, as well as the second, and yes, there was the third. Chapter 117. The first in physics competition, yet again from the third school? Is the physics competition paper exceedingly simple? What a farce. A competition is not a mere examination. How could it possibly be easy? Have you not observed the multitude of candidates in the same examination hall, frantically scratching their heads, utterly at a loss? This is not just the case in Jiang Nan's examination room. In the other 19 halls, the pens in the hands of the majority feel as heavy as lead. Particularly those who previously participated in the Olympiad are experiencing a tumultuous mix of emotions, nearly on the brink of collapse. Goodness, the Olympiad was challenging, but that is in the past. Now, the physics competition is equally daunting. It is clearly an affront, a demoralizing blow to their confidence. Within the third school, Luo Min, Yi Han, Shun Lang, and Qin Yuema have all silently resigned themselves. They swore that they would rather be beaten than participate in a third competition, simply because this is beyond their capabilities. Even Qin Feng is struggling with the physics paper, finding it an uphill battle. On another note, after Jiang Nan exited the examination hall, he made a quick trip to the restroom, only to unexpectedly encounter an acquaintance. "Oh, it's you. You must be Jiang Nan from the third school. Here to participate in the physics competition, right? But wait. The competition has only just begun. How did you manage to find your way to the restroom? Have you already finished and submitted your paper?" The speaker is none other than Wang, the invigilator from Jiang Nan's previous Olympiad examination. Initially, he held a dismissive view of Jiang Nan, believing him to be merely boastful without any real talent, almost reprimanding him. However, upon seeing Jiang Nan's examination paper, his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Jiang Nan naturally remembers this teacher and nods, affirming that he has indeed completed and submitted his paper early. Wow! The invigilator couldn't help but exclaim, staring incredulously at Jiang Nan. "Last time in the Olympiad, you finished in just a few minutes and scored 88, taking first place. Please don't tell me you've done it again. Whether I can secure first place is uncertain. I only scored 88 again, just like before." "What? 88 again?" The invigilator's eyes widened in disbelief. Scoring 88 in one competition is understandable, but how could anyone achieve the same score in two separate competitions? Was it a coincidence? Or perhaps a deliberate manipulation of scores? He found it hard to fathom, let alone believe. After all, this is a competition, not a standard examination. He had heard of genuine prodigies, exceptional students who enjoyed manipulating their scores, but such tactics were only applicable in standard tests. He had never encountered anyone managing to manipulate scores in a competition. Thus, it seems likely that you are once again in the lead, as the third school has produced an outstanding student. What? 88 can secure first place? Jiang Nan tilted his head, thinking that with such simple questions, many should easily score above 90, if not full marks. Many scoring above 90. The invigilator's face contorted in disbelief. In past years' physics competitions, no one has ever achieved over 90. The highest score has only reached 83 or 84. Wow, 83 or 84. That's lower than the Olympiad. This time, it was Jiang Nan who was astonished. He nearly collided with the invigilator in his surprise. He genuinely could not comprehend such straightforward physics questions, and no one managed to score above 90 in previous years? Were they all fools? What do you think? The invigilator dodged Jiang Nan's shock while retorting. Overall, while the physics competition is indeed less challenging than the Olympiad, the final question has historically stumped everyone, with the highest score merely reflecting a few points for formulas. Naturally, the top score has remained between 83 and 84. Today, even though I wasn't supervising the physics competition, I've heard that in order to select candidates for the second round, this year's physics competition is even more difficult. The highest score will likely be lower. Jiang Nan had no interest in hearing the rest. He simply did not wish to contend for the elusive first place. As long as he could advance to the next round, fulfill his tasks, and secure more opportunities for score manipulation, he would be satisfied. The notion of first place was nothing but a nuisance. Whoever desires it may take it. But why does that old man persistently pursue him? Truly, it is not the formidable opponents that instill fear, but rather the foolish enemies. If he were to score only 88 on such simple physics questions and still secure first place, he would genuinely look down upon those so-called academic elites from the first and second schools. 2.5 hours later, the physics competition concluded. Candidates from various schools exited the hall dejectedly, reminiscent of the previous Olympiad. However, this time, Jiang Nan had learned from experience. After indulging in a meal, he sought out a quiet patch of grass to nap and bask in the sun, undisturbed by the lamentations of others. After all, he need not return to school, as there was still a chemistry competition in the afternoon. He had resolved to sleep until the chemistry competition commenced. Ah, bliss! Meanwhile, in an office at the first school, physics teachers from various institutions gathered to swiftly grade the recently concluded competition papers. Among them was Xie Hongwei, with the most senior physics teacher at the first school, Fang Qixing, overseeing the process. Group leader Fang, have the results been released? Have they? Then let us announce them to everyone. Let us see how each school fared. Fang Qixing adjusted his collar, speaking grandly, yet a flicker of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. After all, the first school had always dominated the physics competition in previous years, claiming nearly half of the 30 advancement spots. This year should be no different. Simultaneously, teachers from the second school, Tutoring and Lanpu, anxiously awaited the results. They had nurtured their best students this year, and although they could not compare to the first school overall, they still harbored hopes of victory. Only Xie Hongwei from the third school remained calm in the corner, smiling silently, as if he were merely an observer. In this competition, 5 students scored above 80, 10 above 70, and 15 above 60, totaling 30, precisely matching the spots available for advancement. Among them, the first school had 13 students, the second school 6, Tutoring 5, Lanpu 4, the fourth school 2, and the third school 1. From the data, it appeared that the first school had performed the best, followed by the second school, with Tutoring and Lanpu in third place, while the third school languished at the bottom. However, what? Fang Qixing had just displayed a satisfied smile, only to instantly frown, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The first place is not from our first school, what? Upon hearing this, Fang Qixing sprang to his feet. Not from our first school? Could it be the second school? No. Then is it from us at Tutoring? The teacher from Tutoring stepped forward to inquire. Neither. Then it must be from Lanpu. Surely Meng Chuan claimed first place. His physics scores have always been exceptional, consistently full marks. Including the last monthly exam, the physics teacher from Lanpu smiled. Yet before he could finish his sentence, the response came, no, none of them. It is from the third school. What? Again from the third school? Fang Qixing, along with teachers from number 2 middle school, Chu Ying and Lan Pu, were all taken aback. Previously, the top position in the mathematics Olympiad belonged to their school, number 3 middle school. How could it be that the title of champion in physics also belonged to them? Who says that the champion in physics cannot be from our esteemed No. 3 middle school? At this moment, Xia Hongwei, squinting his eyes and with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely stepped forward. If I am not mistaken, the one who has claimed the top spot must be Jiang Nan from our school. Swiftly, every teacher present turned their gaze towards the one holding the report card. There. Despite his reluctance to believe it, the teacher had no choice but to nod in affirmation. Indeed, it was Jiang Nan from your number 3 middle school. Chapter 118. Is it him again, who secured the first place in the physics competition? Fang Qixing. Teachers from number 2 middle school, Teacher Chu Ying, Teacher Lan Pu, and all the others present were utterly astonished. The top position in physics was astonishingly claimed once more by number 3 middle school, and yet again by Jiang Nan. Is there no law? Is there no justice? How could this be? Number 3 middle school has languished in decline for over a decade. They had not secured a first place in competitions for many years, let alone in both the mathematics Olympiad and physics competitions simultaneously. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare in the history of number 3 middle school. Although this was merely the preliminary round, just a city championship, the fact that they achieved first place means they qualify for the semifinals. The hope of securing a provincial championship may be slim, but attaining a provincial rank is undoubtedly within reach. After all, based on past experiences, a city champion invariably possesses the caliber of a provincial first. They may even qualify for the provincial team and participate in the final competition. With a stroke of luck, they might even secure a national first or second place, which would grant Jiang Nan direct admission privileges. Even if that does not materialize, the additional 20 points in the college entrance examination is an absolute certainty. It seems that this year, number 3 middle school is truly on the rise. Jiang Nan indeed possesses the potential to be a top scorer in the college entrance examination. This was something that everyone found difficult to digest. After all, prior to the examinations, they were all confident in their own students while belittling number 3 middle school. Yet the outcome was akin to a slap in the face. Only Xia Hongwei was overjoyed at this moment. Finally, it was his turn to revel in triumph. One word, delightful. Were it not for the constraints of his position as a teacher, he would have laughed boisterously. Jiang Nan. Indeed, he has brought honor. Upon returning, he could boast before everyone, particularly that scoundrel Chao Tianyuan. However, his jubilation was short-lived. When he glanced at Jiang Nan's score on the report card, his mood took a downturn. 88 points? Jiang Nan only scored 88 points? Although it was still the highest score, surpassing the second and third place by a margin of 4 points, it was inconceivable that with Jiang Nan's capabilities, he would only score 88. The only explanation must be that he intentionally controlled his score. Truly, unbelievable. Fine, for the sake of his first place and his qualification for the semifinals, I shall let this one slide. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the chemistry competition was about to commence. This time, 10 participants from No. 3 middle school were selected. However, they were not the usual suspects like Luo Min, Yi Han, Xin Lang, or Qin Yuma. Instead, new faces filled their places. Even Qin Feng did not participate. They were simply too exhausted. After completing the physics competition in the morning, they returned directly to number 3 middle school, without pausing at number 1. Only Jiang Nan had the luxury of sleeping soundly until now. He was then escorted to the examination hall by teacher Chu Yang, the leader of the chemistry team. It is worth mentioning that while other participants found their own way to the examination hall, Jiang Nan was personally escorted by the team leader, who watched him enter with great anticipation. At that moment, the 50-something-year-old head of the chemistry group at No. 3 middle school had a smile that could hardly be contained. How could he not smile? Previously, Jiang Nan had claimed first place in the mathematics Olympiad, bringing glory to number 3 middle school and allowing the team leader to hold his head high among the teachers from other schools. The same was true for the morning's physics competition. It was said that when the results were announced, teacher Xia Hongwei was proud and triumphant, while the teachers from No. 1 and number 2, along with Chu Ying and Lan Pu, appeared defeated and dumbfounded. Now, it was finally Chu Yang's turn. Given Jiang Nan's prowess in chemistry, attaining first place in the preliminary round was a certainty. At that thought, he stood at the entrance of the examination hall, grinning foolishly. However, within 2 minutes, he casually turned his head and was startled to see someone gazing at him with a bewildered expression. What the hell, Jiang Nan? You just went in. How are you out already? Please don't tell me you are abandoning the exam. I am counting on you to secure first place. Bring glory to the school, and allow me to bask in the limelight. At that moment, Chu Yang was genuinely anxious. In order to bask in Jiang Nan's glory, he had deliberately set aside all his responsibilities to accompany the team to number 1 middle school for the chemistry competition. But now, just as his dream was half realized, Jiang Nan was about to shatter it, and he could hardly bear it. Who said I was abandoning the exam? Jiang Nan looked at the team leader with an expression of innocence. I have already finished and submitted my paper early. Is that not permissible? Finished? Submitted early? It has only been 2 minutes. I know you are proficient in chemistry and work quickly, but this is too fast. Chu Yang's face was contorted with disbelief. Fast? It's just about average. Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively. He truly did not feel he was particularly swift. After all, the process was the same as the previous mathematics and physics competitions, where his systematic task was to control the score at 88. He merely needed to plan where to deduct 12 points, leaving the remaining questions to be answered normally. So, can you secure first place? I am not certain if I can achieve first place, but I believe that with 88 points, advancing should not be a problem. Chu Yang was exasperated. Clearly possessing the ability to score full marks, yet deliberately scoring only 88 points and speaking so confidently about it. There is no one else like Jiang Nan. However, let it be. Based on past chemistry competition scores, the highest score was only in the 80s, so Jiang Nan's 88 should suffice for first place. Moreover, he also scored 88 in both the mathematics and physics competitions. As long as he qualifies for the semifinals, the focus should be on securing the provincial championship. 2.5 hours later, the chemistry competition came to a close. Chu Yang arranged for the participants from No. 3 middle school to return to their school first. Of course, Jiang Nan was not among them, for he had long since completed his exam and left. As for Chu Yang, he went to the chemistry office at number 1 middle school to assist in grading the chemistry competition papers. Soon, the papers were graded and the results announced. First place, Jiang Nan, 88 points. Second place, Lu Fan, 87 points. Third place, Du Jiang, 87 points. Fourth place, Xiaji, 87 points. Fifth place, Meng Chuan, 87 points. Seeing that Jiang Nan from number 3 middle school had once again scored 88 points, winning first place in the chemistry competition by a narrow margin, Chu Yang couldn't help but smile. He even laughed aloud, a bit boastfully. Meanwhile, the teachers from number 1, number 2, and those old rivals, Chu Ying and Lan Pu, were left in disbelief, their eyes twitching uncontrollably. It is him. Jiang Nan from No. 3 middle school has once again claimed first place in the chemistry competition? How could this be? Why does our school continue to suffer defeat? Repeatedly losing to the same institution and the same individual? Jiang Nan, is he our nemesis? To simultaneously secure first place in 3 competitions and become a triple champion. This is unprecedented in the entire Jiang city. It is simply inconceivable. Chapter 119. The greatest spectacle in the history of biological competitions, have you heard? This year, the 3rd high school has produced a true genius. One capable of overshadowing the elite 1st and 2nd high schools, as well as the prestigious private institutions of Chuying and Lanpu. You must be referring to Jiang Nan, right? Indeed. It is Jiang Nan. Are you aware of the recent results? Of course. In the recent Olympic mathematics, physics, and chemistry competitions, he scored an impressive 88 points, clinching first place in all 3, earning him the title of Triple Crown Champion. The news has spread throughout all high schools in Jiangxing, even making headlines in newspapers and online platforms. It seems he has gained fame. Certainly, he has achieved notoriety, especially as the champion of 3 competitions. Such a talent has never been seen in Jiangxing before. Indeed, he is extraordinary. Prior to this, Lu Fan from the first high school, Du Jiang from the second, Xia Ji from Chuying, and Meng Chuan from Lanpu were all considered capable of entering Tsinghua or Peking University. This year's top scorer in the college entrance examination will likely emerge from these four, but now we must also add Jiang Nan to the list. If this is the case, does it not suggest that the third high school is on the rise? Certainly, although its overall strength may not yet match that of the first and second, its potential should not be underestimated. After all, while the first and second high schools could not produce a champion across 3 competitions, the third high school has done so, which speaks volumes. In less than half a day, the news of Jiang Nan's triumph in the 3 competitions spread like wildfire throughout Jiangqing. Subsequently, Jiang Nan became a sensation, a phenomenon of immense popularity. If previously, Jiang Nan was merely known within the third high school and among a small network online and on forums, now he has achieved fame that resonates throughout the entire city. As the saying goes, after years of hard work and obscurity, he is now known far and wide. Anyone in Jiangsheng who is in touch with society cannot be unaware of Jiang Nan's name. This is because the news about him is circulating widely in schools and reported by numerous media outlets. After all, this is the Olympic competition. For major media outlets, a preliminary round may not seem overly significant. However, for local media in Jiangsheng, it is a momentous event, especially the first place in 3 competitions, which could easily headline their front pages. In fact, many journalists rushed to the third high school seeking to interview Jiang Nan. However, they were all turned away by the school, citing that Jiang Nan still had to participate in a biology competition on Friday and would subsequently attend provincial rounds in various subjects, striving for excellent results to bring honor to the school in Jiangqing. Thus, interviews were inconvenient at this time, and they hoped everyone would refrain from disturbing Jiang Nan's studies. Of course, this was the school's official stance. The journalists had no choice but to accept it, as the school maintained strict management, making it impossible for them to intrude. As for the internal perspective, it was well known within the third high school that Jiang Nan spent most of his class time sleeping. Studying? That was merely a joke. Disturbing his studies was an even greater absurdity. It would be more accurate to say disturbing his sleep. Indeed, since the news of his victories in the physics and chemistry competitions reached the third high school, the threshold of Class 304 has been trampled by visitors. Students from other classes came seeking to catch a glimpse, but even more numerous were the teachers of physics and chemistry, along with a few from mathematics. Additionally, several school administrators, including those from the academic and discipline offices, as well as directors and vice-directors, all came to pay their respects to Jiang Nan. Even the principal made frequent visits, leaving Jiang Nan overwhelmed and nearly on the verge of explosion. Ultimately, with no alternatives left, he resorted to a drastic measure. From this day forth, no one should disturb my sleep. Otherwise, during the upcoming competitions, don't blame me for being lenient. Upon hearing these words, the leaders of the physics, chemistry, mathematics, and biology groups, Zhou Lingfeng, Old Li, Chu Yang, and others, were taken aback and grew anxious. Jiang Nan had become a hot commodity, and they were counting on him to win provincial awards. If Jiang Nan decided to withdraw, it would be a calamity, particularly for the head of the biology group, who was impatiently awaiting the results. After all, Jiang Nan had already secured first place in the preliminary rounds of 3 competitions, with only the biology competition yet to commence. If he decided to slack off and performed poorly on Friday, it would be a laughingstock for the biology group. In response, they promptly approached Principal Gu Tianxian, urging him to issue a decree prohibiting anyone from disturbing Jiang Nan's sleep. Studies. Consequently, the current scene unfolded, with all media personnel being blocked at the school gates, unable to reach Jiang Nan. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was able to comfortably rest. Study. Amidst his studies, he also checked his system rewards and points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the physics competition control points task. Rewards: Physical Fitness 1, Physics Foundation 1, Physics Potential 1. Points 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the chemistry competition control points task. Rewards: Physical Fitness 1, Chemistry Foundation 1, Chemistry Potential 1, points 100. 2 days later, on Friday, the biology competition commenced. The examination venue was once again set at the first high school. This day was destined to be the most lively and closely watched in the history of the first high school, even more so than the preceding days of the mathematics, physics, and chemistry competitions. Simultaneously, it marked the first time in nearly a decade that the biology competition garnered such attention in Jiangqing. It is well known that the Olympic competitions in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology occur annually. Yet in previous years, the focus was primarily on the first three subjects, leaving the biology competition with minimal recognition. However, this year was entirely different. The reason for this surge in interest was none other than Jiang Nan. Everyone was eager to find out whether Jiang Nan could secure first place in this biology competition as well, thereby becoming a four-time champion and breaking records once more. As a result, numerous journalists from Jiangqing meticulously prepared for the event. Even before the biology competition began, they set up cameras and collectively stationed themselves outside the first high school, eagerly awaiting first-hand news. Dozing news. Everyone, look. Contestants from 10 high schools in Jiangqing, along with those from 16 high schools in surrounding counties, have entered the examination hall. The biology competition has officially commenced. Jiangqing Daily. According to statistics, there are as many as 628 candidates participating, while only 30 spots are available for advancement. With 30 vying for one, the competition is fierce. Xinya Live. Of course, the most anticipated participant today is none other than Jiang Nan from the third high school. Many are curious to see if he can win the championship in this competition. Stay tuned to Xinya Live as we witness the outcome. The usual opening remarks failed to captivate a significant audience, and online interactions were sparse. However, in the next moment, Dozing News. Oh my goodness. Jiangqing Daily. Oh my goodness. Xinya News. Oh my goodness. All the media outlets were left astounded. The reason? Someone had emerged from the examination hall, and it was none other than Jiang Nan. The hottest topic in town, the object of everyone's attention from the third high school. Chapter 120. The Chosen One of Heaven. Only I, the South God. Rise of Jiangqing Number 3 Goodness. The biology competition lasts for 2.5 hours. How much time has passed now? Not even 5 minutes, right? Jiang Nan has already walked out? They simply cannot believe that Jiang Nan has completed it. No matter how talented he is, it seems implausible. The only explanation is that Jiang Nan must have abandoned the exam and walked out. But, is that even possible? Jiang Nan is the top contender, a prodigy with the potential to be the highest scorer. Even if biology is his weakest subject, wouldn't he just walk away? Or could it be that this biology competition is exceptionally difficult? That seems unlikely too. No matter how challenging, it surely cannot surpass the difficulty of mathematics, physics, or chemistry competitions. With their minds filled with questions, all the media personnel on site, armed with cameras and microphones, swarmed towards Jiang Nan. At this moment, it became a race to see who could reach him first. The quicker one would grab the headline. Consequently, many were tripped in the frenzy. Whether by accident or intentional sabotage, it was unclear. Ultimately, a female journalist from the Jiangqing Daily, Tang Qiqi, managed to secure the front position, thrusting her microphone towards Jiang Nan. Hello, Jiang Nan. The biology competition has just begun, and you've already exited. Was it because the paper was too difficult? Difficult? Where does that idea come from? Jiang Nan, surrounded by so many people, looked bewildered. Tang Qiqi pressed on. Isn't it because it was too hard that you left the exam so quickly? Of course not. The questions were quite simple, and as for abandoning the exam, that is out of the question. I finished and submitted my paper early. What? You finished and submitted it early? Nonsense. How could that be possible? The exam has only been underway for 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Was it that long? Oh right. I used the restroom before coming out, which took some time. Tang Qiqi. The surrounding media personnel. The crowd fell silent. Indeed, Jiang Nan's claim was not entirely unreasonable. There has never been a rule stating that the scores of the mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology competitions cannot be the same. However, for one individual to score the same across 4 subjects seems exceedingly improbable. After all, this is not merely an ordinary examination but an Olympic competition. Scoring the same in all 4 subjects is akin to winning the lottery. Dismissing the unlikely scenario, the only remaining explanation is Jiang Nan must have deliberately controlled his scores. Whether in mathematics, physics, chemistry, or biology, he aimed for the same score of 88. This notion of score control is shocking. The realization struck Tang Qiqi, and she could not help but exclaim in disbelief. She was not alone. Many journalists from Dolong and Xinya shared her sentiments. Lacking eloquence, they resorted to a single exclamation to express their astonishment. If Jiang Nan is indeed manipulating his scores, it implies that his true capabilities are unfathomable. After all, this is not a simple exam. It is a competitive examination where controlling scores is no trivial task. Moreover, achieving an 88, a relatively high score, suggests that Jiang Nan must possess the ability to score above 95, if not perfect scores, in each subject to manage such precision in his results. This is indeed a staggering revelation. Now, they await the results of the biology competition. If Jiang Nan truly scores 88, it would confirm his deliberate score control. Should that occur, the entire city would be shaken. Jiang Nan struggled to extricate himself from the crowd, not daring to look back, and hurriedly made his escape. The overwhelming attention was simply too daunting, and he wished only to flee back to school. Returning to class 304, to his own seat, was where he could find solace. It was the only place where he could rest peacefully, unnoticed and undisturbed. However, unbeknownst to him, even if he returned to class 304, it would not stop the external fascination and fervent admiration directed towards him. He was already a sensation, and now his fame had only intensified due to his recent exchange with Tang Qiqi. The conversation had been broadcasted live across Dolong, Jiangcheng, and Xinya, reaching the eyes of the entire city. Initially, the viewership of these 3 live streams was modest, but the moment Jiang Nan appeared, the numbers surged. As he conversed with Tang Qiqi, the audience grew exponentially, causing the interactive features to overload. Wow, Jiang Nan, he is the Jiang Nan from number 3. So incredibly handsome. And his academic achievements are exceptional, ranking first in all competitions. Just a few minutes into the exam, and he has already submitted his paper? What do you mean again? Did you not know? He submitted his papers for mathematics, physics, and chemistry just minutes into those exams as well. And he scored 88 in all of them? That's right. Incredible. ISNT it? Not just that. I'm from number 3, and let me share a secret. Jiang Nan is a student god, capable of crushing answering machines. Any question before him is mere childish play. So, in this biology competition, can he really score 88 in just a few minutes? Absolutely. He is the pride of our school. The chosen one. Only I, the South God. The so-called biology competition is child's play. It seems no. 3 is truly on the rise, destined to soar. Meanwhile, at number 3, it was precisely break time. Yet, not a single teacher or student wandered outside. This was due to Principal Gu Tianxian's directive. All faculty and students were to remain in their classrooms and watch the live broadcast, eagerly anticipating this moment. The school's public address system blared at full volume. Hurry, hurry. All classes, all students, those with phones, pull them out quickly. Let us show our support for the chosen one. Only I, the South God. Rise of Jiangxing number 3. In the Dolong News live stream, Jiangxing Daily live stream, and Xinya News live stream, the screens were simultaneously flooded with messages. The chosen one. Only I, the South God. Rise of Jiangxing number 3. The chosen one. Only I, the South God. Rise of Jiangxing number 3. The editor-in-chief of Jiangxing Daily urgently summoned Tang Qiqi, exclaiming, "Hurry, someone has fled. Quickly pursue them." Meanwhile, the editor-in-chief of Dolong News called upon his own reporters, stating, "Are you truly so inept? You can't even outpace a woman. Rush forward and engage in dialogue with Jiang Nan online." The editor-in-chief of Xinya News urged, "Do not hesitate. One word, charge. Bring me the microphone and seize the headlines." Chapter 121. The birth of a national idol. Jiang Nan has ignited a fervor, not merely within Jiang City, but across the entire internet. This phenomenon is attributed to the content shared from 3 live streaming rooms, Dolong, Jiang City, and Xinya, which has gone viral online. Equally notable is Jiang City's No. 3 High School, a venerable institution with a history exceeding 70 years. The school's pride and joy, the epitome of charm, is none other than Jiang Nan. A prodigious talent, he is hailed as the Southern God and has catapulted number 3 high school into the spotlight, earning the title of the most handsome high school student in the nation. In the fierce competition, he completed the exam in a mere 5 minutes, effortlessly dominating the merciless testing arena, outpacing all answering machines. He emerged victorious, securing first place with an impressive score of 88. This remarkable feat has led to an incessant stream of online anecdotes about him. Curiosity abounds regarding his swift completion of the biology exam, and upon its conclusion, the media frenzy ensued, with journalists swarming the entrance of number 1 high school, reluctant to depart. Their live streams witnessed viewership soaring into the tens of thousands, even surpassing 100,000 at peak times. Despite Jiang Nan's departure, audiences remained fixated on the broadcast, eager for the final results. 3 hours later, the answers were unveiled. Inside an office at number 1 high school, a gathering of teachers, not only from the biology department, but also from mathematics, physics, and chemistry, awaited the outcome with bated breath. They were all eager to discern whether Jiang Nan, having triumphed in the Olympiads of mathematics, physics, and chemistry, could also claim victory in biology. Soon, the results were announced. The head of the biology group, trembling with anxiety, glanced at the score sheet. The moment he beheld the name at the top, Jiang Nan, his eyes nearly rolled back in disbelief. The score was indeed 88, neither more nor less, crushing the aspirations of Lu Fan from number 1 high school, Du Jiang from number 2, Xiaji from Chuing, and Ming Chuan from Lanpu. Stunned, he gasped. 88 points? Is it truly so? And he completed the exam in mere minutes. It was evident that Jiang Nan had manipulated his score, deliberately achieving a mark that was remarkable yet not perfect, an affront to the examiners. The head of the biology group was on the verge of apoplexy. Had there been no outsiders present, he might have considered altering the score, unable to bear the indignity. However, with numerous external observers, including biology teachers from various institutions, including the head of the biology group from number 3 high school, there was no possibility of falsification. Ultimately, he had no choice but to announce the results, acknowledging their defeat. Jiang Nan had, indeed, claimed first place in all 4 competitions, an unprecedented achievement for Jiang City. His score of 88 marked him as a quintessential score manipulator. Lu Fan, possessing the potential for greatness, consistently scored full marks, yet repeatedly fell short against Jiang Nan. Du Jiang, equally capable, found himself bested, along with Xiaji, another prodigious scholar. The moment the results were released, the teachers from number 1, number 2, Chuing, and Lanpu wore expressions of despair. Previously, these 4 schools had been regarded as the pinnacle of academic excellence in Jiang City, with their students considered frontrunners for national top ranks. Yet now, they were overshadowed by the once obscure number 3 high school and an unassuming Jiang Nan. Among the onlookers, the only one beaming with joy was the head of the biology department from number 3 high school, his wrinkled face breaking into a wide grin, revealing a dazzling smile. Simultaneously, the announcement of Jiang Nan's biology scores sent shockwaves through the crowd of media personnel and online viewers who had gathered outside number 1 high school. Incredible! It's true. He predicted 88 points, and indeed, it was 88. The accuracy of his estimation was astonishing, a testament to his mastery. The excitement surged. With 5 minutes to complete the exam, first place in all 4 competitions, and a score of 88, he was hailed as the strongest high school student in history. His charming appearance, though briefly seen, captivated many hearts. Such brilliance and handsomeness in youth left observers in awe, leading them to wonder how they could possibly compete. Jiang Nan had become an idol for many, a prodigious child of remarkable talent. The reputation of number 3 high school soared, attracting the interest of countless parents eager to enroll their children there, a stark contrast to their previous preference for number 1 and number 2 high schools. Renowned for producing the most top scorers, wealthy families had favored the elite private institutions of Chuing and Lanpu, but Jiang Nan's prowess had shifted the tide. Moreover, the basketball community, seemingly detached from academic affairs, experienced a significant stir. Following the viral spread of Jiang Nan's basketball highlights, attention from prominent figures in basketball, including provincial team coaches and officials from the Basketball Association, intensified. Their search for the origins of the video had yielded little success until now. They had finally identified him, Jiang Nan from Jiang City. Upon witnessing the live broadcast, Coach Wang of the Binhai provincial team was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Unable to remain seated, he gestured emphatically to his assistant, urging him to abandon all else and promptly accompany him to Jiangqing in search of a talent. Meanwhile, Coach Ma from the neighboring provincial team exclaimed, "We found him. At last, it turns out he is a student from Binhai Jiangqing No. 3 High School. Hurry, hurry. Let us drive. Oh no, driving is too slow. Purchase the earliest flight tickets for me. We shall first fly to Binhai and then transfer to a high-speed train to Jiangqing. We must secure this gem before Coach Wang from the Binhai provincial team does, and we will spare no expense to sign him from Jiang Nan." A representative from a professional club declared, "This basketball prodigy must be signed to our team, regardless of the cost. Next year's ABC Finals Championship will undoubtedly be ours." The head of the Basketball Association, known as the Little Giant, commanded, "Someone, swiftly bring my private jet. We are heading to Binhai Jiangqing No. 3 High School." Chapter 122. If you cannot compete, you must form alliances. Jiang Nan has risen to prominence. The slogans online regarding the southern deity have surged, one wave surpassing the last, and have ignited interest in the third high school. Many in Jiangqing are proclaiming that Jiang Nan is destined to be this year's top scorer in the college entrance examinations. Furthermore, the third high school has already begun to rise, not only aiming to revive its past glory but also to surpass it. In response, the first high school, second high school, Chuing, and Lanpu, once bitter rivals, have grown anxious. They are acutely aware that the current overall capability of the third high school is rather mediocre. Aside from Jiang Nan, there is no other standout competitor. In the competitions for mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, only Jiang Nan has secured the top position, advancing to the semifinals, leaving no one else noteworthy. Although Qin Feng also advanced in the Olympiad, he was merely at the tail end, serving only to fill numbers without any real significance. The same holds true for the competitions in physics, chemistry, and biology. Nevertheless, regardless of whether it is the first high school, second high school, Chuing, or Lanpu, none of them dare to underestimate the third high school. After all, who knows if the rumors might hold a grain of truth? Could this be the beginning of the third high school's resurgence? It is worth noting that the third high school was once a formidable institution. As the oldest high school in Jiangqing, despite being designated as the third, it consistently outperformed the second and far surpassed the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth high schools. The rising stars like Chuing and Lanpu were scarcely its match. Even the first high school, regarded as the leader among elite institutions, nearly fell behind the third. In its heyday, the third high school shone brightly. Now that it has finally seen a decline, the first high school has lost its strongest competitor, and the second high school, Chuing, and Lanpu are unburdened from the heavy stone of rivalry, allowing them to develop rapidly. Naturally, they do not wish to see the third high school rise again. Even a flicker of hope must be extinguished. Thus, that very night, both the first and second high schools, along with Chuing and Lanpu, convened an urgent conference. In an office of the first high school, all the teachers from the senior year were gathered. The meeting was presided over by the director of the Academic Affairs Office, Zhou Hua. Present were the heads of the mathematics, physics, and Chinese language departments, Zhang Qing, Fang Qixing, and Chun Zhe, respectively, along with the leaders of the chemistry, foreign language, and biology departments. Additionally, the highest authority, the principal of the first high school, Gongsun Li, was in attendance as an observer. The atmosphere was indeed formidable. Let's discuss. What should we do now? In past years, the competitions in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology have always been our forte. Each subject's top score, if not entirely from our school, at least had 2 or 3 from us. Yet this year, it was snatched away by the third high school, and by the same individual. This is nothing short of a slap in the face, a blatant affront. As the discourse continued, the assembly murmured, asserting that the first high school was on a downward trajectory while the third high school was on the rise. I believe we need not overreact. The third high school has been in decline for many years. How could it possibly rise solely on the merit of one individual? Moreover, I have inquired about the recent monthly examination. Jiang Nan indeed scored only 600, placing him second in the third high school. But in our first high school, he wouldn't even make the top 15, lagging behind Lu Fan by over 70 points. This competition may simply be a matter of luck. Luck? Zhou Hua interjected. One first place could be attributed to luck, two could also be seen as serendipity. However, for first places cannot merely be considered luck. It is a demonstration of genuine capability. He possesses the potential to be a top scorer, perhaps even surpassing our own Lu Fan. Indeed, his abilities are undeniable. Yet, to claim he can surpass Lu Fan, to assert he is a top scorer is something I cannot accept. After all, in the last monthly exam, he scored 600 while Lu Fan achieved 678, a difference of 78 points. The title of top scorer is not solely based on the scores in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, but on overall performance. Then what? Gong Sun Li could no longer contain his frustration. Rising from his seat, his fierce gaze swept across the room. Many of you appear to have grown complacent in your offices, too comfortable and insular. You rely on hearsay or deliberately disseminated information, accepting it as truth. Yes, in the last monthly exam, Jiang Nan scored only 678 points less than our Lu Fan. But are you aware that he intentionally scored 0 in foreign language, yet still achieved 600? Gasps filled the room. What? He scored 0 in foreign language and still managed 600? How is that even possible? Foreign language carries a weight of 150 points. The total is merely 750. If we exclude foreign language, does that not imply he scored full marks in the remaining subjects? Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. A 0 in foreign language, yet perfect scores in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology? What does this signify? Since the restoration of the college entrance examination, Jiangxing has never seen such astonishing results. Although this was merely a monthly exam, not the actual college entrance examination, everyone here understands that the exam was jointly crafted by the teachers of the first and second high schools, its difficulty far exceeding that of the college entrance examination. Its purpose was to gauge the capabilities of Jiangxing's high schools, suppressing the others while highlighting our own. One could argue that the results of the last monthly exam could be comparable to the college entrance examination scores. This is precisely why we firmly believe that Lu Fan, nurtured by our school, will soon emerge as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. After all, he achieved 678, surpassing Du Jiang of the second high school by 4 points and exceeding Chuying and Lan Pu by nearly 10 points. The third high school has never been regarded as a competitor. But now, suddenly, Jiang Nan emerges, scoring 0 in foreign language yet achieving 600 overall? We cannot fathom that a genius capable of perfect scores in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology could be inept in foreign language. Even if his foreign language skills are subpar compared to his other subjects, surely he could manage a passing score? A passing score of 90 plus 600 would yield a total of 690. That would easily surpass Lu Fan's 678. Indeed, without a doubt, Jiang Nan is destined to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination. He might even contend for the provincial top scorer. At this juncture, Zhou Hua cleared his throat lightly, seeking to mediate, now that we are all aware. Jiang Nan is indeed exceptional. Not only did he secure the top position in the competition, but he also achieved perfect scores in the recent monthly exams for mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. As for physics and chemistry, let us set those aside for now. Let us focus on mathematics. The last monthly exam was particularly challenging, and our Lu Fan only managed to score 142, the highest in our school. But Jiang Nan, he achieved a perfect score. As for Chinese, the difficulty was even greater, surpassing that of mathematics. The classical literature component was beyond the grasp of most, and the essay was exceedingly difficult to write. Lu Fan scored only 138. Yet Jiang Nan still attained a perfect score. Have any of you ever heard of someone achieving a perfect score in Chinese? To my knowledge, over the past decade, no one in Jiangxing or even in the entire Binhai province has matched such an achievement. Therefore, we must take him seriously. Otherwise, even relying solely on him, it is possible to alter the landscape of Jiangcheng. Enough said. The principal, Gong Sunli, spoke again. Director Zhou and I have resolved to focus intently on fostering a positive academic atmosphere at our prestigious first high school. While we provide intensive support for outstanding students like Lu Fan, we must also endeavor to draw in talent from Jiang Nan. After all, the third high school has fallen into decline. Both its faculty and educational environment cannot compare to those of our first high school. At the level of Jiang Nan, the assistance the third high school can offer is limited. However, we are different. If he is willing to join us, we can not only offer substantial scholarships, but also prioritize his development to enhance his capabilities further. Additionally, our institution has reserved spots for direct admission. As long as he secures first place in the provincial competition, he could gain guaranteed admission. Such opportunities are beyond the reach of the third high school. Chapter 123. Jiang Nan is a person we must secure. Teacher Chun, this matter is entrusted to you. You can approach Jiang Nan personally as well as through his parents. As long as we can win him over, no matter the cost, it will be worth it. Tomorrow is Saturday. It is prudent to act swiftly. First, visit his school. Then proceed to his home. I hope to hear good news from you soon. Having assigned the task, Gong Sunli exited the office. The atmosphere was thick with mixed emotions among those present. It was truly unexpected that in such a large institution, with thousands of students, not a single individual could rival Jiang Nan, compelling them to resort to such measures. As for Chun Zhe, the head of the Chinese department, his expression fell instantly. Why must it be me? He protested. Director Zhou, can't you assign someone else? Zhou Hua replied, Old Sun has already named you. You must go, whether you like it or not. After all, you were the one who questioned Jiang Nan's capabilities. Now you have the chance to see for yourself. Perhaps you can indeed win him over. Chunzhe could only weep silently, rendered speechless. The other teachers lowered their heads, concealing their laughter. A similar scene unfolded at Jiangxing No. 2 High School. Principal Gu Hongyi shook his head in resignation. I must admit, we at No. 2 have no student who can compare to Jiang Nan from No. 3. Even Du Jiang pales in comparison. If Jiang Nan were merely the top competitor in the 4 contests, it would be one thing. Competitions are important, yet the paramount concern remains the college entrance examination. Even if he secured first in the provincial competitions, it would pose significant pressure but not be fatal. However, I have learned that Jiang Nan possesses not only the prowess to excel in those competitions, but also the potential to be the top student in the college entrance examination, not just in Jiangxing, but likely across the entire province of Binhai, and perhaps nationally. The previous monthly exam revealed that despite scoring 0 in foreign language intentionally, he still achieved a remarkable total of 600, with perfect scores in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. Rumor has it that a student named Li Ming, who had copied from Jiang Nan's draft paper during the foreign language exam, scored 140 and topped the school in that subject, surpassing even Du Jiang. This implies that had Jiang Nan not concealed his talents, he could have easily scored above 740 in that monthly exam. Such extraordinary ability is unmatched even by the most prestigious high schools in Binhai. Indeed, No. 3 High School had been rather cunning. With such a remarkable student, they had kept him under wraps, revealing nothing until now. Clearly, they intended to use him as their secret weapon to astonish everyone during the final college entrance examination, potentially turning the tables on us after our hard-won victory over them. This is perilous. We have exerted tremendous effort to reach this point. While we may still lag behind No. 1 High School, we at No. 2 must not allow No. 3 to surpass us. We must devise a strategy and remain vigilant. There remains some time before the college entrance examination. Perhaps we can consider winning over Jiang Nan to join our school. This could indeed be a viable strategy. Until the final moment, anything is possible. If we can successfully bring Jiang Nan to our school, with his abilities to secure first in the provincial competitions and possibly the college entrance examination, it would greatly benefit us. It could even elevate us above No. 1 High School, establishing our reputation as the foremost in Jiangcheng. The attending teachers began to brainstorm, clearly eager to recruit Jiang Nan. Although this approach may not be entirely ethical, it is a necessary course of action, for Jiang Nan is simply too formidable. Previously unfamiliar with his name, they now realized the brilliance he displayed in the 4 competitions, prompting them to discreetly investigate further. What they discovered was astonishing. In the recent challenging monthly exam, the highest score at number 2 was 674, achieved by Du Jiang. Yet Jiang Nan, with his intentional 0 in foreign language, still demonstrated a potential score exceeding 740. It is not that number 2 is lacking in strength, nor can one blame Du Jiang. Rather, Jiang Nan's abilities are astonishingly unparalleled. Such talent transcends all candidates. Even among the most elite schools, it is challenging to find anyone who can rival him. Faced with this reality, how could number 2 contend? The examination is simply beyond reach. Apart from attempting to recruit him, there seems to be no other option. With this consensus, Principal Gu Hongyi decisively stated, "Who among you will take charge of this matter?" The gathered teachers fell silent, their gazes cast downwards. Proposing such an idea is one thing. Executing it is quite another. It sounds easy in theory, but in practice, it is daunting. After all, this endeavor carries a certain stigma and is quite a burden. If Jiang Nan were still a low-profile student in the lower grades, it might be manageable. However, he is in his final year. With less than 100 days until the college entrance examination, and his reputation has skyrocketed, would he even consider our offer? Even if he agrees, would no 3 allow him to transfer? In short, this task is not easy. Noticing the silence, Gu Hongyi's expression darkened, and he was compelled to name someone. "How about you?" "Old Luo?" Luo Qingji replied, "Why me? You are the director of admissions. If you won't go, who will?" Luo Qingji sighed. "This is quite the predicament. While it is true I handle admissions, usually students come to me, pleading for their children to be admitted. When have I ever needed to actively seek out a student? Perhaps I could first inquire if he has a phone, then reach out to him?" Luo Qingji suggested hesitantly. "Absolutely not." Gu Hongyi shot back. "By the time you gather information, it will be too late. Why not purchase the latest, most expensive phone and present it to Jiang Nan to demonstrate sincerity? You could also bring gifts for his parents, including fine cigarettes and liquor, and do your utmost to persuade them. If his parents agree to his transfer, we will have succeeded. At that point, number 3 will be powerless to intervene." Luo Qingji could only respond with a defeated expression. "Rest assured, all expenses will be reimbursed." He was rendered speechless. Is this really about money? It is utterly embarrassing, to say the least. The director of the admissions office, a person of considerable stature, is actually having to humbly deliver items to a student's family? Meanwhile, on another front, the strategies employed by Chu Ying and Lan Pu, although aligned with those of the first and second schools, are notably more succinct. The 2 principals decisively concluded in their meeting, "Tomorrow, you shall first visit the 3rd high school to see if you can persuade Jiang Nan to transfer, and negotiate with Gu Tianxian. If that fails, proceed directly to Jiang Nan's home to pay a visit to his parents. It is said that his family is of average means. Our school may not have much, but we certainly have ample financial resources. As long as he agrees to transfer, we will set aside other conditions for the time being. The scholarship will be as generous as he desires. In short, Jiang Nan is someone we must secure at all costs. It's exhausting. Today I took a trip, and now I'm facing another challenge this evening. I seek comfort." Chapter 124. In the realm of talent, Jiang Nan claims 12 measures while the rest of the world competes for 10. Jiang Nan has become the coveted prize, the object of desire for all high schools in Jiang City. But let us momentarily set aside this discussion and return to the 3rd high school. Following the release of the competition results, the entire faculty and student body of the 3rd high school, Jiang Nan's alma mater, erupted in exuberance, nearly setting off fireworks in celebration. Ah, what a moment of pride it was. Previously, whether among the teachers or students of the 3rd high school, there was always a sense of inferiority when compared to the 1st high school, 2nd high school, Chuying, and Lanpu, as they were, after all, not as strong. But now, they can finally hold their heads high, proudly proclaiming, "I am from the 3rd high school." To describe this feeling in 4 words, a triumphant exhalation of breath. Mr. Chao, Mr. Xie, Mr. Huang, Mr. Tang, as well as Mr. Hu and Ms. Yang, Your efforts in nurturing such outstanding students for Jiang Nan have not gone unnoticed. You have all played an indispensable role in bringing glory to the school. President Gu Tianxian promptly convened all the subject teachers of Jiang Nan, lavishing praise upon them. Especially the homeroom teacher, Ms. Huifei. Although she was relatively inexperienced, she stood among her senior colleagues, now elevated by this achievement. In simpler terms, this is a meteoric rise for her, and with commendable teachers like her, a promotion in title cannot be far off. Oh, how President Gu's joy seemed to swell. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned to Ms. Huifei and said, as the homeroom teacher of Jiang Nan, you should know him best. What does he generally enjoy? Enjoy? Why do you ask, President? Ms. Huifei replied, surprised. President Gu chuckled. Jiang Nan has just secured first place in the competition, bringing glory to our school. Shouldn't we recognize him and perhaps gift him something he likes? The room fell silent as the teachers exchanged glances. It is indeed customary for the school to acknowledge students, but presenting a gift was unprecedented. However, considering this was a student they had nurtured, they felt a sense of understanding. After pondering for a moment, Ms. Huifei said, well, I'm not entirely sure what Jiang Nan specifically likes. However, besides sleeping, he enjoys playing games and reading novels, so perhaps we could consider something in that vein. Playing games and reading novels, you say? President Gu's eyes lit up as he decisively declared, in that case, let us gift him a mobile phone. Ms. Hu, this task falls to you. Please find out which phone is best for gaming and novel reading, purchase it tonight, and I will personally present it to Jiang Nan tomorrow. Ms. Huifei was taken aback. She had envisioned gifting Jiang Nan a gaming console or perhaps a physical book. But a mobile phone? This seemed extravagant. After all, this was a school. Although many students, including Jiang Nan, discreetly carried phones, it was officially prohibited. Moreover, gaming and reading novels were strictly forbidden. Yet here they were, not only gifting a phone but selecting one optimized for gaming and reading. What was the implication? Were they encouraging indulgence? Well, it's settled then. Additionally, instead of solitary joy, let us share in collective happiness. To celebrate Jiang Nan's remarkable achievement, the entire senior class will forego one evening study session tonight. I'm sure the students will be delighted. President Gu continued, grinning. Ms. Huifei, Mr. Chao Tianyuan, Mr. Xia Hongwei, and the other teachers exchanged incredulous looks. It appeared that President Gu was truly letting loose. Should they intervene or let it be? Ultimately, they decided against intervention, for joy was in the air, after all. Once the meeting concluded, Ms. Huifei, with a complex expression, set out to purchase the phone, while Mr. Chao Tianyuan and Mr. Xia Hongwei shook their heads as they departed. When the announcement of the canceled evening study session spread throughout the school, it sparked exuberance among all the senior students. They marveled at the school's approachability and showered Jiang Nan with gratitude. Jiang Nan was indeed remarkable. Although the number of students advancing from the third high school in the 4 competitions was not substantial compared to the first, second, Chuying, and Lanpu, Jiang Nan's first-place title alone was enough to overshadow them completely. Figures like Dong Xie, Shi Du, Nan Di, Bei Gai, and others paled in comparison to our South God. As the saying goes, one hand can suppress an era, and in the realm of examinations, I am invincible. No, it should be described as, I am the emperor of exams, ready to crush all enemies. Or better yet, who dares to claim invincibility in the face of my prowess? In the classrooms of the third high school, the atmosphere was alive with discussions about Jiang Nan's achievements. The excitement among the students was palpable, far exceeding that of Jiang Nan himself. What was once a formal evening study session had transformed into a lively discussion forum. Under normal circumstances, such behavior would have earned a stern reprimand from the discipline committee or supervising teachers. Yet today, those authorities were inexplicably silent, perfectly embodying President Gu's sentiment that collective joy surpasses solitary enjoyment. However, unbeknownst to all, amidst the celebration, the focal point of discussion, Jiang Nan, sat at his desk, diligently explaining problems to Bai Yingying. Chapter 125. Jiang Nan, I apologize, oh dear. How could you be so foolish? You can't even solve such a simple problem? This ancient poem expresses the author's inner desires, rather than mere dreams. Remember, it is a manifestation through dreams. Just like the madness induced by wine, it is not true insanity, but rather an overflow of sorrow within. Do you understand? I understand. Somewhat. Bai Yingying was scolded mercilessly. Yet she bore no resentment. Instead, she was cheerful and picked up a mathematics paper. Let's see how to tackle this problem. This one is even simpler. It merely concerns high or low orbital velocities and periodicity. As long as one comprehends linear velocity, angular velocity, and acceleration, they either increase or decrease simultaneously. Grasping this concept, the answer becomes evident. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth, feeling the weight of unfulfilled expectations. What could he do? His heart was heavy. He had exams during the day and had to tutor Bai Yingying at night. There was hardly a moment to rest, akin to a mule that only knows toil. Yet, he had no room for complaint. After all, this was a promise made out of kindness. He could only hope to elevate Bai Yingying's grade swiftly, so that he might find some relief sooner. Oh, I see now. The answer to this question is B. As the rotational period of the Earth gradually slows, the altitude for launching synchronous satellites in the future will be higher than it is now. Precisely. Jiang Nan nodded, finally grasping the concept. He chuckled, eager to move on to the next question, curious about this physics problem. It was evident that Bai Yingying was indeed a diligent student. Over the past few days, as Jiang Nan prepared for competitions, she had refrained from disturbing him. However, she had not forgotten to mark all the questions she encountered that puzzled her, now seeking Jiang Nan's guidance one by one. From language arts to mathematics, physics, and chemistry. The questions were diverse and varied. Yet, Jiang Nan patiently elucidated each one. Not bad. Compared to before, you have indeed made some progress. Keep up the good work. In the end, Jiang Nan encouraged Bai Yingying. In response, her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons, and she smiled sweetly. Jiang Nan, all of this is thanks to you. Dingling. The evening study session has concluded, marking the end of today's classes for the third-year students. After all, less is more. As usual, Jiang Nan was the first to rise from his seat, calling out to Wang Pengzi as they prepared to return to their dormitory for their nightly routine. However, before they could exit the classroom, several individuals blocked their path. Among them were the representatives of various subjects, Xi for mathematics, Zhang Hao for physics, Tang Tiantian for foreign languages, Xiang Yi for Chinese literature, along with representatives for chemistry and biology. While they had not been adversaries, there existed a subtle tension, an unspoken rivalry. Now, Su Yu and Zhang Hao confronted Jiang Nan with a serious demeanor. What do you want? Wang Pengzi interjected, his gaze fixed fiercely on the group, emanating an aura that suggested he was ready for a confrontation. Since becoming a physical education student, Wang Pengzi had undergone rigorous training under the demanding coach Wang Darren, resulting in a more robust and imposing physique, which bolstered his confidence. Although he could not quite rival Jiang Nan, he still presented a formidable presence before Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian, instilling a sense of pressure. As a brother, he felt it was his duty to shield Jiang Nan from external turmoil. However, today was not the day for such protection, for Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and the others were not there to provoke. Instead, they approached Jiang Nan with an apology. Jiang Nan, we were wrong. Our previous discontent stemmed from jealousy, and we acknowledge your prowess. You are indeed remarkable, a true academic prodigy, and a source of pride for our class. Today, we collectively apologize and hope you can forgive us, for from now on, you shall be our sole idol, Nanshin. We aspire to learn from you. As they spoke, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and the others bowed deeply to Jiang Nan, their expressions earnest and sincere. The chemistry and biology representatives followed suit, all displaying a profound sense of respect. Witnessing this scene, Wang Pengzi and the remaining classmates were momentarily taken aback. Yet, the next moment, smiles broke out among them. This unexpected display was nonetheless understandable. After all, they were classmates, and there was no insurmountable enmity between them. Moreover, Jiang Nan's excellence was well recognized, having become a celebrated figure not only within their school, but also in the broader community. The representatives bowing in apology was a perfectly natural occurrence, even if it seemed to diminish their pride momentarily. No one in the class mocked them. Instead, They received approving glances and thumbs up from their peers. The only one feeling awkward was Jiang Nan himself, who found himself utterly perplexed. Please, don't do this. We're all the same age. I can't bear such a grand display of apology. He wished they would revert to their previous indifference, treating him as if he were invisible, rather than idolizing him so fervently. I'm just a legend. Jiang Nan opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, while internally he screamed in confusion. His discomfort escalated when, just as he was processing the situation, two more individuals approached. Following Suyu and Zhang Hao's example, the notorious troublemakers Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan mustered their courage to stand before Jiang Nan. They, too, bowed low, proclaiming, Jiang Nan, we were wrong. We hope you accept our apology. Otherwise, we will not rise. Jiang Nan thought, what is happening? You're apologizing, so just do it without making such a spectacle. I'm still here. It feels as if you're holding a funeral for me. Chapter 126. The principal's overzealous hospitality. The following day, Saturday, classes still convened at the high school. In class 304, the morning study period unfolded as usual, with students engrossed in reciting textbooks and memorizing vocabulary, creating a fervent atmosphere of learning. However, Bai Ying occasionally cast glances at the empty seat beside her, puzzled as to why Jiang Nan had not attended class today. Typically, even if he came merely to doze off, at least he was present. Yet today, he hadn't shown up at all. As the morning study session approached its conclusion, Jiang Nan's seat remained unoccupied. This left Bai Ying in a distracted state of mind. Where could he be? Surely, he wasn't still sleeping in his dormitory? But Wang Pengzi had mentioned that Jiang Nan had risen early. Could it be that he had succumbed to the temptation of a nap once more? Sighing, she contemplated seeking him out, though she realized that the boys' dormitory was likely off-limits to her. How frustrating. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Bai Ying, Jiang Nan was seated in the principal's office, enjoying a cup of tea. The vice principal, head of the teaching department, subject group leaders, and Hu Yifei stood by, observing. Hu Yifei struggled several times to voice her thoughts, reluctant to indulge Jiang Nan's unpleasant habits, yet found herself compelled to endure the situation. Unfortunately, she was the least seasoned and lowest ranked among the staff present. Despite being Jiang Nan's homeroom teacher, she had no authority to speak. The other leaders, too, were left without the opportunity to contribute, merely smiling vacantly in agreement. This was due to Principal Gu Tianxian, who was engrossed in amiably conversing with Jiang Nan, showing no signs of concluding their discussion even after nearly an hour had passed. Jiang Nan, this is our first formal meeting. I must admit, it's a failure on my part as principal that I have not spoken with you until now. We truly need to have a good chat. How are you finding your studies here? Is the pressure manageable? I imagine the academic load is quite bearable for you. It's the other aspects that matter. If there is anything unsatisfactory, do not hesitate to inform me. I will ensure that necessary adjustments are made immediately. As they say, one must balance study and leisure. It is essential to relax and not feel burdened. In this school, you should feel as comfortable and free as you do at home. After all, this is your home. By the way, how do you find the tea? It is my cherished by Luo Chun, which I seldom indulge in. I only dare to serve it to you. Please feel free to visit my office more often. We can share tea and converse about life. It would be delightful. Oh, you finished your cup? Allow me to refill it for you. Of course, if you prefer something else, I also have Mao Jian, silver needle, and black tea. Or perhaps a soft drink. Young people like you must enjoy beverages. Would you prefer coffee or milk tea? I can have someone fetch it for you. Principal Gu Tianchuan's face was adorned with an effervescent smile. His demeanor was so sincere and humble that he seemed unrecognizable as a principal. Standing beside him, Hu Yifei felt a chill run down her spine, her skin prickling in discomfort. This is unbearable. I can hardly watch. That is the most authoritative principal I know, a figure I deeply respect. Yet now, well, I suppose I must forgive my shattered expectations. Simultaneously, Jiang Nan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Thank you, principal, but I would prefer not to have coffee or soft drinks. Tea will suffice. It's really not appropriate for you to serve me. Although he could not ascertain Principal Gu's age, he estimated him to be in his early 50s or perhaps a bit older. It felt rather inappropriate for the head of the school to be pouring tea for him. It diminished his stature. Nevertheless, Gu Tianxin continued to beam. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Although there is an age gap between us, we feel as if we are old friends upon our first meeting, a true camaraderie. As the saying goes, having a confidant in life is sufficient. I have traversed more than half my life. Yet it is only today that I have encountered someone like you, Jiang Nan. How delightful. Do not think twice about pouring tea. I would gladly traverse any hardship for our connection. Let us drink heartily today. Hu Yifei and the other teachers could only stare in disbelief. Was this truly the principal they knew, whose dignity seemed utterly compromised? Jiang Nan, caught in the whirlwind of enthusiasm, found himself at a loss for words. The principal's fervor was overwhelming, and although he had considered leaving on several occasions, he had been drawn back into conversation time and time again. Finally, he could no longer endure the situation. Principal, if there is nothing else, perhaps we could conclude after this cup? After all, I am still a student and have classes to attend. I can come back another time. In his usual manner, Jiang Nan had never particularly enjoyed attending classes. He usually passed the time by sleeping. Yet now, he longed to return to the classroom, to his desk, to pore over his textbooks. Even if it was less appealing than this amiable banter with the principal, the awkwardness in the room was palpable, and the assembled teachers exchanged uncomfortable smiles. Only the principal remained blissfully unaware, expressing his disappointment. If that is the case, let us conclude for today. I hope you will visit often. My office door is always open for you. If you ever feel fatigued from studying, come here for tea, to watch television, or simply to rest. Finally, they could leave. Jiang Nan felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He lifted his teacup, disregarding the taste of the Bai Luo Chan, and gulped it down before hastily making his exit. However, just then, Principal Gu seemed to remember something, suddenly slapping his forehead. Wait a moment, Jiang Nan. I am getting old and my memory is failing me. I nearly forgot to give you something. You recently excelled in the 4 competitions, bringing great honor to the school. We do not have much to reward you with, but this Dahua Mate X3 phone, reputed to be the best on the market, is yours as a prize. It offers seamless gaming and is perfect for reading novels. This is not quite appropriate, Jiang Nan stammered, momentarily taken aback by the phone being offered to him. He knew this phone was valued at nearly 20,000, 10 times the worth of the one he was currently using, undoubtedly of superior quality. Playing games or reading novels would be a much smoother experience. Yet, he had never accepted gifts without reason, especially when the school forbade students from carrying phones, let alone playing games or reading novels. Although he had brought his own phone and occasionally used it in secret, he felt uncomfortable accepting this gift. Yet, Principal Gu paid no heed to Jiang Nan's hesitation, swiftly placing the phone in his hands. This is a reward from the school. You should accept it. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Just remember, the 3rd middle school is your home. If you find yourself in need of anything, do not hesitate to bring it to my attention or that of your teacher. We will certainly do our utmost to accommodate your needs. Even if we are unable to fulfill certain requests, we will endeavor to find a way to support you. All you need to do is to focus on your studies here with peace of mind. Chapter 127. Are they really here to poach? Jiang Nan. Hu Yifei. The teachers present. All were taken aback by Principal Gu's fervor. Jiang Nan, you have finally arrived. As the class drew to a close, Jiang Nan returned to the classroom, and Bai Yingying immediately approached him with delight. Simultaneously, Wang Pengzi leaned in, Nan Shan. Weren't you awake earlier? Why have you only just arrived? You wouldn't believe it. Bai Xiaohua has been mentioning you nonstop. If you hadn't shown up, she would have gone to the dormitory to find you. Shut up, you fatso. Before Wang Pengzi could finish his sentence, Bai Yingying chided him. Her face slightly flushed. After all, they were in the classroom surrounded by many others. If anyone found out that she was about to visit the boys' dormitory to seek out Jiang Nan, it would be quite scandalous. Jiang Nan, where have you been this morning? Bai Yingying promptly shifted the topic. I didn't do much. Old class took me to the principal's office, and we had a few cups of tea together. The principal is quite nice. He even gifted me a new phone, saying I should play games and read novels to relax. Bai Yingying. Wang Pengzi. Both were left in a state of bewilderment. What? Jiang Nan went to the principal's office? And had tea with him? That's not too surprising. Considering Jiang Nan's reputation, he is fully qualified for such treatment. However, is it true that the principal gave you a new phone? The school strictly forbids students from having phones, let alone playing games or reading novels to unwind. Has the old principal lost his mind? Yet, the very next moment, they had no choice but to believe it. Jiang Nan was indeed holding a brand new silver phone. It's actually real. The principal really gave you a phone. Bai Yingying felt her perception of reality shift. She had been worried about Jiang Nan, who had been missing all morning, even contemplating going to the dormitory to find him, only to find out he had been enjoying the principal's hospitality in his office. As for Wang Pengzi, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Heavens, why is it so unfair? The principal actually gifted you a phone, and such a high-end one at that, to play games and read novels. But I sob. Wang Pengzi was on the verge of tears. The lack of comparison is indeed a blessing. He recalled how he had recently bought a new phone, only for it to be confiscated by Hu Yifei during evening study. Not only did he lose his phone, but he also had to involve his parents and subsequently faced a good beating. And Jiang Nan seemingly faced no repercussions and was even gifted a phone by the principal. The disparity was too much for him to bear, making him want to cry. Wait a minute. Jiang Nan has a new phone? Does that mean I can use his old one? Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Jiang Nan had departed, and the other teachers were also leaving. However, Hu Yifei did not rush to exit. Instead, she looked at Gu Tianxian with confusion. Principal, I understand that Jiang Nan is exceptional, having topped the 4 competitions and brought glory to the school. However, you don't need to be so deferential to him. The tea and the phone are one thing, but you also said that whatever he requests, the school can accommodate. After all, he's just a student. Such favoritism could have adverse effects on the school's reputation. Though Jiang Nan was from her class, and she felt proud of his accomplishments, she struggled to accept the principal's excessive attentiveness, bordering on flattery. Yet, Gu Tianxuan's eyes sparkled with shrewdness, and a hint of pride graced his expression as he addressed Hu Yifei. Xiao Hu, you haven't been teaching at Sanzhong for long and may not grasp our school's predicament. It is exceedingly rare for us to have a student like Jiang Nan. In days of yore, our school shone brightly. At our peak, we nearly overshadowed Yizhong, Chuing, and Lanpu, almost besting even Yizhong. However, we were ultimately envious of those institutions and were undermined by their combined efforts. I still recall that year when we produced several exceptional students with the potential to gain admission to Qingbei. Yet, before the college entrance examination, they were all secretly recruited by Yizhong, Erzhong, Chuing, and Lanpu. This resulted in their success, while we suffered significant losses. That year, multiple students from those schools gained admission to Qingbei, whereas our institution had none. Consequently, during the next middle school examination, most of our outstanding students opted for Yizhong or Erzhong, leaving few to enroll in Sanzhong. The outcome is evident. With a weaker student base, our school was destined to lag behind from the start, making it impossible for us to compete with Yizhong and others. Thus, our Sanzhong fell into decline. However, this year has miraculously seen the emergence of Jiang Nan, presenting us with an opportunity for resurgence. Therefore, we must bind Jiang Nan to our school at all costs. Even if it means sacrificing my own dignity, I must ensure he feels the school's care and develops a sense of belonging, preventing Yizhong, Erzhong, Chuing, and Lanpu from poaching him once more. As he spoke, Gu Tianxian clenched his fists discreetly. Clearly, he was not a man devoid of principles, nor one who enjoyed groveling without dignity. However, for the sake of the school, he felt he had no other choice. Realization dawned on Hu Yifei, and she nodded, but then shook her head. Yizhong, Erzhong, Chuing, and Lanpu are all reputable schools now. Besides, with the college entrance examination approaching, they shouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics to poach students again, should they? Having never experienced the dramatic decline of Sanzhong, she struggled to empathize. To her, if this were right after the middle school examination and recruitment had just begun, it would be understandable for schools to compete for quality students. However, with the college entrance examination nearing, such actions seemed implausible. After all, schools do care about their reputations. But just as her thoughts concluded, there was a sudden knock at the office door. Principal, the security office at the school gate just called, saying several vehicles are trying to enter. The heads and teachers from Yizhong, Erzhong, Chuing, and Lanpu are here to see Jiang Nan. Hu Yifei. Are they really here to poach? And it's for my student? Could it be that these schools have truly lost all sense of shame? Chapter 128. Not only should we not desire billion, but we should also uphold martial morality, Xiaohu. Did you hear that? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Thus, one must harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant against others. We must not regard them too favorably. In the past, to counter our third middle school, they would resort to any means necessary, and it is no different now. In fact, they are even swifter than one might imagine. Just one day has passed, and they have already come knocking at our door. Gu Tianxian, with an expression of confirmation directed towards the door, informed the security to block their entrance. No matter the circumstances, we cannot allow them into the school, let alone permit them to approach Jiang Nan. The informant replied, Principal, directly blocking them may not be advisable. After all, they are from the first and second middle schools. Gu Tianxian retorted with a dismissive laugh. There is no harm in it. Jiang Nan is a student of our school, and they cannot simply come looking for him whenever they please. The informant, flustered, hurried away, while Gu Tianxian and Hu Yifei were about to breathe a sigh of relief. However, just then, the shrill ring of a mobile phone shattered the moment. Gu Tianxian glanced at his phone, his expression darkening immediately. He declined the call, powering the device off. The caller was none other than Gu Hongyi, the principal of the second middle school. It was unnecessary to guess who was coming. Yet, just as Gu Tianxian switched off his phone, the landline next to Hu Yifei rang insistently. So they resort to calling my office now that my mobile is off? Do they truly lack any sense of propriety? Xiaohu, please disconnect the phone line. Gu Tianxian resolved to be obstinate. How many years had it been since the third middle school had produced an outstanding talent like Jiang Nan? Not only did he rank first in the 4 competitions, but he also possessed the potential to be a top scorer in the college entrance examination. This was the third middle school's only opportunity to rise. Under no circumstances would he allow others to seize it or permit history to repeat itself. Upon hearing this, Hu Yifei furrowed her brows, a hint of coldness crossing her face, her anger flaring as she yanked the phone line out. Damn! She had thought the opposing schools would be respectable and refrain from using underhanded tactics. Now, she realized how naive she had been, unaware of the treachery of human nature. The first and second middle schools, along with Chuing and Lanpu, had truly lost all shame, daring to poach talent right under her nose. However, no sooner had she yanked the phone line than the informant returned in a flurry. Principal, it's bad. The security said they couldn't stop them. They have already entered and are heading straight for your office, demanding to know why you are obstructing them from seeking Jiang Nan. Gu Tianxian's face darkened, and he inhaled sharply. The next moment, he scoffed. Question me? They dare question me? Xiao Wang, since we cannot stop them, lead them to the conference room. Gu Tianxian was furious, the kind of rage that was barely containable. He beckoned to Hu Yifei. Xiaohu, let us go meet them. I am curious to see how they intend to take him from us. These people are courting death. Hu Yifei, her face set in a fierce expression, followed closely behind. Her anger was no less than Gu Tianxuan's, to the point where the pin in her hand began to bend slightly. However, soon both of them were taken aback. For the first and second middle schools, as well as Chuing and Lanpu, had arrived with an imposing presence and were evidently well prepared. Although only Chun Zhe, the head of the Chinese department from the first middle school, had come, Chuing and Lanpu each sent 4 to 5 representatives. As for the second middle school, not only did Principal Gu Hongyi personally attend, but he also brought along reinforcements, a professor of classical literature from the prestigious Binhai University. Professor Yuan Su. No wonder the security could not stop them. This Professor Yuan was no ordinary figure. He was a leading authority in classical literature in Binhai and among the few in the entire nation. Even though Gu Tianxian was the principal of the third middle school, he paled in comparison to this esteemed professor. As for Hu Yifei, she was utterly stunned. After all, she studied Chinese and graduated from Binhai University. This professor was not only her predecessor, but also one of her mentors during her university years. Consequently, her anger dissipated entirely. Even if she wished to express her frustration, She found herself unable to do so, silently cursing in her heart. First middle school, second middle school, Chuing, Lanpu. You are not only shameless but also devoid of a sense of martial ethics. Especially the second middle school, damn it. The first class was a foreign language lesson. However, just as the class commenced, Hu Yifei, a teacher known for her fiery temperament and ruthless methods, summoned Jiang Nan with a look of complex emotions. Jiang Nan, please step outside. Amidst the astonishment of their foreign language teacher, Shirley Yang, and the entire class, Jiang Nan was once again called away. Why once again? As they walked, Hu Yifei's expression was grim, her mouth opening occasionally as if she wished to speak to Jiang Nan, yet her words faltered, caught between hesitation and resolve. Eventually, she led Jiang Nan to the principal's office without uttering a single word, seemingly restrained by a sense of pride. However, this pride did not deter Gu Tianxian, the principal of the third high school, who was unconcerned with such matters. Upon Jiang Nan's arrival, Gu Tianxian grasped his hand with a sorrowful expression, nearly on the verge of tears. Jiang Nan, you have come. Finally, you are here. I implore you, save our third high school. This institution is your alma mater, your home, and you represent the hope of us all. You cannot abandon us. Jiang Nan stood perplexed, unaware of the turmoil that had unfolded in the principal's office following his departure. Bewildered by Gu Tianxuan's sudden display of emotion, he urged, Principal, please calm down. Let us discuss this rationally. How does the third high school require my salvation? Jiang Nan, the principal replied earnestly, I will not conceal the truth from you. You are likely aware that our school has faced significant challenges in recent years, overshadowed by the first and second high schools, as well as Chuing and Lanpu. However, with your recent triumph in the fourth competition and your potential as a top scorer in the college entrance examination, you embody the hope for our school's resurgence. This is why the institution places such great importance on you. Just this morning, I provided you with a mobile phone, encouraging you to voice any requests. Furthermore, I have discussed with several school leaders the possibility of granting you an additional reward of 20,000 yuan for your outstanding achievements, as well as covering your scholarship for the 3 years you will study here. Moreover, should you gain admission to a prestigious university, such as Tsinghua or Beida, the school will present you with a further one-time reward of 100,000 yuan and display your photograph in the school's Hall of Fame, inspiring future students. However, we face a pressing issue. Representatives from the first and second high schools, as well as Chuing and Lanpu, are vying to recruit you, offering potentially more attractive conditions, given their superior standing. Thus, I humbly beseech you, if you can remain at the third high school, I implore you to do so and avoid transferring if at all possible. What do you say? Chapter 129, Sleeping in Class and Playing with Phones. Do as you please. There lies little cunning in this matter, merely the earnest entreaty of an aging principal. At this moment, Gu Tianxian does not embody the lofty demeanor typically associated with his position, nor the sternness and rigidity expected of a principal. It appears he is bearing an immense burden, teetering on the edge of despair. He has said all that needs to be said, leaving only the act of kneeling before Jiang Nan as an unspoken consideration. Jiang Nan finds himself somewhat bewildered as the person directly involved. Am I truly in such demand? Representatives from number 1 high school, number 2 high school, Chuing, and Lanpu have all come. They have even offered generous conditions, compelling the esteemed principal to reach such a state. They plead for my favor and beg for my decision. Yet the question remains, why have I never contemplated transferring schools? Number 3 high school has done me no wrong. What reason do I have to leave? Is it merely for a bit of financial gain? While money is indeed beneficial, my family is not impoverished. However, I am not particularly avaricious. After all, as a destined child endowed with a system, even in times of financial constraint, my future will surely be prosperous. Moreover, should I desire to earn money, the knowledge I currently possess would easily yield several thousand yuan. For instance, tutoring or providing private lessons could easily net me hundreds, if not over 1,000, per hour. I have inquired and discovered this to be true. Yet, my laziness has thus far hindered me from pursuing such endeavors. Furthermore, while my family may not be affluent, we are free from want. My parents are healthy, their work is manageable, and our relationships are harmonious. A simple, unadorned life. How wonderful it is. This is an experience I have never known in my previous life, and I cherish it dearly. I have no desire to change it immediately. As for improving my family's financial situation and offering my parents a better life, such aspirations can wait until I enter university. Thus, I have become somewhat indifferent. Principal. While I appreciate the offer of displaying my photograph in the Hall of Fame, it feels overly ostentatious, and I am not inclined towards such displays. As for scholarships, handle them as you see fit. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my studies, Jiang Nan stated calmly. Though he did not explicitly articulate his intentions, his stance was unmistakable. After all, returning to class signifies that he has no plans to transfer. Gu Tianxian, discerning this, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Jiang Nan, thank you. Truly thank you. Your immense kindness will never be forgotten by us at number 3 high school. Given Jiang Nan's current abilities, securing a place in the provincial top 4 is assured, and even a national ranking is not beyond reach. Should he participate in the college entrance examination, he will undoubtedly emerge as the top scorer in Jiang City and even in Binhai. It is unlikely that anyone across the nation could rival him. Although Jiang Nan stands alone, he may very well be the sole talent to emerge from number 3 high school this year. Comparatively, the likes of Qin Feng and others fall short, making it difficult for them to gain admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Beida. Meanwhile, number 1 and no. 2 high schools boast numerous candidates. However, a provincial ranking alone is equivalent to admission to a top university, and a national ranking equates to several. Coupled with the prestige of being the top scorer at the city, provincial, and national levels, number 3 high school South achievements would undoubtedly place it at the forefront. Regardless of how many students from other schools secure spots at elite institutions. After all, success is not measured by quantity, but by quality. People always remember the first place, while the second often fades into obscurity. As long as Jiang Nan can illuminate number 3 high school with his brilliance, the awareness of its rise will naturally attract a steady influx of quality students seeking enrollment. At that moment, Hu Yifei's expression brightened, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. The burden in her heart finally lifted. She smiled radiantly. Although she understood that Jiang Nan's prowess is a product of innate talent rather than taught skills, his success reflects her own honor as his teacher. Once Jiang Nan claims provincial and national titles, she too will bask in the glory. A rising tide lifts all boats, as the saying goes. Class 304 is her first class, and to have produced a top scorer is remarkable. Who would dare underestimate her as a female homeroom teacher in the future? Principal, there is no need for further expressions of gratitude. After all, I have studied here for so long now. 3 high school is not only my alma mater, but also a second home. What reason would I have to leave so suddenly? Besides, I have grown accustomed to this place, familiar with the people and affairs. I sleep soundly here, and if I were to switch to an unfamiliar environment, it would undoubtedly be quite uncomfortable, wouldn't it? However, I do hope my homeroom teacher can agree to one condition. Please refrain from watching me so intently during class. It makes me feel rather uneasy when I'm trying to sleep peacefully. Hu Yifei chuckled softly. All right, I won't watch you anymore. You may sleep as you wish. Can I play on my phone? Jiang Nan inquired. The principal has already provided you with a phone. You may use it as you like. As long as it does not disturb your classmates, Hu Yifei replied. That's a promise you've made. Jiang Nan grinned in satisfaction, ready to return home. Yet, Gu Tianxian interjected, Jiang Nan, please wait a moment. At this time, teachers from number 1 high school, number 2 high school, Chuying, and Lanpu, along with a classical literature professor from Binhai University, Professor Yuan Shu, awaited in the adjacent conference room. They insisted on seeing you, declaring they would remain until they could meet you. Thus, I must trouble you two. Since that's the case, let us meet them. It's best to clarify things to avoid any unnecessary complications. Jiang Nan nodded, unperturbed. In the adjacent conference room, numerous individuals awaited anxiously. As Gu Tianxian and Hu Yifei entered with Jiang Nan, all present stood, converging around him. At the forefront was a silver-haired elder, Professor Yuan, the classical literature professor from Binhai University, summoned by Gu Hongyi, the the principal of number 2 high school. Given his esteemed status, none dared to compete with Professor Yuan for attention, including representatives from other schools. "Ah, you must be Jiang Nan," Professor Yuan exclaimed. "I'm Yuan Shu from Binhai. I received a classical essay titled The Death of the Red Hair from your classmate Gu last night, and I was utterly astonished by its profound insights and exquisite prose. It is a work unlike anything I have encountered in my decades of study. Consequently, I traveled to Jiang City this very morning with the hope of learning from you directly. I humbly request your guidance." Chapter 130. Recommendations and Admissions. It must be said, Gu Hongyi from number 2 high school is truly resourceful. He lives up to his role as the principal. While investigating Jiang Nan, his efforts significantly surpass those of the other schools, delving into greater detail. He is not only aware that Jiang Nan scored a total of 600 points despite intentionally receiving a 0 in the foreign language section during the last monthly exam, but he has also managed to obtain a sample of Jiang Nan's answer sheet. This knowledge is something other schools lack. Consequently, while only group leaders, directors, and perhaps vice principals from other schools attended, Gu took a more proactive approach, dispatching 2 teams and even personally visiting. Moreover, he sought the expertise of Professor Yuan, a distinguished scholar in classical literature, demonstrating the importance he places on Jiang Nan and highlighting the superior connections and strength of number 2 high school compared to number 3. After all, Jiang Nan had penned an essay that captured attention for quite some time, yet no 3 merely had its language teachers marvel at it without reaching out to a classical literature professor like Yuan. The professor, however, insisted on praising Jiang Nan's work, stating that it was an extraordinary piece worthy of being described as the work of a literary master. Jiang Nan humbly shook his head, claiming that it was merely a casual composition and not particularly remarkable. In front of everyone, Professor Yuan held Jiang Nan in high esteem. Before Jiang Nan's arrival, he had shown indifference towards others, but now he appeared transformed, showcasing his profound respect for Jiang Nan. The representatives from other schools, astonished and worried, couldn't help but rush to speak. "Professor Yuan, please don't focus solely on Jiang Nan. Remember us too," Jiang Nan interjected, introducing himself. "I am Zhe, the head of the language department from number 1 high school, here to speak with you in hopes of persuading you to transfer to our school. We can offer you a generous scholarship and a guaranteed admission slot. You could enroll in Tsinghua or Beida without even taking the college entrance examination." This was a tantalizing proposition, for a guaranteed admission slot is invaluable to an ordinary high school student, often exceedingly difficult to obtain. Other schools like number 2, Tutoring, and Lanpu cannot directly offer such opportunities, despite nurturing students capable of being recommended due to their lack of qualifications. Only number 1 high school, having ranked first in Jiangcheng for a decade, possesses such an admission slot. However, Zhe was forced into this position. He had hoped to negotiate gradually, akin to a business deal, but upon encountering representatives from number 2, Chuing, and Lanpu, he found their ranks superior, with directors and even the principal of No. 2, Gu Hongyi, in attendance. Thus, he resorted to presenting the admission opportunity as his trump card, hoping to sway Jiang Nan. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than Gu Hongyi interjected. "Chun, does number 2 not also offer guaranteed slots?" "Jiang Nan, I am Gu Hongyi, the principal of number 2. Don't listen to Zhe. You would fare better at our school. We can provide scholarships that surpass those of number 1. And I have invited Professor Yuan specifically for you. He has already expressed that your talent in classical literature is extraordinary, deserving of the title of a contemporary literary master. On our way here, I arranged with Professor Yuan to write you a recommendation letter should you choose to enroll at number 2. You could then select either the classical literature department at Binhai University or Tsinghua University. Another powerful offer, this time from a principal. While No. 1 high school boasted a guaranteed admission slot, number 2 had the endorsement of Professor Yuan, a renowned figure in classical literature. With his status, a recommendation from him could open doors to any classical literature department nationwide. This was Gu Hongyi's ace in the hole. Zhe's expression darkened. Initially, his position was already inferior to Gu Hongyi's, and now both had resorted to their trump cards, nullifying his advantages. The competition felt futile. However, The dismay on Chunzhe's face paled in comparison to that of Gu Tianxian and Hu Yifei. They couldn't believe the audacity of number 1 and no. 2 in attempting to poach Jiang Nan from number 3, especially while openly bidding with scholarships and admissions. Despite their internal frustrations, they remained silent, aware that their bargaining chips were far less compelling. Their only hope now rested on Jiang Nan, who had previously committed to staying at number 3. Yet, faced with such enticing offers from number 1 and number 2, their confidence waned. Both Gu Tianxian and Hu Yifei tensed, anxiously watching Jiang Nan, fearful that he might be tempted to accept one of the offers. Meanwhile, Chunzhe and Gu Hongyi also fixated on Jiang Nan, awaiting his response. The representatives from Chu Ying and Lan Pu were equally concerned, without a guaranteed admission slot to offer. If Jiang Nan chose number 1 or number 2, their efforts would be in vain, leaving them without any opportunity to compete. Ultimately, however, Jiang Nan merely shook his head. Dear Teacher Chun, Principal Gu, and Professor Yuan, I sincerely appreciate your kindness. However, I find no necessity for recommendations or special admissions. I believe such opportunities are better suited for the students of Yizhong and Erzhou. Furthermore, I have not contemplated transferring schools. If there is nothing else, I kindly ask you to leave, as I wish to focus on my studies without interruption. Chapter 131. Hu Yifei's home visit. Chunzhe from first high school. Gu Hongyi from second high school. Teacher Chu Ying. Teacher Lan Pu. Everyone was momentarily stunned. While they had anticipated that Jiang Nan might refuse, they never expected such a decisive rejection. After all, this was a guaranteed admission slot and a letter of recommendation, essentially a passport to Tsinghua or Peking University. For high school students, such opportunities are worth their weight in gold, yet exceedingly rare. The teachers from third high school believed that given Jiang Nan's capabilities, he was undoubtedly eligible for a recommendation, yet they had never broached the subject. Why? Because third high school lacked the qualifications to offer such recommendations. With no tangible prospects, it was naturally a sensitive topic. Not just third high school. Even teachers like Chu Ying and Lan Pu were in no position to advocate for him. Thus, when first and second high schools proposed recommendations, they all retreated, hesitant to speak. Yet, the outcome was astounding. Jiang Nan remained completely unmoved and flatly declined. This was utterly inconceivable. Even Gu Tianxuan and Hu Yifei were taken aback. Although they both hoped Jiang Nan would remain at third high school, they had harbored doubts until now. However, they felt considerably reassured after his response. I have heard that not only do you possess a strong foundation in classical literature, but you also excel in other subjects. Just a few days ago, you secured first place in the Jiangqing 4 competitions. Perhaps you truly do not require my letter of recommendation. Given your strength, even participating in the college entrance examination should pose little challenge in gaining admission to Binhai University or Tsinghua and Peking University. Therefore, I respect your choice. However, Professor Haryuku was the first to regain his composure, letting out a gentle sigh as he addressed Jiang Nan. I hope that after the college entrance examinations, regardless of which university you choose, you will consider classical literature. Modern society is advancing at an alarming pace, and much of our ancestral wisdom is being lost. While subjects like mathematics, physics, and chemistry are undeniably important, classical literature embodies the essence of Eastern civilization and the wisdom of our ancient sages. Unfortunately, the number of young individuals interested in exploring and studying it is dwindling. Even among those who are interested, many lack the innate talent to grasp its profound depths. Once our generation passes, countless ancient treasures may be lost forever, leading to a serious cultural gap. Yet, young Jiang Nan, you are the most gifted individual in classical literature I have encountered. Should you choose to pursue this path, you could undoubtedly become a pillar of the classical literature community, perhaps even a master in your own right. Professor Haryuku spoke earnestly, filled with a profound passion for classical literature, to which he had dedicated his entire life. Yet, despite this devotion, he lamented that he had not achieved greater heights himself, constrained by various factors, including perhaps innate limitations. Nevertheless, he saw hope in Jiang Nan, an 18-year-old high school student, possessing a classical literature foundation that rivaled his own. His talent was unmistakable. With another decade, 2 decades, or even 3 decades of study and refinement. Jiang Nan could very well emerge as a leading figure in the realm of classical literature. Thank you, Professor Haruyuku. I will certainly consider your advice. Jiang Nan did not immediately accept nor outright reject the professor's words. The timing was still early, with the college entrance examination some time away. Until then, he simply wished to enjoy a peaceful life, modestly embracing the role of an unassuming bystander. The subject of his future academic choices was a consideration for after the examinations. For now, he felt no need to dwell on it. Moreover, it seemed he did not need to ponder deeply. After all, he was the fated child endowed with the magical system of knowledge mastery, proficient in languages, mathematics, science, and more. Would he truly need to choose a singular path or focus on just one subject? As a man, he naturally aspired to excel in all areas. He aimed to master every subject, each reaching its pinnacle. Otherwise, how could he justify this second chance at life, or the formidable advantages provided by his system? However, expressing such sentiments might come across as arrogant, and those present would likely find it hard to believe. He had no desire to voice such thoughts. Consequently, whether it was Chun-Zhe from first high school, Gu Hongyi from second high school, or the teachers Chu Ying and Lan Pu, they all tacitly refrained from further persuading Jiang Nan to transfer schools, as if the previous attempt to recruit him had never occurred. After all, Jiang Nan had made his position clear. It would be unwise to press further, as such actions might only drive him away. Yet, would they easily relinquish their pursuit? That was, of course, out of the question. When direct approaches failed, they would undoubtedly seek alternative methods, a story for another time. Next, Jiang Nan intended to depart, but he found himself unable to do so. While Chun-Zhe and Gu Hongyi had fallen silent, Professor Haruyuku had traveled a great distance from the provincial capital specifically to discuss classical literature with Jiang Nan. Naturally, he would not allow Jiang Nan to leave so easily. Thus, they engaged in conversation, which stretched into the morning. It was only when everyone grew hungry that Professor Haruyuku reluctantly took his leave. Young Jiang Nan, you are remarkably young. Yet your prowess in classical literature surpasses even mine, truly an extraordinary talent. Alas, the day is waning, and I cannot impose upon your class any longer. I must bid you farewell, but I shall return at a more convenient time. Alternatively, should you find yourself in Binhai University, please do notify me at your earliest convenience. Professor Haruyuku departed, leaving his contact information with Jiang Nan, a testament to how highly he regarded the young man. Simultaneously, Jiang Nan held a deep respect for such a venerable academic figure. On the other side, Chun-Zhe, the head of the Chinese department at First High School, Gu Hongyi, the principal of Second High School, along with teachers Chu Ying and Lan Pu, also took their leave. At first glance, it appeared they had given up on winning Jiang Nan over. However, once they were gone, Gu Tianshuan, the principal of Third High School, wore a grave expression, muttering to himself, I am certain these individuals will not easily concede. They will devise alternative strategies to entice Jiang Nan to transfer. Principal, what do you mean? Huafei furrowed her brow, sharing his sentiment. Yet, Jiang Nan had clearly stated his intention not to transfer. She could not fathom what strategies the people from first and second high schools might employ to change his mind. I have no particular agenda. When faced with adversaries, we must be prepared. Little Hu, I have another task for you. Today is Saturday, and after the afternoon classes, the third-year students will be on break. At that time, personally escort Jiang Nan home and conduct a home visit. Engage his parents in conversation. Remember, do not go empty-handed. Bring along some gifts. Your demeanor must be sincere, showing genuine concern for the elders. Also, deliver the promised 20,000 yuan reward and the 10,000 yuan scholarship for the past 3 years directly to his parents, emphasizing the school's regard for Jiang Nan. Understood. Chapter 132. Which school are you from to recruit my son? On this particular afternoon, Hu Yifei found herself quite occupied, busily procuring gifts for a home visit to Jiang Nan's family. Ironically, it was she, the homeroom teacher, who was purchasing presents. A reversal of the norm where parents typically bestow gifts upon teachers. In an effort to curry favor with Jiang Nan's parents, Hu Yifei filled the trunk of her car with an assortment of items, including tobacco, liquor, and various health supplements, spending a considerable sum in the process. As a young woman who had achieved the position of homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei was undoubtedly astute. Although Principal Gu Tianxian had not explicitly stated it, the implications were clear. The representatives from First High, Second High, and schools like Chuing and Lanpu, having faced setbacks with Jiang Nan, were unlikely to abandon their pursuit and would likely target Jiang Nan's parents. Naturally, she could not remain idle in this situation. Having prepared her offerings, she waited until after school to approach Jiang Nan and by Ying as they exited the classroom. "Jiang Nan, come, I will drive you home," she announced. Jiang Nan, taken aback, stammered, "Teacher, you are giving me a ride home?" His bewilderment mirrored that of Bai Ying and their classmates, who had long speculated that Jiang Nan, with his striking looks, excellent grades, and presumably impressive background, was someone exceptional. The fact that even the homeroom teacher was personally escorting him home only reinforced their assumptions. "Stop dawdling. I'm visiting your home and delivering the reward the principal promised you to your parents. You need to lead the way, hurry up," Hu Yifei urged, her anxiety palpable. After all, representatives from First High and Second High had already departed from Third High. Who could say whether they had already arrived at Jiang Nan's home? Jiang Nan, however, was indifferent to the situation, pleased to have a ride home. Yet, Bai Ying seemed to sense his thoughts. Hu Yifei then interjected, "I know you live nearby. Let us go together." In a state of astonishment, Jiang Nan and Bai Ying climbed into Hu Yifei's car and departed from the school. As for Hu Yifei's urgency, it was justified. At that very moment, the destination she was heading to was embroiled in a drama of its own, where one act had not yet concluded before another began. In fact, the entire day had been tumultuous at Jiang Nan's household. Representatives from First High, Second High, Chuing, and Lanpu, despite being rebuffed by Jiang Nan at Third High, had not given up. Once they left Third High, they feigned returning home, but in reality, they converged upon Jiang Nan's residence. Of course, the principals of Second High and Guhongyi, along with Professor Yuan Su, were exceptions, as they had to return to the provincial capital. However, the cunning Guhongyi had made his own arrangements. At Huada Community, Building 4, Unit 1, Apartment 302, Fangcheng, the head of the admissions office at Chuing arrived first, accompanied by his assistant. He opened the trunk and extracted an array of gift boxes, hastily making his way upstairs. As the admissions director of the finest private high school in Jiangsheng, he was accustomed to parents trying to curry favor with him to enroll their children. Yet now, the tables had turned. Fangcheng felt no resentment. On the contrary, he was exhilarated. Previously at Third High, he had been overshadowed by the guaranteed admission from First High and a recommendation from Second High, leaving him no opportunity to interject. However, now he was the first to arrive at Jiang Nan's home, seeking to win over his parents, which he deemed far simpler than attempting to sway Jiang Nan himself, who was yet unaware of the harsh realities of life. As he prepared to ascend the stairs, he caught sight of a familiar figure approaching from behind. The last thing he wanted was to encounter an acquaintance at that moment, so he quickened his pace. However, the figure behind him was equally swift, catching up in a light jog. "Oh, isn't that Director Fang from Chuing? Why are you in such a hurry? Did we not just see each other this morning?" Upon hearing the voice, Fang Cheng's heart sank. He had believed he was ahead of the game, but it seemed his counterpart was equally prompt. If it had been someone from First High or Second High, he could have easily handled them, but the individual approaching was Qiandayo, whose name alone suggested affluence. Indeed, Qiandayo was also the admissions director of Lanpu, a rival private school. "Director Fang, are you carrying all those gifts to present them?" Qiandayo inquired, approaching with his own armful of packages. "Indeed, since I cannot escape this encounter, I must admit, I have a relative in the area, and I brought some gifts for a joyous occasion. What about you, Director Qian?" Fang Cheng replied, bracing himself. "Same here, visiting relatives." Qiandayo chuckled nonchalantly. "Visiting relatives? Director Qian, I was unaware you had any acquaintances in this neighborhood," Fang Cheng retorted, skeptical. "While we are somewhat familiar, we do not work at the same school. So how could you know all my relatives?" Qiandayo shot back, his gaze piercing. "And what floor is your relative on?" Fang Cheng challenged, his irritation surfacing. And yours? Qian Dao countered, a glint of malice in his eyes. I'm on the 3rd floor. How coincidental. I'm also on the 3rd floor. Surely, your relative's surname isn't Jiang? Indeed, it seems our relatives are one and the same. Therefore, we are relatives too. Relatives? Nonsense. Fang Chung exploded in anger, directing a curse at Qian Dao. You blue-collar types think you can snatch Jiang Nan from us at Chuying? Dream on. Qian Dao, infuriated yet amused, replied, Old Fang. Since we've reached this point in our conversation, I won't mince words. Jiang Nan is a coveted asset for us at Lanpu. You may as well turn back. Return? Not a chance. Fang Chung roared in defiance. We also have our sights set on Jiang Nan, and I arrived first, so it is you who should leave. Not a chance. Since you refuse to yield, let us head upstairs together and see who prevails in securing Jiang Nan. Qian Dao declared, brandishing his assortment of gifts. Let us see which of us has the stronger foundation. Whoever wins will claim Jiang Nan. Agreed. Unable to shake off the persistent burden, Fang Chung had no choice but to acquiesce. The two had become somewhat of old rivals. In that moment, neither was willing to concede defeat. Despite carrying heavy loads, they strode with an air of purpose, their pace so brisk that it could rival that of competitive racewalkers. They propelled themselves to the 3rd floor in one swift motion, eagerly vying to be the first to knock on the door. Their intention, naturally, was to make a favorable first impression on Jiang Nan's parents. However, as the door swung open with a chime, it revealed a woman who appeared unfazed by the arrival of Fang Chung and Qian Dao. Instinctively, she inquired, So, which school do you represent that has come to recruit my son? Chapter 133. The teacher from number 1 high school can't even enter the door? Fang Chung. Qian Dao. The two were instantly bewildered. What? Were they not the first to arrive? Had other teachers from different schools come before them? Hello. I am Fang Chung, the director of the admissions office at Chuying High School. You must be Ms. Zhou Xiqin, the mother of Jiang Nan. I am indeed here regarding Jiang Nan. I am Qian Dao, the director of the admissions office at Lanpu High School. I did not bring much. Just a few packs of Huangla cigarettes and 2 bottles of Mount I wine. Please accept them. I arrived first, Ms. Zhou. I also brought cigarettes and wine, along with some supplements. Please accept mine first. No, accept mine first. All right. Let us not quarrel. Let us go inside and discuss. Zhou Xiqin looked at the gifts in Fang Chung and Qian Dao's hands, unable to conceal her smile. Jiang Gaoyuan, along with teachers from Chuying and Lanpu, had also arrived. Please pour 4 more cups of water. Jiang Gaoyuan, what? 4 more have come? There isn't enough space at home. Zhou Xiqin, even if there isn't space, they must come in. They've brought gifts. We can't just turn them away. Jiang Gaoyuan, that does make sense. Zhou Xiqin, if it really comes to it, we can move the mahjong table out. Jiang Gaoyuan, moving the mahjong table might not be appropriate. It's Saturday, and our son is coming home soon. If he sees. Zhou Xiqin, it's all right. Nan will be back in a while. We can hide it once they leave. Fang Chung. Qian Dao. Both were still outside, utterly stunned. What? Had they heard correctly? Was there truly not enough space in Jiang Nan's home? Were they really bringing out the mahjong table? How many people had come? Even if they were not the first arrivals, they should not be too late, right? After all, they had rushed over from number 3 high school. Thinking this, they had not even handed their gifts to Zhou Xiqin when they stretched their necks to peer into the living room. But in the next moment, they were both left speechless. The living room was indeed crowded. Among those present, they recognized several teachers from various high schools. However, none posed a real threat. Yet, seated in the center was none other than Luo Qingji, the admissions director from number 2 high school. This was a formidable competitor. No wonder they hadn't seen Luo Qingji at number 2 high school earlier, only the principal Gu Hongyi. It turned out, they had split their efforts. The principal went to the school to find Jiang Nan, while the admissions director came to Jiang's home to speak with his parents. This was simply underhanded. Fang Chung and Qian Dao were so furious they nearly spat blood. They had already lost a round at number 3 high school, and now they had just arrived at Jiang's home, only to face another defeat. Their advantage had vanished completely. Meanwhile, just after Fang Chung and Qian Dao entered, Another figure appeared stealthily at the foot of Jiang Nan's building. No, stealthily was not quite right. For he was not a thief, but a teacher from Jiangxing No. 1 High School. He was Chunzhe, the head of the Chinese department, specifically tasked by Principal Gongsun Li to recruit Jiang Nan. However, like Fang Cheng and Qian Daiyou, despite being a teacher from No. 1 High School, he had previously suffered a setback at No. 3 High School. Even though he had brought his trump card, the sole guaranteed admission quota from No. 1 High School, it had been rejected by Jiang Nan. Moreover, the limelight had been stolen by No. 2 High School. Given his temperament, he felt like throwing in the towel. Yet, Principal Gongsun Li's directive loomed over him like a dark cloud, forcing him to muster his courage and return to Zhang's residence. Hesitantly, he ascended the stairs and ultimately rang the doorbell. Ding dong. The door opened promptly. The earlier scene replayed itself as Zhang's mother, Zhou Shiqin, opened the door, displaying no surprise. Simply asking, "Which school are you from? Are you also here to recruit my son?" What? He was not the first to arrive? Chinzei's brow furrowed instantly, a wave of ominous premonition washing over him. You must be Jiang Nan's mother. I am Chinzei, a teacher from No. 1 High School, here to discuss a matter with you regarding Jiang Nan's potential transfer. No. 1 High School? Zhou Shiqin's eyes sparkled slightly. Although representatives from various schools had come to recruit her son, she was accustomed to it by now. Yet, hearing that Chunzei was from No. 1 High School stirred a sense of excitement within her. After all, it was No. 1 High School, the best high school in Jiangxing, bar none. Parents from other families sought all means to send their children to No. 1 High School, but if their academic performance fell short, they were invariably turned away. Yet, her own son had attracted the attention of a teacher from No. 1 High School. This was something she had never even dared to dream about before, and now she was witnessing it firsthand. That was not even the crux of the matter. The key point was that with Chunzei from No. 1 High School, all 10 high schools in Jiangxing had sent representatives. A sense of pride involuntarily blossomed on Zhou Shiqin's face. However, in the next moment, when she noticed that Chunzei was empty-handed and that there were no companions at his side, her brow furrowed. What? You came alone? And you didn't bring anything? Chunzei. He was instantly speechless. What is this nonsense? Am I not allowed to come alone? Must I bring a group with me? And what else with this expectation to bring gifts? Are you implying that I should offer bribes? As a teacher from No. 1 High School, and the head of the Chinese department, he was indeed an official. Should he be expected to present gifts to gain entry? In his past temperament, he might have exploded at such an affront. Yet, recalling the principal's mission, he reluctantly swallowed his indignation and, with a forced smile, said, "Well, I did come alone. And I was in a rush." Other schools at least sent 2 representatives, both carrying gifts. You, on the other hand, come alone and empty-handed. What does that imply? Do you look down on my son? Zhou Shiqin's face displayed a hint of disdain. It's not that I covet your gifts. It's just that your sincerity is lacking. Even if you are from No. 1 High School, please take your leave. My son cannot aspire to your school. With that, she slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Chunzei, what on earth had just happened? Was he dreaming? Simply because he had come alone and empty-handed, he was denied entry? Who is the teacher here? He stood at the door, utterly disoriented, beginning to question his life choices. SP, the night shift is over. Thank you for your support. Staying up late is not good. I promise not to do it again. I will work on adjusting my schedule. Hehe. Chapter 134. The outburst in the homeowners group, perhaps the loud sound of the door closing by Zhou Shiqin, startled her longtime neighbor, Sister Wang. As Sister Wang stepped out, she was taken aback by the disheveled Chunzei. Oh, aren't you that teacher from the first high school? Could you be a relative of Jiang Nan? No, you've mistaken me. Mistaken? I might confuse others, but I would never mistake you, Teacher Chen. Don't you remember? My son, Wang Chong, is in your class. Aren't you his homeroom teacher? I even brought gifts to your home to ensure he got into your class. You truly have the wrong person. I am not a teacher from the first high school, nor a relative of Jiang Nan, and I do not recall Wang Chong. Goodbye. In the most embarrassing moment of his life, being recognized by someone he wished to avoid, Chunzei hastily waved his hands, covered his head, and swiftly descended the stairs to make his escape. He swore by the heavens that he would never return to this community, no matter the pressure from his principal. What nonsense is this? No items, no entry. Sister Wang was momentarily stunned, glancing at Chunzhe's retreating figure. Could it really not be him? It certainly seemed like him. I must get to the bottom of this. Acting on impulse, she immediately rang the doorbell of Jiang Nan's home. Who could it be now? Soon. Zhou Xiuqin's voice echoed from within. Upon opening the door, she was surprised to find Sister Wang standing there. Sister Wang, what brings you here? Sister Wang pointed at Chunzhe, who had just come downstairs. Sister Zhou, who was that person? Why did he linger at your door for so long without knocking? Upon seeing me, he just walked away. Oh, about that. He did knock, but I didn't let him in. Why not? Why else? Zhou Xiuqin rolled her eyes and replied, he is a teacher from the first high school, coming to my home empty-handed, without any gifts. It was clear he had no sincerity, so why should I let him in? Just because he didn't bring anything, you shut him out? You do realize he is a teacher from the first high school, right? He is my son's homeroom teacher and apparently the head of the Chinese department. He holds some authority there. Sister Wang was momentarily flustered. She knew she wasn't mistaken. That person truly was her son's homeroom teacher, Chunzhe. But the key point was, a teacher from the prestigious first high school was denied entry to his neighbor's home simply for not bringing a gift? In the past, she had gone to great lengths to ensure her son could attend the first high school, practically bowing before Chunzhe. The lack of comparison only accentuated the disparity. However, Zhou Xiuqin remained unmoved by her words. What is he? Just a minor head of the Chinese department. The second high school, Chuying, and Lanpu are not significantly inferior. Nowadays, the second high school, Chuying, and Lanpu have at least sent their admissions office directors over with a plethora of gifts. The principals from the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th schools are currently sitting in my home. Not only was her home filled to capacity, but even if there were space, she had no desire to let that first high school teacher in. Empty-handed and insincere. With a series of mutterings, Zhou Xiuqin closed the door. As an ordinary woman, had she been in the past, she certainly would not have looked down upon a teacher from the first high school. But today, there were simply too many teachers visiting her home, nearly wearing out her doorstep, and they lingered without leaving. In terms of position, weight, numbers, and gifts, none could compare to Chunzhe from the first high school. Sister Wang widened her eyes, nearly gasping for breath. Was this still the Zhou Xiuqin she knew? Was she still the modest neighbor in her memory? A teacher from the first high school looked down upon? Directors and vice principals from the 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th schools were all crowding into Jiang Nan's home? How extravagant! A blatant display of superiority. Such things she usually only encountered online. Yet today, she witnessed it in her own neighbor. Finally catching her breath, Sister Wang hurried home to drink a glass of cold water to calm her shock. Simultaneously, she pulled out her phone, opened the Huada Community Homeowners Group, and shared this astonishing scoop. Just moments ago, at Zhou Xiuqin's home in Unit 302 of Building 4, something extraordinary occurred. It is said that teachers from the 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th schools all came, including directors and vice principals, bearing gifts, and they were all still seated in her home. Furthermore, representatives from the elite Chuying and Lanpu schools also sent people, all of whom were admissions office directors. I personally witnessed a teacher from the first high school, the head of the Chinese department, being turned away simply for not bringing a gift, not even allowed to enter. The Huada Community Homeowners Group consists mostly of the residents of the community. They typically share gossip there. And now, it erupted in chaos. Is this for real? Has Sister Zhou risen to such heights? A teacher from the first high school isn't allowed in without a gift? It must be true. I just saw several unfamiliar cars pulling up to Building 4, and numerous people carrying gifts upstairs. Apparently, they all headed to Sister Zhou's home. Well, who can blame her? She has such a remarkable son. Haven't you heard the name Jiang Nan circulating these days? Jiang Nan, the one who topped the competition? Exactly. That Jiang Nan. His name has been making waves lately, regarded as a genius among geniuses, a top scholar. Any family with children knows of him. So, that Jiang Nan is Sister Zhou's son? Indeed, he is. What an earth-shattering revelation. Our Huada community has produced a prodigy? Not just any prodigy. It is said Jiang Nan possesses the potential to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination and will soon be attending Tsinghua or Peking University. What an exceptional figure for our community. No wonder so many schools have sent representatives bearing gifts. They are likely here to recruit him. Recruiting? What does that mean? Simply put, it's akin to poaching talent, much like companies vying for employees. Whichever school manages to secure Jiang Nan will undoubtedly gain fame. And this year's top scorer will be theirs. Now it makes sense. Alas, he is just another child from someone else's family. I must go see. With so many school teachers visiting, my son is taking the high school entrance examination this year. It would be beneficial for him to familiarize himself with the teachers. Knowing them can only be advantageous for him. Let us all go together. Count me in. Let's go. Chapter 135. A scholarship of 100,000. Are they insane? In the Jiang Nan household, the living room is filled with over a dozen individuals seated around two tables, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and embarrassment as they exchange glances. Finally, it is Luo Qingji, the representative from the second high school, who breaks the silence, addressing Fong Cheng, Lan Pu, and the teachers from the other schools, Old Fong, Old Qian, and esteemed colleagues. As the earliest arrival, I believe it is only fair that you allow me to speak with Jiang Nan's parents first. Is it really appropriate to invoke the principle of first come, first served here? I suggest that since we are all present, we should speak candidly and lay our advantages on the table. Let us see which school Jiang Nan's parents prefer. Fong Cheng interjects meaningfully. Indeed, Old Fong is correct. This is a bidding war. The highest bidder wins, depending on who has the strongest backing, Qian Dao adds. Luo Qingji finds himself growing increasingly frustrated. As the earliest to arrive, he initially held the upper hand. However, with the presence of the other schools, much time has been wasted while Jiang Nan's parents were preoccupied with hospitality, leaving him with no opportunity to voice his case. Nonetheless, he is not overly concerned about competing with the other schools, confident that Jiang Nan's parents will surely recognize the superior reputation of the second high school. However, with the arrival of Chuing and Lan Pu, his confidence begins to wane. Though these are private institutions, their prestige is second only to the second high school. And they are renowned as elite schools with substantial financial resources, something the second high school cannot compete with. Fortunately, Chunzhe from the first high school was turned away at the door, or he would have felt even more pressure. Very well. If you insist on competing, let us do so here and now, Luo Qingji declares, taking a deep breath and addressing Jiang Nan's parents. I trust you are aware of our purpose here. Your son, Jiang Nan, is exceptionally talented, so much so that he has no opportunity to showcase his abilities at the third high school. The resources, teaching environment, and overall quality at the third high school are merely average in Jiangxing. Conversely, the second high school excels in every aspect, leaving the third high school far behind. Therefore, I earnestly hope your son will enroll with us. I can offer him the finest educators, an exemplary learning environment, and accommodations. What do you think? Is that all? Fong Cheng scoffs, turning to Jiang Nan's parents. You should know that sending Jiang Nan to the second high school pales in comparison to enrolling him in my Chuing. We are the premier private institution in Jiangxing, an elite school. Our teaching environment and accommodations surpass those of the second high school. Moreover, we are prepared to offer Jiang Nan a scholarship of 10,000 per year. What do you think? I beg to differ. Who told you that Chuing is the best elite school in Jiangxing? Clearly, it is I, Lan Pu, who holds that title. Without waiting for Jiang Nan's parents to respond, Qian Dao steps forward, addressing Jiang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin. Esteemed parents, the conditions offered by Chu Ying are matched by Lan Pu. While they offer a scholarship of 10,000, Lan Pu will provide 15,000. Just let Jiang Nan study with us. I will match that with a scholarship of 20,000 from the second high school. Luo Qingji interjects, raising two fingers and gritting his teeth in anger. 25,000 from Chu Ying, 30,000 from Lan Pu. Luo Qingji counters, I will offer 35,000. And I have also purchased a new phone worth 10,000 for Jiang Nan, which I would like you to accept on his behalf. As he speaks, he presents a box containing the latest smartphone to Jiang Nan's parents. This was a directive from the principal, Gu Hongyi, who had intended for him to wait until Jiang Nan returned. However, pressed by Fang Cheng and Qian Dayo, he felt compelled to present it early to win their favor. In any case, he must secure the approval of Jiang Nan's parents. Once they agree, Jiang Nan's enrollment will be assured, leaving the third high school with no recourse. The only complications would be with Chu Ying and Lan Pu. On the other side, Jiang Nan's parents, initially calm, find themselves increasingly unsettled as they hear the escalating bids for scholarships reaching 35,000. Although they are not driven solely by monetary gain, this amount represents a significant portion of their annual income, especially when combined with the offer of a $10,000 phone. The realization dawns upon them. While other children must pay tuition and miscellaneous fees, their own son is not only exempt from such costs, but is also being courted with a scholarship of 35,000. The most prestigious schools in Jiangqing are competing fiercely for their son, filling them with immense pride and satisfaction. However, the excitement does not end there. Old Luo, you truly came prepared, Fang Cheng declares, his eyes gleaming with determination. But Chu Ying is not to be trifled with. Jiang Nan's parents. Should you allow him to attend my Chu Ying, we will provide a scholarship of 50,000 annually. I will offer 70,000 from Lan Pu. Qian Dayo retorts, grinding his teeth. 75,000. Fang Cheng counters. 80,000. 100,000. I will give 100,000 from Lan Pu. Qian Dayo slams the table and roars to the sky. Luo Qingji and Fang Cheng fall silent, both furrowing their brows in disbelief. Though both are intent on securing Jiang Nan, the sum of 100,000 in scholarship money is staggering. It is not that the schools cannot afford it. Rather, they must seek approval from higher authorities. Almost as if sharing a silent understanding, both men quickly step aside to make phone calls. Meanwhile, Jiang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin feel their legs grow weak. 100,000. This amount exceeds their combined annual income. Yet, the prospect of their son receiving such a scholarship is tantalizing. Regrettably, Jiang Nan is already in his senior year, meaning he can only receive this scholarship once. Had he still been in his freshman year, he could have received it 3 times. Meanwhile, the teachers from the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th high schools exchange incredulous glances. They had known from the outset that they could not compete with the 1st and 2nd high schools, or with Chu Ying and Lan Pu, but they had come hoping for a stroke of luck. Yet, upon witnessing the unfolding events, it became clear that their hopes were utterly dashed. They felt invisible, as if they were mere spectators, watching the madness of the bidding war unfold. Indeed, while Jiang Nan is undoubtedly talented, such a scholarship of 100,000 is absurd. After all, this is high school, not college. Even at prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Beida, the highest scholarship typically does not exceed 50,000. Chapter 136. Is this really what humans do? On the other side, Qian Dayo was undoubtedly full of self-satisfaction at this moment. He boldly declared a high price of 100,000. Was he out of his mind? Of course not. While 100,000 may be a substantial sum for other high schools, Lan Pu, as a prestigious private institution, was not lacking in funds. Among the 10 high schools in Jiangqing, school number 1 rightfully held the top position, followed by school number 2, with Chu Ying and Lan Pu tied for 3rd place. Setting aside the ambition of surpassing the top 2 schools, Lan Pu's most pressing need for development was to outshine Chu Ying, which was also a private institution. To achieve this, the acquisition of exceptional students was paramount. Enhancing the admission rate was one aspect. Cultivating exemplary students who could serve as role models was another. If Jiang Nan could emerge as the top scorer in the upcoming critical examinations, it would not be necessary for him to be the provincial champion. Merely being the city champion would justify the investment of 100,000 for Lan Pu. Should Jiang Nan indeed secure the provincial title, he would not hesitate to double the amount. In ancient terms, this could be likened to spending a fortune to acquire fine bones for a horse, with the expectation of ultimately recouping the investment. In summary, as long as he could suppress school number 2 in Chu Ying, he would consider it a success. As for schools number 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, he paid them no mind. As events unfolded, both Luo Qingji from school number 2 and Fang Cheng from Chu Ying appeared quite disheartened after their phone calls. Clearly, the scholarship of 100,000 was overwhelming for them, particularly for Luo Qingji, As a public school student, the issuance of scholarships had to adhere to strict protocols. It was not as simple as declaring a sum. This was exceedingly excessive and out of alignment with the regulations. As for Fengcheng, although Chuying was also a private institution with ample funds, he had no intention of continuing to bid against Qiandayo. After all, Qiandayo's demeanor suggested he was determined to win. Further bidding would only escalate the stakes, diminishing his chances of success. Seeing this, Qiandayo smiled, patting his belly with satisfaction as he looked towards Jiang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin. Now, you can see for yourselves the sincerity of our school. A scholarship of 100,000 is something no other school can offer. As for school number 3, that's even less likely. Moreover, I can assure you that aside from the scholarship, all other expenses for Jiang Nan at Lanpu, such as meals and accommodation, will be entirely waived. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Jiang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin exchanged glances. This was indeed quite tempting. However, with Jiang Nan absent, they felt uncomfortable making a decision. What should they do? Mr. Jiang, Ms. Zhou. Noticing their hesitation, Qiandayo could not help but add, the conditions we are offering are undoubtedly the best in all of Jiangqing. You should simply agree. All you need to do is nod your heads, and I will handle the rest regarding Jiang Nan's transfer. Jiang Gaoyuan turned to Zhou Xiuqin. Dear, you manage all the household matters. What do you think? What else can I say? Zhou Xiuqin, being a woman, was at a loss. Should we call Nan Nan and ask for his opinion? Yes, let us make the call quickly. After deciding, Zhou Xiuqin took out her phone to prepare for the call. Just then, the doors suddenly swung open with a loud creak, and a large crowd spilled in. So many. Indeed, a great many. Neighbors like Sister Wang from next door, as well as residents from upstairs, downstairs, and other buildings in the neighborhood, had all come to witness the excitement after hearing the news in the community group. Upon seeing this, the people inside the room were momentarily stunned. Zhou Xiuqin instinctively exclaimed, Sister Wang, Sister Zhang, Aunt Lu, how did you all get in? Zhou Jia. Isn't your child Jiang Nan quite renowned? Today, many teachers from schools number 1, number 2, Chuying, and Lanpu have come. We all wanted to meet them, so he. Sister Wang said with a squint and a smile. Indeed, it's rare to have so many teachers here. We all want to get acquainted. Especially since our children will soon be entering high school. I've never seen so many teachers at once, especially ones who come to us. They not only came, but also brought gifts. I just heard something about scholarships at the door. I heard that too. They're competing for Jiang Nan, discussing scholarships. Apparently offering 10,000 a year. Impressive. Jiang Nan is truly remarkable. Of course, just look at his achievements. He was first in the 4 competitions and is destined to be a top scorer in the college entrance exams. Zhou Jia must be proud to have such a son. The other homeowners chimed in, clearly having eavesdropped for quite some time before finally squeezing in. Hearing this, Jiang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin felt an immense sense of satisfaction, almost bursting into joy and laughter. Look, so many neighbors were singing praises about their family, though they had always maintained good relations with their neighbors. Their modest circumstances had never garnered such accolades. Today was undoubtedly the proudest moment for their family. Not only had a multitude of teachers visited, but they were also being showered with compliments from dozens of neighbors. However, in the next moment, Zhou Xiuqin's expression shifted with doubt. Wait a minute. I remember closing the door. How could you all have entered? Did you break the door down? That's impossible. This is a sturdy security door. Mom. I opened the door. At that moment, someone from behind provided the answer, revealing today's main character. Jiang Nan squeezed through the crowd. Wow, what is this? I couldn't even open the door myself and got pushed aside by a swarm of aunties. Although they are all praising me, they are actually here to cozy up to the teachers. Nan Nan, you're back. Zhou Xiuqin exclaimed joyfully as she rushed over. You came back just in time. Your dad and I were about to call you. The teachers are nearly fighting over you, especially the ones from Lanpu. They said that if you transfer there, not only will they waive all tuition, accommodation, and meal fees, but they'll also give you a scholarship of 100,000 a year. What do you think? Hiss. Upon hearing this, the neighbors collectively gasped. Indeed, it was 100,000, although they had heard whispers of it while eavesdropping outside. Hearing it confirmed still left them astonished. However, Jiang Nan frowned. Mom, we're not lacking money, are we? Let us take a moment to consider. Well, we aren't lacking. But their offer is quite high, and I'm just uncertain, Zhou Xiuqin replied. Jiang Gaoyuan approached as well. Son, since you're back, it's best for you to make the decision. Dad, Mom, let us discuss this later. Jiang Nan shook his head. My homeroom teacher is also here, but got blocked outside. Shouldn't we let her in first? Hu Yifei. Well done, finally thought of me. I brought so many things, and you didn't even help me. I've been stuck outside while you all are inside competing. Is this really what humans do? Chapter 137. You deceive me. I guard against you what? Your homeroom teacher has arrived? Of course, we must welcome her inside. Sister Wang, please make way. You're blocking the door. Upon hearing this, Jiang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin were both taken aback and hurriedly cleared a path for Hu Yifei to enter. Not only did she bring herself, but she also came bearing gifts, a bounty of cigarettes, alcohol, and herbal supplements. Compared to the previous visitors like Luo Qingji, Feng Cheng, and Qian Daiyou, her offerings were truly abundant. This delighted Jiang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin, who held Hu Yifei, the homeroom teacher of their son, in high regard, and their enthusiasm only grew. Look, while other students received gifts from their parents for the teachers, their own child was being showered with presents from the teacher. Although it didn't quite match Qian Daiyou's extravagant scholarship of 100,000, it certainly didn't seem trivial either. Meanwhile, Hu Yifei stepped inside and felt a palpable tension. Goodness, what a sight! She was astonished to see that nearly all the students from the other schools were present, except for the first high school. Wait, even the first high school had sent someone. She had just overheard that Chun Zhe from the first high school had come, but was promptly sent away before he could enter. The principal was right. These people truly have no shame. Teacher Luo, Teacher Feng, Teacher Qian, and the others. Jiang Nan is indeed a student of our third high school. Is it really appropriate for you to come here, so brazenly to poach him? Especially since a few of you just left our school this afternoon and have come to his home. Those who know you might call you teachers, but those who don't might think you are from a recruitment agency. To steal students, you truly will stop at nothing. Hu Yifei's temper flared upon entering, and she cast a disapproving glance at the gathered teachers. Most of the teachers exchanged awkward glances, their faces flushed with embarrassment, wishing they could sink into the ground. After all, their actions were indeed questionable, especially when confronted by Hu Yifei, a legitimate authority. Only Qian Daiyou, sensing the situation was about to escalate, was unwilling to back down and retorted, Teacher Hu, I find your words rather unpalatable. What do you mean by stooping to any means to poach students? Everyone has a natural desire to nurture talent. While Jiang Nan may be your student, he has the right to choose a different school, and we are simply here to advocate for him. Surely that is not too much to ask. Not too much, is it? If your school, Lanpu, has a promising student like Meng Chuan who is likely to be accepted by Tsinghua or Beida, could I entice him to transfer to our third high school? As long as you can manage it, we at Lanpu have no objections. But one must wonder if your third high school can afford the price. After all, while Meng Chuan's scholarship at Lanpu may not be substantial, it amounts to 10,000 a year, plus all expenses covered. Hu Yifei was incensed. A tree without bark is doomed, yet a person without shame is invincible. While the other teachers appeared ashamed upon her arrival, Qian Daiyou remained brazen. Ultimately, both parties were at an impasse, their gazes shifting to Zhang's parents and Jiang Nan, their eyes betraying a hint of longing for a response. Jiang Gaoyuan scratched his head and looked at his wife, while Zhou Xiuqin grasped Jiang Nan's hand, saying, Nan, as I've mentioned before, the decision rests with you. Whether you choose to remain at the third high school, transfer to Lanpu, or attend another school, your father and I will support your choice wholeheartedly. Is that truly the case? Jiang Nan looked at his mother. If I remain at the third high school and Lanpu offers a 10,000 scholarship, will you be disappointed? Of course not. It's just money, Zhou Xiuqin scoffed. Although we are not affluent, we are not blinded by wealth either. If you decide to continue at the third high school, your father and I will support you without hesitation. Besides, staying at the third high school is wise, especially with the major exam approaching. We wouldn't want you to transfer around and jeopardize your performance. Jiang Gaoyuan nodded in agreement. Your mother is right. The The major exam is the priority. Money is secondary. Then I shall remain at the third high school, Jiang Nan affirmed, then turned to Hu Yifei with an innocent expression. After all, the third high school also offers scholarships. While it may not amount to 10,000, it shouldn't be too little, right, Teacher Hu? Hu Yifei was momentarily speechless, feeling somewhat dazed. Innocent? Bah. This was nothing less than an overt threat and a blatant attempt to leverage. Originally, the principal had promised a 2,000 reward for Jiang Nan if he placed first in the upcoming competition, along with a 1,000 scholarship, totaling 3,000, not including the phone. But now, it seemed that amount would not suffice, especially since Lanpu was offering 100,000. The third high school could not possibly offer significantly less, could they? Clearly, Jiang Nan was negotiating benefits for his parents. However, Hu Yifei was decisive, despite her frustration. She did not hesitate to address Jiang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin directly. Jiang Nan is right. Given his excellent performance and outstanding grades, the school has already gifted him a nearly 20,000 phone and has specifically asked me to bring some gifts for you both. Additionally, I am bringing 5,000 yuan. While it may not compare to some outsiders, this is the utmost sincerity from our third high school. Furthermore, if Jiang Nan achieves high marks in the major exam, such as being the top student in the city or province, the school will grant him an additional 100,000 in a lump sum. Jiang Nan had successfully maneuvered Hu Yifei into raising the scholarship to 5,000. Yet, Hu Yifei was no pushover. Initially, the principal, Gu Tianxian, had stated that as long as Jiang Nan scored well enough to meet the admission threshold for Tsinghua or Beida, he would be rewarded 100,000. However, Hu Yifei had now raised the bar, stating that only if Jiang Nan became the top student in the city or province would he receive the 100,000. TSK. It is well known that gaining admission to Tsinghua or Beida is relatively easier, but becoming the top student in the city or province is far more challenging. She was merely being prudent to avoid any complications later on. Although Jiang Nan had the capability to achieve top marks, who could predict if he would hold back? After all, Jiang Nan was notorious for his meticulous control over scores. Caution was warranted. However, Jiang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin were blissfully unaware of the underlying intricacies. Upon hearing Hu Yifei's words, their faces lit up with joy. Wonderful. The third high school is truly commendable. It seems that keeping our Nan Nan at the third high school is undoubtedly the right choice. We are grateful to the school and to Teacher Hu. Although 5,000 does not surpass 10,000, it is still a considerable sum, equivalent to their annual income. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Moreover, should Jiang Nan secure the title of top student in the major exam, there's an additional 100,000 reward, which demonstrates greater sincerity than Lanpu. As for whether Jiang Nan could achieve that title, it was beyond their realm of consideration. What a joke. Their son was already a recognized prodigy. How could he possibly fail? Chapter 138. Preparations for the provincial competition at last. Qian Dao departed. Jiang Nan had made his choice publicly. Even if he felt reluctant, he was powerless to change the situation. It was not just him. Luo Qingji from the second middle school, Chu Ying from the fourth, and the teachers from the fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth middle schools all left together. Their attempts to win over Jiang Nan had utterly failed. The fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth middle schools fared better. But for the second, fourth, Chu Ying, and Lanpu, the priority now was to return and devise countermeasures. With the departure of these teachers, it became meaningless for Wang Dajie and the other neighbors to stay, so they sent the teachers off. Only Hu Yifei remained. As the homeroom teacher, she had the task of home visits to engage with Jiang Nan's parents and foster a deeper connection, making it impossible for her to leave so soon. Moreover, Jiang Nan's parents were warm-hearted individuals. With the arrival of the homeroom teacher, how could they let her leave without a meal? Thus, Zhou Xiuqin personally cooked a sumptuous feast to honor Hu Yifei. At the dining table, Hu Yifei pulled out an envelope containing a crisp 30,000 yuan and presented it to Jiang Nan's parents. This was the promised reward. Originally 50,000. She could only take 30,000 before her arrival, leaving the remaining 20,000 to be collected later, and she still needed to report back to Gu Tianxian. Jiang Nan's parents were overjoyed, clearly taken aback by Hu Yifei's unexpected generosity. Although it was only 30,000, it was cash. This was far more reliable than the lofty promises of other teachers, which were merely verbal assurances. Additionally, Hu Yifei brought 3 honorary banners awarded by the school to Jiang Nan, Light of the 3rd Middle School, Star of the Examination, and King of Competitions. Although these were issued under the name of the 3rd Middle School, both Jiang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin were immensely thrilled. "Ah, this is splendid. Hu Teacher, you have brought such honor to Nan Nan. If you had presented these earlier, those other teachers would have been of no consequence." The 12 golden characters of the banners were priceless in their eyes. "Stop eating, dear. Hurry and grab the tools to hang these banners outside for the neighbors to see." Following Zhou Xiuqin's instructions, Jiang Gaoyuan quickly fetched a hammer and nails, bustling outside to hang the banners. Soon, the 3 honorary banners were proudly displayed. Jiang Gaoyuan and Zhou Xiuqin gazed at the shimmering 12 characters, their hearts still racing with excitement. For parents, no reward could be more precious than the honor bestowed by the school. It must be said, Gu Tianquan's insight into human nature was exceptional. Not everyone could achieve the position of principal at the 3rd Middle School. At least, Hu Yifei could not fathom such strategies. With these 3 banners, she could rest assured, free from worries about other teachers attempting to poach students. After the meal, Hu Yifei took her leave and returned to the school, promptly reporting everything that transpired at Jiang Nan's home to Principal Gu Tianxian. "I knew those other schools would not easily give up. Luckily, I arranged this plan. Little Hu, see, my considerations were correct," Gu Tianxian stated, brimming with satisfaction. "We must always assume the worst intentions when dealing with them." In the meantime, at the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and other schools, urgent meetings were convened to discuss countermeasures. They all agreed on one thing. After failing to win over Jiang Nan, they had only one option left. In an office at the 1st Middle School, Principal Gong Sun Li glared at Chunzhe but refrained from reprimanding him. Instead, he addressed everyone else seriously, stating that since they could not win him over, they must prepare for battle. "From today onward, I expect everyone to be vigilant, especially the leaders of the math and science groups. Form special training teams to refine our top students, such as our academic prodigy Lu Fan. The semifinals are just half a month away, and during this time, we must provide every resource possible, be it personnel, funds, or venues. My only requirement is this: whatever methods you employ, you must elevate Lu Fan's competitive level by several notches. We may not need to defeat Jiang Nan in the semifinals, but we cannot allow him to claim the top spot." In the 2nd Middle School office, Principal Gu Hongyi expressed his disappointment towards Luo Qingji without further chastisement. He immediately issued a directive to all teachers: "From today, devote all resources to train Du Jiang and others to ensure we can challenge Jiang Nan and secure 1st place in the provincial competition." The principal of the 4th Middle School declared, "We will exhaust all efforts to nurture Su Yun, intensifying our training and tutoring. Half a month from now, we must compete fiercely with Jiang Nan." Principal Chu Ying stated, "In half a month, all eyes will be on Xiaji." Principal Lan Pu expressed his hopes for Meng Chuan. Chapter 139, Don't speak if one cannot win, then one must resort to desperate measures. At this moment, the students from the 1st, 2nd, and 4th high schools, along with Chu Ying and Lan Pu, exhibited an extraordinary level of synergy, collectively nurturing one or a few individuals, hoping to clash fiercely against the 3rd high school in the upcoming provincial competition in half a month. The likelihood of all 4 schools triumphing over Jiang Nan was slim. However, they did not aspire for a complete victory. They merely desired for at least one individual in one subject to surpass Jiang Nan, which would suffice to satisfy them. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Nan was oblivious to their plans. Even if he were aware, it would bear no significance to him. He would continue to indulge in his pleasures, eating, drinking, playing, and sleeping, indifferent to their meetings or preparations. Ding. Super Invincible Academic Control Point System. Host, Jiang Nan. Language Arts, Level 9. Skills, Exceptional Memory and Comprehension. Physical Condition, 45. Points, 900. Current lottery attempts, 9. Note: only 100 more points needed for a 10 draw, increasing the chances of winning. In the late hours of the night, Jiang Nan lay in bed, gazing at the system panel in his mind, unable to suppress a smile. After his basketball dunking competition with Yijiqiu, his physical condition was only 41, and his points merely 500. However, after completing the competitions in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, his physical condition increased by 1, reaching 45. His points also increased by 100, now totaling 900, leaving him just 100 points away from a 10 draw. Apart from the other benefits, these two improvements were the most tangible manifestations of his efforts. An increase in physical condition was always welcome. While the average human physical condition hovers around 24, he boasted a remarkable 45, nearly doubling that of an average person. One must not underestimate this doubling. Physical condition encompasses various aspects, including strength, speed, endurance, agility, and flexibility. Taking speed as an example, a normal individual takes 13 to 17 seconds to run 100 meters, while the world record approaches 9 seconds. With Jiang Nan's physical condition nearly double that of an ordinary person, he might not surpass the world record at this moment, but he would come remarkably close. As for points, the more, the better. Jiang Nan paid no heed to the first, second, or fourth high schools, nor to Chuing or Lanpu. His sole focus was on the upcoming provincial competition, eager to complete the 4 control point tasks once more. This would yield a physical condition increase of 4, the most direct benefit, along with an additional 400 points, allowing him another 10 draw. He wondered what treasures he might draw then. The following day, Sunday, a day of rest. As was customary, Jiang Nan wished to indulge in a lazy morning. However, Bai Yingying, as usual, arrived early at his home, requesting tutoring. Yet, someone had arrived even earlier. Upon entering, Bai Yingying was taken aback. "Class teacher? You spent the night at Jiang Nan's home?" Indeed, Hu Yifei had arrived before Bai Yingying. She had returned from school in Hu Yifei's car the previous day, but had been dropped off at the community entrance, thus missing the dramatic scene. But that was not the crux of the matter. The important point was that it was only 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. Hu Yifei was already sitting in the living room, enjoying breakfast and chatting amicably with Jiang Nan's parents. How is this possible? Did she just arrive? She was here yesterday. Would she come again today? The only explanation was that Hu Yifei had spent the night at Jiang Nan's home. Realizing this, Bai Yingying felt a sudden jolt. Even she had never stayed overnight at Jiang Nan's home. Yet Hu Yifei had. Either Hu Yifei was a relative of Jiang Nan, which she had never heard of, or... A wave of unsettling premonition surged within Bai Yingying, and the term teacher-student romance surfaced in her mind. Though she wished to dismiss such thoughts, she could not control herself. After all, Hu Yifei, although a teacher, was merely a few years older than her. Moreover, Hu Yifei was quite beautiful, having garnered nicknames such as the deadly female demon and the spicy teacher at school. If she could temper her demeanor or overlook her 4 notorious traits, she would be the epitome of perfection. Even Bai Yingying herself could not compete with her. At once, she felt a surge of pressure. Did Jiang Nan have feelings for Teacher Hu? Did Teacher Hu have feelings for Jiang Nan? How could this be? In the past, she had been wary of many classmates, such as the overly sweet-talking class representative Li Qianqian, fearing they would steal Jiang Nan from her. To counter this, she had often positioned herself near Jiang Nan, asserting her claim and deterring many from approaching him. Yet now, in her attempts to guard against fire, theft, and even her best friend, she had failed to anticipate the class teacher, Hu Yifei. Panic-stricken, Bai Yingying trembled uncontrollably, feeling wrong to the point of tears. Once a person begins to spiral into irrational thoughts, they often drift further down that path, and this was undeniably true. Bai Yingying's imagination ran wild. In reality, Hu Yifei's early presence was merely to deliver the remaining reward of 20,000 to Jiang Nan's parents and to strengthen their relationship. There was no connection to any teacher-student romance. Spending the night? Impossible. I just came to give Jiang Nan's parents something. Hu Yifei seemed to sense Bai Yingying's thoughts and promptly refuted them. Upon hearing this, Bai Yingying felt a wave of relief. As long as there had been no overnight stay, that was sufficient. Otherwise, she would be at a tremendous loss. She quickly patted her chest to calm herself. However, the next moment, Her anxiety resurfaced. Suddenly, Hu Yifei fixed her gaze on Bai Yingying, her expression filled with suspicion. Bai Yingying, speaking of which, why did you come to Jiang Nan's home so early? Could it be that there's something between you and Jiang Nan? Not that. Teacher, I have nothing with Jiang Nan. I came for tutoring. Jiang Nan's parents can attest to that. I come every week at this time. After a flurry of hasty explanations, Bai Yingying felt her entire body tense, her tongue twisting in her mouth. She quickly darted into Jiang Nan's room. Almost startled to death. It was truly terrifying. After all, that was the class teacher, the infamous female demon. If she were to deduce any inappropriate relationship between herself and Jiang Nan and take note of it, wouldn't that be the end? However, upon entering Jiang Nan's room, she barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief. The next moment, Bai Yingying nearly screamed instinctively. She had been careless. Jiang Nan had a habit of sleeping without clothes. Last time, she had caught him in full view, and this time was no different. Yet she quickly covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock, daring not to make a sound for fear of being overheard by the class teacher outside. When Jiang Nan looked at her in surprise, she dove onto the bed beside him, hastily covering his mouth. Don't speak. Jiang Nan? What is happening? You're on top of me. Chapter 140. Classmate, are you interested in pursuing a career in professional basketball? That day, silence reigned. The following day, Monday, brought the necessity of returning to school. Bai Yingying once again rose early to summon Jiang Nan, seemingly as if nothing had transpired between them the previous day. Yet, someone had arrived even earlier, Hu Yifei. This left Bai Yingying feeling quite embarrassed, her mind racing with unfounded suspicions about a potential connection between Hu Yifei and Jiang Nan. However, reality soon dispelled her concerns. Hu Yifei's intentions were merely to cultivate a rapport with Jiang Nan and his parents, as evidenced by her previous day's monetary gift and today's gesture of driving Jiang Nan to school. Naturally, she offered Bai Yingying a ride as well. In the car, Hu Yifei said, Jiang Nan, I spoke with your parents yesterday. From now on, during holidays and school, you will travel with me. I will drive you to and from school. And of course, Bai Yingying can come along too. Jiang Nan replied, Teacher, isn't that inappropriate? Hu Yifei dismissed his concern, stating, there is nothing inappropriate about it. As your homeroom teacher, it is my duty to ensure your transportation to school. Jiang Nan countered, but you have an incredibly busy schedule. Let us not dwell on that. Hu Yifei interjected earnestly. Driving you to school is merely a matter of convenience for me. There is no need for you to feel uncomfortable. Moreover, I have ulterior motives. I wish to keep you from transferring to another school and to make your learning experience a bit easier. In just half a month, the competition will take place, followed by the major exams in less than 3 months. If you truly value my guidance, I urge you to put forth your utmost effort and achieve your true potential. All right then, Jiang Nan smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, Hu Yifei had been quite candid, leaving little room for further discussion. However, Hu Yifei continued, Jiang Nan, last time you scored 88 in all 4 subjects of the competition. Did you intentionally control your scores? Do you believe me if I say I didn't? Jiang Nan retorted without confirming. I don't believe you. Hu Yifei shook her head. You should be honest with your teacher. Just how terrifying are your abilities? Can you control your scores on every test, achieving whatever marks you desire, including competitions? Can you even score full marks at will? Pretty much, Jiang Nan replied. Hu Yifei gasped in astonishment. Though she had suspected this before, hearing it confirmed for the first time was staggering. The ability to control scores. It was one thing to manipulate scores in ordinary exams, but even in competitions, often considered nightmares for many, Jiang Nan could do so effortlessly. If he wished for an 88, he would score 88. If he desired full marks, that too was within reach. The sheer magnitude of this power was terrifying. Hu Yifei felt goosebumps rise on her skin, while Bai Yingying remained composed, as if all of this were perfectly normal. Why would she find it strange? Jiang Nan was someone she had set her sights on. Controlling competition scores was merely a trivial feat for him. Before long, the car arrived at the school. Students in class 304 were once again taken aback to see Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying disembark from their homeroom teacher's vehicle. Previously, Hu Yifei had driven them home. and now she brought them to school. The implications were clear. Jiang Nan had a connection with Hu Yifei, and by Ying was linked to Jiang Nan as well. Yet, while they admired the situation, they felt no envy whatsoever. After all, Jiang Nan was a celestial being. Having a relationship with the homeroom teacher was entirely expected, as was having ties with the school beauty. Even simultaneous connections were deemed normal. Otherwise, how could he be considered a prodigy, the unparalleled Jiang Nan? Truly, he was a model of excellence, an idol for their generation. Upon reaching the classroom, Jiang Nan and Bai Ying noticed that the first lesson was about to commence. At that moment, another individual entered class 4. Jiang Nan, please come with me. This time, it was not Hu Yifei, but the director of the academic affairs office, accompanied by several individuals from the principal's office, who had specifically requested his presence. Wow, someone else is looking for Jiang Nan, and it's from the principal's office? This must be significant. It seemed Jiang Nan would not be attending class after all. Amidst the gazes of his peers, he followed the director of academic affairs out of the classroom, likely not to return soon. For others, Monday signified a return to the drudgery of classes, but for Jiang Nan, it marked the beginning of a series of leisurely breaks. In the principal's office, a gathering of notable figures was underway. Besides Principal Gu Tianxian, numerous leaders from the school were present. However, they were all busy attending to guests, 3 individuals of imposing stature, far exceeding the average height. The tallest among them stood at an impressive 2 meters 2 or 3, towering over everyone else, exuding an air of authority. He was none other than Wang Ming, once the foremost basketball player in the country and now the head of the Basketball Association, famously known as the Little Giant. The other 2 were Wang Daji, the coach of the Coastal Province's basketball team, and Ma Xiaohu, the coach from a neighboring province's basketball team. Together, these 3 constituted the most influential figures in the realm of basketball in the nation. Wang Ming's reputation as the head of the Basketball Association and former top player was well known, even making waves in the international ABN. Wang Daji and Ma Xiaohu had developed the 2 strongest provincial teams in the country, each regarded as elite coaches. Although the realms of basketball and education seldom intersect, the presence of these 3 necessitated that even Principal Gu Tianxian exercise utmost caution in his hospitality. Thankfully, their visit was discreet. Had it been public, the entire school would have erupted in excitement, rendering classes unnecessary. Before long, Jiang Nan arrived at the office with the director of academic affairs. However, before Principal Gu Tianxian could introduce him, Wang Daji and Ma Xiaohu approached directly. Wang Ming, moving swiftly, reached the entrance in just 2 strides. Eagerly gazing at Jiang Nan and exclaiming, "You must be Jiang Nan. At last, I've met you. May I ask if you are interested in pursuing a professional basketball career? I am Wang Ming, the head of the Basketball Association, and I wish to invite you to join the national team and my basketball club. What do you think?" Wang Daji, Ma Xiaohu, Jiang Nan. Chapter 141. The temptation of an annual salary in the tens of millions. Jiang Nan was somewhat bewildered, his mind filled with questions. Before arriving, he had imagined that the representatives from the first and second high schools, along with Chu Ying and Lan Pu, had come to recruit him again. He had already prepared his responses, but the outcome was unexpected. Instead of those individuals, it was a recruitment for his basketball skills. This was truly unforeseen. On the other side, Wang Daji and Ma Xiaohu were internally lamenting. One had hurried from the provincial capital to seek him out, while the other had traveled from a neighboring province, both with the same intention of inviting Jiang Nan to join their teams. Each aspired to outpace the other. However, upon arriving at the 3rd high school, they encountered Wang Ming. Upon seeing Wang Ming, both felt a jolt of apprehension, silently cursing their luck, without needing to say more. It was clear that the little giant Wang Ming was also there to poach talent. Yet, before he could articulate his intentions, they clung to a sliver of hope. But now, that hope had evaporated. Although both were coaches for the provincial basketball teams and had produced the most formidable squads, Wang Ming held a position of significant authority within the Basketball Association, representing the national team. Furthermore, the basketball club he established was a formidable entity, rivaling their provincial teams. How could they possibly compete? "Hello, Jiang Nan. My name is Wang Daji, and I am the coach of the Binhai basketball provincial team. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us. As for the compensation, it is undoubtedly among the best in the country, starting at an annual salary of 10 million. What do you think? Despite feeling the odds were slim, Wang Daji quickly introduced himself, immediately mentioning the astonishing salary. It was a bold move, employing financial allure as a means of persuasion. It is well known that star players in provincial teams typically earn between 200,000 to 500,000 annually, with a few renowned individuals reaching up to 800,000. The most elite could command salaries exceeding 1 million. However, such players were exceedingly rare. In terms of 10 million annual salaries, there was indeed one player in the country who had reached such heights, an exceptional talent who had ventured abroad to compete in the ABN, second only to Wang Ming. Only such elite athletes could command such astronomical salaries. Now, Wang Daji was offering 10 million as a starting point. His emphasis on Jiang Nan's potential was evident, surpassing mere words. For a newcomer yet to step onto the basketball scene, such an offer was truly the pinnacle of opportunity. Upon hearing this, the teachers present at the third high school, including Principal Gu Tianxian, were left in shock. 10 million a year. Even if they worked their entire lives, they would never amass such wealth. They earned only a few thousand a month, totaling just a few tens of thousands a year. They had heard that basketball could be lucrative, but now they realized it was not merely a matter of earning money. It was about seizing it. If one could earn 10 million a year, wouldn't that amount to over $1 billion in a decade? Without comparison, there is no pain. Although Jiang Nan was merely a high school student, he was on the brink of becoming a billionaire. As the person in question, Jiang Nan was equally astonished. Despite his usual indifference towards money, he had brushed off a 10,000 scholarship offer from Lanpu just days prior. This was a different realm altogether. The disparity between 10,000 and 10 million was monumental. The latter was a sum most ordinary individuals could never hope to achieve in a lifetime. Even with his experiences across 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such wealth, save for what he had seen on television. To claim he was moved would be a blatant falsehood. However, what stirred his heart even more awaited him. Just as Wang Daji finished speaking, Ma Xiaohu quickly interjected. Jiang Nan, I am Ma Xiaohu, the coach of the neighboring Jianghai basketball provincial team. Instead of joining Binhai, why not come to our Jianghai provincial team? While old Wang offers you 10 million, I can guarantee you 15 million, and if you achieve certain results in the ABC League, I can add another 500,000. How does that sound? 15 million? Add 500,000, and that totals 20 million? 20 million. This was the highest salary for basketball players in the country. It could only be described in 2 words, utterly impressive. Principal Gu Tianxian was wide-eyed, barely able to stand, his breath quickening. This is a disaster. The top student of the 4 competing provinces is about to be lost. Our hopes for the third high school's rise are being snatched away. This was the sole thought lingering in Gu Tianxian's mind. Even though he had known these 3 individuals were there to recruit talent before Jiang Nan's arrival, he still had faith in Jiang Nan. Just days prior, the first and second high schools, along with Chuing and Lanpu, had offered high prices and even guaranteed admission quotas, yet Jiang Nan remained unaffected. Surely, today would be no different. But now, he felt utterly devoid of confidence. While the guaranteed admission to Tsinghua or Peking University was precious, could it possibly compare to an annual salary of 20 million? Who could say? Perhaps it could, or perhaps it could not. After all, while many students are admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University each year, most graduate with salaries of only a few 100,000, with some struggling to even reach that. Of course, there were exceptional talents who became billionaires, but that was often a distant prospect. In essence, even though Gu Tianxian was a principal and a seasoned educator with relatively modest desires for wealth, if he were to put himself in Jiang Nan's shoes, he would likely lean towards the 20 million offer. This could not be blamed on him. There was a post circulating on a certain website asking whether one would choose an admission letter from Tsinghua University or 10 million. Over half of the respondents chose the latter. After all, there are countless individuals with degrees and knowledge, yet few who could earn 10 million. Moreover, what lay before Jiang Nan was not merely 10 million, but an annual salary of 10 million, or even 15 million, or 20 million. Even a fool would likely choose the latter. And the matter did not end there. After Wang Daji and Ma Xiaohu made their offers, the little giant Wang Ming stepped forward, a serious expression on his face. Joining the national team and serving your country is an obligation. While the financial compensation may not be substantial, if you join my club, I can guarantee you a minimum annual salary of 30 million. Moreover, I can assure you that this 30 million is just the beginning, not the end. Besides the financial aspect, I can provide you with the most systematic training possible. My ultimate goal is to help you reach international competition and fulfill the dreams I was unable to achieve, leading our nation's basketball to become the best in the world. Chapter 142, Money, Status, and Honor. It truly does not concern me, Wang Daji. Ma Xiaohu. Upon Wang Ming's words, both were rendered utterly speechless. They were acutely aware that they could not compete with Wang Ming. Yet, they never anticipated that Wang Ming would demand 30 million, a figure that shattered the previous records of top domestic athletes. It was unparalleled. There exists no other term to aptly describe it. Furthermore, this was merely the beginning, not the conclusion. Judging by Wang Ming's tone, there could be even higher offers forthcoming. This was a salary that the provincial team of Wang Daji and Ma Xiaohu could never afford, plunging them into despair. However, they soon found solace in the realization that a small temple cannot house a true deity, and shallow waters cannot nurture a mighty dragon. It would be unjust to claim Wang Ming's offer was excessive. Rather, it was a testament to Jiang Nan's formidable strength, which far exceeded the limitations of their provincial team. For other basketball players, the opportunity to transition from obscurity to the provincial team would undoubtedly be a stroke of luck. Yet, considering Jiang Nan's prowess, it seemed somewhat beneath him to remain in the provincial league. Even in professional teams, they would serve merely as a stepping stone. As the small giant Wang Ming had just articulated, his ambition was to help Jiang Nan break into the international arena, to compete in the ABN, and to ascend to the pinnacle of the basketball world. For Jiang Nan, as long as no unforeseen circumstances arose, the future promised to be as vast as the starry sea, filled with endless possibilities. Meanwhile, on the other side, the audience present at Sanzhong was nearly struck dumb by Wang Ming's declaration. Their astonishment stemmed from two aspects. Firstly, the sheer audacity of Wang Ming's 30 million offer was beyond their comprehension. Secondly, they sensed that the long-awaited hope for Sanzhong's rise had likely been extinguished. No one could resist the temptation of an annual salary of 30 million, not even these seasoned scholars. As for Jiang Nan, he was likely even less able to turn such an offer down. It was a disaster, a true calamity. Who could have anticipated this? After fending off the recruitment efforts from Yizhong and Erzhong, they ultimately succumbed to a basketball player? It was indeed a situation that left them with tears uncried. This was the collective sentiment of the teachers at Sanzhong. As for Principal Gu Tianxian, he appeared to age decades in an instant, transformed into a figure of frail despair. For years, he had wrestled with the burden of Sanzhong's disarray, struggling to keep it afloat, and had finally glimpsed hope through Jiang Nan. Yet now, that hope was on the brink of becoming despair. However, Jiang Nan's subsequent words rekindled a spark of excitement within him, nearly prompting him to leap for joy. I must admit, a salary of 30 million is quite tempting, Jiang Nan remarked, casting a smile at the small giant Wang Ming before shaking his head. Nevertheless, I may have to decline your generous offer, for I have never contemplated pursuing a career in professional basketball. To me, playing basketball is merely a hobby. Occasionally indulging in it is acceptable, but to play for a lifetime would likely be unbearable. At this proclamation, gasps of astonishment filled the room. Each individual, without exception, widened their eyes, fixated on Jiang Nan as if they could scarcely believe their ears. A rejection? Jiang Nan had actually turned down the small giant Wang Ming's invitation? How could this be possible? It was a staggering annual salary of 30 million. An opportunity to step onto the international stage and compete in the ABN, a golden pathway that countless individuals dreamt of. Even if 100,000 people were presented with such a proposition, none would hesitate to accept. Yet, Jiang Nan, was he truly the one among that multitude to resolutely decline? Wang Daji, Ma Xiaohu, these two premier coaches from the provincial team were rendered speechless, seemingly encountering Jiang Nan for the first time. The small giant Wang Ming stood frozen, his large eyes wide with disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. The sheer unexpectedness of the situation left him reeling, not only due to Jiang Nan's rejection of his kindness, but also because of the rationale Jiang Nan provided. Playing basketball was merely a pastime? Just an occasional activity? How could this be? Prior to arriving, he had viewed Jiang Nan's videos of 4-point shots and acrobatic dunks countless times, each frame undeniably authentic, devoid of any editing or special effects. Based on Jiang Nan's skills, even in his prime, Wang Ming felt he could not compare. Surely, such extraordinary talent was a rarity, requiring years of relentless training to cultivate. Yet now, Jiang Nan claimed it was merely a casual endeavor? This felt like nothing short of blatant pretense. Wang Ming's emotions were a tumultuous blend. He found himself questioning his own abilities. Jiang Nan, he began, attempting to suppress his doubts as he fixed his gaze upon him. I sincerely hope you are not jesting. I have scrutinized your videos and can confidently assert that you possess immense basketball talent. Your shooting and dunking skills are nothing short of remarkable. Even in the ABN, few could rival you. Should you choose the path of professional basketball, your future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless. It may not be long before you become the brightest new star in our nation's basketball realm, and if you compete in the ABN, you would surely be a deserving king without a crown. At that time, wealth, honor, status, all of it would lie within your grasp. Moreover, you would become a source of pride for our nation, an idol revered by basketball enthusiasts worldwide. Do you not care for any of this? What, after all, is the purpose of life? Essentially, it encompasses the very sentiments Wang Ming articulated. Few can resist the allure of wealth, honor, status, and the adoration of countless fans. However, upon hearing these words, Jiang Nan merely smiled serenely and replied, "To be honest, aside from national pride, the rest holds little significance for me at this moment. I simply wish to be a carefree individual, attending classes, taking exams until high school concludes, and then perhaps visiting Qingbei. Thus, I must apologize for declining your proposal." Wang Ming, Wang Daji, Ma Xiaohu, all were left utterly speechless. How could a 17 or 18-year-old youth be so indifferent to wealth, honor, and status? It was indeed a rarity. Moreover, it seemed they could almost detect the scent of pretentiousness in his words. To aspire to be a carefree individual and then visit Qingbei after high school? How could one remain carefree while aspiring to such heights? Did he believe his academic prowess paralleled his extraordinary basketball talent, making him a rare prodigy in that realm as well? Perhaps he truly was. It seemed they had gleaned from Jiang Nan's news of achieving first place in the 4 competitions that he was indeed remarkable in his studies. Therefore, Jiang Nan's academic abilities were not inferior to his basketball skills. Astonishing. Chapter 143. The start of the Olympiad rematch. Journey to the provincial capital. Wang Ming departed, followed by Wang Daji and Ma Xiaohu. They arrived quietly, filled with anticipation, only to leave in disappointment. Apart from a few leading teachers from Jiang Nan and the 3rd high school, no one else was aware of their visit, nor did they wish for it to be otherwise. Despite their best efforts, they could not persuade Jiang Nan to join them. There was simply no way. Nevertheless, they each left their contact numbers for Jiang Nan, emphasizing repeatedly that if he ever changed his mind and wished to pursue a career in basketball, he should not hesitate to reach out. Whether it be the Binhai provincial team, a neighboring province's team, the national team, or a professional club, the doors would always be open for him, with terms more favorable than those previously offered. Jiang Nan could not refuse this proposition and could only respond ambiguously. However, he was certain that he would not embark on a professional basketball career, not because he lacked interest in wealth, fame, or status, but because he could not forsake everything else for the sake of basketball, just as he would not abandon subjects like mathematics and physics for the sake of language studies. With the system in hand, he felt he held the world in his grasp. His goal was omniscience and omnipotence. Of course, that was a matter for the future. For now, he intended to savor the final moments of his high school years. In this regard, numerous teachers from the 3rd high school, including Principal Gu Tianxian, were overwhelmed with joy, nearly bursting into celebratory fireworks. They had narrowly avoided losing their hope, Jiang Nan. To their astonishment, he chose to remain. This unexpected turn of events was a remarkable delight for Gu Tianxian and his colleagues, something they could hardly fathom. They could not help but admire Jiang Nan. After all, not everyone could resist such immense temptation. Indeed, they themselves would not be able to. Yet Jiang Nan had achieved the extraordinary. Jiang Nan, on behalf of all the teachers at the third high school, I thank you for choosing to stay. You are our pride, Principal Gu Tianxian expressed, his heart filled with countless words, ultimately manifesting as a deep bow and heartfelt gratitude towards Jiang Nan. Other teachers followed suit, bowing in appreciation. Fortunately, this took place in the principal's office, unseen by others. Otherwise, it would have been quite a shock to witness the principal and vice principal bowing to a student. However, upon realizing they were bowing to Jiang Nan, it seemed entirely appropriate. In the days that followed, Jiang Nan enjoyed a leisurely life. He continued to nap during class and spent his breaks playing games and reading novels. As long as he did not disturb others, this was permitted by everyone from the homeroom teacher to the principal. During evening self-study sessions, he would tutor by ying occasionally. When he had free time, Principal Gu Tianxian would invite him to the office for tea and conversation. On weekends, he returned home, and on Mondays, he attended school. Accompanied not only by the school beauty by Ying, but also personally chauffeured by their homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei. Ah, what bliss! The other students at the third high school were filled with envy. However, they could only envy him, for Jiang Nan was truly exceptional. Everyone in class 304, including the teaching staff, regarded Jiang Nan as a deity of learning. Whatever he did was deemed appropriate and commendable. Throughout the entire school, a wave of idolization towards Jiang Nan swept through, enduring for an extended period. Meanwhile, after quietly departing, Wang Ming, Wang Daji, and Ma Xiaohu did not return. However, they were followed by representatives from several other professional basketball teams who approached the third high school to recruit Jiang Nan, all of whom he declined without exception. And so, half a month passed. The day of the Olympiad rematch arrived. This rematch was also the provincial competition, naturally not held in the city, but in the provincial capital, Binhai. The order of the competitions mirrored that of the preliminary round. First, the Olympiad, followed by physics and chemistry competitions, and finally biology. Today marked the commencement of the Olympiad rematch. Early in the morning, amidst the farewells from Principal Gu Tianxian and others, Jiang Nan set off with the head of the mathematics department, Zhou Lingfeng, towards the first high school. Indeed, they were headed to the first high school rather than directly to the provincial capital, as each year, participants qualifying for the rematch from Jiang City were organized by the city to travel together by bus to the provincial capital. After all, this was not only about bringing glory to their respective schools, but also about representing Jiang City. It is worth noting that although there were 30 spots available for the competition each year, this year there were only 29 participants. The first high school had 8 representatives. The second high school had 7, Chuying had 6, Lanpu had 5, the fourth high school had 2, and the third high school had 1. As for the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th high schools, along with schools from the counties, none qualified for the rematch. Originally, the third high school had 2 participants, aside from Jiang Nan. There was also Qin Feng. In the last round of the Olympiad, Qin Feng scored only 59 points and did not pass, yet he happened to place 30th. Thus, he was also qualified to participate. However, he found it meaningless and voluntarily withdrew, leaving Jiang Nan as the sole participant from the third high school. In fact, for the Olympiad, as well as the physics, chemistry, and biology competitions, Jiang Nan was the only representative from the third high school. Others, despite having qualified, had suffered too great a setback in the previous round and, like Qin Feng, chose to forego participation. Competitions were not their forte. Whether it was Qin Feng, Luo Min, Yi Han, Xin Lang, or Qin Yuma, they were all focused solely on preparing for the upcoming major exams. This is a matter for another discussion, which we shall set aside for now. When Jiang Nan and Zhou Lingfeng arrived at the first high school, most of the participants from other schools had gathered. However, Jiang Nan did not recognize many of them and did not pay much heed. Only one person's appearance caught him by surprise. Wang Pengzi, what are you doing here? Indeed, it was Wang Kaixian, affectionately known as Wang Pengzi. He stood before the bus Jiang Nan was about to board, waving enthusiastically with a beaming smile. South God, it seems you haven't been paying attention to me lately. Too busy with Bai, the school beauty. Have you forgotten your brothers now that you have a woman in your life? A few days ago, our school held a selection for athletes, and by the slightest margin, I accidentally beat Yi Zhiqiu, Huang Sihai, and Hu Dajuan, securing first place. So today, I'm representing the third high school to participate in the sports examination in the provincial capital, just like you, gathering here. Surprised? Delighted? Wang Pengzi draped his arm around Jiang Nan's shoulders, grinning as if he were jesting about Jiang Nan's lack of attention. In truth, this was a deliberate concealment, crafted to astonish Jiang Nan. However, while Jiang Nan was pleasantly surprised, he was not astonished. After all, he had faith in Wang Pengzi's physical abilities, particularly given the enhancements from the power chocolate. Wang Pengzi's physique had already exceeded that of an average person. All right then, let's board the bus together, Jiang Nan remarked calmly, pulling Wang Pengzi onto the bus. Although the distance from Jiang City to the provincial capital of Binhai was not far, it was not close either, a journey of nearly 2 hours. With Wang Pengzi accompanying him, it seemed he would not be lonely. At the very least, they could enjoy some gaming together. Chapter 144. What? You all enjoy playing games as well. On this journey to the provincial capital, there were 2 buses, one large and one small. The students, being in greater numbers, occupied the larger bus, while the teachers, few in number, took the smaller one. At this moment, Jiang Nan was pulling Wang Pengzi onto the bus, eager to secure a good seat for their gaming session. However, in an instant, dozens of pairs of eyes turned towards Jiang Nan and Wang Pengzi, fixated on them. More precisely, their attention was directed at Jiang Nan. This scene felt oddly familiar to Jiang Nan. If memory served him right, during the preliminary round of the Olympiad, Qin Feng had regarded him in much the same way. It wasn't an exact repetition, but the sentiments were identical: envy, anger, resentment, and a fervent desire for competition, all wrapped in a complex tapestry of emotions. What set this instance apart from the last was not just one individual, but a staggering 28 people. Among them, 5 or 6 stood out, their gazes sharp and unwaveringly locked onto Jiang Nan. The atmosphere in the bus became palpably strange. Even Wang Pengzi, who was not the target of their ire, sensed the tension, instinctively tightening his body and preparing for the unexpected. Yet, Jiang Nan, the focus of their animosity, appeared nonchalant, calmly taking a seat and saying, "Pengzi, come on, let us start a game." Wang Shun, is now really the time to play? Wang Pengzi responded, still alert, casting a wary glance around. These people harbor hostility towards you. We should be cautious. Unnecessary, Jiang Nan replied dismissively, curling his lips in disdain. A bunch of defeated foes, what threat do they pose? Besides, with the teachers following behind, and given your current physical prowess, taking on 5 of them would be trivial. If I chose to engage, I could easily topple 30 of them. Thus, he shrugged off their presence. Let them stare. As long as their eyes don't tire, they can look as they please. We'll focus on our game and aim for victory first. Jiang Nan understood their sentiments well, for during the last Olympiad, he had inadvertently claimed the top spot. Defeating these so-called prodigies, it was entirely reasonable for them to harbor resentment towards him. However, he hardly considered them a threat. After all, he had scored a mere 88 points to achieve first place, which spoke volumes about their capabilities. They were akin to ants, glaring up at an elephant. Would the elephant ever care? Certainly not. The elephant wouldn't even notice the ants. Wang Pengzi thought to himself. Jiang Nan's reasoning was indeed sound. He found himself unable to counter it. If that was the case, they might as well ignore the hostility. Come on, I'll pick Zhuangzhou. Today, I'm going for a pentakill. I'll choose Liu Bei. Remember to unleash your ultimate. Rest assured, just watch me. Wow. Enemies are coming, wave after wave. Hurry, unleash your ultimate and push forward. We're about to reach the pinnacle. As the game progressed, both Jiang Nan and Wang Pengzi became engrossed, their excitement palpable. They were merely one step away from achieving their goal, and with the freedom to play openly on the bus, they reveled in the experience. Wang Pengzi was particularly animated, as if electrified, oblivious to everything around him. As for Jiang Nan, he had never been one to care about his surroundings. Nevertheless, many around them were visibly distressed, particularly the 5 individuals who were tightly clenching their fists, their nails digging into their flesh in frustration. These were Lu Fan from First High, Du Jiang from Second High, Xia Ji from Chuiying, Meng Chuan from Lanpu, and Su Yun from Fourth High. While Jiang Nan might not recognize them, they were all too familiar with him. For the past half-month, images of Jiang Nan had adorned their desks and walls, haunting their every waking moment. They dreamed of defeating him in the upcoming provincial competition to redeem their honor. Before Jiang Nan's emergence, they had been the hottest academic stars in Jiang City, representing their respective schools and considered favorites to win previous competitions. Yet, just as they felt assured of their superiority, Jiang Nan had appeared, vanquishing them all and claiming victory, turning them into the laughingstock of the city. This humiliation was intolerable, not only for First and Second High, but especially for these 5 individuals. Thus, under the rigorous training regimens at their schools, they had dedicated themselves tirelessly over the past month, often sacrificing meals and even bathroom breaks to study. Yet, to their dismay, Jiang Nan ignored their presence entirely. Did he truly fail to perceive their animosity? Or did he simply regard them as insignificant? In this tense atmosphere, they could no longer contain their anger. Rising simultaneously, they approached Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Fan from First High. In this upcoming Olympiad, I shall defeat you and reclaim my glory. I am Du Jiang from Second High. This time, I will leave no opportunity for you to surpass me. I shall crush you beneath my feet and make you understand the meaning of genius. I am Xia Ji from Chuiying. Last time, I trailed you by 6 points, but this time, I shall surpass you by 6. I am Meng Chuan from Lanpu. From today onward, you shall remember my name, for I will conquer you, not only in the Olympiad but also in the subsequent competition. I am Su Yun from Fourth High. The last time, I lost with great reluctance, but this time, victory shall be mine without a doubt. Before the entire bus, Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xia Ji, Meng Chuan, and Su Yun boldly declared their intentions to Jiang Nan. This scene bore a striking resemblance to when numerous class representatives, including Su Yu and Zhang Hao from Class 304, had declared war against Jiang Nan. In an instant, the atmosphere in the bus grew palpably tense, suffused with the boundless combat spirit emanating from Lu Fan and his companions, leaving many around them struggling to breathe. Yet, as the target of their confrontation, Jiang Nan remained utterly oblivious, engrossed in the heat of battle alongside Wang Pengzi, oblivious to the surrounding commotion. It was only after a significant amount of time had passed that Jiang Nan finally emerged from his gaming trance. Oh yeah, finally, we achieved the rank of king. What an arduous journey. Pengzi, great teamwork. As the bus reached its destination, even the composed Jiang Nan couldn't help but leap up, clapping and cheering in unbridled joy. He even spun around joyfully, for with Wang Pengzi's cooperation, he had finally pushed through to attain his first rank of king in gaming history. However, upon regaining his awareness, he suddenly noticed the 5 individuals surrounding him. Almost instinctively, Jiang Nan blurted out, "What? You all enjoy playing games too?" Chapter 145, The Resurgence of Mighty Chocolate. Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xia Ji, Meng Chuan, Su Yun. The 5 individuals wore expressions of disbelief, nearly choking on their indignation. Do we enjoy playing games? How absurd. You are the one who revels in gaming. Your entire family likely shares your enthusiasm. We are all top scholars, fiercely competing for the first place in competitions, laboring day and night in our studies. How could we squander our time on trivial games? Only you. Truly, you are beyond comprehension. To have secured the first place in 4 competitions is one thing. Yet, your obsession with gaming is utterly unfathomable. Moreover, do you realize how long we have been standing here? Are you aware that we have just issued a declaration of war against you? You must not have absorbed a single word, treating us like mere air. Jiang Nan. Very well, you have pushed us too far. Lu Fan's eyes blazed with fury, nearly unable to restrain himself from delivering a fierce blow to Jiang Nan's face. However, the last shred of reason cautioned him against such actions. As a scholar, a person of knowledge and civility, it would be beneath him to resort to physical confrontation with his adversary. Instead, he should annihilate his opponent in the realm where they excel, casting them into disgrace, rendering them incapable of holding their head high again. Jiang Nan, I am now earnestly informing you, listen closely, you will most certainly come to regret this. Soon. No, this very afternoon. I shall defeat you in this mathematics competition. I will demonstrate that I am the true champion of Jiangnan, while you will merely be a fleeting jester. Lu Fan's face flushed red as he hurled threats at Jiang Nan, then turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. He was not alone. Du Jiang, Xia Ji, Meng Chuan, and Su Yun followed suit. Jiang Nan, your arrogance knows no bounds. Do not presume that your previous victory in 4 competitions makes you exceptional. That was merely the preliminary round. Preliminaries serve only as a filter, rife with unpredictable elements, thus failing to accurately assess a contestant's true abilities. However, today's finals are a different matter altogether. Do not even think of securing first place again, for there will be no more surprises, no strokes of luck. In fact, do not even entertain the notion of defeating any of us. You are nothing but a pathetic fool. How could the students from that dilapidated school, Shenzhong, possibly compare to us? Just wait and see. We, Zhong, are the strongest. Before Chuing, Shenzhong is nothing but a den of poverty. It is said that we, at Lanpu, even sought to entice you with a scholarship offer of 100,000, but I believe you are unworthy. Shenzhong will forever linger in the shadows of Xizhong. A chorus of disdainful remarks was directed at Jiang Nan, their pent-up frustration from earlier being vented as they strode away. Jiang Nan, left bewildered, pondered, what on earth have I done to deserve such animosity? Have I slain your entire family? Or desecrated your ancestors' graves? Is it truly necessary to harbor such intense resentment towards me? And as for the accusation of arrogance, where is the arrogance in merely asking if you enjoy gaming? Am I surrounded by fools? Despite Lu Fan, Du Jiang, and others' hostile demeanor, for reasons unknown, Jiang Nan felt no anger. Perhaps it was due to his recent triumph in a game that left him elated. Or perhaps it stemmed from the sheer absurdity of this group, rendering it unnecessary to engage with them further. However, Wang Fatty, standing nearby, could not contain his outrage. Erupting in a furious tirade, you lot are nothing but a pack of rabid dogs. Barking mindlessly, do you dare to challenge me? Wang Fatty was genuinely incensed. Jiang Nan is my brother, and how dare you scoundrels provoke him? Lucky for you, you fled swiftly. Otherwise, I would have laid you low. Nan Shun, you should not indulge them. These people deserve a thrashing. I've been itching to deal with them since we boarded the bus. Once the physical exams conclude, I shall knock them senseless. You needn't trouble yourself. I will handle my own affairs. Focus on your examination, Jiang Nan replied, pushing Wang Fatty out of the car. The supervising teacher for the physical exams, Wang Derun, was beckoning to Wang Fatty from a distance. Reluctantly, Wang Fatty complied, though his discontent was palpable. As the provincial physical exam was of utmost importance to him, akin to others participating in the mathematics competition. Just as he turned to leave, Jiang Nan suddenly recalled something and slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, Fatty, take this." He hurried after Wang Fatty, extracting an item from his pocket and discreetly handing it over. This. Wang Fatty's eyes widened in shock as his pupils dilated. It was a piece of black and white marbled chocolate, mighty chocolate, produced by the system. Jiang Nan had received it during 10 consecutive draws, but had chosen not to consume it, vowing never to do so, until he remembered just now. Mighty chocolate, Nanshin, you actually possess such a treasure? Wang Fatty was both astonished and elated. This chocolate was his nightmare. In his quest to become a sports student, Jiang Nan had once given him a piece, resulting in a record-breaking run of 2 minutes and 45 seconds for the 1,000-meter test, an unprecedented achievement for Shenzhong. From that alone, it was evident that mighty chocolate was indeed a remarkable item. However, its side effects were significant. Not only did it leave him nearly starving afterward, but it also caused his thick, dark hair to fall out entirely. He had come perilously close to being frightened to death, thinking he had contracted a terminal illness. leading to a series of comical misunderstandings. Naturally, upon encountering Mighty Chocolate again, Wang Fatty was flabbergasted. Yet, in the next moment, his face lit up with joy as he accepted the chocolate, treating it like a treasure, tucking it away in his inner pocket. Though the item had side effects, such as inducing hunger and causing baldness, it could also significantly enhance strength. For Wang Fatty, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. While his physical prowess was already the best in Sanzhong, excluding Jiang Nan, he had little chance in the upcoming provincial physical examination. After all, during the school test, he just barely missed the 2 minutes and 40-second mark in the 1,000-meter run, and his 800-meter time was just over 2 minutes. Although commendable, having surpassed the standard for a third-level athlete, whether he could reach the second level remained uncertain, dependent on his performance that day. As for the first level, he fell far short. However, with Mighty Chocolate, everything would change. Wang Fatty had personally experienced the astonishing effects of this item, enough to elevate his physical condition by 2 tiers. By then, not only would he secure the second-level athlete status, but he was also confident of reaching for the first level. Thus, how could he not cherish it? Nan Shun. No, brother Nan, you are truly my kin. I shall first shave my head, and then feast to prepare for the provincial examination. This time, the first place shall be mine. Soon, as you dominate the competition, I will reign supreme in the physical exams. Together, we shall be an indomitable duo, unmatched in the world. Ha ha ha. Chapter 146. Repeated provocations. Wang Fatty departed, exuding an air of confidence akin to that of a dragon-slaying hero, albeit with significantly less hair atop his head, more akin to a buzz cut than anything else. However, it wouldn't be long before that scant hair would vanish, leaving him with a gleaming bald head. Wang Fatty was unperturbed by this. As long as he could secure the championship in the provincial physical education examination, he would embrace baldness without a care. After all, it hardly affected his appearance, and one simply grows accustomed to it. Meanwhile, the participants from Jiangcheng had disembarked from their vehicles and entered Binhai University, the esteemed host of this round of the Olympiad. Not only was the Olympiad being held here, but subsequent competitions in physics, chemistry, and biology were also set to take place within these hallowed grounds. Binhai University, being the foremost institution in the region, is recognized as both a 211 and a 985 key university. It holds a commendable position nationally, making it entirely reasonable for it to host 4 competitive events simultaneously. Before long, the attendees found themselves in a grand conference hall. The process mirrored that of the preliminary rounds, a straightforward opening ceremony followed by the distribution of examination rooms, and then the tests themselves. There was little to elaborate on, save for the fact that the number of participants in the Olympiad was remarkably high, truly staggering. Although Jiangcheng had only 30 slots, with a mere 29 contestants present, larger cities closer to the provincial capital boasted at least 50 participants, and Binhai itself had more representation from a single school than the entirety of Jiangcheng's quota. In summary, the hall was teeming with humanity, with the contingent from Jiangcheng occupying but a small corner. It was evident that their presence was relatively inconsequential in this Olympiad. This was indeed the case, despite the fierce competition among Jiangcheng's top schools, Jiangcheng No. 1, No. 2, Shuiying, and Lanpu. This rivalry was merely a local skirmish. On the grand stage that was Binhai, they were hardly noteworthy, ranking merely in the middle tier among Binhai's 15 cities, perhaps around 6th or 7th place. While not entirely obscure, they were certainly not in a favorable position, thus relegating them to their corner. Nevertheless, this did not foster a sense of unity among them against outsiders. Their territory was already limited, yet they inadvertently formed 6 distinct factions: Jiangcheng No. 1, No. 2, Shuiying, Lanpu, No. 4, and, to a lesser extent, No. 3, which had the fewest members, only Jiang Nan and their team leader, Zhou Lingfeng. This created a palpable sense of isolation. However, neither Jiang Nan nor Zhou Lingfeng displayed any signs of discontent. Instead, they wore expressions of calm indifference. Jiang Nan was entirely unconcerned. He regarded not only the students from Jiangcheng No. 1 and No. 2, but also those from surrounding cities and even the provincial capital as inconsequential. As for Zhou Lingfeng, His narrowed eyes sparkled with determination, indifferent to their isolation. After all, he had witnessed firsthand Jiang Nan's formidable prowess in mathematics competitions. While not claiming to be the absolute best, he was undeniably unmatched. For others, this round of competition might present insurmountable challenges, yet for Jiang Nan, it was merely a formality. Securing a spot in the provincial team was a certainty, and he would soon represent Binhai in the summer camp, with a national first place in the finals being easily within reach. The only contemplation for Zhou Lingfeng was whether Jiang Nan could not only secure a national first place, but also emerge as the overall champion. Thus, as the students from Jiangcheng No. 1, No. 2, Chuying, Lanpu, and No. 4 indulged in their isolation, Jiang Nan merely thought, "You think you can isolate me? Little do you know, I have no interest in you at all." After all, whether it was Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xia Ji, Meng Chuan, or Su Yun, they were merely provincial first-place contenders at best, and even then, they would likely occupy the lowest ranks. Compared to Jiang Nan, they were worlds apart. He had no desire to engage with them. It must be noted that since discovering Jiang Nan's capabilities, Zhou Lingfeng's standards had been raised considerably. In the past, if Jiangcheng No. 3 could produce a single provincial first-place winner, it would have warranted a grand celebration, as such an achievement could add 20 points to the final examination score. Over the past decade, Jiangcheng No. 3 had only managed to produce one such low-tier winner, and Jiangcheng as a whole typically saw only 2 or 3 per year, none of whom were ever able to join the provincial team. Yet now, the notion of a provincial first place was beneath his notice. The examination was about to commence. Zhou Lingfeng took a moment to explain the competition rules to Jiang Nan. Unlike the initial rounds held in the city, this round consisted of 3 stages, 1 round today and 2 tomorrow. The questions and scoring were identical to the preliminary rounds. Yet the difficulty would significantly escalate, with each round proving more challenging than the last. Any participant failing the first round, regardless of the score, would be eliminated and barred from the second round. The second round would rank the top 80 as provincial first-place winners, the next 200 as provincial second-place winners, while the remainder would be classified as provincial third-place winners. Provincial third place only earned a certificate, offering no substantial benefits for the final examination, making it largely inconsequential. Only those reaching provincial second place would gain an additional 10 points in the final examination, while provincial first place secured an additional 20 points. However, these distinctions mattered little to Jiang Nan. With his capabilities, he was assured of advancing to the third round. The third round would serve to further rank the provincial first-place winners, selecting the top 30 to join the provincial team. Securing a spot in the provincial team would effectively guarantee participation in the summer camp and subsequent national Olympiad finals. Before the examination commenced, Zhou Lingfeng elucidated the competition rules to Jiang Nan. The structure was straightforward: fail the first round, rank in the second round, and select team members in the third. Jiang Nan nodded in understanding, as he had previously been unaware of these details. Soon, the opening ceremony concluded, examination rooms were assigned, and the participants collected their admission tickets before vacating the conference hall to locate their exam rooms and dine in the cafeteria while awaiting the afternoon examination. The test was scheduled for 1 o'clock, yet by 12:30, the competitors had already gathered outside their designated rooms. Jiang Nan was assigned to room 4. Upon his arrival, having satisfied his hunger, he found several familiar faces awaiting him: Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xia Ji, Meng Chuan, and Su Yun, 5 individuals who harbored considerable hostility towards him. None absent from the gathering. This momentarily led Jiang Nan to believe that they were all in the same examination room. In reality, he had overthought the situation. While Su Yun was indeed in his room, the other 4 were not. Their presence was merely to confront Jiang Nan, waiting to provoke him. "Jiang Nan, you finally arrived. The competition is about to begin. Are you prepared to be defeated?" They taunted. "The competition consists of 3 rounds. You'd better not be eliminated in the first round, as we'd like to have some fun with you." Laughter erupted among them. Chapter 147. Is the teacher intentionally making it easy? Jiang Nan: I am utterly speechless. Are these individuals truly this foolish? I have repeatedly chosen not to engage with you, yet you persist in your provocations. pushing your luck time and again. Provocation is permissible, but only if you possess the requisite ability. In the initial round, the questions were so simplistic that even a fool could answer them. I expected all of you to score full marks. Yet the outcome was lower than my 88 points. With such pathetic capabilities, from where does your confidence to defeat me derive? Is it bestowed by Jesus? Or perhaps by God? Nonetheless, even if you were granted confidence by Jesus and God, it would be of no consequence. Shortly, I shall shatter it all. Just because I am on the verge of anger. The elephant does not concern itself with ants. Yet a swarm of ants incessantly flitting before the elephant can become quite bothersome. And when the elephant becomes annoyed, it may very well react with a thunderous stomp. Jiang Nan has resolved that during the examination, should the system impose a low score requirement, he will forego any points for rewards and aim for a perfect score, crushing the confidence of Lu Fan and his ilk into oblivion. This marks Jiang Nan's first time. He has never before aspired to achieve full marks. However, at that moment, a notification chimed. The system issued the score control task 1. For this round of the mathematics competition, the host must attain a score of 60 points. The system's voice echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. Jiang Nan. He was momentarily taken aback. Has the system undergone yet another transformation? The examination hasn't even begun, yet a task is released prematurely? You may issue tasks, but I was just contemplating achieving full marks in the first round to temper Lu Fan and the others' arrogance, and you now demand a mere 60 points? 60 points. Such a score merely signifies passing. It is the lowest score required to advance to the second round. According to the rules, if one does not achieve at least 60 points in the first round, they are immediately eliminated and cannot participate in the second round. Yet, even achieving 60 points would only allow progression to the second round, and one can only imagine the ridicule from Lu Fan and his companions. Jiang Nan found himself at a loss for words regarding the system. Yet, the next moment, he chuckled. 4. Another chime. The system issued score control task 2. For this round of the mathematics competition, the host must achieve 88 points in the second round. Ding. The system then released task 3. For the third round, the host must secure 99 points. Jiang Nan. Very well. Without a doubt, the system is being mischievous again. It did not provide all tasks at once, leading to my misunderstanding. If I must score 88 in the second round and 99 in the third, then aiming for 60 in the first round is perfectly acceptable. After all, as long as I ensure my advancement, it matters not whether I score a mere 60 or a perfect score. As for Lu Fan, Du Jiang, and the others laughing and mocking me, let them have their moment of glee. I shall ensure they are met with a resounding slap to the face in the later rounds. The system truly is devious. Soon, the first round of the examination was to commence. All candidates entered the examination hall, including Jiang Nan. As for Lu Fan, Du Jiang, and the others, he paid them no mind. After all, allowing these petty clowns to revel for a while was merely entertainment. However, seeing Jiang Nan remain silent from beginning to end, Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xiaji, Meng Chuan, and Su Yun could not help but chuckle, their laughter dripping with arrogance. They believed Jiang Nan was fearful and thus dared not speak. This was a clear sign of insecurity, which only bolstered their confidence, prompting them to disdainfully glance at Jiang Nan before proceeding to their examination seats. Ding ding ding. The bell rang, signaling the official start of the examination. All examinees settled into their seats, and the proctor began distributing the exam papers. Upon receiving his paper, Jiang Nan quickly scanned it, taking merely 10 seconds. It seemed slightly more complex than the initial city-level exam papers, yet it remained far from difficult. Jiang Nan felt assured. Such a paper. He could achieve full marks even with his eyes closed. However, since the system required a score of only 60, he would have to temper his efforts. There were 8 fill-in-the-blank questions, each worth 8 points, totaling 64 points, alongside 2 problem-solving questions, one worth 16 points, and the other 20 points. To secure a score of 60, the simplest approach would be to answer 5 fill-in-the-blank questions correctly and tackle the last problem-solving question. Perfectly sound plan. With his mind made up, Jiang Nan began writing. Starting with the first question, set A XXX 60, B XAX 10. If B is not a subset of A, then A2. At first glance, this question appeared quite simple. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed straightforward. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Nan penned the answer. 11-0. Moving on to the second question. Among 50 students who performed physics and chemistry experiments, it is known that 40 students correctly executed the physics experiment, 31 the chemistry experiment, and 4 students made mistakes in both experiments. Thus, the number of students who performed both experiments correctly is persons. This question was still quite simple. Jiang Nan swiftly wrote down the answer, 25 persons. Next came the third question. Set A, XX, 3 or X, 3, B, XX, 1 or X, 4, then A, B. Jiang Nan. Once again, he was left speechless. Although he recognized the paper was easy, the questions were excessively simplistic, bordering on absurd. Could there truly be individuals incapable of answering such simple questions? One would hope not. A mere glance should suffice, should it not? If one cannot discern the answer at first sight, it can only imply a certain deficiency in intelligence. Cough, cough. XX? 3 or X? 4. Jiang Nan quickly filled in the answer on the exam paper. The subsequent questions were similarly trivial and hardly worth mentioning. Jiang Nan's only challenge was restraining himself from completing the entire paper in one go while deliberately answering 3 questions incorrectly. Alas, his compulsive tendencies nearly overwhelmed him. This habit must be corrected. As for the 9th question, which was the first problem-solving question, it too posed no difficulty, merely involving 3 variables. However, Jiang Nan had to avoid all scoring points, lest he fail in his score control. Finally, he reached the last question. Given the line L, Y, tan X, 22, intersects the ellipse X, 9Y, 9 at points A and B if, represents the angle of inclination of L, and the distance of is not less than the length of the minor axis, determine the range of values for. Generally, as the concluding question, it is undoubtedly the most challenging of the paper. However, this question posed little difficulty. One could only say that the teacher's standards were questionable. Or perhaps, the teacher was intentionally making it easy? After all, this is merely the first round, is it not? Those who fail to pass will be eliminated. And thus the questions cannot be overly difficult, ensuring that the majority can succeed. Otherwise, what would be left for the second round? Chapter 148. Are all these questions correct? Do they really exist? Let us solve the equation of L in conjunction with the equation of the ellipse. By eliminating y, we obtain 1, 9 tan 2, x2, 362 tan 2, x, 72 ta, n, 9, 0, 6 tan 2, 6, tan, x2, x1, tan, 22 1, 9 tan, 1, 9 tan. Given 2, we derive tan, 213, tan, 333, 5, with the range of values being 0, 6, 6. This problem is indeed straightforward. As long as one is proficient in the formula for chord length and can apply it flexibly, it can almost be solved with eyes closed. For instance, Jiang Nan completed it in less than half a minute. Then, he spent another minute meticulously checking his work. After all, it is better to be overly cautious than to be caught off guard. Scoring 60 is crucial. Any deviation will result in lost points. And if he inadvertently scores below 60, it would be disastrous. He was looking forward to decisively confronting Lu Fan and his group in the second and third rounds. But he must not stumble at this stage. They have provoked me time and again. If I do not let you know why the flowers bloom so brilliantly, will I not become a mere shadow of my true self? A group of insignificant individuals. Just wait. It is worth noting that the initial round of the Olympiad typically lasts 2.5 hours, whereas each round of the second stage is extended to 3.5 hours. Although the number of problems remains the same, the additional hour significantly increases the difficulty. Nevertheless, Jiang Nan completed the paper in under 10 minutes and even finished his review. He then stood up to submit his paper. Unlike ordinary examinations, there is no stipulation that one cannot submit their paper before time runs out. After all, if one does not know how to solve the problems, no amount of contemplation will suffice. Rather than remaining seated in agony for several hours, it is preferable to abandon the endeavor and alleviate the proctor's burden. Of course, submitting early does relieve the proctor, but in their eyes, those who submit prematurely are usually hopeless cases. Take Jiang Nan, for instance. While others might submit after half an hour or an hour, he chose to submit in under 10 minutes. What does this imply? A complete lack of effort. An outright abandonment? Surely, that reflects poorly on his ambition. This student, did you not solve a single problem? You gave up in less than 10 minutes after the exam began. Had I known, you should not have participated, wasting your city's quota and resources. Jiang Nan thought. Why is it that every time I submit my paper, the proctor feels the need to scold me? Forget it. You haven't even seen my paper. I won't hold it against you. Teacher, I think I ate something bad for lunch and feel unwell. I need to use the restroom, so, goodbye. With that excuse, Jiang Nan made his exit. However, it was merely a ruse. To the proctor, Jiang Nan appeared to lack the necessary skills. Unable to remain seated after failing to solve a single problem, merely a bystander. Or perhaps, he simply wanted to sneak out for a smoke. This is a common tactic among students. Yet, I must emphasize that Jiang Nan was not playing any games. Although he could smoke, he recognized the health risks. Having tried it in a previous life, he has not touched it in this one. Simultaneously, at the moment Jiang Nan left the examination hall, the majority of the students in the classroom glanced at him, their eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. After all, those eligible to participate in the Olympiad's second stage are all top students from various cities across the province. Everyone shares a common goal, to achieve a ranking, at least provincial second, which would grant an additional 10 points in the major examination. Thus, even if the questions are exceedingly difficult, to the point of invoking cries for help, they endure with gritted teeth. Yet Jiang Nan submitted his paper in under 10 minutes. This is truly unprecedented. Even in the entire history of the Binhai Olympiad, it is a first. However, they soon lowered their heads and returned to the nightmarish task of problem-solving. Jiang Nan's submission was his affair, unrelated to them, and it conveniently eliminated one competitor. Only one student, Su Yun from Jiangxing No. 4 Middle School, continued to fixate on Jiang Nan's departing figure. He was the only student from Jiangxing assigned to the same examination room as Jiang Nan. Moreover, prior to the exam, he had publicly exchanged harsh words with Jiang Nan. Naturally, he paid special attention to Jiang Nan. As Jiang Nan submitted his paper and left, Su Yun felt a tumult of emotions. Should he feel delighted? Certainly. After all, Jiang Nan was the rival he longed to defeat. Now that Jiang Nan had abandoned the exam, he was assuredly eliminated in the first round and could not advance to the second. Thus, he felt joy. However, amidst his elation, a hint of admiration arose within him. He admired Jiang Nan's audacity to abandon the exam in the provincial capital in Binhai and under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Right after it began, in fact, a fleeting thought of abandoning the exam crossed Su Yun's mind as well, simply because the paper was extraordinarily challenging. Good heavens, it was simply outrageous. From the moment he received the paper and opened it, he sensed something was amiss. The first question read, set A XXX 60, B XX10, if B, A, then a 2. This was the first question, yet he found it incomprehensible. After much contemplation, he was unable to proceed and had to skip it. The second question, however, was clearer. Out of 50 students who conducted physics and chemistry experiments, it is known that the number of students who did both correctly is. This was a cubic equation problem. Understanding it was not difficult, but solving it proved to be quite a challenge. He exerted every ounce of effort, racking his brain to arrive at an answer. Yet just as he was about to celebrate, he encountered the third question. The question read, set A, XX, 3 or X, 3, B, XX, 1 or X, 4, then A, B, Su Yun. What on earth is this? Something is wrong. It is far too peculiar. He had never encountered such questions before. They appeared completely unsolvable. Once again, he skipped ahead. He then glanced at the fourth, fifth, and sixth questions. All right. Each was more difficult than the last. Not only was he unable to discern the problem-solving approach, but he could barely understand the questions themselves, leaving him on the verge of despair. In that moment, he found himself engulfed in the deepest doubts. Are all these questions correct? Do they truly exist? Can anyone genuinely solve such problems? He considered himself a top student, the best at Jiangnan No. 4 Middle School. While his ranking was slightly lower than Lu Fan from No. 1 Middle School, Du Jiang from No. 2 Middle School, Chuing Xia, and Lan Pu Mingchuan, he was confident in his ability to compete with them. Yet now, gazing at this paper, he felt akin to an elementary student confronted with high school-level problems. It was as if he were deciphering an ancient manuscript, utterly bewildered. Truly, he felt as though he were nearing a breakdown. Was the Olympiad's second stage paper truly this difficult? The previous city's preliminary round had already proven challenging. And though he usually scored full marks in mathematics, he had only achieved 70-some points last time. But now, compared to this second stage paper, that preliminary round paper seemed so easy. They were not even in the same league. He felt he was being driven to madness. Almost instinctively, a thought of abandoning the examination surfaced in his mind. Having completed only one question of the paper, the rest remained insurmountable. What other choice was there but to forfeit? However, he swiftly suppressed this notion. Abandonment was not an option. He lacked the courage of Jiang Nan. After all, so many eyes were upon him, academic elites, and he had his pride to uphold. Moreover, he bore the hopes of his school. How could he explain his abandonment to his teachers or the institution itself? Jiang Nan. Oh, Jiang Nan, I admire your audacity to relinquish the exam, but I, under no circumstances, will forfeit. Even if I am unable to solve the problems, I shall persevere until the very end. There are still over 3 hours remaining. Endurance is triumph. Even if I face elimination in the first round, I shall at least manage to surpass you once. Ah, the weekend has arrived. Time for rest. Chapter 149. Did he abandon the exam and submit a blank paper? In truth, Su Yun was not the only one grappling with similar thoughts. Lu Fan from first high school, Du Jiang from second high school, Chu Yingxiaji, and Lan Pu Mingchuan also found themselves in a predicament. While they were not as utterly stymied as Su Yun, who could only solve a single problem, their situations were hardly any better. Nevertheless, none of them chose to give up. They all resolved to persevere until the end. Regardless of the outcome, they were determined to overcome Jiang Nan. Yet, whether they would achieve their aspirations remained an enigma. Currently, one thing was certain. Enduring the 3+ hours was excruciating, akin to a fate worse than death. Even with the strongest of fighting spirits, they felt utterly drained. How could they possibly compare to Jiang Nan? After submitting their papers, they returned to the bus for some much-needed rest. One word encapsulated their relief: bliss. Time flew by, and soon, the 3.5 hours had elapsed. Dingling. The first round of the mathematical Olympiad had concluded. The candidates began to submit their papers and exit the classroom. Several teachers from Jiangqing, including Zhou Lingfeng from 3rd High School, awaited them outside the examination hall. As Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Chu Yingxiaji, Lan Pu Mingchuan, and Su Yun emerged, their respective teachers approached them with anxious inquiries. How did you fare this time? Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xiaji, Mingchuan. The four exchanged glances, remaining silent, their expressions a portrait of defeat as they lowered their heads. Clearly, their performances had not met expectations. As for Su Yun from 4th High School, he could no longer contain his emotions and burst into tears. Wah, teacher, I have let down your trust and the school's nurturing. I will undoubtedly be eliminated in the first round. As he spoke, he frantically wiped his tears. Yet no matter how hard he tried, they continued to stream uncontrollably down his face. The weight of his despair had been stifling for far too long. 3.5 hours. Do you understand how he endured that time? He could only solve one problem. The remaining 9 were akin to an alien script, incomprehensible to him. Lacking the courage to abandon the exam like Jiang Nan, he remained seated, feigning seriousness while his mind wandered in despair. It was truly a lamentable ordeal. The pressure was beyond words, leaving him with nothing but tears. Upon witnessing his breakdown, Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xiaji, and Mingchuan also showed signs of distress, their eyes reddening, though they refrained from crying. In response, the teachers from 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th high schools quickly patted the students on their shoulders in consolation. All right, let us head back to the bus for some rest. You cannot shoulder all the blame for the disappointing results. In previous years, given your abilities, you would have at least achieved provincial second place and perhaps even provincial first if you pushed harder. However, this year's Olympiad was exceptionally challenging, surpassing any prior difficulty. It was unprecedented. As for the reasons, you all know that the Olympiad comprises preliminary, re-examination, and final rounds. After the finals, there is an international Olympiad competition where teams of top students from around the world compete. That is the crux of the matter, representing national honor. Over the past 20 years, particularly the first 15, our country has been the undisputed champion in international Olympiad competitions, boasting an impressive record of 12 golds and 3 silvers from 90 participations, with a success rate of 80 golds and 10 silvers. In other words, even our weakest contestants had a 3/4 chance of securing a gold medal. Yet, in the past 5 years, we have not won a single gold, and even silvers have become scarce. If this continues, we risk becoming a laughingstock on the international stage. Thus, this year's Olympiad, whether in the preliminary or re-examination rounds, was designed to be particularly arduous. The aim is to cultivate and filter out a select group of genuine mathematical prodigies to represent our nation abroad. If that is not achievable, it is better to have none than to settle for mediocrity. I can only say, your luck was not on your side. Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xiaji, Mingchuan, Su Yun. All right, now it makes sense. They thought to themselves, we are undoubtedly among the top scholars in Jiangcheng, all with the potential to gain admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Beida. How could we falter in the first round of the Olympiad re-examination? Especially Su Yun, who had only managed to solve a single problem, an utterly inconceivable outcome. However, the heightened difficulty of the paper could indeed account for it. After all, while they were brilliant students in Jiangcheng, they were merely dominant within that locale. Even with the capabilities to gain admission to elite universities, they were not specialized talents in the realm of mathematical Olympiads. Their participation was primarily to secure provincial rankings that would enhance their prospects in future examinations. Without a dedicated focus on mathematical Olympiads from middle school onward, making it into the provincial team would be a formidable challenge, let alone achieving national first place. As for international competitions, they had scarcely heard of them. It felt far too distant. With this perspective, their spirits lifted considerably. Meanwhile, Zhou Lingfeng from 3rd high school furrowed his brow. You all are out, but where is Jiang Nan? Out of 29 participants from Jiangcheng, 28 had already gathered, yet Jiang Nan's absence was conspicuous. This caused concern for him as the team leader. Just as he spoke, someone nearby scoffed, Huh? Are you still waiting for Jiang Nan? He submitted his paper ages ago. No. To be precise, he abandoned the exam as soon as it began. Abandoned the exam? Zhou Lingfeng's brow furrowed slightly, but he soon relaxed, shaking his head. With Jiang Nan's ability, even if the paper were exceedingly difficult, scoring full marks would not be a challenge. Therefore, it is impossible for him to have abandoned the exam. He must have finished early and submitted. Teacher, you are overly optimistic. Have you ever seen someone complete the exam and score full marks in under 10 minutes? Su Yun, who had just been crying, suddenly dried his tears and retorted with a smirk. I was in the same examination room as him and witnessed him abandon the exam in less than 10 minutes. While my performance was dismal, at least I managed to solve one problem. He, on the other hand, likely scored 0. In this world, there are always those who, despite their own dire situations, find solace in witnessing others' misfortunes. Su Yun was one such individual. Not only him, but also Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xiaji, and Mingchuan. Although they had performed better than Su Yun, their results still fell short of expectations, leaving their advancement uncertain. They had been worried about whether they could defeat Jiang Nan. Their earlier bravado now felt like a slap in the face. But now, they felt a wave of relief, entirely reassured. Although their performances were disappointing, some had fared even worse. Abandoning the exam in under 10 minutes? Surely that warranted a score of 0. Perhaps Jiang Nan's previous first-place finish was merely a matter of luck, a coincidence of encountering questions he could solve. Now that the re-examination had increased in difficulty, his true colors were laid bare. Unable to answer a single question, he had resorted to submitting a blank paper. How utterly ridiculous. Chapter 150, Jiang Nan. Have you once again succumbed to your whims? I have long maintained that Jiang Nan's previous triumph in the preliminary competition was merely a stroke of luck, fraught with numerous unforeseen variables. The preliminary round, after all, is but a preliminary round. When juxtaposed with the subsequent stages, it is significantly less rigorous, rendering it an inadequate measure of one's true capabilities. Scoring highly does not necessarily equate to strength, although I did not perform exceptionally well in this round. I managed to secure between 40 and 50 points, perhaps even passing. I possess a fair degree of confidence, around 60 to 70%, that I will advance to the second round, unlike certain individuals who submitted blank papers. It is rather absurd that numerous institutions sought to entice him with lofty offers, yet he remained aloof, feigning superiority. Thankfully, his reluctance spared those schools from potential ruin. Suddenly, Lu Fan, Du Jiang, Xia Ji, and Meng Chuan transformed their sorrow into joy, promptly echoing Su Yun's sardonic remarks. To put it plainly, it is merely their wounded pride and envy at play. This sentiment is not exclusive to the students. Even their supervising teachers regarded Zhou Lingfeng with a glimmer of amusement. Their expressions a blend of mockery and condescension. Old Zhou, do not take these children's words to heart. They are simply unwilling to accept defeat. In my view, Jiang Nan from your school does possess some merit. Indeed, securing the first position in the preliminary round is no small feat if one lacks capability. However, it must be noted that the subsequent round is far more demanding. Furthermore, as you are aware, the authorities have intentionally heightened the difficulty to identify truly exceptional talents in mathematical Olympiads. Although this is merely the first round, its challenges rival those of previous year's second rounds. Thus, Jiang Nan's choice to submit a blank paper should not come as a surprise. Did not Su Yun just mention that he could only solve one question and would consequently be eliminated? It is worth noting that Su Yun, too, is quite capable, having scored over 600 in the last monthly exam, significantly higher than Qin Feng, your school's top student. Yet this time, he too struggled. Alas, to be frank, none of them possessed the aptitude for mathematical Olympiads. It would be wiser for them to prepare for the upcoming major examinations instead. Perhaps Jiang Nan's setback in this competition is not entirely detrimental. For the youth, experiencing some hardship can be beneficial. As the saying goes, adversity breeds resilience. As long as one does not succumb to despair, future examinations may yield even more remarkable results, potentially leading to the top score in the city. At that time, your third middle school would truly thrive. The teachers from first, second, and fourth middle schools, as well as those from Chuying and Lanpu, chimed in, their words seemingly comforting at first glance. Yet, upon closer inspection, even a fool could discern the thick layer of sarcasm and schadenfreude underlying their remarks. Naturally, one can understand their perspective. After all, a talented individual often becomes the target of envy. Before this, Jiang Nan had shone too brightly, transforming from an obscure school into a formidable contender within Jiangqing. It would be unthinkable for them not to feel jealousy and resentment. Consequently, first, second, and fourth middle schools, along with Chuying and Lanpu, had all attempted to court Jiang Nan with utmost humility, even the principals personally visiting with extravagant scholarship offers overflowing with sincerity. Yet, astonishingly, Jiang Nan rejected them all. TSK. Such individualism, a quintessential display of selfishness. Unable to possess, they sought to destroy. Now that Jiang Nan has submitted a blank paper, they have found the perfect opportunity to revel in his misfortune. In fact, this is merely the beginning. Once the news of Jiang Nan and Appo's early exit spreads through Jiangqing, it will undoubtedly incite the 5 major factions to converge in their denouncement. The first, second, and fourth middle schools, along with Chuying and Lanpu, will surely take great pleasure in disparaging Jiang Nan, using it as an opportunity to suppress third middle school. In the realm of academia as in the battlefield of commerce, the same rules apply. It is not a matter of right or wrong, but rather differing allegiances. However, upon hearing these remarks, Zhou Lingfeng displayed no signs of despondency. On the contrary, a smirk of irony graced his features as he disdainfully surveyed the teachers from first and second middle schools, as well as Lu Fan and Du Jiang, who had just spoken up. You should not speak with such certainty. Until the results are announced, anything is possible. Yes, it is true that no one has ever submitted a paper and achieved a perfect score in under 10 minutes. Yet, Jiang Nan is different. His willingness to submit early does not imply a score of 0. It is far more likely that he has completed the exam with full marks. If you doubt it, we shall see when the results are released tonight. With that, Zhou Lingfeng turned on his heel and departed, intent on locating Jiang Nan, uninterested in the opinions of those around him. In essence, he harbored unwavering confidence in Jiang Nan's abilities, refusing to be swayed by the words of outsiders. Nevertheless, to the teachers from first and second middle schools, his demeanor appeared as mere stubbornness in the face of reality. This old show remains as obstinate as ever, unwilling to acknowledge the truth. Su Yun witnessed Jiang Nan submit a blank paper, yet he still claims Jiang Nan will achieve full marks. TSK, is that not a delusion? The comments made by Zhou Lingfeng were met with derision and laughter from the crowd. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, Du Jiang, and the others shook their heads in silence, evidently convinced that Jiang Nan would indeed score 0. As for whether Su Yun was lying, that was not within their realm of consideration. Let us go, students. It is time for dinner. By the time we finish, the results should be ready, and we shall see who among you will advance, as well as whether Jiang Nan has truly scored 0 or achieved full marks. When mealtime arrived, everyone gathered to eat. Yet there was an unspoken agreement to exclude Zhou Lingfeng and Jiang Nan. Clearly, the two were being ostracized. However, being isolated mattered little to Zhou Lingfeng, nor to Jiang Nan, who was blissfully unaware, deep in slumber. Yet soon, Zhou Lingfeng arrived to rouse him. Jiang Nan, so this is where you were sleeping. I searched for you for quite some time. I heard you submitted your paper in under 10 minutes. Do you feel confident about achieving full marks? Jiang Nan, rubbing his sleepy eyes, appeared somewhat bewildered. Teacher, do you truly have such faith in me? If I were to say I did not achieve full marks, would you refrain from scolding me? I assume you would, as teachers are not permitted to strike their students. Jiang Nan, speak up, Zhou Lingfeng urged, sensing his own anxiety despite his belief in Jiang Nan's capabilities. Rest assured, as you mentioned, merely passing is sufficient to advance to the next round. I have no doubt you will succeed. Jiang Nan refrained from claiming he would achieve full marks, providing Zhou Lingfeng with a vague assurance instead. However, Zhou Lingfeng was not naive. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, a sense of foreboding washed over him. This was not due to concern over Jiang Nan's advancement. After all, his abilities were evident. Even a haphazard performance would suffice for progression. Moreover, Jiang Nan had claimed everything would be fine. What troubles him is that while Jiang Nan's advancement is assured, it seems unlikely that he will achieve a perfect score. Jiang Nan, be honest with me. In this examination, did you manipulate your scores once again?